when the flat-headed brother, whose lifelong ambition was to engage in battles, ascended to become the Heavenly Dao, he unwittingly incurred the wrath of various Heavenly Daos across different realms. In pursuit of a brighter future, one fateful day, they extended their nefarious hands towards the west. A small world birthed by a book spirit became the first victim. Thus, on a certain sunny morning, our esteemed Lord of Luck received the very first gift of her life, the complete collection of Harry Potter. Subsequently, the fortuitous Lord of Luck was overwhelmed. With all her possessions in tow, she set forth to showcase her chosen companion, serving as an auxiliary force. The film left her utterly distressed. She was heartbroken. After having read through the sweet, delightful tale twice, she anxiously awaited the next update. Self-sufficient and industrious, she vowed to cultivate her own food. She would pamper herself. Her goal was to grant teachings an extraordinary boost, enabling her to live the most comfortable life imaginable. In Chapter 238, the successful abduction and self-brainwashing of little Tion. Within the water mirror, little Tion clung to the woman's leg, weeping pitifully. To an outsider, it might appear as though a loving mother was about to abandon her child. The woman vigorously shook her leg, attempting to dislodge the clingy little creature, but her efforts were in vain. He remained steadfastly attached, impervious to her forceful attempts to free herself. Ultimately, out of sheer exasperation, she had no choice but to heed the child's demands before making a decision. She felt no inclination to harm this little being. Otherwise, she would have dispatched him long ago. Speak. Where exactly do you wish to take me? At last, having ensnared the other party into listening, little Tion hastily wiped the golden beads of sweat from his face and endeavored to present a cheerful smile, yet clinging to the woman's hand. He showed no intention of letting go. Beautiful sister, are you in search of a wife? No, that's not it. What I meant to say is, would you like a partner? I have a brother who is magnificent, exceptionally handsome, and possesses substantial wealth. You two would make a splendid match. How about it? Would you like to accompany me home to meet him? Xuanqi now had ample reason to suspect that this suddenly appearing little brat was dispatched by some oblivious individual to purposely vex her. After all, who would be so foolish as to introduce her to a man in the entire realm of cultivation, who was unaware of her disinterest in men? She was left pondering who this mastermind might be. Amusingly, though she initially had no desire to engage with this little rascal, she suddenly felt an urge to meet the person behind it all. If she could lay eyes upon the perpetrator, she vowed to make their demise rhythmically satisfying. Thus, when faced with little Tion's invitation, Xuanqi readily agreed. Very well. I am most willing to accompany you back and meet your formidable, wealthy elder brother. Completely unprepared for matters to unfold so smoothly, little Tion was momentarily stunned, only to be overcome with ecstatic joy. The delight radiating from his large eyes made the scheming Xuanqi feel an involuntary twinge of guilt. However, do not become too elated. Should your elder brother fail to meet my standards, I will undoubtedly reject him. And at that point, you cannot cling to me as you do now. Yes, yes, I promise. If you doubt me, I can swear upon the lamp. Should I deceive you, let Ares never have rice again. Who is Ares? What does that have to do with rice? Your oath sounds quite unlike any I have heard before. Little rascal, you aren't trying to play me for a fool, are you? Little Tion laughed heartily as he pulled Xuanqi along, showing no intention of responding to her. After all, he had finally located a female Xuanwu. He was determined to bring her home, as this was the first task assigned by the Divine Lord, and failure was not an option. With this unwavering resolve, little Tion tightened his grip on Xuanqi's hand, fearful that she might change her mind and cast him aside. Although he too was a Heavenly Dao, the martial prowess of this world was exceedingly high, rendering his abilities rather inadequate. The reason he had not encountered danger thus far was largely due to the plethora of defensive artifacts bestowed upon him by the Lord of Luck. Additionally, his innate affinity as a Heavenly Dao spared him considerable trouble. Now that half of his mission was complete, as long as he safely escorted her back, he would achieve a resounding success. The thought of receiving accolade from the Lord of the Hall made little Tion feel elated. Just as he began to fantasize about the rewards awaiting him, he suddenly heard the voice of the Lord of Luck. Little Tion, well done. Come back, and I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg. Lord of the Hall, have you come to find me? Hee, I have found a Xuanwu and can take her home now. Xuanqi watched the little fellow ahead and suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, inquiring naively, little one, could it be that the brother you mentioned is yourself? Let me clarify, there is far too great a disparity between us. I could never be interested in a child like you. You are far too young. The Lord of Luck, observing the scene outside the water mirror, had souped spray from her nostrils, causing her to cough incessantly. Haha, cough, cough. Is this little girl perhaps overthinking things? Her thoughts are inconsequential. What matters is, Miss Grindelwald, I urge you to consider your current condition. The bowl of soup you just consumed contained enough chili to be lethal. Do you really believe your nasal passages are functioning normally? At this moment, Snape's brow was furrowed enough to crush a fly. Cough, cough, well, it's not that bad. I just couldn't resist. Severus, please do not be upset. I promise to eat my meals obediently. After the water mirror was closed, Snape's expression finally returned to normal. First, drink some water to rinse your mouth. How is your nose? Is it burning? The Lord of Luck waved his hand and downed the spirit tea beside him. Although his nasal passages still burned intensely and were somewhat uncomfortable, it was bearable. Such occurrences have transpired far too frequently, and she has grown accustomed to them. Were it not for Severus observing her, she would have eagerly consumed the soup before her. Severus, I am perfectly fine. It is merely a touch of chili oil, unworthy of my concern. Oh, is that so? Then might you consider placing the tissue you are using to dab your tears aside before we discuss this matter further? The awkward young man turned his head to the side and forcefully blew his nose, only to find it filled with chili oil. This caused her tears to flow even more profusely. Meanwhile, the little boy, his gaze fixed on Xuanqi with a rather peculiar intensity, clutched his own small frame tightly. How could you possibly harbor such frightful thoughts? I am but a child. I have already mentioned that he is my elder brother. How could you associate such notions with me, big sister? You mustn't. I am not. I have not. Do not speak such nonsense. If this continues, it will become quite impolite. It is I who have been speaking foolishly, indulging in wild imaginings. Let us cease this topic henceforth. Having not endured the harsh realities of life, my skin is overly delicate. As soon as the little boy broached the subject, Xuanqi's face transformed into a ripe, red apple. Encountering a girl with such a delicate disposition excited the little boy, for ever since the young man had arrived at Hogwarts, the place had been devoid of any semblance of chivalry. As long as it served his interests and granted him his desires, enduring humiliation was merely a prerequisite. Even the esteemed and graceful Slytherin could not escape the clutches of such depravity. Beneath their noble and elegant facade lay an unscrupulous determination to achieve their ends. In summary, Hogwarts has now become a diminutive version of the realm of cultivation. Observing the older sister's cheeks redden at the utterance of a single phrase, the vestiges of the little boy's conscience twinged momentarily, but it was a fleeting sensation. Brother Rabbit had advised that rather than allowing these divine beasts to be coveted outside, it would be preferable to take them back and nurture them well, lest they be eliminated by others. His current actions were akin to rescuing an entire race. After a moment of self-reflection, the little boy took Xuanqi's hand, and with a surge of spatial distortion, he whisked them both to the presence of a young man. The sudden appearance of the little boy and Xuanqi startled the young man, as she had anticipated their arrival at least 2 hours later. To her surprise, they appeared before her in the blink of an eye, causing the water she had only just swallowed to go awry once more. Ahem, you little rascal, how did you return so swiftly? As the little boy handed over his handkerchief, he replied, Oh, I acquired permission from the elder here to teleport freely. After Xuanqi agreed to accompany me home, I brought her directly to you. My lord, did I arrive at an opportune moment and cause you alarm? The young man, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at Severus, who was tending to Harry's wounds, and made a gesture for silence. Shoo, do not let Severus see me choking again, or he will undoubtedly lecture me for ages. The little boy formed an OK sign to indicate his understanding, and then cheerfully pulled the somewhat bewildered Xuanqi closer, exuberantly introducing her. My lord, this is the Xuanwu I found for you. Her name is Xuanqi. The young man, gazing at the bright-eyed girl before him, suddenly inquired, You have only recently taken form, have you not? Huh, how do you know? Did you see me during my transformation? That cannot be. Only my kin are permitted in that place. How on earth do you know? It had been a long time since she encountered such an innocent young girl, and she found herself reminiscing. When she had just transformed, she too had been quite naive, which led to her being deceived and mistreated for so long. It was best not to dwell on troubling memories, as overthinking could lead to losing control. Rising on her toes, she affectionately ruffled Xuanqi's hair and solemnly advised, Should I commend your audacity or chastise your foolishness? This little one beckons you to follow, and you comply without considering it might be a trap? Xuanqi swatted away the young man's hand, her expression clearly displeased. He, a mere sprout, was attempting to adopt a superior demeanor while patting her head. What audacity! Even if it were a trap, what of it? As long as I possess sufficient strength, no one can harm me. Besides, I have been transformed for quite some time. I am not an ignorant child. I am quite astute. Ha ha! The young man laughed heartily, his mirth echoing even to Severus, who was not far off. I apologize. I typically refrain from laughter unless unable to contain it. You're truly a remarkably naive little one. What strength do you possess? Remember, there are always greater powers beyond your comprehension. What you perceive as strength may simply be a flick of the wrist that could obliterate you. Allow me, as your elder, to impart a valuable lesson, enabling you to profoundly understand what true strength entails. A tremendous pressure surged forth, overwhelming Xuanqi before she could defend herself, compelling her to revert to her original form. The tumult within her body caused her to expel a mouthful of blood to alleviate the immense strain. At that moment, the once innocent little figure before her no longer resembled the weak and harmless creature she had encountered earlier. To call her a harbinger of death would not be an exaggeration. Who are you, really? Me? I am merely an unremarkable little girl. The young man feigned innocence, twirling a strand of her hair in front of her chest while wearing a completely innocent expression. It was as if she were not the one exerting pressure upon others. Infuriated, Xuanqi felt the urge to curse, but the metallic taste in her mouth restrained her. Ultimately, she could only fix her pleading gaze upon the little boy, hoping he would speak on her behalf. Kind-hearted, the little boy immediately raised his hand upon receiving the signal. My lord, this is the girl I found to be my brother's wife. You cannot harm her, otherwise I shall cry for you, and it will be very loud. Upon hearing the little boy's threat, Xuanqi spat out a mouthful of blood in astonishment. In all her years, she had never heard someone threaten with tears. Could this little one truly be so foolish? Just as she resigned herself to her fate, the oppressive force suddenly dissipated. Shortly thereafter, she heard the harbinger of death speak with great affection. All right, I concede. I shall cease my jesting. If it is said that she is the bride of the Xuanwu, then let us take her to meet the others. One cannot ascertain the feasibility of situation without first meeting in person. If the two find mutual interest, they shall reside together. If not, they will part ways. In any case, this little girl shall be under my care henceforth. Do you understand? Understood. I shall ensure the task is accomplished. With a newfound mission, the spirited young Tion is now brimming with energy. Naturally, the fortunate one would not dampen the little one's aspirations. With a mere wave of his hand, she was whisked away to the spiritual spring breeding base. Before she could catch her breath, the recently arrived Harry, unable to restrain his curiosity, began to inquire. Sister, was that Xuanwu you just captured? Does this mean we shall no longer have to scrimp and save for our soup? Severus, dealing with the injured yet restless Harry, promptly seated him and gave him a gentle admonishment. You sit still, the wound no longer aches, does it? Father Severus, I was indeed feeling better, but after that little flick you gave me, I fear a considerable bump shall arise. Ignoring Harry's dissatisfaction, Severus carefully scrutinized the current condition of the fortunate one. Observing that she exhibited no signs of discomfort, he finally posed a question. Did Tion bring back that Xuanwu? I witnessed her spitting blood just moments ago. Has she been conquered by your irresistible charm after rejecting your request? The fortunate one now harbored reasons to suspect that Severus was indirectly mocking her, yet upon reflection, the sequence of events did not seem amiss. That is not quite how it transpired. I did not act excessively. She merely wished to witness my prowess, and I simply acquiesced to her request. As for bringing her home, this only signifies my benevolence. She was injured, and I provided her with healing. Is that not correct? For her safety during the recuperation period, I even arranged for her a comfortable and undisturbed environment. Surely, anyone who hears this would commend my compassionate heart. This explanation was quintessentially that of the fortunate one, and Severus found himself utterly unable to refute it, for counterarguments would prove futile, given that she had a plethora of convoluted reasoning awaiting him. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. This is a lesson the fortunate one has imparted to him through experience over the years. Indeed, you are correct. Now, let us discuss the subsequent training of the others. Harry and the twins possess comparable practical abilities and can easily form a new team for continued training. The remaining three exhibit slower reflexes and should initially engage with opponents of lesser strength to ease into the process, gradually increasing the intensity thereafter. Otherwise, remaining in a mixed group would not be conducive to their advancement. The fortunate one did not exhibit a strong reaction to this suggestion. She had always preferred to face challenges alone. Even when encountering Fan Tong and Tao Qiao later, there was little collaboration among the three, each fighting their own battles. Thus, she expressed her full support for Severus's proposal regarding team formation. Harry contemplated a refusal, but upon seeing Severus's serious demeanor, he promptly chose to acquiesce. While his wife was undoubtedly important, challenging Father Severus's authority appeared somewhat feeble. Should things go awry, not only might he face a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork, but he could also end up with 3 surprise box sets. Just as the group was preparing to discuss the upcoming training, a piercing scream shattered the air, leaving several children astonished by the spectacle before them. Chapter 240. Gugio's Self-Recommendation and the Achilles Heel of the Lucky One. When Gugio awakened in a state of daze, he initially perceived nothing amiss. It was only upon noticing the flies buzzing around him that he belatedly realized the disarray of his own condition. His unprotected flesh lay vulnerably exposed to the air, displaying a gruesome sight drenched in blood, compounded by the incessant flurry of flies. This ghastly tableau nearly sent him into another faint, given his mild obsession with cleanliness. A piercing scream shattered the atmosphere, causing Feng Yaogu, who was diligently studying, to feel quite irked. Without hesitation, he doused Gugio with a bucket of water. The effects of the potion will wear off in half an hour. If you wish to avoid prolonging this, it would be prudent not to disturb me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to extend your ordeal for another hour. Instinctively, Gugio attempted to cover himself, desiring to scream in terror, but upon seeing his blood-soaked hands, he promptly reconsidered. What have you done to me? Do not be so dramatic. What can we possibly do to you? It is merely a consequence of your own reckless tongue. You should consider yourself fortunate that we did not apply any external treatment. Should there be a next time? I assure you, I will provide you with a more exhilarating memory. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Were you to face a chef instead, you would likely be in a much worse predicament, perhaps reduced to mere ingredients for a meal. Next time you wish to flaunt your bravado, it would be wise to ascertain the background of your adversary. Do not provoke those you ought not to, lest you find yourself unaware of how you met your demise. The rabbit's incessant chatter shattered Gugio's already fragile mental state, prompting him to flee in tears. His desperate cries echoed, evoking an image reminiscent of a heartbroken protagonist wandering forlornly through a rain-soaked landscape in search of misunderstood love. Feng Yaogu exhibited little reaction to Gugio's departure. Rather, he felt a sense of elation. At last, he could study magic without the fear of interruption. His burgeoning affection for magic was now rivaled only by his devotion to his beloved sword. The more he delved into the arcane, the more he admired Severus Snape's exceptional talent, which allowed him to seamlessly blend magic and sorcery within a mere few years. In comparison, he felt somewhat mediocre. Now that he has departed, let us return to our previous discussion. If one were to convert their magical energy into spiritual energy, confronted with an astute and eager learner, the rabbit had no reason to refuse, especially considering the student's prodigious talent. With just a nudge in the right direction, he could extrapolate concepts effortlessly, making teaching such a student immensely gratifying. As the two exchanged knowledge, Gugio, following the trace of energy, located the Lucky One. However, before he could approach, his current appearance frightened a group of young children. The result was a simultaneous hit from 6 petrification spells, which, while not enough to fully petrify him, effectively impeded his progress. Seeing that their visitor could still move, the little ones swiftly darted behind Severus Snape. Rather than the Lucky One, Harry provided the rationale. Hiding behind my sister might lead to collateral damage, but hiding behind Professor Snape is undoubtedly safer, for she would never allow any danger to approach him. Among the group, Fred and George, having suffered the consequences of their pranks on Snape, were the most qualified to comment on Harry's reasoning. Gugio, with tear-filled eyes, pointed at Snape and began to lament, portraying himself as the epitome of victimhood while conveniently omitting his own previous insolence. The Lucky One, having cleared his ears, swiftly silenced Gugio with a spell as soon as he opened his mouth again. Enough. Your noise is unbearable. Not a word you utter can I believe. Given Severus's nature, he would scarcely waste a glance on you. You claim he insulted you? Ha! Do not flatter yourself. Severus's sharp tongue is reserved for those deserving of it. You? Hardly worthy, given your current state. I am inclined to think you instigated the situation and were subsequently dealt with by the rabbit. Am I correct? Gugio's wailing ceased abruptly, and he began to question whether the Lucky One had been eavesdropping when he disparaged the wild man moments prior. Otherwise, how could she have deduced so accurately? In his memories, the Lucky One had always been an impetuous girl focused solely on brawling, and her sudden display of intellect was rather alarming. Contemplating the revelation of his misdeeds, Gugio quickly adopted a more composed demeanor, tidying his appearance before greeting the group with a friendly smile, as if he had not just been the one demanding an explanation. Hello, little ones. It is a pleasure to meet you. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, my current appearance may be somewhat unsettling, but rest assured, I shall return to my usual self shortly. Then you will discover that I am quite what? No one here welcomes you. Go play elsewhere. We have matters to attend to and no time for your ramblings. The Lucky One, indifferent to his presence, would have expelled him already had Snape not expressed interest in learning from him. Yet Gugio, undeterred by her dismissive attitude, began to cheerfully promote himself. "Oh, lucky one. We are old friends, after all. I understand your displeasure regarding my attitude towards Severus, but I have changed. Surely, you can grant me a chance for redemption?" The lucky one scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Changed? Are you certain of that? Perhaps you should take a good look at your current ghastly appearance before discussing personal growth. Or shall I summon the rabbit for a confrontation?" Gu Jiu felt a bitter taste rise in his mouth. The girl was proving to be rather clever and not so easily deceived. In the past, he had always managed to convince her of anything he said, but now, after a few years, he found himself at a loss. "I admit, there has been a slight misunderstanding between Severus and me. However, I've been duly punished, have I not? Kindly show some magnanimity and forgive me this once. I assure you, I will never provoke him again and will dedicate myself to training him. Is that acceptable?" The lucky one's piercing gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she turned to Severus. "Severus, what say you? Shall we grant him an opportunity? If you are opposed, I will promptly expel him." Considering the rabbit's earlier advice regarding his own spiritual growth, Severus found himself with little reason to decline the offer of a powerful teacher. "As long as Mr. Gu no longer provokes me, I would be quite willing to accept his goodwill." As Severus uttered those words, Gu Jiu could swear he detected a glint of menace in the lucky one's eyes. That man is indeed relentless in his pursuit of vengeance. "Just wait. I shall create a thrilling illusion that will ensure you wish you were never born. Of course, I may have a tendency to speak too freely, but my character is fundamentally sound. Lucky one, rest assured, given our bond, I shall exert myself to elevate their abilities significantly. Not to boast, but I will ensure at least 2 minor levels of advancement. Just watch." With Gu Jiu's assurance, the lucky one decided to allow him to remain for the time being, awaiting the results of the training before determining whether to dismiss him. Since they were to enhance their spiritual prowess, it would not suffice to include just these few. He would also need to summon his 2 fathers to join in the training. Who can predict what the future holds? As a personal vulnerability, possessing greater strength can only be advantageous. With this thought in mind, she promptly summoned Feng Qi. "Qi, please fetch my 2 fathers and bring them here. Inform them that I have found them a teacher, and the lessons will commence shortly. Our honeymoon trip can wait until next time." Having finally been released, Feng Qi was brimming with excitement. Upon receiving the command, she soared into the sky with a powerful flap of her wings, departing without even a word of farewell. Chapter 241. The Royals' informal robbery class commenced. When Feng Qi hastily located Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the two were engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable demon in the late stage of transformation. One must admit that their synergy was remarkably seamless. And with the powerful wand bestowed by the Royal, the disparity in their strengths was significantly diminished. Though they had sustained some injuries, the outcome was resounding. A victory executed with grace. When Feng Qi relayed the Royal's message, the two displayed little reaction, merely swallowing a rejuvenation pill before following her. By the time the group reconvened, Gu Jiu had regained his normal state as the effects of the medicine wore off, nearly moved to tears. Heaven knows how revolting it is to be surrounded by a swarm of flies. The sound of applause drew everyone's attention to the Royal, who had perched herself atop a large tree, leaning against a branch while surveying the group below. "Silence. I will now assign everyone's upcoming tasks. First, Albus, Gellert, and Severus. You 3 will accompany Gu Jiu, as he will be your trainer moving forward. As for you little ones, Harry, Fred, and George will form a team with Ares, while Hermione, Ron, and Draco will join me. I shall take you to a delightful place. Uncle, you shall accompany Lucas, who will provide you with some suitable basic training. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? If not, our summer training shall officially commence." With a unanimous agreement, the group quickly sorted themselves into their respective teams. Before departing, the Royal specifically approached Snape and whispered, "Severus, Gu Jiu excels in illusions. Should he detect even the slightest psychological crack, he will amplify it infinitely. You must remain vigilant and guard your mind, lest you fall prey to his tricks, or you will undoubtedly be harmed." Noticing the concern etched on the Royal's face, Snape gently stroked her hair, reassuring her softly, "I understand. There is no need for excessive worry. I will exercise caution, regardless of what I may encounter in the illusions. I shall strive to remain lucid and ensure my safety. All right? Yes, you must constantly remind yourself that those are mere fabrications. Do not allow yourself to become immersed. Do you understand? Gu Jiu's illusions differ from the enchantments I previously said. This is his innate talent. Should he harbor any ill intentions, it would be all too easy for you to fall victim to his schemes." "No, we must go," Snape interrupted the Royal, firmly grasping her shoulders and gazing unwaveringly into her eyes. Your Highness, you know we must proceed. If we wish to remain by your side, we cannot become your weakness. I do not want a future where we become pawns used to threaten you. So, please trust us, we are not as fragile as you perceive. Grindelwald pushed past Snape, playfully pinching the royal's cheek before grinning. What's this? Are you afraid that Father's strength will overshadow you, prompting such fervent attempts to dissuade us from training? Rest assured, one day, you shall find yourself beneath my slipper, and then you will understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. Albus, did you hear that? Gellert intends to commit domestic violence. Will you not intervene? If you choose to remain passive, I shall seek Uncle for assistance. I am certain he would not permit his little niece to be bullied in such a manner. Dumbledore, unfazed, pushed aside Grindelwald's attempt to pinch the royal's face again and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Enough, do not worry about us. There are matters we must attend to. Severus is right. To avoid becoming your weakness, we must grow stronger. As you mentioned, without weathering storms, how can one ever behold a resplendent rainbow? Dear one, we are not as fragile as you imagine. Trust us, all right? The royal nodded vigorously, her touched expression causing Gugio to feel a pang of envy. Is it merely an ordinary illusion test? Must it be treated as if it were a matter of life and death? One would think they were preparing for a divine assassination. Hey, you all, enough. Do not act as if I am about to end your lives. It is just an illusion. Must you carry on in this manner? Other groups have already set off, while you three are still lingering. I am not saying with a swift motion, the royal delivered a decisive slap. Now what you said? Who is the one chattering incessantly? I warn you, should you dare engage in favoritism within the illusions, ensuring they face undue hardship, I will ensure you are thoroughly stewed and served with buns. All right. I promise not to make things difficult for them. Is that satisfactory? Despite his words, Gugio had already resolved to deliver a shocking experience to the trio, particularly to Snape, who must learn the meaning of despair. Very well, we shall meet shortly. After placing a gentle kiss on the royal's forehead, Snape turned and departed, completely disregarding the two who protested beside him. Your Highness, should we not set off? Can we perhaps face a slightly weaker opponent this time? If they are too strong, I fear we may not survive, Ron stated, pulling the royal's thoughts back to the moment. Fear not. This time we shall not pursue magical beasts. I will lead you to engage in a bit of noble thievery. At the mention of noble thievery, the trio's eyes widened in confusion. Having never encountered the harsh realities of society, they were blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. At the foot of Xianqing's sect, many cultivators had gathered for the sect's grand competition, comprising not only the outstanding disciples from various sects, but also a number of rogue cultivators. Among them were those with ruthless methods, and the royal's target was precisely this group. While slaying magical beasts could yield some combat experience, it merely served to enhance one's skills. There was no thrill comparable to facing off against other humans. It is important to understand that beyond mere physical strength, the human intellect also constitutes a formidable weapon. Human nature is inherently unpredictable, and these naive youngsters should be introduced to the darker facets of humanity. This time, she aimed not only to enhance their martial prowess, but also to impart an early lesson on the complexities of human nature. Chapter 242. The robbery squad's first battle concludes successfully. Since being abandoned by the royal, the little flame had become utterly listless, devoid of any spirit. This left Muruashua feeling exceedingly troubled. Despite her best efforts to coax the flame back from its despondent state, she remained unresponsive. Lord of Fire, if you still feel remorse, perhaps we should seek out that individual to apologize. I believe that with a sincere heart, she will surely forgive you. That won't work. I can sense her genuine anger. Woe is me. My father has forsaken me. I shall henceforth be a bird unwanted by all, alas. The little flame weeps most pitifully, and in a moment of vulnerability, a tiny spark escapes her, leading Muruashua in her youth to garner for herself a Mediterranean of exclusive solace. Ah, Lord of Fire, my hair. The tears of the little flame were forcibly swallowed back, and unable to contain herself, she let out a chuckle. Well, Snow, I suddenly feel that you might be right. I will go and apologize to my father. It might not be such a bad idea after all, right? What if he, in a moment of joy, forgives me? The timorousness in the little flame's words was palpable. Despite her earnest struggle to suppress laughter, her trembling body betrayed her. At this moment, Muruashua had no time to concern herself with the fragile feelings of others. Her sole focus was on filling that expanse of sea. That was of little importance. What truly mattered was whether the things charred by your flames, Lord of Fire, could ever sprout anew. It should perhaps, maybe conceivably be possible, right? This is the first time I've accidentally singed someone's hair. I'm inexperienced. Next time, I shall surely be more cautious. Next time? You dare to contemplate it next time? His ire surged, her temper escalating as if ready to unleash a tempest. Of course, this tempest would be directed solely at the forlorn bird before her. In the midst of her mischief, the little flame momentarily forgot her own feelings of abandonment, and, while dodging Ruashi's indiscriminate wrath, encountered the Euro Emperor, who was currently engaged in a playful heist with several children. There stood Hermione, her face flushed, stammering to the recently met Green Tea Jr. disciple, "This road is mine, this tree I have planted. If you wish to pass through, leave behind some toll." It was Hermione's inaugural attempt at such a robbery, and her discomfort was evident, her moral compass reddening her cheeks. Yet, bound by the Euro Emperor's command, she pressed on, for she was, after all, a model student. Beside her, Draco, equally flustered, felt his noble upbringing clash with the indignity of such actions. Ron, however, exhibited an unexpectedly adept response. Perhaps due to frequent bullying from the twins, the scene felt eerily familiar, prompting him to instinctively reach for his treasures. The Green Tea Jr. disciple stared at Hermione for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, "Are you attempting to rob me? Was it not obvious? Or did you find my opening lines too ambiguous?" Hermione began to reflect upon her introduction, pondering whether it had been overly convoluted, should she not have been more direct, and simply declared, "Robbery?" Perhaps then, the intent would have been clearer. Observing the young girl lost in self-reflection, the Green Tea Jr. disciple began to doubt the other's mental faculties. Shouldn't one act directly in such circumstances? Why were they still conversing? Had her acting prowess reached such heights that it left no impression of her strength? Dissatisfied with her previous encounter with that wretched Ruashua, she now found herself facing a troublesome little thief. Her ire began to boil uncontrollably. With that pack of sycophants absent, it was the perfect opportunity to find an outlet for her frustrations. These little ones were just the right targets. As Hermione continued to organize her thoughts, the Green Tea Jr. disciple lunged at her with a blade. Ron, ever vigilant, quickly cast a transfiguration spell, transforming the sword in her grasp into a slippery snake. A scream pierced the air, and Yuanwen dropped the sword, her previous disdain now replaced with a newfound respect for Hermione and her companions. It seemed her initial misjudgment of their abilities was due to their superior strength, not a lack of training. Realizing the absence of her older brothers, the gravity of her situation dawned on her. Should they wish her harm, the consequences would be dire. As she lifted her gaze once more, her expression transformed entirely. Tears cascaded down her delicate, pearlescent face like a string of pearls broken loose, her eyes brimming with an innocence that left Hermione and the others momentarily stunned. Ron nudged Draco's shoulder, whispering in English, "What does this mean? Wasn't she the one who attacked Hermione? Why is she now appearing so aggrieved? Is it possible she's attempting to swindle us because I turned her sword into a snake?" The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to shield his waist pouch with caution. Draco, led astray by Ron's train of thought, considered the possibility as well. Recalling the valuable items in his own pouch, he swiftly raised his wand and cast a petrification charm, silencing Yuanwen, who had been reveling in her performance. Expecting apologies from the little ones. From his vantage point, the Euro Emperor observed the scene with disdain, muttering, "Useless, in light of the current circumstances. Shall we not proceed to take what we desire?" Hermione's statement jolted Ron and Draco back to reality. Upon seeing the Euro Emperor nod, the trio hurried to Yuanwen's side, raising their wands in unison to cast additional petrification charms, ensuring she could not break free from magic. "I'll handle the search. You two gentlemen might find it inconvenient," Hermione volunteered, while Ron and Draco offered no objections, merely interjecting with minor suggestions. "Don't just grab the pouch. Notice the collar around her neck. It's a defensive artifact. And that belt is a storage item," Draco urged. "What about those earrings and the hairpin? Oh, and don't forget those shoes. They're quite valuable. Clothes. We mustn't overlook the clothes. Ron and I can step aside while you strip her down." Lucas had declared, having committed to robbing the rich to aid the poor. "Let us not be picky. Everything can be sold, and considering she's a girl, leave her some undergarments, but we'll take everything else." Though hesitant, Hermione reminded herself that this was part of the training and set aside her reservations. Since she had been chosen as the target by the Euro Emperor, she had no reason to show mercy. With her resolve strengthened, Hermione's pace in stripping away the garments noticeably quickened. Chapter 243, The Magical Squad vs. The Cultivator's Indigenous Sycophants. Ruashua hid behind the little flame, observing the robbery unfold with wide eyes, the astonishment rendering her gaze unfocused. This was a far cry from the grand image she had envisioned of a divine being. What deity would lead a gaggle of children to commit robbery? Lord of Fire, is this how your father usually takes care of children? What's wrong? Isn't this quite normal? Didn't your father ever take you to rob others? That's rather irresponsible. Fear not, in my company, such opportunities will abound. I guarantee you'll experience the thrill of fame and notoriety. The little flame's smug expression left Muruashua momentarily speechless. Had robbery become an esteemed profession? Or was it a requisite course in the divine realm? With such questions swirling, Muruashua posed a query she had long wished to ask. Lord of Fire, is your father truly a divine being? Why do I feel that some of her actions resemble those of the nefarious practitioners we have here? Are you certain she is a legitimate deity? As soon as Muruashua uttered these words, the little flame immediately flared up, its tone unmistakably displeased as it growled. What do you mean by a legitimate deity? My father is the supreme among the gods. How can you equate her with those vile practitioners? Are they even worthy? Indeed, are they worthy? I am the epitome of the gods. The sudden exchange startled both individuals, prompting them to direct their gazes towards the nearby figure of the European emperor. Dad, stop. It would be inappropriate to call you Dad from now on. Reflecting on Snape's expression upon hearing someone refer to him as Dad, the European emperor felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. To uphold his image, it was indeed essential to have others amend their terms of address. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. This sensation was akin to the grand princess of the Zong family, whose identity was suddenly exposed at a wedding many years later. Surrounded by a throng of flamboyantly dressed subordinates, all imploring her to re-enter the fray of the martial world, engulfed in a wave of humiliation. Just as the European emperor was still caught in this emotional turmoil, the little flame's heart-wrenching cries snapped her back to reality. Oh, Dad, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I will absolutely honor my mother as dutifully as I honor you. Just grant me another chance, please. Huh? What? Before the European emperor could comprehend what was unfolding, the little flame had wrapped its arms around his thigh, its tiny face streaked with tears. Hearing the sobs, the trio abandoned the now nearly undraped Yuan and hurried over, only to witness the European emperor disdainfully kicking the little one aside. Your Majesty, have you bullied someone to the point of tears? Given her pitiful state, perhaps we should find another person to seize. Hermione suggested, her heart softening. I didn't. She was the one who clung to my leg first. Her snot nearly wiped onto my pants. What is wrong with giving her a kick? Little flame, you had best keep your mouth shut before I lose my temper. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The cries abruptly ceased, and even the faintest sobs were stifled. Muruashua produced her handkerchief, tenderly wiping away the tears spilling from the little one's eyes. Then, with utmost care, she explained to the European emperor, Your Divine Excellency, my Lord of Fire knows she was wrong. She merely didn't want you to be taken away by someone else, which is why she spoke without thinking. Could you possibly forgive her just this once? Muruashua's voice dwindled, her body trembling slightly from fear, yet she stood her ground without retreating. This alone deepened the European emperor's fondness for her. It seemed his judgment was indeed astute. Oh, then if I were to, little junior sister, what is wrong with you? As Yuan's entourage of admirers arrived late, the European emperor abandoned his intention to tease the child, turning to walk away while beckoning the trio to follow. Hermione, Ron, Draco, your opponents have arrived. Their strength is comparable to yours. The spoils you acquire will depend entirely on your prowess. Upon hearing the word spoils, Ron's eyes sparkled with greed, being the sole pauper in his family. He was determined to bolster his wallet this time. Driven by his desire for riches, Ron was the first to charge forth, immediately casting a disarmament spell at the unfortunate senior brother, still mired in his sorrow over the injury inflicted on little junior sister. He had not considered that someone could snatch away his sword without even approaching him. Thus, when Ron brandished a wooden stick at him, he initially dismissed the child before him. Only upon realizing his sword had been stolen did he comprehend that the opponent was indeed a practitioner. Everyone be careful. Their techniques are rather peculiar. Do not underestimate them. The senior brother's warning came a tad too late, as Hermione and Draco's attacks were only a few seconds behind Ron's. The disarmament spell was nearly simultaneous with his alert. By the time the other two attempted to grip their swords, it was already too late. Without hesitation, Ron and the others stowed the swords into their storage bags. Ares' robbery class had emphasized that the first order of business upon acquiring spoils was to secure them in their specially designed storage bags, with the sole aim of preventing the opponents from summoning them back. Thus, under the furious gazes of the three admirers, their prized swords flamboyantly disappeared into another's possession. You seek death. With their beloved swords snatched away, the trio could no longer afford to concern themselves with little junior sister, and they launched an attack on Ron and his companions. As the third brother's talisman flew toward them, Hermione calmly employed a transfiguration spell, attempting to transform the opponent's talisman into a feather. Regrettably, it did not fully succeed. It merely paused for a second. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione promptly discarded her wand and hurled one of her excellent assignments instead. A blaze erupted, singeing half of the second brother's hair. Had he not evaded quickly enough, it would have been far worse than merely scorched hair. Sensing the lingering energy fluctuations in the air, the second brother's expression turned perplexed. This energy did not seem to stem from a mere talisman attack. This little girl was no ordinary opponent. Unbeknownst to him, this talisman was a unique creation of Hermione's. A perfect fusion of magical and talismanic arts, granting her a new talisman while simultaneously enriching her account balance. Who are you? What is the meaning of this talisman? His inquiry was met with Hermione's petrification spell. Chapter 244. The first lesson of social practice, the darkness of humanity. The battle raged on. Facing true adversaries for the first time, the magical trio's cooperation grew increasingly harmonious. Ron spearheaded the offense, Draco focused on defense, and Hermione meticulously filled in the gaps. For a time, they pushed their opponents back relentlessly, and until their master arrived, they failed to gain any advantage, suffering significant injuries instead. Dramione strike was no trifling matter. Had the European Emperor not intervened, his little cub would likely have perished here. How shameless! You meddling old fool. What business do you have interfering in a child's fight? Taking advantage of our youth, are you? The European Emperor retaliated mercilessly, nearly draining the opponent of half his life, while simultaneously sprinkling salt on the wound. Who are you? Why must you resort to such lethal measures against my disciple? The European Emperor was almost amused by this question. Which of your eyes saw me trying to kill them? I merely wish to borrow a few items and spar a little. Is that considered lethal? Do not be overly sensitive, all right? Moreover, in that situation, it was quite clear that you harbored murderous intent first. I was merely acting in self-defense. I didn't even demand mental compensation, and yet you have the audacity to turn the tables. This brazen argument left Dramione utterly perplexed. Even the little flame, who had spent many years with the European Emperor, found her father's words somewhat unreasonable at this moment. That Lord Hall Master, silence. Stay out of this. It is none of your concern. Dramione glanced at the little flame in the distance, seemingly conjuring up some amusing narrative. What a silver-tongued individual you are. It appears you are resorting to such ruthless measures against my disciples for the sake of my treacherous apprentice. How delightful. Muruashua. After all these years of my painstaking guidance, is this how you repay me? Your fellow disciples, which one has not lavished you with utmost affection? Why must you treat them this way? What wrong have they committed to deserve your continued pursuit, even after you defected from the sect? The sudden blame weighed heavily on Muruashua, leaving her somewhat breathless. She immediately sought to retort, yet the European Emperor did not afford her the opportunity. Who decreed that one must commit a wrongdoing before taking action against them? Such principles do not apply in my domain. It is merely the law of the jungle. To put it plainly, I covet the equipment they possess and merely wish to borrow it for a few days. If they are unwilling, so be it, but to think they would resort to violence is absurd. You see, is it so wrong for me to impart a lesson to such impolite children? I have yet to demand a tutor's fee from you, yet you are already in a rush. Is it reasonable to act so unreasonably? Dramione was so incensed by these words that he spat a mouthful of blood. Having navigated the realm of cultivation for many years, he had encountered all manner of malevolent practitioners, but never had he met anyone so unreasonable and eloquent in their arguments. You're merely grasping at straws. Today, I will cleanse the ranks. The innocent Muruashua was inadvertently caught in the crossfire. But what wrong have I done? I have done nothing but spectate. And now I am to be swept away? Where is the justice in that? She poked at the small flame before her, timidly inquiring, Lord God of Fire, am I experiencing the legendary wrath of misplaced blame? Be good, just watch the show, and do not worry about anything else. Our esteemed Lord is quite formidable. That little Karami is nothing but a nuisance. This will be resolved in a heartbeat. The Emperor of Luck indeed did not disappoint. He brandished a shovel and swiftly overwhelmed Dramione, rendering him utterly defenseless. The other three disciples did not remain idle either, producing their most treasured artifacts to confront the magical squad. The small flame and Muruashua had no opportunity to intervene, and within mere moments, the ground was littered with their adversaries. Not a single capable one among them. My shovel was unnecessary. Enough. I have no time to play house with you. Hermione. Ron, Draco, it is now your turn. Be swift, for we have a plethora of plump targets awaiting us. Understood. The trio moved quickly to strip their foes of their possessions, while the four on the ground had no capacity for resistance, helplessly watching as their belongings were seized. No matter who you are, our Xinqing sect will not let you go. Guo Li's ominous proclamation was perceived by the Emperor of Luck as an invitation to demise. He began to doubt the sanity of his opponent, having been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. What audacity did he possess to utter such death-seeking words? With a resounding slap, Guo Li's left cheek instantly swelled, a mixture of rusty blood and teeth spilling forth from his mouth. The Emperor of Luck shook his right hand vigorously, delivering a kick that sent Guo Li sprawling, looking down at him with disdain. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. When you find yourself at a disadvantage, lacking the courage to fight back, it is best to keep your tail tucked between your legs. Do not, as you did earlier, utter self-righteous threats, for such bravado may well lead to your demise. Consider yourself fortunate. My temper has been rather lenient of late, or you would now be nothing but a pile of rotting flesh. Disinterested in the arrogant young genius, the Emperor of Luck waved his hand, leading his entourage away toward the next lucrative opportunity. Once their figures vanished, the sycophantic trio dared to assist their master, only to be met with the cold edge of Guo Li's sword. One strike for each, swift as lightning, and they fell lifelessly. The unfortunate trio, even in their final moments, could not comprehend why their revered master had chosen to slay them. Do not blame me. If blame must be cast, let fall upon that little wretch from earlier. She is the architect of all this. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Though Guo Li's words carried a veneer of nobility, they masked a simple desire for silencing witnesses, having just regained the ability to move. The horrifying scene before him caused Yuan to lose control of her bladder. Sensing Guo Li's gaze upon her, she hastily spoke. The three senior brothers were killed by the eldest sister in collusion with the evil practitioners. Master was injured while attempting to save me, having fallen victim to an ambush. Master, you know I have feelings for you. I swear I will not reveal today's events to anyone else. I can even vow by my inner demons. Under Guo Li's menacing scrutiny, Yuan completed her oath, securing her own survival. Concealed nearby, the Emperor of Luck then communicated telepathically with his small companions. Do you see? This is human nature. From now on, be vigilant. Not everyone is trustworthy. Sometimes, those who stab you in the back are not strangers, but rather companions you see every day. Hence, cherishing the pure friendships formed in our youth is all the more valuable. Having witnessed the commotion, they departed quietly, the impact of the scene weighing heavily upon them, as they felt a sense of growth in their understanding of the darker aspects of the world. Chapter 245, Severus Snape confronting the Emperor of Luck with a life-ending curse. While the Emperor of Luck took the young ones out for societal practice, the special training of Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore commenced. After casting someone into a carefully crafted illusion, Guo plopped down in front of the rabbit. Ignoring the disdainful glances, he casually poured himself a cup of tea, adopting a leisurely demeanor as he prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama. After all, he had gone to great lengths to prepare a grand gift for that wild man. It would be remiss not to witness the spectacle. With a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared before him, revealing the very illusion in which Snape and his companions found themselves. The sunflower seeds in the rabbit's mouth suddenly lost their appeal, for he clearly saw the scene of Harry's mother's death. Goodness, you truly have guts, Sly Fox. You've exploited every little secret of my dear Severus. Haven to you? Have you finally lost your wits? Planning to throw caution to the wind? Surely you wouldn't be so eager to meet your end? Guo paid no heed to the rabbit's theatrics. He still did not believe that the Emperor of Luck would kill him over a man. Even disregarding their past friendship, simply based on the laws of this realm, she would not act against him. As for being grievously injured, that was a price he could easily accept, having been in a position of power for too long. The intricate web of relationships he navigated led him to subconsciously view the Emperor of Luck as one of his own. Hence, he did not take her threats seriously. In his eyes, as long as he offered enough, one man was but a fleeting concern. This was the very reason he felt emboldened to act against Snape. The rabbit did not need to think too hard to discern what the other was contemplating. It was futile to reason with someone hell-bent on self-destruction, if he desired death. Who was he to intervene? Fox, considering our brief acquaintance, may I handle your corpse after you die? I would like to try it steamed. Guo halted his seed eating, exclaiming in exasperation, Are you so certain I will be killed by her, just for such a useless man? Ahem, If I may interject, Severus is not a useless man. He is a genius. Wind Yao Ji's blunt truth ignited a spark of fury in certain individuals. Emotionless face, which side are you on? I am on the side of the Emperor of Luck. While I, too, have feelings for her and wish for her to choose me. I must admit her taste is impeccable. Severus has much to commend him, particularly his talent for cultivation. Do you know the magnitude of power that arises when one combines magic with techniques? And then there's alchemy. Silence. Did I inquire about any of that? Lousy intended for you to share my animosity towards our common foe, not to elucidate on his merits. I possess no interest whatsoever in your words. You traitor. In a fit of rage, Gu Jiu promptly silenced Feng Yao Gu, this treacherous interloper, while subtly intensifying the challenges faced by his rival within the illusion. At that moment, Snape, confronted once more with the scene of Lily's demise, had developed a modicum of immunity, although he still felt pangs of sorrow and guilt. A greater sense of relief enveloped him. He was grateful that, in the future, he could rectify this grievous error. This tranquility was bestowed upon him by the Emperor of Fortune. Thoughts of the Emperor conjured memories of their shared experiences throughout the years. Just then, the illusion before him underwent a sudden transformation. The tragic visage of Lily vanished, replaced by the cold indifference of the Emperor. By the heavens, our Severus has truly flourished. Managing to conquer the specter of Lily so swiftly, it seems that his upbringing has been exceptionally beneficial, healing even such profound psychological scars. If she were to learn of this, she would surely be overjoyed. Thankfully, I had the foresight to capture this moment for her. The recording stone in his hand silently documented everything, including Snape's demeanor within the illusion and Gu Jiu's audacious remarks. Rabbit, do you not fear my wrath for recording this before my eyes? Gu Jiu glared menacingly at the recording stone in the rabbit's possession, radiating an unmistakable threat. Yet, the rabbit couldn't be bothered to spare him even a glance, merely retorting with a nonchalant, "If you have the capability, then end me. If you lack the courage, stifle your outbursts. Do not mistake my disdain for you. Even a deity 2 ranks above you would not dare entertain the thought of ending my life. Dare to test it, and we shall see who meets their demise first." Ridiculous. The Emperor would retaliate if provoked, while a lowly god like you hardly instills fear. Do you truly believe my association with those troublemakers is solely reliant on resources? No, my strength is my foundation. How could an innocent lamb ever infiltrate a pack of wolves? The adage birds of a feather flock together is not mere rhetoric. Gu Jiu could keenly sense the rabbit's transformation. A powerful sixth sense warned him against provoking the other, lest he face dire consequences. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Noticing the rabbit's retreat, the imposing aura surrounding it dissipated, reverting to his seemingly harmless demeanor. Feng Yao Gu exhibited little reaction to the discord between the two. From the outset, he had never categorized the rabbit as benign. The mere fact that the Emperor focused on Gu Jiu revealed that someone so devoted to Snape would never entrust his safety to an ordinary rabbit. Furthermore, the illusion contained not only his beloved but also his cherished father. Thus, when Gu Jiu attempted to intimidate, Feng Yao Gu refrained from intervening, instead directing all his attention to the scene within the water mirror. "You Mingza!" Feng Yao Ji's exclamation abruptly drew their focus back to the water mirror. Snape's expression, typically devoid of emotion, shattered as he beheld the Emperor in Yu Mingza's embrace. Without uttering a word, he transformed his wand into its second form and aimed it at the entwined figures. The swift decisiveness of his action left the 3 observers outside the water mirror in utter bewilderment. Gu Jiu, pointing at Snape, who was casting a killing curse at the faux Emperor, inquired incredulously, "Is this what you call a close relationship?" Each of his attacks was lethal. I failed to perceive any affection between them. The rabbit furrowed its brow in contemplation before grasping the reason. In response to Gu Jiu's inquiry, he paid him no heed, instead sipping tea with nonchalance. "How can you remain calm enough to drink tea? Did you not witness how that wild man treated the Emperor? Even if she were a counterfeit, he shouldn't have been so ruthless. How could he bear to do that? Spare her for the holidays? You claim she is an impostor. If she is indeed false, why can we not eliminate her? If we do not, shall we wait for her to finish us off?" The rabbit's rationale found no resonance with Gu Jiu, as it diverged significantly from his own plans. He sought to witness Snape's torment. Yet this turn of events was nothing short of a colossal twist. As the two bickered incessantly, Feng Yao Gu casually remarked, "Snape, my friend, have you met Yu Mingza?" Gu Jiu's fervent enthusiasm was abruptly muted by disbelief. Has he truly met him? The rabbit nodded calmly. And as Gu Jiu and Feng Yao Gu turned their gaze back to Snape in the water mirror, A flicker of admiration glimmered in their eyes. Chapter 246, The Best Dowry for a Man. The battle belonging to Snape raged on. Initially shocked and pained by his encounter with the Emperor, he swiftly discerned that the figure before him bore no tether to his own contract. Gugio could never have anticipated that the illusion he meticulously crafted would reveal its flaw in this manner. Upon realizing the figure was a mere impostor, Snape immediately closed off his thoughts, consumed by a singular focus on eliminating the foe. The taunts that spilled from the other's lips fell on deaf ears. As he wielded his lance with increasing speed and ferocity, embodying the Emperor's educational doctrine with fervor, employing magic for long-range attacks and his lance for close combat. As his magical reserves dwindled, he resorted to potions and talismans. His sole principle was straightforward: strike if able, if not, devise a strategy, if all else failed. Fight with reckless abandon. Should desperation fail to secure victory, a tactical retreat was in order, preserving his strength for a renewed assault. Ultimately, as long as the adversary fell, the victory would remain his. With a clear objective, Snape engaged in this battle with exhilarating fervor, unperturbed by the illusion's distractions, even gaining substantial experience from combat against two NPCs. Despite sustaining some injuries, they were trivial compared to what he had gained. When the illusion shattered, Gugio was left in a foul mood, his handsome visage marred by displeasure, as if someone owed him a fortune. What ails him? Snape inquired, perplexed. The rabbit switched back to its alternate form, grasping Gugio's hand to examine his wounds closely, administering treatment as he explained. Ignore him. He has caught a case of jealousy. Be wary, lest he infect you later. Your immediate priority is to tend to your wounds. Otherwise, when the Emperor sees you, she will undoubtedly lecture you. Recalling the Emperor's penchant for excessive chatter, Snape promptly abandoned the notion of debriefing Feng Yaogu, obediently allowing the rabbit to heal him. Have Dumbledore and the others not emerged yet? After scanning the surroundings and still not spotting his two fathers-in-law, the professor inquired aloud. The rabbit, without lifting its gaze, gestured toward the water mirror, indicating for him to look. At that moment, Dumbledore appeared pallid as he gazed upon his sister, Ariana, lying lifeless on the ground. It is your fault. All of this is your doing. Had you not provoked that man, my sister would not have perished. It is all your blame. Each word from Aberforth struck Dumbledore like a sharp blade, unflinchingly piercing his heart. No, it is not true. I did not. What awaited him was Aberforth's relentless assault as the two embarked on a cycle of combat. Meanwhile, Grindelwald, too, was ensnared within the trials of the illusion. Repeating his own battle with Dumbledore, time and again, he found himself ensnared by the affections of his beloved, a torment far more profound than any corporeal suffering he could endure. What predicament were they entangled in? Severe as Snape pondered, perplexed. It seemed to him that these were matters with readily available solutions. So why did they persist as phantoms haunting their hearts? After the rabbit placed the rejuvenation elixir in his hand, she responded with a weighty remark. What else could it be but a lack of security? Do you think everyone is like you, receiving constant reassurance from your beloved? If it weren't for her subtle promises echoing before you time and again, do you truly believe a mere utterance from her could banish your psychological shadows? To put it plainly, she was simply too fond of you. Had she devoted even a fraction of that affection to her father, perhaps only Gellert would be the one suffering now. Contemplating the sacrifices made by the Emperor of Fortune for his sake, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Snape's lips. This led Gugio, who had been caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, to swallow a significant portion of metaphorical dog food. It's merely a trivial illusion. What is there to gloat about? If it weren't for my leniency, do you think you could have escaped so effortlessly? A mere modicum of success, and here you are, basking in self-satisfaction, oblivious to what you are truly relishing. Unfazed by such biting sarcasm, Snape preferred action over verbal sparring. The Emperor had decreed that when confronted by an enemy, one should strike rather than squabble. No amount of words could rival the satisfaction of a decisive blow. Thus, following Gugio's sarcasm-laden tirade, he was met with only 2 words: draw your sword. What did you say? Draw my sword? Gugio could hardly believe that such words had escaped Snape's lips, even suspecting that this man before him might have been possessed by the stoic Feng Yaogu. Otherwise, how could he dare issue a challenge? Indeed, you heard correctly. I am bidding you to draw your sword. Pray enlighten me. With a spear in hand, Snape's gaze burned with fervor, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. Provoked, Gugio wasted no time in summoning his fated sword, and thus the long-anticipated duel commenced. Feng Yaogu, who had remained silent until now, finally voiced his confusion. Has Snape truly encountered Yumingza? If so, how is it that he still lives? The rabbit completed his unspoken query. Is he aware of Yu Ming's feelings for the Emperor of Fortune? The thought of this brought the rabbit back to the scene in the cave. Agitated, he offered no explanation, instead greeting the other party's ancestors with a barrage of insults before recounting the moment of their initial encounter. I see. So he is fully aware of the formidable adversary he would face in the future, yet steadfastly chose to be with the Emperor of Fortune? What other choice did he have? Do you think he tirelessly sought to enhance his power for naught? Our Severus, when it comes to promises, has always let his actions speak louder than words. Unlike those who profess love, yet surround themselves with a harem. Only you and that large monk maintain a semblance of sincerity. But honestly, do you possess the courage to fight alongside Yu Mingza? Feng Yao Gu fell silent, yearning to tell the rabbit that he could. Yet the voice deep within him countered, declaring he could not. Having ascended to his current station, he had sacrificed too much. Romantic entanglements paled in comparison to his present achievements. Winning the affections of his beloved would merely be the cherry on top. But if he had to make a choice, there was only one he could make. I am not as worthy as he. Good to know. The finest dowry for a man is a heart consumed by love. Yet regrettably, none of you possess such a treasure. In this game, our Severus has triumphed splendidly. Chapter 247, Deception My Specialty. When Dumbledore and Grindelwald emerged from the illusion, Snape was already diligently tending to his wounds. He had sustained considerable injuries in this battle. Nearly all his defensive artifacts had perished. Had he not feared triggering the divine markings left by the Emperor upon his forehead, the two might have remained entangled for a while longer. Severus, how'd you end up so injured? Oh, this. Merely surface wounds, though they may appear severe. But you too. Best to soak in the spirit spring first. I believe a tranquil setting would serve you well for a good conversation. After exchanging glances, Dumbledore and Grindelwald entered the small space without hesitation. Shortly after sending the two away, the scouting teams began to trickle back in. The first was the carefree Aberforth team, laden with delightful treats. A small bundle nestled in his arms, soundly asleep. Fantong held up a candied hawthorn skewer, eagerly presenting it to Snape and the rabbit, cheerfully recommending, Severus, rabbit, come try this. I brought it back just for you. It's absolutely delicious. Thank you, but you should know I'm not particularly fond of such sweets. Save it for Ares, he enjoys these. Snape rejected Fantong's offering without a moment's hesitation, convinced that the latter bore ulterior motives. Having been burned before, he was certain this was a trap. Severus, do we lack even this modicum of trust between us? After all the kindness I've shown you, how could you suspect me of poisoning you? Fantong's expression was comically pitiful, tears brimming in his eyes, an image that would soften anyone's heart, except for Snape's, who remained steadfast in his resolve. The moment he saw Fantong's face, his suspicions were confirmed. That skewer of hawthorn was shrouded in deceit. Not poison. But my teeth have been aching lately, so these are ill-suited for me. Why not ask Udalyu? I am certain he would not refuse your kind gesture. Redirecting the blame, Fantong immediately turned his gaze to Gugio. However, a single glance from Gugio made him disdainfully avert his eyes. Yet he persisted in trying to persuade Snape. Severus, trust me, it's truly delightful. I wouldn't have brought it back otherwise. Just take a bite, just one bite. One to you? Snape resolutely shook his head, rejecting the offer with determination. The rabbit, however, had fewer reservations, accepting the candied hawthorn skewer from Fantong. He took a hearty bite. The sweet coating shattered in his mouth, swiftly followed by a sharp tang. The rabbit could swear that he had never experienced such exhilaration while gazing at the stars in the presence of a feast. The texture was a delightful blend of sourness tinged with astringency, laced with a peculiar bitterness that ultimately culminated in an indescribable flavor. Remarkably, it was sublime. Indeed, the taste is quite delightful. It possesses a hint of boaty fruit flavor, yet with an added tartness. I believe the Emperor of Fortune would relish this. Did you purchase many? If there aren't enough to share, I shall refrain, lest the flat-headed one return to find none left and be displeased. As soon as the rabbit spoke, Fantong knew the latter's intentions. Yet he was more than willing to play along. See, I knew you would like it. It was worth my journey to bring it back for you. Alas, it seems I am destined to be unappreciated. Some simply do not favor such gifts. And there is little I can do about it. Oh, how I have miscalculated. With the candied hawthorn skewer practically shoved into Snape's face. It was as if Fantong was about to feed it directly into his mouth, yet Snape couldn't even muster the energy for a mere glance. Is it truly that delectable? Gugio queried, regarding the ordinary skewer with skepticism. He had tasted this before. It was nowhere near as delightful as the rabbit claimed. Could it be that the variety he had eaten previously differed from this one? Upon hearing this, the rabbit realized that Gugio had fallen into a trap, and there was no way he would let him escape now. Without hesitation, he concealed the candy hawthorn behind his back, exuding a palpable sense of refusal. No, no, no. It is not delicious in the slightest. I merely deceived Severus. Its appearance is the only commendable aspect, while its taste is truly indescribable. However, upon witnessing his expression, Gugio felt more convinced that the treat must be delectable. Well then, since you do not fancy it, might I have a taste? I assure you, I'm not picky. That is out of the question. We cannot engage in such unscrupulous acts. Very well, I shall put it away for now and savor it later when time allows. The more the rabbit resisted, the more Gugio yearned to have a bite. The allure of the unattainable was simply irresistible. Fantong, observing the scene, could scarcely suppress a smile, internally applauding the rabbit's determination. Ah, Hobbit, since you intend to store it away for a leisurely indulgence, may I entrust these to you as well? I fear I may succumb to temptation and consume them all myself. No problem. Leave it to me and rest assured, I shall not indulge. The banter between them elicited a twitch at the corners of Snape's mouth, who was now utterly convinced that the candy hawthorn was indeed a pitfall, a significant one at that. Just as the two were about to perform their candy hawthorn handover ceremony, Gugio could no longer resist temptation and made his move. With effortless ease, he seized the coveted treat and stuffed it into his mouth, and then there was no turning back. How does it taste? Feng Yaogu inquired with curiosity. Sweet and tangy. It's quite palatable. Would you like a try? Fantong and Rabbit exchanged glances, each finding solace in the other's eyes. Driven by curiosity, Feng Yaogu extended his right hand, and just as Gugio anticipated the emergence of the next victim, his excitement was abruptly shattered by Snape's intervention. Mr. Feng, a gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. I believe it would be prudent for you to wait until next time. Although he could not fathom Snape's reasoning for the interruption, his instincts advised him to heed the warning. After all, his interest was purely out of curiosity. There was only to take unnecessary risks, was there? Coming to this conclusion, Feng Yaogu promptly relinquished his desire for the candy hawthorn. Very well. I shall not infringe upon another's enjoyment. Watching the lamb unwittingly escape the jaws of the wolf pack, Gugio silently cursed Snape's lineage. However, outwardly he could not voice his grievances. One must have a scapegoat, after all. He endured. It must be said that in their shared desire to drag others into the mire, he and Fantong were perfectly in sync. Otherwise, such a scene would not have unfolded. Gentlemen, shall we step aside for a moment to discuss? Fantong readily acquiesced, willing to temporarily bury the hatchet with this insufferable fellow in order to ensnare more participants. Of course, while the trio conspired in a secluded corner, Albus Dumbledore's expression darkened as he inquired, "Whereas Albus gone with that fellow? They have both sustained injuries and are currently receiving treatment. I believe you'll have to wait a while longer to see them." Contemplating the scene reflected in the water mirror, Snape suddenly grasped Albus's attitude. Chapter 248, A Great Black Pot Falls from the Sky. Upon hearing of Dumbledore's injuries, Albus uttered indifferent words, but his heart was already heavy with worry. Torn between wanting to inquire and his pride, he could only stare unblinkingly at Snape. The professor, feeling somewhat unnerved under the scrutiny, provided a brief overview of their conditions. Upon learning that there was no immediate danger to life, Albus's stubbornness reemerged. "I have no desire to know such things." "Indeed, you are correct. Little Do Ding wished to know, and thus I related." Just awakened, Little Do Ding, still in a daze, responded instinctively to the call of his name. "I am here. Severus, do you need something from me?" "No. What could he possibly want from you?" "You must have misheard. Your uncle is taking you to rest under that tree for a while. Is that all right?" "All right." With a faint blush adorning his cheeks, Albus retreated with his shield, leaving only Feng Yaogu and Snape at the table. If one day, Yu Mingzi were to ask you to choose between living and the European Emperor, what would you do? The sudden question caught Snape off guard, but he quickly provided an answer. "Isn't it obvious? I would certainly choose the European Emperor. Perhaps to you. Your life seems far more tangible than love, but in my heart, the European Emperor surpasses all. To prevent the dilemma you speak of from arising, I would go to any lengths to enhance my strength. Even if the outcome is less than ideal, I cannot afford to become her Achilles heel. I would rather perish than forsake her. She's my everything. Is it worth it?" "Absolutely." Snape's response was resolute. Feng Yaogu smiled serenely. "I am not as noble as you. I hope you both fare well in the future. My blessings are with you." The teacups in their hands clinked together in the air before they exchanged knowing smiles. When the European Emperor returned, she was met with this scene. She had not anticipated Snape would emerge from Gugio's illusion so swiftly. Seeing him outside, now, filled her with surprise. Once the astonishment faded, concern flooded in. As she hurried towards him, her first instinct was to check for injuries. The faint scent of blood emanating from him caused her brow to furrow instinctively. "Were you hurt? Have you been left with any psychological scars? Did you see Lily again?" I assure you, I will soon retrieve her for you. You absolutely cannot allow a mere illusion to plunge you into psychological turmoil. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. Observing the European Emperor's indignant expression, Snape couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled her hair, then teased, "How can you be so certain that what I witnessed in the illusion was Lily? Is there any question? Who else could it be?" The bitterness in her tone caught Feng Yao Ji's attention. He had always assumed it was Snape who was reaching for the unattainable, never suspecting that the insecure one would actually be her. But what could be done? The one who inflicted psychological trauma upon me is you. Huh? Me? How is that possible? The European Emperor's mouth fell agape in surprise, large enough to fit an egg. Snape gently tapped her nose, affectionately replying, "Why would it not be possible? But I, Ping Tu Air, you're wanted, do you know this?" Tiao rushed in excitedly, abruptly interrupting their conversation. The sheer delight in his large, excited eyes indicated that being wanted brought him immense joy. Hey, tell me, what heinous deeds have you committed against that sect to earn such notoriety? It hasn't been long at all. How could rumors of you killing and plundering spread so quickly? Weren't you just taking the child out for some exposure? Did it really escalate this quickly? The child is still young. Let's not give them psychological scars over something as trivial as murder. By the way, have you had any psychological counseling after the killings? I happen to have some time now. Should I provide them with some treatment? Tiao's relentless chatter left the European Emperor no room to interject. Only after he finished speaking did she retort, "Who have I killed? I merely robbed a few brainless individuals. It hardly resulted in any fatalities. When we left, they were all perfectly alive. The most powerful spell those little rascals could muster was a petrification curse. What danger could that pose? Who is spreading these murder rumors about me?" She was equally curious about who was casting such aspersions upon her. "Sister, is it really not you? The bounty notice from Xianqing sect has been issued, and there's a glaring portrait of you on it. It states that you killed 3 direct disciples of Gu Zun in pursuit of treasure." As Harry uttered those words, he circled around Hermione, meticulously examining her for any injuries. "Harry, I'm fine. Moreover, while we indeed participated in the treasure hunt, we certainly did not take any lives. Before we departed, the only serious injury was sustained by that master, while the others merely had minor wounds. Someone must have murdered and framed us for it." Hermione's analysis received unanimous agreement, and both Ron and Draco, who had also been part of that battle, were in a state of considerable indignation. It is only natural for anyone to feel disgruntled when wrongfully accused of taking lives. Are we really going to let them slander us like this? Ron's face flushed with anger. What is there to be upset about, little ones? Allow me to impart a lesson today. Aptly titled Going with the Flow. Since they say we are murderers, let us simply make that accusation a reality, thus absolving ourselves of the injustice. He chuckled. It has been quite a while since I've engaged in such dealings. I must admit, I'm feeling a tad exhilarated. How about you, Flathead? Care to join? The eager demeanor of the glutton was rather unsavory, prompting the Luxter to decline the invitation outright. Why engage in such frivolities when she could be doing something of substance with Severus? It was merely childish play, something she found utterly uninteresting. I shall refrain from joining. You may take these little ones along to broaden their horizons and practice on a few morally bankrupt individuals. After all, every child must face such experiences eventually. There is no harm in starting early. Bring along the United Rabbit, with the 3 of you looking after them. I shan't worry about their safety." The glutton, having received her consent, wore a grin that nearly reached his ears as he rallied the little ones, dragging Rabbit and Fantong off, brimming with excitement. One might mistake him for a man eager to wed. Would their actions truly not lead to any trouble? Oh, fret not. What is the worst that could happen? At most, we'll give those sanctimonious individuals a good thrashing and eliminate a few undeserving souls. Such occurrences are commonplace here. Unless it involves a massacre, it generally doesn't stir much commotion. Without vested interests, they would be delighted to see a few more perish. If you doubt it, just ask little girl. These incidents happen daily. Furthermore, it was they who instigated this confrontation. We merely seek an explanation. If negotiations fall through, resorting to force is hardly unreasonable. The Luxter's words were indeed accurate. Such matters were not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. There was no need for excessive concern. The glutton was formidable, and in this world, no one could harm them. Upon receiving this affirmation, Severus began to reconstruct his worldview. Chapter 249, Return to the Magical Realm. Little Flame hid behind Mu Roashu, hesitant to step forward for fear of being dismissed by the Luxter. "Your Excellency, you should go. Didn't you say you wanted to apologize?" "Hurry. I dare not. If I am cast away again, what will I do?" The thought of such an outcome brought tears to little Flame's eyes. How will you know unless you try? I believe that esteemed Lord holds you in some regard. If you are too timid to apologize, perhaps you could first cultivate a good relationship with that Lord. Would that be acceptable? But I was so disrespectful to them. Surely they wouldn't forgive me. Who can say? Perhaps they are a magnanimous person. Encouraged by Marauder'era, little Flame hesitated for a while. Then, steeling her resolve, she produced her cherished feather garment and slowly approached Severus. Why yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so impolite. Please forgive me. As Severus received the feather garment presented before him, his initial puzzlement gradually transformed into understanding. It appeared this was a peace offering from someone frightened by the Luxtor. Observing her cautious demeanor, along with the furtive glances of his little fiancée, Severus accepted the exquisite garment. Very well. I understand. I hope we can coexist harmoniously in the future. With forgiveness granted, little Flame immediately turned her gaze toward the Luxtor, hoping for an opportunity to make amends. All right, this will be the last time. Overcome with emotion, little Flame burst into tears, though she stifled her sobs after only 3 cries. Experience taught her that weeping would only lead to punishment. After everything settled, the group enjoyed a delightful lunch, followed by an intensive training regimen. After pulling the 2 fathers from their space, the training meticulously devised by the Luxtor commenced. For the next period, the glutton and Fantong led the little ones like a stirring stick, causing upheaval throughout the realm of cultivation. They first exposed Gu Moli's true identity, and then unveiled some unsavory secrets within the Xinqing sect. Soon, they resembled sharks sensing blood, targeting anyone they could, with their first order of business each day being to draw lots for which sect to raid. Should they uncover any hidden transgressions, that sect could hardly expect to escape unscathed. After crossing the threshold of taking lives, the training results for the little ones were not merely incremental. They were indeed remarkable. Time flew swiftly, and soon the moment of departure arrived. With the assistance of Feng Yaoge and the others, Severus fused magic and techniques more thoroughly than ever, creating several new spells and mastering various techniques. Among them, the most notable was his mastery of illusions, where he seamlessly combined the mind extraction, brain-locking technique, and Gu Jio's illusions, elevating their potency to new heights. Experiencing defeat in his area of expertise for the first time, Gu Jio finally grasped the essence of Feng Yaoji's words regarding Severus's brilliance. Consequently, he had to concede that Severus was indeed a genius. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, through repeated encounters with illusions, ultimately achieved desensitization, transitioning from initial agony to a composed acceptance. This process, while painful, only served to enhance their mental fortitude. In her interactions with Severus, little Flame slowly began to understand why her father would be drawn to such an ordinary individual. He indeed possessed a certain charm. Upon learning of his fondness for various alchemical materials, she diligently gathered spiritual plants and magical beasts for him. During this time, Marauder'era also received considerable guidance. In summary, everyone benefited greatly over the past month. The farewell came swiftly, and as the Luxtor opened the spatial barrier, Gu Jio lamented, "Must we leave so soon? We haven't even had the chance to explore properly." Next time, the Luxtor replied, "I must return to school soon, and I have a pile of homework waiting for me. Next time, I shall invite you all to my place. The food there is quite delightful." The unexpected invitation left Gu Jio eager to rush over and cling to her. However, the Luxtor did not afford him that opportunity, waving goodbye to Feng Yaoge before hastily departing without a backward glance. "Why are you pulling me? Did you not see that the royal treasure invited me? Are you jealous?" Feng Yaoge dismissed him, preferring to devote his time to studying the books Severus had left behind rather than engaging in frivolous banter. Mounting his long sword, he left Gu Jio with nothing but the sight of his retreating figure. Upon returning to the magical world, the Luxtor found an unexpected sense of familiarity. Swiftly returning to her bedroom, she wasted no time rolling onto her bed. "Ah, finally back. There's South truly no place like home. Must you be so dramatic? After all, that is our ancestral home. You haven't even married into the family yet, and you're already complaining about its poverty?" Tao Tai enjoyed this outing immensely. Although his sense of belonging to this shabby little abode was not any less than that of the European monarch, he could not help but indulge in a few cheeky remarks. "I'm in high spirits now. I can't be bothered with you, so if you have any sense, kindly exit my room smoothly. Otherwise, it will be my slipper that ushers you out next time," he declared with a languid yawn, flipping over. Noticing her weariness, Tao Tai refrained from teasing her further, tossed her a fruit, and simply stepped out, closing the door behind him. Inhaling the familiar herbal scent wafting from the blanket, The European monarch gradually closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber within a few breaths. Downstairs, Fantong and the rabbit had already commenced preparations with the ingredients. Upon seeing only Tao Tai descend, one casually inquired, "Where's Ping Qiao? Wasn't she just clamoring about her hunger? Why is she absent now? Could it be that she truly went to do her homework? Surely not. So diligent? Of her? You really think she would voluntarily do her homework? You might as well believe I would top the class. She is probably asleep by now. We can call her when it's time to eat." Fantong had no objections, merely quickening her pace in chopping vegetables. She must be quite exhausted this time. Prepare a few extra dishes she loves. I'll go assist Dad Gaelette with some work. We've been away longer than expected, and no one anticipated we would linger there so long. School is about to commence, and old Dad Albus hasn't even invited a defense against the dark arts teacher yet. Old Voldemort's diary arrangements are still a mess. All of this requires thorough investigation. We shall return before dinner, and then it will be your stage. Tao Tai gave an okay hand gesture, sending Fantong on her way. At the grand round table, laden with an array of delectable dishes, the European monarch descended just as Harry was diligently pouring juice for everyone. "Sister, you're awake. Hurry. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Dad Severus will be here shortly." Where's Severus gone? Just returned, and he is already busy again? Does old Albus pay overtime? The voice of the European monarch, still slightly drowsy, had a soft tone, as if she could still drift back to sleep if not roused by hunger. "Well, he went back to school with Professor Dumbledore. I'm not entirely sure what they are busy with. Would you like a glass of juice? I'll just press some apple juice." "No, thank you. If possible, please give me a glass of lemon water with 3 spoons of honey. Thank you." Lazily reclining on the sofa, the European monarch's eyes began to droop once more. Hermione, noticing her overwhelming fatigue, handed her a peppermint candy. "Would you like to try this? It kept me alert during History of Magic." Upon receiving the peppermint, the invigorating sensation upon swallowing was unparalleled, especially the effect of biting into it. The coolness surged through her, instantly banishing a good portion of her drowsiness. The European monarch transitioned from a state of lethargy to merely feeling drowsy. Hermione, I must admit, this candy is truly remarkable. I'll bring some next time I attend History of Magic. This must be specially made. Ordinary peppermint candies don't have this effect." Mention of this caused Hermione's face to flush slightly, her gaze darting discreetly towards Harry, who was assisting in the kitchen. "Yes, this was given to me by Harry." Upon hearing this, the European monarch's curiosity was instantly piqued, the flames of gossip igniting within her. "I see. Don't be shy. I'm quite open-minded about early relationships. Why don't you elaborate? What stage are you two at now?" Hermione's cheeks, already slightly rosy, turned crimson. We're not in a relationship. You misunderstand. We're just very good friends." "Right, I understand. Just pure friendship," the European monarch teased, though her tone bore a hint of insincerity, unmistakably playful. Just as she was about to further tease Hermione, Snape and Dumbledore returned. Upon a brief encounter, the European monarch discerned an unusual expression on Snape's face. "Severus, has something happened at Hogwarts? Why do you look so grim?" "It's nothing. Just the thought of having to work with certain unpleasant individuals makes me uncomfortable." "Unpleasant individuals?" The European monarch pondered the professors at the school and found them all quite amiable. Who could this unpleasant person be? Suddenly, a thought struck her. If it were that individual, it was indeed possible to be disliked. "You're not referring to that Peacock Lockhart, are you? The matter you and Dad Albus went to resolve was to meet Lockhart?" "Yes, that flamboyant peacock inexplicably declined Dumbledore's invitation to teach, to avoid altering the plot. We had to go see him ourselves to ascertain the situation. In short, it was an experience beyond words." Recalling the previous hour's torment, Snape regretted not declining Dumbledore's offer to accompany him. The thought of Lockhart's self-absorption and unwarranted confidence sent a shiver down the European monarch's spine. "Albus, consider this a work-related injury. I forfeit the overtime pay in exchange for a few extra days off. My Severus is severely traumatized and requires a week-long respite to recover." In response to the European monarch's opportunistic demands, Dumbledore chose to ignore her entirely, instead setting about making himself a cup of tea. "Hey, Dad Albus, did you hear what I just said?" "My dear, were you speaking to me? I didn't catch that. Alas, my age is catching up. And my hearing isn't as sharp as it used to be. What did you just say?" "I promised to listen attentively this time. Would you care to repeat it?" The European monarch could hardly believe her ears. What had just escaped the lips of her youthful father? Did he just imply that he was aging and hard of hearing? Who did he think he was looking down upon? Questioning her character was one matter, but questioning her alchemical prowess was absolutely intolerable. A step forward, she approached Dumbledore without uttering a single word, merely producing a loudspeaker and placing it before him, looping the phrase, "I demand a week of leave for work-related compensation." The volume of the loudspeaker was such that even those next door could hear it. "Dear Father, is this loud enough? Father, should I turn it up a notch? Father, can you hear me clearly? Father." Dumbledore felt as if his eardrums would shatter. Indeed, brats were often quite unbearable. His pleading gaze turned towards his potions professor, only to receive blatant disregard and a smirk of schadenfreude in response. All right, I concede. It's just a matter of vacation, fine. Can I put your contraption away now?" For a child immune to magic, Dumbledore often felt quite helpless. Perhaps next time he should consider using a powerful wand to cast a spell that might still prove effective against her. "Albus, what are you thinking? You wouldn't be contemplating using the wand I gifted you against me, would you? Surely not. You wouldn't truly consider such a thing against your most cherished daughter. How would you harbor such dreadful thoughts?" The European monarch feigned a deep sense of betrayal, collapsing onto the sofa, trembling fingers pointed accusingly at Dumbledore, her pitiful demeanor eliciting sympathy for her plight. Having been summoned by the loudspeaker, Albus entered to witness this scene. What has transpired? Albus, who is injured? Why does the monarch appear so distressed? Is Severus the one who has been hurt? Is she not simply wishing for a few days of respite from you? Could you not grant her that? Must you let the child feel such profound sorrow? Are there truly no substitute teachers available in the Hogwarts Great Hall? If it comes to it, I could certainly cover for a few days myself. To let such trivial matters cause a child this much distress, Albus. Do you not feel any shame as a father? Oh no, Aberforth, you are utterly oblivious to what has transpired. I have not bullied her. She is merely throwing a tantrum. All right, you need not say more. I trust only what I have witnessed. The fact remains, my dear niece is weeping heartily due to your actions. The Emperor, observing Severus beside him, whispered, "How about I brew some tea?" Severus found her adorable in this state, tousling her hair gently before gesturing toward the table where several small children were munching on watermelon, replying softly, "Let us give Albus a bit of dignity. As for the work-related incident, I believe Ares and his companions would be quite fond of the new experimental subject. What do you think?" Upon recalling the new incantations he had recently devised, the Emperor cheerfully acquiesced to the suggestion, suddenly feeling a surge of anticipation for the new term. Chapter 251. The 11-year-old godmother 10 minutes before the banquet commenced, Grindelwald returned in a flurry. One glance at his countenance revealed the considerable backlog of work he had accumulated. Had it not been for Phaeton assisting him, he likely would not have made it back that evening. Once everyone was seated, the gathering officially began. After over a month of camaraderie, the rapport among them had significantly deepened, and even Severus, typically feared, garnered a modicum of affection from the little ones. The atmosphere of jovial toasts and merriment persisted until the stroke of midnight. The following morning, as the Emperor groggily descended the stairs, he was informed that the group of little ones had already been taken home by their respective parents. "First, let's have breakfast. We need to visit Malfoy Manor shortly to discuss that diary," Severus remarked while organizing his work and gesturing towards the morning repast on the table. The Emperor began to consume her breakfast with a sense of fatigue, outwardly maintaining her composure. Yet internally, she was in disarray, for she still had a mountain of unfinished assignments. With the new term imminent, she felt no inclination whatsoever to begin writing. Phaeton had already assisted her with a portion of the work, but he adamantly refused to help with the remaining tasks, citing his obligations to assist Garrett with his duties. This reasoning was irrefutable. She had contemplated asking the rabbit for help, but he had been taken away by Albus, who claimed there were matters at school requiring his attention. With only 2 reliable allies, and both reassigned, she was left with a glutton who wouldn't even complete his own assignments, let alone assist her. This creature thrived on defiance, relishing in the notion that expulsion would free him entirely from classes. With such thoughts in mind, the glutton lived in utter comfort, inciting the Emperor's envy. She promptly reported him to Dumbledore, successfully securing him the same triple workload she endured. As for how she coerced him, it was quite simple. She cut off his food supply. The rabbit had locked himself in his chamber, where all his possessions resided, a habit he had grown accustomed to. With his appetite, the provisions would last him only 3 days, after which he would have to resort to the native cuisine of England. Faced with this ultimatum, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Contemplating this, the Emperor felt her morning gloom lift slightly as she enjoyed her breakfast. At Malfoy Manor, upon their arrival, the Emperor and Severus found the Weasley family already present, sipping tea in the courtyard. Narcissa, her belly quite pronounced, reclined languidly in a chaise longue, basking in the sun. As the Emperor approached, Narcissa attempted to rise but was promptly halted. Do not move, just lie there. With a belly that size, You ought not to exert yourself. We are all family here. There is no need for formality. Come, let me see if the little one has been behaving well. Gently placing her right hand on Narcissa's belly, the Emperor extended her magical senses and soon perceived two plump little beings within. Ah, it seems they are thriving splendidly, having been well-nourished of late. Severus, the new fruit we cultivated has proven extremely beneficial for both mothers and their unborn children. Perhaps we should leave some behind when we depart. At this mention, Severus's expression darkened. That scoundrel Harry would hear of this, and he would not let the matter rest easily. I have some left. When I return, I will transplant a few into my space. I anticipate a bountiful harvest in no time, and I will send another batch your way. Would that not be too much trouble? I could simply purchase some. Narcissa replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had learned from Draco that those fruits were a new variety pilfered by Harry from Severus, and their quantity was already limited. Our relationship does not necessitate such formalities. Consider these gifts for your little ones. After all, I adore them dearly. Should you insist on compensating me, then please assist in promoting that fruit. I believe other expectant mothers, like yourself, would find it immensely appealing. The Emperor's modest request posed no difficulty for Narcissa, who readily agreed to help her promote it. You may indulge in more food without concern for your child's size. This stage is crucial for their development. I will leave you with additional ingredients, and every 3 days I shall have Dobby replenish your supplies. This way, I assure you, your baby will be born with abundant magical potential, ensuring a smooth path in their future cultivation. As she spoke, the Emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement, her affection palpable. Dear, would you like to be the godmother of these 2 children? Me? Is that permissible? But I'm only 11 this year. Can I truly be their godmother? Narcissa had not contemplated this, as the Emperor's maturity often led her to forget her tender age. Just as she began to express her hesitation, the young girl had already convinced herself. Oh, never mind. What does age matter, as long as we both consent? From this moment forth, I shall be the godmother of these 2 little ones. Ah, of course. I wholeheartedly agree. I shall rely on you to care for them. Thus, the matter was settled in a rather haphazard manner, leaving Severus without a chance to interject. Almost immediately, he heard the Emperor enthusiastically inquire, "Shall I name them?" No need for that. Regarding names, I believe we should leave that to their parents. Narcissa is likely fatigued, and you have other matters to attend to, so let us not disturb her rest. In an effort to prevent the children from becoming a source of ridicule in the future, Severus exerted all his efforts. But there are no buts. The Weasley family has been waiting for you for quite some time. We should proceed there first. The diary matter is of greater significance, is it not? Severus's unusual behavior puzzled Narcissa, but before she could voice her confusion, the Emperor had already been pulled away by him. It was merely a matter of naming a child. Did Severus truly react so excessively? After the child was born, Narcissa found herself repeatedly grateful for Severus's unexpected actions on that day. Chapter 252, The Scapegoat, Dumbledore. Although she did not obtain the naming rights, the thrill of being a godmother for the first time filled her with excitement. Her mind began to contemplate what preparations she should make. Say, Severus, what do you think about me gifting the little ones 2 phoenixes upon their birth? Reliable ones, of course. This way, whenever I think of them, I could have those 2 phoenixes as my chariots, allowing me to see them at any time. Moreover, in times of danger, they could disregard the rules and whisk us away. How convenient would that be? What do you think? Well, I find that quite reasonable, Severus mused, envisioning the scenario, and had to admit, it would indeed be quite convenient. At least in terms of safety, it seemed very reliable, provided, of course, that the 2 phoenixes were genuinely dependable. If even one of them turned out to be like Fawkes, then the gift would be better left unbestowed. After receiving Severus's approval, Narcissa promptly posted a recruitment notice at her phoenix breeding facility. With Fawkes as the living advertisement, the younglings in the clan were quite thrilled. Who wouldn't want to stand out? Even the least talented among them could receive the Master's favor. So why not these prodigies? With this competitive spirit ignited, Narcissa's recruitment announcement had barely been posted before individuals began to sign up. However, at that moment, Narcissa had no time to attend to this matter. She was engaged in a cordial discussion with Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley, I understand that this is difficult to accept, but you must trust in my abilities. I will certainly ensure Ginny's safety. It is merely a formality, and there is no imminent danger to her life. No, that is far too perilous. He is the Dark Lord, and I cannot allow my daughter to face him alone. It is simply too terrifying. Mrs. Weasley's emotions were in turmoil. She had never anticipated such a fright upon being invited here today. I believe you have misunderstood. How could I possibly allow a child to confront the Dark Lord alone? Even in my most deranged moments, I would not stoop so low. It is truly just a simple formality. During this time, she will be protected by my specially designed alchemical products, and I will assign someone specifically to ensure her safety. If it were not absolutely necessary for her, I would have taken the risk myself long ago. Narcissa felt quite frustrated at this point. She had meticulously planned to confront the Dark Lord with her diary in hand, having crafted several scripts for a grand scheme of online deception. Yet, little Tion informed her that this year's leading role unequivocally belonged to Ginny, and the plot could only unfold through her. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Narcissa had promptly confined little Tion to a black room, as she put it, claiming that had it not been for his insufficient strength, the lead role should have rightfully been hers. Such a waste of her carefully crafted scripts. As her thoughts returned, Mrs. Weasley remained silent for a long while, ultimately asking, "Why must it be Ginny?" That was an excellent question. So much so that Narcissa found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly pull little Tion out to explain, "It's all because of him. If it were anyone else, the world would likely collapse." That would be far too chilling to utter. It is all arranged by Dumbledore. If you have any questions, you may directly inquire with him. We are merely carrying out his instructions, and we, too, are not entirely privy to the specifics. Severus's impeccable deflection made Narcissa look at him with admiration. "Ah, yes, it is all orchestrated by old Albus. I suppose he wishes to train those little ones as well. You know, Harry faced the Dark Lord alongside Ron and the others last semester, and look at them now. They are still alive and kicking, unharmed. Children must confront dangers on their own. Facing them sooner rather than later is not a bad thing. Just look at the progress made during this summer study tour. Those little ones have improved tremendously. Wouldn't you agree?" Reflecting on the 3 excessively rambunctious children at home, Mrs. Weasley cast a more inquisitive glance at Narcissa. "Indeed, their progress is remarkable. They can now entirely block my frying pan. However, there's one thing I do not quite understand. What exactly have those children experienced? Why do I feel they seem a bit too aggressive?" Narcissa felt a twinge of guilt at this inquiry, stammering without being able to articulate a satisfactory explanation. Ultimately, it was Severus who took the matter into his own hands. Regarding that question, you might as well ask Dumbledore. It is all orchestrated by him, and we are not at liberty to disclose too much." With only a few days left before school commenced, Mrs. Weasley decided to seek out Dumbledore for clarification, not wanting to leave anything to chance regarding her children's safety. After Fawkes escorted the couple away, Lucius finally set down his teacup and pushed the hot diary across the table to Narcissa. "This I leave in your hands. I also want to express my gratitude for the care you've shown Draco over the past month. Although I'm unaware of the specifics, he has returned significantly changed. He is much braver than before, which I find quite satisfactory. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will always stand with you." This statement clearly conveyed Lucius's allegiance to Narcissa. "Do not be so tense. Rest assured, as long as I am here, your Malfoy family will forever bask in glory. If you must cling to someone, maintain a close connection with my father, Gellert. If you hesitate, opportunities may soon slip away. This wizarding world will soon be entirely ours." Thinking of this made Narcissa chuckle inwardly. Her dreams of grandeur were swiftly coming to fruition. Lucius quickly grasped Narcissa's implications regarding Grindelwald's recent activities. He had numerous enterprises in the Muggle world, and it seemed Grindelwald was in need of a powerful, established family like his that understood the market. If he were to take the initiative now, then in the future, I must take my leave. Feel free to continue without me. I have some matters to attend to. Watching Lucius hastily depart, Narcissa mused, "No wonder their lives are so prosperous. With such decisive action, I cannot compare. Now that everything is settled, Severus, shall we arrange a date?" Although Severus was tempted to accept the invitation, he ultimately could not fulfill her small wish. Considering someone's procrastination, before planning a date, I believe you should first contemplate your assignments. The sky is falling. Narcissa's spirit visibly deflated, her entire being slumping over the table. With a lamenting cry, she exclaimed, "Who on earth invented homework? I want to squash it." As her fingers brushed against the diary, Narcissa's voice was abruptly halted. Severus, puzzled by her sudden change, was about to say something when he noticed her rejuvenated spirit as she grabbed him and tore open a rift in space. Chapter 253, Tom Encounters Online Fraud. Upon returning home, Narcissa eagerly dashed to her room, turning back to bid Severus a thoughtful farewell before closing the door. Xavius, I will now be busy with my homework. If there is nothing of utmost importance, I shall not be stepping outside. As for meals, you needn't worry. I will manage. Until later, goodbye." Gazing at the firmly shut door, Snape furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by the current actions of Miss Eurus. He had ample reason to suspect that she might be engaging in clandestine activities behind his back. Knocking anxiously on the door, he was met with a series of arcane vibrations emanating from protective wards. Oh, she has even set up a barrier. Miss Grindelwald, I sincerely hope you are not indulging in any perilous endeavors. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to add a touch of frost to your snow. Dobby, lurking nearby, watched with wide eyes as his master entered another room, his expression darkening with concern for his new mistress. It seemed that his master was upset. Would he punish the lady of the house? What could Dobby do to his sister? Dobby could seek out Harry Potter. He would surely have a solution. With an audacious resolve to ensure Miss Eurus's safety, Dobby dashed out of Spinner's End, while the subject of his concern was preoccupied with her pen, attempting to charm the young Tom from her diary. On a certain day of a certain month, the start of the school year loomed, yet the unfortunate girl, burdened with double assignments from her teachers, had not even begun to write. This situation weighed heavily upon her, filling her with despair. How she longed for an angel to come to her rescue. As the final stroke of her pen brought her words to a close, the ink began to fade. And in response to Eurus's eager gaze, Tom replied, "Greetings, beautiful lady. I sympathize with your plight. However, every dilemma has a resolution, does it not? Perhaps I could assist you? Oh, how quickly you wish to offer your labor. How astute of you." With this initial exchange, their conversation flowed seamlessly from introductions to lamentations about school, eventually leading to Eurus's ultimate goal. "Tom, I never would have imagined you to be my senior. Surely, your studies must be exceptional, and you must be quite favored by the professors. Unlike me, a mere subject of their critiques. The reason for my overwhelming assignments is my lackluster performance. They desire me to dedicate more effort to my studies, hence the excessive holiday work. Alas, my grades are dismal, and I have disappointed their expectations, which saddens me greatly. It has been a delight conversing with you today, but with the school year approaching, I must focus on completing my summer assignments. Until next time, farewell." Having finally gained some semblance of vitality, Tom could not easily relinquish his opportunity with Eurus, for he relied on her life force as a medium. If she ceased communication with him, how could he siphon her essence? In pursuit of sustenance, he promptly offered to assist her with her assignments. With her objectives met, Eurus relayed her requirements to him. For the duration, she would need only to copy his work without exerting her mind. Of course, the continuous influx of life energy also pleased Tom immensely. Their collaboration was remarkably harmonious. It must be noted that young Voldemort excelled in his studies, completing the assignments in just an afternoon. Eurus did not miss dinner, and as she joyfully opened the door, she was met with the anxious visage of Harry and the comically distressed face of Dobby. "What on earth, Harry? Are you loitering at my door? Is there something amiss?" "Nothing much, just that Dobby informed me you've angered Professor Snape, and I was curious to witness the spectacle. Have you two finished arguing?" Harry's tone dripped with disappointment, which elicited a laugh from Eurus. "Curious, are we? Have your recent power gains inflated your ego? How could you utter such schadenfreude?" With practiced ease, Eurus produced her signature slippers and, without hesitation, swatted Harry on the backside. "Ow, sister, be gentle. It was a slip of the tongue. I was worried about you. I rushed back without any ulterior motives. Do you think I would believe that? Be wise and stand there while I give you a few swats. Otherwise, if I catch you, you shall rue the day." The commotion finally roused Snape from his potion brewing reverie. With a swift incantation, he deftly resolved the chaos. Now, how will you escape this predicament?" After a thorough reprimand, Eurus, still unsated, released him from his bindings. Harry, with reddened eyes, said nothing, merely looking pitifully at Snape. Feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze and inquired, "What exactly were you two quarreling about?" "Eurus, were you not supposed to be working on your assignments? Have you completed them?" At the mention of her work, Eurus grinned like a cunning fox. "Indeed, I have finished. You see, if I truly apply myself, I am quite clever. That mere assignment was trivial to me. I merely needed to lift my fingers to complete it satisfactorily. You ought to be more concerned about Harry. As far as I know, he has only completed half of his work." When the flames of conflict turned toward him, Harry's previous distress was instantly alleviated. Professor Snape. My sister is correct. I shall go write my assignments now." As he dashed upstairs, he quickly turned back to Eurus and, without further ado, pulled her with him to his room. "Why are you dragging me along? I've already finished my assignments." "I know, but I currently require your presence." Observing the tightly shut door once more, Snape shook his head in resignation. He was now convinced that Eurus was indeed up to something behind his back. Otherwise, given her propensity for procrastination, she could not have completed her assignments in such a brief span. The question now lingered. Who could be assisting her in this endeavor? Harry, concealed behind the door, released a sigh of relief once Snape had retreated to his own quarters. Is it necessary? My Severus is such a gentle soul. Why are you so afraid of him? Harry rolled his eyes at the woman whom his father doted upon excessively. Indeed, Severus is the most gentle man in existence. Humph. As long as you acknowledge that. Now, can you explain how you managed to complete so many assignments in such a short time? Don't claim you did it yourself. I won't believe it. At this, Eurys's interest peaked. She was in dire need of someone to boast to. Chapter 254, Tom's Reemployment, the Learning Machine. Harry watched in astonishment as his diary completed his transfiguration paper in mere moments. Such a complex emotion enveloped him. What a delightful surprise. Wait, can this thing really be utilized in such a manner? If so, we need not worry about assignments any longer. We simply require hands. Right? I thought the same. Why don't we keep him around, nourish him, and once we graduate, have the chef stew him? Aseurus blotted. She did not forget to feed her learning machine some life energy. Harry was utterly captivated by the suggestion, yet upon reflecting on his academic performance, he realized he did not require such a device. After all, he was now quite the scholar. The primary reason for his unfinished assignments lay in his unexpected journey to another world. If Eurys's plan was enacted, not only would he gain nothing, but he might also risk exposure. His sister could charm her way out of punishment, but he lacked that luxury and would likely face the wrath of a slipper. Sister, I believe it would be best if assignments were completed by oneself. I shall not partake in the plan to nurture the learning machine. As you are aware, our Hermione is not particularly fond of such endeavors. In pursuit of winning over my beloved, well, you understand. Having broached the subject, she surely comprehends my intentions. I simply do not wish to associate with her in such matters. With a dismissive pout, I relinquished the last vestige of vitality from the crystal to Tom, then boldly pushed open the door. Understood, you write it yourself. I shall descend to partake in some snacks. There will always be those who appreciate it. After dinner, Snape watched, wide-eyed, as the usually clingy Huang, in a most uncharacteristic manner, led the glutton into his chamber, diligently employing the isolation array, a fact that left him utterly perplexed. When unusual occurrences arise, they often harbor secrets, and between those two, there undoubtedly lay something shrouded in mystery. To swiftly unravel their secrets, he turned his gaze toward Harry, who was munching on snacks nearby. Harry, is your sister concealing something from me? The sudden inquiry caused Harry to spew his snack. Cough, what? Oh, no. How could she have any secrets? Professor Snape, you know well that given my sister's level of concern for you, she wouldn't even be able to harbor a small secret. We were merely discussing matters pertaining to the start of school. You understand, there are certain topics we children must be cautious about when professors are around, right? You can comprehend that, can't you? Harry's contradictory explanation only intensified Snape's suspicions, reinforcing the notion that Yu Huang was indeed hiding something. One could deduce from Harry's guilty demeanor that it likely pertained to her abruptly completed summer studies. Having surmised the gist, he opted not to press further on the matter. For her practical lessons were exemplary. Occasionally allowing a slip was not entirely unacceptable. He left with a sardonic smile, sweeping his robes as he ascended the stairs, leaving Harry in a state of anxious trepidation. Inside the room, the glutton clutched the diary with an almost obsessive affection. With this learning machine at his disposal, who would still worry about assignments? Achieving top marks in every exam would no longer pose an issue. This was no Dark Lord. This was truly his dear little angel. Hey, from now on, let me take care of this thing. I promise to nurture it into a plump and healthy specimen. That is feasible. But you know we must adhere to the narrative. It cannot remain by your side indefinitely. However, you could devise a way to rescue it before its demise. You know, I am quite pleased with its capabilities. Yu Huang was nearly explicit in his intentions. Leaving the glutton with no ambiguity, he merely wished to reap the benefits when the climax arrived. Contemplating the treasures within his private stash and the looming 6 years of assignments, he deemed this arrangement beneficial. All right, I shall take charge. I will surely extract it before it dissipates and then attach it to a quill. Wouldn't that save me the effort of transcribing? Laughing heartily, he thought himself a genius. I must dig through my belongings to find it a suitable parasitic host. I cannot allow my precious treasure to perish. The more he pondered, the more excited he became, as if envisioning the splendid days that awaited him over the next 6 years. As the commencement of the school year drew near, the task of procuring essential items for the new term was set into motion. Early in the morning, Yu Huang dragged Snape to Diagon Alley, first making a circuit of his wealth, indulging in some food, and selling a few potions before reuniting with the Weasley family. Hey, Your Majesty, I heard from Harry that you recently acquired something quite fascinating. I wonder if we might have the honor of seeing it? Fred, in his usual manner, attempted to drape an arm around Yu Huang's shoulder, but quickly redirected upon noticing Snape's expression. Good morning, Professor Snape. I dare say, if you could lift your gaze, you would realize how amusing it is to wish someone a good morning at this hour. As he spoke, he did not forget to draw Yu Huang to his other side. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, yet fortunately, everyone had grown accustomed to Snape's acerbic tongue, so no one took his words to heart. Mrs. Weasley promptly seized Fred by the ear. How many times have I told you not to casually embrace girls? Why do you never listen? Oh, Mother, you are mistaken. The one who spoke was not I, but Fred. I am George. He just stealthily switched places with me. Oh, no, Mother. It was him. I am indeed George. Unable to distinguish between the two, Mrs. Weasley ultimately took hold of both, sparing neither. Severus, I'm fine with it. Fred and the others are merely a bit enthusiastic, harboring no ill intentions. Yu Huang defended her companions while Snape completely disregarded her words. The bystanders, having witnessed the entire exchange, wore identical smiles upon their faces. The tardy Hermione arrived just in time to rescue Fred and George from their predicament. Oh, did you all know? There is a meet and greet with Gilderoy Lockhart today. Oh, how utterly fortunate. We shall see him shortly. Upon hearing that name again, Snape felt his entire demeanor shift. Had it not been for Yu Huang tugging at his robes, he would have already disapparated away. Chapter 255, Harry's Unconventional Tactics. Mrs. Weasley's excitement upon learning of Lockhart's meet and greet rivaled that of Hermione's. The two fans quickly found common ground, engrossed in conversation. Harry, wishing to speak privately with Hermione, redirected his attention to his future mother-in-law instead. With his charming demeanor, he swiftly had the Granger couple beaming with delight. Observing the scene, the rabbit felt a sense of pride. Truly, he had raised a child well. This grasp of social nuances was commendable. Even the art of endearing oneself to a mother-in-law had been mastered. It was not in vain that he and Fantong had gathered so much information. It was finally being put to good use. As the group made their way to Flourish and Blots, Snape repeatedly offered to wait at a nearby ice cream shop. But Yu Huang resolutely rejected each suggestion. With no alternative, he begrudgingly accompanied her to witness the spectacle. Oh, Severus, must you wear such a gloomy expression? I assure you, there will be a delightful show to observe shortly. Just humor me, will you? Please. Having no defense against Yu Huang's coaxing, Snape ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Before they reached Flourish and Blots, they could already see a throng of ladies gathered at the entrance, enthusiastically shouting. This scene of offline idol worship ignited an impulse within Yu Huang, the glutton, and the rabbit to wave glow sticks and support signs. Goodness, is this fellow truly so beloved? Such popularity. How exhilarating. The last time I was in a crowd like this was during an egg hunt with the elderly. It has been ages since I engaged in such excitement. Severus, come, watch as I carve a pathway through this throng. We failed to budge. Yu Huang turned her head in confusion, her eyes brimming with curiosity. No, I refuse. I absolutely will not go over there with you. Merely reaching this point is my limit. Snape's resistance was quite palpable, bordering on the absurd. Severus, indulgence is futile. I absolutely refuse to go. Not all. Very well. I shall accompany the chef instead. Await my return with the commemorative stone. Observing Snape's resolute demeanor, the Euro Emperor ceased to press him, instead dragging along the nearby glutton to merrily penetrate the throng. Drawing upon years of experience in navigating such gatherings, the Euro Emperor guided her companions through a series of challenges, swiftly making their way to the very heart of the crowd, where they beheld the legendary flower peacock, Gilderoy Lockhart, grinning with a wide smile, his white teeth gleaming like a sunflower in bloom. At that moment, he was surrounded by a throng of admirers clamoring for photographs, while Hermione and Mrs. Weasley stood by, too exhilarated to utter a word. Just as the Euro Emperor prepared to greet him, Lockhart had already begun striding toward her. The rabbit, familiar with the storyline, promptly pulled the Euro Emperor aside, revealing Harry, who was still engaged in conversation with the Grangers. Harry Potter, you're Harry Potter, aren't you? Oh, my Merlin, I never imagined I would encounter you here. Harry, who had been animatedly recounting amusing anecdotes to his future mother-in-law, instinctively reacted to the unexpected embrace by delivering a jolt of surprise. Fortunately, Ron's quick reflexes prevented what could have been a rather unfortunate incident for the flower peacock, who might have lost a few teeth in the process. Harry, do introduce yourself to everyone. I'm sure they are eager to meet you, urged Lockhart. Remember to smile. Dear boy, we are bound to grace the front page tomorrow. With each flash of the camera, Harry's smile grew increasingly radiant. Although he was uncertain of Lockhart's intentions, He was acutely aware of the value of his own likeness. Ladies and gentlemen, on this momentous occasion, I wish to announce that the illustrious Harry Potter has chosen to grace the leaky cauldron today, primarily to obtain a copy of my autobiography, which I am willing to offer for free. Upon hearing the word free, Harry recognized his opportunity. Without waiting for Lockhart to finish, he excitedly interjected, "What? You're giving each of us a set of your books? Oh, Professor Lockhart, you are undoubtedly the most considerate professor I have ever encountered. I take pride in having such a professor." He then urged his companions, "Come, let's extend our gratitude to Professor Lockhart for his generosity. Without him, how could we have acquired this year's new textbooks so swiftly?" Fred and George were the first to echo Harry's sentiments, their sugary flattery rendering Lockhart momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his composure, 14 signed copies of his books had been distributed, all without charge. As they exited the leaky cauldron, the group bore expressions of sheer satisfaction. After all, who would maintain a solemn facade after such a windfall? "Harry, you have truly come into your own. Your quick thinking is commendable," remarked the glutton, patting Harry on the shoulder with a sense of pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their offspring's growth. "Of course, I'm not one to let others take advantage of me. If he wishes to garner my support, a little sacrifice on his part is only fair. Besides, he likely won't mind parting with a few galleons. What matters is that we save the money for textbooks through our own ingenuity. Now we can continue our research. Research what? Fred, George, have I not forbidden you from delving into those nonsensical topics?" Mrs. Weasley's temper flared once more, prompting the twins to wave goodbye and scamper off. The Euro Emperor's focus was entirely on the textbooks in her hands. If her memory served her correctly, Professor Lockhart had caused quite a stir in the defense against the dark arts class, frequently putting Harry on display for amusement. What if she were to recreate the scenarios detailed in his writings? That would surely be entertaining. Meanwhile, Lockhart, still preoccupied with business at the leaky cauldron, suddenly shivered. The Euro Emperor had no intention of lingering with this group of bright lights, so she politely bid farewell to Mrs. Weasley and the Grangers before departing. The glutton and the rabbit made a beeline for Knockturn Alley, having long been curious about the place. With all the ingredients prepared, it would be a shame not to visit, especially since they were already there. Previously, they had refrained due to the watchful eyes, but now, the sensation of freedom was delightful. As the start of term approached, the Euro Emperor and her friends were once again compelled to board the train. Despite their confusion over Dumbledore's insistence, they chose to respect his wishes. After all, who would want to see him, at his age and tears? At times, they questioned whether his youth-preserving potions had expired. Otherwise, how could this once stalwart elder appear so juvenile in their presence? However, it must be noted that those same potions had no such effect on Aberforth or several professors at the school. Ultimately, they attributed the matter to Grindelwald, suspecting he had fostered such a troublesome habit. When the train's whistle sounded, the Euro Emperor reluctantly boarded. As Harry was no longer afforded the chance to drive to Hogwarts, she expressed her disappointment over this missed opportunity, having attempted to advocate for it, only to be vetoed by Snape, citing safety concerns. Thus, her dream of flying in a car evaporated like a fleeting butterfly. After some time, Draco approached, having developed a more amicable rapport with Ron following their shared experiences over the tumultuous summer. They now found themselves discussing Draco's unborn brother. "Hey, Harry, thank you for the textbooks. While I'm not particularly impressed by the galleons, I will cover your supplies this term, in light of your thoughtfulness." "That's unnecessary. I have more than enough to last me," Harry replied. "How about we exchange that for a Nimbus broom? You know, I'm joining the Quidditch team this semester. Surely you could show your support." Harry's flustered expression prompted Draco to chuckle. Quidditch was a compelling draw. Few young wizards could resist its allure. "A broom is easy enough, but which position do you want on the team?" "I'll be a seeker. My sister claims I'm destined for it." "With me on the team, the Quidditch trophy will surely stay with Slytherin." Draco, equally eager to secure a position, felt his competitive spirit ignited. "Oh, is that so? You can't just assume the seeker role based on mere words. I believe I am far better suited for that position than you. Perhaps you should consider being a beater instead." The two bickered fiercely over the matter, prompting the increasingly exasperated Euro Emperor to separate them. Hermione, pleased with her intervention, gave her a thumbs up. "Well done, Emperor." They were utterly unbearable. I shudder to think how chaotic it would have been had they continued arguing all the way. Agreed. In this splendid time, what could possibly be wrong with engaging in some activity? Why must one squander all their moments on trivial matters? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to indulge in a refreshing slumber? Speaking of sleep, Oh Huang stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy. However, she soon recalled the journal tucked away in her bag. For the past few days, she had been so engrossed in conversing with Tom that she completely forgot to hand it over to Ginny, which simply would not do. What if this seemingly minor change triggered a butterfly effect? At the very least, she needed to take it to Hogwarts before contemplating anything else. With this thought in mind, Huang could no longer remain seated. She grabbed Hermione and exited their compartment. Hey, Hermione, if you have no other business, would you accompany me to find Ginny? I have something to discuss with her. Sure, but could you slow down a bit? She is not going to just vanish into thin air. Realizing her pace was too brisk, causing Hermione to appear somewhat flustered, Huang apologized. Sorry. I'm just a bit too eager. Are you all right? Hermione straightened her slightly disheveled clothing and shook her head. I'm fine, but what is so urgent that you're in such a rush? At the mention of urgency, Huang found herself instinctively quickening her steps, her awareness scanning the entire train until she swiftly located Ginny's compartment. I can't explain everything in just a moment. I'll fill you in later. Influenced by Huang's anxious energy, this time Hermione refrained from questioning further and dutifully matched her pace, leading them to their destination. Due to her connection with Ron, Huang, who usually struggled with social anxiety, had already classified Ginny as part of her inner circle after meeting her twice. Therefore, upon encountering the girl, she naturally drew her back to her own compartment. Throughout the journey, Ginny exhibited a degree of shyness. Yet the oblivious Huang simply assumed she was introverted and not particularly talkative. Had it not been for Hermione's soft reassurances, the little one might have found the situation quite overwhelming. Upon returning to her compartment, Huang found Harry and Draco still bickering. Not wanting to be disturbed, she unceremoniously tossed each of them out of the compartment with one hand. All right, now it's peaceful. Ginny, you can sit next to Ron. Seeing her brother, Ginny visibly relaxed. When the journal was produced, Hermione's immediate reaction was that Huang intended to give Ginny special attention. Meanwhile, Ron speculated that Ginny's homework was as incomplete as his own. However, the outcome was evidently unexpected for both of them. Ginny, I'd like to leave this journal with you for a while. Would that be all right? Huh? Here? May I ask why? Of course. Alas, if it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't wish to impose it upon you. However, this is a new game prepared by Professor Dumbledore for Ron and the others, and I am not permitted to participate. You, however, are the guide for this game. Ginny, would you be interested in taking part for the smooth execution of the game? Of course. May I? I'm just a first year. The little one's face flushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sweetheart, have confidence in yourself. You are the chosen guide by Professor Dumbledore himself. If you cannot do it, who can? Now take this. Oh, and this necklace as well. You must keep it on you at all times and never remove it, understand? Otherwise, you will lose your eligibility to participate in this game. After solemnly accepting the journal and necklace from Huang, Ginny nodded vigorously. I promise. Chapter 257. The self-proclaimed jack of all trades, Professor Lockhart upon returning to Hogwarts. Huang suddenly felt a sense of belonging. Since arriving in this world, she had spent most of her time here. It had become her second home. Now in her second year, she could finally sit at the dining table, observing the little ones anxiously awaiting their sorting. One must say this feeling is indeed quite delightful, especially as they approached the Great Hall, exchanging vague and ambiguous words. A group of trembling little witches and wizards created a scene worthy of a captured moment. Hey, Flathead, where's our study machine? Did you really give it to that little girl? What about me? Thoughts of losing her precious study machine made the glutton feel heartbroken. Who could accept that a perfect score was no longer theirs? Why should his study machine reside with someone else? Noticing the glutton's current dismal mood, Huang soothingly patted his shoulder and remarked earnestly, "Oh, why the rush? It's not going to run away. Besides, the journal has already entered the school. A slight alteration in the plot during that process shouldn't pose a major issue, right? For instance, it could mysteriously go missing for a few days, or perhaps disappear for several hours each day. That should be manageable. We can ask little Tion about this later. If there is no problem, the study machine will still obediently remain with us, right? Chef, we're on the same side. You must trust my integrity. If there is any chance to tweak the plot, I won't let our study machine stray from us." However, upon hearing Huang swear on her integrity, the glutton promptly covered her mouth and seriously suggested, "I believe in your determination, but if you are making guarantees based on integrity, perhaps it's better not to speak at all. I find it ominous. You don't have any, so it's better to swear on a lamb for my peace of mind." With a sharp slap, landing on the back of the glutton's head, this familiar sensation momentarily felt oddly comforting. "You actually hit my head? Indeed, what of it? Who told you to insult me so harshly? Hey, how about you do it again?" Huang found herself momentarily at a loss for words at the glutton's unreasonable request, instinctively reaching for his forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? It wouldn't be due to the study machine that you've lost your sanity, would it? You're the one who is insane. Your whole family is insane. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Are you going to hit me again? If not, I'm leaving. After the familiar sound of slapping, the glutton merrily scampered off to the Gryffindor table. Rabbit, to be honest, did you two really not suffer from food poisoning when you went to the alley to prepare a special meal? I can't shake the feeling that Chef is acting a bit strange. Did you see that? He even asked me to hit him. That excited yet slightly deranged look in his eyes made me hesitate. The rabbit responded with a significant eye roll. Huh, you can only deceive yourself with that. Those 2 slaps you gave him just now with that force? I felt my head buzzing just watching. What do you mean you couldn't bring yourself to do it? I didn't see any hesitation at all. Would you like a try? Oh Huang's sudden suggestion startled the rabbit, while Harry and Draco subtly shifted their chairs. Their attempts to distance themselves were glaringly obvious. Coward! After taking a hearty bite of her rice noodles, her gaze shifted to Snape, who was clearly in a rather foul mood. Lockhart was chattering away, recounting his own so-called adventures. Just imagining that scene made Oh Huang feel suffocated. No one wishes to hear a fool boast, especially one like Lockhart who steals the glory of others and wears a second skin of shamelessness. The opportunity for a beautiful lady to save a hero was right at hand. Without a hint of hesitation, Oh Huang made her way toward the staff table. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. That female ghost was merely... Professor Snape, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal, but I find myself in urgent need of your assistance. If you would be so kind, could you accompany me for a moment? Without acknowledging Lockhart's rather displeased expression, Snape readily acquiesced to the request of the young wizard. Of course, I believe no professor would decline the plea of a young witch or wizard. Now, if you'll excuse me, Lockhart, however, held a different perspective. He believed that assisting a young wizard in resolving their troubles would bring him immeasurable benefits. He could easily incorporate this incident into his next book, which would undoubtedly yield him countless advantages. Miss Grindelwald, is it? We've met at Flourish and Blots. Perhaps I could assist you with your predicament. You see, I am your defense against the dark arts instructor this semester. He continued, you might not be aware, but in addition to my exceptional combat prowess, I am also quite proficient in potion making. As he spoke, he winked at the young wizard, a gesture that was met with a wave of discomfort from her. The oily charm he exuded nearly compelled her to unleash her frustrations, but for Snape's intervention, Lockhart would have found himself rather unceremoniously shoved into the nearest wall. I believe this matter is too trivial to trouble Professor Lockhart with. Please, enjoy your meal. We shall take our leave. With that, he grasped the young wizard's hand and departed swiftly, fearing that any delay might necessitate the use of a memory charm on the entire gathering. Oh, there's no need to be so formal. I'm perfectly fine, Lockhart insisted, blissfully unaware of the peril he was courting. Dumbledore, familiar with the young wizard's temperament, felt compelled to intervene. Gilderoy, might we discuss your work in advance, if you please? The headmaster's personal invitation temporarily diverted Lockhart's attention. Of course, I would be honored. While the two engaged in conversation, the young wizard was pulling Snape toward the dungeons. Her chatter unrelenting. I always thought Gugio's fox was vain enough, but I never expected this peacock to take narcissism to new heights. At least Gugio has the talent to back it up. What does he have apart from his incessant chatter? Ah, he does possess something, namely, the memory charm. Sometimes I truly admire him. It's astonishing how he has successfully ambushed so many powerful wizards. Do you think that makes him strong or weak? Snape chuckled softly, ruffling her hair with an amused expression. Enough of letting irrelevant individuals provoke your ire. It is not worth your energy. He is merely a passing figure. If you truly dislike him, do you not have an array of peculiar charms at your disposal? Surely, the erudite Professor Lockhart would be more than willing to assist his students with minor inconveniences, would he not? The mention of her collection of whimsical charms brightened the young wizard's eyes. Chapter 258, Harry's Fervent Admirer. As the new term commenced, herbology class proceeded without incident, as the absence of flying cars meant that the poor Whomping Willow escaped unscathed, allowing Professor Sprout to evade yet another calamity. During class, she distributed earmuffs and began meticulously explaining the nuances of repotting mandrakes. When grouped into pairs, Harry, seizing Draco, formed a team with Hermione and Ron, and they leisurely engaged in the task, all the while indulging in light-hearted banter. Naturally, the subject of their discussion was the overly narcissistic Lockhart, with Hermione behaving as his fervent admirer, utterly captivated by the contents of his books. In her imagination, Lockhart was undoubtedly a formidable yet approachable hero, which resulted in her inability to conceal her admiration in nearly every sentence. With each compliment Hermione bestowed upon Lockhart, Harry's smile widened, and his grip on the mandrake tightened, nearly causing the poor plant to suffer. If it weren't for Ron's timely kick to his foot, it might have been stripped bare. Oh, Harry, if you wish to avoid a fatal encounter, you might want to temper your emotions. Do you think Professor Sprout would deduct points from your house if you were to inadvertently strangle that noisy creature? The thought of the young wizard's wrath quelled Harry's temper momentarily. It was merely an accident. I lost my focus. Draco forcefully shoved the plant into its pot, adding soil with a disdainful smirk. If a person cannot even manage their most basic emotions, they are doomed to a life of mediocrity. In the vernacular, they would be deemed a coward. The mandrake survived, but the pot did not. Harry, do be careful. Hermione shot an exasperated glare at the culprit and promptly placed an empty pot before him. Ron is right. If you were to lose points over something so trivial, the young wizard would certainly not let you off easily. Hurry and plant that thing. It's far too noisy. Wordlessly, Harry complied, silently planting the ugly plant in the pot before him. Meanwhile, the young wizard and her companions were also engaged in the mundane task of planting. Yet their group was evidently far more animated. Wow, this thing is exceptionally loud. I wonder how it tastes. Do you think, since it resembles a radish, it would be delicious if we were to fry it into meatballs? The young wizard held the screaming mandrake to her eyes, scrutinizing it before raising her right hand high. She then communicated telepathically with Professor Sprout. Professor, may I request a specimen of this mandrake? You may, but it is not yet mature. What purpose do you have for it? Professor Sprout inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she quickly rifled through her knowledge of potions, discovering none that could utilize a mandrake in its juvenile state. Oh, nothing much. I simply find it somewhat endearingly ugly and wish to keep it as a pet. I might also investigate its potential for potion making. Upon hearing her intention to experiment with its medicinal properties, Professor Sprout ceased her inquiries. After all, it was merely a seedling. Very well, I shall give you a few. Just be sure to take care and avoid harm from their shrieks. Thank you, Professor Sprout. I assure you, I will. After a brief exchange, the young wizard returned to her group. All set. Chef, let's sample its flavor tonight. Well done. Leave the rest to me. I promise to create a delightful feast with this. Don't forget about Lockhart. If all goes as expected, he will be teaching us this afternoon. Given his character, it's likely he will pull us three up to act in his little drama, especially with our surnames. Remembering the scene from the original story where Harry was dragged onto the stage, the young wizard ominously unleashed a flurry of her newly crafted charms. He best not set his sights on me, or I shall ensure he experiences an alternative form of fame. Hee, keek. After her biology class passed without incident, the group swiftly transitioned to their next battleground. When Professor McGonagall explicitly called upon the esteemed Euro Emperor to stand, Fan Tong felt a twinge of apprehension, as if he had forgotten something of great significance. Miss Grindelwald, could you enlighten me as to why the summer assignment entrusted to me is comprised of nothing but blank parchment? What? Blank parchment? That is utterly inconceivable. I meticulously transcribed every word, having toiled through 2 sleepless nights to complete it. Professor Snape can attest to my diligence in this matter. The Euro Emperor responded with righteous indignation. One could discern from her unwavering gaze that she was not lying. Had she been deceitful, her expression would have betrayed her, for throughout their academic years, the professors had observed that whenever she fibbed, even the loudest of her proclamations lacked conviction, and her eyes would wander, never meeting another gaze. If she was not lying, then how could those parchments bearing only her name have come to be? Very well, we shall discuss this matter after class. For now, let us proceed with the lesson. During this transfiguration class, the Euro Emperor and her companions awarded Slytherin 2 points, an act that stirred envy within Professor McGonagall. Doubts regarding whether the Sorting Hat had been bribed by Snape increased. At lunchtime, the Euro Emperor returned to the potions classroom, stealthily placing a vial of pink potion upon Snape's desk before hurrying back to the Great Hall. Hey, Flat Top, guess what I've stumbled upon? Our dear Harry seems to have garnered a rather fervent admirer. Spotting the lad, she noted that the shutter of his camera was nearly smoking from overuse. Harry Potter, could you please grant me an autograph? If possible, might we take a photo together? I truly idolize you. Encountering such an ardent fan for the first time, Harry, after overcoming his initial discomfort, had grown accustomed to the attention. Oh, Colin, please try to contain your excitement. I'm really not that different from you. It's merely a matter of signing and snapping a picture. Aside from class hours, I'm entirely available for that. But could you perhaps temper your enthusiasm and refrain from pointing that camera at me incessantly? While I'm not overly concerned, your behavior does make me somewhat uncomfortable. Would that be all right? Colin Creevey glanced at his camera, then back at Harry's polite smile, and suddenly felt his cheeks flush as he lowered his gaze, murmuring, I'm sorry, Harry, I was just too excited. Please don't mind me. I promise I won't do it again. It's quite all right, I understand. Oh, what seems to be the matter here? Has the student encountered some sort of trouble? Upon hearing that voice, Harry's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Chapter 259, Gilderoy Lockhart's Social Mortification. Lockhart appeared before Harry and his friends, adorned with his enchanting smile, eliciting a chorus of suppressed cheers from several female classmates. Oh, are you taking photographs? I recognize that. That is a muggle camera. Isn't it? Could I have the honor of examining your camera? You see, someone like me, who is always poised to appear on the front page, finds it hard to resist such gadgets. Might I have the privilege of capturing a photo with it? Although Colin was not fully aware of Professor Lockhart's infamous reputation, courtesy compelled him to hand over his camera, along with a brief tutorial on its usage. After a cursory examination, Lockhart lost interest, clearly there for more than just the camera, reveling in the adoration of the crowd. Oh, this little gadget seems rather intriguing. Shall we use it to take a photo together? At this, Harry was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, though his legs seemed sluggish to react. Once again being embraced by a large man, his expression mirrored the usual impatience of Snape, a perfect replica, reluctant to incur a deduction of house points. He silently swallowed his indignation. Harry, how is it? After being on the front page with me last time, have you become somewhat addicted to the attention? I know how intoxicating it can be, but you must. Unable to endure Lockhart's embarrassing soliloquy any longer, Harry interjected, Professor Lockhart, I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Harry hastily made his exit, leaving his remaining companions to fend for themselves. The onlookers, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, barely noticed as Lockhart targeted a second victim. The Euro Emperor, observing from a distance, tossed a phone companion to Rabbit. Rabbit, for the sake of my house points, go. Let that fellow experience what true social death feels like. Wait, why should I protect your house points? Don't forget, I'm a Hufflepuff. Oh, and what of it? Is it wrong to stand by a brother? You can choose between me giving you a thrashing first or you going directly. The choice is yours. Sighing, Rabbit remarked, there aren't many as democratic as I am. Consider yourself fortunate to know me. Rolling her eyes, Rabbit retorted, indeed, knowing you feels like a stroke of bad luck. Not allowing the Euro Emperor a chance to act, Rabbit leapt away from the scene, clutching her charm as she wove through the crowd. Within a minute, she re-emerged, followed by a cacophony of popping sounds. You know, if it weren't for the odor of rotten fish, it would actually have a certain rhythm to it. Oh my goodness, what is that smell? My nose, my eyes. Someone help me. I can't take it anymore. Oh no, this is simply dreadful. The crowd erupted in chaos, and Lockhart, at the center of it all, could no longer maintain his smile. The color of his teeth had transferred to his face. For the first time, he felt suffocated by the adulation of the masses. As Professor Snape entered, witnessing the turmoil and catching a whiff of the nauseating odor, his first thought was that the Weasley twins were up to yet another prank. Just as he was about to deduct points, he realized that the one desperately attempting to stifle the cacophony was none other than the new peacock of a professor. Originally poised to deduct 10 points, he decided to settle for 5 instead. What to do when the corners of his mouth threatened to rise? Ahem, Professor Lockhart. I must remind you that in public settings, it would be prudent to exercise control over oneself. While some events are beyond our control, one must also consider the feelings of others. Wouldn't you agree? For the sake of those young witches and wizards who have yet to have their lunch. Might you take a trip to the lavatory? Lockhart felt the heat rush to his face, bewildered as to why he had suddenly lost control. What on earth was happening? However, it was clearly not the time to ponder such matters. He needed to leave post-haste. Excuse me. As he fled, clutching his rear, Professor Lockhart was blissfully unaware that he had lost many young admirers in those fleeting moments. Professor Snape, I left a vial of potion on your desk. Have you seen it? The Euro Emperor slinked in, her nose stuffed with a wad of paper, appearing inexplicably adorable in Snape's eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, the unpleasant odor in the auditorium was instantly dispelled. Given your prowess, surely this minor scent could not leave you in such a disheveled state. Could it? Stuffing your nose with paper wads. Does that not discomfort you? After discarding the paper from his nose, the fortunate one replied with utmost seriousness. Ah, you misunderstand. This is merely a matter of ceremonial significance. Have you ever heard of the phrase minimal harm? Maximum insult? If I do not obstruct my nose, how would he comprehend my intentions? Snape chuckled at the thought, envisioning the sight of everyone surrounding Lockhart, with paper crammed in their nostrils. Indeed, that scene was rather distressing. You are correct. The insult is indeed quite potent. Now, let us discuss the matter of that potion. Is it a new concoction you've devised? Do you seek my counsel? The mere thought of the potion's effects filled the fortunate one with excitement. Could you perhaps take a look at it tonight and inform me of any areas that require improvement? Certainly. But first, you must enlighten me on its purpose. At this, the Fortunate One flashed a mysterious smile. Haha, it's a rather intriguing potion. You shall discover its nature through personal experimentation. I have a class to attend, so I must take my leave. Until later. Watching the Fortunate One dash away, Snape found himself increasingly curious about the effects of that potion. At that moment, he had no inclination to delve into the twins' mischievous antics, but rather made his way directly back to his office. The potion sat prominently on his desk, requiring no search. To ascertain its effects, he simply unscrewed the cap and inhaled deeply. A faint honeyed sweetness wafted through the air, mingling with the delicate fragrance of camellias, reminiscent of the scent that lingered around the Fortunate One. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Could be a perfume? Just as he contemplated tasting it, he suddenly realized that the vial was already empty. Chapter 260. A refined version of the Amortentia during the defense against the Dark Arts class. Owing to some rather unpleasant incidents that transpired at noon, Professor Lockhart successfully procured himself a holiday. Naturally, filling in for him was Snape, who harbored a singular ambition to become the professor of defense against the dark arts. However, this particular lesson was destined to be anything but tranquil. Upon entering the classroom, all of Snape's attention was drawn to the Fortunate One, seated at the back, engaged in whispered conversation with a fellow student. The urge to embrace her enveloped him, while various unhealthy thoughts insidiously tempted him. Coupled with the memory of the mysteriously vanished potion, clarity dawned upon him. To avoid any indiscretions, Snape silently stormed out of the defense against the dark arts classroom and made a beeline for the headmaster's office. Hey, Flathead, you must tell me the truth. Did you do something heinous to Severus? Why else would he rush out after merely casting a glance at you? The Fortunate One yawned languidly, responding with a lazy drawl. What could I possibly do to him? You know his temperament. Even the slightest transgression would earn me 3 days of silence from him. Though, I did indeed do something today, but I promised him it would only be at night. What the? He wouldn't have left at noon, would he? Then what about just now? Oh no, dear chef, surely my backside won't be spanked into 8 pieces. Observing her expression, the fellow student sensed that the situation was far from simple. What on earth did you do? Did you squander all his precious potion ingredients? That wouldn't warrant a beating, would it? Surely not. You really used that on him? Recalling the potion they had concocted together, the fellow student felt it was time to sever familial ties. Better to perish alongside a friend than face punishment alone, so he thought. As he contemplated how to shift the blame, the Fortunate One pitifully grasped his arm. Chef, you cannot abandon me at this moment. We agreed to share the burdens. You are my brother, my true, blood-related brother. Can you truly bear to see me punished alone? Forcefully prying the Fortunate One's hand away, the fellow student declared with righteous indignation, impossible. Of course, I will stand by your side. A brother for life. Fear not, my dear, for I shall rush to shoulder the blame for you. Without allowing the Fortunate One to respond, he swiftly made his exit from the classroom, heading straight for the headmaster's office. He needed to present the antidote before the Fortunate One returned, lest he be dragged down with her when she faced the consequences. Although this affair had nothing to do with him, who could predict what excuses Flathead might conjure if the blame were to fall upon him? The ire he would face would not merely stem from Snape. He needed to hurry. Upon entering the office, Snape's heart, still racing, gradually found solace as he distanced himself from the Fortunate One. Yet, the longing to see her only intensified. Severus? Shouldn't you be in the defense against the dark arts classroom, instructing Gilderoy? What brings you here? Dumbledore inquired, setting down his quill in confusion. Taking a deep breath, Snape endeavored to suppress his emotions, struggling to articulate, have Fawkes bring Lucas back. I need him to create an antidote for me. An antidote? What ails you? Who has poisoned you? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Dumbledore dispatched Fawkes to fetch the student. Thankfully, he had merely gone to Diagon Alley. Otherwise, it would have posed quite a dilemma. Who besides your remarkable daughter would dare to administer such a potion to me? Dumbledore, I believe the Fortunate One's assignments should be doubled. Oh, the one who usually longs to complete her assignments for her daughter is now requesting more? It seems she has truly outdone herself today. I wonder what she did to provoke such ire from Severus, who typically holds her in such high regard. She is merely a 12-year-old child. We cannot squander her time solely on assignments. She requires ample opportunity to forge friendships and engage in meaningful extracurricular activities, does she not? Severus, I believe the punishment of additional assignments is rather excessive for the Fortunate One. Do you not agree? Furthermore, I am rather curious. What precisely did she administer to you? It cannot be akin to what Gilderoy experienced, can it? For that little rascal has yet to emerge from the washroom. Dumbledore's delight in the unfolding drama successfully coaxed a response from Snape. He merely uttered a few words that darkened the face of the renowned white wizard. Amortentia, your sweet daughter provided me with a vial of a refined version of Amortentia, a potion that takes effect merely by inhalation. Do you still believe that my request for her to double her assignments is cruel? No, I believe it is still insufficient. Tenfold would be appropriate to occupy all her time. As Fawkes began to sing, the student appeared at the headmaster's office. Albus, what urgent matter requires Fawkes? I can return by tomorrow noon at the latest. It's merely one night. What calamity could possibly unfold? Has the board agreed to sell the school? That would indeed warrant an early conclusion to my engagements. Snape had no time for their banter. His desire to see the fortunate one grew ever more fervent. If he did not receive the antidote soon, the headlines in tomorrow's Daily Prophet could very well feature a scandal of Hogwarts professor forcibly seizing a female student, likely surpassing even Lockhart's notoriety. Do you have the antidote for the refined version of Amortentia? Amortentia? An antidote? What do you need that for? Could it be? Did she truly utilize that thing on you? Fantong's jaw nearly dislocated from sheer astonishment, and he promptly produced a vial of pale green potion to hand to Snape. As the potion slid down his throat, the intense emotional turmoil within him suddenly calmed. One must admit, the efficacy of this version of a love potion was remarkably impressive. Surprisingly so. Severus, how do you feel now? Is there any lingering discomfort? No, I feel remarkably tranquil now. Ah, that's a relief. That's a relief. With a thunderous crash, Taotai barged in, his presence announced before he even appeared. Severus, quickly, I have the antidote. Are you all right? Upon seeing Fantong's presence, Taotai realized that the likelihood of him being blamed had surged to 70%. Given the circumstances, you've already administered the antidote to Severus, haven't you? Fantong nodded. A hint of schadenfreude glimmering in his expression, he eagerly awaited the ensuing chaos. Chapter 261. The Lucky One becomes Lockhart's assistant. As anticipated by Taotai, the first reaction of the Lucky One upon being summoned to the office was to feign innocence. Moreover, she cunningly inquired about Snape's well-being. Severus, what happened to you? Was there an unexpected incident? Why did you skip class and rush to the headmaster's office? Is there some new development with old Voldemort? A barrage of questions, coupled with her deceptively innocent visage, caused the other two, apart from Fantong and Taotai, to reduce their suspicions to a mere 50%. No, I merely require Dumbledore's assistance with a few matters. I called you here to inquire about that potion you left on my desk. What exactly is it? Once the question was posed, Taotai was eager to respond, but Fantong swiftly thwarted him, slapping a silencing charm upon him. Oh, it's a love potion. The cook mentioned it has been modified, and he wanted us to research its effects together. I was quite curious about it, so I thought we could compare it to the original version tonight. Look, I even prepared a rat for the experiment. Shaking the large rat in his hand, the Lucky One's smile was radiant. To Snape and Dumbledore's astonishment, the Lucky One's candid admission that it was a love potion only fueled their skepticism towards Taotai. Fantong's face flushed with embarrassment. For the first time, he felt that stepping out to work a bit wasn't entirely a bad thing. After all, he had narrowly escaped a glaring accusation. Cook, you're done for. Once the silencing charm was removed, Taotai erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at the Lucky One, launching into a tirade. You deceitful one. It was clearly your intention to drug Severus. I'll not take the blame for this. Huh? What drugging? Cook, what are you talking about? I can hardly comprehend your words. Just admit it. Was the potion not given to you by me? The Lucky One feigned innocence, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Taotai faltered, taken aback by her question. What of it? Was it not you who asked for it? I certainly did not instruct you to use it on Severus, nor did I suggest you both research it together. I am not foolish enough to allow you, an audacious old cow, to be alone with such an innocent young soul like Severus. What if your baser instincts take over and ruin his reputation? Good heavens, Tao Ye's remark about the old cow ignited the Lucky One's fury, and in an instant, she lunged at him, the speed of her attack shattering the office's glass before anyone could react. Goodness, a fight has broken out. Let's go see. Fantong, excited, leaped out of the window with half a watermelon in hand, leaving Snape and Dumbledore exchanging bemused glances. It seemed their understanding of one another remained impeccable. So, how do you plan to punish them? Dumbledore inquired, observing the commotion from a distance. After a moment's contemplation, Snape replied, Professor Lockhart seems to be unwell lately. I believe he could benefit from 2 assistants to alleviate his workload. What do you think, considering Lockhart's formidable reputation and the Lucky One's unabashed disdain for him? Dumbledore gave Snape a thumbs up. This punishment is far more impactful than merely doubling their homework. I find it entirely feasible. I shall leave the matter in your capable hands. Severus. Very well. If there are no further matters, I shall return to my class. After dismissing Snape, Dumbledore stood by the shattered window, gazing at the trio outside who had paused their skirmish to enjoy a bite, murmuring to himself, "My dear children, I hope you will relish your forthcoming part-time duties." At that moment, the lucky one, reveling in her narrow escape from blame, remained blissfully unaware of what awaited her. Had it not been for my quick thinking, your posterior would surely be in tatters by now. Honestly, who in their right mind drugged someone during the day? Could you not have waited until night to deliver it? Moreover, was that potion truly meant for such use? It could have been administered discreetly, yet you chose to make a grand spectacle of it. Does such an act require a sense of ceremony? Tautai spat out watermelon seeds with the force of bullets, aiming to puncture the lucky one's facade. I had no inkling Severus would be so curious. He usually returns to the office after school. Who could have predicted he would come back early today? I merely intended to surprise him. Even the lucky one felt the insincerity of her own words. All right, you two, if you have nothing pressing, you best return to class. I suspect Severus is already back in the classroom. Any issues can wait until after school. I have numerous tasks awaiting me from Chien Duo. I shan't linger. I wish you both the best. Farewell. With a flash of golden light, Fan Tong tore the teleportation rune and vanished from sight. Go on. You better pray Severus lets you off the hook. I can always make my escape. I could simply wander into another world alone. But you hate your trap now. Any punishment you receive is well-deserved. Tao Ye's gleeful malice was too overt, earning her a hefty watermelon to the head. Dream of escaping. Do not forget, your contract remains with me. Anger me, and I shall have you performing a striptease on the dining hall table. The lucky one was met with a watermelon rind. And thus, the war, heralded by this perceived provocation, resumed. When they finally returned to the classroom, it was already empty. Engaged in mutual bickering, they anxiously endured until school was dismissed. The lucky one awaited her punishment, only to be confronted by a stealthy Harry. Cease. That diary you gave Ginny wasn't our family study device. Taken aback, the lucky one quickly realized who Harry was referring to. What's the matter? Any issues? Weren't you the one who didn't want to use it to cheat? Are you having second thoughts? Of course not. How could I regret it? Not to mention my stellar grades, but with my brilliant girlfriend by my side, why would I need such a device? I was merely curious as to why you chose to give it away. Didn't you say it would be your exclusive cheat device? How is it that school just began, and you've already gifted it away? Have you perhaps discovered a more suitable alternative? The mere mention of this Euro Emperor evokes a pang of heartache. What a splendid learning device it was, so carelessly relinquished into her hands. Each recollection stirs anew the ache within. How I wish there were a substitute. Alas, if your sole purpose for coming here is to inquire about this matter, I implore you to refrain. Discussing it further may lead to complications, and I fear I might succumb to the urge to reclaim it. Such a marvelous object. How can it not belong to me? Harry could swear that when his sister uttered these words, the resentment swirling in her mind was almost palpable. Chapter 262, A Gift for Gellert. In her dejected state, having been compelled to part with her beloved learning device, the Euro Emperor fiercely consumed 2 bowls of rice, half a large pig's head, and an entire rack of ribs during dinner. This spectacle left Harry utterly astounded, his gaze increasingly drawn to her burgeoning belly. So much so that he failed to notice his own noodles congealing. Sister, has your appetite suddenly surged today? Eating so much, do you not feel overstuffed? Casually discarding the clean bone from her hand and downing a large cup of lemon honey water, the Euro Emperor languidly replied, "This mere amount merely satisfies a craving. Were I truly to indulge, I fear you would be left to feast on the northwesterly winds." Sigh. Is there anything wrong with eating a little when one is feeling down? No need to make such a fuss. As Harry gazed at the mountain of bones on the table, he struggled to swallow. Just as he contemplated urging this insatiable eater to moderate her consumption, Snape's voice resounded from behind. "Oh, feeling low? Is it due to your disappointment in not witnessing your potion's professor's blunders during class?" This remark struck the Euro Emperor like a bolt from the blue. In her preoccupation with the learning device, how had she forgotten this matter? Was it too late to escape now? Especially since the glutton was absent. Otherwise, she could have sought refuge behind him. "You would do well to obediently accompany me back to my office. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it." With such words spoken, what more could the Euro Emperor say? She could only resort to a little charm, a tactic she knew well. Professor Snape, you have misunderstood. I had no intention of fleeing. I merely overindulged just now and felt a bit uncomfortably full. I thought to take a stroll to aid my digestion before reporting to you." Snape remained silent, observing her feeble excuses with an impassive expression until Harry, unable to bear it any longer, took hold of the Euro Emperor's arm. "Sister, I happen to be heading to Professor Severus's office. Why don't we go together? Along the way, you can impart some of your battle experience from practical lessons. Indeed. No problem. Let's proceed. The two linked arms and hurried away, quickly vanishing from sight, while Snape remained, contemplating the heap of bones on the table. Naturally, Harry did not accompany the Euro Emperor back to the potions classroom. At this critical juncture, he would be a fool to involve himself. He would rather seek out Ginny to reclaim the learning device and investigate its contents with Hermione. Regarding this notion, the Euro Emperor wholeheartedly agreed and willingly offered up a handful of crystals. If you wish to play with the learning device, that is acceptable, but the condition is that you bring this along. While the matter was serious, one must not forget the principles of being human. That object possesses a remarkable ability to deceive, and I worry that your naive little selves might be led astray. The mere thought filled the Euro Emperor with concern. Her innocent little ones could easily be manipulated by the Dark Lord. Little did she know, just as she finished speaking, Harry responded with uncertainty. Sister, do you harbor some misconceptions about the current Hogwarts? Of the little wizards you brought along, how many possess a moral compass? That device can be adjusted at any moment, can it not? And as for being deceived, who among us can be hoodwinked by Lucas and Rabbit without falling prey to their tricks? The Euro Emperor halted, pondering that perhaps there was some truth to his words. How could the little creatures she brought forth possibly be anything of substance? Given the Dark Lord's limited prowess, it was uncertain who would deceive whom. Her concerns were indeed somewhat excessive. Then consider my words unspoken. In any case, the necklace must not be removed. Understood. Then I shall take my leave. Though unaware of what transgression he had committed to incur Professor Severus's wrath, admitting fault seemed prudent. I shall refrain from further comment. If necessary, I can provide you with a washboard. As he spoke, he indeed produced a washboard. The mere sight of it caused the Euro Emperor's knees to ache. Begone! Who prepares a washboard for a lady? If you do not understand, cease your foolish suggestions. Are you not in a hurry to leave? Then hurry along. Do not linger here. After deftly dodging the Euro Emperor's kicked foot, Harry dashed away, all the while calling back, I place your belongings under your desk. Feel free to retrieve them whenever you need. In response, a rabbit slipper was hurled his way. Upon returning to the potions classroom, curiosity compelled the Euro Emperor to glance at the washboard. She could not help but admire Harry's tenacity. Merely observing it made her feel her knees throb. This contraption could be knelled upon by anyone else, but she would certainly never do so. However, she could certainly have some fun with her father Gellert. Without delay, she retrieved some exquisite wrapping paper, adorning the washboard with elegance, and concluded with a note penned in Dumbledore's name. I truly am remarkable. This wrapping is simply flawless. As she called out, Feng Chi materialized before her, yet he appeared particularly disheartened today. What troubles you? Have you been bullied? No sooner had she asked than he clung to her leg, weeping inconsolably, his expression resembling that of a child whose family had perished. I shall count to 3. The sobbing ceased abruptly. Without waiting for a second inquiry, he began to complain. Wah, master. Is it because I am too much of a burden that you wish to replace me? Now the clan is abuzz with rumors that you intend to abandon my training. Wah, master, could you perhaps grant me another chance? I promise I will improve. Let us set aside the rest. If you dare to wipe your snot on me, prepare to be stewed tonight. Casually tossing him a tissue, the Euro Emperor continued, Do not heed every whim. I merely wish to find a bodyguard for that little one. Ginny, you have no business meddling. Instead of causing trouble, you ought to seek out Fawkes and steal a corner of his wall. If you successfully sway him and help me win this year's championship, I shall make you the next clan leader. What say you? Upon hearing this, Feng Chi's tears ceased, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Really? If I can sway Fawkes and ensure your victory, I can become the king of the Feng clan? Indeed, truly. With this affirmation, Feng Chi turned to leave, but the Euro Emperor had anticipated this and swiftly grabbed his hair. I knew it. When shall you ever be dependable? I summoned you not merely to hear your grievances. You always do this. Can you not display a modicum of reliability? After receiving a few sharp knocks on the head, Feng Chi departed, nursing a small bump, though he did not forget to take the beautifully wrapped gift with him. When Snape returned, the Euro Emperor had dutifully completed all her assignments and was now diligently bottling the potion simmering in the cauldron. Severus, you have returned? I observe that this potion is ready. I have taken the liberty of bottling it for you. There are also those potion ingredients which I have prepared for you, and I have finished grading the first-year assignments as well. Would you like to have some tea and take a moment to rest? However, Snape paid her no heed, instead expressionlessly handing her a vial of potion. Drink it. Although she was unaware of the potion's nature, just by observing Snape's demeanor, she could tell that its taste was unlikely to be pleasant. Perhaps not, as I don't seem to be unwell. After all, medicine can be toxic. It's best to avoid it if possible. Reflecting on the mountain of bones, Snape resolutely declined her request. Left with no choice, she reluctantly downed the vial of digestive potion in one gulp. As expected, the taste was indescribable. Chapter 263. We're all on the same side. No need for formality. Elated to have escaped a dire situation, upon learning that she had been appointed as Gilderoy Lockhart's special assistant, the thrill swiftly dissipated. The thought of that insufferably oily character made her wish she could write 10 times the homework instead. Severus, this doesn't seem appropriate. You know, I'm really not adept at assisting others. If it comes to that, perhaps you could let the cook handle it alone. I believe he would suffice. While grading assignments, Snape took a moment to respond. This decision was mutually agreed upon by Dumbledore and myself. If you're dissatisfied, perhaps we could discuss this matter with Mr. Grindelwald. What do you think? Contemplating Gellert's slippers, she suddenly found the prospect of serving Lockhart for 2 days somewhat more palatable. If nothing else, she could simply slip him a mute potion. She doubted a mute could be that bothersome. Let us not trouble Gellert. He is quite busy lately. I think being an assistant is manageable, and it might even earn some points for our house. Wouldn't you agree? Hee. Well, you make a valid point. Now, I would like you, our newly appointed assistant, to deliver a vial of potion to Professor Lockhart. You are aware that he has been expelling gas since this afternoon to avoid disrupting tomorrow's class. I believe he is in dire need of that potion, don't you? I completely agree. I shall go at once. Fearing the terrifying repercussions that might arise from Snape, she dashed away with the potion, moving so swiftly that she left a blur in her wake. Snape, gazing at the closed door, chuckled helplessly. His interest piqued by the modified amortentia he now contemplated. A potion effective only on one's beloved, which did not require ingestion. Surely, that warranted further investigation. It seemed essential to discuss this matter with his fiancée. Meanwhile, upon exiting the potions classroom, she had no intention of delivering any antidote to Lockhart. She was far more eager to see her study machine. As for the individual hiding in the restroom, he would simply have to endure a little longer. In about an hour, the charm's effects would wear off, thus negating the need to waste another potion. After making her decision, she headed straight for the Gryffindor common room, entirely unconcerned with the password. All creatures, both animate and inanimate, within the castle were exceedingly accommodating to her, and the reason was simple. She had given so much. When Ginny learned that the Emperor was seeking her, she casually brought along her diary. Having experienced the allure of the study machine, she was all too aware of its charm. Assuming her friend was there to copy homework, her expression turned to one of shock upon seeing the 2 bodyguards accompanying her. Your Majesty, are you saying that these 2 are the bodyguard you arranged for me? Indeed, is there a problem? Do not let their youth deceive you. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against them. Oh, no, that is not what I meant. I simply meant that this is Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. Do you understand what I'm saying? I really don't need anyone to protect me here. Recalling the story she had seen, the Emperor firmly patted Ginny's shoulder, decisively stating, no, you do need them. Little Ginny, you don't understand. Hogwarts is, in fact, the most dangerous place in the world. You'll come to know this. Now, let me introduce you to your new friends. This is Feng Xiaolu, and that is Feng Shiba. They will accompany you from now on. Feng Lu and Feng Shiba greeted Ginny warmly, while the names the Emperor had casually assigned them went entirely unnoticed. Whatever the Lord commands, we shall follow. It's merely a name, after all. Greetings, Miss Ginny. Your safety is now entrusted to us sisters. We assure you will not face any harm. Feng Lu, with her affable demeanor, quickly struck up a conversation with Ginny, while Feng Shiba, possessing a more aloof disposition, was easily overlooked. The Emperor was quite satisfied with this arrangement. At least one of them seemed reliable. Little Shiba, why don't you join them for a stroll to familiarize yourself with the surroundings? If you have any questions, feel free to ask Ginny. If you're interested in magic, you can also attend classes with her. I will make arrangements with the professors. Upon hearing about the opportunity to learn magic, Shiba's face finally lit up with some emotion. The Emperor mischievously poked her chubby cheek. A little child, perpetually wearing a stern expression, is not adorable at all. All right, go have fun. If you encounter any unsolvable issues, seek out the headmaster. He adores helping children with their troubles. Shiba shyly nodded, understood. I shall take my leave now. After watching the trio exit the Gryffindor common room, the Emperor finally turned her attention to the diary in her hands. Oh dear, it seems this has absorbed quite a bit of energy lately. It's thriving exceedingly well. Nearing corporeal form. This simply one do. Boys are not permitted in the girls' dormitory. A golden light flashed, and the diary was sealed. With that, she cheerfully set off to find Harry. The following day, in defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart appeared in the classroom with his ever-present smile, causing both the Emperor and the glutton's expressions to plummet. Seriously, who concocted this vile punishment? I cursed them with a month of constipation. Just the thought of being called up to perform like a monkey by Lockhart filled the glutton with resentment. Your curse seems rather vicious. It's merely assisting. What is so difficult about it? We need TB, so petty. Who knows, if we do well, we might earn points for the house. Did you not see the envious gazes from those girls? They surely admire our position. The glutton grew increasingly suspicious, and soon deduced the reason. This despicable idea couldn't possibly have originated from your Severus, could it? Noticing the Emperor's evasive eyes confirmed his suspicion. Good grief. So not only am I wrongly accused, but I also receive a part-time job as a form of atonement? Heh, no need for pleasantries. We're all friends here. Who the hell is being polite to you? Mr. Grindelwald, do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. There's no need to be shy. The glutton felt an overwhelming urge to consume a person. Chapter 264. The Runaway Lockhart. Forced to rise and respond to inquiries. The voracious entity stifled the impulse to devour the interlocutor whole, striving to present a disquieting smile. No, Professor Lockhart, I have no questions. Your lecture is splendid. Please continue. Perhaps it was the terror elicited by his grin, but Lockhart ceased his probing and redirected his attention to the cage he had brought. Since Mr. Grindelwald has no queries, let us resume our discussion on the previous topic. Today's lesson will focus on swiftly subduing a cunning and elusive Cornish pixie. As the covering cloth was lifted from the cage, a lively troop of raucous little creatures sprang into view. A murmur of whispers rippled through the crowd below. These creatures don't seem particularly dangerous. They're merely a bit rowdy. I expected something far more perilous. Indeed, I was rather looking forward to it. At the very least, they could have found us a werewolf or a ghost. Failing that, a ghoul would suffice. What is the meaning of bringing a pixie? You misunderstand. This must be a deliberate choice by Professor Lockhart. He is unaware of our abilities and likely fears for our safety, hence this arrangement. In a mere instant, the boys and girls divided into two factions. One deemed the teaching tool somewhat lackluster, while the other appreciated Lockhart as thoughtfulness. Both sides regarded each other with disdain. Oi, chef, rise and witness the spectacle. That fellow is about to open the cage. Nudge the royal one beside the glutton. Let him open it. It won't harm me. What can those little creatures possibly do? However, he added, if you could arrange for me to taste one roasted, that would be a different matter. The glutton, having never had the opportunity to savor a domesticated pixie, found himself intrigued by these diminutive beings. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to secretly stash a few for later? But in the current scenario, let us observe the show first. I am quite eager to see if, after a year of training, these little critters can fend for themselves in the face of danger. If even one of them causes harm, tonight's training will be doubled. As soon as her words fell, Lockhart finally unlatched the cage. A flurry of boisterous Cornish pixies erupted, careening towards the students' heads. Several girls, eager to capture Lockhart's attention, brandished their wands defensively while feigning terror and pleading for assistance. Ironically, the one who appeared most frightened was Lockhart himself, who had boasted of vanquishing werewolves and ghosts. As he dodged the pixie's assaults, he cast a pesky pixie pasternomy charm, which proved utterly ineffective and only drew the attention of the frenzied creatures. In full view of the audience, the so-called formidable defense against the dark arts professor fled, hastily shutting the classroom door behind him. A volley of petrifying and freezing spells ensued, sending the pixies tumbling to the ground. See, I told you, Lockhart is nothing but a fraud. After that display, he couldn't even best me, let alone a werewolf, Ron declared, earning the agreement of many. They had never witnessed such an irresponsible professor, who, when danger arose, instinctively thought to escape. He was far more disgraceful than Professor Flitwick. At least Flitwick possessed genuine skill, while Lockhart merely boasted. I disagree. I believe Professor Lockhart, much like Professor Flitwick, is simply testing our abilities, replied Hermione incredulously, prompting Harry to gaze at her in disbelief, unable to fathom her comparing that fool with his sister. Hermione, have your eyes deceived you? In that situation, you claim he was training us? If we hadn't attended Professor Flitwick's classes, do you truly think anyone would emerge unscathed? While it was true Flitwick's potion classes were indifferent to their well-being, that was because they wouldn't genuinely sustain injuries. In this instance, however, injuries would indeed pose a danger. Though not fatal, harm was certain. He was an irresponsible, boastful, and exceedingly narcissistic individual. I see no trace of a hero in him. I now seriously doubt the authenticity of his books. Perhaps they are entirely fabricated or merely regurgitated from others' tales. Harry's revelations were, regrettably, true. Yet, as nothing had transpired, his casual remarks only served to agitate his future spouse. Harry, He merely wished to provide us with a practical opportunity. Your conjectures are without evidence. Consider the details in his writings. How could he know them so precisely without first-hand experience? Regardless, I trust Professor Lockhart, Hermione said, huffily changing seats, clearly disinclined to converse with him any longer. Draco seized the opportunity to fill the void. Hey mate, what did I say? A wise man does not fall in love. Women only hinder your swordplay. Lucas's words ring true. Look, she's already throwing you the cold shoulder for another man. Just imagine how miserable you'd be if she persisted like this after marriage. Take my advice. Love is ill-timed. We should focus on our studies. Harry offered him no more than a dismissive glance. Ah, merely sour grapes. You can't stand to see others happy because you lack a girlfriend. Everyone has their idols. Hermione is simply blinded for the moment. Given time, she will realize that Lockhart is not as she envisions, and when that day comes, she will surely abandon him. I need only bide my time. As the saying goes, behind every great man is a woman, and to maintain harmony at home, one must learn to admit fault. You do remain here. I must go appease her, Draco mused. But with that intellect, can he truly fulfill the role of savior? Ron remarked casually while levitating a Cornish pixie. Not a significant concern. Aside from his romantic naivety, he excels in other areas. Rather than dwell on him, you might consider the upcoming Quidditch team situation. Aren't you and Harry competing for the seeker position? Why not challenge him while his focus lies solely on Hermione? Draco found the proposal tempting, glancing at Harry, who was desperately vying for Hermione's attention. The odds of victory increased by 10%. You're suddenly so benevolent? Of course not. Harry's skills are formidable. If you were chosen, Gryffindor would undoubtedly prevail. Chapter 265, The Glutton's Recipe and the Rabbit's Schemes. Lockhart's inaugural lesson concluded with the glutton and the royal one stealthily whisking away all the Cornish pixies. The sentiments of the others were unknown, but the two were quite pleased. They had even prepared a recipe, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to cook their newfound delicacies. Upon learning of Lockhart's panicked retreat from his students, Snape's first instinct was to have a serious discussion with Dumbledore. Yet, recalling the scripted events, he begrudgingly returned to his desk. That fool dared to flee first without considering the repercussions. Why on earth did Hogwarts hire such a dim-witted individual to teach? When Dumbledore made his decision, was his mind utterly consumed by those sickeningly sweet confections? Otherwise, how could he have selected such an eccentric individual? The Emperor, gnawing on the wing in hand, reassured, there's no helping it. This was all predetermined. Severus, do not be so irate. If those little ones cannot even handle such creatures, then my efforts have been in vain. You have no idea how commendable their performance was today. Their composure in the face of adversity is worthy of praise. Tonight, let us reward them with an extra chicken leg. At first, Snape had not noticed what the Emperor was consuming until he spotted a small head. Your Majesty, what are you eating? The Emperor sheepishly raised the half-eaten wing and replied, Oh, it's nothing, just a chicken wing. Would you like some? As she spoke, she discreetly pushed the meat in her bowl, attempting to conceal the rather conspicuous head. However, it was evidently too late. With a simple levitation charm, her bowl was in Snape's hands. Upon seeing the unblinking head, his heart sank. Despite all precautions, he had ultimately failed to guard against her insatiable curiosity. Is this chicken, Miss Grindelwald? Do you think I'm so old that I cannot differentiate between chicken and a house elf? Who informed you that teaching aids are edible? The chef. He said it looked consumable, and then he took me to the kitchen. Severus, you must believe me. I had no intention of eating it. He forced my hand. I merely tasted it critically. I am innocent. You know, I've always been a rather soft-hearted girl. How could I possibly eat something as adorable as a house elf? If you were not drooling while making that statement, I might believe you. Snape sighed, contemplating the chef's recipe. A creature so desperate for a snack that it would even nibble on itself. What more could he expect from them? As long as they did not flaunt their talents, everything else was of little concern. After all, they would remain oblivious to any clandestine indulgences. Your Majesty, promise me that even if you are tempted in the future, you must not eat one of your own. All right? Of course. I have lost all curiosity about my own flavor. Besides, I am not that gluttonous girl. This incident was entirely accidental. It was merely a coincidence that I had a taste. It was rather mediocre. If you do not like it, then I shall not eat it. The Emperor's swallowing did not escape Snape's keen gaze. Well, since you've already indulged, let her finish, he thought. Next time, I shall keep a closer watch on her. After reclaiming her small bowl, the Emperor dutifully sought her mealtime companion, while Snape continued to immerse himself in his work. Meanwhile, Harry, accompanied by Ron and Draco, made his way to Hagrid's hut, hoping to find companionship in the Forbidden Forest due to Hermione's ongoing displeasure. He wanted to check in on his father Severus's herb garden to see if any fruits were ripe enough to appease his wife. Before they could find Hagrid, they encountered a rabbit emerging from the Forbidden Forest. "Rabbit, what brings you here?" "Oh, Harry, I came to inspect Severus's herb garden and transplant a few new plants." "Are the three of you here for afternoon tea?" "That's unfortunate. Hagrid is not here. He has ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest to meet an old friend. If you have no urgent matters, I suggest you return tomorrow. He seems like he will be gone for quite some time." "Oh, I have no pressing matters. I merely wish to explore the Forbidden Forest." Just as he finished his sentence, Professor McGonagall interjected, "Oh, it seems Mr. Potter is quite confident in his abilities to venture into the Forbidden Forest." "Professor McGonagall, I didn't mean it. I was just saying it casually. You know how boys are. They love to exaggerate. Since Hagrid is absent, I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall." Without waiting for her response, he mounted his broom and took flight, naturally bringing his companions along. The rabbit wiped the fruit in his hands with a handkerchief, took a large bite, and sighed, "Alas, children grow up and become quite unruly. They are no longer the obedient little bundles they once were. They now know how to lie and deceive." "Professor McGonagall, should there not be a deduction of points for this? The Forbidden Forest is perilous. How can they so brazenly defy school rules?" "Did you hear what he just said? He wants Hagrid to take them in. It's evident they are frequent visitors, speaking so nonchalantly. Given that, a 2-point deduction seems rather lenient. Perhaps 5 points would suffice." "No, that still feels insufficient. Let be 10 points, 10 points for each of them." As he mused over the deductions from Slytherin and the Emperor's irate reaction, he overlooked that one among the trio was a Gryffindor, Ron. "Indeed, you are correct. Those little ones have been excessively bold and deserve a lesson. I fully accept your proposal." Professor McGonagall, clutching her freshly acquired fruit, headed toward the castle, contemplating how best to discipline those audacious youngsters. The rabbit trotted along behind her, continually reporting their infractions in an attempt to lower Slytherin's score. How dare they pilfer from his herb garden? Even if they are his own offspring, it is unacceptable. Is it easy for Severus to cultivate those fruits? With all the stealing, who could endure it? He certainly cannot. No one understands Severus's plight better than he. The one who empathizes with the sorrow of having one's home invaded. "Ah, you little rascal, await your punishment. You shall rue the day you incurred the wrath of the scorekeeper." The thought of the Emperor witnessing the scoreboard tumble with a clatter, 30 points deducted in an instant, crossed his mind. Wait, that's not right. Ron is a Gryffindor. Oh no, how could I have forgotten? In the presence of the headmaster, deducting points from his house is rather disgraceful. With this realization, the rabbit hastily quickened his pace, striving to catch up with Professor McGonagall to rectify his blunder. By the time the rabbit caught up with Professor McGonagall, it was too late. Points had already been deducted from Gryffindor and Slytherin, and moreover, Harry and his friends had received attention from Filch. "Professor McGonagall, was your speed not a tad excessive? Did you not hesitate even a moment?" "Hesitate? Why should I hesitate? It is a fact that they broke school rules, and I am merely administering the appropriate punishment. Is that not entirely reasonable? Furthermore, I believe you are right. The Forbidden Forest is a dangerous place. If I were to catch them this time without imposing a penalty, they would undoubtedly continue to err in the future. To prevent such occurrences, I think it necessary to discuss their detention with Mr. Filch." Thus, not only did he fail to prevent her from deducting points, but he also inadvertently doubled the punishment. "Well, it is not me who will suffer. He thought, since the points are already lost, I should go report the culprit, or how would the Emperor know who is truly responsible for the deductions?" With this dark intention in mind, the rabbit swiftly went to report the misdeeds. Meanwhile, the Emperor, indulging in a feast with the gluttonous creature, suddenly heard a disjointed voice. "Chef, do you hear that sound?" The glutton, vigorously chewing on the head of a house elf like a broad bean, merely shook his head, indicating he heard nothing. Seeing his hearty appetite, the Emperor's curiosity was instantly redirected to the dishes before her. To prevent the glutton from finishing her portion and pilfering from her bowl, she hastened her eating pace. When the rabbit arrived, the two were embroiled in a heated dispute over the ownership of the last leg. "How is it that I can't find the two of you anywhere? Are you two hiding here, indulging in secret delights? Is there no sense of team spirit left? Van Tong isn't at school. It's one thing not to call him, but why didn't you even summon me? Is there no conscience whatsoever?" As I watched the rabbit pull out a handkerchief, it seems like a scene of weeping and wailing is about to unfold. In an instant, the two gluttons, Tiao Tiao and Oh Huang, handed over the last remaining piece of the leg they had. No, no, no. Given our relationship, how could we possibly feast alone? We saved this for you, the best part of the leg meat. We couldn't bear to eat it ourselves. Oh Huang was genuinely afraid of the impending commotion. In the past, she could suppress it with force, but now, after any altercation, this little one would surely go and complain. To avoid further nagging, she had no choice but to concede. Alas, one must bow their head when beneath the eaves. Is that so? The rabbit believed not a word from these two. Yet, being magnanimous, it chose not to dwell on the matter. To be overly concerned could lead to trouble, a risk not worth taking. With a cheerful demeanor, the rabbit accepted the unknown piece of meat, taking a hearty bite. What is this meat? I don't think I've had it before. Is there more? I'd love to try it roasted. None left. Just having something to eat is already a blessing. Yet you dare to be picky, returning it as if it displeased you. I simply enjoy it stewed. How can one complain about the color of a bun they didn't even have to fight for? The failure to seize the last morsel of meat left Tiao Tiao in a particularly foul mood, leading to a decidedly unfriendly demeanor toward the rabbit. Aware that he had incited the wrath of the others, the rabbit refrained from unnecessary words and promptly redirected the conversation to the matter of Slytherin's point deductions. As expected, upon learning of this, Huang erupted in anger, brandishing a feather duster to mete out justice. After exchanging glances, Tiao Tiao and the rabbit gleefully followed suit. Meanwhile, Harry was laboriously polishing trophies with Ron in the storage room, while Draco had the good fortune of being assigned to clean the lavatories. The sight of his face, reminiscent of someone who had swallowed a fly, was simply too much for Harry and Ron, who could not suppress their laughter. After all, the proud young Master Malfoy had unwittingly provoked the sensitive Mr. Filch into feeling insulted. When Huang stormed in with her feather duster, they were still laughing heartily about Draco's predicament. Well, let me see who can still laugh heartily after having points deducted from their house. The trophy fell from Harry's hands as he stiffly turned his head, only to be met with Huang's excessively radiant smile and the sight of her brandishing the feather duster. His first instinct was to flee. However, Tiao Tiao and the rabbit, having come to witness the spectacle, did not grant him that opportunity. As he stepped forward, his foot was swiftly kicked back. Before the pain from landing could subside, Huang seized his ear. Dare you run? Harry Potter, have you forgotten who taught you your skills? Ouch, ow, ow. Sister, my dear sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I shall never dare again. I'll trade something for it. Remembering the previous reward photo, Huang's anger was considerably soothed as she dragged him into a small room nearby. What do you have? Show it to me for evaluation, and then I shall consider whether to spare you from this punishment. Rubbing his sore ear, Harry stealthily produced a stack of photographs, all of which were, without exception, private images of Snape. Here they are, sister, all taken at the risk of my life. You must hide them well. Severus must never find out, or there will be no new ones in the future. At this moment, Huang had no time to listen to Harry's further explanations. She simply wanted to stash the photos away in her little vault, setting up several magical arrays to prevent Snape from discovering them one day. Very well. This time I shall let it slide. Just make sure to make up for the lost points. If their essay next time, prepare for a serious consequence. I won tea. I promise. Eager to return to her collection, Huang rushed back to her dormitory without a word, leaving the rabbit and Tiao Tiao puzzled, exchanging glances. Is that it? What did you say to her? Why did she leave with that expression? Harry made a shushing gesture, mysteriously declaring, "Shh, it's a secret." He then resumed diligently polishing the trophies alongside Ron. The two who had missed the excitement could only exchange glances and concede defeat. Hey, Harry, how did you manage to placate Huang? I can only say that a handsome man brings trouble. The rest you must figure out yourself. Ron, utterly clueless about the notion of a handsome man being trouble, could only tug at his own hair in frustration. Chapter 267. The National Idol Lockhart has fallen. When called upon once more by Professor Lockhart to perform, Harry's patience finally reached its limit. Professor Lockhart, if we continue to perform in this manner, it will be impossible for everyone to truly immerse themselves. Why not simply reenact a scene instead? I wonder if you are aware of Professor Huang's mental training classes, where the curriculum can be tailored at will. I believe she would be more than willing to help us recreate your adventures. What do you think? Preoccupied with responding to fan letters, Lockhart had little knowledge of the current course arrangements at Hogwarts, nor did he even know who Professor Huang was. Hearing Harry's suggestion, he brushed it off, believing that no magic, aside from the meditation basin, could transport one back in time. Of course, there existed a form of time magic, yet the time turner was strictly prohibited for use in such contexts. Thus, in his eyes, Harry's current behavior was merely an attempt to draw attention to himself. Oh, Harry, I understand you wish to gain more attention, but I must tell you that sometimes we need to remain grounded. The kind of magic you describe, if solely for the purpose of allowing everyone to witness my triumphs, is not permissible. Time turners should be reserved for more pressing matters. I believe that even if everyone cannot witness my adventures firsthand, they will not cease to admire me. Will they? Watching Lockhart wink in his direction, Huang could no longer tolerate it. She thought Harry's suggestion was splendid. Seeing this man utterly disgrace himself and leave the school in shame would bring her more joy than winning 100 fierce battles. Professor Lockhart, I believe Harry's proposal is excellent. If we could witness your gallant figure firsthand, I think we would all feel immensely honored. Tiao Chow tugged at Wong's robe, whispering, hey, do you really think getting rid of him won't affect the plot later? I can't worry about that now. I'm certain that if this continues, I'll be the first to break down. Do you want to spend every day after class in his office, surrounded by his portraits, listening to his self-aggrandizement while writing responses for him? I can't endure it any longer. Even if Merlin himself appeared today, nothing could stop me from skinning him alive. Professor Lockhart, what do you say? Would you like to try Professor Wong's mental training course? Faced with Wong's repeated invitations, Lockhart remained oblivious to the impending danger, perceiving it only as an expression of the student's admiration for him. Consequently, he gladly accepted the suggestion. The moment he agreed, Wong promptly pulled everyone into an illusion. In an effort to recreate the scene with utmost realism, she meticulously adhered to the textbook, painstakingly restoring it word by word, striving to achieve the highest degree of authenticity. A group of young wizards, accustomed to being drawn into illusions, instinctively divided into teams the moment they were ensnared, seamlessly brandishing their wands in a state of heightened alertness. In stark contrast stood Lockhart, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He could not fathom how he had transitioned from a classroom lecture to this unfamiliar locale in the blink of an eye. Without affording him a moment to collect himself, Harry cheerfully approached, gazing at him with a look of adoration, excitedly pointing toward a figure in the distance. Professor Lockhart, look, isn't that the werewolf you once defeated? I can hardly believe we are witnessing a battle that belongs to you up close. I'm simply ecstatic. Upon hearing the term werewolf, Lockhart's body began to tremble involuntarily. As he turned to see the drooling creature charging toward him, he instinctively pushed Harry aside. Hermione could hardly believe her eyes. The hero she idolized had committed such a reprehensible act at this moment. This was nothing short of a nightmare. Yet, this was not the time to mourn the downfall of her idol. Observing the werewolf launch an attack on Harry, she quickly drew her hammer and, with a powerful throw, aimed it squarely at the creature's head. Indeed, you heard correctly. Hermione's weapon of choice was a hammer. A celestial hammer, to be precise. When the group had initially chosen their weapons, most opted for conventional swords as their primary armament, but a few unconventional spirits diverged from a norm. Hermione was among them. Instantly captivated by this hammer, forged by a certain luckbringer after reading a particular novel. Regardless of others' attempts to dissuade her, her conviction remained steadfast, as she put it. This thing is sure to pack a punch. It certainly proved effective, nearly shattering the werewolf's skull. Harry, come here. Let us tackle him together. Although she could have easily overwhelmed the creature on her own, Harry ran over with unrestrained enthusiasm, not forgetting to taunt Lockhart along the way. Hermione, do you believe me now? Professor Lockhart is nothing but a fraud. He abandoned us in our moment of need. Enough with the chatter. Can't you see that thing is coming back? Move aside. You're obstructing my performance. Draco, who had spent a week cleaning toilets, was in dire need of an outlet for his frustrations. He shoved Harry aside and charged forward, demonstrating to everyone present a lesson in combat. The silver sword in his hand seemed almost alive, deftly carving a series of wounds upon the werewolf, while his spells ensured the creature could not even approach him. The results of their rigorous training in the cultivation realm were vividly manifesting, much to the delight of the onlooking luckbringer. Clearly, practical experience was invaluable. It seemed necessary to raise the stakes for these young ones. Perhaps it was time to unleash some of the rogue cultivators from their mountain hideaway. They couldn't simply feast without contributing. After all, it would be beneficial for the young wizards to experience a taste of societal harshness. Reflecting on the troubles they had stirred in the cultivation realm, the luckbringer felt a surge of anticipation. Leave this to me. I promise to transform these young wizards. Once they step beyond the school gates, not one of them will remain naive. Their idle banter continued until the battle ceased. Sister, it's done. Let us head back. The luckbringer yawned boredly, casually waving a hand behind him, sarcastically addressing Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, your assertions were indeed true. We followed your advice and have vanquished the werewolf. Now we are off. Before Lockhart could respond, everyone found themselves back in the classroom, where he stood at the podium, still wearing that disingenuous smile. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of the young wizards, his demeanor shifted dramatically. As whispers erupted, the luckbringer observed a flush rise to Lockhart's cheeks for the first time. Goodness, he can actually blush. I never thought he possessed any sense of shame. Indeed, but do you think he will continue at this school? Surely not. After pushing Harry like that, How could he possibly remain? Finally, I could be freed from his torment. God knows how I've endured these past few days. Isn't that the truth? Had it not been for Severus's dreadful suggestion, I would never have been dragged into this. Ultimately, it all comes back to you, you scoundrel, for causing me this humiliation. In light of this, the Luckbringer felt utterly cheated. He had done nothing wrong, yet he bore the brunt of the punishment. If not for the fear of a world collapsing without Lockhart, he would have long since devoured him. In all his years, he had never encountered someone so shameless and self-absorbed. The Luckbringer dismissed the grievances of the glutton. After all, what had transpired had already occurred. No amount of discontent could alter that, especially when the power dynamics were so skewed. Oh, students, your performance genuinely exceeded my expectations. I am thoroughly pleased. I trust you were a bit startled? In truth, I orchestrated the entire affair to provide you with a clear understanding of the werewolf's terror. I even feigned a hasty retreat to instill in you a sense of vulnerability, ensuring you relied solely on your instincts. Rest assured, I was safeguarding you all along, and the outcome was indeed commendable. Harry, you are undeniably the savior. I hold your abilities in high regard. Furthermore, Mr. Malfoy, Ms. Granger, and Mr. Weasley, your contributions were astonishing, warranting an additional 20 points each. What? Really? Is that even a possibility? A chorus of astonished young wizards echoed throughout the room. They had anticipated Lockhart would resign over this incident, yet never expected such a ludicrous rationale to emerge. Everyone present could see the pallor of fear on his face back then. How could he now muster the audacity to present such a bizarre justification? Did he truly believe them all to be fools? Silence fell, an eerie stillness enveloping the classroom, as even the initial whispers ceased in the wake of Lockhart's self-justification. The sudden chime of the bell rescued Lockhart. He was eager to escape the suffocating room. Well, that concludes our lesson for today. Due to your exemplary performance, there will be no homework. Until next class. As the door closed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Those girls who had turned against their idol, their fervor extinguished, tore their books apart, and, feeling insufficiently vindicated, stomped on the remnants, hurling curses with every step. The Luckbringer reveled in the scene, gleefully leading the glutton to the kitchen. As for Harry, he was finally able to hold his head high before Hermione, now playfully seeking her affection. Upon learning of Lockhart's downfall, a subtle smirk crept upon Snape's lips, though he could not expel the man entirely. At the very least, for the time being, Lockhart would not grace the public with his insufferable charm. Indeed, as Snape had anticipated, Lockhart's behavior became markedly more subdued. However, with the approach of Halloween, signs of his resurgence began to manifest, particularly evident in his repeated applications to join the dueling club. The Emperor, ever eager for this duel, could not resist the thought of witnessing her beloved Severus dispatching his opponent with a disarming spell. Nearly headless Nick, as ever, extended an invitation to Harry for his Death Day feast, to which Harry expressed his anticipation. The Emperor, of course, received an invitation as well, but she preferred to accompany Snape, thus politely declined the offer. Nevertheless, she did not forget to send a gift for the occasion, a finely crafted soul gem, which Nick expressed great delight in receiving. As Halloween night swiftly approached, the Emperor donned the guise of a white specter, standing alongside Snape, clad in black, creating an imposing tableau that deterred many timid souls from approaching. Dumbledore, resplendent in his Grim Reaper attire, sat unabashedly consuming sweets, a rather outrageous sight. Albus, could you not be a tad more mindful of your public image? Even if you're not seated with perfect decorum, you need not indulge in candy so recklessly. In just a short span, he devoured 3 large pieces of dragon beard candy, 5 slices of osmanthus cake, 10 pieces of chestnut cake, an entire cream cake, and an assortment of candies. Aren't you concerned about exceeding your sugar intake and becoming a portly figure? Should that happen, other handsome suitors might beckon, and my dapper father, Gellert, could be swept away. After leisurely finishing the last morsel in his hand, Dumbledore responded pointedly. Your argument would be more compelling if you set down that strawberry pie you're clutching. Furthermore, I must remind you that your consumption is hardly less than mine. Instead of fretting over my potential weight gain, perhaps you should reflect on yourself. I dare say you've put on quite a bit lately, have you not noticed? The strawberry pie in her mouth suddenly lost its appeal as the Emperor instinctively pinched the soft flesh of her abdomen. Soft flesh? This cannot be. Just as her garment lifted, Snape's large hand intervened. He is deceiving you. You are not at all overweight, and you are still youthful. In the prime of your growth, merely a bit of baby fat. Baby fat is still fat. Woe is me, where have my perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs gone? They suddenly united into a single mass. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore could not contain his laughter, resulting in a dangerous glare from Snape. Fear not. You are merely experiencing a bit of stress and neglecting exercise. You shall regain your form soon enough. Really? The Emperor was skeptical, reflecting on her recent dietary habits and her long-neglected workout routine. Indeed, a life of comfort was not without its drawbacks. She needed to find something to occupy herself, lest her shrine to vanquish the divine be toppled. Resolving to act, she promptly used a communication stone to send a message to Fantong, conveying her desire to venture out for a few days and practice her skills. Fantong had no objections, merely advising her to be cautious not to inadvertently cause any fatalities. Chapter 269. The Chamber of Secrets is unlocked. Stimulated by recent events, the Emperor spent the ensuing time bickering with Dumbledore, to the extent that she entirely overlooked the events Harry was to encounter that day. Several days prior, Ginny had confided in her that Tom Riddle had been attempting to manipulate her actions, and in order to facilitate the unfolding of events, the Emperor had gifted her a soul gem, urging her to boldly surrender her body to Riddle's control without concern for the consequences. Although Ginny was curious about what would transpire, she was predominantly excited. Over the past while, she had come to regard the learning machine as an emotional processing device, channeling her various discontent into it. Surprisingly, this method had indeed stabilized her emotions, enhancing her mood significantly. Yet, it was poor little Tom in the diary, while enduring a barrage of negativity, had to be the empathetic older brother, striving to comfort others solely to gain their trust and achieve his ultimate goal. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit, and when that great serpent was unleashed, Tom felt he was but a step away from the dawn of victory. Nick's Death Day feast diverged drastically from its depiction in the original text. Here, not only were there exquisite foods and beverages, but also captivating performances. A host of ghosts, now adept in their craft, led lives of considerable comfort. While the Emperor arranged their tasks, she ensured that a welfare system was also established. Their existence now resembled that of the living in most respects, the sole difference being their inability to easily perish once more. Within the banquet hall, amidst the clinking of glasses, Myrtle mysteriously approached Harry, whispering, "Harry, I've discovered a particularly intriguing secret. Would you care to hear it?" "Secret? Is there anything in this school that I'm unaware of?" Reflecting on the recent amusing happenings at school, nothing seemed particularly unusual, so what could Myrtle's secret possibly entail? "I assure you, this is something you absolutely do not know." With Myrtle's unwavering assurance piquing his curiosity, Harry nodded. "Then tell me, whose secret is it? I could trade you a photo of Draco for it." Draco, forcibly dragged into the conversation, interjected, "Wait, what do I have to do with your transaction?" Myrtle shyly glanced at Draco, then readily accepted the trade, while the other two paid little heed to his reaction. Ron, munching on a large chicken leg, cast a smug smile at Draco, only to find himself the target of their next revelation. "I saw that little Weasley sneaking into that abandoned girl's bathroom, and it seemed like something was unleashed." Harry's interest was immediately piqued, and Draco, forgetting his photo dilemma, found Ron's chicken leg suddenly unappetizing. Their collective attention turned entirely to the matter of the released entity. It was known that in any location within the castle adorned with portraits, Harry's keen eyes could not be deceived. After all, he had basked in the glory of his sister's achievements and captivated the entire Hogwarts. To learn of such a fascinating occurrence solely through hearsay was disheartening. Clearly, his network of informants was insufficient. "Do you know what was released? And from where Ginny let it out?" In response to this inquiry, Myrtle hesitated. "I'm not quite certain about how it was released, because by the time I arrived, it had already emerged. I merely heard some sounds. If you wish to know more, why not come with me? I would be more than willing to serve as your guide." While speaking, she cast a flirtatious glance at Draco. The trio, eager to uncover the truth, hastily followed Myrtle out of the banquet hall. However, scarcely had they exited when Harry caught a whiff of something in the air. "What does that smell? It seems reminiscent of blood." Ron's words instantly captured the attention of the other two, and the voice in Harry's ear grew increasingly distinct. "Kill him, devour him." "Did you two hear anything?" After listening intently, Ron shook his head, indicating he had heard nothing. "Forget about that voice for now. I am more curious as to why there is such a strong smell of blood. Has someone already met with foul play?" Contemplating this grim possibility, the trio quickened their pace and soon stumbled upon the bloodied words scrawled on the wall, as well as a cat suspended in the air. It was Mrs. Norris. Oh no, who could be so cruel as to do this to a cat? Ron had always held a fondness for the little feline, having been the one to feed her the fish treats over the past year, primarily due to Harry's influence. Seeing his beloved Mrs. Norris in such a state was undoubtedly distressing for him. Harry examined Mrs. Norris's condition closely and, upon realizing she was not in mortal danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she is merely petrified. We can concoct a mandrake restorative potion to remedy this. Our primary concern now should be the words on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. It appears we have uncovered the reason for Ginny's visit to the bathroom. She must have opened some chamber and inadvertently released a rather intriguing creature. A sense of exhilaration blossomed within Harry. He felt that the game his sister had mentioned was about to commence. Wesley, I believe it is time for you to inquire with your dear sister about what she has unleashed. As it stands, only a cat has been harmed. What might happen next? If a student were to suffer an unfortunate incident, Hogwarts could very well find itself facing the Ministry of Magic, and the consequences would be dire. Ron shuddered at the thought. If Draco's predictions held any truth, the potential closure of Hogwarts loomed large, and his little sister Ginny would not escape unscathed from the fallout. Contemplating the ramifications, Ron yearned to teleport to Ginny's side, desperate to uncover the cause of this calamity. However, before he could take action, a flurry of footsteps and cheerful chatter from their classmates approached. Chapter 270, Plot Divergence. As the approaching students drew near, they had no time to greet Harry before their eyes fell upon the ominous words on the wall. The atmosphere promptly fell silent, soon punctuated by the panicked cries of some first years. Attracted by the commotion, Filch squeezed through the crowd and beheld the motionless Mrs. Norris cradled in Harry's arms. Oh no! Who could have done this? My Mrs. Norris. Do not worry, Uncle Filch. I have checked, and she is merely petrified, with no danger to her life. A single potion will restore her health. Filch trusted Harry's words, having known him since childhood, yet the sight of his beloved cat lying still was a different matter altogether. What on earth has transpired here? Who is responsible for those words on the wall? What have you all encountered? A barrage of questions left Harry momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. At that moment, the illustrious Auror arrived, accompanied by Snape. She felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness until she laid eyes on the graffiti and exclaimed, "So that's what I forgot." What did you say? Snape inquired, to which she gestured towards the wall and whispered, "I said, Harry's game has begun anew." Well aware of the unfolding narrative, Snape assessed the chaotic scene before him, silently leading the Auror to a quieter corner. He had no desire to partake in this unfolding drama. Such matters were better suited for Headmaster Dumbledore to manage. However, unexpectedly, it was not Dumbledore who arrived first, but rather the flamboyant Lockhart. "All right, let me see what has transpired here. Oh, my Merlin, what has happened? Oh, my poor Mrs. Norris, who could be so heartless as to do this to you? Was it you, Harry? I know you relish the spotlight, but clearly, you have chosen the wrong approach. As your professor, I must express my disappointment." Lockhart's self-absorbed comments, indifferent to the gravity of the situation, irked Harry greatly. He was astonished that, after the previous debacle, Lockhart could still approach him with such audacity as if nothing had occurred. Unable to contain himself any longer, Harry crossed his arms, his previously gentle smile transforming into a somber expression, his gaze now laced with sarcasm. "Professor Lockhart, might you care to listen to your own words? Which noble eye of yours has witnessed me commit these acts? Forgive me, but for someone like me, who has been coddled all my life, I hardly require excessive adoration. The accolades you cherish hold no value to me. I would never stoop to actions that could land me in Azkaban for a mere trifling of vanity. Thus, I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking until you grasp the truth. I do not wish for unfounded accusations to taint my name. Understand?" The impact of Harry's words left Lockhart momentarily speechless, as he likely had never encountered such a situation before. His perpetually affable smile appeared to falter. In stark contrast to his embarrassment, the Auror was almost inclined to applaud Harry. "Severus, did you see that? Harry's demeanor resembles yours when you're angry. Even his expressions are strikingly similar. Truly, it is no wonder they are father and son. If only the world could see him without associating him with that Potter name." She chuckled, imagining Snape's reaction upon reuniting with a son who mirrored his most formidable rival. Unbeknownst to them, Snape shared in their anticipation. After all, Harry was a product of his guidance, possessing many traits akin to his own, including certain inclinations and habits. Dumbledore's late arrival shattered the tension in the air, causing the throng of curious young wizards to hush their whispers. "What are you all doing gathered here?" However, upon seeing the bloodied words on the wall, he quickly grasped the seriousness of the situation. "Ah, it appears the game has commenced. Harry, would you be so kind as to recount the events for me? As the headmaster, I believe I have a right to be informed. Of course, I am more than willing to cooperate. However, I must first visit Professor Sprout to procure some mandrake for potion making." Following Harry's gaze, Dumbledore soon spotted the unfortunate cat. "Indeed, Argus, if possible, I believe it would be prudent to take Mrs. Norris to Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination. What do you think?" Filch did not decline the suggestion. Although Harry had assured him of her safety, he remained concerned. "All right, students, please return to your dormitories in an orderly fashion. I will swiftly investigate this matter, and I ask that you all remain calm. Well then, happy Halloween. I hope everyone enjoys a delightful evening." This marks the conclusion of the events. And until the very end, Dumbledore remained oblivious to Lockhart's embarrassment. As the crowd dispersed, the Emperor of Luck, seeing that there was no further excitement to behold, took Snape's hand and retreated to the cellar. Once all had departed, Lockhart picked up a discarded diary beside the pool. The occurrences of this night had indeed struck him profoundly, filling his heart with dark emotions. His customary jovial expression, upon returning to his office, transformed into a grimace. After sweeping everything off his desk in a fit of rage, his fury subsided slightly. Desiring a new adventure to bolster his image, he opened the diary he had retrieved, only to uncover a remarkable secret. Oblivious to the fact that Snape's specially crafted Petit Fours had slightly skewed the storyline, the Emperor mused, Severus, "I may need to leave for a while in a few days. While I am away, you must take good care of yourself, understand? Do remember to eat on time. Refrain from staying up late, and if your studies become too overwhelming, let the puppets handle the grading. You need not do everything yourself. As for the potion supplies in the hospital wing, you can easily delegate that to the upperclassmen. Consider it an opportunity for them to earn some pocket money. I will cover the expenses. Think of it as a way to train future employees." Upon hearing that the Emperor intended to depart, Snape's hand stilled. "What do you plan to go? Is there something of great importance that requires resolution? What about Ares and the others? Are they accompanying you?" God knows how anxious Snape felt as he uttered these words. He feared that once everyone left, they might never return. After swallowing the last morsel of the Petit Four, the Emperor curiously replied, "They certainly wouldn't accompany me, would they? That's absurd. If we all leave, who will take care of you? Dumbledore? I can only imagine he will seize this opportunity to assign you a mountain of work. Have you not seen how Professor McGonagall has been working herself to the bone lately? With your soft-hearted nature, I can easily predict what tasks he will impose upon you. For instance, those sweets you provided me. I assure you, the moment I depart, he will find a way to have you brew several cauldrons. As for the recent potion orders, he will undoubtedly offer you no overtime pay, leaving you to work for free. I know my father well enough, and you need not worry, with the chefs around. Dumbledore will not be able to pull any tricks. I expect to be away for only 10 days to a fortnight, so there is no need for concern. I am quite formidable outside, and most people would flee at the mere sight of me." She raised her chin proudly, her haughty demeanor endearing in its own right. Upon hearing her reassuring response, Snape's frantic heart finally calmed somewhat. He felt a sudden impulse to accompany her. Yet he also understood that her choice to leave at this moment must be due to a particularly challenging matter. Given his current abilities, he would only be a burden. So it seemed wiser to remain at the school and await her return. "When do you intend to depart? Is there anything you need me to prepare?" Reflecting on this, the Emperor realized that her life of comfort had indeed made her somewhat delicate. Not to mention, her standards for food had become markedly more refined. In the past, she had never hesitated to devour fish with bones or shrimp with shells, consuming them without a second thought. After all, her teeth were strong, and she had never worried about chewing difficulties. However, since Snape's presence in her life, every mouthful of fish or shrimp had been meticulously prepared. Now, the mere thought of consuming something with bones made her wince. The transition from luxury to simplicity is indeed a challenge. As she caressed her well-defined abdomen, the Emperor's moment of doubt transformed into resolute determination. "There is nothing much to prepare. If you must, then please make me some more sweets. Honey fruits will be delightful." Snape nodded, acknowledging that while little preparation was needed, he nonetheless began to mentally compile a list. "What are your thoughts on the events of tonight?" Reflecting on Lockhart's speechlessness in the wake of Harry's confrontation, the Emperor felt her earlier frustration dissipate. Harry's eloquence is truly remarkable. Just the thought of that flamboyant peacock being humiliated brings a smile to my face. One must wonder about the strength of his character, able to concoct excuses so nonchalantly after such a debacle. I felt so embarrassed for him that I could have gouged out 2 Hogwarts castles with my foot. Yet, he seemed utterly unaffected, bouncing around with such vigor. In this regard, I must admit I admire him. A person with such inner strength is bound to succeed in any endeavor. Snape concurred with the Emperor's assessment. Lockhart indeed possessed a remarkable talent for maintaining his facade. However, one could not help but wonder whether he would continue in this manner after tonight's events. And those inscriptions on the wall? Was it truly that little girl from the Weasley family who did that? When I saw her in the crowd today, she appeared entirely unaware of her actions. Yes, she is indeed clueless. The writing was done by the learning machine, or rather, by young Tom from the diary. This was something Snape had known for some time, though he had inadvertently forgotten it. But fear not, Ginny is in no danger. Young 6 and Young 18 are keeping a close watch on her. What do you plan to do next? The Emperor pondered the storyline, finding nothing particularly concerning. However, she harbored a slight curiosity about the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Severus, would you be interested in acquiring a magical creature to play with? You see, there's a large basilisk named Nagini over with old Voldemort. We cannot be outdone by him. Our basilisk in the chamber is far superior, particularly in terms of size. Once I address its issue, it could serve as a bodyguard, providing it with a job that includes food and shelter. Surely that's better than lurking in the sewers eating rats. Let us consider this settled. Once it concludes its storyline, I will have it join our ranks. The more she contemplated this idea, the more sound it appeared. The Emperor did not wait for Snape to express his opinion before unilaterally reserving this gift. Helpless to argue against her enthusiasm, Snape found himself unwittingly accepting a basilisk as his prospective magical creature. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harry, upon learning that the Mandrix would take some time to mature, headed to the hospital wing. Noticing that Filch had not yet left, he approached him proactively to deliver the news. Uncle Filch, I regret to inform you that the Mandrix will require a bit more time to mature. For now, let Mrs. Loris rest here for a while. You need not worry. I assure you she will be fine. Filch turned away, discreetly wiping away his tears, as Mrs. Loris was his only family. The sudden ordeal filled him with more than just worry. It instilled a profound fear. He could hardly bear to think of losing his little cat. Oh, thank you, Harry. I'm all right. I just feel sorry. If possible, I would like to spend a moment alone with her. Very well, Uncle Filch. I shall take my leave now. As Harry exited the hospital wing, he thought he heard the muffled sound of Filch's suppressed sobs. The following morning, as Harry's rear barely grazed the seat, the 3 Weasley brothers came rushing over with great fervor. Fred and George, one on each side, threw their arms around his shoulders, their tone brimming with excitement, as they inquired, Hey, mate, considering our close bond, could you possibly divulge who exactly is the heir that unlocked the Chamber of Secrets? And where might this chamber be located? Fred and I have practically turned Hogwarts upside down, yet we are utterly oblivious to this suddenly appearing chamber. It's an absolute disgrace. Indeed. Harry, everyone is suspecting that the heir is from Slytherin. Do you truly have no insider information at all? Harry first pushed aside his 2 flanking guardians, then pointed towards Draco, who was indulging in a bun nearby. There, go ask him. He is of noble pure blood. If there is indeed an heir, it should be someone of his untainted lineage. I do not meet the criteria. So, don't ask me. I share your curiosity. If you manage to uncover anything, do let me know so I may satiate my own curiosity. With the troublesome inquiry deftly deflected, he could finally enjoy a peaceful breakfast. Chapter 272, The Dueling Club. Due to the matter of the heir, Draco spent the entire day fending off the 3 Weasley brothers. This situation irked him greatly, especially as he could not afford to sever ties with them. In the end, he found himself repeatedly explaining that the heir had no connection whatsoever to him. Yet, the trio remained unconvinced, and in a moment of exasperation, he proposed a search for the legendary heir together, temporarily shaking off their persistent queries. Harry Potter, I believe I require an explanation. What on earth is going on with those 3 pests? Why do they insist that I am the so-called heir? What exactly have you told them? Facing Draco's interrogation, Harry remained remarkably unperturbed, calmly pouring him a cup of tea. Relax, don't be so flustered. Isn't it quite normal for them to suspect you as the heir? Just consider it. Among all of Slytherin, is there anyone whose identity aligns more closely with that of the heir? Pure blood, a wealthy lineage, and a member of the Sacred 28. If they aren't suspecting you, who else could they possibly consider? Draco found himself momentarily speechless by Harry's retort. Indeed, when viewed from that perspective, his culpability was considerably heightened. Even if what you say is true, that does not justify your reasoning for shifting the blame onto me. Regardless, you must participate in the investigation of the true heir. I cannot endure spending an entire day in the company of those 3 Weasleys. Naturally, Harry had no reason to decline this request, as it was an endeavor he relished. While the investigation into the heir commenced, Gilderoy Lockhart's dueling club was also scheduled to take place. Empress O gazed at Lockhart, who stood on stage speaking eloquently, admiration evident in her expression. It was rare for her to hold such esteem for someone, but with Lockhart, her admiration was genuine. Oh, chef, do you think he possesses no sense of shame whatsoever? I, as an outsider, feel embarrassed for him. How does he manage to remain so composed? Doesn't he feel even a hint of mortification? This must be the legendary talent. I certainly cannot be as ostentatious as he is. The group deemed themselves sufficiently audacious in certain aspects, yet when compared to Lockhart, they were mere novices, entirely incomparable. Welcome, everyone, to my dueling club. Yes, you heard correctly. Professor Dumbledore has graciously approved my proposition. Today, allow me to guide you in experiencing the joy of combat. Of course, we will start with the simplest techniques, so there's no need to worry about keeping pace. Now, let us warmly welcome my assistant, Professor Snape, who has kindly agreed to demonstrate a small example. A thick silence enveloped the room. Evidently, Lockhart's reputation had suffered a slight blow from recent events, and the majority of students no longer viewed him through rose-colored glasses. The absence of the anticipated cheers left Lockhart feeling somewhat embarrassed. This awkwardness lingered until Snape ascended to the dueling platform, at which point the atmosphere began to shift. O's whistle pierced the air, nearly breaking Snape's stoic demeanor. The applause was thunderous, the Slytherin students cheering so fervently that their palms turned red. The atmosphere finally ignited. It was clear this was not the outcome Lockhart had desired. Flowers, applause, adoring gazes, and all glory should rightfully belong to him. How had it come to this? To reclaim his honor, he was determined to secure victory in this duel. With this resolute mindset, he approached Snape, donning his signature smile, and began to elucidate how wizards engage in combat. Now, our duel is about to commence. First, we shall position our wands against our chests, bow to one another, and upon the count of 3, we shall cast our spells. Of course, it will merely be the simplest disarming charm, posing no danger to life. There is no need for concern. Among the audience, aside from the first-year students, everyone regarded Lockhart's explanations with skepticism. Seriously? We are about to duel, and we still have to bow. If Professor O knew we had to bow before engaging in a brawl, we would surely face punishment. No doubt about it. We would get walloped. Why all this fuss? In the time it takes to bow, I could cast at least 3 hexes. Indeed, I am beginning to seriously question Professor Lockhart's capabilities. Silence. The duel is about to commence. O's booming voice quelled the murmurs. She had eagerly awaited this moment for quite some time. If those little rascals continued to chatter, what if Lockhart suddenly developed a sense of shame and backed out? What then would she have to watch? Professor Lockhart, please proceed. At that moment, in Lockhart's eyes, O appeared as a savior from his plight. All right, let us continue. With wands poised at their chests, the moment Lockhart uttered the count of 3, Snape's disarming spell, glowing red, struck him. The sheer force propelled Lockhart off the stage, crashing heavily into the wall before sliding down to the ground amidst debris. Oh, my Merlin, is he still alive? Hermione gasped softly. Ever since she had learned of Lockhart's capabilities, her admiration had shattered into fragments, and now, seeing him in such a disheveled state, her only thought was, hasn't he been mortally wounded by Professor Snape? Has he? Surely, he is fine. Severus didn't he exert his full strength? Indeed, Lockhart was in no mortal danger, as he had already managed to rise to his feet. Not only that, but he was also striving to salvage his dignity. Ahem, did everyone see that? If one were to underestimate their opponent as I did just now, one might find themselves in a similarly embarrassing predicament. Now, let us proceed to the next segment. Does anyone wish to come up and give it a try? Desiring to avoid further embarrassment, Lockhart finally displayed some wisdom. A group of eager young wizards, clearly thrilled by this proposal, erupted into enthusiastic applause. The Emperor of Luck appeared somewhat eager to take the stage, yet the ever-hungry Tantalus denied her that opportunity. If she were to take the spotlight, it would merely result in a crushing defeat, leaving little for the audience to behold. Let's be honest. I came here for the spectacle, not to witness a slaughter of the inexperienced. In Chapter 273, The Life-Doubting Lockhart, the Emperor of Luck's aspiration to participate ultimately remained unfulfilled, as it was once again Harry, the savior, who ascended to the arena, this time facing Ron, the representative of Gryffindor. As both combatants took their positions, with a command from Lockhart, they simultaneously brandished their wands, unleashing a barrage of unforgiving curses. The duel, set upon a modest platform, saw the two exchanging blows with increasing rapidity, their movements becoming a blur. The frequency of wand movements escalated, rendering Lockhart, who observed from the sidelines, utterly astonished. He finally began to grasp why he had suffered such a significant loss of followers after that particular lesson. The young wizards now possessed an impressive level of practical experience. What, then, could be said of the lessons he had imparted? Clearly, these were not students molded by a mere teacher's guidance. Had Hogwarts faculty grown so formidable over the years? Before Lockhart could fully process his overwhelming feelings of inadequacy, Ron executed the spell known as the Basilisk's Exit. The appearance of a large, pitch-black serpent startled several of the more timid young wizards. as the serpent slithered toward the edge of the dueling platform. Harry intervened with a firm voice. This action left Lockhart in utter disbelief, who in the magical community was unaware of the legends surrounding Parseltongue. Especially in light of the blood-written messages on the wall from days prior, Lockhart felt as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Upon glancing at Harry once more, his expression shifted. Could he still claim innocence? The evidence was laid bare before him. What further excuses could he muster? Harry, tell me, those words on the wall, were they truly not your doing? As Lockhart once again veered toward casting aspersions, Harry could only laugh in exasperation. With a casual flick of his wand, he dealt with the serpent, a reflexive act born of instinct. After all, his sister had an affinity for such creatures. In his moment of excitement, he had momentarily forgotten to wield his wand. Yet that did not absolve Lockhart of his unfounded accusations. Professor Lockhart, I believe I have made myself exceedingly clear on this matter. Moreover, I've already clarified it with Professor Dumbledore. I fail to understand why you insist on attributing this blame to me today. I would appreciate a reasonable explanation. Faced with Harry's pointed inquiries, Lockhart finally lifted his haughty head. Pointing to where the serpent had appeared, he proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Is there any need for further explanation? Before everyone's eyes, you employed Parseltongue, who in the magical realm is unaware that only a Slytherin heir possesses such a gift. Do you have anything further to clarify on this matter?" However, Lockhart's proclamation did not resonate with the surrounding crowd. Instead, it was met with a chorus of boos. One voice even exclaimed, "It's merely speaking Parseltongue. Is that so difficult? Many among us can do so. Professor Lockhart, your understanding is outdated. Perhaps you should take the time to familiarize yourself with the recent developments at Hogwarts. Otherwise, I fear you may find yourself overwhelmed one day." Seeing the situation spiral beyond control, Snape stepped in to safeguard Lockhart's fragile mental state. "That will be enough for today. I expect you all to return to your common rooms before curfew." The crowd dispersed, albeit with a steady stream of sarcastic remarks that nearly shattered Lockhart's composure. "Professor Snape, what on earth has transpired at Hogwarts in recent years that I remain oblivious to? Why do I have a distinct feeling that some of these children possess abilities far beyond what is typical for their age?" The man, who had long been ensnared in his own charm, finally recognized his own ignorance. "I believe you could easily discuss this matter with the headmaster, don't you think? After all, my time is quite precious." And with that, he excused himself. Not wishing to engage further with Lockhart, Snape hurriedly seized the two spectators, the Emperor of Luck and Tantalus, as they hastened away, leaving Lockhart behind in a state of existential doubt. "Oh, Severus, why are you pulling me away? You have no time to explain to him." "But I do. I would gladly enlighten him about the current state of Hogwarts," the Emperor of Luck declared. Snape dismissed her words entirely, convinced that her intentions were merely to stoke the flames of chaos. Tantalus, on the other hand, wholeheartedly supported the Emperor of Luck's eagerness to assist. "Indeed, Severus, I believe she is right. He has been a teacher for so long, yet remains oblivious to the most fundamental capabilities of his students. How can he expect to teach effectively moving forward? Is he not in need of enthusiastic students like us? For the sake of his teaching, I am willing to tolerate his narcissism. Otherwise, I should be the one to take over." Snape paused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded the two mischief-makers before him. At that moment, he felt a profound relief that the rabbit wasn't present. Facing all three of them simultaneously would have been a considerable strain. If you wish to avoid punishment from Dumbledore, do not attempt to provoke Lockhart. Otherwise, I shall not intercede on your behalf. And by the way, your dear Gellert is returning. Initially intending to feign compliance, the two quickly abandoned their altruistic intentions upon hearing this news. "Well, it's getting late. I shall take my leave and rest. Farewell. See you tomorrow." With no opportunity for further mischief, Tantalus promptly chose to withdraw, uninterested in playing the third wheel. He preferred to dedicate his time to perfecting his culinary repertoire. The taste of the last Cornish pixie had been delightful, and he found himself eagerly anticipating Lockhart's Valentine's Day delivery. As the corridor fell silent, leaving only the Emperor of Luck and Snape, the atmosphere shifted awkwardly. "Severus, could you take me with you on your night patrol tonight? I can shrink down and hide in your pocket, and I assure you, I will not be discovered." With a playful tug at his robe, the Emperor of Luck rendered Snape almost defenseless. As thoughts of her impending departure loomed, he found himself swallowing the words of refusal that had risen to his lips. Only this once, delighted by his affirmative response, the Emperor twirled in joy before grasping his hand and heading straight for the office. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Lockhart gazed at the words in his diary, gradually revealing a rather sinister smile. Chapter 274. Our offspring must inherit your intelligence. The nights at Hogwarts are often filled with unexpected surprises, as evidenced by the current situation. The young wizards, who should have been tucked away in their dormitories, stealthily slipped out of their rooms for various reasons, now skirting nervously through the castle. Snape seemed to possess an innate radar, effortlessly locating the little rascals. Not only that, but he could also identify each of them by name and their respective houses. In short, it was a thoroughly exhilarating adventure of point deductions. Tomorrow, Professor McGonagall will surely be distraught upon seeing her house's scorecard. This year's House Cup shall undoubtedly belong to us. As for the Quidditch Cup, it will depend on Harry's prowess. I believe our chances of victory remain promising. Regarding this matter, Severus had no objections. It must be said that Harry's talent in Quidditch was strikingly reminiscent of his father. Genetics, indeed, possesses a certain magic. Yes, Harry is undeniably exceptional in Quidditch. If only he exhibited similar prowess in potions. This particular thought had long lingered on Severus's mind. How could this child not have inherited a single quality from his mother? Well, it is not all that dire. Finton has remarked that children are more likely to inherit their father's talents. In the future, our offspring must certainly possess your intellect. Should fortune not favor us and they take after me, you must intervene later to rectify the situation. Otherwise, how much worry that would entail. The abrupt shift in topic left Severus no time to ponder, and he found his ears flushed with embarrassment. No, a child of yours would undoubtedly be adorable. Of course, aside from intellect, I excel in every other aspect, particularly my prowess in combat. I have utmost confidence in that. Severus, from now on, the education of our child will rest entirely upon your shoulders. It is not that I wish to shirk responsibility, but I truly lack any aptitude in that area. Rest assured, aside from studies, the rest I shall manage. However, if you find it too challenging, it is of no concern. We could entrust them to Rabbit and Finton for their upbringing. Their intellect is commendable, but as for the chef, let us avoid that. I fear he might indulge in a craving and show off her child. The Emperor seemed to have glimpsed the future, envisioning a plethora of plans. Yet he found himself waiting impatiently for Severus's response. When he turned to look, he beheld a flustered version of Severus. Severus, what are you contemplating? Why is your face so flushed? Nothing at all. Though he claimed this, his thoughts were entirely consumed with images of him and the Emperor nurturing a child together. A little girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Emperor. Merely thinking of it brought him joy. Really? Yet I sense you are rather shy. The sudden proximity of the Emperor's face compelled Severus to instinctively shy away, only to be gently grasped by her hands. After the events at the dueling club, Lockhart had remarkably altered his teaching style, adopting a newfound seriousness. Not only were his lessons now filled with humor and intrigue, but his demeanor towards the students had also improved significantly. This sparked a flicker of renewed hope among his disillusioned fans, yet the Emperor and the glutton exchanged knowing glances, each perceiving a hint of amusement in the other's eyes. Well then, that concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. After watching Lockhart exit the classroom, the Emperor remarked with interest, I never expected the learning machine to be taken up by him. Indeed, considering the current situation, it seems to have been some time. Otherwise, based on the learning machine's recovery, he shouldn't be able to manifest so effortlessly. Should we address it? No need. I have consulted with Little Tion. As long as Harry successfully locates the Chamber of Secrets, the rest can be adjusted without major issues. However, given the current circumstances, we must provide Harry with a hint. Otherwise, who knows who will open the chamber? No problem. I shall seek out Rabbit shortly. The Emperor initially intended to inquire why Rabbit was being sought for the message. But upon noticing the glutton's somewhat vacant expression, she decided to remain silent. If the roles were reversed, she too would require Rabbit's assistance in conveying information. All right, I will leave Rabbit to you. I shall speak with Severus. After parting ways, the glutton promptly located Rabbit, who was engrossed in documenting something with utmost concentration, completely oblivious to anyone's approach. Is this what you've been busy with lately? Oh, I didn't realize you were a comic artist. How much have you drawn? Do you need my input? I have some insights on that. Startled, Rabbit hastily concealed his prized possession within a small space, fearing that this individual might seize it. After all, the contents within could not be disclosed. The consequences would be utterly unacceptable. Why are you seeking me instead of experimenting with new recipes in the kitchen? Putting aside her curiosity, the glutton expressed her intentions clearly, then redirected her focus back to the comic. If she wasn't mistaken, she believed she saw her name on it. All right, I understand. I will find Harry soon and give him a nudge. Now, can you leave? In response to Rabbit's command, the glutton chose to ignore it. Why should I leave? Show me your comic, and then I'll go. Otherwise, I might just stay here all day. Rabbit rolled her eyes dramatically, not indulging him in the slightest, and promptly exited the dormitory. Leave if you wish. If you don't, I shall. She huffed. Honestly, I don't have to remain in the dormitory. Do you think you can intimidate me? As she spoke, Rabbit slammed the door behind her. Hey, with this fiery temper of mine, I can't be subdued by you, Rabbit. Stop. While Rabbit subtly hinted to Harry, Lockhart was thoroughly enjoying his conversation with young Tom. Oh, Tom, I cannot thank you enough. Today has been the most successful day of my teaching career. The students adore me, and their fervent admiration, which I once thought unattainable, has been bestowed upon me today, all thanks to you, my dear friend. Tom replied, Oh no, this is all due to your own efforts. I merely helped you present your knowledgeable and earnest side to everyone. Previously, you were simply too modest. The person you are now is your most authentic self. Going forward, I shall ensure that even more people come to appreciate you, my dearest friend. Seemingly entranced by the bright future Tom painted, Lockhart gradually became lost in his flattery, unaware that his vitality was slowly ebbing away. Chapter 275. The Emperor is Confined. With Rabbit's subtle hints, Harry ultimately directed his suspicious gaze towards the lavatory. Once the Emperor became aware of this development, she chose not to pursue it further, as her attention was now entirely devoted to physical training. Even her persistent fondness for Severus was temporarily set aside. After 3 consecutive days of not encountering the Emperor in her office, Severus could no longer remain seated. Finally, after one class, he cited her lack of focus as the reason and, for the first time, imposed a restriction on her. This decision caused all the students in the classroom to instinctively pause their activities, followed by the long-absent explosion of Seamus, who once again experienced the sensation of being blasted in the face. Severus, with a scowl, cleaned up the dark potion remnants before calmly stating, This evening at 6 o'clock, you will join Miss Grindelwald in my office. Yes, Professor. I shall arrive punctually. Seamus displayed an exceedingly sincere attitude of contrition, and rather than feeling distressed by the punishment, he found himself with a hint of excitement. After all, it was the first time witnessing the Emperor being confined, and who could resist such curiosity? The students present exchanged glances filled with gossiping curiosity, causing the Emperor to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Only after Severus's figure vanished from the classroom door did their overflowing curiosity dare to surface. The first to speak was the glutton seated at her table. Wait, did you two have a quarrel? No, I've been on my best behavior lately. Then how could you possibly be punished with confinement? Think about it. Have you done anything gravely wrong recently that Severus might have discovered? The illustrious Oh Huang pondered meticulously over her recent schedule. Could it be that I secretly provided him with? Before she could finish her thought, she was abruptly interrupted by Harry, who rushed over. Sis, what's going on? How could Professor Snape punish you with detention? What heinous act have you committed? Did you spill his potion? Or did you sneakily consume all the new herbs he cultivated? Or perhaps... Harry glanced around, ensuring the prying eyes of their gossiping classmates were at a safe distance, then leaned closer to her ear and whispered the latter part of his speculation. Are you having an affair? As soon as he uttered those words, Oh Huang pinched his cheek. Huh, do you even hear yourself? What do you mean by affair? With whom would I be having an affair? Remember to engage your brain before speaking next time. Be wary of the perils that may arise from your loose tongue. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Sis, Iemisuri. Sora. Just let go, please. Harry's eyes glistened with tears, prompting Hermione, who stood nearby, to step forward with a twinge of compassion. Oh Huang, please release Harry. Let us discuss this calmly. His cheek is turning red. Are you so concerned for him? Though she did not voice the question, her expression alone was enough to paint Hermione's cheeks a deep crimson. Ha ha ha. All right, I won't tease you any longer. With that, she relinquished her grip on Harry and added, Stop overthinking. I suspect it's nothing serious. I'll simply ask about it directly, and if it can be resolved with a conversation, why waste our mental faculties on wild conjectures? I truly cannot comprehend your thought processes. With that, Oh Huang patted her backside and strode away, utterly indifferent to the curious glances directed her way. Tao Tai followed closely behind, while others might be oblivious. He could not afford to be ignorant, as a lack of answers would rob him of sleep. Once outside the classroom, a swarm of inquisitive young wizards encircled Harry and Hermione, their chatter escalating into a cacophony of questions. Harry, do you know why Professor Snape has detained Oh Huang? Did she pull another prank that he caught her at? Yet, without deducting house points, he shouldn't have put her in detention, right? Could it genuinely be due to her lack of focus? But that's impossible. The potion she brewed just now received an O. I saw Professor Snape give her that score. Then what could it be? Surely it can't be that he simply dislikes her? No way. Everyone at Hogwarts knows that Oh Huang is his favorite student, without exception. As the peculiar theories became increasingly absurd, Harry raised a hand to signal for silence. All right, everyone. I understand your curiosity, but please hold your questions. I'm just as in the dark about this as you are. Instead of speculating wildly, let us be patient. After all, Seamus has also been punished with detention. We can wait for him to return. Perhaps he'll have insights we lack. As soon as Harry finished speaking, all eyes turned to him, and Seamus felt a wave of pressure wash over him. Oh, fine. If I hear anything, I promise to relay it to everyone, all right? It was evident that the group found his answer satisfactory. To ensure they didn't miss the evening's revelation, they all decided to finish their homework and patiently await Seamus' return. Draco, however, did not leave with them. Instead, he fixed Harry with a smirk that was both knowing and mischievous. You truly don't know why Oh Huang has been detained? Harry shook his head resolutely, prompting Draco to say, I do know. Huh, you do? Then what is it? I saw Oh Huang last night, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Do you think she went to Professor Snape's herb garden? Harry shook his head vigorously, confidently asserting that that's impossible. Even if she ravaged all of Snape's garden, she wouldn't face any punishment. I'm more inclined to think she's got a new romantic interest. A romantic interest? Your sister is in a relationship. When did this happen? Who's the lucky one? This revelation not only piqued Draco's curiosity, but also astonished Hermione and Ron, who exchanged incredulous glances. Harry, having unwittingly let slip too much, wished he could slap himself twice. I was merely speculating. Speculating? Aside from young love, what else could provoke the professor's ire? The expressions of his friends made it clear that this reasoning was utterly untenable. To avoid spilling any more secrets, Harry decided to make a hasty exit. I just remembered that Professor Dumbledore wanted to see me. I'll be off now. Goodbye. With the sole person privy to the truth having fled, the remaining trio exchanged glances, each finding a spark of intrigue reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 276. A simple incident sparks a bloodbath. When Oh Huang and Tao Tai arrived at the potions classroom, they found Snape diligently tending to his potions. Upon their simultaneous entrance, he merely lifted his gaze before resuming his work in silence, showing no inclination for a conversation. Tao Tai found this scenario rather amusing. Such moments were rare. Looks like something big is brewing. Finding a secluded corner, he produced his snack. Oh Huang's lips twitched slightly. Are you really not even trying to hide that? Eating my secrets so brazenly? Isn't that a tad disrespectful? Tao Tai raised his head from his snack, feigning innocence. Haven't we always done this? Didn't you say that one must experience the drama live? I'm not in the wrong here. I even found a corner for us to enjoy this. How considerate of me. Don't set your expectations too high. Last time we watched your father's drama, we nearly had to hold our snacks while squeezing between people. Oh Huang found herself at a loss for words. However, her double standards had never adhered to reason. If she wanted to witness the spectacle, it would have to wait until the next lifetime. Regardless, you can't remain here. If you know what's good for you, skedaddle quickly. Otherwise, when I ask you to leave, it won't be with this amiable tone. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and soon their banter escalated into a physical confrontation. To avoid damaging the room, they eschewed magic, opting for the most primal form of combat. Snape watched as Tao Tai seized Oh Huang by her ponytail, only to receive a swift kick below the belt in retaliation. From the agility with which he dodged, it was clear he had faced such attacks before. Brainless fool. You're really going to hit me, huh? I knew you were envious of my romantic prospects. Since you can't bear offspring, you can't stand to see others happy. Who is envious of you? Do you think everyone is as promiscuous as you? I'm merely acting on behalf of those poor girls. In response, she felt a sharp pain in her ear. How dare he pull on it? This was something she simply could not tolerate. With her right hand relinquishing the grip on the hair she had tightly clutched, she swiftly and mercilessly pinched the opponent's diaphragm. The ferocity of her action caused the creature to release its hold on her hair, tears welling in its eyes from the pain. Ouch, that hurts. Let go of me, you bald-headed brute. I won't. Ugh, I was wrong. Can I leave now? I concede. The victor, proud as a peacock, lifted her small head triumphantly, making one wonder if she had accomplished some monumental feat. Severus Snape had already halted his work when the two began their scuffle. The scene before him seemed like a long-lost memory. The once quiet office had regained a semblance of life. Are you done? If so, I must address the shattered cauldron. Ah, c'est vrai. I just recalled that the soup on the stove in the kitchen is still simmering. It will burn if I don't tend to it. I'll take my leave now. Also, regarding your lack of focus in class, I believe a mere detention is a rather lenient punishment. You might consider a task like writing a fan letter for Professor Lockhart. It's not entirely out of the question. I'll be on my way now. No need to see me off. Farewell. The victor, incensed, raised her shovel menacingly. But the creature, having finished its task, swiftly closed the door behind her. Surely, she couldn't just break down the door. The shards of the shattered cauldron were already enough of a headache. And adding a damaged door would likely turn her punishment of writing a fan letter to Lockhart into a grim reality. With a practiced flick of her wand, the broken items began to restore themselves, though it was a shame about the potion that had spilled in the pot. Huh, Severus, what potion were you brewing? Perhaps I could concoct a fresh batch for you. Although it was the cook who broke it, I am willing to compensate for the loss. Snape remained silent, observing her intently until her gaze became slightly uneasy, at which point he finally spoke. What have you been preoccupied with these past few days? If it weren't for this detention, would you have even stepped foot in my office? Yeah, I can hardly believe my ears. Is Severus being affectionate with me? Have I not visited here in a while? 3 days. Aside from classes, you have entirely vanished for 3 days. What have you been busy with? Recalling some recent rumors. Snape cautiously added, what do you think of that Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory? Cedric? He is quite a gentle soul, excelling in many aspects. If he becomes a teacher one day, he will surely be well liked. The thought of that young lad filled her eyes with affection. After all, it was hard not to adore a good student, especially when contrasted with a certain underperformer like Ron, who made Cedric seem like a genius by comparison. Snape's focus honed in on the word like, a subtle unease washing over him. The dormant mark within him stirred unexpectedly. Her gaze immediately locked onto him. Severus, are you feeling uneasy? Why? It's nothing. Disliking the notion of unvoiced worries, she leaped onto his desk, unhesitatingly cradling his face in her hands. With wide, earnest eyes, she queried, speak, what is troubling you? Did Cedric do something to unsettle you? Or is it something else? Don't keep it bottled up. I lack the wit and the mood to guess. Snape's gaze flickered, but he ultimately asked, why have you not visited my office in these past few days? Is that all? I did come, but you were asleep. After bidding you good night, I returned to my dormitory. Didn't I recently discover my abs had transformed into a single block? For the sake of my perfect physique, I've been exercising in the Forbidden Forest after classes. Chapter 277. A mouth is not just for eating, but for speaking. Snape, utterly taken aback by the simplicity of her reasoning, stood in stunned silence for a moment. The dilemma that had preoccupied him was resolved by such a trivial explanation, prompting him to reflect on whether he had been overly distrustful of her. I apologize, I overthought things. I thought you. Thought what? That I would develop affections elsewhere? Huh, don't jest, Severus. Not everyone is enamored with my type. Only someone as naive and starved for affection as you would fall for me. You should have more confidence. Do not let every little thing send you spiraling into worry. I tend to be rather possessive, to the extent that only one person can reside within my heart. Thus, my sole occupant must communicate any discomfort promptly, rather than leaving me to guess. God bestowed you with a mouth not solely for nourishment, but for expression. Like this incident, you could have simply asked instead of ruminating for so long. Ultimately, it is you who suffers. With a gentle push, she removed her small hands from his face, causing Snape to awkwardly begin organizing his desk, carefully relocating the one seated atop it to his chair. Why didn't you invite me to join you in the Forbidden Forest? Didn't you once wish to be with me constantly? I merely wanted you to rest more. My training has been rigorous lately, returning late. If you were to stay up with me, your health would suffer. I can sneak in a nap during class. Can you, as a potions professor? Then why didn't you share breakfast with me? It was evident that Snape bore a significant grievance, prompting her to reconsider her earlier decisions. In her mind, without her constant presence, he should have felt liberated. After all, who would reject the allure of freedom? Yet, the reality was starkly different. Severus seemed to be grappling with a hint of separation anxiety. I skipped breakfast. How could I share it with you? I have been arriving at class, just in time, eating only a fasting potion when I felt hunger. It's rather pitiful to think about it. Severus, I'm hungry, and I desire a large pork knuckle. Snape's brows furrowed tightly, and he resolved to give Dumbledore a piece of his mind for being the root cause of this predicament. Had he not foolishly remarked about her weight, she would not be enduring such trials. According to Fong, the work on Grindelwald's end was nearly complete. Newt Scamander had been with the little package for quite some time, and it was high time to check in on his lordship. As he made his decision, he promptly filled the little desk before her with an array of delectable foods. These were provisions he typically prepared for her in anticipation of such moments, ensuring he could promptly nourish his little fiancée. Wow, is all this for me? Severus, you are too kind. I adore you. Come, give me a kiss. With an impassive expression, Snape pushed away her puckered lips, resolutely denying her excessive request. Eat up, it will soon grow cold. Have you not considered that your current health is already quite robust? There is no need for excessive training. At your age, such intense exertion is not suitable for you. The illustrious emperor, buoyed by the thrill of the moment, heard this and resolutely shook his head. No, I have indeed been living rather too comfortably of late. If this continues, I shall inevitably grow increasingly lethargic. One must row against the current. Stagnation leads to regression. Behind me lies an army of formidable adversaries, and without diligent effort, I shall surely meet my demise at their hands. Severus, do not fret about me. This current level of training is truly insignificant. My only shortcoming lies in my inadequate diet. Otherwise, I am quite acclimated. If your concern persists, perhaps I could take you along during my training? Upon hearing the prospect of accompanying her, Severus's previously gloomy demeanor transformed into one of sunny delight. Yet, his outward expression remained steadfastly unchanged. Since you have so earnestly extended the invitation, I shall accompany you. Though my strength pales in comparison to yours, I can certainly serve as a training dummy. Did I invite you? The Emperor began to doubt her own memory, struggling to recall when she had extended such an invitation. Had she perhaps forgotten? Ignoring her self-doubt, Severus cheerfully commenced grading the day's assignments, aiming to complete them before she finished her dinner. At this moment, the beleaguered Seymour pushed open the door to the potions classroom, gaining the dubious honor of processing 2 large barrels of slug. Meanwhile, another student, also sentenced to confinement, was locked in a fierce battle with a roasted lamb before him. He longed to inquire of Severus why, despite both being punished, the Emperor enjoyed such favorable treatment. However, upon witnessing Severus's grim countenance, he promptly abandoned the notion. The disparity of having to deal with revolting slugs while the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air was indeed a torment. After a hearty meal, the Emperor, yawning, settled languidly into a plush chair and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. This sight provoked a fit of jealousy in Seymour, who, in a moment of carelessness, sent a slug tumbling into oblivion. Just as he trembled in anticipation of the impending storm, Severus's calm voice reached him. The confinement period ends here. You may return. Huh? Oh, yes, Professor Severus. I shall take my leave. Exiting the office, Seymour rushed to the common room, eager to broadcast Severus's differential treatment. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, the gluttonous one, hidden away, gazed into his water mirror, chuckling mischievously. Is that all? Attempting to keep secrets from me? Does one truly think I am a fool? In this world, there is no morsel I cannot procure. Swiftly stowing away the image stone, he hurried to seek out Feng Qi, determined to share this delightful tidbit with his good brother. At that moment, Harry, engrossed in strategizing Quidditch tactics with Draco, was drawn by the sound of something large rustling towards the abandoned lavatory. Upon seeing him, moaning Myrtle rushed forward, her face alight with surprise. Are you here to find me? Harry shook his head, indicating otherwise. He listened intently, and upon not hearing the intermittent sounds, he refocused his attention on Myrtle. Chapter 278. Severus, meh, I have a taste? Floating in mid-air, Myrtle gazed shyly at Draco, her eyes brimming with admiration. Reflecting on some ancient gossip shared by Rabbit that morning, he delicately inquired, Myrtle, how exactly did you meet your demise? This question swiftly transformed the bashful girl into a tempestuous spirit. The subject of inquiry erupted with fury, her surrounding aura brimming with resentment. Enough to rouse a cadre of vengeful spirits. After years of cultivation, all the ghosts within the castle had significantly increased their power. To put it plainly, if Voldemort dared to encroach upon their territory, though it may not lead to the total annihilation of his followers, a third of them would certainly perish. The realm conjured by the ghosts was no easy escape. Even if they couldn't kill outright, confinement would lead to starvation for half of them, not to mention the presence of several exceptionally gifted combatants among the spirits. While Myrtle might not be considered a powerhouse within, her strength rivaled that of some Aurors. And when she was enraged, she was certainly formidable. However, before Harry, she posed no real threat. After all, he had a fiercely protective sister and a godfather. Apologies. Though my inquiry is undoubtedly impolite, I must implore you for the truth for the safety of all students at Hogwarts. If my sister were to ask, I fear her demeanor would be far less congenial than mine. Upon mention of the Emperor, Myrtle's ire began to dissipate, and once fully contained, she nodded at Harry with a smile. Oh, that is splendid. Thank you, Myrtle. I always knew you were a kind-hearted girl. Servi de people. It is merely my duty. You may ask me anything, and I shall divulge all that I know. Myrtle internally lamented, but dared not voice her discomfort. Harry, as a gentleman, you must show more decorum toward the lady. She lost her life in the bloom of youth, a tragedy in itself. Your blunt insistence on reopening old wounds is quite distressing. While we act in the interest of all Hogwarts students' safety, it does not excuse our coercion. Madam, We beseech your forgiveness for our indiscretions. You are aware of the recent unrest. Not long ago, a first-year wizard we had no other recourse but to resort to such extremes. If you truly wish to avoid revisiting those painful memories, we can investigate gradually. However, we can also strive harder. Draco's words not only garnered Myrtle's favor, but also inadvertently cast Harry into a less favorable light. Oh, it is quite all right. I mean, I do not mind sharing what transpired. It brings me joy to assist. Harry swore. He glimpsed pink bubbles floating around Myrtle at that moment. That day, due to some words from Olive, I felt deeply upset and sought refuge in this lavatory. I did not know how long it was before I saw a boy speaking to someone, and then I beheld a pair of large yellow eyes. The next moment, when I opened my eyes, I was met with the sight of my own cold corpse. To be honest, that feeling was dreadful. Large yellow eyes? That immediately rules out a human boy. Magical creatures. Over 40 years ago, could it be Hagrid? Draco pondered, unable to think of another who could communicate with magical beings. Harry evidently entertained this possibility as well, but given his understanding of Dumbledore, if Hagrid were indeed involved, he would never have been permitted to remain at Hogwarts. Conversely, if it were not Hagrid, then someone else must have been scapegoated. It seemed imperative to consult his dear friend. Myrtle, thank you for your cooperation. Once we apprehend the perpetrator, we shall present him before you, so you may have your vengeance. Should any further anomalies arise, please notify us at once. I believe that magical creature possesses considerable power, and confronting it alone would undoubtedly be perilous. Oh, certainly, I shall remember. Please ensure your safety as well. After the trio parted ways, Harry began to piece together the clues. Just as he contemplated whether he should immediately set off for Hagrid's hut, a sound of footsteps approached. The two hastily concealed themselves under the invisibility cloak, finding a secluded corner to crouch down. Almost the instant they had settled, Severus Snape appeared, accompanied by the ever-enthusiastic Draco. The two were engaged in conversation, and while they initially intended to eavesdrop on some gossip, they were taken aback when Snape uttered, because that first-year Colin, Hagrid, the big fellow, has just been taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Huh, what does Colin's situation have to do with Hagrid? He hasn't even been around the castle lately. The Ministry wouldn't just pin the blame on someone at random because they couldn't catch the real culprit, would they? Poor Hagrid. Will he be imprisoned? Is that place called Azkaban? I've heard. As the voices faded into the distance, Harry's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that Hagrid had been apprehended. It seemed he needed to act swiftly, for Azkaban was not a place where many could endure for long. He feared for his poor giant friend, hoping he wouldn't be driven to madness by the torment. Calm down for a moment. Once we return to the dormitory, I will immediately send a message to my father, urging him to negotiate with those ministry officials for a few days. In the meantime, we will uncover the truth. And if we do, that foolish giant may never even set foot in Azkaban. Although Draco's tone was composed, Harry could sense the tension in his body, indicating that he was not as serene as he appeared. The proud young lord had ultimately transformed into the eager companion Draco had anticipated. After they stealthily departed, Snape, still accompanied by Draco, emerged from the direction they had just vacated. Are we being overly subtle in our hints? Don't you want to play a little longer? What is this? Having second thoughts? Planning to reveal the answers directly? Oh, not all. It's simply that I fear Hagrid might truly be confined in that dreadful Azkaban. I've heard it's quite brutal. However, I am still rather curious. What exactly is a Dementor? Severus, may I have a taste? The topic shifted so abruptly that it nearly caused Snape to twist his back. Chapter 279, An Impromptu Journey to Azkaban. Draco continued to chatter incessantly with Snape about the flavor of Dementors, oblivious to Snape's increasingly perplexed expression. Draco, can your diet not be a tad more conventional? Setting aside how you would even consume something like a Dementor, do you truly believe you could stomach its appearance? When the subject of appearance was broached, Draco's curiosity overtook his appetite. Well, considering the time, we should still have time. Look, Severus, the night is splendid. ISNT at a waste not to go for a stroll. How about we visit Azkaban to check on Harry's godfather? Believing they were merely planning to meander through the forbidden forest, Snape nearly slipped down the stairs upon hearing the suggestion. He was aware of Draco's unreliability, but such an absurd proposal was unprecedented. Are you certain you merely wish to pay a visit to that foolish dog? Of course. Don't you want to see his current miserable state? That self-absorbed fool, if he knew his godson had found a new godfather, one whom he despises. I wonder, wouldn't that infuriate him? Haha, I'm quite looking forward to his reaction. Merely envisioning Sirius's predicament brought a sense of amusement to Snape. In truth, visiting Azkaban was not entirely out of the question. Severus, what do you say? Shall we pay an old friend a visit? As you wish, but we must return before dawn, and you must refrain from any antics. Of course, no problem. I promise. Though such assurances were made, the gluttonous creature was already en route to join them. Long before she added the Dementor to her cookbook, this chef had been prepared for the occasion. Thus, when she and Snape reached an agreement, she had already concocted a reason for her unexpected arrival. The two hastily surveyed the entire castle and were just about to breach the fabric of space when the glutton appeared, ready for action. Oh, what a coincidence! Are you two out to bask in the moonlight as well? Snape was exasperated. Mr. Grindelwald, do you care to check the time? Basking in the moonlight? Have you considered your position? As your head of house, I believe my foremost duty is to deduct points from you. That seems unnecessary. Severus, one mustn't be so hypocritical. After all, the head girl is still atop your head. You cannot be so biased. To which Snape, with a sly smile, retorted, "Oh no, you are mistaken. As a professor, she has a duty to patrol the grounds. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Eris?" The glutton was speechless. How had she forgotten that detail? "I don't care. If you want to leave, you must take me with you. Otherwise, I shall inform the headmaster immediately," in a fit of resignation. The glutton abandoned all pretense, rapidly shrinking down to climb onto Snape's shoulder, making it clear that if she was not taken along, none would have a pleasant evening. "Severus, if he wishes to join, let him. He hardly takes up any space. Let us depart quickly. If we delay, dawn will break." Snape was well aware of the little games being played. Given Draco's insatiable appetite, it was impossible that a few words from him could deter the desire to sample something new. Hence, the glutton's presence was entirely expected. He chose not to expose the ruse, simply wanting to witness the unfolding drama. With a flash of light, the three vanished from their spot, reappearing at the entrance of Azkaban. With the invisibility cloak applied, they strutted boldly into the fabled prison. It must be said, the environment of this wretched place was far from pleasant. The dark and damp surroundings, the sporadic sounds of despair, and the air thick with various unpleasant odors momentarily led Draco and the glutton to believe they had returned to some post-apocalyptic realm. Goodness, I must admit, this dreadful place does evoke some rather unpleasant memories. Ugh, the stench of those zombies is truly unbearable. I never wish to taste that again. At this, Draco's expression soured, clearly indicating that such fare was not to his liking either. This piqued Snape's curiosity. It was rare for any food to evoke such aversion from these two gluttons. "What exactly is this zombie you speak of?" In response to Snape's inquiry, the two exchanged glances before simultaneously shaking their heads and replying, "Nothing. It's unimportant." What a jest! If he were to learn the true nature of that thing, how could they coexist afterward without fear of disdain? No, this was a secret that must never reach Severus. Severus, let us hurry inside. We still need to locate that large dog. Time is limited, and we should refrain from discussing irrelevant matters. Ah, yes, the matter at hand is paramount. Let us proceed, Severus. What characteristics should we look for in the individual you seek? Though this place is not vast, it may still prove a challenge to find a stranger. Snape did not dwell on the issue. Merely observing the reactions of the two was enough for him to surmise that the zombie was certainly not a normal ingredient. Forget it. For a glutton who can even indulge in his own taste, what could he possibly find unacceptable? However, when it comes to that foolish dog, he truly remains perplexed about its characteristics. After all, it is exceedingly difficult to find someone based solely on their foolishness. There is no need to seek him out intentionally. After all, the two of you are not here for that purpose, are you? It is best to let things unfold naturally. The embarrassment of having their little thoughts exposed was promptly disregarded by the two. The trio sauntered between the various cells, critiquing each one of Snape's former colleagues. Naturally, they did not neglect to explore the flavor profile of the Dementors. I reckon their taste might be quite acceptable. Perhaps we could try deep frying them. Dumplings could work too. Upon closer inspection, they are merely a type of soul. I must say, they do align quite well with my palate. On our way back, we could take a couple with us to sample. If they prove delectable, we might consider raising a few. To this proposal, the lucky one had no objections. She was utterly enamored with this sustainable source of culinary ingredients. At this moment, she wished to convey a sentiment to Fantong. Having you is a blessing for our household. Chapter 280, Sirius. Snape walked quietly down the corridor, observing his former colleagues being tormented while listening to the breeding plans of the two little ones beside him. A profound sense of inner conflict gnawed at him. He could not help but wonder if he had not encountered the lucky one. Would his life now resemble that of those imprisoned souls? Merely alive, yet utterly shattered in spirit. Perhaps due to the exuberant emotions of the lucky one and the glutton, several patrolling Dementors began to consciously drift closer. The chilling aura caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. This phenomenon abruptly pulled the two, engrossed in culinary discussions, back to reality. Goodness, I never realized this creature had such a function. Could we possibly confine it and use it as an air conditioner? A refrigerator, too? Though it is rather unsightly. It possesses utility. I believe we could certainly raise a few more. After circling a Dementor a few times, the glutton suddenly inhaled sharply towards its hood. This action startled Snape, who instinctively pulled the lucky one close to him, fearing she might become curious and venture too near. You are not allowed to go. Keep your distance from that creature. I will not permit you to approach it so closely. Initially curious to see what was happening, the lucky one promptly relinquished her inquisitiveness upon hearing this. Moreover, she firmly aligned herself with Snape, reproaching the glutton. Severus, rest assured, I am somewhat of a neat freak. I have no interest in such unsightly things. It is merely the cook's heavy palate, willing to sample whatever flavor, be it fragrant or foul. Such an ugly creature could hardly be anything good. How could you dare face it? Ugh, how perverse! The glutton could only laugh in disbelief, baffled by the earlier culinary discussions with this very person. Ah, right, you are completely correct. I am indeed perverse. My tastes are quite heavy. In that case, you might as well seek out a chef with a lighter palate for yourself. Ha! As you say, my Severus's culinary skills now far exceed yours 100-fold. This compliment was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Snape felt his face flush slightly. Though he held a degree of confidence in his culinary abilities, he still fell short when compared to the glutton. As the two argued passionately over this matter, the emotional fluctuations stirred the Dementors into a state of restlessness. Not wishing to escalate the situation, Snape had no choice but to intervene and separate them. Enough. Are you too intent on summoning all the Dementors? Should they rise in revolt, attracting the Ministry of Magic's attention, your aspirations to refine your recipes will be dashed. Furthermore, have you forgotten our purpose in coming here? Or do you merely intend to steal a Dementor? Of course not. The two replied in unison, and it must be said that they displayed remarkable synergy in placating Snape. Ah, Severus, do not overthink it. We merely came to bring you down a peg. Stealing a Dementor is just a secondary objective. Come. Let's go find that foolish dog. As the lucky one pulled Snape forward, she exchanged a knowing glance with her companion. The ensuing events unfolded with greater ease. The glutton selectively captured 4 Dementors, confining them within his small space. The trio then resumed their leisurely stroll, with Snape introducing each inmate in the cells, sharing anecdotes about his former colleagues and the illustrious history of his previous employer. The lucky one listened intently, occasionally expressing her unique insights, such as noting that old Voldemort's ability to garner loyalty paled in comparison to her father, Gellert. The differences were evident from the outcomes following their respective downfalls. The former lost most of his employees, who fled, while those who remained were imprisoned, and not a single soul attempted to seek him out to reclaim his former position. On the other hand, although the latter also faced failure and capture, his loyal minions constantly sought to rescue their master. If it were not for her father's willingness to be imprisoned, the current landscape of the magical world might be very different. In short, old Voldemort's character is lacking. I must say, Severus, your judgment of people leaves much to be desired. Oh, is that so? Yet I believe my judgment is occasionally quite reliable. Otherwise, I would not have secured such an excellent fiancé, would I? The sudden declaration took the lucky one aback. She lightly punched Snape's arm, responding with a hint of shyness. Oh, while your words bring me joy, I must admit your filter regarding me is rather generous. I am not exactly a paragon of virtue. In terms of theft and robbery, your former employer is but a novice in comparison. Severus, I must say, your judgment of people remains consistently astute. The glutton, upon hearing this assessment, could not contain his thunderous laughter, which, had it not been for the confines of their small group, would likely have awakened everyone in the cell. The previously settled Dementors were once again drawn to this joyous energy. Do rein in your emotions. You must not attract others. I certainly do not wish to invite trouble. After delivering a sharp kick to the glutton, the lucky one continued forward with Snape, only to find that her pull did not budge him. Turning in confusion, she discovered Snape's gaze fixated intently on a particular cell ahead. The man, recently ravaged by the Dementors, lay hidden beneath unkempt hair, staring vacantly at the ceiling, seemingly murmuring something. Is he that foolish dog? Snape nodded, a habitual smirk of derision tugging at the corners of his mouth. The lucky one dashed to the door of that cell, casually tossing out a few talismans before tearing off her invisibility cloak. With a firm twist of her right hand at the lock, she accomplished the act of opening the door. Stepping disdainfully into the disheveled cell, she kicked the half-dead Sirius lying on the ground. Hey, are you still alive? No response. The individual offered, not even a curious glance, seemingly devoid of interest in the sudden appearance of this girl. It was not until he heard her call out, "Severus." Could it be that this fellow has been tortured to the point of madness? The man, who had just moments ago been barely alive, instantly revived with a spark in his eyes upon hearing the name Severus. He sat up straight, startling the nearby Sirius, who promptly kicked him. Chapter 281. The Crumbling Sirius Black. Sirius could hardly believe his ears. Had he truly just heard someone call for Severus? He harbored an instinctive aversion to that name. Regardless of whether this Severus was the same person from his memories, he felt compelled to rise and hurl a few curses at him. But what did he see? The figure before him was indeed Severus Snape, as he remembered. Yet there were differences. Gone were the greasy locks, the sallow complexion, and the ever-sullen expression. The Snape before him now had a complexion that glowed with a healthy flush. His hair, typically oily, appeared sleek and well-groomed. And even his perpetually grim demeanor seemed considerably brighter. How could this be? How could he thrive so well after James and Lily's demise? Should he not feel guilt? If it weren't for his betrayal, how could James and Lily have met their tragic fate? A surge of fury coursed through Sirius, momentarily revitalizing him from the terror inflicted by the Dementors. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his fist to strike Snape, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by a kick from the youth beside him. What the hell? Did they think him a corpse? Did they truly believe Severus was still the pitiful wretch of yore? You think you can bully him? Let me tell you, I care not for your past dealings. Dare to lay a finger on him now, and I shall ensure you regret it. The audacious declaration from the young man elicited a smirk from Snape, a feeling of being protected that was quite pleasant. Snape resolved that next time they revised the menu, he would certainly turn a blind eye. Well, let me see who we have here. Ah, the infamous Marauder, Black. It seems you are faring well here. I must say, this environment suits you quite well. After all, refuse belongs in a trash can, does it not? Sirius, struggling to regain his footing, glared daggers at Snape, the hatred in his eyes nearly palpable. He could not fathom how Snape had the audacity to confront him. However, this answer was soon laid bare by the young man. Hey, Mutt, I advise you to control your eyes, lest I take it upon myself to pluck them out and use them as a garnish. The young man spoke sweetly, yet his words were laced with venom. He then cheerfully returned to Snape's side, producing a spirit fruit and placing it in his palm. Severus, let us eat and converse. Excellent. The two exchanged smiles, instantly transforming the atmosphere around them. The young man, uninterested in the burgeoning camaraderie, casually retrieved a memory stone, adeptly capturing the beautiful moments unfolding before him. Enough. Who are you, and why are you here with the greasy one? It was the young man who responded with a smirk. Harry's godfather. I suggest you recognize your current position. Be mindful of what you say. Some words are better left unspoken. As for me, I have but one virtue. I protect those I care for. So, if you wish to continue drawing breath, mind your behavior. Otherwise, I shall teach you a lesson in manners. Sirius, initially intent on resisting, froze at the mention of Harry's name. He immediately approached the young man, eyes wide with fervor. You know Harry? Do you know him? Is he well? Has he started school? Did you come to find me because of him? A flurry of questions poured forth, leaving the young man at a loss as to which to answer first. Yet, it seemed that the specifics mattered little. He was not there to serve as a historian. As a connoisseur of misfortune, he understood precisely how to strike at another's heart. Of course I know Harry. I doubt there is anyone in the wizarding world who does not. Unfortunately, it seems his life is not as pleasant as one might hope. After his parents' demise, he had a godfather meant to ensure his safety, but alas, something went awry. That poor lad has been sent to live with his muggle aunt and uncle, enduring a life of neglect and occasional bullying from his portly cousin. It's truly tragic. Can you imagine a rotund pig riding a frail little rabbit? Quite unfortunately, the great savior Harry Potter is that poor rabbit. He must not only endure his cousin's torment, but also the disdain of his aunt and uncle. What do you suppose a child raised in such an environment becomes? Initially, Snape was perplexed as to why the young man would lie, but upon witnessing the defeated expression of the Mutt, he quickly grasped her intent. It was undeniable. Seeing someone he loathed in such despair brought him a peculiar sense of joy. How could this be? Dumbledore had assured him that Harry would be well cared for. Why did it turn out this way? Wasn't Lily's sister supposed to look after Harry? How could they treat him so cruelly? How could they? In a fit of impotent rage, Sirius pounded his fists against the wall, soon leaving them bloodied and raw. He looked utterly pitiable. Yet, none of the three present felt any sympathy. Rather, they continued to enjoy their spirit fruits. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, momentarily distracting Sirius from his own despair. What have you done? Greasy one, what have you done while knowing how he suffers? Snape recalled the mischief Harry had caused in his potions class and the trouble he often stirred. I punished him severely. The frail mad dog erupted. How dare you? I will kill you. I will surely kill you, you filthy Death Eater. I had hoped, for Lily's sake, you might care for him. Why do you not simply die? The only response he received was the synchronized sound of crunching fruit. Snape felt no stirrings of remorse. He had long since grown immune to the vitriol spewed by the motley crew surrounding him. Listen, Mutt, I know you're distraught, but hold your horses. There's something crucial I haven't yet shared. That rat, Peter Pettigrew, the one who betrayed you all, is still alive. In fact, he is living quite well, dining luxuriously. Just the other day, he happily spent time with his master. Oh, and I have a picture of him. Would you like to see? Though phrased as a question, she offered no opportunity for refusal, tossing a photo of the well-fed Pettigrew directly in front of Sirius. Chapter 282, Grindelwald Returns. Upon seeing the image of a thriving Pettigrew, Sirius succumbed to darkness, his furious shout nearly shattering the eardrums of those around him. The young man merely scratched his ear, unaffected, and remarked, now that we've seen him, shall we leave? The stench of this wretched place makes every second here feel like a punishment. The European monarch harbored no objections, merely casting a glance at the seemingly deranged Sirius before inquiring of Severus, what shall be done about him? Should we administer a memory charm? Unnecessary, Severus replied. I believe he requires this emotional turmoil to cling to life, does he not? His words sparked a realization in the monarch, who swiftly arranged a minor protective enchantment within the confines of the cell. We cannot allow him to escape prematurely and wreak havoc. The world would crumble if that were to occur. Very well, Severus, let us depart. We still have time for a restful slumber. Just as they intended to rend the fabric of space to leave, Sirius seized Severus's robes with fervor, his gaze fierce as he commanded, take me away. I must see Harry, and that rat, I will kill him. I must kill him. In response, the monarch delivered a disdainful kick. What audacity to presume to reach for my Severus's robes. Do you not know of his obsessive cleanliness? You wish to see Harry? Where were you when he needed you? The child is lost, and now you come whining. You have languished in this wretched place for years. Now you wish to escape? Let me assure you, it is too late. Even if you were to break free, Harry would not accompany you. And as for that rat, Peter, you failed to eliminate him before. You remain incapable of doing so now. Since you seem to revel in imprisonment, then stay put. We have no interest in orchestrating a prison break. My father has deemed such actions illegal. Severus, upon our return, discard this filthy robe. It disgusts me. A smile graced Severus's lips as he obediently nodded. Previously, he had never been afforded such protection, yet now it was a frequent occurrence. He had to admit, receiving such affection from an old nemesis felt rather pleasant. She speaks the truth. You chose not to remain with that boy, so do not feign such anguish. This is your own doing, is it not? Do you not fancy being incarcerated? Then remain here indefinitely. Come, we must go. Ares is correct. This place is ill-suited for our extended presence. Following Severus's cue, the monarch tore through the veil of reality, ushering the two of them through, while Sirius attempted one last effort. However, he was met with an invisible barrier that thwarted his advance. His furious roars shattered the silence of the cell, his curses drowning him in despair. Meanwhile, the trio had barely emerged from the rift when they collided with a returning Grindelwald and Fenton. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. Without uttering a word, the monarch seized Severus and fled, leaving the hapless Tiao entirely outside her considerations. Someone had to bear the blame, after all, and he was perfectly suited for it. Grindelwald's gaze followed the retreating figures, his puzzled expression shifting to Tiao. Why do they run? Am I truly that fearsome? Or have you two conjured yet another catastrophe? No, with that scoundrel Severus present, I doubt you would act so brazenly. So what prompted their flight? Ares, I believe an explanation is in order. An explanation? I too would welcome clarity. We merely ventured out for a brief reconnaissance. What is there to conceal? It's not as though this is our first escapade. Speaking of which, Father, why did you return so late? Those dark circles under your eyes suggest you could have benefited from a proper rest before reappearing. Grindelwald, upon hearing this, promptly produced a small mirror to scrutinize his appearance. The stubble, coupled with the dark rings from a lack of sleep, and his unkempt hair presented a most disheveled visage. If Albus were to see him like this, he would surely be heartbroken. As if recalling some unmentionable thought, Grindelwald's expression morphed into something peculiar. It is late, Ares. Take Lucas and return home to rest. We shall discuss matters further tomorrow. With that, he strode away with the urgency of someone pursued by a phantom. Tiao nudged Phantom, who bore the same dark circles, perplexed. What ails our dear father? He seems rather pleased with his current appearance. Perhaps he has overworked himself? Isn't it said that one beautifies oneself for those they cherish? I see no evidence of that here. Phantom struggled to open his weary eyes, responding with a knowing gaze. Ah, you do not comprehend. This visage is precisely what he ought to present to dear old dad. As he spoke, he stretched, the toll of recent labor evident. After years of avoiding strenuous work, this sudden influx had nearly drained him. Dear chef, given our long-standing friendship, prepare me a late-night snack. If I do not replenish, I shall soon be meeting Buddha. The mere thought of a midnight feast reminded Tiao of the recently acquired baguette. Ah, between brothers, there is no need for such formality. You return, and I would let you starve? Come, come. The ingredients I pilfered today are fresh. Let us return to the dormitory, and I will whip up a delightful meal for you. Reluctantly, Phantom advanced, his mind preoccupied with visions of the new ingredients. The sight of his companion's excitement fueled his own anticipation of the delectable dish. Their pace quickened, and soon they returned to the dormitory. Without pausing for explanations, Tiao entered a small, secluded kitchen. You go wash up and unwind. The meal will be ready shortly. Phantom wasted no time, clutching his pajamas as he headed for the washroom, sinking into the soothing waters of the spring. In an instant, all fatigue from recent days was washed away. Chapter 283. The Boggett Breeding Project. The following morning, Tiao burst into the potions classroom, brimming with enthusiasm. Without preamble, he confiscated Severus's breakfast and, with eager anticipation, presented his specially prepared wontons. Come, Severus, try my new dish. I assure you, one bowl will leave you craving a second. Though Severus wished to temper Tiao's enthusiasm, he could already discern the filling and felt little inclination towards it. Yet, faced with Tiao's expectant gaze, he found himself unable to utter a refusal. After a long moment of hesitation, he picked up a spoon and, with eyes shut, resolutely placed the tiny wonton into his mouth. Contrary to his expectations of a peculiar taste, he was met with a flavor unlike any he had ever experienced. The meat was tender and succulent, and as he savored it, a subtle sweetness emerged. Upon finishing the wonton, a surge of joy enveloped him, as if the most splendid events of life were unfolding before him. This was far more effective than any cheerful draught. Is this a baguette? Severus asked incredulously. Indeed, this is the painstakingly prepared version. How delightful is it? One could not deny the exquisite taste. Despite its unappealing exterior, it was filled with a vibrant essence. You sense it too, don't you? The moment it enters your stomach, it feels like a euphoric stimulant, invigorating your very being. I believe we must nurture several of these creatures. In a fit of excitement last night, I inadvertently exhausted our supply. This evening, I shall make another trip, striving to capture a few more. When Tao expressed a desire to revisit Azkaban, Severus felt compelled to interject. Your father, Gellert, has returned. Are you certain you wish to go again? Severus intended to dissuade Tao, but to his surprise, the latter completely misconstrued his intent. You are correct. Gellert has returned. I must take him along, for if we are indeed discovered, I shall have someone to share the blame. Thus resolved, Tao declared, I shall seek him out now. Wait, that is not what I meant, Severus protested, but the door slammed shut, leaving him momentarily stunned, reflecting on whether his previous expression had been misleading. When the rabbit sauntered in, she found Severus in a trance, spoon in hand, gazing at a bowl of wontons. Severus, good morning. I'll come and join you for breakfast. Let me see what we have today. Without hesitation, she retrieved her small bowl and plopped a wonton from Severus's dish into her own. As she swallowed it, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she pointed at the remaining wontons, exclaiming, surely this cannot be the work of a Dementor. It tastes too delightful. Regaining his composure, Severus pushed his bowl towards her, deftly transferring several wontons into the rabbit's bowl. Yes, they were just delivered by Ares. You two should enjoy them while they're warm. I've already eaten. You might fool the others with that line, but Tao, the glutton, is unlikely to leave you any leftovers, she retorted. If we are to eat, let us do so together and savor the flavor. I suspect if he finds it delectable, we shall have more tomorrow morning. You're right, Severus. You mustn't deprive yourself. You clearly haven't had enough. Why should you relinquish your food? Such thinking is unacceptable. In our home, good things may be seized but never relinquished. Do you understand? This is our family rule. As she spoke, she raised her chopsticks to pilfer from the rabbit's bowl, but the rabbit, forewarned, deftly dodged the attempt, and they engaged in a playful tussle over the wontons. Severus glanced at his own bowl and then at the rabbit's, before silently transferring the wontons from his bowl back to his own. When the rabbit returned, she lamented her loss. Severus, you traitor. I shall end our friendship for an entire class. The rabbit's laughter was boisterous, even eliciting a slight smile from Severus. Chapter 284. collecting 7 old Voldemorts to summon the dragon. Due to the wanton theft incident, the rabbit fell into a deep melancholy, failing to notice that her companion had not attended class all morning. It was only when Harry and Draco approached her that she realized Tautai had skipped class. How infuriating that he hadn't invited her. Sister, why hasn't Aries come? I need to see him about something. Huh? He hasn't come? I thought something felt amiss. How could he skip class without telling me? Is that the main point? Sensing the conversation veering off course, Harry hastily interjected. Sister, please don't change the subject. I simply want to know if you've seen him. I have something urgent to discuss. Initially, he intended to consult Hagrid about the events surrounding the death of the girl from the Myrtles, but due to the recent series of attacks on campus, Hagrid had been temporarily detained by the Ministry of Magic. Thus, the task of uncovering any magical creatures under Hagrid's care fell to Tautai, who often spent time with him. Little did they know, Tautai was also now missing. I have no idea where he went. He definitely went to Severus's office for breakfast, but after that, I cannot say. However, she leaned closer to Harry and whispered, he may have gone back to Azkaban. What? Azkaban? The classroom's cacophony fell silent, all eyes turning towards them. Draco cautiously shifted his feet, wishing to avoid becoming the center of attention. Why don't you shout it from the rooftops? Let us move somewhere else to discuss this. The rabbit, grasping both boys, led them out of the classroom and up the stairs towards the room of requirement. Upon entering, they found the rabbit engrossed in drawing comics. At the sight of her visitors, she quickly tucked her sketchbook away, fearing it might be snatched. Rabbit, so this is where you've been. No wonder I couldn't find you. Oh, you were looking for me? What is the matter? The rabbit asked in confusion, knowing that since the start of school, this child had formed his own little group and usually managed his own minor troubles. Now, suddenly seeking her out, he felt a thrill of excitement. Harry recounted all his suspicions to the rabbit in detail before eagerly asking, Rabbit, you've spent the most time with Hagrid. Has he ever mentioned the student death incident that occurred over 40 years ago? From my investigation, it appears Hagrid was expelled at that time. Can I interpret this to mean he was one of the participants? Or more accurately, he was one of the victims? Though the rabbit maintained a neutral expression, internally she applauded his cleverness. Truly, he is a bright child, and it seems he has pieced together quite a bit. I must encourage him. This subplot is nearing its conclusion. Indeed, you are correct. Hagrid has, while intoxicated, rambled about this before. He did keep some magical creatures that were not in accordance with regulations, yet the girl's death had nothing to do with him. He is quite certain of that. If you must uncover the truth, follow the spiders. They may lead you to the answers you seek. The narrative, which had threatened to derail, was deftly guided back on track, and the rabbit gave the boy a thumbs up. Rabbit, you know the full story, don't you? Draco's sudden comment almost made the rabbit think she had accidentally spoken her mind, but she quickly realized he was merely teasing. Draco, though belated, you catch on, Severus. She knows all the truths and is simply withholding them from us. To Draco's surprise, Harry nodded in agreement. Yes, I know. This is a game my sister devised. If I collect 7 old Voldemorts, I can summon a dragon to fulfill my wish. Draco did not believe a word of it, thinking Harry had lost his mind. Do you even hear yourself? Collecting 7 old Voldemorts? Why not just aim for the heavens? One is already quite enough to deal with. You want to gather 7? Do you enjoy complicating your life? If you're that bored, why not go out and date instead? Why must you amass such nonsense? Chapter 285, Follow the Spider. Harry understood Draco's frustration, but felt that this was not something he was obligated to collect. It was as though the fates had intertwined their destinies. After all, he too was a victim in this situation. Oh, Draco, you don't understand. This is merely the retribution that comes with being the protagonist. I too am helpless in this matter. What exactly are you talking about? What male protagonist? Can't you say something I can comprehend? Oh dear, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let us discuss that spider issue instead. Given that Hagrid has provided us with this hint, can we not assume that over 40 years ago, when Myrtle perished, he indeed had a magical creature in the school, and that creature was likely a spider? Therefore, if we venture into the Forbidden Forest and locate this creature, could we not uncover what transpired back then? Draco exhibited a staunch refusal regarding the idea of entering the Forbidden Forest. No, no, no. I believe it should only be you venturing into that dreadful place. I have no interest whatsoever. If you truly desire company, I am certain that Weasley and your little girlfriend would be more than eager to accompany you. In light of Draco's objections, Harry chose to selectively ignore him. After formulating his subsequent plan of action, he seized the unwilling Draco and exited the room of requirement. Meanwhile, the remaining members, the Fortunate One and the Rabbit, expressed their readiness, stating that the sunflower seeds were prepared and they were set to embark on their adventure at any moment. Under the cover of darkness, Harry stealthily led Draco to the Gryffindor common room. Before long, They were joined by the equally reluctant Ron and the fully armed Hermione. "Oh, Harry, Hermione isn't being serious. Is she? You don't genuinely wish to venture into the Forbidden Forest at this hour merely to seek out a large spider, do you?" The outcome was rather apparent, as Harry shattered Ron's fantasy. "Oh, Ron, don't be such a coward. It's merely a multi-legged insect. There's truly no need for such fear. Can it be more terrifying than the magical beasts we have encountered? We are merely seeking answers. No danger will arise. Do you not trust me, nor your own abilities?" Though words were spoken, the shadows of fear lingered in the mind, an intangible specter. The four of them adeptly cast disillusionment charms upon themselves before linking hands and stepping outside the castle, all the while carefully avoiding patrolling professors and stealthily evading other students who were also out for a nocturnal stroll. This process was quite thrilling. Ron's fear of the large spider was quickly alleviated in the charged atmosphere. Once outside the castle, Hermione soon noticed something amiss. A swarm of tiny spiders scurried frantically toward the Forbidden Forest, their speed so remarkable that anyone would exclaim in astonishment. "It appears your conjectures were correct. The magical creature Hagrid clandestinely nurtured at the school was indeed likely a spider. However, we remain unaware of its species. Let's hope it harbors no animosity towards us." The mere thought that the spider could have survived for nearly 50 years sent shivers down Hermione's spine. "Do not fret, Hermione. I shall protect you. If it was raised by Hagrid, its temperament should not be excessively malevolent. As friends of Hagrid, it would be unlikely for it to harbor hostility toward us." Draco and Ron held little hope for Harry's optimistic outlook. Their sole desire at this moment was for there not to be an overwhelming number of these creatures, for Hagrid, it seemed, had a penchant for nurturing little pets. Heaven knows whether he had found a mate for the spider, should he have paired it. Their encounter would be far more complex than merely facing one spider. "I have an unsettling premonition." Ron gazed at the swarm of tiny spiders, swallowing hard. Draco, unusually in agreement, nodded appreciatively. "I feel the same. Let us hope their size remains within normal limits. Otherwise, the thought was too vivid, too beautiful, and contemplating it further might lead to severing ties with Harry." The four of them engaged in various simulations of potential sudden developments, oblivious to the little tale that had emerged behind them. The fortunate one lay comfortably in Snape's coat pocket, munching on sunflower seeds while whispering, "Severus, did you see? Our Harry has been raised remarkably well. Not only is he formidable in strength, but his intellect is equally impressive. One can hardly fathom how he would have turned out had he remained in that wretched place. Just imagine, if that foolish dog were to emerge and discover his beloved pupil trailing after you, calling you father, what expression would he wear? I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it. To see his reaction, I held my tongue last time, nearly letting it slip." Snape, too, anticipated that scene. Merely thinking of the other's crestfallen expression caused the corners of his mouth to curl upward. "I believe you would go to great lengths to tarnish Harry's reputation, while simultaneously recounting my past to achieve his aim of reclaiming Harry." Upon closer reflection of Sirius's character, it seemed quite plausible. When the notion of stealing Harry arose, the rabbit was immediately displeased. Spitting out the sunflower seed shell, he scowled. "What's this? Now that the child has grown, he comes to steal him away? Where's he all this time? I raised that child with my own hands. How dare he take him away as if it were his right? Does he not have any sense of propriety?" The rabbit was indeed correct, having chosen to relinquish his right to raise Harry. Sirius had no grounds to contest their guardianship now. "Severus, you must be resolute when the time comes, you know, though he is the certified godfather by Harry's parents. In theory, he may have the upper hand, but we are not lacking either. We are the ones Harry has personally chosen, and the bond we share over this extended period is genuine. I firmly believe our child will choose us. Should that foolish dog dare to speak of this matter with you, you must retaliate. Understood?" "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, he is no match for me now. I too have allies." Indeed, that was the sentiment. In the past, he could only watch as Potter and his friends banded together to bully him, but now, he too belonged to a small group. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be the other who faced misfortune. "Exactly, Severus. If he dares to bully you, we shall make dog stew. Fear not, I will leave that matter to the cook. He knows precisely how to handle it." Chapter 286, on the matter of raising children. Mentioning the glutton, Snape, who had only seen him once at breakfast and not again, curiously inquired, "Have either of you sought out Ares?" "No, where could he possibly go? He likely found the Dementor's scent enticing and has gone to procure more. Such occurrences are quite common. With his abilities, he is unlikely to encounter danger. He can wander wherever he pleases. He will return before long." Snape did not find this response surprising. His greater concern was whether Ares had been detained by the recently returned Grindelwald. It should be noted that when he departed, Ares had fervently intended to invite his biological father to accompany him to Azkaban. Such a place is not one to be visited casually. The likelihood of punishment for an extended absence is considerable. Ahem, there is something you may not know. Ares explicitly informed me this morning that he intended to have Grindelwald take him along to steal a Dementor. Do you think it possible that his absence throughout the day could be due to him being trapped in the headmaster's office, unable to escape? Upon hearing this explanation, the rabbit outright dismissed the speculation. Impossible. Gellert is not that kind of person. I believe their chances of currently being together in Azkaban are much higher. Severus, you still do not quite understand your future father-in-law. He is certainly not a conventional individual. To illustrate, take the small wontons that the chef brought over this morning. Had Albus praised them, he would never have dared to reprimand the chef. With his subservient demeanor towards his wife, you should already be aware of that. In his quest to provide Albus with delectable and nutritious meals, he would go to any lengths, even retrieving the Dementors from Azkaban, which would hardly surprise me. After hearing the rabbit's remarks, Snape found himself utterly unfazed. In fact, upon reconsideration, if the one with a penchant for Dementors were indeed the Emperor, he would likely find himself in that dreadful place, Azkaban. How could he venture out to play without me? This is blatant favoritism. I must report this to Albus. Father Gellert is clearly biased. The Emperor's thought process is consistently unique. Her perspective always diverges from that of others. Well then, I shall accompany you back. However, we must first focus our attention on those children ahead of us. At that moment, Harry and his companions had followed the little spiders to a massive nest. The small creatures before them were far from the adorable ones they had seen earlier. The smallest among them was the size of a basketball. Ron's hair was frizzed in terror, and the anxiety evident in his grip on his wand and sword revealed just how overwhelmed he felt. Harry, is this what you call friendly? He exclaimed. And you never mentioned there would be so many of them. Oh, Ron, don't be like that. Don't you think they look absolutely delicious? I swear, my sister would adore these. On our way back, let us catch a few to take home and taste. I guarantee you'll fall in love with their flavor. Harry's response rendered the expressions of the other three companions frozen in disbelief. They had never anticipated such an answer. Is this right, Harry? Are you certain you're speaking coherently? In such a situation, all you can think about is food? In his agitation, Draco impulsively delivered a swift jab to the back of Ron's head. Even Hermione, who usually stood by Harry's side, felt compelled to give him a slap. Enough, Harry. In this situation, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Haven T, you noticed the increasing number of these spiders? Rubbing the sore spot on his head, Harry surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, Hermione was correct. The number of these little creatures seemed to be escalating. Don't worry, Hermione. I assure you they won't harm you. Trust me. In response, Hermione rolled her eyes. Her concern was never for her own safety, but rather for the overwhelming presence of these creatures, which triggered her fear of clusters. In stark contrast to Ron and the others' aversion, the Emperor felt a sense of pride, akin to a parent watching their child grow. Severus, did you see that? Our Harry has matured. He knows to bring home the good stuff. Raising him was undoubtedly the right choice. I'll make sure to reward him when we return. As the rabbit busily tucked spiders into her space, she chimed in, indeed. Just look at who raised that little rascal. When it comes to educating children, I dare say none of you measure up. From now on, any offspring you two have must be entrusted to me. I can't imagine what those two could teach a child. Honestly, with the chef's insatiable appetite, if you leave a child in his care, they might end up in his belly. And as for Van Tong, though he appears faultless, his unwavering honesty would leave a child vulnerable to bullying. Unlike me, who is commendably exceptional in every way, just look at Harry to see how reliable I am with children. The conversation veered off course, but Snape was well accustomed to such diversions. He adeptly steered the discussion back on track, yet the Emperor clearly wished to prolong the topic, even seriously contemplating the rabbit's suggestion. Severus, I concur with the rabbit. Our offspring must never fall into the hands of the chef and Van Tong, especially the chef, who is a voracious beast capable of devouring his own. Our child is far too precious. What if he couldn't resist showing off? Snape was at a loss for words. How had the topic strayed so far? Isn't it a tad premature for you two to be considering this? Also, Rabbit, you're moving too quickly. You're nearly depleting this area of spiders. Perhaps you should try another location? If we continue, even with our invisibility, we're likely to be discovered. Glancing at the small space that had become vacant, the rabbit sheepishly scratched her head, and after snagging one last spider, she obediently stood aside to observe. The Emperor wished to say something further, but was interrupted by Snape presenting a small fruit. This is a new fruit I've cultivated. Do taste it, and let me know if it pleases your palate. Upon tasting the sweet and crunchy fruit, The Emperor momentarily set aside thoughts of child-rearing. The sugary delight had completely captivated her. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends had successfully encountered Hagrid's large friend, a gigantic spider. Chapter 287. In the Castle. Another keeper of magical creatures. Harry stared at the enormous spider for a long moment before suddenly declaring, "Our pot at home is a bit small. We need a larger one." With that remark, he secured himself 3 large bags, and even Snape, who was observing from the sidelines, couldn't he help but resist the urge to toss a small stone, which accurately struck Harry's forehead. The rabbit, who fancied herself an expert in child-rearing, defensively argued, "I told you so. Children should never be left in the care of those 2 unreliable fellows. Just look at Harry. His mind is filled with thoughts of food. Just like them." While saying this, she shot a significant eye roll at the one who was trying to avoid her gaze. "It's fine to criticize the chef, but why do you keep staring at me? I don't like to eat." This statement was enough to make even Snape feel embarrassed for her. "You two are equally matched. Neither should look down on the other. Hey, Rabbit, are you asking for scolding?" As she spoke, the Emperor began to climb outward with determination. However, as soon as her head emerged, a pair of large hands forcefully pushed her back into the pocket. To ensure she could observe the unfolding drama, Snape resorted to a bit of forceful restraint. "I did not come here to witness your quarrels, understand?" The implication was unmistakably clear, prompting the Emperor to surrender. As for the rabbit, he felt that if they could argue, it would be splendid. Otherwise, it would not affect him at all. "Understood, understood. I assure you, from this moment forth, I shall not utter a single superfluous word. Is that acceptable?" Once the 3 reached a consensus, they redirected their focus back to Harry, who was now earnestly engaged in a friendly exchange with the spider named Aragog. "Are you saying that aside from Hagrid secretly caring for you, there was another person also surreptitiously nurturing magical creatures?" "Indeed. That creature is formidable, and I fear it greatly. Hence I fled the school. Hagrid is innocent. The girl's death has nothing to do with him. You know, he is a kind-hearted individual. After I escaped from the school, he cared for me here and even found me a companion. I am immensely grateful to him. He is my dearest friend." With the confirmation of his suspicions, Harry's anxiety lifted. Now, his task was to uncover the true culprit. "So, Mr. Aragog, could you please enlighten us as to what precisely is the creature that instills such fear in you?" Aragog's emotions were stirred into a tempest by the inquiry, his voice tinged with a hint of hysteria due to overwhelming fear. "No, I cannot divulge his name," I insisted, despite Hagrid's countless previous inquiries. The surrounding little spiders, alarmed by Aragog's extreme reaction, hurried forth until they encircled Harry and his companions, leaving no escape. Ron, nearly driven to madness, felt the prickling chill of goosebumps rise repeatedly upon his skin. "Harry, since we've nearly exhausted our questions, might we take our leave? Is that even a question? Let us go. I have no desire for these wretched creatures to brush against me." Draco, having long endured the presence of the swarming arachnids, was the first to raise his hands in agreement to Ron's suggestion. With a swift motion, he unleashed an area attack spell. Aragog, evidently caught off guard by the sudden hostility of these small creatures, felt a wave of discomfort, despite having no intention of letting them off easily. "Oh, it seems you cannot leave after all. My children have not feasted upon such delectable morsels in quite some time." Upon hearing Aragog's declaration, Harry's plans to provoke were instantly cast aside. He had initially contemplated striking first, feeling a twinge of guilt when Hagrid would emerge, but now, with the creature openly taunting them, he felt justified in defending himself for the sake of his safety. "Looks like we're in for a feast tonight," he thought. Aragog observed as the once polite human youth suddenly transformed his expression, his gaze toward the food so unabashedly predatory that it instilled a twinge of fear within the giant spider. "Since you have so earnestly invited us, it would be remiss not to take action," he declared. "Gentlemen, draw your swords. Let our dear friends witness what true strength entails." With a flash of silver, Harry plunged into the throng of spiders wielding his longsword. The rationale for not directly attacking Aragog was straightforward. Harry feared that if the leader was slain, the smaller creatures would flee. He was intent on reaping the rewards without jeopardizing his own provisions, adamant about not sacrificing the chicken for the egg. The ensuing scene utterly shattered Aragog's preconceived notions of Hogwarts wizards. In his memories, these young sorcerers were mere feeble humans wielding wands, and even the more potent among them would not possess the composure displayed by these youths in the face of his numerous offspring. It was an unilaterally brutal slaughter. The proud spider observed the spectacle with immense satisfaction, fully aware that the younglings she had nurtured were excelling in battle. Indeed, the special training proved highly effective. These little ones have significantly enhanced their combat awareness. However, Hermione's strength remains insufficient. Rabbit, please arrange for her to bear additional weight. Choosing a hammer as her primary weapon necessitates the strength to wield it with might. Draco's swordsmanship is overly flamboyant. Find him a few tomes that balance style with efficacy, so he can hone his skills. His current technique would surely falter against a true adversary. Ron's performance today merits commendation. His synergy between magic and swordplay is remarkably adept, showcasing a genius ability to multitask. He deserves specialized training. As for Harry, well, he remains as exceptional as ever. He even contemplated bringing me a midnight snack. What a commendable thought. Severus, in complete accord with the praise, could only express his discontent regarding her consistently eccentric culinary choices. As Rabbit seized the opportunity to capture spiders, she turned to Severus, saying, "Severus, do you want the venom from that large spider? If so, I can reserve a few for you." Before Severus could respond, Harry had already made the decision for him. When the gleaming blade pressed against his vital point, Aragog reluctantly conceded to a truce. "Hey, Aragog, let's discuss a deal." Chapter 288, Harry's Doubts. Despite Harry's overtly rude demeanor, Aragog, with his life precariously in the balance, had no choice but to acquiesce. "What sort of deal?" "Oh, there is no need to be so anxious. I am not unreasonable. I didn't even get angry when your children sought to devour me." Internally, Aragog scoffed, realizing that it was not a lack of anger, but rather the near annihilation of his kin that had kept him calm. "The terms are simple. You provide me your venom, and in return, I shall spare a few of my children for the continuation of their lineage. How does that sound? Quite a fair exchange, wouldn't you agree?" Aragog felt a surge of indignation swell within him, nearly choking him. Fair? This human child ought to listen to his own words, as if he has the right to demand gratitude for not completely slaughtering my lineage. Despite his internal fury, Aragog maintained a facade of composure, nodding in agreement. "Very well, I accept, but you must uphold your end of the bargain and spare my kin. Of course, I pride myself on my integrity. Once I commit, I shall not annihilate them. However, let us be clear. Should they provoke me, I shall not be held responsible." Aragog, sensing an oddity in Harry's statement, couldn't quite place it. Yet, Harry offered him no chance for reflection, producing a contract and slamming it before the spider. "Here, sign this. If you cannot write, a paw print will suffice." Until the contract was finalized, Aragog remained incredulous at how he had unwittingly become a supplier of potion ingredients without any compensation. What sort of individuals does Hagrid associate with? This is nothing like what he described. Where's the promised kindness and innocence? This is entirely contrary to what he portrayed. As he gazed at the remnants of his once thriving clan, reduced to less than a tenth of their former number, tears welled in his eyes. The desolation of decades of effort undone in an instant nearly overwhelmed him. Glancing at the potion left for him, he hesitated briefly before consuming it, as the little imp had claimed it was a reward for ensuring a continuous supply of venom. Let him witness the effects of this supposed boon. The potion melted upon entry, quickly filling him with an invigorating vitality, rejuvenating his aged form to its prime. His nearly blind eyes regained their sight, and the vigor coursing through him erupted into a series of triumphant roars. At that moment, all resentment toward Harry evaporated, even sparking a tinge of regret for his previous actions. Hagrid had been entirely correct. This was no mere mischievous child, but rather a benevolent little angel. Unbeknownst to Harry and his companions, as they departed the Forbidden Forest, the sudden transformation of their leader incited considerable upheaval among the swarm of young spiders. However, such matters were far from their thoughts. Harry was entirely preoccupied with devising a plan to feast upon the large spiders. "Harry, are you even listening to what I'm saying?" Hermione's furious shout abruptly yanked Harry, who was lost in a sea of recipes, back to reality. Upon seeing the irate expression on his beloved's face, he realized, even in his dazed state, that he must not let her know that he had momentarily drifted off. Thus, he replied with utmost seriousness, "I apologize, Hermione. I was just pondering the matter of the myrtle, and I failed to hear what you said. Could you please repeat it?" This explanation, in the eyes of Draco and Ron, was utterly ludicrous. They had witnessed him nearly drooling just moments before. However, this clumsy excuse held water with Hermione. "Oh no, I should be the one apologizing. My tone was rather unkind. Could you share what you were thinking about?" Harry had indeed formed a small conjecture, recalling the educational device that his sister had reluctantly parted with. Perhaps he should focus a bit more on the entity known as Tom Riddle. "Well, there's a hint. Do you remember that I mentioned a rather erudite diary in my letter to you before the school year began?" Hermione recalled this, as she had borrowed it from Ginny on numerous occasions. Yet, What connection could this possibly have with the Myrtle? Of course I remember. But how are these two matters related? Harry exchanged a knowing smile with Ron. Hey mate, do you recall the last time Professor McGonagall gave you detention? And you came across a special contribution award belonging to Tom Riddle? The question arises, what did he do to deserve such an accolade? If my conjecture is correct, based on timing, it is highly probable that he was the one who reported Hagrid for the supposed murder. He continued, have you ever considered why he would link Hagrid with the Myrtle's death? Could it be that he was eager to find a scapegoat? Harry's speculation garnered unanimous agreement from the other three. You are right. Aragog certainly lacks the ability to petrify anyone, making his continuous attempts to pin the blame on Hagrid rather suspicious. Now, what I need to clarify first is what kind of magical creature possesses the ability to petrify. Hermione, deep in thought, began to fervently search her mind, attempting to unearth a clue from the vast sea of books. All right, Hermione, do not put too much pressure on yourself. We can take our time. How can we take our time when attacks have already begun? If this continues, the Ministry of Magic may very well shut down the school. Harry, for everyone's safety, I believe we should approach the coming days with a sense of urgency. I will take care of the research. As for the rest, I will need the three of you to assist. Draco opened his mouth to refuse, unwilling to squander his time on such matters, but Harry and Ron swiftly silenced him before he could utter a word. Chapter 289. The Rainbow Flattery of the Emperor. Draco, begrudgingly accepting the investigative task, wore an expression that could only be described as one of utter discontent as he stormed back to the dormitory. He immediately unfurled a piece of parchment and penned a lengthy letter of complaint to his dear father. Once the letter vanished from sight, he reclined on his bed with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Harry, brimming with excitement, selected the largest of his spoils from the day and presented it to the gluttonous creature that had just returned from Azkaban. Brother, come see the wonderful treasure I brought back for you. Startled, the creature instinctively swung a fist at the giant spider before it, which resulted in the unfortunate arachnid losing half its head. Watching this unfold, Harry couldn't help but feel grateful that he had collected the venom in advance. Otherwise, he would have faced significant loss. I mean, brother, you needn't be so harsh if you don't enjoy it. What a waste. Such a large head just gone. Realizing that his actions had indeed been a bit excessive, the creature sheepishly rubbed its hands and cheerfully inquired, where did you procure this? Is there more? Harry proudly lifted his chin and replied, of course there is. I knew you would appreciate this. I had quite the bounty this time. Enough for us to feast for days. Upon hearing this, the creature's eyes sparkled with delight, and its culinary imagination raced to the chapter on insects. Without the time for pleasantries, it seized Harry by the arm and promptly led him into the kitchen. After a sleepless night, the next morning, Severus Snape had just completed his morning routine when he spotted the gluttonous creature, who had vanished for an entire day, arriving punctually in his office. As expected, the breakfast table featured the large spider that had been seen the previous evening. Severus, come taste my new dish. I assure you, you've never had anything like it. Indeed, I have never tasted such a thing, nor do I wish to consume it. Despite his internal protests, Snape outwardly offered the creature his utmost approval. It does appear quite delectable, but I must apologize. I have promised the Emperor that I would have breakfast with her today. You shall have to enjoy it yourself. Unfazed by the rejection, the creature eagerly sent a voice message to the Emperor and then settled into a chair, eagerly awaiting its benefactor. 2 minutes later, the Emperor rushed in, her hair resembling a bird's nest, her urgency suggesting that Snape had been abducted. Where's the new dish? Hurry, let me taste it first. The creature barely had time to explain before the dishes on the table had visibly diminished by more than half. Wait, don't eat yet. I haven't even introduced it to you. Introduce what? Chef, let us not waste words. A good thing must first be consumed for safety. Later, when the others arrive, we may not have any left. Considering the appetites of the other two, the creature momentarily set aside its culinary principles and began devouring. After they had finished the spider, the rabbit and Fantong arrived fashionably late. The two quickly wiped their greasy mouths, feigning a casual appearance as if they had just arrived. Son, have you and Father Grindelwald completed your work, or are you merely taking short break? Of course we have finished. Otherwise, how could we return to relax? You cannot imagine the days I have endured, waking before the rooster and sleeping later than the dog, buried in paperwork. I truly wish I could escape this life. Pushing a bowl of baguette wontons toward her, the Emperor's eyes brimmed with sympathy. Oh, how you have suffered, son. It is unfortunate, but one of us must be the most capable. Look at Chef and me. Apart from eating, we possess few talents. If you let us assist Father Grindelwald, we would only cause chaos, as we can offer him nothing useful. As for the rabbit, while he may seem reliable, he cannot match your keen intuition in social matters. Sending him would only lead to offense, so it is better not to send anyone at all. Reflecting on this, son, you are truly the pillar of our family. Flattered by the praise, Fan Tong was completely absorbed in the emperor's effusive compliments, neglecting to notice the earlier signs of guilt on their faces. As for the rabbit, he was not so easily fooled, especially since he had been present when Harry rated the ingredients. Given his understanding of Harry, those spiders likely did not survive until dawn, having been transformed into delectable dishes by the chef. In the current situation, it was needless to guess. It was evident that the creature had probably already been devoured by the two of them. Nonetheless, he held little interest in that particular thing, and thus felt no inclination to confront them about it. Severus, might I trouble you for a bowl of your wontons? Of course. There was no need to consume the repugnant spiders. Severus was in high spirits, and promptly pushed the bowl of wontons before the rabbit. During breakfast, the atmosphere was considerably more tranquil, a harmony that persisted until a knock interrupted their meal. Chapter 290, The Mysterious Visitor of the Night. The delightful breakfast was disrupted, and the displeasure among the group was palpable. The fortunate one, who had finally relished a satisfactory meal, was the first to dash towards the door, curses already prepared in her mind. However, upon opening the door, she was greeted by the handsome visage of her father, Grindelwald. Having not seen each other for quite some time, the father and daughter embraced. Father, it has been so long. I missed you dearly. Surprised by his daughter's sudden embrace, Grindelwald tenderly caressed her long hair, his initial inclination to chastise forgotten. Haven't we just seen each other recently? Do you not recall that night's events? Shall I remind you? A night-wandering lady? At this, the rabbit smiled awkwardly, swiftly diverting the conversation to the glutton who had mysteriously vanished the previous day. Really? I don't seem to remember such an occurrence. She chuckled. By the way, father, the chef was absent for the entire day yesterday. Shouldn't you be more attentive to him? Recalling the mischief he and Ares had engaged in the day prior, Grindelwald felt a rare pang of guilt. The chaos the two had orchestrated was evident from the front page of today's Daily Prophet. The Dementors in Azkaban had decreased in numbers by 2/3. Without their protective enchantments, the headline would have prominently proclaimed shock. Mass escape of Azkaban prisoners. This matter absolutely could not reach Albus's ears. If he were to discover their involvement, the hard-earned spoils would likely vanish. Indeed, you are correct. I shall ensure he faces consequences for this. Ares, come to my office later. We need to discuss your truancy. The glutton, incredulous, pointed to himself, confusion evident on his face regarding Grindelwald's stance. The two had committed the misdeed together. Why was he now being thrown under the bus? The frustration grew as he recalled last night's insistence on capturing more. Yet, would Grindelwald grant him the opportunity to expose his hypocrisy? Certainly not. Oh, by the way, dear, Al mentioned that you would have a visitor tonight and asked me to inform you. Interrupted, the glutton temporarily abandoned his urge to clarify, resolute in his decision to resist punishment. A visitor? Who could that be? I don't seem to have many friends here, the rabbit pondered, as he mulled over this. Severus had already deduced the identity of the visitor, having penned the invitation himself. However, judging by the current situation, it appeared Grindelwald was unaware of who this so-called guest was. There was no need for him to enlighten him, was there? Surprise. It is said to be a very good friend of yours. Perhaps it is the Malfoy couple? In any case, I have delivered the message. The rest is up to you. Farewell. As the rabbit nibbled on the pancake in hand, he murmured, I can't help but feel that Grindelwald seemed a tad flustered just now. Chef, what exactly were you two up to yesterday? Surely you weren't robbing someone. If so, why wasn't T.I. invited? That's rather inconsiderate. Be careful. I might just report you. The glutton had no qualms about sharing his exploits with his companions. Knocking on the bowl containing the wontons, this is the reason for my disappearance yesterday. Grindelwald and I went straight to Azkaban and reclaimed half of the Dementors. Look, you're all relishing the meal, are you not? Why didn't you bring me along? The three spoke in unison, prompting Severus to facepalm. He often felt out of place due to his overly rational thought processes. Shouldn't the focus be on the two of them having stolen half of the Dementors? It wasn't as if they had the time. Next time for sure. Severus promptly dismissed the glutton's insistence on a next time. If you do not wish for Albus to be overwhelmed with work, I suggest you abandon that notion. After all, the current Minister of Magic is not someone who embodies responsibility. Moreover, Lucas, I must remind you, once Dumbledore becomes busy, your father's holiday will likely come to an end. Can you guess what will happen next? The wontons in the glutton's mouth lost their allure instantly. Having toiled for so long, he could not afford to be dragged back to work. Severus was correct. They should not harbor thoughts of the remaining Dementors in Azkaban. If their cravings led to his forced overtime, he would cut off their snack supply. It must be said that the glutton's threat carried weight, as he possessed the means to enforce it. They would need to venture into the small world to obtain that delicacy, while he could simply snap his fingers to acquire it. Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Never mind, there was still a stockpile. The reserves could be nurtured. After all, consuming everything at once would leave them wanting in the future. Having made up his mind, the rabbit and his companions quickly clustered around the glutton, each swearing with fervor that they would never attempt robbery again. Severus could only watch, his lips twitching. After the chaotic breakfast, they dutifully made their way to class. Recently, Lockhart's teaching style had taken an unexpected turn, winning back many of his young admirers. However, alongside this change, his physical state appeared somewhat fatigued. Despite his outward exuberance, the rabbit keenly sensed that his vitality was gradually waning. Goodness, the learning machine is swift. Within just a few days, he has drained the peacock of its vigor. This cannot continue. Should he perish here, Albus would surely bear the responsibility. Chef, find an opportunity to give him a boost. Christmas is approaching, and I will not permit any distress to disrupt my celebration. This year, I possess a trump card that guarantees my victory. The glutton harbored no objections, as he had been quite idle lately. This was the perfect chance to collaborate with the Weasley twins and further obstruct the peacock. Not a problem. I shall take care of it. Once they reached a consensus, they directed their full attention to Lockhart, who was animatedly addressing the class. Chapter 291, Lockhart's Nightmare. It must be said that Lockhart, while possessed, delivered his lessons with considerably more interest. If young Tom had not strayed from his path, he would undoubtedly have become a beloved professor among young witches and wizards. Regrettably, this world offers no alternative realities. From the moment he first fractured his soul and sacrificed an innocent child, his fate was irrevocably sealed. Setting aside all else, the Emperor of Luck harbored a certain admiration for Voldemort. Had he been born into the realm of cultivation, with his cunning nature, he could undoubtedly have dominated a region and become a sect leader without much difficulty. Alas, it is a pity that such audacity as Voldemort's was wasted in this inferior plane, where he merely sought immortality, yet ended up tormenting himself to such an extent. Such a lamentable situation. Who could argue otherwise? Perhaps, instead of eliminating him, we could wait until we gather 7 of him, and then we could utilize him to reclaim our territories? The suggestion from Tao-Tai momentarily stirred the Emperor of Luck's interest, but it was merely a fleeting thought. No. His character leaves much to be desired. Did you not see what his followers did after his disappearance? Bringing such a creature back could unleash untold troubles. I have a family to consider now. I can no longer engage in the reckless violence of the past. What if one day I find myself ensnared? What would happen to my dear Sif? The scent of romantic entanglement immediately extinguished Tao Ye's desire for conversation. Tilting his head, he slumped onto the other side of the table. Ah, the allure of a beautiful face. You have truly forgotten your roots. Forgotten. TCH, you are simply envious. Indeed, a bachelor can never empathize with the sweetness of my love. I tell you, my dear Sif, in the time that followed, the Emperor of Luck wasted no moments, recounting the delightful escapades of a romance with Snape to Tao-Tai in full detail. This led to an immediate rush for the exit as soon as the class bell rang, leaving Professor Lockhart on the podium utterly bewildered. Does Mr. Aries have some urgent matter? As soon as the question left his lips, the Emperor of Luck seamlessly chimed in. Oh, that? He has an upset stomach, and simply cannot hold it any longer. Professor Lockhart, I beg your understanding, for this matter is quite unbearable. The mere thought of that dreadful scenario made young Tom, possessing Lockhart's body, shudder with fear. Oh, I completely understand. If possible, it would be prudent to take Mr. Aries to the medical wing for Madame Pomfrey's assistance. You know, if such matters are left unchecked, they can become rather troublesome. Understood. I shall seek him out at once. In a flash, the Emperor of Luck exited the classroom and made her way to the headmaster's office. Given the current situation, she needed to prepare a case with Albus. Fan Tong trailed behind Harry, leisurely listening to him recount recent events, suddenly feeling a twinge of envy. While he toiled away, these individuals were enjoying life to the fullest. The most infuriating part was that they hadn't even bothered to contact him for a video call. The portal was right there, yet no one had stepped through to acknowledge their selfless hero. Overwhelmed by dissatisfaction, a dark thought emerged. Brother, are you even listening to what I am saying? Harry nudged the obviously distracted Fan Tong. Huh? Oh yes, I'm listening. You mean you think the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in that bathroom? Have you gone to look? Of course I have, but I haven't found anything yet. There is no new leads from Myrtle either, but I keep hearing this strange voice. I believe it could be a breakthrough. Lucas, would you be interested in investigating it with me? Recalling the infamous giant snake from the original tale, Fantong considered that an evening stroll might not be such a bad idea and readily accepted the invitation. That sounds fine, but it may have to wait until later. I have a guest visiting tonight. Upon hearing about the guest, Harry's curiosity was piqued, and even Ron and Draco, who were merely background characters, became intrigued. Eventually, after much pleading from the three, Fantong agreed to their request for dinner. Meanwhile, Tao Tai, having hastily exited the classroom, sought out the Weasley twins. The three kindred spirits quickly devised an elaborate prank plan. The first to take action was none other than Tao Tai. Knock, knock, knock. As the door to the office was rapped upon, Lockhart was deeply engrossed in the sweet nothings whispered by Tom. The unexpected visitor yanked him back to reality, but the recent adulation had restored a measure of his confidence. Therefore, he did not reject visitors. On the contrary, he would welcome any of his adoring fans with open arms. However, upon opening the door and seeing the smiling face of Tao Tai, all his good spirits evaporated in an instant. He could never forget that this very creature, alongside that little girl, had shattered all his pride. "Hello, Professor Lockhart." The words never left his mouth as the door was slammed shut in his face. Tao Tai awkwardly scratched his head. Turning to the two brothers who were laughing heartily beside him, he lamented, "What did I tell you? He would never open the door for me. You didn't believe me, did you? Now you see. Ha ha. We believe you, we believe you. Brother, can you tell us what you actually did to him?" Fred laughed so hard he could barely stand, hanging off Tao Tai's shoulder like an ornament. Before Tao Tai could shove this overly familiar fellow aside, George acclaimed his other shoulder. Frustrated, but without the will to protest, Tao Tai briefly recounted the antics he and the Emperor had engaged in during class directed at Lockhart. The twins, now aware of the situation, erupted into even louder laughter. In stark contrast to their merry sounds, Lockhart, just a door away, was in a dark mood, shattering a teacup in frustration. This left Tom, who could temporarily manifest his true form, utterly perplexed. "What is the matter? You seem to harbor a strong dislike for this visitor. Did he do something exceedingly rude to you?" Reflecting on what Tao Tai had done to him, Lockhart's previously calmed emotions surged once more, ready to spill over. Chapter 292. Oh dear, upgraded spells with selective targeting. Perhaps it was Tom's sudden concern that finally provided Lockhart with a release for his pent-up frustrations. He recounted the grievances he suffered at the hands of the Emperor and Tao Tai, painting himself as the quintessential innocent victim throughout. Tom leaned against the desk, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, though his disdain for Lockhart was palpable. Were it not for his thirst for more vitality, he would not wish to remain in the presence of such a fool for another moment. In the brief time they had spent together, he had already uncovered all of this man's secrets, a mere thief of others' experiences, shamelessly claiming all the credit for himself. Even the so-called Dark Wizard could not help but admire his audacity. Had it not been for the potential suspicion from Dumbledore regarding a change of host, he would have drained this man dry long ago. Why must they treat me so? As a second-year wizard, should they not revere me? Why must they be so impolite? Damn it, they've ruined everything. The aftermath of being possessed left Lockhart in a state where his negative emotions were magnified to an overwhelming degree. His already limited capacity for understanding shrank even further, rendering it pitifully small. Frustrated by an inability to vent his anger, he resorted to smashing objects within his office. The cacophony of crashes left the room in utter disarray. "Calm down, Mr. Lockhart," he admonished himself. "Your current emotional state is far too agitated. This does not align with your noble and elegant persona." With a wave of his hand, he restored everything to its original state, while Tom thoughtfully presented him with a cup of tea. "I apologize. I have simply been repressed for far too long. I completely comprehend your sentiments. Brilliance often breeds jealousy," Tom replied. "I have heard that those two children are Mr. Dumbledore's offspring. It is quite normal for such privileged youngsters to exhibit a certain arrogance and disrespect. Alas, it seems you must endure a little hardship, Mr. Lockhart. You know how Mr. Dumbledore can be somewhat biased at times." In just a few brief exchanges, Tom deftly redirected Lockhart's burgeoning resentment towards Dumbledore. Just as he was about to further manipulate Lockhart's feelings, a knock echoed through the office. The trio of gluttonous friends, having indulged in laughter, had not forgotten the task bestowed upon them by the lucky one. Eager to avoid another faceful of door, their smiles were radiant as they prepared to enter. Though Lockhart initially lacked any desire to open the door, he ultimately succumbed to Tom's insistence and opened it with a beaming smile. What brings you to me?" he inquired, immediately discerning the change in the glutton's demeanor, causing his smile to vanish. Now that the learning device had been appropriated by another, he found it increasingly irksome. Forcefully shoving a small vial into Lockhart's hands, the glutton casually remarked, "I apologize for the previous incident. Professor Lockhart. This is a token of my and the Emperor's apology. I hope you will accept it. Task completed. The glutton wasted no time in making his exit, not wishing to linger out of fear that he might snatch the learning device back, especially since he had already found a new host. Whether it was mere illusion or reality, Tom felt that the boy had cast a rather peculiar glance in his direction. However, curiosity regarding the vial in his hand took precedence. As he unscrewed the cap, a potent essence of life surged forth, and Tom could distinctly sense the vitality that this body had lost over the past few days gradually returning. This phenomenon filled him with unexpected delight. If only he had been the one to receive this vial. With this thought in mind, he eagerly swallowed the small pill contained within. A surge of overwhelming life force enveloped him, instantly replenishing the vitality he had previously lost. Tom meticulously attuned himself to the sensations this body conveyed, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Why had Hogwarts produced such a formidable potion master? Had he possessed such potions at the time, he would not have needed to go through the arduous process of splitting his soul. All he needed was to find that potion master and have them concoct this elixir for him. Immortality would be a breeze. It seemed imperative for him to investigate the origins of this potion. Meanwhile, as Tom pondered how to recruit talent, the glutton had already teamed up with the Weasley twins to prepare a trap. This time, the spell was potent and its effects severe. In short, if little Tom encountered even one, it would be sufficient to instill a lifetime of psychological trauma. Aries, your idea is simply brilliant. I genuinely wish to witness the comical spectacle of Professor Lockhart stepping into these traps. George concurred. I swear, this will undoubtedly be the best prank of the year. The glutton puffed out his chest with pride. Of course. Just look at who devised these spells. Let me tell you, I have revised this fateful encounter spell 8 times. Previously, it was nothing but excruciating pain and an indescribable stench. Aside from those 2 characteristics, it had no other selling points. But this time, I have added a contagious element. Chuckling, he added, yes, exactly the kind of contagion you're envisioning. Undoubtedly, this improved version of the spell had some merit, as Fred and George could already envision the outcome. Oh, brother, you truly are wicked. It seems we must steer clear of that flamboyant peacock for a while. Ha ha ha, is that wicked? You underestimate my capabilities. Know what it means to suffer a catastrophic downfall. Should that individual harbor any ill intent, they shall face an unrelenting social demise. The glutton anticipated how amusing it would be to see Tom's expression when he inevitably soiled himself. After setting everything in place, the trio concealed themselves, eager to witness little Tom's embarrassment as soon as possible. They endured a grueling 2-hour wait before the subject finally emerged. Preoccupied with thoughts of how to switch hosts, Tom stepped outside, only to trigger the trap beneath his feet, which unleashed a searing pain that radiated from the ground up. Accompanying this agony was a foul odor that assaulted his senses. Experiencing this for the first time, Tom felt as though his soul was on the verge of splintering. As Lockhart regained consciousness, he had no time to settle the score for the forced possession before the torment in his feet compelled him to scream in anguish. The wretched wailing soon attracted a throng of eager young wizards, drawn by a penchant for spectacle that had undoubtedly been instilled by the lucky one and his companions. It is worth noting that such curiosity had not been a characteristic of theirs before. Even if it had, they certainly would not have exhibited such enthusiasm. The ease with which they cracked open sunflower seeds spoke volumes of their experience in congregating to witness others' misfortunes. The last time they had heard such pitiful cries was from the now-departed Professor Quirrell, who had been prone to outbursts on a regular basis. Since his departure from Hogwarts, such exhilarating scenes had been a rarity, so the arrival of a new source of entertainment was a welcome change. Lockhart, writhing on the ground in agony, doubted his very existence, convinced that even the Cruciatus curse could not compare to this torment. Had the glutton known of Lockhart's assessment, he would have eagerly informed him that he was not mistaken. The improved version of fateful encounter inflicted suffering not only upon the body, but also directly impacted the soul due to the learning device's presence. Thus, as Lockhart languished in misery, another parasite was also enduring a less than pleasant experience. Tom's spirit flickered under the strain, and the glutton worried that he might inadvertently extinguish his own existence. Hey, brother, is your revised spell a bit too cruel? I cannot bear to imagine what would happen if someone were to covertly use it on me. Oh, Merlin's floral skirts. That scenario is simply too horrifying. George felt a pang of empathy at the thought, his toes aching merely from the mental image. As for the foul odor, it had become irrelevant in his considerations. Fred nodded in agreement. Brother, you must ensure this improved version of Fateful Encounter does not fall into the wrong hands. Just the contagion alone could bring Hogwarts to its knees. While I find that notion quite cool, For your own sake, you should think wisely before making any decisions. Contemplating the two dubious figures in his office, the glutton's amusement faded significantly, just as he believed that matters had not yet escalated beyond redemption. A sharp female voice pierced the air. A rather infatuated female admirer of Lockhart, unwilling to witness her idol in such a deplorable state, approached him with a touch of compassion, only to unwittingly trigger a passive skill, leading her to follow suit into the same predicament. Subsequently, the situation spiraled completely out of the control of the devourer. The girl's concerned friend stepped forward as well. What followed was a classic domino effect, one contagion begetting another. Goodness, it was over. The winds were fierce and chaos ensued. Sensing the situation slipping from his grasp, the devourer promptly fled. While still in the headmaster's office, discussing Lockhart's upcoming plans with his father and bonding over the pleasant atmosphere, Severus Snape swept through the office door, his robes billowing behind him. Mistaking him for the one sent to escort her back to the dungeons, she called out to him, "Severus," only to find a line of heads of houses trailing behind him. Her keen instincts alerted her that something significant had transpired. Quickly rifling through her recent misadventures in her mind, she was relieved to find none could possibly reach this magnitude. After a discreet sigh of relief, she donned a sweet smile and politely greeted, "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick. I presume you all have matters to discuss with dear old Dumbledore, so I shall not intrude. Excuse me." As she spoke, her petite feet began to move involuntarily toward the exit. "Oh, my dear, I believe it would be prudent for you to stay and listen, especially since Professor Lockhart's foot has yet to cease its torment." Merlin sucks. It was as if she were witnessing Professor Quirrell from a year prior. "My word, I find myself in need of a flawless explanation. It wasn't me. I haven't done anything mischievous lately. I've been on my best behavior. Severus can vouch for me." Just by observing Professor McGonagall's current expression, one could surmise the poor Professor Lockhart was enduring unimaginable suffering at that moment. She would absolutely not allow this burden to be placed upon her shoulders. Chapter 294. The Fleeing Devourer and the Three Heads of Houses Who Relish the Spectacle. Her mind raced, and without much contemplation, she could deduce who orchestrated this entire debacle. It could only be those two individuals. Although Van Tong's culpability was considerable, he had other matters to attend to today, making his involvement unlikely. While the rabbit often indulged in tormenting others, he held little interest in bullying adults. To him, Lockhart hardly qualified as anything more than a jester. It would be far more entertaining to tease the lively young wizards instead. Hence, the question arose, aside from them, who else possessed a plethora of spells and a penchant for mischief that could lead to such chaos? Recalling the task she had assigned him earlier that day, it became clear this was an opportunity to extend a life, while simultaneously collecting a bit of interest for herself. Enlightened by this revelation, the esteemed one laid bare all her suspicions with a rationale that, one might say, bore a resemblance to the charm of Dumbledore and his consort. It appeared the mastermind was indeed identified, and as the head of Ares, she was more than willing to seek him out personally. As for the consequences of his actions, she would assume full responsibility. What do you all think? Of course, we have no particular objections. However, Severus, as you can see, Ares' prank has indeed gone too far. The medical wing is now filled to the brim with children moaning in agony. Madame Pomfrey would have quite the issue with this. I suspect that if she discovered that Ares was the root cause of all this chaos, Severus, you best be prepared. Professor McGonagall felt a tumultuous conflict within her. On one hand, she was deeply concerned for the students currently suffering, while on the other, she found herself stifling a laugh at Severus's misfortune. After all, his blunders were a rare sight, having not been observed in many years. Ever since the esteemed one entered Hogwarts, his house points had never dwindled. Now, seizing a rare opportunity to dock points, she was determined to take action. Even a mere 10 points deducted would bring her joy. Both Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Severus's embarrassment. Thus, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's remarks, they immediately chimed in, "Oh, Severus, it seems the House Cup is likely to change hands this time." Flitwick's words struck the esteemed one like a thunderbolt. Before she could formulate a counterargument, Professor Sprout added, "Oh, indeed, this incident is far too grave. If Ares does not receive a severe punishment, one can only imagine what further mischief he may concoct." It should be noted that Juzy's swift reaction had prevented the contagion from infecting the entire student body. "Severus, we shall require you to concoct an antidote post-haste. Otherwise, those little ones may endure their torment for an extended period." The esteemed one was seething with indignation. She had never anticipated that the devourer would actually succeed in modifying that spell. Yet this did not serve as justification for its reckless application. Having unleashed it, leaving her to deal with the aftermath was simply unacceptable. He was merely indulging in mischief. Had he sought a scapegoat in advance, she would not find herself in such a precarious position. The notion of a scapegoat suddenly ignited a fierce determination in her gaze, fixating on McGonagall, who was waiting off to the side, observing the unfolding drama. This alarmed McGonagall, who was secretly tallying points with Dumbledore. The sudden wave of anxiety left her feeling as though she might flee in panic. It must be said that her instincts were indeed sharp, for the esteemed one had already flashed her a sweet, malicious smile, relishing the unfolding chaos. Ah, Professor McGonagall, have you considered that the mischief-making may not solely rest with Aries? Based on past experiences, the likelihood of Fred and George's involvement in this matter stands at 90%. You know how Aries tend to transform into someone else before causing trouble to evade blame. Given the extensive reach of this incident, it would be unlikely for him to forego a scapegoat. Since none were found, it is highly probable that the three of them acted in concert, which is why Aries refrained from using their identities to wreak havoc. Professor McGonagall, for the sake of fairness, let us postpone discussions of punishment until we capture the three of them. The mere thought of the two troublemakers in her house darkened McGonagall's expression. Chapter 295, Professor Flitwick's Original Spell. After hearing the esteemed one's hypothesis, the smile that had graced McGonagall's face shifted to rest upon Flitwick and Sprout. Particularly for Professor Sprout, it was worth noting that due to the rabbit's presence, Hufflepuff's house points had consistently surpassed those of Ravenclaw. Should it be confirmed that Aries, Fred, and George were indeed the culprits behind this incident, they would stand a genuine chance of contending for this year's House Cup. Oh, Minerva, it seems your Gryffindor will soon be losing double points. Equally eager to vie for the House Cup, Professor Flitwick enthusiastically employed a self-invented locating spell. A golden bird erupted from the tip of his wand, quickly splitting into countless little eagles, which flew out of the headmaster's office in a mesmerizing display. Oh, Phileas, that is a splendid spell. Dumbledore appeared to harbor a profound interest in this locating spell. His clear, wise blue eyes shimmered with admiration for the enchantment. Oh, it is indeed an honor to receive your praise. I too find this magic remarkable. Its allure extends beyond mere aesthetics, particularly in its efficacy in locating individuals, he remarked. Ah, I shall eagerly await the final outcome, for one must acknowledge that that rascal Aries possesses a certain talent for evasion. Speaking of which, Dumbledore was undoubtedly the most qualified to comment, considering that each time a mishap occurred, those little rascals would instinctively flee before a scapegoat could be found. It perplexed him how they managed to conceal themselves so thoroughly as he and Grindelwald scoured every nook and cranny to no avail. Now, witnessing Phileas' dazzling display of magic, how could he not be captivated? I look forward to its results. After pushing a cup of moderately sweet fruit tea towards him, Dumbledore shifted his gaze to the side, where the Emperor was engaged in hushed conversation with Snape. He couldn't quite discern the topic of their discussion, but he sensed that Snape's complexion seemed slightly flushed, an unusual hue for him. Before he could ponder further, the golden little eagles from Flitwick began returning in succession. Before he had a chance to inquire, the creatures coalesced, and an image materialized before them. It depicted a scene where the Glutton and the Weasley twins were huddled inside a dilapidated house, fervently debating something. What? A new map? How come I've never seen this place before? Albus, are there such rundown areas within the castle? I've never encountered them. Could it be that this is the chamber that the learning machine has been searching for recently? The Emperor, unable to discern the location, was taken aback, while Snape, having nearly lost his life there, recognized it immediately. After all, it was one of the few near-death experiences he had endured, making it difficult to forget. No. Is this the small room beneath the Whomping Willow? This answer evidently did not fall within the professor's realm of suspicion. They had considered that the Glutton might hide, but they had not anticipated he would choose such a location. Oh, it seems I shall have to deduct a few more points from their original punishment. Snape's expression was far from pleasant as he spoke. Chapter 296, Inflicting Harm on 1,000, Self-Inflicting 800. Having once been biased due to certain matters, Dumbledore immediately redirected his attention to Fawkes, who was comfortably napping nearby. He feared that his potions professor might vent his pent-up dissatisfaction upon him. It dawned on the Emperor that this was the very spot where his dear Severus had met his demise in the original tale. One could not deny that the Glutton had a knack for hiding. No one would have expected them to flee to such a concealed location. Reflecting on all that Severus had endured there, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore. She had not forgotten how those scoundrels, after nearly causing Severus' death, had only received a verbal reprimand and a few days of confinement. That biased old man. As the protagonist of the incident, Dumbledore felt a flush of embarrassment as his little darling publicly criticized him in front of so many. Unlike his discomfort, Snape, rejuvenated by the presence of his beloved, felt his spirits soar as bright as the sun. If all his previous misfortunes had merely been a prelude to encountering her, then every experience had been worthwhile. Now that we have confirmed their location, I shall go retrieve them. In a bid to resolve the matter swiftly, Snape intended to take matters into his own hands, as the time before the banquet was drawing near, and he wished to avoid being late for any inexplicable reasons. Oh no, Severus, you've had quite enough exertion for today. This minor task hardly requires your direct involvement. Please, take a seat. I shall handle the rest. After seating Snape on the sofa, the Emperor snapped his fingers, and the next instant, 2 phoenixes assigned to Ginny appeared before her. Master, what is your command? Go fetch the chef and those 2 fellows beside him. Make haste. Yes, please hold on. The space was torn asunder, and the little 6 and little 18 dove in, demonstrating commendable efficiency. Ah, why is it that among all phoenixes, our dear Fawkes is the most unreliable? Every time I delegate a task, I worry he stir up trouble. The Emperor's lament resonated with everyone present. Alas, who could blame little Fawkes for being a helpful phoenix? Always eager to assist with errands, only to inadvertently create a bit of chaos each time? Yet, they could not stifle the ambition of a child due to minor inconveniences. Thus, upon seeing the 2 reliable little creatures, their sentiments mirrored those of the Emperor. Well, little 7 is indeed quite enthusiastic, though perhaps a touch too hasty in temperament. The Emperor felt a flush of embarrassment at Professor Sprout's assessment. She hadn't forgotten the last time Fawkes had volunteered to transport herbs, and ended up tasting a few along the way, with a ripple in the space. The glutton was soon seen being pulled out by little 6, followed closely by Fred, George, and little 18. Well, who do we have here? Oh, it's the infamous Ares, who caused quite the ruckus before sneaking away. My, what happened to your face? Surely not the renowned glutton being bested by 2 little phoenixes. How outrageous! Little 6, little 18, I must address you both. While it's true he caused trouble and fled, you shouldn't have laid such harsh hands upon him. Look at that tender little face. How could you bear to be so cruel? The glutton swatted away the Emperor's hand, which was forcefully pinching his cheek, rolling his eyes so far back that his pupils were entirely obscured. Spare me your sarcasm. Had it not been for the contract spell you provided them, do you truly believe those 2 could have harmed me? Well, that was certainly due to the magnitude of the mess you created. Do you have any idea that the infirmary is now overflowing? You may have escaped, but I nearly bore the brunt of this debacle. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the Emperor kicked out in frustration. Years of being on the receiving end of such antics allowed the glutton to instinctively dodge, inadvertently sending the kick toward little 18, who was merely observing the commotion. With a loud thud, 18 was sent crashing into the wall before coming to a halt. Little 6 rushed over to help him up, prompting the ever-watchful little Fawkes, hidden near the portrait, to mutter to himself, "Serves you right for being so boastful. You should have known to keep your distance while watching the show. It's no wonder you got caught up in it." As tensions escalated between the glutton and the Emperor, Dumbledore interjected, "Silence. Ares, your personal grievances can wait. Let us instead discuss our classmates languishing in the infirmary, wailing in agony. Do you have anything to say regarding this matter?" "Ha! Well, that was merely an accident, entirely unforeseen. Albus, you know me well. I possess a rather whimsical penchant for crafting runes. Today, by sheer happenstance, while sharing my latest incantations with Fred and George, I inadvertently dropped one, only for it to be fortuitously trampled by Professor Lockhart. We certainly did not anticipate the unfolding of events to take such a turn. The reason for our concealment stems merely from a tinge of trepidation. You can comprehend our plight, can't you?" As he uttered these words, tears glistened in his eyes. That feeble expression of vulnerability was indeed disarming. However, a single remark from Snape swiftly extinguished the ambience. "Mr. Grindelwald, if you could manage to conceal the onion in your hand while delivering such statements, it would lend a touch more credibility to your words. Severus, at this juncture, could you not turn a blind eye?" He added, "What benefit do I derive from your punishment?" This query piqued the curiosity of the others present. With a disdainful smirk, Snape responded coolly, "Mr. Albus Grindelwald, due to your hubris, Slytherin shall be deducted 100 points. Furthermore, as a participant in this affair, Mr. Weasley, you too have earned this opportunity. Gryffindor shall be penalized 200 points. What a classic case of to harm 1,000 while damaging oneself by 800. Although he too faced a 100-point deduction, the adversary was penalized double. A fair trade indeed. This was all to ensure an extra 100 points were stripped from them. Severus, one might say, Your motives appear tinged with personal vendetta. The onion in his grasp was promptly devoured, and he held no inclination to fathom Snape's wicked sense of humor. Chapter 297, The Rabbit. The unfortunate soul felt an overwhelming fury at the arbitrary loss of 100 points. She had toiled diligently, and her hard-earned scores were so effortlessly stripped away. It's no wonder she was incensed. Yet, in the current predicament, she could not act upon her anger, which left her utterly frustrated. Well, since the incident has transpired, we must endeavor to mitigate the damage. Aries, if you wish to avoid the wrath of Madame Pomfrey, devise a plan to restore those unfortunate, moaning creatures to health. At this, the glutton lowered his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. Father, did you never ponder why I fled? Well, my version of the incantation is newly minted. You understand? No, I do not understand. I only know that if you do not find a way to resolve this matter, you shall face far graver consequences than mere point deductions. I believe your dear father, Gellert, would be all too willing to grant you a complete childhood. Wouldn't you agree? A threat, indeed, a blatant threat. Despite his reluctance, the glutton ultimately stayed behind with Dumbledore to devise a solution, while the others were politely ushered from the office. As Professor McGonagall exited the office, she seized the scruff of Fred and George's necks, who were attempting to make a hasty retreat. What do you two think you're off to, Mr. Weasley? Do you have nothing to say about today's events? Oh, Professor McGonagall, we were truly caught in the crossfire. You must believe us. We were merely spectators, and this was entirely Aries' doing. We had no part in it. Indeed, Fred chimed in, we did nothing wrong. McGonagall, however, was not swayed by their tardy justifications, given the duo's notorious history of mischief. Oh, is that so? The last time Professor Quirrell was pranked, you two claimed the same. Yet what was the outcome? My trust in you two has long since evaporated. Now, at once, accompany me to Mr. Filch. I believe his previous methods of punishment were quite effective. As the saying goes, children must not be allowed too much idle time. Upon hearing they were to be confined with Filch, Fred and George immediately donned expressions of despair. Oh no, Professor McGonagall, I think. Their lamentations were silenced by a spell from McGonagall, effectively muting their cries. One must admit, her experience in dealing with unruly children is truly remarkable. Oh, yet I cannot help but feel that your expertise in this regard surpasses even mine, Snape remarked, garnering agreement from the other two professors. They reminisced about how those little rascals, who constantly fidgeted in class, displayed remarkable composure during Aries' mental enhancement lessons, eliciting their envy. It's not as if I possess any extraordinary skills. I've simply encountered more troublesome children, which has naturally endowed me with a smidgen more experience. If you wish, I could share a few effective strategies for managing unruly children. I guarantee they work like a charm. No sooner had Aries made her suggestion than she found herself flanked by Professors Sprout and Flitwick, who swiftly drew her into their midst. The speed of their approach was such that Snape was momentarily sidelined, realizing he had been isolated. Oh, Severus, we shall borrow Aries for now. We shall return her to you after dinner. You know, some of the little ones tend to create a bit of trouble during my classes, and I am in dire need of Aries' clever tricks. To Professor Sprout's request, Snape expressed his agreement through action. Of course, just ensure she does not consume too many fruits. Her dental health has been somewhat precarious of late. Naturally, I shall be mindful. Before Aries could even advocate for her right to some fruit, she was whisked away by the two professors. Contemplating the little giants in the infirmary, Snape sighed in resignation and retreated to his dungeon, intending to brew a potion that might alleviate the afflictions caused by those runes. Otherwise, Madame Pomfrey would undoubtedly pursue the glutton with great fervor. Meanwhile, Lockhart, already dispatched to the infirmary, felt a throbbing pain in his foot. The perpetually smiling visage was now shrouded in clouds of despair, his inner darkness erupting forth. At this moment, he wished to annihilate everything. Tom's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Eliminate them, eliminate them. Once they are gone, no one will ever know of your disgrace. Gradually, Lockhart's gaze began to shift. Indeed, if I eliminate these individuals, I shall once again be the brave hero. It is they who have ruined me. It is all their fault. Indeed, it is all their fault. Surrender your body to me, and I shall assist you in ridding yourself of them. Only their blood can cleanse your humiliation. Accept me, and I will help you fulfill this desire. Tom's insidious whispers grew louder, and Lockhart's eyes began to glaze over, just as he was about to relinquish control of his body entirely. The vigilant rabbit swiftly affixed a purification rune to his forehead. Upon witnessing him succumb to slumber, she muttered, honestly, not a single reliable member in this family. Knowing full well this fellow's mental fortitude is lacking, they still allow him to face that creature alone. If he were to exploit a weakness, it would spell disaster. Each one of them, All they do is cause trouble. What else are they good for? This household shall surely crumble without me. As he murmured to himself, he began to affix purification charms to each of these unfortunate souls. Although these charms could not instantly alleviate the corporeal pain inflicted by the curses, they could indeed remedy the anguish of the spirit. This was largely due to his foresight during the revision of the Tao Tia charms. Otherwise, by the time he devised a solution, these little ones would likely be left with significant psychological scars. Once the pain of the soul was healed, the wails within the medical wing ceased abruptly. This momentary silence brought a great sigh of relief from the ever-busy Madame Pomfrey. "Oh, Tsu, how fortunate I am to have you here. Otherwise, I would surely lose my mind. It's nothing. It is merely my duty. However, they should not attempt to rise just yet. I am uncertain how long the charm will last. For now, I have only alleviated their spiritual pain. As for the rest, we must wait for Ares." Chapter 298, Improved Potions. The young wizards who had utilized the purification charms had now fully acclimated to the discomfort in their toes. After all, compared to the torment of the soul, this minor pain was hardly worth mentioning. Some students, usually highly competitive in Professor O's class, were pleasantly surprised to discover a notable enhancement in their mental acuity. This revelation was akin to opening the door to a new world for them. In pursuit of greater strength, they even felt the urge to procure such charms. When Snape arrived with his potions, several students, who were typically quite close, had gathered to devise a plan on how to acquire the charms from Tao Tia. "Well, it seems your current state has returned to normal. Otherwise, how could you entertain the thought of purchasing such items?" he remarked. "Let me guess, do you derive a perverse satisfaction from throwing these trinkets at those you dislike?" The unexpected inquiry sent a chill through the group of young wizards, and upon realizing the speaker was Snape, they collectively exhaled in relief. One could not help but notice that since Professor O's arrival, who was warm yet often harsh, Snape's image had undergone a complete transformation. Once perceived as a detached old bat, he now appeared as a hard-hearted yet soft-hearted deity. "Professor Snape, we did not intend to prank anyone. Our desire to purchase the charms is solely for our own use. We have discovered that these charms can actually enhance our mental faculties, though the process is somewhat painful. As Professor O said, only through enduring hardship can one rise above the rest. We can certainly endure this minor suffering in pursuit of greater strength." After listening to their fervent declarations, Snape felt an urge to facepalm. He suddenly realized that the potion he had painstakingly concocted now seemed somewhat superfluous. "Oh, should I commend you? This casual use of charms for training, without the professor's supervision, is absolutely forbidden. Do you wish to awaken as fools after a night's rest?" With those parting words, Snape swept away, presumably to find Madame Pomfrey. Indeed, Professor Snape's demeanor remained as unyielding as ever. "If you're worried about us, you could simply express it. Why must you phrase it so harshly?" One student remarked. "I find it rather agreeable. It is far better than Professor O's cheerful concern. Just the other day, she was praising my talents with a smile, and the next moment I was blasted away." Exactly. Although Professor Snape may lack the ability to express himself kindly, his actions speak volumes. Unlike Professor O, who sweetly offers praise only to subject us to relentless trials. The floodgates of conversation opened, and the young wizards began to vent their frustrations about Professor O, all while enduring the pain in their toes, oblivious to the increasingly darkening expression on Snape's face. "Oh, Severus, must you be so petty? They are merely children. It is natural for them to grumble about their professors in private. I have no interest in their affairs. This potion I have painstakingly brewed should have some effect on their current condition." Madame Pomfrey's smile broadened as she regarded the potions. "Oh, Severus, you have truly been a tremendous help. I shall take this to those little rascals. They're far too noisy. It would be best for them to return to the dormitory sooner rather than later. If you have the time, you might want to check on Sue and Professor Lockhart in the next room. It seems Lockhart's condition is somewhat serious." "Of course, I will take a look." After Madame Pomfrey departed with the potions, Snape stepped into the adjoining room. At that moment, the rabbit was idly observing Tom's condition, and upon sensing someone approaching, he lifted his head casually. Upon recognizing Snape, he excitedly waved. "Severus, come quickly. I have something amusing to show you." "What is so amusing? How is Lockhart faring?" "Oh, he's fine, sleeping soundly. But first, take a look at this." He pushed a mirror in front of Snape, revealing a jubilant young Tom seated upon a dais, with a throng of dark-robed wizards kneeling before him, singing his praises. Is this an illusion? Indeed, this reflects the deepest desires of a learning machine's heart. He has now conquered the magical realm of Britain. His next ambition is Germany. I had just glimpsed this when you arrived. Would you care to join me? I find it rather fascinating. Snape merely glanced at it before turning it down. He had no interest in such trivialities. Satisfied that Lockhart was unscathed, he prepared to leave, preferring to devote his time to studying the potion in his possession. With the third year approaching, he aimed to refine the taste of the wolf poison potion before then. Chapter 299, The Sound Behind the Wall. After dismounting from the flying sword, Newt once again marveled at the convenience of this mode of transport. Unlike the rigidness of a broomstick, the agility of this craft was significantly superior. In Xiao Bao's words, it was a true embodiment of the unity between man and sword, allowing for effortless flight. Most importantly, cloaked in spiritual energy, he felt not a whisper of wind. I am all in for learning sword flight. Finally arrived. Sir, perhaps we should utilize the teleportation array next time. That method is significantly swifter. Eager to return to meet the master, Xiao Bao had meticulously packed his belongings, awaiting their entry into the teleportation array. However, Mr. Newt adamantly insisted on riding the flying sword. Left with no choice, Xiao Bao had to accompany him on his trusty steed, grateful that the distance was not great. Otherwise, the meat in his bag would no longer be fresh. Newt felt a tad uncomfortable diverting his gaze, a bit bashful about his unreasonable request. Yet, he simply adored the sensation of soaring through the skies on a sword. Having finally seized an opportunity, he could not let it slip away. Xiao Bao, is there truly no way for me to learn sword flight? I possess considerable talent in the realm of magic. Faced with this question again, Xiao Bao felt a twinge of frustration. He wished to teach, but Mrs. Scamander had forbidden it. For the sake of their marital harmony, he could not go against her wishes. Sir, we have discussed this matter multiple times. At your age, it is not suitable for you to learn this. You cannot even draw energy into your body yet. What you lack is not talent, but a spiritual root. Without a spiritual root, you cannot draw energy into your body. If you cannot achieve that, how could you possibly learn to fly a sword? In truth, that broom is rather splendid. How about I have my boss modify it for you? Upon hearing Xiao Bao's explanation, the disappointment on Newt's face was unmistakable. It was truly a pity. It seems I can only look forward to Rolf's academic achievements. Just as the two were engrossed in their animated conversation, the fortunate one, upon receiving Xiao Bao's message, rushed over to fetch her. From a distance, her boisterous voice rang out, Xiao Bao, boss, I'm back. The master and servant, having not seen each other for quite some time, had an abundance of topics to discuss, with matters that Newt should not be privy to constituting a staggering 90%. To facilitate their unrestrained dialogue, the fortunate one generously allowed her Severus to step out. Severus, Xiao Bao and I have some matters to discuss. I'll trouble you to entertain Senior Newt for the moment. Without waiting for Severus's response, she hurriedly pulled Xiao Bao away, clearly heading towards the kitchen. It appears Xiao Bao had managed to procure some splendid items from Scamander. However, it remains uncertain how those magical creatures of his are faring. As this thought crossed his mind, Newt could not help but look at him with a hint of sympathy. Mr. Scamander, if I may be so bold, have there been any recent changes with the magical creatures you care for? Upon mentioning his precious little ones, Newt's social anxiety vanished as he eagerly began to introduce Severus to his beloved creatures, lavishing praise on Xiao Bao in the process. Severus, however, remained silent and composed, his thoughts solely occupied with how many ingredients Xiao Bao had brought back for the fortunate one. Judging by the accolades uttered by Newt, it was likely that she had taken advantage of the situation. After all, given his character, it was hardly plausible for him to be so industrious without some form of benefit. Severus was not mistaken. In the kitchen at that moment, the fortunate one gazed longingly at the heap of ingredients, nearly drooling. Xiao Bao, well done. I knew I could count on you. Your salary for this month will be doubled. Furthermore, if there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Let us strive for more new varieties next time. Upon hearing of her doubled pay, Xiao Bao's smile stretched from ear to ear. Thank you, boss. I will certainly dedicate myself to bringing you more ingredients. Just watch my performance. Additionally, I do not wish for much, but if it is not too much trouble, could you possibly craft a flying sword with enhanced safety? You see, Newt has always wanted to fly with a sword, but his wife is constantly worried about his safety. I thought perhaps you could, I thought it was something trivial. Leave it to me. Also, I shall provide you with a defensive artifact. Stick with me, and I assure you, you will live a life of luxury. The fortunate one's casual remark brought tears to Xiao Bao's eyes. He realized how naive he had been in the past, merely considering the construction of a few buildings. How could he believe his boss to be unworthy? Look at his current treatment. Who among them would not envy such fortune? The more he reflected, the more he perceived himself as an ungrateful wretch, and Xiao Bao, unable to restrain himself, delivered a resounding slap to his own face. This action led the house elves nearby to momentarily think they had encountered one of their kind. Equally astonished by Xiao Bao's behavior, the Fortunate One was about to admonish him when a peculiar sound interrupted. "I'm so hungry, I want to eat them, Xiao Bao." "Did you hear something?" Xiao Bao listened intently for a while before responding. "I think I heard something calling out for food." Additionally, there was a rustling sound, almost as if something was crawling. "My lady, would you like me to capture it?" The Fortunate One pondered for a moment and surmised what it could be. But the current circumstances were not conducive to seeking it out. It would be wiser to wait until later and accompany Severus. After all, it would not do for such a delicate young lady to venture into danger alone. A tall and handsome fiancé must accompany her. "No need, I shall handle this matter. Our most pressing concern now is to manage these ingredients. You are to go to the headmaster's office and fetch the chef for me. We shall reconvene at the tower shortly." After assigning the task to Xiao Bao, the Fortunate One returned to the cellar, selected some herbs, and then made her way back to the tower. Chapter 300. The Collision of Two Jealous Kings. The evening banquet proceeded smoothly, with the chef once again captivating everyone with his culinary artistry. The only blemish was the occasional unfriendly glances directed at Newt by a certain jealous king. Grindelwald had not anticipated that what he had thought would be a cozy family gathering would, upon first glance, feature that insufferable Scamander. He raised his wand, and had it not been for Severus intervening, a confrontation would surely have ensued. How'd he end up here? Was he here to see Albus again? Does he not have a wife? Why does he continuously come to their home? From this series of questions, one could easily discern the depths of his discontent. The Fortunate One, reveling in the chaos, seized the moment to throw in a few jibes. "Oh, dear Gellert, that is hardly fair. Does my dear Albus not have the freedom to me, an old friend? You're simply too sensitive. You're of a certain age. Can you not exhibit a bit more maturity? Can you not broaden your perspective, Tad? My senior Newt is merely here to visit the esteemed professor. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Why can't you adopt a more relaxed demeanor? With such rage, if Albus sees you, you want TB in for pleasant outcomes. In my opinion, Senior Newt should visit more often. Once you build up an immunity, you want he reacts so strongly. Don't you think?" The Fortunate One's taunts fell on Grindelwald's ears like a lead weight, inciting an impulse to retaliate. Yet, he quickly recalibrated his approach. After all, it was merely a matter of verbal sparring, a domain in which he had never faltered. "Come on, let us mutually inflict some harm. Indeed, you speak truly. I have indeed been narrow-minded. When Lily returns, and that little Severus circles around her, I hope you can manage your temper a bit. Just don't get too flustered. You must be magnanimous. After all, they are merely childhood friends, and it is entirely normal for them to maintain contact. Severus is bound to show her a bit of favoritism. You can understand that, right? After all, it is first love, old flames can be rekindled, and all that. You speak nonsense. Severus would never stray. He loves only me." Completely thrown off balance, the Fortunate One instinctively grabbed a large meat bun and used it as a makeshift cloth, shoving it into Grindelwald's mouth. This unexpected action caught him off guard, nearly choking him. Fortunately, Severus reacted swiftly, casting a spell to shrink the bun, thereby rescuing his father-in-law from the brink of disaster. He had never anticipated that amidst the bickering between father and daughter, he would be dragged into the fray. Now, witnessing the Fortunate One's indignant little face, he was struck by a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next moment, the Fortunate One began to sob and seek comfort from him. "Severus, do you like purple?" Purple? What purple?" Completely bewildered by the question, Severus turned his gaze toward the onlookers, who were equally perplexed. The first to succumb to laughter was Fantong, his mind racing back to the phrase, "She's just my sister. My sister says purple is quite charming." "Ha ha, purple? Dear, flat-headed one. Is your question not a tad too subtle? Severus does not grasp the essence of this jest. Perhaps you might consider rephrasing it?" "Ha ha." Upon hearing this explanation, Snape's expression evidently grew more perplexed. It seems imperative for him to engage the rabbit in a new lesson, as this unspoken camaraderie, from which he felt excluded, greatly irked him. Realizing he could not extract the desired answer from Fantong, he resolved to directly address the root of the issue, finding it the more straightforward approach. Gently prodding the distressed little face of the European emperor, Snape earnestly assured her, "I shall not favor another, nor shall I take a liking to anyone else. Having you is sufficient for me." This succinct declaration instantly mollified the European emperor, who, moments ago, appeared woeful, now regained her vigor, casting a defiant glance at Grindelwald. Unceremoniously, she retorted, "You ought to worry about yourself. My Severus is not one for friendships, but my young and handsome father, Albus, is quite the opposite. He is rather popular. You know, he, who was singing my praises for being young and handsome. Just as Grindelwald contemplated exerting his paternal authority, Dumbledore, having completed his work, finally arrived under the moonlight, accompanied by 3 other professors. The moment they arrived, they sensed an atmosphere that seemed somewhat amiss. Professor McGonagall, upon observing Fantong and the others seated in a row, relishing watermelon, swiftly detected the fruity aroma. Without hesitation, she dragged Professor Sprout alongside her and expertly settled by their side. As she rummaged for a 3-piece set, she inquired softly, "Has something unpleasant transpired?" I perceive a peculiar expression on Mr. Grindelwald's countenance. Fantong had grown accustomed to Professor McGonagall's perceptiveness. Ever since their arrival at this school, the entire atmosphere of Hogwarts had shifted. Not only had the students become enamored with gatherings, but even the typically stern professors had transformed into avid spectators, their presence inevitable during the antics of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. With the little spy, Feng Chi, in their midst, any whisper of discontent between the two was swiftly relayed to them. "It's nothing of great consequence, merely." Fantong briefly recounted the recent events, and upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall regarded Grindelwald with a hint of sympathy. "I never anticipated that having poor social connections could someday be viewed as a virtue. Albus, in this regard, is indeed not on par with Severus. He has enough friends to fill all of Hogwarts. Indeed, however, it seems Grindelwald harbors no significant animosity towards others," Professor Sprout interjected. "Oh no, Professor Sprout. You might not be aware, but my dear Gellert targets everyone Albus cherishes, particularly his most favored students. This includes the likes of the former Tom Riddle, Newt Scamander, and now Harry Potter. The former has been eliminated. The latter he has watched grow, leaving only the youthful Newt. Can you blame him for feeling a sense of crisis? After all, it was partly due to his actions that Newt contributed to his incarceration. The marriage certificate was retrieved by him through a sneaky maneuver. Without that, how could his union with Albus have concluded so smoothly? Given his petty nature, it's likely he still harbors resentment to this day." Upon hearing this, Professors McGonagall and Sprout were visibly intrigued, their eyes sparkling with curiosity about the love triangle. With idle time on their hands, Fantong boldly launched into a nostalgic recounting of his courtship endeavors. Chapter 301. The Fragrance of Tea Unfurls. Newt, having been wary of Grindelwald's potential malice, felt a sense of relief upon encountering Dumbledore. He silently vowed that the next time he visited Hogwarts, he would ensure to inform Dumbledore beforehand, so as to avoid a repeat of today's unfortunate circumstances. "Albus, it seems Mr. Grindelwald is decidedly unwelcoming towards me. Perhaps it would be best for me to take my leave. I cannot allow my presence to disrupt the entire banquet. I understand this stems from past grievances, which explain his discontent towards me, and I am sympathetic to it. Please, do not let this create discord between you and him. I can manage." The surrounding chatter fell silent as Newt finished his statement, eyes filled with astonishment. It was unavoidable. The tone he used was all too familiar to them, reminiscent of what they had heard from the rabbit on numerous occasions. Was it merely their imagination? Or did the air seem perfumed with the scent of tea? The European Emperor discreetly tugged at Snape's hand and whispered, "Has the rabbit been taking on private work? Why does Newt's manner seem so oddly familiar?" Not only the European Emperor sensed this, but even Snape found himself questioning whether the rabbit had been clandestinely conducting online classes, as it was uncommon for their group to speak in such a manner. I cannot say for certain, but he has indeed been less frequent in visiting the cellar lately. Meanwhile, the rabbit, who was still at the infirmary attending to Lockhart, suddenly sneezed. "Who on earth is whispering about me, behind my back? What do you mean? When have I ever targeted you?" "Ow, do not listen to his nonsense. I haven't even had the chance to speak to him. You know I would never do anything to upset you, right?" Faced with Grindelwald's unexpected display of vulnerability, Dumbledore's inquiries were stifled. Ultimately, Newt, under Dumbledore's repeated assurances, reluctantly decided to stay, and under the splendid culinary skills of the feast, everyone was finally able to enjoy a peaceful dinner. As for the undercurrents during the meal, only the involved parties were privy to them. With thoughts solely on encountering that unruly spicy snack, the European Emperor, after finishing her meal, promptly took her leave with Snape. Observing their departing figures, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes behind his glasses. It appeared his little girl had found a new plaything. "Miss Grindelwald, where are you so hastily leading me?" "Professor Snape, if I were you, I would refrain from asking too many questions right now. On such a dark night, one might easily find themselves ensnared by others. By the way, Severus, what color do you prefer for your bag? I'll see if I have one on hand." "Purple." The European Emperor's incessant chatter abruptly ceased. She detested the color purple. "Purple will not do. Let us consider another. How about red?" "Gryffindor red." This time, it was Snape who fell silent, as their playful banter escalated until they reached the third floor, whereupon they were greeted by a familiar hissing sound. Here it comes. Here it comes. The spicy snack. Chapter 302. The Chamber of Secrets is opened once more. Following the sounds, the European Emperor pulled Snape along, swiftly arriving at the washroom. At that moment, Moaning Myrtle was idly wandering about, and in the blink of an eye, she spotted two figures, one large and one small, suddenly appearing before her. Before she could greet them, she saw the European Emperor command the stubborn faucet to open, leading to a shocking spectacle. As the mechanism clicked open, an entrance materialized at the wash basin, and without hesitation, the Emperor grasped Snape's hand and leaped inside. Gazing apprehensively at the pitch-black opening, Myrtle Pine swallowed hard, before plunging headlong into the toilet without a backward glance. Meanwhile, the moment they entered the passage, the Emperor regretted it, overwhelmed by the unbearable stench that enveloped them. Treading upon the scattered, white bones beneath their feet, both called out a name in unison. Dobby. With a soft pop, Dobby materialized before them. Master, how may I serve you? Dobby is eager to assist. The Emperor pointed at the heap of bones beneath them and issued a straightforward command. Find some helpers and clean this place up. If you do well, I shall reward you with 10 galleons. What do you say? Hearing of the reward, Dobby's eyes, as large as tennis balls, brimmed with tears. His body quivered in excitement, reminiscent of someone afflicted with Parkinson's. Oh, my kind and generous master, how could you offer Dobby a reward? Dobby is utterly overjoyed. Dobby shall forever be loyal to you. With his filthy handkerchief, Dobby wiped away his own snot, creating a rather shocking scene that left the cleanliness-obsessed Emperor unable to look on. To avoid wasting the meal in her stomach, she promptly issued a second command to Dobby. Enough, Dobby. I command you to take this fabric and make yourself some tidy uniforms. You know, both Severus and I have a bit of cleanliness obsession, and it seems rather out of place for you, as a member of our household, to be so filthy. To serve us better, shouldn't you also pay attention to your hygiene? As she spoke, the Emperor scrutinized the little creature from head to toe. The more she looked, the more repulsed she felt, especially after noticing the glistening snot dripping from his nose, leading her to question the culinary taste of the monster before her. Can this thing really be eaten? It seems rather unsightly. Oblivious to the Emperor's thoughts, Dobby was completely absorbed in a bubble of happiness. He never imagined that one day someone would voluntarily offer him a reward and generously provide him with clothes. This was something he had never dared to dream of. And now it was coming true. Oh, Dobby is so touched. The master is the most generous and kind master Dobby has ever seen. Dobby will certainly complete the tasks assigned. Stop. Dobby, you talk too much. A good servant's greatest virtue is to speak less and work more. Here, take this and learn from it. I believe that one day you will grow into an excellent employee. Now, I must attend to other matters. I leave the work here to you, and I hope that when I return this place. Her words abruptly halted as Snape, smiling, ruffled her hair, teasingly saying, What? Did you just remember something? The Emperor, slightly vexed, playfully punched his chest before pouting. Why didn't you remind me? Were you waiting to see me make a fool of myself? No. I just thought you looked quite adorable just now and momentarily forgot. The unexpected flattery did not elicit joy from the Emperor. Instead, she seized his wrist, leading to a pointed inquiry. Tell me, who are you? How did you possess Severus? What is your purpose? Who sent you? Snape, his expression flat, looked at the Emperor with a mix of exasperation and a hint of grievance. How dull must he be to be suspected of possession merely for uttering a few compliments? No, with your soul within me, who could possibly possess me? Huh, that is true, he conceded. Dobby, you can pause the cleaning for now. Return and await further instructions. Your main task is to make yourself some pretty clothes. If you don't know how, go to Diagon Alley and order some. I will cover all expenses. Also, study what I gave you. I hope the next time we meet, you will have become an excellent steward. As he began to speak again, the Emperor silenced him with a gesture. You may leave now. This is no longer your concern. After a deep bow, Dobby reluctantly departed. Not wanting to face the earlier awkwardness, the Emperor casually took Snape's hand, holding up the luminous pearl as they walked forward. However, Snape was not willing to let her off so easily. Suddenly, the Emperor felt her feet leave the ground as he hoisted her onto his shoulder. Severus, what are you doing? I can walk on my own. I prefer that your feet do not come into contact with those filthy things. Also, you must get used to my ways. Otherwise, if we encounter a similar situation again, do you wish to strike me once more? The conversation circled back, causing the Emperor to feel an urge to dig into the castle walls out of embarrassment. I am just not used to it yet. By the way, when did you become so charming? Did you take a course from the rabbit? At the mention of this, Snape felt his ears grow warm. It was merely that he had heard from a group of trolls that sometimes one must flatter girls, otherwise they could easily be stolen away by silver-tongued rascals. Recalling certain encounters in the cultivation realm, Snape, usually so serious, had sought out the rabbit to attend a love class to prevent being cuckolded. Initially, he had intended to consult Fan Tong, but due to his recent busyness, he had settled for the less experienced rabbit. Little did he expect that this seemingly unremarkable creature was a hidden master in matters of romance. After a few lessons, Snape had gained invaluable insights. Although some overly flirtatious remarks still eluded him, he could manage some simple compliments. For instance, now he was able to carry her with ease while also uttering a few words that made her blush and her heart race. Chapter 303. The Seeking of Sponsorship by the Little Basilisk. The empty corridor amplified Snape's footsteps and carried their conversation far beyond. This irritated a certain basilisk who had just returned from stroll. Having been abruptly awakened from a deep slumber, it was already in a foul mood. And the one who had roused it had quietly scampered away without even offering a morsel to eat. This left the ravenous creature feeling quite disgruntled. After finally managing to venture out, it had inadvertently harmed a few students, adding to its anxiety. For reasons unknown, upon awakening this time, it discovered that not only had numerous bewildering things appeared within the school, but also several presences that instilled fear in it. Ever since the last time it accidentally injured someone, it had refrained from crawling out of the pipes, fearing the repercussions if those dangerous beings caught wind of it. Yet, despite its best efforts to remain hidden, it was still sought out today. Driven mad by hunger, upon hearing the sound of visitors, the basilisk hurriedly emerged to greet its delivery. Little did it know that, before it could even lift its massive head, it was met with a resounding slap. The impact was substantial. It felt as though Slytherin was waving at it. Shortly thereafter, it heard a soft, timid voice exclaim, "Oh, Merlin's lace-trimmed long socks. Look what I found. A delectable, spicy strip. Hey, little cutie, would you like to come home with me? I have a big pot that guarantees you a cozy sleep." "Huh? What did you say? You said you would?" "Oh, considering your fondness for me, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request," the serpent creature remarked. "Do you even hear yourself? My head is still spinning with stars. Who agreed to accompany you home? What are you rambling on about?" It was evident that the serpent's wishes were far removed from the Emperor's considerations. In her perception, silence equated to tacit consent. Thus, she joyfully accepted this gift from the heavens. Severus Snape watched as the Emperor forcefully diminished the gargantuan serpent, promptly stowing it away in a confined space. "You simply took it away? What are the unfolding narrative concerning Harry?" The Emperor, accustomed to thievery, belatedly recalled this concern. "Ah, how could I have forgotten? It seems we cannot take this little creature just yet. What a pity! I had already prepared my pot and intended to add a meal tonight. Well, I suppose I can wait a few more days." As she spoke, she reluctantly retrieved the serpent from the confines of the space. To her surprise, the creature, having spent but a fleeting moment there, now expressed reluctance, hissing indignantly. Both Snape and the Emperor distinctly heard its plaintive cries. "Take me back. I refuse to stay here. I wish to return." "Ah, so you fancy yourself entitled, do you? Have you considered the circumstances? Do you truly possess the right to make demands?" The Emperor chided, bemused by the serpent's audacity. "Pray, who adorned you with those sunglasses?" I must admit, it had an intriguing flair. Initially apprehensive of being petrified upon making eye contact with the serpent, Snape, upon hearing this, began to scrutinize the creature with earnest curiosity. Reflecting on his former self, he realized he would have been startled by such a sight. It was hard to fathom that Harry, that small child, had to confront such a formidable being alone and exert all his strength to defeat it. The mere thought of that scenario filled him with dread. Fortunately, the current Harry had been nurtured into a remarkable young man. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have intervened to prevent the child from recklessly courting danger. Could it be the work of Xuanwu and the others? When you tossed it in, did you send it directly to the breeding facility? The Emperor nodded affirmatively. Indeed, when I introduce such delectable creatures into the space, they are generally assumed to be provisions by the rabbits. Sending it, there was almost a foregone conclusion. It seemed likely that Xuanwu was behind this. The newly arrived Xuanxi was probably unaware of the sunglasses' significance. However, speaking of Xuanwu, it seemed he had conjured those sunglasses as a magical artifact. What purpose could he have in crafting such a thing? To appear dashing? That seemed plausible, considering he was now a lone wolf who had just glimpsed his beloved. A touch of vanity was hardly unexpected. Unable to contain his curiosity, Snape, who also did not grasp the significance of the sunglasses, finally inquired, "What of its eyewear? Is there some taboo associated with it?" Upon hearing this question, The Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle as she explained, "Oh, it's nothing too significant, merely a dark jest. There is a tale in the cultivation world of a snake demon who, in gratitude for saving her life, married a human. However, a meddlesome monk opposed their union vehemently, employing every possible means to suppress the snake. One day, the snake donned sunglasses and transformed into a highly venomous cobra. Snape, perplexed, pondered what was humorous about that. Wherein lies the comedy? Noticing Snape's bewilderment, the Emperor felt somewhat foolish. To ease the awkwardness, she redirected the conversation back to the serpent. "Ah, dear little one, I was indeed too brusque earlier. I now recognize my misstep. Therefore, you may return to your domain. We have matters to attend to." However, as soon as she uttered those words, the menacing serpent began to sob sorrowfully, tears streaming down its face like a torrent. Concurrently, it voiced its grievances. "You two are too cruel. I finally found a place that provides for me, and you whisk me away without my consent. Is there no sense of fairness? It's difficult to find a good job. Xuanwu himself assured me that as long as I offered a bit of my flesh, I could feast daily. Now that you've brought me back, will I not go hungry again? The serpent demands to return. I refuse to stay here." A sharp slap rang out, restoring silence to the world. The Emperor, shaking her slightly reddened hand, ominously threatened the serpent. "If you continue to weep, I shall place you in a pot to stew." Chapter 304. The Little Serpent Seeking Support. After receiving a slap, the serpent promptly ceased its lamentations, regarding the Emperor with newfound trepidation. The aura emanating from this girl was overwhelmingly potent, surpassing even that of the Xuanwu it had just met. Given its current strength, escape seemed improbable. It was wiser to comply and not risk its own existence. Having come to this realization, it prostrated itself on the ground, its submission unmistakable. This alleviated the Emperor's irritation, and considering they would soon be a family, she felt compelled to soften her demeanor. Adopting a gentle, sisterly tone, she said, "Oh, dear little one, I am generally quite gentle, but I have little tolerance for children's cries. You understand, don't you? For what you just said, have you been perpetually hungry?" At this, the serpent's large eyes brimmed with tears, and it pitifully confessed, "Since I was awakened, I have not eaten. The last time I was so famished, I ventured out, and it was purely accidental that I encountered a human." As it spoke, its confidence waned, ultimately leading it to bury its head within its own body. Peering cautiously at the Emperor through a narrow gap, fearful that she might retaliate for its earlier encounter with the young wizard. Yet, contrary to its expectations, the girl did not strike, but instead presented a whole cow before it. Before it could react, she encouraged her to eat. "It's all yours, and if it's insufficient, there's more." The serpent, taken aback, took a moment to process before eagerly extending its head and devouring the offering without hesitation. The scene was rather uncouth, prompting the Emperor to lead Snape aside as they patiently awaited the serpent's meal to conclude. "Are you planning to keep it? Have you reconsidered?" The thought of the Emperor gifting this creature to him sent a shiver down Snape's spine. He could hardly fathom how he would coexist with such a formidable being. Unaware of Snape's reluctance, the Emperor was already inscribing a contract formation. "Of course I intend to keep it. This was specifically left for you as protection. Should any unforeseen incidents arise and I am unable to assist you, having it absorb some damage will facilitate my timely return. After all, a damsel rescuing a hero is quite the narrative, isn't it? Rest assured, I will train it to be utterly loyal to you." Upon hearing this explanation, despite his numerous reservations, Snape had no choice but to accept this peculiar gift. What piqued his curiosity was the contract array that the Emperor was currently inscribing. He recalled that the last time he entered into a pact with the Emperor, it hadn't been so convoluted. Was it always this complicated to form a contract? The Emperor, with hands deftly moving, replied, "It's not too bad. After all, it has already formed a contract with someone else, hasn't it? The constraints of that contract are rather significant. It must heed the commands of the initial contractor, and even those of his bloodline can issue orders to it. If I do not break that contract, what if it turns against us in the future? Fear not, Severus. Once I train it to become a dragon, you shall no longer find it unsightly." Train it to become a dragon? That creature? Snape gazed at the being indulging in its feast, struggling to see how it could possibly be associated with dragons. "Are you certain it possesses draconic blood? My dear Severus, you may not be fully aware, but the existence of the basilisk is a magnificent miracle of magic. Theoretically, it was not conceived through conventional means." With the final stroke, the small magic array glimmered with golden light, signaling its completion. "I am well aware. Is it not merely magic? I understand you possess magic in this realm, yet I, too, wield my own sorcery, do I not? A mere matter of bloodline. Surely I can manage that. Rest assured, leave it to me. Severus, just await your turn as a dragon rider. When old Voldemort brings forth that little serpent named Nagini to flaunt, you can unleash our formidable snack and obliterate it. The thought of how, in the original narrative, Severus had met his demise at the fangs of that serpent ignited the Emperor's desire for serpent soup. Upon hearing this, Snape finally grasped why she was so insistent on gifting him a basilisk, and his disdain for the creature diminished slightly. Very well, if it brings her some comfort. One more pet cannot hurt. I can afford it. Unbeknownst to the basilisk, having finished its meal, its fate, once destined for death, had been unknowingly altered. Kind-hearted young wizard, I'm still quite hungry. Might I trouble you for a few cows or something else? The famished basilisk spoke with utmost caution, fearful that its appetite might frighten the young wizard away. What surprised it was that the seemingly unapproachable wizard now wore an expression it could not comprehend. Oh, not satisfied yet? Alas, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, dear creature, but as you can see, it is quite the challenge for someone of my stature to procure a cow. Had it not been for the resemblance to my lost little treasure, I would not have even considered offering you one. Who knows whether my runaway little treasure is now starving? Severus, do not be too disheartened. In the future, I shall present you with an even larger, more majestic serpent as a pet. Snape watched the Emperor's theatrical performance with a slight twitch of his lips. However, he felt compelled to indulge her whims. Indeed, I understand. It is not your fault. No one could have anticipated that it would run away due to its finicky eating habits. In the future, we shall find a serpent that is not so picky. The hour grows late. Let us return to rest. After all, it seems that apart from this creature, there are no other serpents to be found here. Very well. It appears we have no choice. Now, my dear, in light of your pitiable plight, I shall leave you one cow. Henceforth, let your master provide you with ample sustenance. I wonder how your master has been caring for you, seeing you in such a malnourished state. If it were me, I could never treat you so poorly. While I may not provide 8 meals a day, 3 meals plus a midnight snack should be the bare minimum. Alas, it is regrettable that I did not encounter you first. Such is fate. All right, little one, do take care with your food. We shall take our leave now. Upon witnessing the glimmer in the basilisk's eyes, Snape recognized that the Emperor's objective had been achieved. As expected, they had barely taken 3 steps when they were met with a hissing plea for them to stay. The basilisk, terrified of losing its long-term source of sustenance, was now solely focused on the prospect of following the young wizard, envisioning a life filled with regular meals and late-night snacks. Such a delightful existence was finally within its grasp. As for everything else, it no longer held significance. The Slytherin had perished, and the one who awakened it was not a direct blood relative. A mere pretense would suffice. It certainly could not starve itself. With this thought, its desire to retain the Emperor intensified. I can replace that runaway creature. I'm not finicky. I'm easy to care for. Moreover, I can periodically offer you my flesh. Brother Xuanwu has informed me of the rules, and I understand them. So, what do you say? Will you keep me? If you find my appetite excessive, I could forego late-night snacks. In the midst of its plea, the basilisk felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of relinquishing its night meals, yet it had no choice. It held no advantageous position. The other beasts were of a higher caliber, while it was merely a somewhat larger, mildly venomous creature. Why should it expect equal treatment? A serpent should possess a modicum of self-awareness. Observing the basilisk's capitulation, the Emperor exchanged a glance with Snape before hesitantly saying, "Oh, that may not be prudent. Should your master discover this, how heartbroken he would be. I am not the sort to take advantage of a vulnerable situation, dear one. Perhaps you ought to reconsider. What if your master arrives tomorrow with food?" Mentioning the one who had awakened it filled the basilisk with ire. Had it not been for the constraints of the contract, it would have gladly devoured that scoundrel. Such a one, who only took and did not nurture, was best left behind. My master has long since passed on to meet Merlin. I am free now. I swear, should you care for me, I shall repay you well. I shall strive to grow plump, ensuring I provide you with ample sustenance. Is that agreeable? With such eagerness, the Emperor found it impossible to reject the basilisk's heartfelt request. Naturally, she would fulfill its modest wish. This is your decision to follow me. There can be no turning back. Are you truly not reconsidering? No need for deliberation. I am willing. I am willing. Can we depart now? Will you take me back to Brother Xuanwu? I adore the air there. It brings me such comfort. Proudly mentioning her breeding ground, the Emperor nearly wagged her tail in delight. Yet now was not the time for self-promotion. She swiftly produced the contract array she had inscribed, calling forth a drop of the basilisk's blood with her magic. However, when it came to Snape, she cautiously only pricked a finger. Then, with tenderness, She used her magic to heal the minor wound. As the 2 drops of blood merged into the contract array, the basilisk sensed the dissolution of its pact with Slytherin, replaced instead by a new agreement. Yet, upon reviewing the terms of this new contract, a sense of foreboding washed over it. It seemed it had unwittingly sealed its own fate. What did it mean that if the new master perished, it would perish alongside them? And when it faced death, the new master would remain unscathed? Was this not a tyrannical clause? Slytherin was not this unscrupulous. It felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. However, it was already too late. He could not harbor even a flicker of murderous intent towards that man, lest a mere thought from him would result in his immediate annihilation. Feeling like a deceived serpent, all strength drained from him, and he collapsed limply to the ground. In an instant, the once vibrant green scales appeared dull and lifeless. What has happened? Has joy overwhelmed me? Rest assured, in the future, I will provide you not just with 3 meals a day, as long as you desire food. I can procure as much as you wish. I will not feast upon your flesh. All I require is that you diligently protect my dear Sif, and in return, I will offer you a future unlike any other. What future? Can I even hope for one? How much longer can I survive? As a grand serpent, I am in my prime. Barring unforeseen circumstances, I could easily endure for another 1,000 or 1,800 years. But now, my lifespan is reduced to a mere 300 years. How can you expect me to be joyful? Woe is me, Salazar. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, I would not have been awakened for no reason. If I had remained asleep, how could I have entered into a contract with anyone? Woe is me. The serpent is heartbroken. All it desires is a hearty meal. Why must it be treated this way? The sounds of sobbing echoed, and the Emperor of Luck raised his fist once more, yet ultimately refrained from striking, for Severus had taken matters into his own hands. Dear serpent, I implore you to cease your roaring at once, unless you wish to incur a beating. Furthermore, regarding the question of my lifespan, I believe you harbor a misunderstanding. Due to my studies in a new form of magic, my longevity is now comparable to yours. Moreover, as my power increases, I may indeed outlive you by a considerable margin. The weeping abruptly ceased as the serpent perceived what it deemed the most ludicrous of lies. How could anyone possibly outlive it? It was utterly inconceivable. This cunning human must be deceiving it. Just as a flicker of doubt began to kindle, it sensed a threat and turned to find the Emperor of Luck clenching his fists. The fierce instinct for survival compelled it to lower its massive head in a display of submission. Ah, you show wisdom. Little one, you must understand that I could have employed force to make you submit. Yet for the sake of your well-being, I have graciously granted you the choice. You cannot later claim that we coerced you, for that would be quite unreasonable. Let us not delve into other matters, but consider your current circumstances. Do you not have any awareness of the life you have been living? You can hardly even secure a satisfying meal, if not for your pitiful state. Do you think I would allow you to accompany Sif? Reflect upon the guardian of the black tortoise, I maintain. Do you believe I am in need of a beast companion? If you truly wish to refuse, we are not unreasonable people. We can dissolve our contract at this very moment. Therefore, I offer you one last chance to choose. Tell me your answer. The serpent remained silent for a long while, and the frequency of its tail's movements revealed the turmoil within. In a clandestine communication, it pondered. If it chose to dissolve the contract, would it truly be spared? Severus did not believe a single word of the Emperor of Luck's assurances. After expending 2 cattle, how could he possibly relinquish his hard-won prize so easily? As expected, upon hearing Severus's inquiry, the Emperor of Luck immediately declared his stance. How could that be? I have made such great sacrifices. There is no way I shall allow it to benefit without recompense. If it knows what is good for it, it will remain by your side and protect you. Otherwise, we shall have a feast tonight. My 2 cattle are not easily won. Indeed, he knew well that a miser would never willingly part with his wealth. As they engaged in whispered conversation, the serpent finally made up its mind. Rather than endure a life of either slumber or hunger, it would rather take a gamble for itself. At the very least, the days it spent before that man Estimise would surely be more pleasant than before. Having resolved this, it shed its imposing demeanor and swiftly shrank in size, attempting to crawl toward Severus. However, before it could reach its new master, the Emperor of Luck lifted it up. Chapter 306. Young Tom Turns Dark. Sensing an invasion of its territory, the Emperor of Luck felt quite displeased, and his tone grew notably unfriendly. Is this someone you can climb upon, as you please? Climb if you must. Be aware, this is my domain. In the future, you may only remain upon him with Sif's consent when I am absent. Do you understand? The bewildered little serpent took a moment before nodding, indicating its comprehension. It was merely possessiveness. It understood. It is good that you understand. For the time being, you cannot leave this place. Do you remember the one who awakened you? You will comply with all of his commands, of course, except for tasks involving murder. I worry you might be slain in return. As for your meals, I will arrange for the house elves to prepare them daily. You need not worry about going hungry. By the way, do you have any preferences for your meals? For instance, do you prefer cooked food? Upon the mention of food, the serpent's vertical pupils instantly brightened, and the frequency of its tail's movements noticeably increased. Is it permissible for me to make requests? That would be splendid. Young master, if possible, please provide me with cooked food. As for meat, could it be the same beef as before? I enjoy that. Also, I detest rats. Could they be excluded from my future menu? I never wish to consume that again. Thinking of the countless carcasses, the Emperor of Luck suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for this creature. After all, who would not feel nauseous after consuming the same thing for so many years? Considering it would become Sif's personal guardian, such a minor request was easily granted. Mia. With a soft sound, Mia appeared before the Emperor of Luck in a bow. Young master, how may Mia serve you? For the foreseeable future, you shall be responsible for all of the great spicy strip's dietary needs. You may directly collect the ingredients from there. I will notify them to prepare in advance. Do you understand? Yes, young master. Mia will ensure the great spicy strip gentleman is well cared for. Unaware that it was referred to as the great spicy strip gentleman, the serpent was still searching around for someone until the Emperor of Luck placed it into the hands of the house elf, at which point it finally grasped that it was, in fact, the Great Spicy Strip. Initially, it had considered resisting this name, but upon contemplating the endless stream of food, it decisively abandoned that notion. A name is merely a title. At present, nothing is more significant than its steady source of sustenance. Let be the Great Spicy Strip, it did not care. Once everything was settled, the Emperor of Luck directly pulled Severus back. My heavens, how could the environment here be so deplorable? Could not old Albus arrange for someone to tidy up this place? Look at this filthy and chaotic environment. It greatly affects the feng shui. I suspect Hogwarts has been targeted all along due to its poor feng shui. Otherwise, why do other magical schools experience far fewer troubles? Why do we consistently face issues? Reflecting on old Voldemort's rise, without the connections provided by a school, how could he have thrived? In my opinion, we ought to have eliminated him the moment he harbored treacherous thoughts, thus preventing all the subsequent troubles. What do you think? The conversation with Snape took an unexpected turn, prompting the need for a gentle interruption of the wayward musings of the fortunate one. Should she be allowed to continue, it was likely that expletives would soon follow. Dear, let us return to the matter of feng shui. As for other hypothetical inquiries, since they are immutable, let us allow them to unfold naturally. Or perhaps I could divert the discourse to something else. For instance, the plans for this summer vacation. Upon the mention of summer, the fortunate one could hardly be bothered with concerns of feng shui. Her thoughts were consumed with how to orchestrate an outing with Snape. Last time she had been remiss, but this time she was resolute in ensuring that no unwelcome third wheel would intrude upon their escapade. A sweet romance must be complemented by a delightful world for two, igniting a brilliant spark. With this thought, her gaze towards Snape grew fervent. What do you wish to do? He inquired. I wish. She blurted out. What do you wish for? The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt regret, but fortunately, the innocent young man Snape remained oblivious to their implications. Otherwise, she might have wished for a hole to hide in nothing. Let's return quickly. I find myself rather fatigued. Snape calculated their time spent in this place and acknowledged that it was indeed late. If they lingered much longer, someone's history of magic class was likely to devolve into yet another session of catch-up sleep. He had no desire to endure Professor Bin's incessant lecturing. On their way back, the elder briefly outlined plans for the summer vacation, after which they parted ways to rest. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Grindelwald, filled with jealousy, exhibited an uncharacteristic silence, gazing at Dumbledore with a pitiable expression. His eyes brimmed with grievances directed at the person before him. This unexpected display left Dumbledore, who was prepared to face the consequences of his actions, somewhat at a loss. After all, the last time he had witnessed such a countenance from Grindelwald had been a decade prior, during their reunion. What troubles you, Gellert? You're not falling in love with someone else, are you? I know I can be domineering at times, lacking the charm of that Scamander fellow, but I shall change. Could you not look at me a little more? As he spoke, Grindelwald's demeanor sank into despair, his blue eyes now filled with uncertainty. Gellert, you know that aside from you, I have loved no one else. Newt is merely a friend. There is nothing between us. Please, do not indulge in such thoughts. And you need not alter anything for my sake, for I love every facet of you. It is I who have failed to provide you with sufficient security. I shall strive to spend more time with you. Please attempt to trust me a little more, will you? I will never abandon you again. Forever. Enveloped in warmth. Grindelwald secretly allowed a smile to creep across his lips when Dumbledore was not looking. He promptly extended Lucas's vacation time, reflecting on the worth of the sun. The night stretched on, long enough to test the patience of certain individuals. Tom, who should have been slumbering in the depths of Lockhart's soul, displayed a brooding countenance. The mere thought of his prior public humiliation ignited a desire to eliminate everyone around him, despite their obliviousness to his presence. Chapter 307. Identity Exposed, Hermione's Fury. Due to the mischief of a certain glutton, Tom descended into darkness, and Lockhart's vitality waned at a visibly alarming rate, shocking the night watchman, Rabbit. Goodness, has he truly lost his mind? At this rate, the peacock will soon be drained dry. No, I must give him some nourishment. If he dies, it will be quite the predicament for dear old Albus. With that, he shoved an entire vial of elixir into Lockhart's mouth, providing a safeguard against Tom's insatiable greed. Once his task was completed, he comfortably returned to his cozy nook, muttering to himself, a bunch of gluttons who do nothing but eat. Not a reliable one among them. Were it not for my presence today, you could expect the school to be inspected and the headmaster summoned for tea tomorrow. As his voice faded, he succumbed to slumber, punctuated by snores. The following morning, the fortunate ones surprisingly gathered in the potions classroom. As the glutton rummaged for breakfast, he reminisced, it has been ages since we shared a meal together. I find myself rather nostalgic. It seems everyone has been quite busy lately. This won't do. If this continues, our family may very well disband. How can we, having survived so long in the realm of cultivation, now resort to long-distance relationships merely due to a lower-tier dimension? Flathead, you ought to cease your physical training. Severus does not mind your weight gain. Why are you so anxious? If you truly wish to train, go to the vault and have Rabbit adjust the time flow for you instead of causing a ruckus outside. And you, Rabbit, although you are not from our house, you cannot abandon the group for too long. Remember, we are all family. Do not vanish without a trace. At this, Rabbit, just back from the infirmary, hurled a bun at the glutton's face, followed by a heart-wrenching roar. I am leaving the group. I disappear daily. Do you care to listen to your own words? Were it not for my efforts in cleaning up your messes, you would be contemplating how to retrieve that peacock from the underworld right now. All you do is create chaos, and now you have the audacity to confront me. You wonder why I've been absent. It is because I've been mopping up your messes. Of all the charms you concocted, how many lack side effects? If it were not for me, continually assisting Madame Pomfrey with those fools, your rear would have been thoroughly thrashed by now. With red eyes filled with fury, Rabbit glared, while the equally culpable fortunate one subtly shifted to hide behind Snape's robes. Meanwhile, the glutton, overworked by Grindelwald, observed the spectacle with amusement. As he had no opportunity to shoulder the blame this time, holding the next bun, the glutton awkwardly placed it in his mouth, mumbling, I did not say anything. Why are you so irate? Besides, those charms were not solely my creation. You cannot blame me alone. Before he could finish, the sound of applause from Snape interrupted. Well, since you have recognized your recent errors, let us not dwell on them further. There is little time before class. Let us eat breakfast first. I trust you do not wish to miss the optimal taste of the food over trifles. To prevent Rabbit's ire from spilling over onto the fortunate one, Snape was truly doing his utmost, even concocting such a clumsy excuse. Rabbit, well aware of everything, shot him a knowing glance, but chose silence, not wanting to provoke the fortunate one, whose temper was known to be quite fierce. Aside from this minor altercation, breakfast proceeded smoothly. In History of Magic class, the fortunate one, Fantong, and the glutton effortlessly found their usual spots and skillfully produced their mats. The enchanting charm they tossed was their utmost respect for Professor Binns. At least in the eyes of the other party, they were not in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Harry was surreptitiously discussing something with Hermione. What did you say? She found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? Are you certain? Hermione's eyes were filled with astonishment directed at Harry, the bearer of such news. Though I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it was specifically conveyed to me by Myrtle this morning. She witnessed my sister open the chamber last night. And more importantly, Severus was with her. I believe there is a high probability that this information is accurate. Although reluctant to admit it, Hermione was indeed taken aback. She never anticipated that Professor Snape would be involved in such matters. But why? I mean, if Professor Snape has discovered the entrance to the chamber, why did he not inform Professor Dumbledore and instead entered with her? It doesn't make sense. Or perhaps Professor Dumbledore is already aware of this, and the venture into the chamber was sanctioned by him. The more she pondered, the more she felt she had grasped the essence of the situation. So, does this mean that if we uncover the magical creature hidden within the castle, this incident of the students being attacked will be resolved directly? Sensing that she seemed to have misunderstood something, Harry promptly clarified, "Hermione, Professor Dumbledore will not intervene in this matter. I know it's hard to comprehend, but that's the reality. Do you remember the diary you saw with Ginny? The one concealed within it is none other than the young Voldemort." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain her voice due to her shock, inadvertently drawing the attention of everyone around her. "Miss Granger, is there something amiss with my lecture?" Professor Binns inquired, and Hermione found herself momentarily flustered. "Apologies, Professor Binns. It's not your fault. It's me, I got a bit distracted. That's all right, but I do hope you'll pay more attention, all right?" "Understood." As the lesson continued, Hermione, having learned from her earlier experience, placed a barrier charm between herself and Harry. "Is everything you just said true? Why did you wait until today to tell me such an important matter?" "Oh, Merlin, the creature residing within is actually the Dark Lord." "What about Ginny? Will she be affected? I can hardly believe we've been in contact with him for so long. I even thought he was merely a kind upperclassman residing in the diary." Sensing Hermione's emotions teetering on the brink of chaos, Harry hurriedly reassured her, "Calm down, Hermione. It's not as dire as you think. Ginny has not been harmed, I promise." After taking several deep breaths, Hermione managed to suppress her earlier agitation. But a glint of danger flickered in her gaze as she looked at Harry. In Chapter 308, The Kidnapped Twins, Ron and Draco watched in disbelief as Hermione's fist made contact with Harry's head. Just by observing the pained expression on Harry's face, one could surmise the force behind that punch. Has Granger always been this violent? Draco, feeling a lingering fear, nudged Ron beside him, who shared the sentiment of dread. After all, Draco's sharp tongue had often offended Hermione. The thought of receiving a punch was terrifying. "Ugh, I can't even imagine." Ron, casting a sympathetic glance at Harry, said, "Mate, take my advice and control that mouth of yours. Otherwise, you'll be the next one to get punched." Yet, Ron was quite curious about what exactly had provoked Hermione. Wasn't he, Harry, always touting himself as a devoted boyfriend? He shouldn't be on the receiving end of a beating, or had he said something to anger her? That seemed unlikely. Ron began mentally replaying recent events. But no matter how he recalled, he couldn't pinpoint anything that would warrant Hermione's anger. Who knows? Perhaps it was some playful banter between them? Or maybe Harry had been unfaithful. Remember that Ravenclaw girl, Autumn Jean? I saw them alone together several times. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? As the two engaged in their gossip, Harry had already divulged everything he knew about Voldemort to Hermione, including details about the Horcruxes. After listening, Hermione fell into a prolonged silence. "Now that we know about the Horcruxes, have you tried searching for them?" Her question struck Harry like a bolt. In truth, he hadn't seriously looked, as life had been rather leisurely, filled with club activities and the demands of romance. However, he certainly couldn't divulge this truth to Hermione. Who knew what awaited him if he did? "Of course I've looked, but you know how it is. I don't have a single lead, making it quite difficult." "It's all right, Harry. I will help you search. Now that we know Tom Riddle is the Dark Lord, it shouldn't be too hard to investigate. I believe that as long as we put in the effort, we will find it. You have to have faith in yourself." Watching her hold his hand, Harry felt elated. Hermione's small hand was indeed soft and warm. Externally, he nodded solemnly. "Yes, I will. Hermione, I'm grateful to have you by my side." "Thank you." The pink bubbles of their moment nearly blinded Ron and Draco, who were watching. Ron rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had they reconciled? What on earth had happened? They had just been at each other's throats moments ago, and now everything was fine? Draco merely cast a casual glance before returning to his textbook. Fully accustomed to such interactions between couples, having witnessed similar exchanges between his own parents, instead of worrying about them, perhaps you should focus on how to improve your potions class. I heard you only received 8P on your last assignment and are in the same remedial group. How did you manage to perform so poorly in potions? Do you even have a brain? Draco's remark effectively obliterated any semblance of friendship between him and Ron, igniting a new round of conflict. As the class bell rang, the luckiest student awoke with a start, appearing completely refreshed and oblivious to her drooling slumber just moments before. "Ah, that was a delightful nap. Do you think I should record Professor Binns' lecture on a sound stone? I believe it would greatly enhance my sleep quality." "That's rather cruel. If Professor Binns found out, he'd be heartbroken," someone replied, though Fantong already had 2 sound stones in hand. "I'm merely recording because I enjoy Professor Binns' lessons, so don't overthink it." Right. You are pure as snow. It's just me and the chef who are morally dubious." Taking a sound stone, the luckiest student departed without giving Fantong a chance to defend herself. Her next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Snape, and she wanted to secure a front row seat. "Wait, what does she mean? When did I ever accuse you both of harboring filthy thoughts?" Facing Fantong's interrogation, Tiao chose to turn his back, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation. Hey, clarify your words. After the playful bickering among the three subsided, Professor Lockhart's gloomy visage stealthily emerged from a nearby corner. At that moment, completely possessed by Tom, he cast a murderous glance at the instigator, Tiao Tiao, his eyes brimming with uncontainable malice. While everyone was absorbed in their lessons, none noticed that the troublesome twins had suddenly vanished. In the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall paced anxiously, initially believing it to be a mere case of truancy. No one anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Minerva, do not be so grave. You know that nothing escapes my notice within these castle walls. Worry not. I assure you they are quite safe, Albus Dumbledore said, calmly sipping his tea, which only served to infuriate the lioness on the verge of losing her cubs. Professor McGonagall's eyes had already transformed into slitted pupils from anger. Albus, I demand an explanation. 2 children were abducted right under my nose. How can I not be concerned? I am aware they possess something to protect them, but what if something goes awry? How will I account to their parents? They are facing that wicked, mysterious figure directly. Oh, I can scarcely imagine how helpless those 2 children must feel right now. Under the piercing gaze of Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore found it impossible to lift the teacup to his lips, ultimately placing it back on the table with a sigh of resignation. He then retrieved a water mirror, which vividly reflected the twins' figures, along with the fully possessed Lockhart. Chapter 309. Facing the mischievous children, the basilisk expresses its dismay. Within the water mirror, the twins remained in a state of unconsciousness. Whenever Lockhart attempted to attack them, a shimmering barrier would suddenly emerge, blocking all of his malicious spells. This left Tom in a state of utter frustration. When he summoned the basilisk, hoping it would swallow the 2, he was informed that it could not directly harm the young wizards within the castle. To Tom, this reasoning was utterly absurd. After all, Myrtle's demise was entirely due to this creature. And now you tell me you cannot kill the young wizards within the castle? What the deceased Myrtle? Was she merely unfortunate? Fueled by fury, Tom voiced his question. Do not attempt to deceive me. As your master, I command you to eliminate these 2 children. Immediately. At once. The basilisk lazily swayed its massive body and replied, to be precise, you are merely a distant descendant of Salazar, and not even a pure blood. If you wish to command me to perform trivial tasks, I might oblige, but killing young wizards is strictly forbidden by Salazar. I will not do it. Moreover, the child you mentioned, who met her untimely end, was merely an accident. I did not actively seek to end her life. If you called upon me with the intention of murder, then I shall return. Furthermore, since you awakened me, you have never provided me with sustenance, and this irks me. If you wish for my assistance in the future, bring food, otherwise I shall ignore you. The basilisk's colossal form slowly slithered back toward its lair under Tom's furious gaze. A green curse struck mercilessly at the creature, yet that peculiar barrier reappeared. You wish to kill me. Accompanying this inquiry was the basilisk's gaping maw lunging toward him. Barely evading the onslaught, Tom shouted in desperation, I am your master. You cannot harm me. The response came in the form of yet another assault from a basilisk. Ultimately, Tom fled the chamber in disarray, leaving the twins wide-eyed and spellbound by the sight before them. Witnessing this scene, Professor McGonagall nearly forgot to breathe. Oh, Merlin, this is utterly terrifying. We must go retrieve them at once. As she spoke, she tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve. However, it was evident that Dumbledore did not share the same urgency. All right, Minerva. Calm yourself. The situation is not as dire as you perceive. Look, the basilisk has already departed. You know that Harry must face these small trials alone. We cannot intervene indiscriminately. As for the children's safety, you need not worry. It is but a minor injury, one they can withstand. As the saying goes, a child who does not weather the storms cannot bloom into a magnificent flower. You must have faith in your students. They are not as fragile as you imagine. If you doubt it, just look further down. Though Professor McGonagall had a plethora of words to express, she ultimately conceded that Dumbledore had a point. Since the arrival of the Fortunate One, Hogwarts' overall strength had risen significantly. All graduates, upon entering the workforce, thrived in their chosen fields. Particularly, those Aurors outshone their predecessors, swiftly carving out their own niche in a magical realm with their dual mastery of magic and combat. This had indirectly boosted the school's enrollment, stealthily siphoning numerous students. In the water mirror, Fred and George, just awakening, were momentarily stunned by the spectacle before them. However, they quickly sprang into action, grabbing several memory stones to capture the unfolding battle from every conceivable angle. Their expressions revealed not a hint of fear, but rather excitement at the prospect of gold and a new discovery. Only after Lockhart fled did they shift their focus to the basilisk. Wands at the ready, they prepared their strategies, only to find the creature attempting to escape. This left them both disappointed and yearning for the culinary delights that awaited. "Hey, little one, where are you off to? Don't you want to play with us?" Fred stepped forward with familiarity, trying to halt the basilisk, which craved a return to slumber. "That's right, little one. Why the rush? We could have a delightful chat. Couldn't we?" The basilisk turned, its eyes reflecting confusion at the audacity of these two youngsters. Hadn't it just sent that professor fleeing in terror? Where did these two little cubs find the courage to provoke it? Seemingly perceiving the basilisk's emotions, Fred plopped himself onto the tip of its tail, completely disregarding its menacing glare, and chattered on, "Hey buddy, what are your thoughts on an exchange of equivalents?" The basilisk felt an overwhelming desire to remove its spectacles and glare daggers at these two audacious creatures. Outside the water mirror, Professor McGonagall conceded, "Perhaps you are correct, Albus. Children must face certain hardships to foster their growth. I shall entrust their safety to you. I have classes to attend, so I must take my leave." Dumbledore glanced outside at the sky, wanting to remark, Hogwarts does not have evening classes. Meanwhile, Tom, betrayed by the basilisk, was in a foul mood. With nowhere to vent his anger, he smashed everything in a room that could be smashed before suddenly formulating a brilliant idea. If the basilisk could not be commanded, then it had no reason to live. If he could not eliminate the two young wizards, surely he could find others to target. He refused to believe that everyone possessed such protective magic. After reaching a resolute decision, he promptly exited the office, and soon thereafter, both Harry and Tantalus received an anonymous letter. The content revealed that Fred and George had been kidnapped, with the last place they were seen being the restroom. "Brother, do you have any thoughts on this? I can't shake the feeling that this is an intentional ploy to lure us in," Harry remarked, shaking the parchment in his hand. Utterly disinterested in such a base ruse, he suspected this was merely a prank, orchestrated by none other than Fred and George themselves. Tantalus, devoid of any interest in the matter, yearned to return to his small kitchen, where he was currently engrossed in experimenting with a new dish. The frivolity of this little game held no allure for him. Thus, when confronted by Harry's inquiry, he responded with a lackluster comment. "If you have an idea, why not go play with it? After all, haven't you been searching for the entrance to that secret chamber lately?" Chapter 3:10. Alas. The filter through which one views their beloved can be tremendously magnified, leading to moments of vexation. Holding on to the notion of convenience, Harry ultimately resolved to investigate the restroom. This decision greatly displeased Draco, who began to grumble the moment they exited the common room. His complaints persisted until they reached the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, where he finally ceased his incessant murmuring. However, the thought of Hermione's fist stilled his discontent, and he rationalized that a visit to the restroom was not so terrible after all. After all, he had been there countless times. Another trip posed no issue. Harry, mistakenly believing Draco had a change of heart, cheerfully praised him. "Draco, I knew you were always a tough exterior with a soft heart. Are you also worried that the contents of that letter might be true? Fear not. Fred and George are surely fine. They are warriors trained by my sister and possess the strength to fend off minor troubles. What if it's class 2? Draco's unexpected retort momentarily stunned Harry, who then began to ponder whether those two would indeed have the capacity to confront any trouble should they inadvertently encounter class 2's mischief. Reflecting on the formidable beasts they had slain in the realm of cultivation, Harry's anxiety dissipated. "No problem, class 2 can be dealt with. I have faith in their abilities." Noticing Harry's relaxed demeanor, Draco continued to jab at him. "Oh, is that so? And what if their captor is that foul creature you wish to assemble 7 pieces of?" "Pardon? What foul creature?" Harry, momentarily bewildered by the descriptor, soon recalled what the term represented. "Oh, you mean old Voldemort, but isn't he currently being dealt with by Lockhart? It shouldn't be him." "Really?" Draco shot Harry a sidelong glance, his expression rife with skepticism regarding Harry's intellect. "Consider today's class schedule. A professor who called in sick but is not resting in the infirmary. What do you think are the odds of him attempting to abduct 2 students?" Contemplating Professor Quirrell, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, the door to the common room swung open, and Hermione and Ron poked their heads in, only to be hastily pulled outside by Harry. Without affording them a chance to inquire, he launched into a fervent tirade. "No questions now. I'll explain everything once we arrive." The 4 of them swiftly made their way to the restroom, where Myrtilla awaited them. Upon their arrival, she led them to the faucet that had never produced water. Her voice piercingly high as she stated, "This is the spot. Last time, Professor Lockhart and Professor Snape spoke to this faucet, and then a tunnel appeared." Harry scrutinized the faucet before him and soon discerned its flaw. "Oh, is that how it works? How did I not realize this before?" He then proceeded to speak in parcel tongue, attempting to unlock the entrance to the chamber. The faucet began to rotate, and the basin descended, revealing a spacious pipe, the sole passageway to the chamber. The four were left astounded, gathering around the gaping, unfathomable abyss. With a flicker of light, Hermione's illumination charm paled in comparison to the surrounding darkness. It seems we must leap down to uncover the truth. As he spoke, Harry readied himself to jump. Wait! Draco firmly grasped Harry's sleeve, fearful that he might inadvertently plunge into the depths. Harry Potter, can you not employ a modicum of common sense? You intend to leap without ascertaining what lies below? What if there are traps waiting for you? Are you planning to serve yourself up as a meal? Ron nodded in agreement. Mate, this time I'm on Draco's side. Though he can be insufferable, it must be said that he is quite thorough in his considerations. Jumping in so recklessly is hardly wise. Imagine confronting that petrifying creature the moment you land. That would be quite the spectacle. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Harry retracted his foot. But before they could devise a coherent plan, Hermione had already conjured a multitude of glowing orbs directed into the abyss. Instantly, the pitch-black cavern illuminated as if it were day. All right, if your levitation charms are solid, I believe we can descend, Harry declared. I'll take the lead. I'll assist him in the second position, Ron in the third, and Draco will bring up the rear. Should anything go awry, you must ensure your own escape first and seek help for us. Any objections? If not, we can proceed. Harry cautioned, make sure you're prepared for combat upon landing. I recently discovered some insights regarding the creature that can petrify. If all goes as expected, it's likely the legendary basilisk. Pay heed to its eyes and venomous fangs. Not to mention its enormous size. If we encounter it, focus solely on it. Fred and George will be our responsibility to rescue. As for Professor Lockhart, let us hope he is not in a predicament akin to Professor Quirrell. Otherwise, in summary, the forthcoming events are bound to be perilous. I implore everyone to remain vigilant and harbor no illusions of luck, particularly you, Harry. I recognize your formidable prowess, but never underestimate any adversary. I trust you haven't forgotten the lesson from your previous encounters, have you? Harry nodded weakly. The memory of almost being outmaneuvered due to his arrogance in the realm of cultivation still fresh in his mind. Hermione, rest assured, such a situation shall never occur again. I promise you that. Let us hope so. Now, are you ready? Harry gave an affirmative gesture, signaling his readiness, and then leaped into the passage. Hermione followed closely behind, and after a shared glance, Ron and Draco leapt in as well. Severus, observing the opening, remarked with pride, I must say, Harry's taste in potential romantic partners is truly commendable. With such intellect, any offspring will undoubtedly be astute. It's no wonder he's become the Minister for Magic. With such organizational prowess, you could as well. I believe if you were Minister for Magic, there would be far more amusement. Are you certain? Severus, I have reason to suspect you are mocking me, and I possess evidence. Me, Minister for Magic? Are you implying that Albus's hair is shedding too slowly? The notion of leading a throng of Aurors to seize territory amuses the Euclidean Emperor greatly. Do you believe it? Today I ascend, and by tomorrow, I could find myself imprisoned in Azkaban. However, I must say, your prowess in assuming the mantle of leadership is commendable, far surpassing that of certain others. Should you indeed become the Minister of Magic, many would undoubtedly reap the benefits, particularly those wizards hailing from Muggle backgrounds. Have you not noticed? Hogwarts, in light of your presence, is gradually undergoing a transformation. I believe you stop. Severus interjected. Do you remember why we are here? Let us save our discussions for later. If we do not hasten, the performance shall conclude without us. Grasping Snape's hand, the Euclidean Emperor leaped into the passage, wary that should she listen any longer, she might unwittingly throw her hat into the ring for a candidacy. Ah, the lens through which one views their beloved can be overwhelmingly magnified, and at times, this can be quite vexing. Chapter 311, Tom, sealed within a quill. The two navigated with ease, swiftly arriving at the scene where Harry and his companions confronted Tom. At that moment, Lockhart lay prostrate on the ground, his magical reserves evidently deemed insufficient by Tom, who, in desperation, was compelled to engage Harry in a direct confrontation. Naturally, he was not alone, accompanied by a newfound ally. The serpent, Grand Spicy Stick, successfully swayed to the Euclidean Emperor's side. As for Fred and George, they had long departed with the serpent meat they had procured, eager to indulge in culinary delights. Otherwise, how could the Euclidean Emperor have learned of Tom's ulterior motives so swiftly? For the sake of narrative integrity, she promptly issued commands to Grand Spicy Stick, demanding full cooperation in the imminent assault. There would be no mercy shown. This was an excellent opportunity for real combat. She was determined to secure an advantage for Harry. As for the possibility of injury, the Euclidean Emperor believed that if even Grand Spicy Stick could not deftly navigate such an attack, her years of careful instruction would have been in vain. After all, with her safety net in place, as long as life was preserved, minor scrapes were inconsequential. Children, after all, must endure trials to mature. The more they suffer now, the less they will be taken advantage of in the future. Embracing this philosophy, the Euclidean Emperor now hid with Snape atop a statue, leisurely snacking on seeds while enjoying the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Harry watched as Tom wielded Lockhart's wand to rearrange the letters of his name, then proceeded with an air of self-satisfaction to introduce himself. Truthfully, Harry found the display rather awkward. He had long since mastered such childish games. It was difficult to fathom how the infamous Voldemort could be so ostentatious in this manner. Yet, considering the anticipation radiating from Tom, Harry pondered whether it would be somewhat impolite to remain entirely unresponsive. With this complex sentiment, Harry exaggeratedly clutched his chest, expressing mock horror. Voldemort, you're actually Voldemort. Oh, Merlin's lace-trimmed socks. I thought you were dead. How can this be? I must inform Professor Dumbledore. Tom couldn't shake the feeling that Harry's exaggerated expression was somewhat excessive, especially when he observed the reactions of Harry's three companions. Why did he feel as though he were being toyed with? The first to crack was young Draco, who was thoroughly repulsed by Harry's theatrical performance, his skin crawling. Delivering a sharp kick to the instigator, eager to return to his beauty sleep, he commanded, Potter, a gentleman of noble standing cannot possibly endure attending class with two black eyes. We have lingered long enough. Do you understand my meaning? Choose one, him, or the serpent behind him. Rubbing his sore backside from the kick, Harry retorted, only children make choices. I want both. You three stay back. I will handle these two. Without allowing the trio a moment to protest, Harry flipped his hand, conjuring the grand wand gifted by the Euclidean Emperor, and in the blink of an eye, struck at Tom before he could react. The Euclidean Emperor silently applauded, marveling at Harry's finesse. Had she not been reluctant to set down her seeds, she would have given him a round of applause. Snape, too, was immensely pleased with Harry's performance. Evidently, his training had borne fruit, and he contemplated rewarding Harry upon their return. On the other hand, Tom, having narrowly evaded Harry's assault, immediately commanded the serpent to attack. Grand Spicy Stick, resolutely obedient to its new master, felt an urge to comply. In an instant, its sunglasses vanished, revealing golden irises that locked onto Harry. However, to Tom's astonishment, Harry appeared unaffected, his gaze now tinged with a hint of avarice. With no time to dwell on this, driven by the desire to vanquish Harry and claim a reward from his master, Grand Spicy Stick opened its gaping maw, lunging at Harry. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. Not only did it fail to bite, but it also received a fierce blow to its vulnerable spot. In that moment, Grand Spicy Stick felt as though it were being beckoned by Slytherin itself. Seeing the serpent's lackluster performance against Harry, Tom brandished his wand and charged in. However, facing Harry, who had mastered both magic and combat, he realized he stood no chance. Ignoring the limitations of disapparition, Harry's swift teleportation repeatedly inflicted damage upon Tom, while his bizarre new magic left Tom overwhelmed and ultimately diminished to a mere transparent specter. Then came an irresistible force, and Tom lost consciousness. After deftly spinning the quill in his hand a few times, Harry exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over him. All done. Phew, everything's resolved. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with us? Watching you show off has merely stirred a touch of envy, Ron quipped, nudging Harry's shoulder playfully. Haha, Ron, don't be silly. With your current abilities, you could manage it as well. Our training has not been in vain. That may be true, but I still lag behind you in close combat. I suppose I should spend some time with Filch for some specialized training. Close combat is undeniably impressive. Ron began to fantasize about his future glorious self. However, in stark contrast to their joviality, Hermione gazed at the quill in Harry's hand, her brow furrowed with confusion. Harry, you could have killed him directly. Why did you choose to seal him within that quill? What are you planning? Before Harry could respond, Draco interjected with a sardonic tone. What else could it be? Gather 7 old Voldemorts and summon the dragon. Granger, you had best keep him in check. He shouldn't be attempting to collect any rubbish. Even if he did gather them, a dragon would not be summoned. Yet, the complete Voldemort could very well be resurrected. Harry Potter, if you wish to avoid a fatal encounter, I suggest you abandon this dreadful idea. Otherwise, I will be the first to spill the beans. For the sake of his own future. Draco was already contemplating whom to inform about this matter. Enough, Draco. If you wish to play the traitor, do so discreetly without making a spectacle in front of those involved. It is somewhat disrespectful. Now, Shall I contemplate whether to silence you or eliminate you altogether? With his knuckles cracking audibly, Harry lunged forward, trapping Draco's head beneath his armpit, followed promptly by the latter's cries of distress. Meanwhile, Ron cheered from the sidelines, and Hermione could only shake her head in exasperation before redirecting her attention to the ostentatiously gluttonous giant snack, which was presently flaunting its abundance within the formation. Chapter 312, The Gluttonous Serpent. The giant snack, nurtured by someone, was now extravagantly wasteful, to ensure it could indulge itself at any time. The lucky one had specially crafted a spatial pendant for it, a sparkling trinket suspended directly on its forehead, which, to be fair, looked rather splendid. It was filled to the brim with food, requiring only a daily top-up from Mia. This was a lifestyle it could hardly have dared to dream of before. Upon sensing Hermione's approach, it adeptly adjusted its sunglasses to avoid any potential mishaps. Today's beef is delightful, it mused. Harry, what do you plan to do with this serpent? The mention of this elicited a flurry of thoughts from Harry. Let's engage in a dragon-snake duel. I've heard the flavor is exceptional. After wiping away the drool of anticipation, he began to calculate the spoils. Here's the plan. I'll save the venom and fangs for my dad, while the skin can go to my sister. She has a penchant for potion making, and I'm sure she would appreciate it. As for the remaining meat, that's all for my brother Ares to turn into a dish. It's bound to be exquisite. Snape, who was peeling sunflower seeds, cast a bemused glance towards the fortunate one. Aren't you going to descend? If you linger any longer, your giant snack may well be divided into 3 portions. The fortunate one shot Snape a rare eye roll. Do not gloat. That was a gift for you. If it gets stewed, what benefit do you gain from that? Do you truly believe Harry is so foolish as to not grasp the concept of moderation? With such a sizable snack, if you're tempted, why not just take a bite? What a cruel fate to wish it dead. While Snape couldn't entirely disagree, he did acknowledge the merit in her perspective. After all, preserving its life would yield greater benefits, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, the process itself was somewhat grim. To maintain the integrity of his gift, he placed the shelled seeds into the fortunate one's hand and, via a binding spell, successfully summoned the ensnared giant snack back to him. Still disoriented from the sudden shift in location, the giant snack found itself coiled around Snape's wrist. My beef. Master, couldn't you allow me to finish before returning? The fortunate one's delicate finger tapped its head lightly, slightly annoyed. What sort of timing is this? Still thinking about eating? If Snape hadn't summoned you back, you would have been divided into 3 parts by now. Such an ungrateful and gluttonous creature. The giant snack, feeling unjustly treated, tucked its head into Snape's sleeve, nearly tearing it apart with its force. All right, now that the commotion has subsided, shouldn't you return to rest? Can I stay a bit longer? Severus, you haven't accompanied me on a date in ages. If this continues, I might just find someone else. Faced with the fortunate one's unreasonable demands, Snape resignedly ruffled her hair. Realizing he had indeed been overly absorbed in his work lately, he appreciated her patience until now. To appease his little fiancée, Snape resolved to take her somewhere special that evening. My apologies for neglecting you as of late. Miss Grindelwald, would you care to join me for a date? The surprise came so swiftly that the fortunate one nearly gasped, but she caught herself just in time, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, of course. Let us depart this instant. Impatiently, the fortunate one tore through the fabric of space, whisking Snape away from the chamber. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions exchanged glances as they surveyed the now empty formation, reluctantly coming to terms with the fact that the giant snack had escaped. The blow of losing their ingredients took Harry a while to process before he finally exclaimed, Damn, I shouldn't have relied solely on the simplest binding spell. I underestimated it. My dragon snake duel, my serpent stew, my little barbecue, all gone. You've been brooding for ages, and that's what you came up with? Draco expressed his discontent with Harry's attitude. He often found himself at odds with Harry's thought processes, which seemed utterly nonsensical at times. However, some minds, like Ron's, were more attuned to Harry's line of reasoning. I think Harry has a point. If we had used a stronger formation, that serpent wouldn't have escaped. By the way, I've never tried snake. I wonder what it tastes like. Harry, if Ares makes snake next time, be sure to let me know. I'd like to try it too. Absolutely, brother. I'll definitely call you next time. Draco, are you in? The response from Draco was a simple eye roll. Hermione, tired of the 3 boys' antics, chose to ignore them. Skillfully, she employed a levitation charm, causing the unconscious Lockhart to float like a feather behind her as she gradually made her way towards the exit. By the time the 3 boys had finished their discussion, Hermione's figure had vanished into the depths of the corridor. In the washroom, the 4 of them turned their attention to the still unconscious Lockhart after the chamber was sealed once more. What are we going to do with him? Just leave him here? Of course not. Can't you see he is unconscious? We have to take him to the hospital wing. Hermione expressed her discontent with Ron's suggestion of abandoning Lockhart in the washroom. To her, Lockhart was entirely a victim, despite his often unlikable behavior. It did not change the fact that he was a professor. Draco furrowed his brow, clearly against Hermione's proposal. To the hospital wing? Granger, have you forgotten what time it is? If we take him there, how will you explain your presence to Madame Pomfrey? Are you going to tell her that we not only broke the rules by wandering at night, but also opened the chamber and dealt with a Dark Lord and a serpent? I can already foresee the repercussions. In any case, I refuse to take him to the hospital wing. What about you two? Ron subtly shifted his stance, silently expressing his agreement. As for Harry, he resolutely sided with Hermione, and thus the four parted ways. Chapter 313. Severus, you must take care of yourself, understand? Madame Pomfrey was indeed taken aback when she discovered Lockhart unconscious at her door, initially fearing a recurrence of an old injury. She hurriedly assisted him to bed, followed by a series of examinations. Ultimately, the results were reassuring. Aside from extreme fatigue, there were no significant issues. After administering a restorative potion, Madame Pomfrey finally breathed a sigh of relief. Harry and Hermione, who had been covertly observing from a distance, felt reassured and decided to leave. On their way back to the common room, Harry took the opportunity to reassure his companions. Hermione, you mustn't harbor resentment towards Draco and Ron. They're not as unsympathetic as you might think. As you well know, my sister has a certain obsession with the points in the Slytherin scorekeeper. If tonight's events were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly result in a deduction of house points, a conclusion you can easily foresee. As for Ron, alas, he is under considerable pressure as well. The wrath of Mrs. Weasley is indeed formidable, is it not? Consider Fred and George. They already give Mrs. Weasley enough to worry about, so let us not add to her troubles. Gentle-hearted Hermione found her fleeting annoyance dissipating swiftly upon hearing this explanation. Harry was right. She could not allow her own moment of moral indignation to drag her friends down with her. Noticing the change in Hermione's expression, Harry let out a quiet sigh of relief, while simultaneously taking a jab at his good friend. But returning to the matter at hand, why did they assume that delivering someone to the hospital wing necessitated handing them over to Madame Pomfrey? Surely, it is a matter of common sense. One could easily, like us, discreetly leave the individual at the entrance. This way, not only would it avoid arousing suspicion, but they could also make a graceful exit. What a perfectly advantageous solution. How could they not think of it? If you ask me, Hermione, you're the clever one here, considering their lack of foresight. Perhaps you should pardon their minor selfishness. After all, not everyone possesses my level of kindness, even at the risk of being pummeled. I cannot bear to leave a professor stranded alone in a lavatory for an entire night, concealed in the shadows. Draco and Ron exchanged glances after overhearing Harry's shameless remarks, their fingers cracking ominously as they tightened their grips. Had they known Harry Potter had such a face, they would never have come armed with a spell to assist him. Their goodwill was utterly squandered. In a simple act of retribution against this traitor, Draco and Ron nodded at each other and simultaneously raised their wands, casting a blasting curse towards the hospital wing's door. The deafening explosion drew the attention of everyone present, while the two culprits activated their port keys the instant the sound erupted. As for the startled Hermione and Harry, they could only wish for the best. The chaotic night concluded with their successful escape, yet the blame for the blown-up hospital wing door ultimately fell upon Fred and George, who had been caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall during their nocturnal escapades. Recalling the antics of those two rascals in the water mirror, she was seething with indignation. In the end, Gryffindor suffered a deduction of 50 points, the gems in the scorekeeper cascading down like a torrent. The following day, the lucky one, who had spent the night stargazing with Snape, entered his potions classroom bright and early, eager for breakfast. Upon spotting the steaming bowl of snake stew on the table, her gaze inevitably drifted to the side, where the overzealous delicacy was gnawing on a leg of lamb. "Chef, are you this swift in your preparations?" After all, delicacy is still a newcomer. Surely, one ought to afford it a chance to acclimate. No, revealing its true nature so quickly could scare it away. The glutton first savored a mouthful of snake stew before responding nonchalantly. "This was not prepared by me. It was brought to me by the Weasley twins yesterday. According to the little rascal, they traded it for some potions." Both parties seemed quite pleased. I have discovered this creature has been thoroughly brainwashed. It willingly offers up its flesh without the need for persuasion. Such cooperation is a first for me. I must treat it well, or it may easily be swayed by others. This revelation took the lucky one by surprise. She was aware that the twins had escaped, but was oblivious to the fact that they had taken some of their own pet Esme when they left. Goodness, it seems they have thoroughly corrupted it. By the way, did you two hear about the explosion in the hospital wing last night? When I went to see the commotion, I didn't TC you or Severus. Upon mentioning this, the lucky one exhibited a rare shyness, recalling the audacious action she had taken the previous night. Who would have thought that when she pounced on him, before she could even kiss, he was so frightened that he used a portkey to escape? Oh, what a blunder. Had she known, she should have set up a binding spell instead. What could we possibly be doing? We merely went to the Forbidden Forest to check on the medicinal plants. You know how that rascal Harry is. If left unattended, he would surely wreak havoc on the batch of essence trees. The glutton found her explanation utterly unconvincing. Merely observing the way she and Snape exchanged furtive glances revealed the truth to him. Do you think I would believe you? Severus, tell me, did this little yellow girl force herself on you? The response to this was Snape's choking cough and the lucky one's piercing glare. Enough, enough. So you can act without consequence, but not allow me to comment? You've really become bold. Severus is still quite young. Do you have no regard for him? Were we not supposed to wait until after graduation to marry? What urgency is this? At this, Snape's coughing intensified. He genuinely wished to silence this creature before him. What do you mean, still young? He is over 30. Where is the youth in that? The one who is truly young is you. Chef, if you dare use my age against me, we shall settle this with a duel. Come on, who's afraid? You speak of maturity, yet you act like a child. I will go tell Father Gellert and see if you have any favorable outcomes. Their argument escalated, teetering on the brink of physical confrontation. Snape, feeling a headache coming on, finally interjected to remind them, Ares, in the realm of humanity, I'm already of age. It is you who remains a minor. A sudden silence enveloped the room, and the glutton scratched her head sheepishly. Oh, I seem to have forgotten that in my excitement. But that does not alter the fact that you are a lecher. Hey, are you done yet? The lucky one raised her hand as if to strike, but the glutton swiftly evaded her, nimble as ever, dashing to the office door. Let your romantic world be. I shall not be the third wheel. Severus, take care of yourself, all right? Some older women simply cannot control their desires. In response, she hurled a teacup at him in a fit of anger. Chapter 314. Oh, Snape has a daughter now. With the elimination of Voldemort as a lingering threat, life at the school suddenly became much more relaxed. After Gilderoy Lockhart awakened, he never encountered Tom from the diary again, and after a period of despondency, free from influence of the Dark Lord, he reverted to his former narcissism. It must be said he is quite adept at managing his emotions. However, having learned from past mistakes, he understood the importance of avoiding the spotlight. In classes with the lucky one and her companions, he exhibited an unusually normal demeanor. Even the content of his lessons became conventional, devoid of the theatrical performances that once characterized his classes. While this development brought some relief to the lucky one and her friends, it also introduced a hint of boredom. Oh, if only I could merely spectate without participating in his productions, I would find that acceptable. It is certainly preferable to his current teaching style. Each day consists solely of reading from his collection of stories, and my ears have grown weary of it. The lucky one, now thoroughly bored, began tapping her fingers, while the glutton occupied himself by organizing new recipes he had developed during this period. There was simply no time to heed Lockhart's ramblings. Upon hearing the complaints of the luckless one, he nonchalantly gestured towards Vantong, who was engrossed in idle chatter with Draco. Go seek out Tongzi. The three of you would make a splendid table for a game of Dodiju. If that doesn't pique your interest, how about discussing strategies for the upcoming sports meet? Our victory last year was largely due to the incompetence of Feng Qi on the opposing side. This year, I suspect that dear Gellert will assign him elsewhere, making our triumph a tad more arduous. It's not that we lack skill, but his cunning nature presents numerous obstacles. Contemplating the Champions Cup displayed in the potions classroom, the luckless one found the truth in the words of the gluttonous one. She needed to meticulously strategize. Anything that fell into her hands could not be allowed to slip away again. Resolute in her decision, she promptly moved her little stool and scampered over to Vantong's table, entirely disregarding Lockhart's expression. I must have a word with Dumbledore regarding Gellert's daughter. Lockhart silently resolved, dismissing the unruly actions of the luckless one and begrudgingly continuing his lesson. Why are you not in your seat? What prompts you to disturb me? Are you unaware that class is in session? You truly have no fear of being reported to Peacock, do you? Don't forget, Gellert is still at the school. If you continue to flout the rules so brazenly, be wary of Albus's wrath. You shall be the one to suffer the consequences, and I shall not come to your aid. Oh, please, if I get in trouble. You're coming down with me, she retorted. At that moment, the luckless one abruptly stood up, her excitement palpable as she dashed out the window without so much as a word. Before she could touch the ground, her wand illuminated, summoning a massive cobra. Fetch Severus to the Quidditch pitch, and do it swiftly. The summoned guardian soared through walls, quickly disappearing from her sight. Lockhart, still reeling from the luckless one's outrageous behavior, was startled to see Ares and Lucas following suit, leaping out the window. A throng of young wizards, utterly astonished by their actions, ignored classroom discipline and yearned to chase after them. Ultimately, it was Hermione, reluctant to lose house points, who stepped forward, using her formidable presence to quell the crowd. Meanwhile, Snape, upon receiving the luckless one's message, rushed to the Quidditch pitch, only to find a dark mass of clouds gathering above, punctuated by rumbling thunder. Your Majesty, what is happening? Are you undergoing a transformation? But haven't you already ascended? While speaking, he gripped his specially crafted wand, its silver gem glowing, with a mere thought. He could teleport to the luckless one's side. Severus, do not fret. This is a good omen. Are you to become a father? The hurried arrival of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had yet to ascertain the situation, was met with this startling news. Even knowing that these two children were destined for one another could not quell their current fury. Particularly, the tempestuous Grindelwald, whose eyes shifted in color with rage. Severus Snape, what have you done to my underage daughter? Considering his daughter's formidable powers and her incessant desire to whisk away a partner to bear children, Grindelwald found himself at a loss as to how to reprimand Snape. After all, it was difficult to ascertain who had coerced whom. At least in his eyes, Severus was more likely the one being compelled. Dumbledore, sharing similar thoughts, regarded Snape with an expression of profound complexity. I did not. What nonsense fills your minds? How could I act inappropriately without being wed? The situation is not as you presume. I have certainly not crossed any lines with Her Majesty. She did not succeed. The final statement left both fathers feeling a tinge of embarrassment. She is about to emerge. Chef, is the cauldron prepared? Ready. With this affirmation, Xiaochan materialized from the space, accompanied by Snape's wand. The wand, enveloped in a golden glow, began to dim as bolts of calamity struck down until the last thunderclap faded, revealing a black-clad, dark-haired girl. Anin, you did it. I knew you would be fine. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Did the thunderstorm hurt you? Do you need a potion to replenish your energy? Xiaochan fussed over the girl, resembling a besotted fool. Yem me fine. There is no discomfort. Could you please be quiet for a moment? Honestly, since I gained consciousness, you've been incessantly chattering in my ear. It's driving me mad. Feeling rejected by his beloved, Xiaochan's spirit deflated, retreating into the luckless one's embrace. This sight tugged at the heartstrings of the luckless one, who wished to obliterate the offending girl immediately. When had her darling ever endured such indignity? Precious, don't cry. There are plenty of wands. If this one doesn't work, we'll simply acquire another. You've spoiled her. Just wait until I deal with her. Once I'm done, we'll immediately procure a new one. With sleeves rolled up, the luckless one advanced toward the girl. Chapter 315. The Chaotic Matter of Lineage. Before the luckless one's hand could land, the previously aloof girl dashed into Snape's arms. This action stirred a hornet's nest. The luckless one, who merely intended to startle the child, became incensed. Before Snape could push her away, she had seized his hair, yanking him aside with force. In that moment, the luckless one completely disregarded his identity, her mind consumed with the image of her Severus being embraced by another woman. And right before her eyes, her territorial instincts surged forth, and all she desired was to eliminate the intruder. Mother, why are you hitting me? Do you not like Anin? Huh, mother? Me? The tears glistening in Anin's eyes filled the air with tension. Who else could it be? He is my father, and you are my mother. What's wrong with that? The sudden fury was quelled by Anin's words, causing the luckless one to shyly glance at Snape, a bashful smile blooming on her face. Oh dear, this is all rather sudden. I had prepared a gift for you. Please rise, don't sit on the cold floor. Xiaochan, quickly fetch her a chair. How can you be so oblivious? All right, I'll get it right away. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but admire the audacity of the luckless one. What did it mean that the floor was cold? Was it not she who had cast the girl aside? Why did it seem as if the girl had willingly chosen to sit there? Ahem, your Majesty. Might you explain what exactly Anin is? Dumbledore, intrigued by the sight of an inanimate object transforming into a living being, was eager to know more. However, the explanation was rather complicated, prompting the luckless one to drag Van Tong, who had been spectating, into the fray. Tong, our brightest child, I entrust this daunting task to you. Van Tong wished to refuse, but the luckless one offered him no opportunity to do so. Ultimately, resigned to his fate, he had no choice but to accept the task at hand. Fortunately, it required little explanation, so he refrained from further comment. After all, refusing would prove futile. He might even find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Thus, it was preferable to expend a few words of his own. Once he had appeased the two elder gentlemen, the fortunate one shifted his focus back to Hinny. Upon closer inspection, the young girl bore an uncanny resemblance to both her and Severus, particularly in her eyes, which mirrored Snape's almost perfectly. Say, Severus, do you think our future daughter will look just like her? He mused. Indeed, one could easily mistake her for your own daughter, he continued, eliciting a reluctant agreement from Snape. Yet, the sudden emergence of this daughter left him somewhat bewildered. Despite having observed the dynamics between the fortunate one and Xiao Chuan, he still felt a tinge of discomfort. He wondered if she would be unhappy should he refrain from using magic around her. Lost in his myriad thoughts, Snape momentarily forgot to respond to the fortunate one's question, only regaining his bearings when he felt his large hand being tugged. What did you say? The fortunate one was speechless, realizing that her earlier words had gone unheard. The laughter of the gluttonous spirit echoed loudly, and he was met with a pair of bunny slippers from the fortunate one. Mom and Dad, do you not like it? The little one, with tear-filled eyes, tugged at Xiao Chan's heartstrings, for she was a beloved daughter he had nurtured for quite some time. He could not bear to see her sad. Sister, the plaintive call sent shivers down the fortunate one's spine. Oh dear, you're mistaken. And it is Severus's daughter. This statement provoked another round of laughter from the onlooking gluttonous spirit, and even caused Snape's lips to curl upwards. All right, my dear, let us not tease her any further. And then is it? You shall stay by this sister from now on, if that is agreeable. Sister? But isn't she my mother? Dad, I can feel your emotions. You clearly adore Mom. Why must I call her sister? Do you not wish to marry her? The forthrightness of Anne's words earned her a generous chicken leg from the gluttonous spirit. Good child, if you can speak, do share more. Your uncle has tasty treats for you. The candidness regarding their relationship caused Snape's handsome face to flush, and he coughed awkwardly, feeling a sudden urge to apparate away. In stark contrast to his discomfort, the fortunate one was elated. She wished for everyone to know of Snape's feelings for her. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, having grasped the transformation principles of Hinny, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention before speaking. All right, everyone, I believe this is not the best place for a chat. Shall we find somewhere more suitable? Naturally, there were no objections, and the group made their way back to the headmaster's office with great enthusiasm. The final decision was straightforward, and would be placed in Slytherin and would remain as an auditor. As for the matter of address, they ultimately decided to call each other by their respective names. There was no other choice. If they delved deeper into the relationships, things would become exceedingly complicated. As a new mother, the fortunate one's affection for Hinny was evident to all, showcasing a nurturing demeanor that belied her initial intentions. She expressed great satisfaction with the title of mother, but poor Snape took considerable time to acclimate to the reality of having a daughter. When Hinny first appeared in public, rumors swiftly circulated within the school. The gist was that Professor Snape and Professor O had secretly wed long ago, and their daughter had only recently arrived at school after studying at a magical institution in the East, having transferred to Hogwarts due to an overwhelming yearning for her parents. Initially, the students treated the gossip as mere amusement, but when Hinny affectionately called Snape Dad, and he did not object, the rumor gained credence. The situation solidified when everyone witnessed the fortunate one embracing her warmly, inquiring after her well-being and referring to her as her precious daughter. Within the span of a single class, and it had garnered the sincere friendship of all. Of course, she was not without her share of gifts. Everyone had a common goal, to persuade the fortunate one to procure higher quality cauldrons. Initially, Hinny, unfamiliar with the concept of mental enhancement classes, was perplexed by their intentions until she witnessed an upperclassman being propelled away by an exploding cauldron due to a miscalculation in her proportions. Only then did she comprehend the challenges they faced. Chapter 316. Lily and the fortunate one fall into the river. Who do you save first? The mundane passage of time flew by, and after charming the fortunate one, Hinny successfully secured the privilege for all her classmates to upgrade to new cauldrons, becoming the beloved darling of the school. Each day, she received an abundance of offerings from her fellow young witches and wizards, which brought her joy but also a tinge of annoyance. The sheer volume of food was overwhelming, leaving her unable to consume it all. Although she could store it in her small space, the continuous influx of new food threatened to fill it to capacity. Upon hearing this, Snape provided a clear solution. Why not consult Uncle Aries? I am certain he would be more than willing to assist you with this issue. Uncle Aries? The puzzled expression on her face lasted only a moment before she exclaimed, Oh, right. Uncle Aries is a glutton. He can eat all of this. Dad, I'll go find Uncle Aries now. Oh, And please remember to inform Mom that I want to be accompanying her to the Forbidden Forest to see the Black Dog tonight. Grandfather said he would take me to Hogsmeade, and we will likely stay until tomorrow. Upon hearing about the Forbidden Forest, Snape's expression darkened slightly, realizing that the Fortunate One had not invited him along. Understood. Just be cautious. You must not overindulge in sweets. Otherwise, you might end up with a potion for healthy teeth that contains an excessive amount of bitterroot. And then, having already experienced that potion, shivered at the thought. I understand. I will control myself. Well, I shall take my leave now. Once the office door closed behind her, Snape returned his gaze to the assignments he was grading. Had he been neglecting the Fortunate One lately, prompting her to seek solace in an Anne's company for a trip to the Forbidden Forest? A possessive urge surged within him, compelling him to see his beloved at once. Without delay, he tidied up the papers on his desk and utilized his contract sensing to locate her. Meanwhile, what was the Fortunate One up to? She was diligently tending to the newly sprouted seedlings in front of Hagrid's hut. Oh, dear, your formation is truly remarkable. With this, we shall have a reliable supply of vegetables and fruits this winter. Recently released from confinement, Hagrid appeared noticeably thinner, suggesting that his brief imprisonment had left him with some psychological scars. Hagrid, did the Dementors trouble you in Azkaban? Upon hearing this question, Hagrid was momentarily taken aback, then placed a large hand on her head. Oh, do not worry, child. Do you not have faith in your own strength? With the protective charm you gave me, they would not dare approach. I merely encountered an old acquaintance and was reminded of some unpleasant memories. You know, when one is feeling down, their appetite tends to diminish. The European Emperor nodded in acknowledgement, signifying her understanding of Hagrid's complex emotions. After all, his bond with Sirius had once been quite strong. Just as she was about to inquire about the current state of that foolish dog, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Hey, little non-emperor, I'm here to play with you. Ugh, that damn nickname from Han Mimi. The European Emperor turned to see a man clad in a navy hoodie, blue jeans, and black Doc Martens, brandishing a long knife on his back, rushing toward her with astonishing speed. Before she could react, he embraced her tightly. It was at that precise moment that Snape appeared. The scene before him was quite overwhelming, sending his emotions soaring to an apex. The European Emperor swiftly pushed the man aside and immediately initiated a barrage of clarifications. We are not familiar. I do not know him, and I do not like him. It's all a misunderstanding. Severus, calm down. Not familiar? How can you say we're not familiar? Little non-emperor, doesn't your conscience ache when you utter such words? Who was it that coaxed me into eloping? You're denying it now, aren't you? I see. Once you've obtained what you wanted, you no longer cherish it. Ultimately, it's my folly for investing my feelings in you. The European Emperor distinctly sensed Snape's world crumbling around him, his emotional turmoil palpable. You're spouting nonsense. I'll end you. After delivering a sharp kick to the man, she dashed in front of Snape, grasping his large hand and urgently explaining, Severus, look closely. She is a woman. A woman. I have no connection with her. Don't listen to her fabrications. A woman? Are you certain? Should I disrobe to prove it? Wait, why are you so anxious? Could it be you're actually in a relationship now? What am I supposed to do? We promised to be together forever. Are you presenting me with a metaphorical hat? Snape's wand suddenly appeared, followed by a silencing spell, rendering the obnoxious voice inaudible. His heart raced with panic, beads of sweat forming due to fear. The moment he saw the European Emperor in that man's embrace, his dark magic clamored to annihilate the individual before him and whisk her away to an undisclosed location. You would go with him, would you? The plea in Snape's eyes pierced her heart. Her poor Severus. Why did he still lack such security? Surely, she hadn't showered him with enough affection, leaving him devoid of confidence. Curse that Han Mimi. If it weren't for her, Severus wouldn't be so anxious. Severus, what are you saying? Why would I go with her? You've completely misunderstood. She is indeed a woman, and a remarkably straightforward one at that. I want no one but you. Can you have a little faith in me? I am not the type to be swayed by whims. I am fiercely loyal. If you still doubt me, let us marry right now. In the presence of heaven and earth, whoever wavers shall perish. How about that? Snape nearly succumbed to temptation, yet hesitated. But you're still a minor. Curse it. Again with the age. When I return, I'll have little Tion change it for me. Today, I shall be 17. Otherwise, I'll have him spanked. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the European Emperor's reaction, Snape's frantic heart suddenly calmed. Xavius, can you please lift the spell from this gentleman? He is about to trample my watermelon seedlings. Hearing about the seedlings, the European Emperor rolled up her sleeves and charged toward the counterfeit brother. 10 minutes later, the counterfeit brother Han Mimi, rubbing his swollen face, turned to Snape and asked, if Lily and the unfortunate one, that is, the European Emperor, fell into a river, Who would you save first? Chapter 317, A Resolute Choice. Clearly, Snape, who had never encountered the intricacies of Eastern in-law relationships, was oblivious to the insidious intent behind Han Mimi's question. He merely glanced at the European Emperor, then replied casually, "Sir, if your brain is functioning normally, you should realize that neither Lily nor the Emperor would lose their magical abilities simply by falling into water. Thus, your question is fundamentally flawed." Han Mimi was momentarily taken aback, then belatedly remembered that magic did exist in this world. However, she did not abandon the dilemma, but rather unprincipledly rephrased. "All right, I'll concede you have a point. Let me ask differently. Suppose Lily and the Emperor both lost their magic, couldn't swim, and had no means of self-preservation, and fell into the water simultaneously. Who would you rescue first?" Snape furrowed his brow, completely perplexed as to why this man was fixating on such a peculiar question. Yet he replied honestly, "I don't understand your obsession with this answer, but I do not mind sharing my choice. I would save the Emperor first. She is more important to me than anyone else, even my own life." Clearly, this answer delighted the European Emperor. Yet Han Mimi was not one to let him off so easily. Her friend had suddenly become involved with such an unremarkable fellow. She felt compelled to test his character. What if he turned out to be a scoundrel? She had to intervene before her friend's romantic naivety matured. "Oh, is that so? What about your Lily? She would drown, you know. Lily would die." Mentioning Lily caused Snape's expression to grow distant. He seemed to drift back to that desolate night. Long-buried sadness and guilt once again filled his heart. Han Mimi's gaze gradually turned pink, her tone becoming somewhat ethereal. "Indeed, she would perish. Would you still resolutely choose the Emperor, then? If you wouldn't." With a resounding clap, the European Emperor's right hand landed heavily on the back of Han Mimi's head, yanking Snape from his despairing reverie. "You brute, are you trying to kill me? That's not out of the question. You damned harbinger of misfortune. What do you intend to do with my man? I'll tell you, he is mine. Regardless of his willingness, he can only belong to me. Even if he chooses someone else, that does not change the fact that he is mine. A forcibly picked fruit may not be sweet, but if I desire to taste it, even if I have to dip it in sauce, it must enter my belly, understand?" Her words were spoken with such dominance, yet Snape could still feel her underlying insecurity through their bond. Indeed, his little fiancée was also a girl plagued by a lack of security. With a firm embrace, Snape pulled the European Emperor into his arms. A first for him to be so close in front of others. "Severus? No, I will not choose anyone else. In my world, you never need to wait for my decision alongside others. You're always my sole answer. You once said that people are inherently selfish. What difference does it make if I indulge in selfishness just this once? I'm not the forcibly picked fruit. You need not dip me in sauce. If you wish to taste, I will strive to become sweeter." Hagrid spluttered his tea, utterly astonished by what he witnessed. Was that truly the stoic Professor Snape, uttering sweet nothings? And to a mere 12-year-old child, no less. Oh, Merlin's flowery trousers. How shocked would Professor Dumbledore be if he were to learn of this? Han Mimi nearly ground her teeth in envy at the scene before her. Was this truly the potion's professor, whose every word dripped with venom? She must have been watching a counterfeit all along. Wasn't he had said that Snape's gaze would never linger on anyone other than Lily Evans? Wasn't he claimed that he loved only Lily? Why does this seem so different from what she perceived? Indeed, this appears to be an excerpt from some fan fiction. Never mind, never mind. Her emotions are far more resilient than mere trifles. Why should she fret over such matters? With that time, wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge in some exquisite cuisine? Speaking of which, her thoughts naturally drifted to that man, an exceptional cook. Ha, indeed. She knows how to pick her companions. Well, she ought to be cautious. There are others present, after all. It's truly absurd for a man in his 30s to be whispering sweet nothings to a girl barely in her teens. TSK, how the world has deteriorated. Snape's face flushed crimson, and he quickly pushed the girl aside, which infuriated the European Emperor. Once again, it's about age. Where on earth did little Tion run off to? Couldn't he have adjusted her age before gallivanting about? Humph, with all that time for sarcasm. He might as well find a mirror to tidy up his appearance. He reeked of decay. One must wonder if he had taken up grave robbing as a side job. How pitiful is it that he can no longer afford to live and has resorted to such pursuits? Ah, to her surprise, the European Emperor's guess was rather accurate. Han Mimi dusted off her clothes and nodded candidly. "You are quite right. I have just returned from the graveyard. The male protagonist from that little world of grave robbers was stolen away by some morally deficient individual. Hence, I was cast aside to cover shifts there. It was indeed a life of hardship, with nary a decent meal in sight. At long last, when the protagonist was retrieved, I rushed over to find you, only to discover that the Divine Punishment Hall was deserted, leaving only an empty shell behind. I suspected it was you, wandering aimlessly once more. Who would have imagined that not only were you enjoying yourself, but you also ensnared a tender shoot? TSK, I must say, you have quite the audacity, indulging in such youthful prey. Pa Beast. Unable to tolerate the incessant provocations from Han Mimi, the European Emperor promptly found her a suitable diversion. After a few flashes from the communication stone, the somewhat juvenile voice of Tao Tai echoed through. What's going on? I'm busy here. Speak quickly. I'm eager to feast on some elbow. I'm at Hagrid's little cabin, and I just stumbled upon a plum tree. The aroma is simply divine. Would you care to join me? Wait for me. I'm on my way. As the communication stone dimmed, the gaze shifted back to Han Mimi, who was now preening her hair before a mirror. How does my hairstyle look? Is it perhaps a bit too long? And what about this outfit? Does it reek too much? Should I change into a dress? Oh no. I should probably take a bath first. By the way, does that tall fellow have a place for bathing? The European Emperor seized her from going to Hagrid for a bath, gleefully reminding her. You sure you can wear a dress in your current state? Don't forget, you're quite the man now. Chapter 3:18. The eccentric pursuer of Tao Tai. When Tao Tai hurriedly arrived, he nearly searched Hagrid's cabin from front to back, yet he couldn't find the legendary plum tree. However, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent that he particularly loathed. Whereas that plum tree you mentioned, I can't seem to find it. Or have you already devoured all the plums? Now, that's rather inconsiderate. After all, we are now like siblings with the same father. It would be rather selfish of you to hog them all. The European Emperor merely smiled silently, a mischievous grin adorning his face, while even Snape exhibited a peculiar expression beside him. This caused alarm bells to ring in Tao Tai's mind. One must understand that Snape, typically adept at managing his expressions, would never allow himself to display such an amused demeanor in public unless faced with an uncontrollable situation. Yet at this moment, he couldn't shake off an ominous sense of foreboding. As expected, the very scent that irked him became unmistakable, followed by the sight of the one she had meddled with, who had been unceremoniously cast into another world to work overtime. How did you end up here? Fresh from a bath, Han Mimi, having tidied herself from head to toe, shyly kicked at the dirt beneath her foot before responding. I came to find the unfortunate soul and see how you've been faring. By the way, here are some recipes I compiled recently. I know you fancy these. Since they are of no use to me, I thought I'd present them to you. Despite her nonchalant words, her wide, expectant eyes betrayed her true feelings. Given her past indiscretions, Tao Tai felt no inclination to peruse the recipe she offered. Yet his passion for culinary delights compelled him to accept the beautifully packaged book. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Upon discovering recipes that employed yogurt for char siu rice and fruit tea for braised pork ribs, the leader of proper culinary arts was incensed, slamming the table and pointing at the fruit tea ribs, bellowing, "So, after ruining my sweet and sour pork, you've now sullied my ribs, haven't you? Who taught you to cook this way? Why on earth would you alter every step from ingredient selection to cooking? Have you ever respected the culinary profession?" Witnessing Tao Tai's rage, Snape grew concerned that a brawl might erupt between the two. Given that the surrounding plants were all favored by the European Emperor, their destruction would waste time in cultivation. To prevent such an occurrence, he swiftly drew his wand, prepared to teleport the two away. However, before he could act, the European Emperor had already stuffed a handful of sunflower seeds into his other hand. Relax, Severus. They want to come to blows. Just keep watching, and you'll understand. Snape was puzzled, but chose to trust the European Emperor's judgment. Observing the sudden appearance of a large hand, Snape fell silent, merely indulging in his seeds. Hagrid, though puzzled by the current situation, was undeterred in his desire to witness the unfolding drama, as evidenced by his familiarity with requesting sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing Tao Tai's inquiry, Han Mimi not only felt no fear, but also blushed with embarrassment. Don't get too worked up. I know you mean well. However, this method of cooking is currently more favored by everyone. I believe you would appreciate this innovation. I've devoted considerable time to research. If, and I emphasize if, you wish to explore some new dishes, I will be delighted to join you. Here we go again. This girl, Han, must have a head full of nonsense. From which of my words did she derive the notion that I would collaborate with her on new culinary creations? Can't she see how much I am vexed by her? Or is she merely pretending to be oblivious? Tao Tai was suffocated by his frustration, feeling trapped with no escape. He had once attempted to communicate with Han Mimi, but her unique thought process rendered her incapable of understanding human speech. In moments of anger, he had even resorted to physical confrontation, yet she merely interpreted it as playful banter. Not only did he fail to scare her off, but he also found himself ensnared for quite some time. Ultimately, he had to evade her, and it was only with Fantong's help that this predicament was resolved. After establishing a tenuous rapport, Han Mimi was dispatched to the Quickware Bureau for employment, where she reportedly excelled. However, it remained a mystery how she had suddenly arrived in the magical realm. Was she perhaps on a mission? Never mind. It doesn't concern him anyway. With this time, wouldn't it be more delightful to showcase a few impressive moves? Having made up his mind, the glutton uttered not a single word, turned on his heel, and departed, casting a venomous glare at the instigator, the European Emperor. If it weren't for this fellow luring him with the plum tree, how could he ever have been entangled with the sticky, sweet Han Mimi? Daring to scheme against him. It seems he has been enjoying himself a bit too much lately. It is high time she savored the authentic taste of British cuisine. Hey, chef, where are you off to? Take me along. I have numerous culinary queries I wish to discuss with you. Alas, wait for me. The voice faded into the distance. And soon, the two vanished from the sight of the three. See, what did I tell you? They can't possibly come to blows. With that oddball's peculiar thought process, combined with her invincible romantic inclinations, even if the chef were to slap her, she would find an excuse for herself, claiming he was merely swatting away a mosquito. Is she truly a girl? She doesn't appear to be one. Snape was quite certain that the recently departed Han Mimi was, without a doubt, a bona fide man. As for how he was so convinced, it could only be attributed to magic. Oh, that must be because she just returned from the little world, and hasn't yet had the chance to head back to the task hall before seeking me out. Those engaged in world tasks are always assigned a new body before entering the little world, ensuring a perfect replication. As for why such meticulousness is necessary, that is a long story I'd rather not explain. If you're genuinely curious, perhaps I could visit your office tonight and elaborate on it? The European Emperor leaned in, intending to tease her innocent fiancé, only to be abruptly pushed aside by Hagrid's large hand, separating the two. Chapter 319, The Neurotic Han Mimi. After perusing the letter recently sent by Hagrid, Dumbledore sighed with a hint of resignation. What's amiss? Is the Ministry of Magic giving you trouble again? Leaning against the sofa, Grindelwald tossed aside the Daily Prophet upon hearing Dumbledore's sigh. Why not take a look for yourself? The letter flew directly into Grindelwald's hands. Filled with Hagrid's shock and concern after witnessing the romantic secret between the European Emperor and Snape. It seems our young lady has no intention of keeping this under wraps. If Hagrid knows about this, I suspect it won't be long before the entire magical community is aware. For the sake of your potions class, should you consider forging an unbreakable vow with Hagrid? If this secret leaks, it could spell trouble. Dumbledore, however, exhibited no notable emotional upheaval, even appearing rather intrigued as he selected a peppermint and popped it into his mouth. Gellert, if you wish to eliminate Hagrid, you could do so directly without this elaborate ruse. You must understand, Hagrid's mouth cannot be restrained by an unbreakable vow. I believe if this matter surfaces, we might as well admit it. It's quite normal for us to marry our daughter off to such an exceptional young man like Severus, is it not? They are merely an engaged couple, fostering their affection ahead of time, which is entirely natural, wouldn't you agree? Grindelwald seemed unsurprised by this response, almost as if he had anticipated it. Noticing Dumbledore was already penning a reply, he chose not to interrupt, instead picking up the Daily Prophet to continue reading about the aftermath of the Dementor's disappearance. Meanwhile, the European Emperor and Snape had just returned to the castle when Harry pulled them toward the kitchen, all the while recounting the peculiar antics caused by Han Mimi. It's the first time I've seen Brother Ares so furious. That strange man managed to create a bowl of fragrant and visually appealing braised pork using just a rice cooker. Besides that, there were stewed noodles, clay pot rice, sweet and sour ribs, so many delectable dishes. While Brother Ares was still preparing the various condiments and ingredients, he was practically done with his dish. Sister, do you know that man? I'm quite eager to apprentice under him. His straightforward culinary style is perfectly suited for someone like me, a kitchen disaster. Harry, promise me you won't let the chef know this. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. Is it really that serious? Harry was skeptical, but the grave expression on the European Emperor's face made it clear that it was indeed true. The trio soon arrived at the kitchen, where Dobby, upon seeing the European Emperor, respectfully approached him. You must say, Dobby is now impeccably clean, dressed in a well-tailored tailcoat, with polished shoes that shine. Standing there, he certainly exudes the aura of a sophisticated butler. Master, is there anything Dobby can assist you with? Hey, little Dobby, I'm quite satisfied with your current appearance. Now, why don't you fetch us a cup of tea? Certainly, please hold on. It was evident that Snape was equally pleased with Dobby's appearance. After all, no one appreciates a disheveled individual. You're utterly insulting the culinary profession. The creation of a dish should be sacred, not a chaotic amalgamation of everything thrown together like swill. What difference is there? The gluttonous, furious shout drew the attention of everyone present. Han Mimi was momentarily taken aback before earnestly replying, "There's a difference. I can eat." With that, the European emperor couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Snape regarded Han Mimi with a touch of sympathy. "Are you certain your friend is not a fool?" "Ha ha! I assure you, Severus, she is indeed not a fool. In fact, she is quite clever." Snape was unconvinced, believing the European emperor was viewing his friend through rose-colored glasses. Any individual of average intelligence would have detected the malice woven into the glutton's earlier words. "Honestly, I'm not lying to you. Haven't you noticed? The oddball's eyes are filled with affection for the chef. She delights in watching the chef get flustered. It's all intentional. If that's the case, it would explain why Snape's earlier sympathy had shifted to the glutton. Thankfully, the European emperor did not share such peculiar tastes. Harry, who was also engrossed in the unfolding drama, chimed in, "Sister, aren't you going to intervene? It looks like they're really about to fight." "Oh wow, it seems so. The oddball has finally driven someone mad. Severus, you handle the chef. I'll take away that troublesome one. Let us meet in our office later." Just be cautious." The three plunged into the fray, with the European emperor, without a word, yanking Han Mimi by her hair and leading her out, while Snape, in a more straightforward manner, teamed up with Harry to usher everyone into the teleportation array, directly returning to the potions classroom. "Damn it, you're a real troublemaker. Aren't you? Pulling my hair again. Are you jealous? Let go of me before I lose my scalp." Finally breaking free from the European emperor's grasp, Han Mimi's first instinct was to retaliate, only to find the chef already prepared, raising a spatula to block her attack. "I advise you to be careful. This is my territory, and I can summon my two fathers from upstairs with a simple summoning spell. You must confront the two most formidable forces in the entire magical realm, those who traverse both the light and dark sides." Initially intending to flaunt her identity as the favored daughter of the illustrious families in the magical underworld to her companions, the fortunate one found herself astonished as all attention became fixated on her two esteemed fathers instead. "What? Two fathers? Both light and dark? The strongest in the magical world? You cannot be serious. Do not tell me your fathers are Dumbledore and Grindelwald." "Indeed, I am their only beloved daughter, the legitimate one." Disregarding the triumphant demeanor of the fortunate one, Han Mimi let out a piercing scream. "Ah, you are truly their daughter. Does that mean they have reconciled? Oh heavens, my beloved ship has finally set sail. Quickly, take me to them. I must witness this union in person." Chapter 320, The Overprotective Father. Unable to tolerate Han Mimi's raucous enthusiasm, the fortunate one reluctantly escorted her to the headmaster's office. She had no choice. This individual could be quite unpredictable when in a frenzy, and to avoid becoming the center of attention, she opted for compliance. As the knocking echoed through the door, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were engrossed in discussing the aftermath of the Dementor's mysterious disappearance. The unexpected visitor caused Grindelwald, feeling guilty, to silently breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. He nearly succumbed to the pressure and had prepared to shift the blame onto Ares. Thankfully, their father-son relationship was temporarily preserved. "I'll get the door." As Grindelwald approached to open it, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. This was decidedly peculiar. There was something definitely off about Gellert. The moment the door swung open, Grindelwald's pupils uncontrollably trembled. He beheld his daughter, who had always been devoted to Severus, now being embraced by an unfamiliar man. Whispering intimately to one another, an undeniable display of closeness. His little girl was straying from her affections. "What are you two doing? Who is this man? Are you planning to break up with Severus?" A barrage of questions directly drew Dumbledore's attention. "What man? Gellert, what are you talking about? Who is breaking up? Huang. That is impossible." The fortunate one forcefully pushed aside Han Mimi, eager to clarify. "Who is breaking up with Severus? Do not speak such ill omens. We are splendidly fine. As for this man, he is." However, before she could finish, the impulsive Han Mimi pushed her aside. Hello. I'm the unfortunate one's good friend. You may call me." Recalling her vexing name, Han Mimi quickly abandoned it and whimsically chose an English name. "Just call me Luna." "Are you certain?" Grindelwald's expression turned peculiar, and even the fortunate one struggled to suppress a laugh. "Huh? Is there a problem with that?" Han Mimi was blissfully unaware that her name coincidentally matched that of a certain house elf. "Not at all. That name is delightful." Ha, Comet. "That is a name we cannot casually call out, or else Luna." At the sound of the fortunate one calling, the next moment, A newly uniformed Luna appeared before them. Little master, how may Luna assist you? Oh, Luna, I do not require your assistance. I simply missed you since we haven't seen each other for a while. I heard your culinary skills have improved. Might you bake me a blueberry cake for Christmas? Upon hearing the fortunate one express her longing, Luna's large eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Oh, little master, Luna will certainly bake you a grand blueberry cake. Your affection fills Luna with immense joy. I will work even harder from now on. Seeing the little one on the verge of tears, the fortunate one quickly intervened. Yes, I know. I know you're all the finest house elves. You may return to the kitchen now. They need you there. Yes, I will work even harder. After bidding farewell to the overly sentimental Luna, the fortunate one turned to Han Mimi with a smirk. Well, how peculiar that Gellert, your father, is so cultured that even the house elf has such a formal name. Comet, perhaps you should consider changing your name, exercise that bare mind of yours, and come up with something unique. In response, Han Mimi unleashed a powerful swing of her black gold sword. A wand was raised defensively as Grindelwald, having shed his previously gentle demeanor, now glared at Han Mimi with a dark expression, coldly inquiring, Sir, have you exhausted your life? I would not mind sending you to meet Merlin ahead of time. With a flash of red crystal, a fierce fire spell surged toward Han Mimi's face. Before she could even begin to ship her beloved couple, she found herself at odds with an adversary, and none other than herself. However, on the other hand, engaging in a duel with her idol seemed rather intriguing. As their attacks exchanged, becoming increasingly relentless, the fortunate one winced at the thought of the potential destruction. If you must fight, do so elsewhere. If you ruin this place, I will be the one to wield a shovel. Grindelwald felt a pang of reluctance, suddenly uninterested in holding grudges against the other's previous rudeness. But Han Mimi, consumed by her combat fervor, was unyielding, her eyes ablaze with determination. Then, Lord Grindelwald, let us step outside. I wish to witness your mastery of the gas stove. Ah, you are indeed a bold young one. Since you are so curious, I shall indulge your wish. Once they left the office, Dumbledore finally seized the opportunity to voice his concern. Was that man truly your friend? The intent behind that strike was laced with lethal intent. Child, are you certain he harbors no malice? The fortunate one grasped Dumbledore's hand, leading him toward the window, as she replied, Lethal intent? Oh, that is quite normal for us. We always engage with the intention to win, determined to outdo one another. It is all in good fun, and besides, no one truly gets harmed. Just a little bruising and we'll be back at it in no time. Isn't that how I spar with the cook? Recalling her last battle with Ares, Dumbledore felt a wave of relief wash over him. His little girl's past had been anything but stable. She had endured great hardships. Tenderly brushing her golden hair, he said, My dear child, with Gellert and me to protect you, you can afford to relax. Huh? I believe that is unnecessary. My enemies are still formidable. Father, you and Gellert must strive to ensure I am not rendered vulnerable. Well, then we must indeed step up our game, Dumbledore admitted, realizing their daughter was indeed far too powerful for them to keep up. We shall endeavor to one day stand beside you in battle. The fortunate one was deeply moved by her father's words, nuzzling her head against his shoulder, causing Dumbledore's heart to melt. Indeed, having a daughter was far more delightful. While tranquility enveloped one side, the battle on the other escalated in intensity. Han Mimi became increasingly alarmed. Wasn't she merely a pure spellcaster? How had she suddenly become proficient in both martial and magical arts? Or had it all gone awry? Nevertheless, it must be said that the dual mastery of Grindelwald indeed made him even more striking. He was truly the man she admired. Ultimately, after Grindelwald unleashed a refined version of his fire shield, Han Mimi unilaterally concluded the battle, unleashing an exquisite ice spell that instantaneously froze the flames. Chapter 321. Harry discovers the sparkle. Once Grindelwald was thawed from the ice, his first impulse was to seek solace from Dumbledore. The enchanting interaction between the two handsome young men provided Han Mimi with a delightful opportunity to indulge in her shipper fantasies. Oh my unfortunate friend, I must admit, your two fathers were incredibly handsome in their youth. That being said, what prompted you to seek a vacation in this quaint little world? Just the other day, you mentioned your desire to venture to the Doloa continent to observe soul beasts. What has caused this sudden shift in your combative spirit? Has the local Voldemort grown stronger? Surely, that wouldn't keep you here for such an extended period. I've heard you've been residing here for several years now. Han Mimi furrowed her brow in contemplation for a considerable time before recalling the brief interaction between her companion and Severus Snape upon their first meeting. Goodness, my unfortunate friend. Could it be that you have truly developed a crush on that legendary pure-hearted warrior, Severus Snape? What is wrong with that? My dear Severus is exceptionally talented. It is only natural for him to be admired. Why do you look as though you've bitten into something unpleasant? Do you think I am unworthy? Observing her friend raise a fist, Han Mimi quickly raised her hands in a gesture of peace, indicating she harbored no such thoughts. Of course, if that is your preference. I have no objections, even if your love interest happens to be a giant. I merely find it difficult to accept the idea of you dating. After all, with so many handsome suitors vying for your affection in the past, you never seemed moved. What is it about Snape that has captured your heart? Though this may sound somewhat impolite, I must say, he truly possesses few remarkable qualities. So, what is it that you see in him? In response, she received a pair of slippers from the European Emperor, who says my Severus lacks merits. He is brimming with them. His innate talent is extraordinary. Whether in the realms of cultivation or magic, he stands as a genius among geniuses. Furthermore, he is particularly adept at confronting adversaries and shows exceptional responsibility towards his students. Most importantly, he is extraordinarily kind to me. As for the other individuals you mentioned, in comparison to my Severus, they are but mere mud beneath our feet, never to reach the clouds above. Han Mimi's perception of the European Emperor's literary prowess reached new heights. My dear, what you meant to convey is the disparity between clouds and mud, is it not? Or perhaps you intended to express the vast differences between heaven and earth. Let us refrain from using unfamiliar terms in the future, as excessive use may reveal your illiteracy. After receiving another gentle whack from the slippers, Han Mimi finally ceased her barrage of teasing remarks. Ahem, young one, if you don't mind, would you care to join us for a meal? I believe you have much to discuss with the Emperor. Naturally, Han Mimi had no objections to the beautiful one's invitation, and after the four of them tidied up the remnants of their previous activities, they proceeded to the ever-reliable dining hall. Due to the frequency of their gatherings, this place had long since become their regular restaurant. Before the arrival of the glutton, the four enjoyed a harmonious interaction. Han Mimi animatedly recounted her adventurous exploits in the tomb-raiding world, captivating the interest of both Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, who had never ventured into such forbidden grounds. They were particularly intrigued by the traps, poisonous insects, and zongzi within the tombs. Corpses that move? Is that necromancy? Grindelwald's curiosity was piqued even further. Well, it bears some resemblance, but I cannot elucidate the precise principles. You might inquire with the glutton, for he excels in eloquence, while my forte lies in combat. The European Emperor comprehended Han Mimi's sentiments. She understood all too well the frustration of having words stuck on the tip of her tongue. Gellert, if you're interested, I could procure a few books on soul bodies for you later. For now, let's enjoy the stories. Knowing his daughter well, Grindelwald refrained from pressing the issue further. Have you located the individual who abducted the male lead? Mentioning this ignited a torrent of anger within Han Mimi. Yes, I have. You would never guess who that despicable person is. The European Emperor merely glanced at her expression and deduced the answer with remarkable accuracy. It would happen to be that scoundrel, GMO, would it? Indeed, it is that bug. She has been quite idle lately, wandering about in search of idols. I've had to clean up her mess in numerous small worlds. If I ever catch her, I won't hesitate to teach her a lesson. Speaking of their common adversary, the European Emperor felt his frustration mounting. It was the first time her two fathers had witnessed their daughter harbor such disdain for someone. Suddenly, they were curious to meet GMO. What to do? The door swung open, and Snape entered alongside Fan Tong and the glutton, followed closely by a rabbit and the ever-curious Harry. Upon seeing the glutton, Han Mimi hurried over, but before she could utter a word, the glutton placed a silencing charm upon her. If you wish to avoid being tossed into my pot, you must keep your mouth shut during the meal. Understood? Han Mimi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing this, Fan Tong immediately gathered a small group. Fan Tong exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. It seems the broom star has not given up on our chef yet. TSK, TSK, TSK. With that look she just gave, it's practically mesmerizing." The European Emperor replied. Who could argue with that? Care to wager? I bet the chef won't escape her clutches. The rabbit chimed in. I bet the chef will remain steadfast. Snape added. I stand with the Emperor. Grindelwald remarked. Then Albus and I shall act as referees. Dumbledore mused. Ah, youth is delightful. I believe Ares must have a fondness for that child. I stand with the Emperor. Fan Tong countered. I find that highly unlikely. Given how obsessed the chef is with food, how could he possibly be interested in the broom star? Just considering their culinary skills alone, they are utterly incompatible. I bet they end up together. The wager was established, and dinner commenced. Although Han Mimi could not speak, her chopsticks did not pause, and a portion of the gluttonous meal found its way to her plate. Additionally, she skillfully handled tasks like peeling shrimp and picking out fish bones, ignoring the glutton's refusals until he finally ceased to protest. Snape merely needed a glance to realize that he and the European Emperor had already won half the battle. The only one not drawn into the small group, Harry, was left astounded, his mouth agape. Something was amiss. This was highly unusual. When had his older brother Aries allowed anyone to meddle with his food? Curiously, the older boy was able to take food from his bowl without facing any repercussions. There had to be some trickery involved. Chapter 322, The Glutton's Affection. To confirm his suspicions, Harry lifted his chopsticks and slowly reached toward the glutton's bowl. Almost instantaneously, his chopsticks were intercepted. Little Harry, what are you doing? Is your vision impaired, or have your chopsticks lost their way? Or perhaps you were attempting to pilfer food from my bowl? It was undeniable. The strange man and his brother Aries must surely be involved. Brother, could I perhaps have a bite of your chicken leg? The glutton responded with a sinister smile. Of course, if you dare. Harry quickly retracted his chopsticks. I suddenly feel like fish will be much tastier. Mimi stared at Harry for a while, before finally realizing that this little creature was none other than the renowned Harry Potter. As a fan herself, she felt it would be remiss not to ask for an autograph or a photo now that the main character was right in front of her. With that thought in mind, she swiftly snatched the chicken leg that Harry had just mentioned from the glutton's bowl and unhesitatingly placed it on a Harry's plate. Harry, right? Want a chicken leg? Here, eat heartily. If it's not enough, I have more. The gluttonous Tautai stared, wide-eyed, at the chicken leg in his bowl, which had mysteriously transformed into a dish on someone else's plate, igniting a fierce blaze of indignation within him. You, Misfortune Star, are you seeking death? With so many chicken legs on your plate, what gives you the audacity to snatch from my bowl? It was evident that Mimi had long grown accustomed to Taoye's wrath, thus she skillfully navigated the situation with ease. As she placed the crab meat she had meticulously shelled into his bowl, she patted his head in a dismissive manner, her voice dripping with feigned consolation. Oh dear. We are indulging in crab tonight. Chicken legs are hardly appetizing. They are laden with technology, and excessive consumption could lead to an early demise. The large chicken leg that Harry had brought to his mouth found itself suspended in the air, caught between a state of consumption and abstention, rendering him rather awkward. Taoye's simmering anger was instantly quelled upon witnessing Harry's expression. Mimi seemed to recognize the inappropriateness of her words, yet she chose to deftly sidestep the topic. After all, if she remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment would fall upon others. In the ensuing moments, the European monarch and his companions scarcely uttered a word, merely observing his Tautai and his companions chattered animatedly. This left Fantong and Rabbit, resolute in their belief that Tautai would remain unaffected, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. What is it about this momentum that feels amiss? Could the chef truly be on the brink of blossoming feelings? Fantong pondered anxiously. He was acutely aware that even when the European monarch pilfered food from his bowl, he would often face a few kicks. Yet here was this Misfortune Star, brazenly seizing a chicken leg without facing any repercussions. This was decidedly wrong, very wrong indeed. Hey, it's not hard to connect the dots. It seems he has been treating the Misfortune Star differently all along, he mused. We just never considered it before, but now that we look back, could it be that he harbors feelings for her? Otherwise, why this favoritism? Why are we left out? The more he contemplated, the more he felt he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. The two remaining bachelors found themselves decidedly disheartened. They had vowed to remain single for life, yet their companions were all embarking on romantic endeavors, leaving them searching for someone to voice their grievances to. Severus, did you see that? I told you. The chef treats the Misfortune Star differently. Despite his constant complaints about her, he always seems to be swayed by her sweet words, Fantong remarked. Snape, in complete agreement, reflected on how excessive favoritism often signified a burgeoning affection. After all, he himself was a prime example of such a predicament, having fallen into a similar trap with the European monarch. Indeed, you speak the truth. Would you still like to indulge in crab? I noticed Aries seems to quite enjoy them. Let me shell a few more for you, Snape offered. The European monarch, accepting the crab from Snape's hands, replied with a hint of concern, What are you doing shelling? Look at your hands. They are meant for shelling crab. With such hard shells, it is obviously my duty to take care of them. You've hardly eaten anything, preoccupied with shelling shrimp for me. Now it is my turn. Here, enjoy this. I've ensured the spines are clean, and would you care to try this broth? I have already removed the ginger and scallions. You can drink it without worry. I have tasted it, and it is delightful. Forced to lift the bowl of broth, Snape's smirk elicited jealousy from the two who remained sour nearby, as if they had just bitten into a basket of lemons. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two fathers were enveloped in a sweet bubble of intimacy that rivaled the previous scene in its nauseatingly saccharine nature. Goodness, I feel as though I should not be here. I ought to be beneath the vehicle. What is this sensation? Fantong mused. Ah, the stench of romance. This group of lovebirds should be condemned to the depths of hell. The sweet dinner concluded amidst the grievances of Fantong and Rabbit. After a satisfying meal, a new dilemma arose. I am exhausted after a long day. Let's return to sleep. Unfortunate ones. This time in the small world, having slept in a graveyard. I have not rested in a proper bed for ages. Tonight, I shall make up for lost sleep. Before the European monarch could decline, Snape interjected firmly. No, my dear lady, have you forgotten that you are now a gentleman? I believe it would be best for you to rest alone. Alternatively, you could stay in the wish-granting room, where a space tailored to your preferences will be created for you. But I do not wish to sleep alone. Han Mimi protested. Professor Snape, you must understand the plea of a delicate young lady. Anyone who has lingered in a graveyard for so long would desire the comfort of a familiar presence. Surely, you can comprehend. Ignoring Han Mimi's feigned terror, Snape firmly refused. I cannot condone my fiancée spending the night alone with another man. But I am not a man. I am a woman. Are you certain? Han Mimi glanced at her own form and realized. Indeed, she could not confirm that. Chef, then you must accompany me to sleep. Tao Tai exclaimed in surprise, immediately clutching himself. What are you implying? I want. That single word sent the trio of the European monarch into fits of laughter. Snape regarded the European monarch with confusion, sensing an eerie familiarity in the scene before him. Tao Ye's face flushed a rare shade of red as he spat derisively at Han Mimi. Bah, you foolish girl. I am a man you shall never sleep beside. Accept that. With that, he fled the scene, leaving Han Mimi behind, stroking her chin with a mischievous smirk. Aw man, you have successfully caught my attention. Chapter 323. Han Mimi provoqueas collective vrat. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tao Ye's first action was to securely lock his door. Not only that, but he also activated defensive wards to prevent the rogue Han Mimi from launching a nighttime assault. This left Fantong and Harry, who were locked outside, both amused and curious about what might unfold next. Brother, should we wait a while before seeking a place to sleep? You know, my curiosity can sometimes spiral out of control. If I do not discover what happens next, I will not sleep a wink tonight. Sharing the same curiosity, Fantong flashed him a mysterious smile and dragged him into a shadowy alcove, producing numerous talismans which he affixed all over Harry's body. Do not say, I do not care for you, brother. With these, you shall witness a live broadcast tonight. Harry wanted to protest that he was merely interested in catching a glimpse of whether that woman, who belonged to a man, would knock on the door, and that he had no other ambitions. However, the situation had already presented itself, so why not indulge? After all, Lucas had already plastered him with talismans. It would be a shame not to join in. Embracing this notion, Harry took action to demonstrate his resolve. He plastered the talismans all over himself, prompting Fantong to exclaim, You have applied far too many. Harry, it is not that I want to criticize you, but while these talismans hold little value, you need not be so wasteful. I did say just a few would suffice. You have left only your eyes exposed. It is rather excessive. Brother, is this not the lesson you have imparted? Caution makes for a safe voyage. We are merely wasting a few talismans, which is better than being caught red-handed. With Ares' temperament, running out of supplies is trivial, but if he were to resort to violence, that would be troublesome. You surely do not wish to lose an arm to him. Suddenly, Fantong's left arm felt a chill, and he, without hesitation, began applying talismans to himself with reckless abandon. The two were determined to witness the spectacle, using nearly all the concealment talismans they had left. Just as they transformed themselves into mummies, Rabbit arrived with company. Throughout the journey, Han Mimi incessantly lamented about the Slytherin dungeon, expressing disdain for its inauspicious colors and detesting its decor style. She took the opportunity to critique the romantic choices of the Euclidean emperor and voiced her negative opinions regarding Snape. In essence, not a single kind word escaped her lips. The rabbit, unable to restrain herself on several occasions, attempted to retort, only to be thwarted by the other's superior strength. Such disdainful behavior, yet she scurried over. Eager to ingratiate herself, she was destined for a life of solitude. Dreadfully straight, the rabbit's mutterings did not go unnoticed by Han Mimi, who seized her ears with a firm grip, her voice taking on an infuriatingly high-pitched tone. Oh, little rabbit, do you harbor any objections to my aesthetic? Or perhaps, your discontent is even greater. The rabbit, startled by this greasy tone, trembled and instantly reverted to her true rabbit form. Hey, you star-crossed misfortune. Mind your current guise. I do not permit you to don the visage of my brother while engaging in such distasteful antics. As a seasoned fan, your actions are undoubtedly self-destructive. I reserve the right to command you to refrain from tarnishing my brother's reputation while cloaked in this disguise. Oh, little rabbit, are you furious and ready to bite? Alas, your strength is woefully inadequate. What shall we do? Han Mimi tugged at the rabbit's ears, her fiery eyes locked onto hers, gleefully delivering her jabs. Such actions were undeniably digging her own grave. As the most fiercely protective of a Euclidean emperor, he uttered not a word and charged forth, delivering a resounding smack to the back of the instigator's head. The force was such that she fell into a silent slumber, revealing just how peacefully she now rested. "Look at you, bullying my dear rabbit. What does that even mean? Enough. I shall assume you are tired of living. Rabbit, toss her by the Black Lake." I can no longer contain myself. Not even considering her own standing, she continued to complain. What right did she have? Huh. A tasteless individual unworthy of being our family's son-in-law. It is best that this kinship remains unformed. Snape, gazing at the sprawled figure of Han Mimi, silently endorsed the Emperor's decision. To claim his Slytherin was inferior was an affront deserving of retribution. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of two mummies, the unfortunate Han Mimi was unceremoniously expelled from the castle. The two, while expressing their exasperation, found a sense of satisfaction. For the honor of the house, they could hardly turn away from such spectacle. Thus, they altered their original plans. After assisting the rabbit in discarding her, they exchanged knowing glances and began to mercilessly beat her. Chapter 324. A chance encounter with Lockhart. When Han Mimi awoke, her body aching, it was already noon the following day. Surrounding her were a group of young wizards, munching on sunflower seeds while relishing the spectacle. "Hey, you saw it yesterday, right? That peculiar individual demeaned our Slytherin common room to mere worthlessness. Indeed, it was him. I saw it clearly. There is no mistake. Humph. Were it not for Professor Snape's presence, I would have certainly given him a few kicks. What? Surely it cannot be that severe. It is merely a matter of differing tastes. To beat someone senseless over mere words seems rather excessive." Upon uttering this, he inadvertently attracted the ire of every Slytherin in the vicinity. As the foremost defender of house honor, Draco drew his wand without hesitation. "Foolish lion, I shall grant you 1 minute to draw your wand for a contest between our houses." The Gryffindor lion, undeterred, produced his wand. The stage was set for an imminent clash. Han Mimi stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, feeling an eerie familiarity wash over her. This was, without a doubt, reminiscent of the sword-wielding skirmishes that erupted over trivial disagreements. Oh dear, has the unfortunate one truly managed to train the locals so quickly? Speaking of which, she had yet to witness a duel between novice wizards. An opportunity now presented itself. The young wizards, reluctantly attending a Chinese class, found their fervor for battle dissipating upon hearing her musings. "Very well, I shall spare you today. But mark my words, should there be a next time, I shall turn you into fireworks." To avoid becoming a source of amusement for others, Draco and his entourage retreated, eager to return and inquire with Harry about this inexplicable individual who had suddenly appeared. It felt as if, upon waking, he had accumulated many secrets unbeknownst to him. As Draco departed, the crowd gradually dispersed, for no one wished to listen to a fool babble about matters they could not comprehend. "Alas, where have you all gone? Let us continue this discussion for 10 coins. Can anyone enlighten me about the recent changes at Hogwarts?" "Don't leave." Watching the last of the group flee her sight, Han Mimi had no choice but to accept her fate of being ignored. Humph. A bunch of oblivious little creatures, utterly lacking in social grace. Ugh, my head aches. It must surely be the doing of that unfortunate one. I cannot let this slight go unaddressed. With a clear objective in mind, disregarding her pain, Han Mimi hastened toward the headmaster's office. However, her intentions to seek parental intervention were thwarted when she encountered Lockhart. "Good day, sir. Might I ask if you are in a hurry to find Headmaster Dumbledore for some urgent matter? I regret to inform you that he has urgent business to attend to and has already left Hogwarts. If you do not mind, perhaps I could be of assistance. You see, I have achieved some success in the realm of magic. I wonder if you have read any of my books?" "Oh, that is merely a small part of my life's adventures. There are countless thrilling escapades I have yet to pen. Would you be interested in joining me for a cup of tea?" Being inexplicably stopped only fueled Han Mimi's frustration, especially as this peculiar individual continued to prattle on. Her anger surged exponentially. Just as she contemplated taking action, a thought crossed her mind, and she hesitantly inquired, Are you Lockhart? Gilderoy Lockhart?" Upon receiving confirmation, all remnants of her earlier dissatisfaction vanished. This man was her favorite author. His audacious plagiarism alone was enough to win her admiration. Had she possessed such audacity back then, she would have long since captured the chef's heart. Ultimately, it was her excessive modesty that led others to perceive her merely as an ordinary fan. If the glutton knew that Han Mimi viewed herself as a pure and innocent flower, he would surely be vexed. Regrettably, he remained oblivious. Thus, as she and Lockhart engaged in conversation, He remained curious about the reason she had not been ambushed the previous night. Meanwhile, Han Mimi, warmly invited into his office, was savoring her tea while listening to Lockhart boast. Chapter 325, The Stolen Love Potion. Though she knew these events were mere tales belonging to others. However, after being subjected to Lockhart's eloquence, one cannot help but acknowledge the vivid imagery it conjures. Han Mimi's occasional gasps of astonishment, coupled with her subtle expressions, bestowed upon Lockhart a profound emotional resonance. This rekindled his self-esteem, which had been bruised by the European monarch's previous affronts. At that moment, his gaze towards Han Mimi brimmed with the joy of finding a kindred spirit. He felt that no one else could comprehend him as deeply as this gentleman before him. Their conversation flowed so effortlessly that Han Mimi only bid Lockhart a reluctant farewell after dinner had concluded. Despite his fervent invitation to engage in a candlelit discussion, she resolutely declined, reminding herself of her newfound status as a woman of some lineage. "I'm sorry, Lockhart, but I have other matters to attend to. I shall seek you out next time I have the opportunity." "What a pity, dear Han. I eagerly await our next encounter. Wishing you a pleasant evening." Once they parted ways, Han Mimi wasted no time and made her way to the dormitory of Tao Tai. Unbeknownst to the chef, who was blissfully preparing a delectable dish, danger loomed on the horizon. The fragrant noodles, fresh from the pot, were drizzled with vibrant chili oil, adorned with paper-thin slices of beef, and complemented by a sprinkle of green scallions and cilantro. The taste was simply divine. After indulging in a delightful late-night snack, he hummed an off-key tune while wandering toward the cellar, feeling a mix of relief at Han Mimi's departure and an unsettling sense of unease. Her swift exit was rather peculiar. Surely there must be an urgent task at hand? Given her notoriously stubborn nature, it was unlikely she would leave so easily. Oh well, it's of no consequence. As long as she no longer bothers me, that is good news. With this thought, he opened the dormitory door, only to realize that Fan Tong and the others were absent. Strange, they weren't in the dormitory at such a late hour. Had they been summoned by Father Galette for overtime again? Thankfully, my intellect isn't my strong suit. Otherwise, I might have found myself in quite a predicament. The solitude of an empty dormitory, where even the air feels liberating. In a single leap, Tao Tai plunged into the embrace of his soft bed. 2 minutes later, a steady snore echoed throughout the room. It was at this moment that Han Mimi stealthily emerged from beneath the bed, producing a bottle of pink potion and, without hesitation, crushed it. The room was filled with an enchanting atmosphere. The following morning, Tao Tai awoke from a dream that had set his heart racing. Whether it was merely an illusion, he couldn't shake the feeling that his bed was unusually fragrant today. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed imbued with a subtle scent of gardenia. How peculiar. When did my bedding become so aromatic? Could it be that that meticulous fellow, the glutton, had secretly sprinkled perfume in my bed? Damn, why did he have to tamper with my personal space? He would pay for this. As he jumped out of bed in a huff, he suddenly realized he was completely bare, save for a pair of green socks that valiantly clung to his feet. Oh no, where are my clothes? The memory of last night's enchanting dream ignited a sense of foreboding within him. Surely, he and been bewitched by someone. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. He hurriedly dressed and dashed toward the potions classroom. He needed Severus to conduct a thorough examination. He couldn't afford to have fallen under someone's spell. As he knocked urgently on the door, the European monarch was entangled in a conversation with Snape, requesting a vial of the same pink potion. After Han Mimi's departure the previous evening, the house elf had pitifully revealed that she had pilfered a vial of love potion. Unsure of its new effects, the European monarch's curiosity was piqued. When she made an unreasonable request for a sample, Snape flatly refused. The reason was straightforward. He had no power to resist the European monarch when she was in this state. "Open the door, you flathead. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with Severus." The chef? Is he really here so early? Could it be that the broom star truly bewitched him? Upon contemplating this possibility, the European monarch lamented her decision to forego her stakeout due to her desire for extra sleep. Had she known that he would make a move last night, she would have insisted on being there to witness it. Seemingly attuned to the European monarch's thoughts, Snape's expression shifted dramatically. It appeared that he had not sufficiently educated his young fiancée, for how could she entertain such perilous notions? Such intimate matters are not to be trifled with casually. Gently tapping the European monarch's forehead, Snape shot her a warning glance before opening the office door just as Tao Tai was about to kick it down. Upon entering, Tao Tai rushed straight to Snape, his urgency palpable. "Severus, please, you must examine me quickly. I think I was compromised last night. I woke up to find myself in only my socks. Additionally, My bed is replete with floral scents. Initially, I thought that pest, Phantom, was merely being picky about my odor and was trying to annoy me. Little did I know, I discovered this. Tao Tai lifted his shirt, revealing a myriad of kiss marks, causing the European monarch's eyes to widen with intrigue. She could not help but hold Han Mimi's actions in the highest regard. When would she be able to? No, you mustn't tea. Miss Grindelwald, I have personal matters to attend to. Could you kindly leave my office? Faced with Snape's blunt dismissal, the European monarch instinctively wished to protest, but upon recalling the other party involved, her tone softened. Very well, Professor Snape. I shall take my leave immediately. The carefully crafted retort was stifled, leaving Snape puzzled yet curious. However, Tao Tai had no time for their lingering exchanges. Without hesitation, he ejected her from the classroom, employing a barrier spell to prevent any sudden interruptions. After ensuring that no extraneous individuals were present, Tao Tai recounted his entire experience from the previous night to Snape. Unbeknownst to him, a mischievous rabbit in the corner was holding a piece of memory stone. Chapter 326. Not concerned with eternity, just yearning for what was once possessed. The European monarch, bursting from the potions classroom, immediately retrieved the communication stone that belonged solely to Han Mimi. She felt it imperative to discuss the events of the previous night and the subsequent dowry issues. Her family's precious son could not simply be taken advantage of by her. After a few flickers, the stone finally relayed Han Mimi's voice. You poor unfortunate soul. You better have something of great importance to discuss with me. Otherwise, you're done for. Having barely slept after a night of turmoil, Han Mimi was not in the best of moods. Were it not for Tao Tai's sake, she would have dismissed this intruder of her dreams entirely. Uncharacteristically, the European monarch did not take offense at her tone. Instead, she politely inquired about her current whereabouts. Well, it's not anything particularly grave. I just wanted to ask about my chef from last night. You know what I mean? Now, either tell me where you are, or I'll reveal the instigator's identity to him. Choose wisely. The drowsiness that had plagued Han Mimi was swiftly dispelled by these words. It was indeed her fault for being overly exhilarated the previous night. In a moment of abandon, she had succumbed to a certain wildness. Now, however, the parents of the other party had arrived at her doorstep, indicating that it was time for her to demonstrate some sincerity. By the way, I'm perched on a tree by Black Lake. When you come, could you bring me some food? I'm quite famished, she requested. All right, I'll be there shortly. 5 minutes later, the fortunate one arrived at the large tree by Black Lake and encountered Han Mimi, who had resumed her true form. At that moment, she had donned a wizard's robe, and truth be told, when she refrained from speaking, she appeared rather enchanting. Did you return to the task hall, just to make it easier for my cook? Han Mimi shyly touched the back of her head and replied awkwardly. That is not at all. I was just concerned about troublesome individuals above, so I made a quick trip back. As for the cook, that was purely incidental. I hadn't intended it, but he was just so enthusiastic that I couldn't resist. However, I must admit, my taste is truly exquisite. That waist, those legs, those abs. Well, let us not delve into impolite details, you understand. Listening to this, the luckless one felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, nearly losing her composure. Ugh, how shameless. They're merely 12 years old. How could you stoop so low? You beast. Upon hearing this critique, Han Mimi responded directly, A child? Are you sure? Sister, how can you even utter such words? Are you perhaps reincarnated, truly believing yourself a child? The cook is certainly no child at all. Sighing, she reflected on how even the most basic reasoning seemed lost on her two fathers and Severus. She was not an ordinary child. Why could the others indulge while she and Severus could not? Observing the envy and resentment etched on the fortunate one's face only heightened her spirits. Honestly, you're just too conventional. He.S. just a man. If you like him, go for it. Why hesitate? With all that hesitation, I could have had 2 children with the cook by now. We must have some aspirations, after all, even if I can't win his heart. Possessing his heart would serve no purpose. But a child is different. A child can belong solely to me. I don't care about eternity. I only value what has been possessed. Years of reformed worldviews had begun to reshape the fortunate one's thoughts. She even contemplated whether to concoct a potion of infatuation for Severus. By the way, it must be challenging for you divine beings to have a child, right? Why not seize the moment? And unable to bear hearing more, the fortunate one swiftly covered Han Mimi's mouth. Sister, if you wish to avoid being expelled, kindly silence your enticing little mouth. Otherwise, I assure you, you'll be facing off against my 2 fathers and Severus in no time. Han Mimi, looking glum, nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did the fortunate one remove her hand. What do you plan to do next? Remain here for a while, or proceed to your next task? I suppose I'll stay here for a few days. It's my honeymoon, after all, I must cultivate my relationship with the cook. By the way, could you procure a few more bottles of that little pink potion for me? Ha, what do you think? You little rascal. Don't speak so harshly. In this matter, I truly Haven T lied. The one who took the initiative was the cook. I'm quite innocent here, you know. Originally, I intended to be forceful, perhaps engage in some coercive affection, but who knew the little pink potion would change him entirely? He became quite passive. The fortunate one was utterly astonished. She never anticipated the truth would unfold in such a manner. Meanwhile, in the potions classroom office, Severus had completed a thorough examination of the glutton and arrived at a conclusion. Aside from those kiss marks, there was nothing amiss. Given the hallucinations he described, Severus felt compelled to deliver a shocking revelation. In summary, what you believed to be hallucinations last night were, in fact, real occurrences. The glutton's expression froze. Disbelief washing over him, followed by sheer terror. Say, Severus, I might have been forced without my knowledge. Connecting the dots with the missing special potion, Severus inquired thoughtfully. Who was the individual in your hallucinations? Do you recognize them? Recalling the woman he had been intimately entwined with in his dreams, the glutton awkwardly scratched his head, stammering, "In no one. Just an unfamiliar person." With a strong suspicion of the other party's identity, Severus chose not to press further, believing it best for the couple to resolve their matters themselves. They merely had to await the outcome. Very well. The examination is complete. If there is nothing else, please tidy up and proceed to class. With Christmas approaching, I expect you to diligently attend every lesson. Understood, Professor Severus. Rest assured this year, the house cup must remain with our house. Severus waved his hand dismissively, politely ushering the troublesome student out of his office. As he organized the potion materials for class, he couldn't help but worry whether the fortunate one would soon make some unreasonable requests of him. Chapter 327. GMO arrives. As anticipated, the fortunate one began seeking every possible excuse to request the little pink potion from Severus, all of which were met with firm refusals. Moreover, to prevent her from concocting something alarmingly potent, he had even consulted Dumbledore, recounting the incident of the glutton being drugged in full detail. Upon hearing this, the two fathers wore expressions that were truly beyond words. Preoccupied with their daughter's purity, they had failed to consider that their son could also face such peril. As a consequence of this incident, Grindelwald's impression of Han Mimi plummeted. To him, it was nothing short of a crime. His son, barely 12, had been so mistreated by another, and he felt an intense anger welling within him. Ultimately, influenced by his overwhelming paternal instincts, he took his wand and sought out Han Mimi for a duel. Though he was ultimately unable to best her, as a father, he had made the effort. Upon learning of this, the glutton was moved to tears, and that very evening prepared an extravagant feast for his beloved father. Among the dishes, the standout was a bowl of spiritual tortoise soup, for which he had made considerable sacrifices to earn a drop of the tortoise's heart's blood. The effectiveness was apparent, given that Dumbledore had not been seen for 3 days. In any case, Grindelwald was thoroughly pleased. As for Han Mimi, she continued to cling to the glutton, wishing to be by his side at all times, constantly seeking an opportunity for an intimate encounter. However, the glutton, now on guard, was no longer as easily swayed as before, consistently rebuffing her advances with various ingenious methods. Eventually, she abandoned her more brazen ideas and instead developed new ways to annoy him, such as concocting noodle soup with peach blossom brew, soaking buns in water with pickles, stir-frying dragon fruit with chili, and sautéing oranges and pineapples with celery. In summary, these bizarre culinary experiments struck the glutton as nothing short of wasteful. Every day at school, the little wizards would witness Ares from Slytherin chasing a beautiful girl while wielding a frying pan. In tranquil days, the arrival of Han Mimi brought a surge of excitement. This unexpected liveliness offered a delightful spectacle for several onlookers, particularly the enthusiastic EU Emperor, who reveled in the commotion. With the advent of Christmas, the school ushered in a holiday, granting the EU Emperor a rare reprieve from classes, which ignited her interest in the large fish residing in the Black Lake. Early one morning, she roused the still sleepy Han Mimi and dragged her to the lakeside. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind showered them with snowflakes, sending chills down their spines. Despite Han Mimi's valiant attempt to withstand the cold, "What misfortune? Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed, after finally getting a break. "Who wakes up so early just to wander about? Wouldn't it be more delightful to luxuriate in a warm bed?" Ignoring her protests, the EU Emperor thrust a fishing rod into Han Mimi's hands and pointed dramatically towards the Black Lake, proclaiming, "Child, do you see that lake? It is the empire your father has established. Now, I shall take you to survey our domain." Han Mimi clearly struggled to grasp the EU Emperor's line of thinking. But gradually, as she observed her companion busily assembling fishing gear, her foggy mind began to clear. Wait a moment, did you really drag me out here just to fish? The EU Emperor, adeptly preparing her rod, replied, Indeed. Don't you think it would be pure bliss to sip a bowl of soup made from the fish we catch early in the morning? Whether or not that would be blissful was uncertain to Han Mimi, but one thing was abundantly clear. Neither of them would catch a single fish. As time passed, her thoughts were confirmed. After countless empty hooks, the EU Emperor resolutely declared the Black Lake devoid of fish. However, no sooner had her words left her lips than a magnificent golden fish leaped from the water. Truthfully, the situation was rather embarrassing, leaving Han Mimi wishing for a place to hide. What a misfortune. Have you developed unrealistic expectations about your luck? Do you even know how we earn our nicknames? This leisurely pastime is utterly unsuited for us. You'd be better off accompanying Professor Snape. Perhaps he might soften and agree to have a child with you. With a vigorous cast of her fishing rod, the EU Emperor retorted, Luck has nothing to do with it. I am determined to catch a big fish today. Otherwise, no one leaves. Understanding the EU Emperor's stubborn nature, Han Mimi chose not to challenge her. Ultimately, the outcome was the same. Once she grew weary, she would no longer need to persuade her. Yet the outcome gradually unfolded in an unexpected manner. The EU Emperor actually caught a fish, albeit one no larger than her pinky finger. Nevertheless, it was a fish. A lively, wriggling fish. Ha ha! Did you see that, my dear Calamity Star? This is true skill. Han Mimi scoffed. Well done. But this is merely a stroke of luck. Now let us see what I can do. Fueled by sudden competitive fervor, the two began casting their rods back and forth into the Black Lake. As they busily engaged in their fishing, an unexpected visitor approached them uninvited. The newcomer was cloaked in pure white, with only a small head peeking out, adorned with a floral crown. Dangling from her rounded earlobes were vibrant green broccoli earrings. She was mounted upon a majestic Siberian tiger, cradling a black and white fur ball in her arms, while a flat-headed brother perched atop the tigress' head. Upon seeing this arrival, EU Emperor and Han Mimi instinctively recoiled. However, faster than they could react, a kangaroo appeared behind them, blocking their escape route. Before they could force their way past, a melodious voice rang out. Little EU, M.A., why are you running from me? It's been so long since we've seen each other. Don't you owe me a hug? Han Mimi whispered. What should we do? Why is GMO here? Should we flee? Whenever she shows up, it's never good news. The EU Emperor rolled her eyes. Flee? Where can I possibly run to? You can walk away without a second thought, but I cannot. Enough of this. Let us face her head on. I refuse to believe I can lose to her every single time. Chapter 328. The Pressure from GMO. Forced to turn around, the two met GMO's gaze and simultaneously spat in disdain. Without another word, they returned to their positions and resumed their fishing. Clearly accustomed to being ignored, GMO gracefully dismounted from the tiger and approached them with 2 steaming cups of milk tea. Here you go, little EU, your taro bubble tea, and May, your pearl milk tea, with double pearls. I made them myself. You haven't had them in a while, have you? Recalling GMO's culinary skills, both unfortunate souls swallowed hard. There was no denying that her milk tea was exquisite. Even seasoned chefs couldn't concoct a cup so delectable. How could they possibly resist? After savoring a generous sip of milk tea, the EU Emperor shifted uncomfortably, attempting to distance herself from GMO. Yet the latter had no intention of granting her that opportunity when GMO's soft body tumbled into her embrace. The EU Emperor realized she was doomed. The scent emanating from GMO enveloped her entirely, and before she knew it, she transformed back into her original form, only to be pulled into a tight hug, her belly playfully squeezed. Our little EU is still as adorably cantankerous as ever. I knew you missed me, didn't you? The EU Emperor, now a victim of GMO's relentless teasing, was met with Han Mimi's laughter. Oh, you poor thing. You've fallen prey to her once again. How utterly defenseless you are. Should I call you foolish? Or simply foolish? The laughter was so uproarious that Han Mimi inadvertently fell into the water, clutching her stomach. It must be said that their misguided ambition to thaw the entire lake for a better fishing experience had resulted in a rather precarious predicament, despite their substantial abilities. Plunging into the icy lake was an unwelcoming shock, the biting cold making them uncomfortable. Now, it was the EU Emperor's turn to revel in Han Mimi's misfortune. Although she had been forced to revert to her original form, at least she hadn't been submerged in the icy waters. Suddenly, a vine from the floral crown atop GMO's head reached out, rescuing Han Mimi from her aquatic plight and promptly retracting back to the crown. Thank you, little vine, she murmured. Not at all. It was no trouble. Little vine enjoys assisting you, GMO. The little vine, elated, began to change colors wildly, transforming into a dazzling spectacle reminiscent of a disco ball. Hey, GMO, if you don't want me to bite your finger off, you'd better put me down. Otherwise, I might just take a nibble. What? Are you really going to bite my finger off? Little EU, you're as fierce as ever. I'm so scared. Though she feigned fear, GMO's hands didn't cease their playful caresses, revealing her familiarity with such antics. The EU Emperor opened and closed her mouth repeatedly, struggling to find the resolve to bite. Forget it. May as well surrender. After relinquishing her resistance, she chose to embrace the moment, settling into the indulgent massage from her caretaker. Do not speak. It is as comfortable as ever. If one were to adopt a different perspective, this treatment is infinitely more pleasant than that of a Jinx, 100 times more so, as at least she does not have to soak in cold water. Does she? With this comparison, her mood undoubtedly improved. After thoroughly drying off, Han Mimi swiftly approached GMO's side and without hesitation snatched the coveted item from her hands. What followed was an animated gesture to commence the game. By the heavens, you Jinx! Instantly, her character reverted to its lower level, and the prized item soared back to the shore, wielding a spade aimed at Han Mimi's head. Oh my, are you really here to cause trouble? After narrowly evading a lethal blow, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of blows. Surprisingly, their tussle appeared quite authentic. GMO, sipping on milk tea while joyfully munching on sunflower seeds, observed Xiao Mo. It seems those two are plotting an escape. The diminutive black and white ball of fluff, Xiaowan, noted as the distance between the two opponents widened. Indeed, they likely wish to flee. But fret not. I am confident we shall meet again shortly. Perhaps in 10 minutes. I would like to visit Xiao O at her school as a good friend. That should suffice as a reason, no? After I collect all my idol stamps. Shall we go and play with them? Xiao Outyin, are you not in awe of Xiao O? Why were you silent moments ago? Are you shy? Having leaped down from a northeast tiger, the proud creature turned its head away defiantly, retorting, Who, me? Admire her? She merely had a slight head start. If I had her resources, my achievements would undoubtedly surpass hers. Upon hearing these words, GMO could only smile silently, choosing not to engage further. After all, the success of the coveted item was not something anyone could replicate at will, even with a fortress-like filter for her prideful companion. She had to concede that her little darling could not possibly reach the same heights of success as the coveted item. Hey, Xiaomo, are you doubting my abilities? The little one stood stiffly upright, her serious expression exuding an undeniable cuteness. Chapter 328. The accursed halo of the protagonist. Observing the calm young lady across from him, casually sipping tea, Dumbledore felt that his little girl might not be as insufferable as she claimed to be. At least, in his view. The girl named Luna and the present Miss Mo both evoked fondness within him. Principal Dumbledore, if it is not too much to ask, may I refer to you as Uncle? As one of Xiao's few good friends, I would like to cultivate a closer relationship with her family. Is that permissible? Dumbledore found no reason to refuse such a modest request. He welcomed the friends of his little girl. Of course, your happiness is what matters. Would you care to try some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? And what about your companions? Would they like to sample some magical fruits? These are new varieties cultivated by the fiancé of the coveted item and are quite favored by certain magical creatures. I believe your little friends would be eager to try them. At that moment, there was no curiosity in Gmo's eyes regarding the magical fruits. Instead, she was taken aback by the mention of the fiancé. Had it truly been just a few years since she had last seen her adorable Xiao O? And now she had a fiancé? Who could possibly possess such charm to make a heart bloom? Her mind began to race, refreshing the roster of popular names among Harry Potter fans. As for the most popular among them, Cedric Diggory ranked first. Their ages were comparable, and their personalities would likely complement each other, making them quite compatible. The second most popular, Draco Malfoy, seemed far less likely. The coveted item would likely struggle to endure his haughty demeanor. If they were to be together, he would likely endure a beating on a daily basis. As for the fated child of this world, Harry Potter, that too seemed improbable, primarily because he despised those imbued with the protagonist's halo. The main reason, however, was that she envied their fortuitous luck. After considerable contemplation, GMO could not find anyone better suited to the coveted item than Cedric. With this thought in mind, she found herself voicing the question, Uncle, is Xiao O's fiancé Cedric? Dumbledore's hand paused mid-sip, seemingly stunned by the question, but he quickly countered. What makes you think it is that boy Diggory? GMO blinked her large eyes and replied confidently. Is there anyone more suitable? Just consider her fiery temper. Who else could possibly endure it? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Mo's description was not without merit. His little girl did indeed have a hair-trigger temperament. He recalled how she had once drawn a spade at the slightest disagreement with both himself and Grindelwald. In retrospect, if Severus were not in the picture, Cedric's personality would indeed be more fitting for the fiery temperament of the coveted item. Yet, that was purely hypothetical. Suddenly, he was curious about the expression on the face of a young lady before him when she learned that the coveted item's fiancé was none other than Severus Snape, a figure notoriously unpopular. A mischievous thought tickled his mind. I am terribly sorry, but you were mistaken. The fiancé of the coveted item is someone else entirely. I assure you, this individual will surely surprise you. Care to take a guess? Upon hearing it was not Cedric, Mo's expression brightened with excitement. Could it be Tom Riddle? Now that sounds intriguing. I rather admired his looks when he still had a nose. If those two scoundrels were to pair up, Uncle, can you keep an eye on them? Dumbledore, who had never once considered Voldemort as a potential match, was momentarily taken aback by this pairing. He found it hard to imagine what would happen if they truly became a couple. Oh no, child, your thoughts are far too dangerous. I suggest you seek the truth yourself rather than matchmake at random. An old man like me cannot handle such shocks. Aside from a younger version of Voldemort, Mo could think of no one capable of managing the coveted item. Snape, with his awkward demeanor and venomous tongue, had been eliminated from consideration in her first round of thoughts. Thus, no matter how many times she guessed, she would arrive at no conclusion. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the principal's office opened silently, and the coveted item, following Snape, reluctantly pulled Mimi inside. Had it not been for Snape's insistence, she would have preferred to avoid encountering Mo altogether, as seeing her summoned forth unsettling memories. Ah, Shao, oh, you have arrived. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I must trouble you to look after me during this time. As you know, my health is rather fragile, and I suffer from social anxiety. Arriving in this unfamiliar world, you are my only friend. You wouldn't want me to end up sleeping on the streets, would you? Having grown immune to Mo's delicate facade, the coveted item would have found it hard to believe had she not witnessed her merciless nature firsthand. Yet, the issue remained that Mo's seemingly innocent face was incredibly deceiving. Most would never suspect the malicious heart concealed beneath her fragile exterior. Stop pretending to be delicate, you insufferable wretch. I know your true nature all too well. State your intentions quickly, and then leave. I do not wish to linger with you for even a second. It's bad luck. Tears welled up in Mo's eyes, her expression resembling that of a weeping willow, leaving anyone who beheld her utterly enchanted. It was the first time Snape had witnessed such a cruel demeanor from the Emperor towards a young lady. Even in the realm of cultivation, when encountering those who underestimated her, she had never displayed such an expression unless they exhibited murderous intent. Could it be that this woman had offended her in the past? Yet, it did not seem likely. If she truly harbored animosity, she would never permit the other to appear in the headmaster's office. What, then, was the nature of this situation? Unable to fathom it, she opted for direct inquiry instead. Do you detest her? Should I have her removed? In response to Snape's question, the Emperor wished to nod in affirmation, but, upon catching the pleading look in Mo's eyes, found herself instinctively turning her head away. Damn it, how could she harden her heart against her? This infernal protagonist's halo. Forget it. As long as she did not trouble me, she could linger for as long as she wished. Albus, dear father, you summon us. What is the purpose of this gathering? Speak swiftly. I am quite busy. Chapter 330. Professor Snape, could you please grant me your autograph? Confronted with the inquiry from the young lady, Dumbledore immediately suppressed his eager anticipation of the unfolding drama. Clearing his throat, he gestured towards the still pitiful Mo. The reason lies here. Miss Mo claims to be a very dear friend of yours, but due to certain circumstances, you lost contact. In her desperation, she turned to me. The headmaster. Do you understand now? The Emperor's small face scrunched up in realization. She should have anticipated this. This individual would undoubtedly not let her off so easily. After downing an entire pot of honey pomelo tea in frustration, she disdainfully glanced at Mo. Enough. Please stow away your medicinal cloth. The scent is overwhelming. I can smell it from here. How many times must I say it? Next time, use something less pungent. That concoction is so potent. Can your eyes even handle it? Now, tell me, did you come to seek me because your supplies ran out, or did you lose yet another fight, prompting a worldwide pursuit? Honestly, can't you just act a bit more sensibly? Do you think you can kick everyone you meet? If one did not know better, they might assume you and I belong to the same race. At this point, the Emperor suddenly recalled that there indeed was one of her kind among them. Fixating her sharp gaze on Ji Xiaotian, the little one puffed up her small chest in determination. Oh, it seems I've found the source of your troublemaking. The little one performed admirably, reminiscent of the spirited youth I once was. Come now, tell your sister. Who did you thrash this time? Receiving praise. Ji Xiaotian shyly wiggled her little body and began recounting her recent encounters, though not with anyone particularly formidable. While star-chasing with MOMO, she had encountered a few unsympathetic little Heavenly Dao beings, leading to some unnecessary skirmishes. If they hadn't banded together to beat me up, I would never have lost. Upon hearing about Ji Mo's star-chasing, the Emperor recalled the recent sudden overtime demands placed upon Han Mimi. It seemed I had found the culprit. Truly, the bane of their existence, constantly stirring up trouble. Huh, I knew it. GMO, you are undoubtedly my greatest nemesis. Someone who had overused medicinal oil now sported red, swollen eyes. Dumbledore could no longer bear to watch and, in resignation, cast a healing spell upon her. With her eyes restored to normal, GMO flashed a grateful smile at Dumbledore. Thank you. As she expressed her gratitude, she stuffed a large bag of lollipops into his hands, declaring it a gift meant for him. Just the sight of that enormous bag of candy caused Snape to foresee yet another round of late nights brewing dental potions loomed ahead. Before the Emperor could voice a request for her father to share half, Snape silenced her with a mere glance. No, you do not need any. Miss Grindelwald, consider your last lost baby tooth. I'm sure you do not wish to miss out on a feast due to a toothache. Without the need for further words, the Emperor instinctively withdrew her eager little hands. As GMO prepared for Snape's impending reprimand, she was taken aback when he merely prohibited her friend from asking for candy. Instead of the anticipated confrontation, she detected a hint of guilt in her companioness' eyes. No. She must have misread that. How could her friend, known for her terrible temper and lack of friends, have transformed in this manner? This woman before her must be an impostor. As the Emperor continued to smile foolishly at Snape, she was abruptly doused with a bucket of icy water. She needed no guesswork to identify the culprit. Back! What foul creature dares to drench my little O? Get away from her at once. Frowning, Snape pulled the drenched Emperor behind him, then quickly produced his wand, drying her off with a flick before turning his attention to the still exorcising GMO Miss MO. If your mind were functioning properly, you would realize that your current actions are not only discourteous, but also appear rather foolish. I would think no rational person would suddenly douse their friend with cold water in the frigid winter. Such behavior can only be perceived as a provocation. GMO did not respond to his words. Instead, she cast a terrified glance at Dumbledore, who was observing the scene. Uncle, the fiancé you mentioned, could it possibly be this Professor Snape? Surprised? This is nothing short of horrifying. Little O, what on earth do you see in him? GMO was baffled, unable to comprehend how the Emperor could have developed feelings for Professor Snape. She had always envisioned her dear O's future partner as a warm-hearted, sunny boy. How could it possibly be someone like Snape, insecure and sensitive? Rolling her eyes, the Emperor retorted, You, a single dog? Know nothing. My Severus is perfect in every way, gentle, erudite, courteous, and extraordinarily talented. With so many virtues, should I not strive to keep him close, lest someone else snatch him away? While aware of the Emperor's admiration for him, Snape found her exaggerated description somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, a wave of joy surged within him, prompting an involuntary smile to tug at his lips. Pink bubbles began to form, and GMO, despite her confusion, had to concede that the rapport between the two was remarkably harmonious. I had initially hoped to match you with that sword cultivator, but it seems that opportunity has passed. However, as for Professor Snape, I wouldn't mind a bit of ship. Would you be so kind, Professor Snape, as to grant me an autograph? You know, the kind that asks for signatures? GMO's sudden shift in demeanor left Snape momentarily speechless until he caught sight of a large character poster. While he did not recognize the figure depicted, he was familiar with the name Harry Potter. Although he was uncertain why she desired his signature, he obliged, signing his name out of consideration for her friendship with the Emperor. Under GMO's explanation, he even penned a few words of blessing. Just as he finished signing, the young girl promptly produced another poster, beaming as she presented it to Dumbledore. Chapter 331. The fanfiction CP wave has finally blown into Hogwarts. Gazing at the somewhat ambiguous yet overtly explicit scene in the image, even the ever-composed Dumbledore felt his cheeks flush with a hint of crimson. Are you not considering switching to another one? GMO initially thought she had mistaken her selection, meticulously scrutinizing it before resolutely nodding her head. No, this is the one. It has been unanimously endorsed by all of us as the most ethereal image. Uncle, this is the marriage certificate I specially crafted for you and the Emperor. You both must sign it together to imbue it with a sense of ceremony. Once I return home, those little miscreants will be utterly envious. Upon uttering these words, apart from the ever-understanding European emperor, the expressions of the other two individuals reflected profound bewilderment. Having never been pestered by fervent fans, they could hardly grasp the madness of idol worship. Albus, just sign it, and then hurry to send her away. I truly wish to spend not a second longer in her presence. The disdain was all too palpable, prompting the mischievous GMO to swiftly produce her bottle of essential oil, ready to apply it at the slightest provocation. This caused a flurry of panic among the little ones surrounding her. The first to act was the floral crown atop her head, as a slender vine extended its tendrils to ensnare GMO's hand holding the oil. Following suit was the ever-reliable kangaroo mother, who, with her robust right hand, seized the bottle of essential oil without a word and tossed it into her pouch. After a moment's hesitation, she produced an onion and gently placed it in GMO's hand. Evidently, the subject of the proposal from a European emperor had not registered with GMO, who seemed to remember it all too well. Perhaps it was the peculiar nature of the onion, but as GMO tore a small opening, a potent, pungent aroma swiftly filled the room. Snape instinctively shielded the European emperor behind him. A transparent barrier arose before the two of them. Alas, poor Dumbledore, who sensed something amiss, found tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. The mournful glances cast his way left Snape feeling somewhat uneasy. With a gentle click, everyone's attention shifted back to GMO, who was now holding a camera, tears streaming down her face as she captured Dumbledore from every conceivable angle. While snapping pictures, she was also issuing commands to the nearby black and white creature. Have you thought of caption? It must be something that stirs the imagination, understand? Let's make those little miscreants drool, and throw in a link for those who want the photo. They can exchange it for the essence of the world. As for the price, let us not be too greedy. Just 68,888. There will only be 10 copies available, and for any more they can bid. The highest bidder wins. The little creature nodded vigorously, its chubby hands flying across the keyboard. All right, MO. I promise to make sure those little miscreants willingly empty their pockets for us. What does this mean? Dumbledore questioned, perplexed. Can pictures of me actually be exchanged for money? Snape, evidently familiar with such antics, suppressed a smile. It appeared that the European emperor had seen this scenario unfold before. In her earlier days, she had aspired to profit in a similar manner. But lacking the flair for shipping couples and the professionalism of GMO's team, her attempts had fallen flat, leading her to abandon such lawful means of income. Indeed, she found that directly exerting influence over others was far more suited to her talents. Severus, you truly do not understand. Stay clear of this madwoman. Should she ever take a liking to you, my days would be far from pleasant. The mere thought of anyone entangled with GMO sent a shiver down the European emperor's spine. She was determined to safeguard her Severus, who knew whom GMO might suddenly decide to ship. If it turned out to be someone troublesome, it would certainly vex her. With that in mind, she took Snape's hand, intending to discreetly exit, leaving Dumbledore to fend for himself. May Merlin bless you. After all, the principle of a friend demise does not affect the Taoist is one you should understand. My dearest daughter, are you leaving just like that? The air fell into a tense silence as GMO turned to her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, silently conveying her grievances. Well, do you wish to meet Gellert? I shall contact him right away. A ship needs to be set afloat in person for it to feel genuine. What do you think? GMO's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her idol was about to unite. How could she possibly contain her exhilaration? All right, I will wait for you. Hurry back, for I long to hear your love story. Yours and Professor Snape's. Okay, I shall return promptly. Without allowing her to finish, the European emperor dragged Snape away, escaping the confines of the headmaster's office, leaving Dumbledore alone to face GMO, the fervent fan. As they stepped out of the office, Han Mimi's face appeared before them. Hey, what's the status? Did that person leave? Leave? Not a chance. This time, she has set her sights on my two fathers. By the looks of it, she stands to gain quite a bit, and I suspect she won't be leaving anytime soon. We're in for quite the adventure. Severus, we need to return to the office immediately. I must enhance your room with several protective charms. In the future, if you encounter that madwoman, remember to take a detour. You never know what outrageous antics she might pull. It was the first time Severus had witnessed the European emperor so anxious, further igniting his curiosity about GMO. Was she truly that fearsome? You seem quite terrified of her. Terrified? Hektarov, what ist? Who am I to fear her? It's just, how to put it? She possesses an odd talent that seems to counter mine. Do you understand? Not entirely, but I am exceedingly eager to learn about your history with her. So, Miss Grindelwald, might you have the time to personally enlighten me on this subject? I have delightful little confections prepared for you in my office, and if you are inclined, I believe I am ready to hear your tale. Lured by the promise of sweet treats, the European emperor contemplated for but a moment before graciously accepting the invitation. Ignoring Han Mimi, she led Snape back to the office, recounting her initial encounter with GMO left behind. Han Mimi scoffed. What a traitor to friendship. I wish you to be targeted by that crazy woman. With GMO's arrival, Hogwarts was once again engulfed in a whirlwind of excitement. The reason was simple, the plethora of fan fiction surrounding Harry Potter. This made GMO seem like a ferret lost in a melon patch, frantically pairing characters and selling the resulting images in her shop at a frenzied pace. Royal, you were not mistaken. Your friend is undoubtedly unhinged. Do you know what she asked me today? She actually wanted me to hug Harry for a photo. The fruit in the European Emperor's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it, this vile wind has indeed blown her into Hogwarts. Chapter 332, Caught Red-Handed. As the Christmas holidays commenced, most students opted to return home, while a few remained, eagerly anticipating this year's Christmas Eve. The European Emperor had been thoroughly tormented by GMO over the past few days, ultimately succumbing to her forceful insistence for a few days of quietude. At least the incessant orders had ceased, much to the relief of the little ones who had been randomly paired. However, the attention-seeking Lockhart welcomed GMO's presence with open arms, frequently gravitating toward her, claiming he had alleviated much of the European Emperor's troubles. Thus, even during lessons, he refrained from causing her any further distress. On Christmas Eve, the European Emperor unusually did not insist on Snape accompanying her for shopping. Instead, she ventured to Hogsmeade with Han Mimi for a leisurely stroll. The two, clad in vibrant winter coats, squatted beneath a pine tree, gazing at the lively crowd not far off, and sighed deeply. Han Mimi deftly produced a cigarette, presenting it before Oh Huang with a casual air. Here, would you like one? Upon receiving the cigarette, Oh Huang took a deep drag, relishing the sensation, having not indulged in such a vice for quite some time. Ah, refreshing, she exclaimed. I knew you craved this. The feeling of being forced to quit must be quite unpleasant. Wouldn't you agree? Why engage in romance when you could revel in singlehood? Just look at you now, so tightly reined in. Who would believe that the once fierce master of the Divine Punishment Hall has turned into such a compliant little darling? I can't help but wonder. What is it about Severus that has captivated you so? Oh Huang inhaled deeply before rolling her eyes dramatically. What do you know, you single dog? Severus is brimming with virtues, and it's perfectly natural for me to be enamored with him. It's merely a matter of correcting a few minor flaws, which I can certainly manage. Han Mimi scrutinized Oh Huang with a disdainful gaze, as if observing a lovesick fool, before abruptly inquiring, do you remember that flower demon? Oh Huang's smoking ceased abruptly, her face visibly contorting in dismay. Ugh, can we not discuss such a nauseating topic during this festive occasion? I never wish to hear about that fool again. It could very well lead to the world's destruction. Is that so? Yet in my eyes, your current demeanor bears a striking resemblance to that dim-witted flower demon. Unbeknownst to Han Mimi, this remark ignited a fierce reaction from Oh Huang, who hurled half the cigarette to the ground, following it with a heavy stomp. Hey, you star-crossed mischief maker. Jokes aside, if you dare to compare me to that worthless piece of trash, I shall not be so forgiving. Who resembles that imbecile? You better clarify. Ignoring Oh Huang's furious outburst, Han Mimi brushed the snow off her backside, muttering not a word, and sauntered into the crowd. Hey, clarify yourself. Don't just walk away. As the two distanced themselves, GMO's head cautiously peeked from behind a pine tree. Ah, I knew these two snuck out for a reason. Now I've caught them red-handed. Humph, if they think they can escape my vengeance by ditching me, they have another thing coming. Waving a clear photograph in hand, GMO nimbly descended, her matching floral coat making her conspicuously noticeable. Montag, should we return to the castle now? When we left, I overheard Harry mentioning something about researching tactics. I'm quite curious. Could you take me to inquire about it once we're back? If possible, I'd like to join their squad. With no reason to refuse her companion's request, GMO readily agreed, noting that the two seemed devoid of any plans for enjoyment. Returning to report would indeed be more entertaining, though she wondered if they would appreciate their Christmas gifts. After a few sinister chuckles, GMO led her companions back to Hogwarts without looking back. Upon returning to the potions classroom, Oh Huang discovered that calamity had struck. Severus was wearing a thunderous expression, scrutinizing a freshly developed photograph. His brow furrowed to the point of crushing a fly, unaware of the cause for his ire. Oh Huang entered only to be halted in her tracks by a stern Miss Grindelwald. Huh? What's wrong? I finished my homework, and the charms with Lockhart weren't my doing. The herbs in Professor Sprout's greenhouse weren't harvested by me, nor did I send Professor Flitwick those elevator shoes, or the catnip to Professor McGonagall. Stop. What I wish to discuss is not any of that. Severus found her self-incrimination both amusing and exasperating. Realizing that if he let her continue, he would likely have to summon her guardian. Oh, then there's nothing else. I've been with you recently. You know I've had no time for other pursuits. Letting out a secret sigh of relief, Oh Huang settled back in her chair, her relaxed demeanor eliciting a smile from Severus. Oh, is that so? Then I have a question for Miss Grindelwald. I wonder if you could enlighten me? Being addressed as Miss Grindelwald once again, in such a solemn tone, caused Oh Huang's heart to race anew as she racked her brain for any recent mischief she might have committed. Yet, it shouldn't be possible. She had arranged for someone else to take the blame, so Severus should be none the wiser. What got her eye? Was he attempting to deceive her? Clinging to her uncertainty, Oh Huang meekly replied, well, you can ask. I assure you I'll answer truthfully. In response to her anxiety, Severus gently placed the photograph before her. Each image depicted her in a state of blissful indulgence, exhaling smoke. She didn't need to guess who could have orchestrated such a scandalous act. It could only be that troublemaker GMO, feeling the weight of Severus's half-smirk. Oh Huang awkwardly averted her gaze, shifting slightly towards the door. Severus, latch me spline. That photograph is clearly doctored. I'm far too young to smoke. This must be a ploy by GMO to frame me. With both hands firmly planted on her desk, Severus trapped her within the confines of their proximity, their breaths mingling in the charged air. Oh, is that so? Yet, why do I detect a faint whiff of tobacco on you? Severus's sudden closeness captured all of Oh Huang's attention, her mind solely focused on his lips, which were tantalizingly close. Having been rebuffed from intimate contact due to her age, she now harbored a singular thought: seize the opportunity. However, Severus, fully aware of her intentions, deftly retreated a significant distance, leaving her awkwardly holding her arms in the air as if to embrace him. Ah, Severus, you must be doing this on purpose. What harm would it do for me to steal a kiss? Ignoring her petulant gaze, Severus returned to his seat, casually placing the incriminating photographs into a separate box. It must be said, GMO's photographic skills were remarkable. The images captured Oh Huang beautifully, even as she indulged in smoking, exuding an aura of artistry. This was a side of Oh Huang that Severus had never witnessed before, and he intended to keep it to himself. While I do not wholly disapprove of tobacco, you must be cautious regarding your age. Until you reach adulthood, it is prudent to refrain from such indulgences. The mention of age caused Oh Huang to regret her choices, pondering that had she dealt with this matter more forcefully from the start, she might now be a mother. As her frustration mounted, a small figure in another realm, diligently honing its skills, suddenly shivered, sensing a formidable adversary lurking in the shadows. It seemed wise for him to return home and reflect, lest he truly fall victim to a powerful enemy. Understood. But Severus, you know I am not truly a minor. My spirit and this body have nearly merged. Calling me underage seems rather inappropriate now. Perhaps I should summon that little one back to adjust my age? Regardless, he has always been rather casual about altering his age, so there should be no significant issue. The more he contemplated it, the more he found it reasonable. Action speaks louder than words, and thus, the fortunate one immediately began searching for the communication stone belonging to Xiao Tian in the confined space. Upon realizing her genuine intention, Snape felt compelled to interject. Enough. Do not disturb Xiao Tian's training. It is merely 5 years. I can wait for you. But I do not wish to wait. She retorted. Severus, your mindset is rather pessimistic. Are you truly not eager to bring me home as your wife? The directness of her question left Snape somewhat flustered. Sometimes, the straightforwardness of his fiancée proved to be quite disarming. Ahem, while I am indeed anxious, I would prefer that you relish this time of gradual growth. My dear, our future is vast, yet youth is fleeting. I wish to make up for the childhood you never experienced. I could not be part of your past, but now I wish to bestow upon you all my love. Her words profoundly touched the fortunate one, her large eyes shimmering with unshed golden tears. Even if you say that, my thoughts remain unchanged. Once Xiao Tian returns, I shall have him alter my age. Seeing her stubbornness, Snape rose and approached her, opening his arms. Do you need a hug? Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into his embrace. This was your initiative. Indeed, it was my initiative. You merely acquiesced to my desires. At least you are perceptive. I shall let you off this time. Excellent. I shall thank Miss Grindelwald then. Their moment was delightfully intimate when an abrupt knock on the door shattered the atmosphere. Damn it. Is there no rule in place that prohibits disturbing professors during their holidays? Can't we enjoy a moment of peace during the festivities? Frustrated by the interruption, the fortunate one flung open the door, only to see Harry darting into the office. He quickly locked the door behind him, adding several protective charms, before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Oh my goodness, you scared me. Cease. That friend of yours has gone mad. She insists on pairing me with Ginny and keeps insisting we take couple photos. Can you please intervene? If Hermione finds out, I might as well be dead. Sis, you must vouch for me. I harbor no feelings for Ginny at all. You know I only love Hermione." It was clear to her that it was yet another scheme orchestrated by GMO. The Fortunate One offered Harry a sympathetic glance and patted his shoulder, imparting sage advice. "Harry, when you cannot resist the whims of another, perhaps it is wise to adopt a different perspective. Since you cannot escape their grasp, why not seize the opportunity to profit? It is merely a matter of taking a few photographs. Bring Hermione along as well, and you might even earn some money. Oh, and make sure the price isn't too low. They have money, and asking for too little would be an affront." Harry, initially skeptical, quickly grasped the idea. Considering his comrades who were being pursued, he realized he needed to lend a hand. It was just a matter of being photographed. After all, who would refuse money? With clarity restored, Harry's eyes gleamed with a newfound desire for wealth. "You're right, sis. I will return and convene with those unfortunate souls, aiming to secure a substantial profit before the holiday concludes. Yes, go on, and do not come knocking on my door unless it is urgent. Handle your own affairs. Do not rely on others. It is the holiday season, and my Severus refuses to work overtime. Do you understand?" "Understood. I shall take my leave. You both continue your tasks." Just as Harry reached for the doorknob, he recalled GMO's inquiry about participating in the upcoming sports event. Sis, there is one more thing I wish to mention. GMO wants to join the sports event tomorrow. Which team do you think would suit her best? She wishes to participate?" The Fortunate One's mind raced, recalling GMO's impressive track record. If she were to join their team, there would be no need for strategy. Victory would be assured. Hesitation would be a disservice to her good fortune. "Of course, she shall join our team. Harry, go back and inform GMO that she has been accepted." "All right, I am on it." As the door closed, Harry was met with the sound of the Fortunate One cheering. It seems this year's championship trophy is secured. Chapter 334. Christmas Gifts. A fishing rod? On Christmas morning, the Fortunate One arrived at Snape's door with her gifts. In addition to the customary scarf, there was a fishing rod, an ordinary yet remarkably sturdy one, able to withstand the weight of thousands of pounds without breaking. Having never engaged in fishing, Snape examined the rod from every angle, but he could discern no other purpose for it. "This is a fishing rod?" Yes. "Severus, let us go fishing today." The memory of their previous half-finished competition ignited her enthusiasm. She was determined to win this time. With resolute determination, she grasped Snape's hand and led him toward the Black Lake, sharing fishing tips along the way. "Severus, do you understand? Do you need me to explain again?" "Yes, I comprehend. Your explanation is so thorough that anyone less than a fool would grasp it. Indeed, your intellect is exceptional, unlike me, who can only engage in brawls. But it suffices that one of us is clever. From now on, you shall strategize while I execute. Together, we shall conquer the world." The audacity of their words made it sound as if they intended to rule the globe. During their short journey, they received numerous Christmas gifts. Thanks to Professor O, Snape's popularity had soared compared to the past. Receiving thoughtful gifts from students undeniably lifted his spirits. However, this joy was short-lived when the Fortunate One received a love letter. Juan, this is a gift for you. I hope you will like it. Merry Christmas." "Oh, thank you. Merry Christmas." Watching the student dash away, she casually glanced at the pink gift box thrust into her hands. Curious, she muttered, "Why the rush? Is there something scandalous inside?" Her intrigue piqued, and she decided to open the gift. As she tore through the pink wrapping paper, she discovered a magical crystal ball containing a miniature model of Hogwarts. Enveloped in swirling snowflakes, with a bit of magic, the castle would come to life, revealing tiny wizards soaring on broomsticks around it. "Oh, this is rather interesting. It is merely average. If you like it, I shall craft a better one for you in the future," Snape suggested, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. "No need. This is sufficient. If you have time to make toys, you might as well spend more time with me. You have been dedicating more time to potions than to me lately, Severus. If this continues, I might just make a scene." The European monarch deliberately scrunched up her small face, tugging on Snape's robe as she began to shake it, exuding a palpable sense of petulance. Suddenly, a thin letter slipped from the pile of wrapping paper. "Oh, what is this?" Upon opening the letter, the contents revealed themselves. "Dear Monarch, from a moment I first laid eyes on you in the kitchen, I was profoundly captivated by your carefree demeanor. The sight of you puffing your cheeks while snatching dumplings was simply enchanting. I have never witnessed a girl consume food with such fervor as you do. And your prowess in delivering a punch is undeniably cool. At times, I ponder why the recipient of your blows cannot be me. Thus, on this special day, I wish to pose a question. Will you be my girlfriend? In the future, may I be your soul-punching bag? After reading the letter, the European monarch resembled an elderly gentleman riding the subway. This fellow, is he attempting to provoke me? Surely he is. Snape furrowed his brow. No, he is a pervert. I must keep my distance from him. My little fiancé is being coveted by others, which certainly dampens my mood. Hufflepuffs read, minus 200 points. Who exactly is this person? Does he not even leave his name when issuing a challenge? Did he not leave a name? Snape scrutinized the letter closely, confirming that it bore no signature. Severus, do you remember who he is? Of course not. I have taught countless students. How could I possibly remember each one's name? That is true. He likely does not belong to the top echelon of scholars nor the abject failures. He must fall somewhere in the middle, perhaps a third-year student. Mediocre in studies, yet fond of sneaking into the kitchen. Aren't we supposed to go fishing? Let us set these matters aside for now. Tell me more about fishing techniques. Upon hearing this, the European monarch perked up, dismissing the identity of the student as irrelevant. What mattered was that today, she must catch a big fish. Just 2 pounds would suffice. Noticing her shift in focus away from searching for the little wizard, Snape quietly exhaled with relief. As they strolled towards the Black Lake, they found that others were already present. Han, Mimi, and Tao Dai had evidently been there for quite some time, as suggested by the fishing rod propped up on one side. Clearly, they had already caught something. Severus, come taste the freshly made fish soup. It is exceptionally delicious, the chef cheerfully beckoned. The moment the pot lid was lifted, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and thanks to Tao Dai's usual feeding, he was now able to sample the fish from the Black Lake with an unflinching demeanor. Is it strange to encounter a Dementor and Voldemort? At least the fish here can be considered relatively normal ingredients, can't they? They're not mermaids, merely fish with somewhat peculiar appearances. He can manage that. Severus, go enjoy some soup to tide you over. I will arrange our fishing gear, and once it's ready, I will call for you. All right, be careful not to fall into the icy lake. The European monarch made an okay gesture before happily scampering off to the lakeside. Fantong, observing this, hesitantly asked, Severus, are you going to accompany the buzzcut to fish? Yes. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Indeed, there is a significant one. On this festive occasion, why engage in such troublesome pursuits? Severus, listen to me, let's not go. If you truly have nothing better to do, why not allow me to take you on a tour of another world? The more he listened, the more off-putting it became. Could the European monarch's fishing somehow lead to world destruction? That seems unlikely. Her Christmas gift to me this year was a fishing rod. Well, my anxious heart has finally settled. Fantong patted Snape's arm and earnestly advised, Brother, take care. No matter how bizarre things may become, do not be astonished. Is all the buzzcut's doing? Oh, may Merlin protect me. I sincerely hope that fellow doesn't come to join the fray. Or else no. I must secure this area to avoid incurring repair costs later. Fantong left this cryptic remark as he departed, rummaging for the spiritual stones and array flags needed to set up a large formation. Chapter 335. The unique physique of a European monarch and Han Mimi. Once everything was prepared, Snape finally cast out his first line. The sensation was quite peculiar, yet predominantly tedious. Were it not for accompanying the European monarch, he doubted he would engage in such a meaningless endeavor in his lifetime. Given a choice, he would prefer to remain by his cauldron, witnessing the emergence of a flawless potion. Hey, Severus, if you wish to catch fish, come closer to me. Don't stay too near the European monarch. It's bad luck. Without hesitation, Snape firmly rejected Tao Dai's invitation. His primary mission today was to accompany his future fiancée in fishing. How could he sit beside someone else? What is little fiancée? No, I believe the spot is perfectly fine. You still have guests, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to intrude, would it? Han Mimi cast a knowing look at Snape, as if to say, good for you. Indeed, chef, mind your own business regarding their affairs. Just focus on your fishing. Did you not claim that you could catch big fish weighing over 100 pounds? Yet here I am, waiting for 3 hours, and I haven't seen a single fish. Where are they? With a firm flick of her wrist, Han Mimi cast her line, appearing to be an experienced player. Though her skills remained uncertain, Tao Tai first shifted his position in disdain, then grumbled with great annoyance. Why can't I catch a big fish? Do you truly lack any sense of reality? With your streak of bad luck, it's almost on par with a buzzcut. If I managed to catch a big fish, it would be nothing short of a miracle. For your sake, if you know what's good for you, keep your distance. I have no desire to be associated with you. Also, you were the one who drank the most fish soup. How can you claim I haven't caught any fish? Do you truly feel no guilt? Huh, those few little minnows hardly qualify as fish. Don't get too cocky. If you keep boasting, you want to even catch a small fish. Do you believe that? After tossing some corn kernels into the lake, Taodai continued to stab at Han Mimi's heart. Hey, can we have a little professionalism here? I'm fishing quite well, and yet you two are just bickering. What is the point? You've scared all the big fish away. I might as well not fish at all. If you don't want to get beaten up, keep quiet. My big fish is about to bite. As soon as those words left her mouth, the European monarch's bobber turned black, causing the two who understood her luck to change their expressions drastically. Oh no, we're doomed. Quick retreat. Regrettably, their movements were not as swift as the other's hook. An animal carcass, long deceased, was nonchalantly pulled up, emitting an odor so foul it could scarcely be described, akin to a fermenting latrine, and in comparison, even worse. Taodai could not contain himself and inadvertently vomited into the lake. Hurry, hurry, throw that thing back. With a deft flick of his wand, Snape sent the grotesque mass back into the water. Then, still shaken, he retrieved a mint candy and placed it into the European monarch's mouth. The refreshing sensation swiftly brought her back to reality, dispelling the haze of the stench. Is there not a single creature living in this lake that cleans up after itself? Why do they allow such filth to accumulate in such a vast black lake? Can't one find a fish with a penchant for cleanliness to address this issue? After all, I finally got a bite, only to pull up such a thing. I'm about to lose my temper. As she uttered those words, she had already begun to roll up her sleeves and remove her shoes. Had it not been for Severus Snape's quick reflexes in pulling her back, she would likely have leaped into the water. Calm down, Your Majesty. That was merely an accident. The Black Lake is home to many magical creatures. The one you caught was likely someone else's sustenance. Trust me, with your next cast, you will undoubtedly reel in a big fish. This was just a fluke, and you must have faith in your abilities. When it came to her fishing prowess, the so-called Empress felt a pang of insecurity as she poked at her fingers. To be candid, this catch was fairly typical in the past. She had only managed to haul in fragments of people of various packaging, no less. Ha ha ha, you catch a big fish? Severus, do you even hear what you're saying? Let me put it plainly. Her record fish is hardly the size of a pinky finger. If she were to catch a large fish, it would be far easier for you to simply strive for yourself. Han Mimi's laughter was anything but subtle, and thus, instead of receiving a pair of bunny slippers, she was greeted with a pure gold brick. If you can't speak intelligently, then kindly keep your mouth shut. At least I can catch fish, unlike you, who can't even manage to reel in a fry. And here you are, mocking others. How shameless. Severus, let us ignore her. It's bad luck. My big fish must have been scared off by her. Snape paid no heed to their squabbling. As long as the Empress refrained from jumping into the icy lake, he would comply with her every word. After being struck on the head by the golden brick, Han Mimi decided to overlook her companion's rudeness for the sake of this unexpected windfall. Did you see that, Chef? She's caved in, using such a large gold brick to silence me. The glutton shifted uncomfortably, expressing disdain for the two unfortunate souls. I see. Now, could you kindly distance yourself from me? Your dark fortune is already affecting me. That won't do. Chef, I mean no offense. But what age are we living in that you still believe in such superstitions? We must trust in science. All this talk of fortune is mere nonsense. The glutton smirked disdainfully. It would be far more convincing if, while making such claims, you could remove all those talismans of fortune, wealth, and luck from your person. As Han Mimi prepared to pour herself a hefty bottle of luck potion, she awkwardly turned her head away. Well, I merely intended to let these talismans bask in the sunlight. Sure, whatever you say. Ignoring Han Mimi any further, the glutton cast her fishing line far into the water. Time passed, and the rabbit and Fantong managed to reel in 8 sizable fish, while the 2 others had yet to catch a single one. During this time, the Empress repeatedly requested to swap places, but to no avail, she remained fishless. Just as she was on the verge of despair, GMO strolled over with her menagerie, leisurely ambling along. Oh, how charming. A group fishing expedition, and no one thought to inform me? Fishing is my absolute favorite. Little O, quickly. Lend me a rod so I can cast a few lines for fun. The only response she received was the back of the Empress's head. Chapter 336. The reason for GMO's isolation. Upon the Empress's unilateral declaration of isolating GMO, everyone was forcefully instructed not to lend her a fishing rod. Fully aware of the reason behind her targeting, GMO clicked her tongue and casually plopped down beside them. Then, to everyone's astonishment, her broccoli earrings suddenly fell off, transforming right before their eyes into a lush, sprawling tree. Little Mo, here, use this to fish. A 2-meter-long wooden stick, perfectly sized for her grasp, was presented to GMO simultaneously, A slender vine extended from the flower crown atop her head. Little Mo, I could be your fishing line. All right, good girl. When I catch a big fish, I'll have the chef cook it for you all. Suddenly assigned to work, the glutton protested. Such a significant matter, and no one thought to consult my opinion? Is this appropriate? Clearly, GMO had no intention of seeking anyone's input, turning instead to cheerfully tie the vine to the wooden stick. At that moment, she realized she lacked a fishing hook. Oh, I just remembered. Are we missing something? Yixiao. Do you have any hooks or bait? The kangaroo G shout song rummaged through her pouch, but regrettably found nothing. Mo, let us just fish like this. We never intended to catch anything anyway. We're merely here to enjoy their company. Whether or not we have hooks or bait makes little difference. Besides, even without those, you should still be able to catch a big fish. Recalling her passive skill of catching fish with empty hands, GMO ceased to fret over the absence of hooks. After casually casting her line, she shifted her attention away from the water's surface and focused instead on the Empress and Snape. One must admit, the sight of the two of them fishing together amidst the serene surroundings evoked a sense of tranquil nostalgia. A few soft clicks captured this moment for eternity. Suddenly, the Empress's fishing rod began to stir once more, to prevent a repeat of the earlier mishap. Snape was prepared to toss anything back into the lake at a moment's notice. Fortune smiled upon her at last. This time, she had indeed hooked a fry. It appeared to be not yet a month old. Yet, even this small fry sent the Empress into a frenzy of excitement. She rushed over to Han Mimi, her face alight with smugness as she began to boast. Ha. Did you see that, you jinx? This is pure skill. Han Mimi shot a wordless glance at the fish and replied with a dismissive pout. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. You're amazing, the best of the best. Happy now? Just release that thing before it suffocates. Huh, the defeated. Jinx, your face is now painted with jealousy towards me. Alas, what can I say? The goddess of fortune simply favors me more. Oh ho. It seems you'll be going home empty-handed once again. Han Mimi's lips twitched, truth be told. She felt no jealousy over such a small fry. Yet this madwoman's obsession with fish was so intense that to avoid unwarranted targeting, she had no choice but to humor her wild antics. Indeed, you truly possess a rare talent in this regard. I cannot compare at all. Therefore, for the safety of that fish in your hand, could you kindly place it in the bucket? No need for a fish net. I fear it may slip through the gaps. With a chuckle, the glutton, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having showcased her trophy, the Empress shot a disdainful glance at him before happily returning to her seat. Upon her return, she realized that in the mere minutes she had been away, Snape had silently reeled in 2 substantial fish, each weighing around a pound. Well, at least they were larger than the fry in her hands. Wow, Severus, did you catch all these? You're incredible. I've never caught anything this big before. You truly are a genius. Whatever you do, you are always the best. The Empress's flattery was on point, and the smile tugging at Snape's lips dazzled those around him. GMO, bored, gave her fishing rod a shake and muttered, It's just fishing. How hard can it be? You just need hands. The moment those words left her lips, she felt a tug on her line. Oh, is this my catch? With a firm yank, the surface of the lake erupted in splashes, and soon, a massive fish head broke through the water surface. With a resounding splash, a massive fish weighing around 100 pounds was unceremoniously hauled onto the shore. Han Mimi, witnessing the spectacle, was so incensed that her lips twitched uncontrollably as she exclaimed, Ha! Here we go again. GMO, you walking bug, with your overpowered aura. I knew it would end like this. Now, we have quite the show to behold. The Euro Emperor cast a glance at GMO's stark and rudimentary fishing line, his cheeks puffing in indignation. You didn't even use a hook. How on earth did you catch it? You'd best provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I may just lose my temper. Unfazed by the Euro Emperor's threats, GMO nonchalantly pointed at the fish's mouth and replied, It bit onto my little vine by itself, and with a simple tug, it came right up. I didn't need a hook at all. She sighed, honestly, this fish is a bit too large for my taste. I prefer those mini ones you caught earlier. They offer a sense of accomplishment when raised. Little Euro, as friends, why don't you teach me how to catch those smaller fish, all right? With a crack, someone's fragile pride shattered. At that moment, Snape finally understood why the Euro Emperor harbored such disdain for Miss M.O. Her pretentious demeanor was simply infuriating. UI. The expletives were indeed rather crude, prompting the little vine to cover GMO's ears. To prove her fishing prowess, the Euro Emperor issued a challenge. What followed was a remarkable scene. Snape, the esteemed master of potions, set up his cauldron by the Black Lake, preparing a fish attractant for the honor of his fiancée, marking the first time he brewed something other than potions in his cauldron. Han Mimi shared the same sentiments as the Euro Emperor, determined to defeat Mo's overpowered antics, and resolutely joined the competition. The remaining participants appointed themselves as judges, meticulously arranging scoreboards, making it appear as though this were a friendly match to any onlooker. As the competition commenced, the Euro Emperor and Han Mimi, drawing on their years of fishing experience, concocted a fragrant fish bait, with Snape's freshly brewed attractant. They cast their lines with confidence. Meanwhile, GMO appeared much more casual. Without a hook or bait, she simply tossed her line into the water without any effort. To everyone's astonishment, a frenzy of large fish leaped onto the shore in a chaotic rush. Consumed by jealousy, the battle was about to erupt. The sheer number of fish overwhelmed GMO, surrounding her entirely. The pungent odor nearly knocked her off her feet. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the little vine, which swiftly lifted her into a tree, she would have been the first to suffer psychological trauma from the fish. Goodness, are the fish in this lake insane? Professor Snape, are you certain your attractant was intended for little Euro? Surely you didn't accidentally pour it all over here? However, this complaint, when heard by the other two fishers, transformed in tone. The Euro Emperor, in her jealousy, gripped her fishing rod so tightly it warped, while Han Mimi's rod snapped in two. Their discontent was palpable. Snape, too, couldn't help but admire Mo's extraordinary luck. In all his years, he had never encountered someone whose fortune rivaled hers. It seemed as though, whenever she desired it, the universe conspired to grant her every blessing. No wonder the Euro Emperor preferred not to engage with her. Such disparity would leave anyone feeling discontented. I don't believe I'm muddled to such an extent. This situation is merely a testament to Miss Mo's own capabilities, unrelated to me. Sighing, she mused, oh, my unmatched charisma. Little Euro, don't lose heart. I believe that with effort, you both can surpass me. Keep at it. What greeted her was a barrage of excrement from the Euro Emperor and Han Mimi. Yes, you read that correctly, an actual pile of dung, and one that reeked horrendously. They had amassed quite the collection, enough to bury GMO alive. It was clear how intense their animosity had grown, especially as her luck overshadowed theirs. Ah, you two rascals, throwing dung at me again. Didn't we agree not to do that? If you can't handle the game, don't be surprised when I retaliate. With that, GMO sprang onto the trunk of a nearby tree, waving her hand. Little Sky, rise. Show your ancestors your prowess. Group, Little Me and Little Song, encircle that woman Han Mimi. Today, I will ensure she experiences the taste of being pelted with dung. Little Vine, assist Little Sky. May and I will provide you with energy. Even Merlin himself wouldn't be able to stop me from leveling the score today. As the chaotic battle commenced, Snape was still reeling from the shock of his fiancée throwing dung when, in a blink, they were already embroiled in a free-for-all. Eager to intervene, he raised his wand, only to be stopped by the onlookers, including the ever-watchful Phantom. Not only that, but the communication stone from the gluttonous creature flickered to life. Soon, an excited shout echoed. Albus, hurry and bring Grindelwald here to the Black Lake. Your daughter has gone mad. She's playing with dung. In the headmaster's office, the two fathers, who had been enjoying tea and snacks, were immediately stunned by the news. Grindelwald choked on his tea, spraying it across the newspaper in his hands. What is Ares saying? The Emperor's playing with what? Zoom. Is it the same thing I'm thinking? Wasn't she off fishing with that little scoundrel Snape? How did she end up with that? Dumbledore, equally astonished, had no time to tend to Grindelwald's disarray. His mind was preoccupied with the image of the Euro Emperor covered in filth. I cannot dwell on this any longer. If I do, I may never want to see that girl again. With a swift motion, Dumbledore leaped out the window. Ever since he became a father, the once composed headmaster had lost much of his steadiness. Back at the Black Lake, Snape's immediate response after the glutton's report was to flee with the Euro Emperor. Yet, the onlookers, eager for the spectacle, would not allow him to spoil their amusement. Thus Snape, the sole variable, was swiftly confined. As the rabbit controlled the recording stone, it earnestly implored, "Oh, Severus, don't be such a killjoy. Look how much fun they're having. We haven't witnessed such a grand spectacle in centuries. We simply cannot let you ruin it. Just sit back and enjoy. I assure you, nothing will go awry." Snape, resigned, thought, even if a fight breaks out, surely we shouldn't resort to such filth. Is this how you gods play? The rabbit chuckled, keeping the origin of this foul idea to itself. Long ago, the Euro Emperor's infamous throw had caused GMO to evade her for 100 years. Had it not been for the later corruption of the little vine, this chaotic brawl would never have transpired. Filth? To the plants, those substances were akin to delectable roasted chicken legs. If you contemplate this perspective, do you still consider it to be unsavory? What we are engaged in is entirely philanthropic. Severus was at a loss for words, ultimately responding with a mere, By the time Albus and Grindelwald arrived, they had yet to utter a word when an unexpected and fresh projectile hurtled towards them. Fortunately, their reflexes were sharp. Otherwise, had that object struck them in the face, all present would have likely faced dire consequences. Cease at once. Albus's command did not elicit a response from the crowd. The bloodthirsty individuals were consumed by an obsession to bury their adversaries in filth. Grindelwald had already drawn his wand, only to be pulled aside by a gluttonous figure. After recounting the grievances among the three individuals from beginning to end, Grindelwald's desire to intervene dissipated, replaced instead by a wish to assist his daughter. It was preposterous. Miss Mo was far too overbearing. All his daughter wished for was to fish. She could have merely enjoyed the spectacle from the sidelines. Why did she insist on meddling? Was she not merely leveraging her own talents to vex others? Sensing her husband's unspoken thoughts, Albus felt compelled to intervene. Gellert, this is merely a trivial dispute among children. You wouldn't dare to interfere, would you? With his intentions exposed, Grindelwald quickly donned a facade of righteousness, assuring, of course, I would never interfere. Albus, you know I have always respected the choices of the young. You best adhere to that. As the onlookers increased by 2, the battle on the side of the lucky one escalated to a fever pitch. In Chapter 338, the challenge, GMO, fighting against 2 opponents, soon gained the upper hand without resorting to any spells, relying solely on her speed. Han Mimi and the Lucky One found themselves at a disadvantage. The situation was dire. The little vine, having turned dark, could effortlessly dissolve the entire mess, providing GMO with an impenetrable barrier. In contrast, Han Mimi and the Lucky One had far too many concerns to juggle, needing to be wary of the opponent's swarm tactics while also guarding against returning projectiles, making it only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. After narrowly dodging another close encounter with the black and white creature, Han Mimi chose to abandon this futile struggle. Unlike the Lucky One, who possessed a reckless disregard for death, she feared that being struck by that thing would send her into madness. Coupled with GMO's absurd luck, the 2 unfortunate souls wisely opted to retreat. Stop. GMO, you've won this round. Urge them to cease. The Lucky One, still striving for dominance, nearly launched a projectile at his allies upon hearing this declaration. What do you mean, you star-crossed one? Are you conceding? I assure you, this matter is far from over. It will be either her demise or mine. I shall fight her to the bitter end. Ha! Lucky One, you should clarify. The one you are battling to the end with is me. In this situation, the advantage lies with me as well. Your defeat is simply a matter of time. Overly exuberant, GMO nearly toppled from her perch, only saved by the swift actions of the little vine, which caught her slender waist. Ahem, Severus, that was excessive. She merely retaliated against your Lucky One's attack. There was no need for you to resort to underhanded tactics. Should she fall from such a height, she'd certainly require a lengthy stay in the infirmary, where, I ask, is the gentlemanly demeanor. This hardly aligns with decorum. Although the glutton's critique was belated, it landed. Severus cast a sidelong glance at the hidden hand of the other, uttering nothing, yet his half-smile evoked a sense of guilt. Halt! If you 2 wish to continue, do so at your leisure. I shall not involve myself further. Why squander this beautiful moment in such a lovely winter scene by engaging in such filth with you 2? Clearly, I must have been driven mad by you. I have regained my senses now. Thus the stage is yours. I shall take my leave. With Han Mimi's withdrawal, Albus swiftly seized the opportunity, stepping between the 2 still eager to continue, proposing a compromise. Oh, dear children, I believe no one desires to hurl filth at one another on such a splendid holiday as Christmas, do they? Though I'm unaware of the nature of your disputes, I suggest that if a victor must be determined, why not substitute the filth with snowballs? At tonight's snowball event, I am confident you shall find it most enjoyable. What say you? Noticing the chaos around them, the Lucky One resolved to heed his father's suggestion, vowing to triumph over GMO in a fair competition later that evening. Very well, GMO, in light of Albus's authority, I shall grant you a reprieve. However, at tonight's event, luck shall not be on your side. I shall ensure you are thoroughly challenged. Event? What event? I never agreed to this. You. Before GMO could retort any further, the little vine promptly muted her. It had expended too much energy and could no longer purify that mess. It was wise to withdraw now. They could always seek revenge later that evening. G. Montauk. Agree to it. Sensing her companion's futile struggle, GMO abandoned her earlier defiance and acquiesced to Albus's suggestion. Very well. In light of my idol's name, I shall temporarily overlook your insolence. However, I assure you, during the competition tonight, I shall show no mercy. Prepare yourself. Chapter 339. A father's profound love for his daughter. After the battle paused, Albus gazed at the remnants of filth strewn about, pondering how his sweet, gentle daughter could find pleasure in hurling such substances at others. It was simply unfathomable. Severus, adept at reading between the lines, could discern the turmoil within Albus merely by observing his expression. With a flick of his wand, the chaotic battlefield was restored to its former state. Grindelwald expressed satisfaction, though his gaze towards the lucky one remained one of perplexity. It was no wonder. He had never encountered such a spectacle. Any rational wizard would eschew such a filthy method of combat. So, shall the contest continue? If not, may I take that pile of fish? The glutton's untimely inquiry drew ire from the crowd, particularly from the lucky one and Han Mimi, who harbored the deepest grievances. GMO, however, appeared more composed, waving her hand dismissively as she replied, "If you desire them, take as many as you wish. They are hardly in short supply. Is it enough? If not, I can certainly fish up a few more." Hearing that he could acquire more, the glutton's eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily disregarding the glares of his companions, consumed instead by his yearning for a multitude of fish. Is that permissible? If so, do supply me with a few more. You know I have quite a few to feed. It would be remiss not to take advantage of this opportunity. GMO, who had always been cared for by others, found it difficult to relate, yet she was more than willing to oblige with a simple wave of her hand. Thus, the two reached an amicable agreement. While the lucky one, plagued by a lack of bites, nearly broke his fishing rod in frustration, Albus, observing GMO's bait sinking into the water without a ripple, was about to suggest there were no fish present when suddenly a large fish leaped high before them, splashing water everywhere in a dazzling display. In stark contrast stood GMO, who this time made no pretense, casually tossing a vine into the water from the shore, prompting a frenzy of large fish to leap onto the bank in a desperate display. Their speed was such that it seemed they feared being left behind. Grindelwald finally comprehended the collapse of his little girl. Such occurrences would drive anyone to madness. "My dear, this endeavor does not suit you. Perhaps we should abandon it. Your father, Albus, has acquired a new type of candy. Would you care to sample it?" "I refuse. Today, I am determined to catch a fish to show you all." The overly stimulated and somewhat deranged luck-bringer glared, her eyes ablaze with fury. Snape, silent, merely retrieved his cauldron and began brewing potions. The enticing aroma of the fish lure was so delightful that even the gluttonous would be tempted. Yet, despite this, not a single fish in the Black Lake took the bait. Ultimately, Dumbledore had no choice but to intervene personally. After a slight expenditure, he managed to allure a communicative mermaid to bite the luck-bringer's hook. As the mermaid emerged from the water, Dumbledore clearly observed the astonishment on his daughter's face. "Ah, Aficio Macau, Dithiosa. I caught a fish, and it's a big one, a truly enormous fish." GMO, upon being addressed, lazily glanced over and lost interest. Too ugly. It did not meet her aesthetic standards, and even a second glance was displeasing. However, she dutifully exclaimed, "Ah, how impressive. It's worth 10 of my fish." Immersed in her joyous emotions, the luckbringer paid no heed to the insincerity in GMO's tone. Her singular focus was on nurturing the ugly fish on her hook. Thus, the mermaid, who had merely been an extra in this fishing farce, inadvertently found herself ensnared in a new role. By the time she realized her predicament, she had already been placed in a breeding facility within space. Upon seeing that she was alive, Xuanwu immediately unleashed his potential for pig rearing, cheerfully taking the fish for onboarding training. Dumbledore mused, "Let it be. If the child is happy, I shall indulge her. As for the mermaid's kin, I shall address that later. As long as the benefits are sufficient, there should be no issues." Mainville, Han Meimi, witnessing the unfolding truth, felt as if she were turning into a sour lemon. Why had she not landed such a wonderful father? Overwhelmed by jealousy, she instinctively sought to hinder her companions, but just as she opened her mouth, Snape silenced her with a tongue-locking spell. Then came the warning from the rabbit. "Hey, I advise you to be kind. Don't force us to strike you when our dear Ping 2 is at her happiest." The rabbit was correct. Our Ping 2 is currently a fragile little princess. If you do not wish to be besieged by 3 formidable wizards, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. Unable to speak, Han Mimi was internally screaming her mind, "Damn. After all this familiarity, you lot are scheming against me, aren't you? And what is up with Snape? When did his strength become so formidable? ISNT this a low-level plane? You all haven't been feeding him potions, have you?" Perpetually missing the point, Han Mimi's attention was completely drawn to Snape. Those who knew her tendencies were not the least surprised. "I haven't taken any potions, but my strength has been cultivated through diligent training." Snape addressed her, "Miss Han, if possible, kindly refrain from engaging in unpleasantries during others' moments of joy." Snape's sudden interjection rendered Mimi's outcry silent for a moment, followed by a barrage of inquiries. You can even communicate mentally? My heavens! That unfortunate soul has always claimed you possess extraordinary talent. I was skeptical, but it appears you are indeed a genius. Professor Snape, might you disclose your current capabilities? To this inquiry, Snape did not refuse to respond. He had no objection to sharing some inconsequential information if it would silence her for a while. The two exchanged dialogues concerning cultivation, and with each passing moment, Mimi's eyes sparkled brighter, ultimately leading her to produce paper and pen. The oblivious luck-bringer, witnessing this scene, briefly assumed she had driven GMO to madness. Thus, the fishing farce culminated in the luck-bringer capturing a mermaid, conclusively drawing the curtain on the event. After departing from the Black Lake, the group proceeded grandly to the headmaster's office. In anticipation of the snowball sports meet that evening, GMO proposed a wager. How do you all perceive my wager? The loser must unconditionally comply with the victor's demands for an entire day. Of course, this is contingent upon not harming anyone's interests. What say you, little O? Shall we wager? Upon hearing the terms of the wager, the luckbringer's mind was consumed with visions of her victorious countenance, leaving no room for other considerations. The mere thought of enslaving GMO ignited her combative spirit, prompting her to accept the challenge without hesitation. Just wait to be my servant. Severus, let us proceed. In pursuit of a decisive victory that evening, the luckbringer resolved to refine her side's tactical issues. After dismissing a cadre of adversaries, Grindelwald eagerly offered GMO a cup of normally sweetened black tea. You seem quite confident about tonight's contest. While I must admit this might dampen our morale, I must forewarn you, my daughter possesses formidable strength. If we rely solely on the prowess you've displayed today, our chances of victory appear slim. In response to Grindelwald's caution, GMO merely waved her hand dismissively, taking a hearty sip of tea before replying nonchalantly, "Is it truly difficult to win? It's simply a matter of having hands. Great Grindelwald, just await the fruits of victory. The rest is entrusted to me, all right?" This unabashed confidence instilled a subtle pressure upon two renowned figures in the magical realm. It seemed that tonight's competition would be nothing short of spectacular. As time progressed, GMO regaled the two naive original inhabitants with numerous tales of her escapades in other worlds. Upon hearing these accounts, Dumbledore and Grindelwald finally grasped why their little girl exhibited such aversion towards Miss M.O., and they developed a newfound understanding of her concept of maxed-out luck. Meanwhile, back in the potions classroom, the luckbringer promptly summoned Xiao Chan, who had been wandering aimlessly with an un. Even the little classmate who had been idling at Newt's side was not overlooked. Surveying the crowded room, the luckbringer finally wore a smile brimming with determination. Well, since everyone is here, I shall say a few words. This evening's battle is one we must win, not lose. Should anyone dare cause trouble now, do not blame me for my wrath. Tonks, I need you to set up a great ban on spirit magic. Tonight, Hogwarts shall tolerate no deviation from the principles that pesky fellow has concocted. Chef, take Rabbit and the Broom Star to refine the formation. As for you, Harry and Draco, your sole task is to prepare ample ammunition for our little ones. Severus and I shall lead the charge, while you and Hinny will execute a surprise attack. Our primary target will be those peculiar individuals surrounding GMO, particularly that vine. It is the most insidious. Be extremely cautious of its ubiquitous tendrils. Little Bao, your only task is to visit Feng Chi. You know what to do. I understand. Rest assured, my esteemed leader. I assure you that I will charm him thoroughly, ensuring he remains steadfastly devoted to the enemy, dedicating his strength to their cause. The mere thought of the devastating prowess of Feng Chi, that incompetent fool, seems to have ignited visions of victory in the heart of the fortunate one. Yet, it remains uncertain whether GMO's aura can withstand the overwhelming presence of such a pitiful deity. After everyone had received their tasks, they gradually departed to fulfill their respective missions. As night fell, the young wizards who had not returned home instinctively gathered at the Quidditch pitch, seamlessly dividing into two teams. Drawing from past experiences, some of the more agile-minded youngsters began surreptitiously stockpiling ammunition for their side. With no elaborate preamble, the battle commenced with a thunderous cry from the fortunate one, piercing the night. In an instant, snowballs fell like rain, and the young wizards, devoid of magic and spiritual power, experienced for the first time the exhilarating sensation of physical combat. The raw ferocity of hand-to-hand combat spurred these youngsters on, leading them to lose all semblance of control. Witnessing this, the fortunate one felt an intensified battle spirit, brandishing her engineering shovel as she charged towards the enemy, GMO. Her objective was crystal clear from the outset. Eliminate this nuisance from the game, and victory would be theirs. My goodness, little O, are you serious? It's merely a match. Must you exert yourself so? She exclaimed. Oh dear, strike not the face. If you're aiming for my head, I shall retaliate. Forced into retreat, GMO swung his whip while uttering inconsequential banter. However, the fortunate one, having learned from previous encounters, paid no heed to his provocations. The speed with which she wielded her shovel accelerated, creating afterimages in its wake. Hey, what does your silence supposed to mean? It's just a match. If you desire to win so fervently, you could simply say so. Given my fondness for you, I would gladly concede. There is no need for you to exhaust yourself to the point of barely touching a corner of their robes. Oh, perhaps I was a bit harsh. You, silence. You're far too noisy. GMO's incessant chatter only served to elevate the fortunate one's ire. It was only after she successfully delivered a playful blow to his backside that his incessant prattling finally quieted. Meanwhile, Snape, confronted by two formidable adversaries, calmly drew a gleaming silver spear, a weapon notably absent from either of their arsenals. Jealousy fueled his prowess, as the sword in Grindelwald's grasp sang with anticipation, reflecting the turmoil within its master. You little brat, I've heard your marksmanship has improved. Allow me to assess your progress today. Snape replied with measured composure. Please, be my guest. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of strikes. As for Dumbledore, he found himself ensnared by Mimi. In her fervor to subjugate GMO, was undeterred by the prospect of battling an idol. With designated roles, the Slytherin team exhibited remarkable unity. As the battle neared its climax, it seemed that fate had sealed their outcome. Yet, fate, that capricious entity, favored GMO Gilderoy Lockhart, that flamboyant peacock, entered the fray, accompanied by his ill fortune. Having spent his first Christmas Eve at school, eager to flaunt his abilities before his adoring fans, he dressed meticulously after enjoying a sumptuous feast and cheerfully made his way to the banquet hall. To his surprise, the hall was devoid of people, save for a congregation of ghosts huddled in a corner, engrossed in something. Driven by curiosity, he strode confidently into the midst of the spectral assembly, inciting their collective wrath. Peeves, the notorious poltergeist, promptly hurled a dung ball at him, a delightful gift he had received from the twins that day, and surprisingly effective for the purpose of annoyance. Oh, Merlin's lace-trimmed tights, Peeves. How dare you assault a professor with such a thing? That is utterly disrespectful. I must bring this matter to Dumbledore's attention. Having narrowly dodged the projectile, Lockhart's countenance soured, lamenting how close he had come to soiling his carefully arranged robes with such filth. Peeves, indifferent to the sudden appearance of this professor, was fully aware of the disdain the fortunate one held for him. Oh, but Professor Lockhart, might I remind you? It was you who rudely intruded upon our gathering, and as a result, I accidentally dropped my Christmas gift. How can you accuse me of attacking you? That is a gross misrepresentation. If anyone should seek redress from Dumbledore, it is I. Indeed, we all witnessed your abrupt intrusion, which startled Peeves, chimed in a voice. As bloodied Barrow twirled his short sword with lethal grace, his gaze towards Lockhart brimming with menace. The spectators, engrossed in the match, found their enjoyment disrupted by this unwelcome interloper, and their tempers flared. Oh, Professor Lockhart, my sincere apologies. This small corner belongs to us ghosts tonight. If you would be so kind as to vacate the premises, we do not welcome the living here. Professor Binns, ever the pacifist, now bore an unusually assertive demeanor. Observing the increasingly hostile expressions of the ghosts surrounding him, Lockhart let out an awkward chuckle and promptly retreated, escaping the scene in a fluster. He made his way out of the castle, intending to enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. However, distant shouts soon piqued his curiosity once more. With a mindset of since I'm here, I might as well see the commotion, he approached the fray, only to find himself alongside Feng Chi, just as victory seemed within reach for the fortunate one, unbeknownst to the little bag, who had been diligently thwarting Feng Chi's attempts at interference. A mere distraction to block Ji Shao Tian's attack led to a cascading series of events that drew Feng Chi away. Oh, Merlin. So, everyone is here playing games. No wonder the banquet hall is deserted. Given the current situation, it appears Dumbledore's side is on the brink of defeat. It seems I must intervene to salvage this dire predicament. My good sir, you must be one of Dumbledore's key players, am I correct? Feng Chi, having been led astray by the little bag, was utterly entranced by the notion of being labeled a main force. With a rush of blood to his head, he nodded, only to hear the other party exclaim, Bingo! I knew it. Look at how they're all brawling, and you have yet to make your move. What does that signify? It indicates you are their ultimate trump card. With the addition of my unparalleled wizardry, surely you can turn the tide and conclude this battle. So, valiant warrior, are you prepared to join forces with me to end this conflict? Feng Chi's head spun with excitement. Though Lockhart was typically quite irksome, every word he spoke struck a chord within him today. Very well. I shall make an exception and ally with him just this once. After all, he possesses such discernment. Since you have sincerely extended your invitation, I shall reluctantly agree to join forces with you. The two of them quickly reached a mutual understanding, and in their quest for victory, Feng Chi began to unleash a fervent assault. While the use of techniques and magic was prohibited, he still had his innate skills at his disposal. This leniency was a consequence of the antics of GMO and his miscreant companions. As not all abilities had been entirely restricted, merely subdued in terms of power, the group led by the European Emperor had not anticipated the unexpected arrival of Lockhart. With his participation, Feng Chi's mischief escalated to unprecedented levels. Harry watched in disbelief as Feng Chi unleashed a torrent of fire that obliterated the entire ammunition depot, prompting him to curse in frustration. Wasn't it agreed that he would only sabotage his teammates? Why was he suddenly performing so competently? It was only when he spotted Lockhart perched on Feng Chi's back that the source of the chaos became evident. Deprived of ammunition, the European Emperor's side soon found themselves besieged, and as the whistle signaling the end of the match blew, Lockhart was promptly buried under a flurry of snowballs before he could even gloat. Snape exerted considerable effort to restrain the furious European Emperor, fearful that a moment's carelessness might lead to one of the snowball victims being seriously harmed. Calm down, Your Majesty. It is merely a competition. We shall reclaim victory next year. You cannot kill a professor in front of so many witnesses. If you must take action, I can administer a potion to him later. Han Mimi, who had been eavesdropping intently, was astounded. Is this right? Huh? Shouldn't you be persuading her to let it go? Why are you getting involved directly? That troublemaker. Why is he here? Does he not understand that joining someone else's game without an invitation is exceedingly rude? I was on the verge of winning. Ji Xiaomao was about to be buried alive by my snowball. It was just a hair's breadth away. Why did he have to ruin everything? Even if Merlin himself were to descend today, I would still want to eliminate this scoundrel. Enraged, the European Emperor grabbed a shovel, intent on delivering a physical reckoning to Lockhart, but GMO interjected with a sudden remark. While maybe a bit rude to say this now, I must ask, Little O, did you consider our position when you described him as a troublemaker? If he is a troublemaker, what does that make us? A poignant question that abruptly extinguished the European Emperor's murderous intent. Chapter 342, Anticipated Gryffindor Robes. In the end, Lockhart's life was spared by Dumbledore. As the losing party, the European Emperor was now effectively a subordinate to him. Mentioning this only served to fuel the flames of anger in certain individuals, though they could not kill him. A sound thrashing was still on the table. Thus, amidst the gazes of the gathered crowd, the European Emperor transformed into a wrathful bird, pummeling the unconscious Lockhart with a flurry of punches and kicks. When he finally had just enough breath left, Snape swiftly administered a potion, keeping him alive, though the spots that had been struck would still ache, with no visible wounds to betray the assault. In such a scenario, even a visit to St. Mungo's would reveal nothing amiss. He could only endure the pain. Ji Xiaomao, dusting off the snow from her attire, stoked the flames further by throwing a flirtatious glance at both the European Emperor and Han Mimi. Oh dear, how unfortunate for you. You have lost. Now it is our turn to claim our spoils. Are you ready? The European Emperor and Han Mimi were both tempted to weasel out of this wager, but Ji Xiaomao, well acquainted with their antics, offered them no such opportunity. Now, don't think about shirking your responsibility. You should consider your beloved's feelings as well, especially you. Little O, are you certain your professor can withstand the repercussions of defaulting? I cannot guarantee anything else, but something as simple as a few explosions is quite commonplace. You wouldn't want him to blow up a cauldron in front of so many students during class, would you? Just the thought of it sends me into a panic. If I were to leak out. Enough. I concede. Is that sufficient? Just tell me what you want me to do. For the sake of Snape's potion-making career, the European Emperor resolved to grant Ji Xiaomao her wish. After all, it was merely a day of servitude. She could handle it. However, her willingness to accept this punishment did not imply that Snape was in agreement. I'm fine with it, Your Majesty. It's just a few explosions. It won't affect me at all. You needn't worry about me. Severus, you don't understand. This fellow is quite troublesome. An explosion is merely the least of his punishments. Who knows what other misfortunes he might bring upon you. While it may not cause you physical harm, it will certainly lead to embarrassment. It's just a day of servitude. I can manage. So, Ji Xiaoma, what exactly do you want me to do? As Snape prepared to voice another objection, GMO interjected. All right, it's just a day of being a worker, Professor Snape. Is it necessary to make it seem as if I'm some unspeakable fiend? One might assume I'm the Queen Mother of the Heavens, meddling with the fates of lovers. But speaking of which, Professor, I believe you harbor quite a dislike for Gryffindor, don't you? Well then, I shall not hold back. Little O, I want everyone on your team to don the Gryffindor robes and accompany me skiing. Once this proposal was put forth, it garnered Dumbledore's enthusiastic support. It was evident that he was eager to witness Snape donning the Gryffindor robes. Gellert Grindelwald, in light of his wife's mischievous whims, wholeheartedly endorsed the idea. With a snap of his fingers, Luna cheerfully appeared before him. Master, what are your commands? Please procure several sets of Gryffindor robes. I want to see them in the potions classroom tomorrow. Certainly, my master. The European Emperor gaped incredulously at Grindelwald. Why are they being delivered to the potions classroom? Shouldn't they be sent to the headmaster's office? Gellert, do you think it is normal for Gryffindor robes to appear in the office of the Slytherin head? Grindelwald replied cheerfully, Oh, no, it's not merely about their appearance. You all must wear them. My dear daughter, I've long wished to see you in Gryffindor robes. Your dear old dad Albus was once quite regretful that you didn't get into Gryffindor. Now, he can finally fulfill that dream. You will keep your promise, one you, for Severus. Damn, she found herself at a loss for words. Severus, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. The pitiful look on the European Emperor's face tugged at Snape's heartstrings. It's just a change of clothes. I can manage. Just a piece of clothing, it was fine. The outcome was inconsequential. What mattered was that they had a splendid time today, wasn't it? Speaking of which, the European Emperor's mood brightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Happy? Oh, absolutely. Ji Xiaoma nearly buried me alive. Did you see how flustered she was when I sent her flying? Ha, it was so satisfying. GMO, suddenly called out, retorted, Hey, Ji Xiaoma, if I were you, I would just make the unfortunate soul wear the robes. To put it plainly, the robes are unremarkable. They hardly stand out. If I were you, I would go all out and make them wear something bold, just drench them in red and gold, making them the most striking figures in the school. If you're at a loss for ideas, I have some ready-made designs and materials. Would you like to take a look? Although Ji Xiaoma's intentions were unclear, she was too preoccupied with the thought of the European Emperor in red. It was simply because she felt he suited such vibrant colors. In the past, she always donned a rather somber shade, and after much effort, the new hue turned out to be a rather garish green, which pained her eyes to behold. As for Snape, she admitted that this was a manifestation of her peculiar sense of humor. After all, having read a plethora of fan fiction, encountering the real deal for the first time compelled her to ensure her friend's interests were safeguarded, didn't it? What if that fellow turned out to be a scoundrel? After all, her dear friend was experiencing her first love. It was only prudent to assess the situation thoroughly. At present, he appeared rather ordinary, but further observation was undoubtedly warranted. Since you are prepared, I shall reluctantly take a glance. The two of them struck an accord and found a secluded spot away from the throngs to discuss the album. The ever-curious Dumbledore subtly shifted his feet. Upon learning that the punishment for their competition failure was the absurd requirement to wear Gryffindor robes, a wave of excitement rippled through the young wizards. They had long harbored a desire to do so, recalling that the last person to undertake such a venture was Ares, who had managed to deduct 50 points from Gryffindor through this very act. It was proven that with sufficient audacity and mastery of disguise, blaming others became a mere formality. Finally, they could openly test their results. How could they not be thrilled? Thus, these little Slytherins spontaneously gathered, each producing their finest disguise charms alongside an ample supply of Polyjuice potion. Chapter 343. The Unfortunate One. What are you contemplating? After awakening, Lockhart felt a pervasive ache throughout his body. He visited Madame Pomfrey, and after a thorough examination, not only did she declare him perfectly healthy, but she also affirmed that there was nothing amiss. Yet, the physical pain relentlessly sent distress signals, prompting him to hasten to St. Mungo's early that morning. As for the trivial matter of why he fainted the previous night, he found no inclination to seek answers. Upon learning of this incident, Dumbledore could only silently express his regrets. After all, between his beloved daughter and a rather unreliable professor, he inevitably leaned towards his daughter. Moreover, it was he who had intruded upon a competition in progress. In the potions classroom, the fortunate one gazed at two conspicuous crimson robes trimmed with gold among a pile of school uniforms, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. After confirming his vision, he questioned, Shooting Star, are you certain this is what Ji Xiaoma wants me to wear? A ceremonial robe? Isn't she being a tad too courteous? Is there something she wishes to request from me? Is she seeking my assistance in dealing with someone? Otherwise, I cannot fathom why she would go out of her way to present me with such a gift. He picked up the flowing dress, marveling at its beauty. It must be said, Ji Xiaomao indeed possessed a touch of aesthetic sensibility. The embroidery on the gown was extraordinary, and as she moved, the phoenixes appeared almost alive. Ceremonial attire? Has she lost her mind, thinking of marriage? This is merely a simple hanfu. Ji Xiaomao believes this color suits you better, as she finds the Gryffindor robes too understated, nearly indistinguishable from being bare. To his surprise, he found himself rather fond of it. Then don't hesitate, go change. She is eagerly waiting for you to accompany her skiing. With some reluctance, he decided he would wear it once, given its beauty. By the way, Severus, if you dislike this color, feel free not to wear it. I will negotiate with Ji Xiaomao on your behalf. Please don't force yourself. Snape, upon picking up the male robe, did not immediately refuse. On the contrary, when the term ceremonial attire fell from the Fortunate One's lips, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Although marriage was not yet on the horizon, trying on ceremonial attire in advance was not out of the question. He had studied Eastern culture, where couples typically don such crimson garments during their nuptials. I have no objection. I do not particularly disdain this color. Upon hearing this, the Fortunate One carefully scrutinized his expression and, seeing no signs of reluctance, cheerfully retreated to change clothes. At that moment, Han Mimi playfully sidled up to Snape, pointedly remarking, "This unfortunate fellow, though rather unreasonable and prone to violence, possesses a certain charm in certain aspects. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Snape?" Yes, she indeed possesses charm, but she is not violent in the least. Moreover, she is quite reasonable. The reason you perceive her as violent is likely due to having provoked her first, thus compelling her to defend herself. In my view, her actions merely reflect a lack of security. In truth, she is more fragile than anyone. Han Mimi's smile faltered. She found herself questioning her own hearing. How could Snape, of all people, describe that girl, the one who was either fighting or on her way to a fight, as a delicate creature lacking in confidence? She was anything but fragile. She was terrifyingly strong. Professor, could it be that you have misconstrued your perception of this unfortunate fellow? I must tell you, she single-handedly I'm ready. How do I look? Han Mimi's remaining words were abruptly silenced by the sudden appearance of the Fortunate One. It must be said, seeing her in such an eye-catching outfit was quite the revelation. The gown, adorned in red and gold, was exceedingly beautiful, especially when paired with the Fortunate One's strikingly charming features. As long as she remained silent, she resembled an ethereal fairy. However, alas, the Fortunate One had a voice, and it was a rather foul-mouthed one. Quite stunning. Come, sit here. Let me style your hair, and you shall appear even more exquisite. Han Mimi could hardly believe her ears. What had she just heard? The notoriously sharp-tongued and irritable Professor Snape was offering to do the Fortunate One's hair? Was this reasonable? Clearly, it was entirely reasonable. Snape adeptly began to style the Fortunate One's long hair, securing it with a green ribbon edged in silver bells as per her request. The professor had initially intended to create a more intricate hairstyle, but the Fortunate One promptly rejected the idea, preferring a simple yet fashionable look akin to Neza's, which allowed for the incorporation of the ribbon gifted by Severus. Well, Severus, it's your turn now. Do you require my assistance? Accustomed to her playful teasing, Snape replied, "Thank you, but that one tea be necessary. I believe I can manage such trivial matters on my own." Unfazed by the rejection, the Fortunate One cheerfully waved her hand. "Very well, but should you require help, do not hesitate to call out. I'm ever so willing to assist, as I have always been." Yes, you are indeed the epitome of helpfulness." Once the door was closed, a privacy barrier illuminated under Han Mimi's astonished gaze. No. You wouldn't be resorting to any spying techniques, would you? Why else would someone need to set up a barrier just to change clothes? What on earth did this unfortunate fellow do to earn such ire from Professor Snape? As she adjusted her new gown, the Fortunate One casually replied, "If you knew where the cook bathed, would you be able to resist sneaking a peek? What is wrong with me wanting to see my own man?" Han Mimi found herself momentarily speechless. Well, she had to concede that she had a point. If it were her, Snape moved swiftly, and in no time at all, he emerged clad in the eye-catching attire. One must admit, the way the robe fit him somehow instilled an inexplicable sense of desire to conquer. Particularly after being paired with his stern visage, the intensity of that feeling escalated. I longed to see him bullied to the point of tears brimming in his eyes. What to do? Hey, you unfortunate soul, what unwholesome thoughts are you entertaining? There are others present. Could you not exercise a modicum of self-control? Chapter 344, The Ski Resort. The whimsical musings of the European monarch, momentarily subdued under Han Mimi's blatant scorn, were quelled. Yet her unabashed scrutiny still caused Severus to flush crimson. As the trio exited the office, they unexpectedly encountered Harry and a few others. Clearly, the ostentatious attire of the European monarch and Severus instantly drew the attention of everyone present. "Oh, my chef, did you see that? I must still be dreaming, for how else could I behold the buzzcut and Severus clad in festive garb?" Fan Tong forcefully pinched the waist of the glutton, and upon hearing the latter's gasp, he confirmed that he was indeed awake. "Why not pinch yourself? With so many people here, why single out this honest soul?" Swatting away Fan Tong's mischievous hand, the glutton brandished his hefty cleaver, poised as if ready to feast that very night. However, his companion showed no inclination to engage in playful banter, instead shoving him aside to critique Severus and the European monarch. "TSK, TSK, TSK, I must say you two wear those garments rather well. Though buzzcut, that hairstyle does not quite complement your outfit. Shall I style it anew for you?" "No." The European monarch firmly declined, satisfied with her current hairstyle, unwilling to let anyone tamper with it. Undeterred by the rejection, Fan Tong promptly shifted his gaze to Severus. "No need, thank you." The anticipated reply prompted Fan Tong to relent, albeit with a hint of disappointment as he returned his small comb to his pocket. "TCH, how dull. Yet, you two dressed like this surely do not intend to elope, do you? It's far too festive. No one would believe you if you claimed it wasn't tea wedding attire. On a side note, Severus, you look surprisingly handsome in such a hue. Perhaps I should prepare a few more outfits for you to alternate. This is certainly more visually appealing than your monotonous black robes." The more he spoke, the more Fan Tong convinced himself of the feasibility of his idea, only to be interrupted by the European monarch. "There is no need for that. My Severus does not favor such flamboyant colors. Aside from his lucky year-s trousers, well, you understand, this particular shade will only be worn today and on special occasions, including our future wedding." Han Mimi swiftly maneuvered herself between Severus and the European monarch, claiming the central position with a determined shove. Yet, before she could settle, Severus adeptly positioned himself on the other side of the European monarch with such speed that one might have thought he had teleported. This situation was undeniably awkward. The glutton swiftly pulled Han Mimi back to his side. "What on earth was that? They are dressed so festively, and yet you felt the need to interject?" I what? In any case, it was your fault. Since everyone is gathered, let us depart. Did not Ji Xiaomei mention her intention to go skiing? We must not keep her waiting. Who knows what mischief she might conjure in our absence?" As Han Mimi attempted to voice her thoughts, the glutton covered her mouth. Merely the thought of it was enough for him to know that she would surely utter nothing pleasant. He had no desire to squander the delightful day watching the two of them bicker. He was quite looking forward to the skiing, after all, as it was a new game he had yet to try. Indeed, as we arrived, Ji Xiaomei's little Mimi had already come to urge us, claiming her venue was prepared and awaiting our presence. Then what are we waiting for? Yesterday's defeat was merely an accident. Today, I shall reclaim victory. Severus, let's go. In pursuit of revenge, the European monarch tugged Severus along, casting not a single glance towards Han Mimi. The glutton, followed closely by Han Mimi and Fan Tong, remained, leaving only Rabbit and Harry behind. "Rabbit, are you ready with the camera?" Sister May said one photograph could be exchanged for a rare gem. "If you take enough, I can craft a bracelet for Hermione." The thought of Hermione's surprise upon receiving the gift brought a wide grin to Harry's face. Rabbit lightly tapped the 7 photos he had just taken, all perfectly capturing the European monarch and Severus together. "Well, this ought to suffice for a bracelet. I will snap a few more shortly, ensuring you can trade them for even more treasures." "Thank you, Brother Rabbit. You are truly the best older brother in this world. I shall steal fruits for you for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Rabbit quickly covered Harry's mouth. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, such sentiments are best kept within. Why vocalize them? Should word of this reach others, my reputation would be tarnished." Harry nodded vigorously, assuring his understanding. "Brother Rabbit, worry not. The matter of pilfering from Severus's potion garden is of no concern to you. Whoever inquires, it shall be the same. Good brother, rest assured, should you ever find yourself in trouble, I shall devise a means to extricate you." Harry offered a secretive smile. "Brother, do not fret. I possess a secret weapon. Even if captured, sister would never harm me." "A secret weapon? Is that truly so effective?" The two engaged in a clandestine exchange of secrets as they traveled. A small hill beside the forbidden forest had transformed drastically. What was once a mere incline was now an imposing mountain, altered by G-Mo's relentless efforts. The steep gradient was enough to make one's legs tremble at the sight, yet GMO appeared somewhat dissatisfied, always yearning for something higher and steeper. "Miss M.O., You cannot genuinely believe that this group of youngsters could conquer such lofty heights on their first skiing venture? GMO paused for a moment before shaking her head vigorously. Oh no, 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 uncle. How could you entertain such a terrifying notion? They are merely school children. I would never allow them to face such perilous challenges. They shall play over there on that small hill which is designated for them, while this larger slope is reserved for us adults. Dumbledore turned to see a small area nearby already cordoned off, appearing decidedly safer compared to the daunting heights of their current location. Uncle, rest assured, I will ensure that Toanzi and Xiaoman keep a watchful eye on those little ones, ensuring no danger befalls them. Today, your sole responsibility is to enjoy yourself. All else is entirely my concern. Chapter 345, The Skiing Event. Harry, most reluctantly, was handed over to Draco by Severus. The reasoning being straightforward, the difficulty here was too great for a child of his stature. Clearly, this rationale failed to appease Harry. Yet the shovel in the European monarch's hand held more weight. Sister, this is blatant authoritarianism. What did you say? If you possess the skill, repeat that. The entrenching shovel twirled expertly in the European monarch's grasp, causing Harry to swallow his retort. Past experiences warned him that any further comments would surely land him in trouble. He expressed his eagerness to compete with me over there. Your Majesty, enjoy yourselves. We shall take our leave. In light of Harry's generous contribution of numerous spirit fruits, Draco promptly whisked away the stubborn little one. Harry Potter, I have warned you countless times. Think before you speak. Are you utterly oblivious to what ought to be said and what should remain unspoken? The intellect bestowed upon you by the heavens is intended for contemplation, not merely for decoration. It wouldn't be a crime to put to use. After enduring so many reprimands, have you truly learned nothing? I am at my wit's end. Draco's incessant mutterings were audible from a considerable distance. GMO nudged the nearby panda-shaped dumpling and whispered, Dumpling, how is the capture going? You know my skills well enough, right? Rest assured, it'll fetch a handsome price. The master and servant conducted their little enterprise with such brazen openness, treating those around them as if they were mere spectators. Sometimes, the luckiest among them questioned who the true avaricious one was, for Ji Xiaomao seemed to be the one pursued by the god of wealth, relentlessly offering her gold ingots. Yet she insisted on carving out her own path in business, leaving no room for others. It was no wonder she garnered disdain from her peers. Hey, Yixiayomo, if you keep dragging this out, we might as well entertain ourselves. Immersed in her grand pursuits, GMO reluctantly diverted her attention. Don't. Let us begin right now. Will everyone be able to join? If not, would you like me to provide a live demonstration? Fan Tong, the most familiar with the sport, stepped forward to meticulously explain the gameplay, employing some high-tech wizardry to project a comprehensive instructional video for everyone to watch closely. 10 minutes later, the luckiest one stood atop the mountain, flashing a dazzling smile at Snape before decisively launching herself down the slope on her snowboard. GMO casually snapped her fingers, dumpling music. Accompanied by the background music of Unrequited Love, she followed suit, leaping into the descent. The vibrant red of her skirt starkly contrasted against the pristine white snow, and from the intermittent sounds of her laughter, it was evident that she thoroughly enjoyed the sport. The snowboard beneath her feet was remarkably agile. Minor obstacles merely served as tools for her to showcase her skills. Due to the lightness of GMO's attire, all that could be seen was her cascading black hair, occasionally fluttering in the air, rather eerie if one did not observe closely. Han Mimi, seeing her companions had already set off, felt an irresistible urge to join the fray, despite her lack of talent in this area. She approached Tao Tai. Chef, why don't we share a snowboard? I'm not very experienced, and jumping from this height terrifies me. Unfortunately, Tao Tai dismissively declined her request. If you're afraid of falling, then don't play. I don't have the time to babysit you. Despite his words, his feet remained firmly planted. Fantong and Rabbit exchanged knowing glances, both detecting a hint of gossip in the air. The desire to form a small clique was unmistakable. Slightly disheartened by the rejection, Han Mimi's bright eyes dimmed, losing their sparkle due to Tao Tai's refusal. All right then, I can manage on my own. With that, she leapt down, prompting an astonished Tao Tai to follow closely behind. His swift action betrayed any earlier disdain he had expressed. TSH, such a hypocrite, and yet he is eager to tag along. What is it about that attitude that endears him to others? Have today's girls truly lost their discernment? Fantong's acidic tone could almost rival the lemon tree that the luckiest one had planted. Rabbit shifted her stance, wary of being tainted by the sourness that emanated from Fantong. Just as Fantong's sour comments settled, Dumbledore and Grindelwald simultaneously descended on their tandem snowboard. Their synergy remarkably seamless, betraying no hint of a novice's clumsiness. Severus, would you like to join Flathead later? At her pace, she should return quickly, Rabbit inquired, keeping a watchful eye on him, fearing he might take an unintended plunge. This was a direct command from the luckiest one. There was no way Severus could go down alone. For Snape, whose talents were focused elsewhere, sports were a realm where he lacked any aptitude. If he were to jump, he might very well suffer grievous harm. I think I should try it first. This height shouldn't pose much of a challenge, he asserted. No, you mustn't. Severus, for the sake of my life, please rein in your adventurous spirit. Remember the last time you attempted to fly and ended up falling? You were reprimanded, and think of me. I was specifically instructed to keep an eye on you for my own safety. Please exercise restraint. Snape awkwardly averted his gaze, feeling somewhat helpless about his lack of athleticism. Yet, he acknowledged that mere diligence would not suffice to overcome it. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical flaw. Otherwise, it would be quite bothersome. Rest assured, I will not leap until the luckiest one returns. You know my disinterest in such activities. They seem rather tedious to me. Is that so, Severus? I would have believed you if you hadn't habitually twisted your ring while saying that. Chapter 346. Given our familiarity, you needn't pay tuition. The luckiest one returned with remarkable speed. Her excitement was palpable on her animated face, revealing her fondness for this sport. Sev, this is truly enjoyable. Would you like to give it a try? I just saw Albus and the others gliding effortlessly. We could attempt it too. Trust me, you will love it. Snape first reached up to smooth down her somewhat disheveled hair. I believe it's a splendid idea for you to enjoy yourself while I observe. You can certainly manage on your own. You know I have little interest in these activities. How can that be? Now that you're here, I can't possibly leave you alone. Severus, trust me, sharing a snowboard with me will ensure your safety. Your life has been too stifling, causing you to become overly fixated. But now that you have me, it's time for a change. With practiced ease, the luckiest one donned her gear and, with a Princess Carrie, scooped up Snape, who was still attempting to reason with her. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she leapt from the peak of the mountain. A sudden rush of weightlessness overwhelmed him, instinctively prompting him to conjure a spell to fly. However, he recalled GMO's earlier reminder that magic was prohibited in this area due to the enchantments in place. Severus, relax. If you're scared, just hold on tight. We're about to take off. With a powerful leap from GMO, their snowboard soared high. The cold snowflakes and the brisk wind created an exhilarating sensation against their faces. Snape's emotions fluctuated as GMO held him while navigating through various obstacles. The exhilaration brought forth by such extreme sports sent his dopamine levels soaring, engendering an unprecedented joy that began to swell uncontrollably within him, instilling an overwhelming desire to shout aloud. Severus, how exhilarating is this? Isn't it delightfully thrilling? Observe closely how I engage in this, and you shall have the opportunity to try it yourself shortly. Embracing novel experiences can only enrich you. In the future, I shall introduce you to even more thrilling escapades. How does that sound? Excellent. Now, I shall accelerate. If you feel afraid, do not hesitate to vocalize it. I assure you, I shall not mock you. With a mischievous chuckle, the fortunate one surged forward, simultaneously leaping high into the air, all the while cradling his companion and executing a mid-air twist. Accompanied by a gasp from Severus, it was followed by the unmistakable sound of someone's wicked laughter. Atop the mountain, Rabbit and Fantong gazed at the clear images displayed on the large screen before them, both spitting in unison. What do I say? That flat-headed fellow is undoubtedly influenced by the domineering characters from your novels. Otherwise, how could her dating tactics be so utterly devoid of normalcy? It's either lavish spending or coercive affection. Now she is even resorting to leaping into snow-capped mountains while clutching someone. What could possibly come next? The somewhat innocent Fantong took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze drifting as he replied, "Let us not dwell on the past. After all, our cabbage has already been sold off in large quantities. What purpose does it serve to linger on bygone matters? Besides, the likelihood of Severus returning is slim. Whatever the future holds, let him navigate it himself. We merely need to fulfill our role as a supportive family. Other matters are not ours to ponder." Rabbit nibbled on a piece of carrot, casting another glance at the screen where the two appeared utterly foolishly gleeful. You are right. It seems that unless she possesses the traits of a domineering figure, she cannot possibly manage Severus. One must admit, they are quite the perfect match. The deranged, domineering little deity versus the sensitive, self-deprecating soul. Heavens, what inspiration! By the way, I must excuse myself. A friend requires my assistance, so I shall take my leave. My return is uncertain, so do not seek me out. I shall likely be quite busy. Upon uttering these words, without waiting for Fantong's reaction, he vanished into a small space. Ah, indeed, he doesn't even pretend anymore. One must have friends to befriend. You, a solitary rabbit. Where could you possibly find friend apart from us? It is truly absurd to lie without finding a credible excuse. If you merely claimed Harry was seeking you, I could have perhaps reluctantly believed you. Feel free to write your novels, but must you be so secretive about it? As if I wouldn't know if he didn't mention it. Sighing, he pondered, what has become of that last manuscript? The overbearing beast god's delicate little deity? I ought to take a look. After nurturing it for so long, surely it has matured enough to be savored. Casually pulling out an iPad, Fantong began to watch the live broadcast from a ski resort while simultaneously pursuing Rabbit's novel. When GMO returned, he found Fantong chuckling foolishly while tapping the iPad. Driven by curiosity, she stealthily approached from behind and, without uttering a word, brazenly peeked over. What she beheld was nothing short of captivating. Hey, don't turn the page. I haven't finished reading yet. The sudden voice startled Fantong, causing the iPad to fly from his hands. Fortunately, the agile panda managed to roll and catch it midair. Give it back. Huh? What? Are you addressing me? I have just arrived and have not seen anything of importance. Did you lose something significant? TSK, how careless. Would you like me to assist you in searching for it? Fantong could only watch in disbelief as the chubby creature, while questioning whether anything was lost, stuffed his iPad into the kangaroo's pouch. What is this? Has he encountered a thief? Oh my goodness, after a day of chasing wild geese. Am I now being overrun by one? Hey, little chub, your ability to fabricate lies is truly remarkable. The person in question is right here, and you are brazenly pilfering. This is indeed my first encounter with someone more shameless than our flat-headed friend. Oh, so you've finally seen it today? No need for gratitude, given our acquaintance. I shall waive the tuition fees. The chubby one wore a sincere expression, leaving one to wonder if it was Fantong who was bullying him. Tuition fees? You actually expect me to pay you for that? Fantong's face flushed with indignation. How had he never noticed before that this little chubby creature had such an audacious side? Chapter 347. The Wealthy and Generous Severus. After a day of frenzied fun, the banquet hall that evening was filled with joyous revelers indulging in a sumptuous feast. GMO, adopting a regal demeanor, occupied the main seat, flanked by a visibly exasperated Euroking and Han Mimi, who were dutifully kneading her legs and shoulders. The ever-sycophantic rabbit diligently fed her fruits, while Fantong, with a shrewd disposition, proactively provided the flat-headed Jishao Tian with a comprehensive summary of Euroking's achievements, all the while meticulously detailing the insights gleaned from each skirmish. This task proved far less arduous than serving GMO Xiao Chan, accompanied by an busily groomed Ji Xiaomi, while quietly murmuring, "It's all that traitor Feng Chi's fault. Had it not been for him, how could we possibly have lost? And then later, I shall take you to confront him so that we may vent our frustrations together." How does that sound? At that moment, and was completely absorbed in Ji Xiaomi's soft fur, unable to extricate herself from the blissful embrace. Thus, she completely missed Xiao Chan's proposal. Huh? What did you say? I was preoccupied and didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Xiao Chan, gazing at an adorned fur, had completely forgotten what he had just said, his mind entirely captivated by her adorable visage. He even contemplated whether to procure a small, adorable tiger from the White Tiger clan as a gift for an no, it's nothing. I merely wish to ask if you would like to raise a little tiger as well. Really? Can I choose one myself? Of course. Tomorrow, I shall take you to select one. The two quickly set aside their plans to confront Feng Chi, united in their newfound mission. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaomi, who was being pampered, suddenly felt a tad superfluous. At Dumbledore's side, Severus was diligently taking notes with his feather quill, swiftly documenting his father-in-law's myriad peculiar requests. For instance, he desired strawberry-flavored candies, wishing to combine them with mint for a more invigorating effect. The flavor of green apple was deemed too singular, and he wished to add a hint of sour orange. As for durian candy, he desired the sweetness without the accompanying odor. Well, these are my minor suggestions for now. Severus, if you could expedite the process, I would greatly anticipate the new flavors of candy. Minor suggestions? Are you certain? Severus flipped through the thick stack of papers in his hand, stifling the urge to roll his eyes. Ah, come now. Don't take it too seriously, Severus. You must understand the whims of an elderly gentleman. What malice could he possibly harbor? He merely wishes to savor a variety of candies he has never tasted within his limited lifespan. Surely you can empathize? However, Severus chose not to entertain this line of reasoning. Limited lifespan? Do you harbor a lack of faith in the alchemical prowess of the Emperor? Or do you doubt your own current capabilities? With your current talents, I dare say living for a few hundred years should be well within your grasp. Dumbledore awkwardly averted his gaze, realizing that Severus's demeanor was, as always, rather formidable. Ahem, I merely employed a metaphor. Why must you take it so seriously? He continued, perhaps you should pay a visit to the Empress. I believe she is in greater need of your presence at the moment. Following Dumbledore's line of sight, Snape's eyes landed on the Empress, who was exuding an air of desolation while comforting GMO. Indeed, it was his dear fiancée who required him most at this juncture. I shall prepare your candies post-haste. For now, I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to Snape, Dumbledore finally had the opportunity to attend to Grindelwald beside him. Gellert, you've had quite the lengthy respite. Isn't it time you returned to your duties? Upon hearing this inquiry, Grindelwald's previously jovial expression promptly soured. What? Are you vexed with me? Albus? As Grindelwald suddenly leaned in closer, Dumbledore instinctively recoiled, only to be drawn into his embrace the very next moment. Ow, have you grown to loathe me? Not at all, Gellert. Do be mindful of the setting. I merely perceive that you've been resting excessively of late, and I feared it might affect your work. There was no ulterior motive. Oh, is that so? But I find it hard to believe. Ow, I crave a sense of security. With a flick of his hand, Grindelwald tore open a portkey, and together they vanished silently from the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Ji Xiao Tuan, who had been discreetly recording their interaction, was now brimming with avarice. MO, we are in for a windfall. Huh, what extraordinary thing have you captured this time? How impressive is it? You will see for yourself. GMO shoved aside Han Mimi, who had been massaging her legs, and whisked Tuanzi away to a corner, where the two erupted into fits of giggles. What could she have possibly recorded? A sense of foreboding crept over Snape. Severus, it couldn't possibly be us, could it? Snape shook his head, affirming, no, I observed closely. She was likely filming Dumbledore. Upon realizing it had nothing to do with them, the Empress sighed in relief. Oh, then it is of no consequence. As long as it isn't us. It has been a tiring day. When will it end? With a hint of sympathy, Snape affectionately ruffled the Empress's hair. Then, without further ado, led her towards the cellar. Han Mimi, witnessing this, seized the Empress's sleeve. Oh dear, you wouldn't abandon me to Ji Xiao Mo, would you? We agreed to share both joy and hardship, did we not? If you leave, she will torment me alone. This is unfair. I shall exchange 100 vials of Felix Felicis for your freedom. Miss Han, you may do the same. Snape's extravagant declaration left Han Mimi speechless. Where would she procure such a quantity of Felix Felicis to redeem herself? If she possessed such fortune, she would hardly be labeled a jinx. Chapter 348, The Departure of Friends. After Christmas, the school term commenced swiftly. Following a few classes, GMO found herself disenchanted and expressed a desire to depart. Upon hearing this news, the Empress nearly celebrated, immediately retrieving a plethora of talismans, magical artifacts, and an array of potions and spirit fruits. She filled an exceptionally large storage bag to the brim before pausing. MO, while out in the world, do not suffer unnecessarily. Take these and use them freely. Should you run low, simply inform the Jinx, and I shall replenish your supplies promptly. Why must you rely on Ame to relay messages? Do you truly despise me, hence avoiding my company? The tearful visage of GMO tugged at the heartstrings. However, having suffered countless times in this respect, the Empress resolutely stated that even if GMO were to weep profusely, she would not relent this time. Not at all. It is merely that I wish to spare you from fatigue. The Jinx is sturdy and serves well as a messenger. I am simply providing her with an opportunity to serve you. Is that so? Ame, do you share the sentiment? Han Mimi's teeth nearly ground to dust. She recognized the Empress's cunning. Yet, witnessing G Mo's impending departure, she held her tongue. Indeed, the Jinx speaks truthfully. Serving you is my honor. You are perpetually busy. As your best friend, it is only natural for me to assist you. Mo, do not hesitate to accept from the Jinx. She has plenty of treasures. If you ever find yourself in need, just let me know, and I will ensure you receive it immediately. The Empress winced at the dent in her finances. I thank you. Her gritted teeth elicited a chuckle from Han Mimi. GMO observed their playful banter, her smile radiating sweetness. Indeed, despite the throngs of people, she cherished these two delightful companions above all. If not for an invitation to the Dolawak continent for soul bee sacrifice, she would have relished spending more time here. All right, you two, cease your bickering on my account. I know you both care for me. Xiao, I am grateful for these gifts. I shall utilize them wisely. Once I am through this busy period, I will return a visit. Next time, I shall bring gifts from other realms for you. Ame, you too. Should I encounter any dashing fellows, I will be sure to capture their likeness, or if you prefer, I can arrange for introductions. Me. Recalling the extra classes she had been forced into, quickly interjected, No, I am content with merely admiring the photographs. As for anything resembling abduction, let's avoid that. You understand, suddenly losing a main character could disrupt the balance of the world. I am well aware of the dangers, which is why I always inform the deity of the Quick Travel Bureau in advance whenever I plan to acquire someone. I have made considerable sacrifices for this. Your deity is particularly fond of the adorable maidens from the second dimension, and I have assisted in this regard. The small vine moved swiftly. Before GMO could finish her sentence, it adeptly silenced her. GMO is merely babbling. Pay it no mind. It is getting late. We must take our leave before we miss the bus. As they spoke, it shot a knowing glance at Ji Xiaozong, who skillfully tucked GMO in her pouch and discreetly closed the door. Thank you for your recent hospitality. We shall bid farewell now. Until we meet again. Ji Xiaozong offered a friendly bow before tearing through the fabric of space with her small entourage. Watching the empty sky, the Empress pinched Han Mimi's thigh, eliciting a yelp before she jubilantly cried, Huzzah! Finally rid of this scourge. If she stayed any longer, I would have been driven to madness. After returning the favor with a sharp kick, Han Mimi relished the moment and produced a cigarette. Amid the swirling smoke, she remarked, Let us hope she does not become infatuated with some peculiar soul beast, or I shall find myself laboring there as well. Dear friend, considering our years of camaraderie, might you lend me Fantong for a spell? Upon hearing that someone intended to poach her talent, the fortunate one immediately launched into a decisive triple rejection. Not for borrowing, not for renting, absolutely not. My esteemed companion is now a genuine divine beast, impervious to any overtime requests. No amount of incentives will suffice, especially considering your intention to exploit. I must tell you, our esteemed companion will never return to the drudgery of servitude in this lifetime. Having one bothersome boss like Gellert is more than sufficient. All others are off the table. As soon as Han Mimi began to speak, she was met with a complete and utter refusal from the fortunate one. Realizing she had no chance, she opted to embrace apathy, watching her friend indulge in a leisurely existence while contemplating her own retirement. Perhaps she should just resign and cultivate a friendship with the chef instead. It seemed like a splendid choice. However, this impractical notion was quickly dispelled by the system in her mind. Dear esteemed host, retirement is reserved for those whose points are off the charts. For someone like you, burdened with negative points, such thoughts are futile and may lead to feelings of inadequacy. To rekindle your passion for work, I have assigned you 10 rapid transition tasks. The countdown has begun. In 10 seconds, you will arrive in a small world. Please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Wait, why am I suddenly being thrust into tasks? I still have a lengthy vacation ahead, she exclaimed. Before she could bid farewell, Han Mimi vanished from sight. Oh, what a delightful surprise today. This unexpected turn of events is rather swift. I must celebrate with the chef. With a cheerful demeanor, the fortunate one hastened to the kitchen, having already devised a menu in her mind. However, in an effort to evade Han Mimi, the chef unexpectedly requested to work overtime, accompanying Fantong with Grindelwald back to Nurmengard. Upon learning this news, the fortunate one felt her excitement wane considerably. Thankfully, she still had Severus to share this good fortune with. Yet, upon entering the potions classroom, she discovered that Snape was also absent from the school. Chapter 349, A Day of Solitude. Not seeing Snape instantly diminished the fortunate one's excitement. With Fantong and the chef away, only the rabbit remained. But he had been spending time with Professor Sprout, researching new herb varieties. It seemed inappropriate to disturb them over a trivial matter. Now, her only option was little Harry, though she wondered if he was currently on a date with Hermione. As she strolled into the library, she indeed found a study group huddled together, diligently working. It appeared that in pursuit of good grades for their finals, Hermione had summoned these little ones for extra tutoring. Well, it seems there is not a single soul left for me, she thought. To avoid being roped into studying herself, the fortunate one silently retreated, quietly escaping this infernal realm. Had I known, I would have dragged the Jinx along with me. Now I feel utterly solitary. Oh, busy, what good is all this busyness? She lamented. Where on earth has Severus gone? In this vast castle, is there truly no one who can keep me company for a while? Is this reasonable? In her growing frustration, she unintentionally stomped her foot, causing a tile to crack beneath her. What? Is it that fragile? I barely applied any pressure, and it shattered like that. One might think I did it on purpose. She mused. If you're this brittle, perhaps your upkeep has been lacking. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wonder if Albus has been receiving kickbacks. Alas, the state of the world is indeed declining. while she muttered to herself, oblivious to the silent approach of Professor McGonagall, who had stealthily arrived behind her. Unprovoked destruction of castle property. Slytherin loses 5 points. The sudden penalty startled the fortunate one, causing her to react with alarm and attempt to make a swift exit. Professor McGonagall, having anticipated such a flight, transformed into a tabby cat and leapt onto the culprit's head. At that moment, the fortunate one deeply regretted having ever shared that particular cultivation manual with Professor McGonagall, which had bestowed her with such elusive agility that even her current prowess failed to detect the Professoress approach. Ah, Professor McGonagall, what a coincidence. Fancy seeing you here. I was just looking for Severus regarding something. I'll take my leave now. Gently setting the tabby cat on the ground, she attempted to evade responsibility. However, McGonagall transformed back into her human form and firmly grasped the scruff of her neck. I sincerely apologize, Miss Grindelwald, but you cannot leave until this tile is repaired. Additionally, I regret to inform you that both Severus and Albus are not currently at the school, so do not expect them to rescue you. What? They're both absent? What could they possibly be? The simultaneous absence of both men piqued the fortunate one's curiosity, though it was clear that Professor McGonagall had no intention of divulging that information. That is irrelevant. What matters is that tile is still awaiting your repair. Now then, Miss Grindelwald, may I see your little hands in action? The fortunate one felt a pang of anxiety. She almost believed that when GMO left, he also took with him her rare stroke of luck. Otherwise, it was simply unfathomable. First, the Jinx was forcibly dragged back to work. Then her friends departed one by one. And now this unfortunate pitfall. Why did it have to collapse just as I was stomping my foot? If it weren't for Albus's supposed kickbacks, one might think I was being targeted. If the tile could speak, it would surely spit in the fortunate one's face and angrily proclaim, "Had you not stomped your foot, I would have remained intact." Alas, the tile was not sentient and could only passively await replacement. From the ease of the fortunate one's actions, it was evident that she had engaged in such repairs frequently. Professor McGonagall mentally calculated the number of times these troublesome children had caused damage that required fixing over the years. If they continued to wreak havoc, Hogwarts Castle would soon be entirely refurbished. Well, the work is complete. Professor McGonagall, would you like to inspect it? No need for an inspection. However, given your performance today, I have decided to place you in detention for a day. Please accompany me to my office. Huh? Detention? Surely that's unnecessary, Professor McGonagall. You've already deducted points. And I've repaired the tile. Detention is not required. My attitude in admitting fault is acceptable. I assent it. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Her protests dwindled, and ultimately, the fortunate one resigned herself to being led back to the professor's quarters by the proud cat. In truth, it was not that Professor McGonagall was overly strict. She simply did not trust the little one to be left alone, as this particular individual had a penchant for causing chaos when bored. Without Severus to keep her in check, the fortunate one was prone to wreaking havoc. Your task today is to grade the first-year assignments. I believe this should pose no significant challenge for you. Glancing at the towering stack of parchment, the fortunate one suddenly felt that perhaps a bit of punishment wouldn't be so intolerable after all. Say, Professor McGonagall, have you considered using a puppet doll? I would be more than willing to sponsor one for you. It would surely resolve all your homework issues. They would categorize the assignments by grade, and you would only need to conduct a cursory check for major errors. Severus could attest to the remarkable utility of the puppet doll. Upon mentioning this, Professor McGonagall's interest was piqued. She had not anticipated that, in merely attempting to confine this little creature for a while, she would stumble upon an unexpected treasure. The puppet doll, you say? Severus's craftsmanship is truly commendable. Such a splendid item, yet he has not uttered a single word about it. Clearly, crafting something of that nature would require considerable effort on the part of our luckless royal. Otherwise, he would not have been so tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper of rumor. Oh, is it truly that effective? I'm quite eager to witness it for myself. To evade a late-night work session, the royal had no choice but to reluctantly produce her daily little assistant, subsequently guiding Professor McGonagall step by step on how to input her knowledge into the core of the puppet. After about half an hour of tinkering, the doll was completely transformed. Once she acquired her new toy, Professor McGonagall casually tossed a confiscated novel to the royal and then paid her no further mind. One was engrossed in the book, oblivious to the world, while the other immersed herself in the workings of the puppet, lost in their respective worlds until a knock on the office door jolted them back to reality. Chapter 350. Is there something wrong with me kicking the floor twice? When Severus hurriedly returned from Street Mungo S, he found no trace of the royal in the office. Even the note he had intentionally left for her appeared untouched, undeniably signaling that something was amiss. After all, Such a long-standing habit is not easily altered. The royal, who had always been determined to remain by his side, would never wander off elsewhere after school, even if there were urgent matters at hand. She would always come to bid him farewell first. Given the current circumstances, it seems she had not visited the office at all. It appears our Miss Grindelwald has established her own little circle. Have I, this dreary old professor, finally been cast aside? Although he mused this way, he was quite earnest in exiting the office. Utilizing his bond with the royal, he swiftly located her whereabouts. What he did not anticipate was that his destination would ultimately be Professor McGonagall's office. It seems I have not chosen the right scapegoat and have been caught red-handed. Eager to exonerate his little fiancée, Severus could never have imagined that upon being invited into the office, he would witness such a scene. The scenario he envisioned of the royal being reprimanded did not unfold. Instead, she reclined comfortably on the sofa, savoring a book while indulging in snacks. From the large tray, it was evident that not long ago, there had been a rather substantial cake upon it. "Oh, Severus, you're back. How did things go with Lockhart? What were the results of the examination?" At the mention of this, Severus felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought that man could be so concerned for his own life? What was merely some physical discomfort had escalated into claims of malicious curses once it reached him. Due to the uproar and some of his rather zealous fans, who held a bit of influence, the situation spiraled out of control, leading to both him and Dumbledore being sent off to St. Mungo's. What had been intended as a mere reprimand turned into more than he bargained for. To minimize unnecessary troubles, Severus transformed into a skilled healer, administering a potion that swiftly restored Lockhart's health. Consequently, his reputation as a master of potions once again flourished within the magical community. After resolving the matter, he had thrown the flamboyant peacock back to Dumbledore and hurried back to the school. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's inquiry, he succinctly recounted the events, omitting some less significant details, such as the reasons behind Lockhart's prolonged recovery. "It seems your snowball tournament is quite intriguing. May I join you next year?" Without waiting for Severus's response, the royal readily accepted this proposal. "Of course. Professor McGonagall, would you like to join our team? We are in dire need of someone as wise and formidable as you. I believe that with your addition, we shall undoubtedly secure victory and triumph over old Dumbledore's team." Clenching her little fist, the royal beamed with anticipation, delighting Professor McGonagall. She had no particular preference for which team to join, but upon witnessing the royal's adorable demeanor, she suddenly felt that perhaps standing against Dumbledore was not such a bad idea after all. "Certainly. Additionally, you might consider inviting Professors Flitwick and Sprout. I believe they would be interested in such an enjoyable event." The royal had contemplated this suggestion, but had refrained from extending invitations, as most individuals prefer to spend the special Christmas holiday with their families. It now seemed that the professors harbored some interest in her little game, and she felt emboldened to proceed. "Really? That's wonderful. If it weren't for the concern that you might wish to celebrate privately, I would have invited you all long ago. With your participation, I simply cannot believe that old Dumbledore's team could possibly win." It seemed she could already envision herself standing atop the podium, her face radiating joy like a blooming flower. "The hour grows late, my dear. You ought to return now. As for inviting the professors, perhaps you should consider it again tomorrow after you awaken." Professor McGonagall glanced at the time, realizing it was indeed rather late. She had been so engrossed in studying the puppet doll that she had lost track of time. "My apologies. I failed to keep track of the hour. You should both depart now. Severus, I hope you can spare some time for me tomorrow. I wish to inquire further about the usage of this puppet doll." "Puppet doll?" At that moment, Severus finally noticed the beleaguered puppet in the corner. "Very well, let's take our leave for now. Until tomorrow." After exiting the Transfiguration classroom with the royal, Severus could no longer contain his curiosity. "What is the story behind that puppet? Did you not tell me you had only crafted two? Have you given your own to Professor McGonagall?" Upon hearing this, the royal's cheerful demeanor swiftly dissipated. "Don't even mention it. The nerve of that little pest, Xiaoma. Just when I thought I had finally sent her off, I was still reveling in my relief. Now, that little star has been dragged back to work. With such delightful news, I thought to share it with someone, and yet you all were absent from the school, leaving me with only Harry, who was whisked away by Hermione to study. Can you blame me for being upset? Is it wrong to kick the floor twice out of frustration? Who could have anticipated that she would be so unfortunate as to be caught by Professor McGonagall? As you can see, to avoid becoming a mere servant, I had no choice but to relinquish my little treasure." Upon hearing the royal's explanation, Severus found it both amusing and slightly heart-wrenching. Who could have imagined that so much could transpire in just a few hours of his absence? "All right then, I will inform you in advance the next time I leave. As for the puppet doll, I can certainly craft another for you, if you wish." The exceedingly agreeable royal shook her head. No need. The little ones in my space suffice for my daily needs. If you have spare time, I would prefer you to rest a bit more. Just look at your current complexion. After all the effort I put into restoring your health, why do you appear so haggard again? You haven't even up to anything scandalous behind my back, have you? Speak. Did you sneak off to concoct potions again after I returned to the dormitory? At this inquiry, Severus suppressed the impulse to twirl the ring on his finger and resolutely shook his head. I did not. I have recently been organizing some papers for publication and stayed up a little later than usual. I promise to manage my time more judiciously in the future to ensure I do not appear so haggard again. After hearing this explanation, the fortunate one outwardly seemed convinced, yet internally resolved to verify the matter with the rabbit, to ascertain whether he was indeed preoccupied solely with his papers as he claimed. Chapter 351. Lockhart's Unspoken Suffering. With the absence of Han Mimi and GMO from Hogwarts, the life of the fortunate one within the castle reverted to its former monotony. Apart from attending classes, she spent most of her time by Snape's side, frequently visiting the Forbidden Forest to check on Wendy, who had an unyielding desire to dominate the entire woodland. Each visit was met with the sorrowful gaze of the unicorn herd's leader. It was quite understandable, as a peaceful species had unfortunately birthed such a rebellious spirit. Each day was spent either tending to the mischief of unruly children or on the way to do so. Anyone encountering the instigator of this chaos would likely resonate with the old leader's palpable resentment. While the fortunate one expressed her apologies, she felt no regret. Snape remained oblivious to her conversation with the elder leader. He was only aware that since that day, the territory of the peace-loving unicorns had been gradually expanding. On Valentine's Day, Lockhart continued his consistent performance, and the group of dwarfs adorned with golden wings caused havoc in each classroom, simultaneously piquing the interest of gluttons eager to sample everything. In potions class, the fortunate one was intently focused on her cauldron, diligently striving for a perfect O grade. She was particularly attentive during this lesson, paying no heed to the gossip that Fantong whispered to her. Thus, she was determined not to make any mistakes during the final stir. However, as fate would have it, at the moment she added the last potion ingredient, the cacophony of the dwarfs burst into the classroom. With a careless tremor, a single drop too many of toad essence was added to her potion, transforming her beautifully colored brew into a horrifying hue. One can only imagine the fury that engulfed her. Do you all wish to meet your doom? The fortunate one's furious shout silenced the dwarfs while startling the young wizards still laboring over their potions. Almost every student's gaze immediately turned to Snape at the front of the classroom, curious to see what consequences would befall the fortunate one and the raucous intruders for disrupting the class. However, their curiosity remained unsatisfied, as before Snape could speak, Lockhart, clad in his eye-catching robes, sauntered in. Well, let me see who that fortunate girl is," he exclaimed. "My apologies, Professor Snape, for interrupting your class. But do consider the youthful exuberance of these boys and girls. Surely, no one can resist a romantic Valentine's Day, can they?" Snape, arms crossed and leaning against the podium, regarded Lockhart with an enigmatic smile. Were it not for the dwarf's surprisingly composed behavior in the face of such chaos, he would have undoubtedly expelled them. However, as the situation unfolded, it appeared he would not need to intervene. Indeed, in the next moment, the infuriated fortunate one delivered a swift kick to the nearest dwarf, sending him sprawling across the room, inadvertently striking a flamboyant Cupid in the process. Before the dwarfs could awkwardly collect themselves, the glutton's scrutinizing gaze appraised them from head to toe, before he casually remarked, "Too tough, looks rather unclean. Need a good hot soak. As for the legs and arms, they appear quite chewy, and the ears are acceptable. They could be stewed, but the rest is rather unappetizing." During this culinary assessment, the remaining dwarfs, now thoroughly alarmed, hastily fled the classroom, leaving their unconscious companion behind, resigned to his fate. Lockhart, still recovering from his previous injuries, narrowly avoided being sent to meet Merlin. As for the dwarf who bore the brunt of the fortunate one's wrath, he was now gasping for breath, his chances of recovery dwindling. The glutton, displaying an uncharacteristic kindness, extended a friendly hand and, without a word, whisked the injured dwarf out of the classroom, claiming to escort him to the hospital wing for treatment. Whether anyone believed him was beyond his concern. In any case, Harry did not believe it, and in fact, looked forward to a midnight snack. "My apologies, Professor Lockhart. It seems my student was startled, resulting in a slight stress reaction. You can understand, right? After all, it is quite normal for a youth in the throes of adolescence to act impulsively. Yes, you would forgive her minor misstep, wouldn't you? Everyone knows of your formidable prowess. Such a trivial injury must be of no consequence to you." Indeed, it was evident that Lockhart had defeated many formidable foes, and the audience began to applaud in recognition of his impressive abilities. A sparse round of applause erupted, forcing Lockhart to swallow the blood that threatened to rise in his throat. He could endure injuries, but losing face was utterly intolerable. For the sake of his fragile pride, he plastered a radiant smile on his face and managed to utter, "Of course. It was but an accident. I shan't take it to heart. Professor Snape, I must take my leave now. If there is nothing further, please continue your lesson." With the pestilence departed, a hushed murmur swept through the classroom. "Hey, Harry, did you see that?" Lockhart looked like he was about to spew blood. "I swear I saw it on those big, white teeth of his. Wow, that kick from the Fortunate One was quite fierce. I doubt that dwarf will survive." Draco-esque glee was unmistakable in his tone. After pouring his oddly colored potion into a vial, Ron chimed in, as if that needed saying. "Everyone knows she has an almost obsessive self-restraint when it comes to potions. I saw it clearly. Her hand trembled slightly when the dwarfs barged in, and her potion almost got ruined. Although she salvaged it in the end, it certainly didn't mitigate her anger. Not to mention, she probably spared Lockhart out of respect for Dumbledore. In truth, Phantom could speak to this matter best. He knew the character of his flat-headed friend all too well. In the past, not only would she have harmed someone, but she might have even killed them without a second thought. To see her exercise such restraint now was a considerable show of respect for Dumbledore. Chapter 352, A Grudge. When Lockhart departed, though he was already on the verge of bloodshed, the Fortunate One's retribution was just beginning. The flat-headed one was notorious for holding grudges. After having lost a match due to Lockhart's interference, she had shown him a modicum of leniency out of respect for Dumbledore. But now, mere days of peace had passed, and here he was, causing disturbances anew. As a professor in his teaching tenure, how could he allow a gaggle of unruly dwarfs to disrupt his class with such impunity? As the frustration mounted within her, the pen held by the Emperor transformed into mere ash in her palm. Upon witnessing this, Hermione swallowed hard and instinctively offered a word of caution. Your Majesty, I understand that today's events were the fault of Professor Lockhart, but you cannot. Cannot what? Gazing at the Emperor's enigmatic smile, Hermione found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. A premonition stirred within her. She sensed that if she dared to utter even a single word in defense of Lockhart, she would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, Harry's attention remained solely on Hermione, and he interjected, "You can't simply offer him a trivial reprimand. This time, you must strike hard enough that he would never dare to so brazenly violate school rules again. What kind of professor personally disrupts a class? If we were to pursue this matter, it would be a direct challenge to Professor Dumbledore's authority. Honestly, sister, I must say you are far too kind. Your kick at that hideous creature was far too gentle. If it were me, Lockhart would be currently residing in the infirmary, receiving emergency treatment." Evidently, Harry's timely flattery seemed to uplift the Emperor's dismal spirits. Draco and Ron exchanged discreet thumbs-up gestures in response. "Come now, is it really worth getting this upset over such a trivial matter? That potion wasn't even destroyed, was it? In my opinion, it's your own lack of composure. It was merely a slight external disturbance. Why did you let it rattle you so? Ultimately, it reflects your own inadequacies. I've told you time and again. When concocting potions, concentration is paramount. After all these years, why can't you see a change?" As Fan Tong spoke, his thoughts drifted back to a time long past, when he had devoted immense effort to transforming the utterly talentless Emperor into a master alchemist. The countless herbs rendered useless the explosions of numerous cauldrons, and the occasions he had to serve as a punching bag during those days were indeed too painful to recall. I've done my utmost. It's precisely because I was so focused that I was startled. Goodness, singing is difficult enough for me. Who knew there were greater mountains beyond? Is it so wrong for me to tremble? Ask anyone else. How many didn't shudder? Hermione, tell me, were you not frightened by that group of grotesque beings? Hermione, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded. Had it not been for the numerous explosions she had experienced while concocting potions, she might not have developed the habit of always being prepared to remedy the situation. Upon reflection, Lockhart's beating was hardly unwarranted. Just moments ago, she had even contemplated pleading on his behalf. No wonder the Emperor had scolded her. She must be out of her mind. Otherwise, anyone encountering such a situation would wish to deliver a resounding slap to the true instigator. Chapter 353. Oh, what a scoop. With the support of her companions, the Emperor's previously dismal mood began to resurge. Snape, for his part, merely turned a blind eye. Of course, this situation was not unique to their group. Given the satisfactory quality of the potion submitted, he granted these young witches and wizards a measure of freedom, provided they did not overstep their bounds. Whispering amongst themselves was acceptable, as some young wizards realized that Snape would not intervene in their hushed exchanges. They first whispered a cheer before discussing the recent events with their peers, maintaining a respectful distance. The majority deemed Lockhart's abrupt disruption of the class as a blatant breach of professional ethics. Even some of his die-hard fans began to scrutinize their own judgment regarding their admiration. Thanks to the Emperor's lessons on mental fortitude, most students had developed the habit of paying attention in class. The harsh consequences of failing to do so were too severe. Anyone who had been blown away by a potion explosion would never again neglect their studies. The potion that had maintained its excellent quality despite external disturbances served as the best testament to this newfound diligence. Most professors expressed considerable satisfaction, with the exception of Professor Bin's History of Magic class, whose hypnotic effects rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to remain attentive. As a result, to avoid being ensnared in Bin's illusory detentions, students compelled themselves to engrave the material into their minds, ensuring that no one failed in just that subject. Undoubtedly, the Emperor's presence was subtly transforming Hogwarts in numerous ways. Whether in interpersonal relations or in the enhancement of skills, significant changes were occurring. If the four houses had previously been a scattered assembly, each pursuing its own interests, Hogwarts now resembled a solid rock, virtually impossible to shatter. The Emperor's ethos was clear. While squabbles among friends were permissible, unity against external threats was imperative. Anyone daring to betray their own would certainly face dire repercussions. During practical sessions in the small secret realm, students from the four houses would often find themselves divided into groups. Initially, there might have been conflicts arising from their differing houses, but once they were pushed to their limits, such matters became trivial. The self-serving tendencies of Slytherin, when applied within the same group, surprisingly proved beneficial, as they would ensure their own never suffered loss. Through shared hardships, perspectives often shifted, and particularly in the face of a common enemy, bonds of friendship flourished. The Emperor served as a catalyst for this camaraderie. Once the bell for class dismissal rang, students exited the classroom in an orderly fashion. Only then did Snape approach the Emperor, presenting her with a scorecard marked with an O, Miss Grindelwald. Maintaining your composure and successfully brewing this potion amidst disturbances earns Slytherin 2 points. Severus, is it truly wise to award points so indiscriminately? Although she questioned him, the upward curve of the Emperor's lips reflected her improved mood. Snape expertly ruffled her hair, responding with utmost seriousness. Indiscriminate? Well, what of it? After all, I am the head of Slytherin, and I possess that authority. Moreover, you truly performed admirably, did you not? The potion was a perfect match. I had not anticipated it. You are indeed a remarkably talented student, and I take pride in you. Who could resist such sweet words? The Emperor felt as though she was being coaxed into a state of bliss, her face blooming with joy. In that moment, all thoughts of Lockhart faded from her mind, eclipsed by Snape's praise. The two exited the classroom, unabashedly ignoring Fantong and Rabbit, who awaited them outside, eager to confront Lockhart. The unwillingly summoned Rabbit pointed at the retreating figures, uncertainly asking, "Are you sure the Emperor nearly crushed Lockhart just now?" She didn't look angry at all. She appeared rather infatuated, much like the last time I saw her, after she raided an entire treasure trove. Fantong looked up at the ceiling, wiping away non-existent tears of sorrow. Alas, Rabbit, our Emperor has changed. She is now the love-struck monarch. She is no longer the formidable sorceress we once knew. My loyalty and patriotism have been misplaced. Rabbit rolled her eyes in annoyance, unceremoniously digging in her nose before wiping her fingers on Fantong's robe. You wretched Rabbit. Are you tired of living? This is a new robe I crafted myself. How dare you? What do you do about it? It was you who first uttered those loathsome words that revolted me. Am I not entitled to retaliate? And what of your loyalty to the nation? Do you possess such a thing? Every time a scheme against Ping 2 was hatched, were you not the instigator? Every brawl, she engaged in lacked your incitement. Let me tell you, you are the most insidious of schemers. After finally enjoying a few peaceful days, you still harbor grievances, truly shameless. Fantong's face flushed with anger. He raised his hand, intending to deal a harsh blow, but the agile Rabbit deftly evaded his grasp and cheekily made a face at him. Naya can't hit me. Can you? It drives you mad. I'll go report to Ping 2 right now and see if she won't turn you into a folding screen. You there, stop. You want to report me? It is I who should be reporting you. Do you think you are so virtuous? Weren't you the one who suggested robbing Jingling? She. This mutual self-exposure truly left Harry and the others, who were merely observing, stunned by the spectacle. Indeed, this gossip was quite delightful. Rabbit was not deceiving me. The early bird may miss the worm, but can still feast on bread offered by others. My effort to return and witness this drama was not in vain. Although I did not witness Lockhart's downfall, the abundance of juicy gossip made it worthwhile. Draco nodded in agreement, clearly finding this far more entertaining than watching them confront Lockhart. I never imagined that life under the Emperor could be so exhilarating. Now, I'm curious if Ares has ever pulled similar tricks on the Emperor. Once Ron posed this query, it garnered unanimous agreement from Harry and Draco, all three intrigued. To uncover this answer, they swiftly made their way toward the kitchen. Chapter 354, The Malfoy Twins. Ultimately, Harry and his companion's curiosity went unquenched, for on their way to the kitchen, the Emperor's guardian intercepted them. Draco, come to the potions classroom immediately. Your mother is in labor, and I believe you should return to welcome your siblings' arrival. What? Mother is in labor. I am on my way. Draco trembled with excitement at this news. Weasley, did you hear? I'm about to have siblings. Ah, yes. You're about to have siblings. So what? Are you bragging to me? Ron's remarks swiftly cured Draco of his Parkinson's. The young master swore that Ron Weasley was the most detestable person he had ever encountered. I shan't stoop to your childish level. Harry, I'm leaving now. Remember to share any news from Ares with me. Yay, I'm about to have siblings. Watching his friend's rare exuberance, Harry mused aloud. Ah, Draco is so fond of his siblings. I wonder if he will weep when his sister marries. Who can say? However, given the young master's proud disposition, he will likely sneak away to cry under the covers. I must be sure to stake out early and have a good laugh at his expense. When Ron made this remark, it seemed he could already envision the scene, his face alight with schadenfreude. As Draco's only childhood friend, Harry quietly added, Ahem, Ron, although you might feel uncomfortable hearing this, I must kindly remind you that while Draco's sister was just born today, your sister is already 11 years old. If all goes well, she will probably marry first. You understand. The smile may not vanish, but it will shift. Ron, do you even hear yourself? How is that kind? And what do you mean by understand? I don't understand a thing. Harry Potter, you certainly know how to stab a friend. The intent to harm cannot be concealed. Sensing Ron's malicious gaze upon him, Harry made a quick retreat. Ron pursued him relentlessly, determined to provide his good friend with a loving childhood. Meanwhile, Draco, having just stepped into the potions classroom, was hastily pulled into the portal by the anxious Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the three arrived at Malfoy Manor. At that moment, Lucius was anxiously stationed outside the delivery room. Each of Narcissa's groans sending waves of panic through him. He even began to regret his inability to resist temptation and consume that childbirth potion, which now left Narcissa in such agony. As he was ensnared by various negative emotions, the Emperor, accompanied by Snape and Draco, hurriedly arrived. What is the situation? In response to the Emperor's inquiry, Lucius trembled. It has been an hour. The child has yet to arrive, and Narcissa is in great pain. I do not know how to help her. Lucius, drenched in sweat from anxiety, had even wrinkled his usually impeccably neat attire. The Emperor replied, You don't know how to help her? I do, but I wonder if you possess the will and courage to do so. Upon hearing that he could assist Narcissa, Lucius excitedly grasped the Emperor's shoulders with such force that Draco noticed his father's fingers turning pale from strain. Before Draco could remind his father of his rudeness, Snape forcefully pulled Lucius aside, his furrowed brow revealing his displeasure. However, the Emperor, being the wrong party, paid no heed. She simply produced a charm with a cheerful demeanor and presented it to Lucius. Here, this is a maternal transfer charm. Simply affix the maternal symbol to Narcissa and the child symbol to yourself, and all of her negative effects will be transferred to you. In other words, you will endure all the pains of childbirth on her behalf. So, Uncle Lucius, what do you say? Would you like to give it a try? To her surprise, Lucius showed no hesitation and immediately affixed the child's symbol to himself. His eagerness suggested he feared the Emperor might reclaim the charm if he delayed. His eyes reflected not the dread of impending pain, but rather the relief of being able to alleviate his wife's suffering. That will suffice. Now hurry and deliver this maternal symbol to Narcissa. I am willing to bear her burdens. The Emperor found no surprise in this response. From the outset, she had recognized the depth of his love for his wife, which inspired him to concoct such a seemingly trivial charm during moments of boredom. Fortunately, his display did not disappoint her. Well done. You're indeed a good man who loves his wife. Just a moment, I'll go inside. A friendly reminder. Find a comfortable spot to lie down. It will likely be quite painful, and I fear you may faint. After leaving this caution, the Emperor did not hesitate and entered the delivery room. Inside, Narcissa lay pallid on the bed, while a nearby wizard labored to employ healing magic, attempting to ease her birthing process. If merely ordinary offspring were involved, such efforts might yield some effect. However, unfortunately, the two within Narcissa were anything but ordinary. They were decidedly extraordinary. From the moment they were mere embryos, they were nurtured by Draco, who had taken them from Harry, and later fortified by an ethereal energy gathering array meticulously set up by the Emperor of Fortune. They have been subconsciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, rendering them two spiritual fetuses. However, every situation possesses its duality. Due to their uniqueness, their mother, acting as their growth donor, must endure a far greater agony during childbirth than that experienced by mothers of ordinary children. Besides the physical pain, the significant loss of spiritual energy is the most perilous aspect. This is precisely why some powerful cultivators experience a reduction in strength during childbirth. Thanks to the Emperor's regular sustenance and a continuous influx of spiritual energy from the gathering array, Narcissa was not entirely drained of her magical power by the two little ones. Nonetheless, her condition remained far from ideal. Her exquisitely beautiful face appeared pallid as parchment, and even her life force seemed to wane gradually. Without hesitation, the Emperor affixed the maternal talisman to her and promptly placed a pill in her mouth. As she felt a steady flow of magical energy coursing through her body, Narcissa finally regained a modicum of strength and weakly expressed her gratitude. "Your Majesty, thank you. Without you, I fear I would have met Merlin by now. The demand for magical energy from these two little ones is far greater than I anticipated." The Emperor, averse to seeing women in tears, especially a striking beauty like Narcissa, interrupted her magical attack and redirected her focus to her body, which was no longer in pain. "Stop, Aunt Narcissa. If you wish to express your gratitude, it is best to wait until these little ones arrive. You cannot forget that you are in labor just because the pain has subsided." Chapter 355. Am I some heartless pervert? With the Emperor's reminder, Narcissa gradually realized that she truly no longer felt pain. Her hand instinctively caressed her round belly, and upon sensing the lively movements of the little ones, she sighed in relief. Thankfully, the children were unharmed. Attributing her current state to the pill the Emperor had just given her, she said, "Your Majesty, I am grateful for you. I did not expect these two little ones to be so troublesome. They will surely be little rascals once they are born. Fear not, I am quite adept at parenting. I assure you they will be well trained. But now is not the time for such discussions. You should focus on bringing them into the world first. Now follow my lead. Exhale, inhale." No longer tormented by pain, Narcissa, under the Emperor's guidance, gradually found her rhythm, while Lucius, waiting anxiously outside the delivery room, endured his own torment. The moment the maternal talisman was affixed, a pain that felt as if it would tear him apart surged through him like a tidal wave. Lucius swore that this agony rivaled the torment inflicted upon him by his former employer, Voldemort, with the Cruciatus Curse. Despite having endured numerous abuses in the past, he could not help but break into a cold sweat, especially with the accompanying sensation of weakness from the substantial loss of magical energy. Unable to withstand it, he stumbled backward. Fortunately, Draco remembered the Emperor's instructions and kept a watchful eye on his father. Otherwise, Lucius would have collapsed outright. "Dad, are you all right?" "And no, it's fine. I just need a moment to recover." Lucius spoke through clenched teeth, his jaw trembling. Draco sensed that his father was on the brink of fainting. Casting a pleading glance at Snape, he silently implored for assistance, clearly indicating that it was time for some medicine. Otherwise, his father would truly pass out. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Snape begrudgingly produced a vial of medicine, recalling how forcefully Lucius had gripped the Emperor's shoulder moments ago. The petty professor, despite his reluctance to provide aid, knew the potion's effects were rather mediocre. After all, Lucius would not perish. It would merely be painful. Surely he could endure. As it turned out, Lucius did indeed withstand it, and once his magical energy was restored, he steeled himself, enduring the excruciating pain while anxiously awaiting the outcome of Narcissa's labor. Time passed slowly, and finally, after 2 hours, the wailing of a newborn echoed from the delivery room. "They're here. Draco, did you hear that? Your mother has successfully given birth to your siblings." In that moment, Lucius was stripped of his usual nobility and grace. His face streaked with tears as he surrendered to the sudden wave of relief. Draco had never seen his father so devoid of composure. Just as he opened his mouth to remind Lucius to regain his dignity, he caught sight of the usually stoic headmaster, Snape, holding a recording stone. "Professor Snape, what are you doing?" "HM? What?" Snape replied, his face a mask of calm as he discreetly tucked away the recording stone, feigning ignorance of the spectacle Draco had just witnessed. In light of this scene, young Draco could only think, indeed, those who mingle with ink become black. How true it is. While the situation with the recording stone remained unresolved, Lucius burst into the delivery room. Without pausing to glance at the infants, he enveloped the exhausted Narcissa in a tight embrace. "Ciecia, I'm so sorry. I was too selfish. Otherwise, you and T have had to endure such a terrifying ordeal. Are you all right now? Do you feel any discomfort? Would you like some water first? Or perhaps something to eat? You haven't eaten since last night. You must be starving. What would you like me to prepare?" "Lucius, please calm down. I am fine, just a bit tired. If possible, may I rest for a while? Don't you want to hold our little darling first?" "I've already held them. They are truly adorable little bundles." Narcissa's voice grew softer, and she eventually drifted into slumber in Lucius's arms. Noticing the impending breakdown of someone, Snape promptly cast a sleeping charm on her. Excellent. The effect was immediate. The world fell silent. Witnessing the entire scene, Draco felt a surge of frustration. "All right, let them rest peacefully, Draco. Your primary task now is to learn how to care for these little ones, rather than getting into trouble over trivial matters." This statement was a blatant threat, and recognizing the gravity of the situation, Draco promptly exited the room. The Emperor carefully examined the two little treasures' physical conditions. As I expected, they possess excellent potential. With a bit of guidance, they will undoubtedly grow into formidable wizards. Severus, just look at how adorable they are. Their soft little faces are so delightful. I could almost bite them. Upon hearing the word bite, Snape instinctively moved the crib behind him, clearly indicating his intent to protect the infants from someone's insatiable cravings. His caution was not unwarranted. Past experiences had taught him well. All manner of magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest had suffered at her hands, and even the proud centaurs had not escaped the taste of her curiosity. Fortunately, thanks to Fong Tong's sustainable development theory, the minor costs incurred in exchange for significant benefits had been acceptable to those creatures. Thus, when the Emperor expressed a desire to bite the infants, Snape's first reaction was to ensure she was not succumbing to her cravings again. That is not permissible. Miss Grindelwald, do temper your appetite a tad. These two are your godchildren. Huh? What does that have to do with appetite? Severus, do you truly believe I would consume these little ones? How could you entertain such a ghastly notion? Am I some inhuman pervert? Though I am loath to admit it. Certain peculiarities of the Emperor do seem rather out of place in Severus's eyes. After all, a normal person would not possess the curiosity to taste their own flavor, let alone this fellow before us, who has indeed sampled himself and provided recommendations on which parts have a superior taste. Is that not the case? I've never been curious about my own flavor. The Emperor's attempt to retort was swiftly silenced. Well, if that is the case, she does seem somewhat abnormal. Chapter 356. Severus's Curiosity and the Emperor's Understanding. Just as the Emperor sought to defend herself, Draco rushed in, clutching a carefully prepared gift. His flushed face, animated with excitement, revealed his current joy. "Your Majesty, can they wear these little garments I made? And this beast milk? I heard from Ares that the little ones should drink plenty of it to grow strong. Oh, and this puppet, a gift from Lucas, is supposed to be for taking care of babies. Additionally, there are some small blankets and quilts from the rabbits. That rascal Xiaochan and then crafted a crib and stroller for them, along with various scattered toys. All these are gifts from everyone to welcome the two of them. It appears our little treasures are quite popular indeed." Gently touching the soft, chubby faces of the little ones, Draco felt himself melting with affection. His heart and mind were wholly consumed by thoughts of his siblings, blissfully unaware of the slight awkwardness in the atmosphere between the two adults present. To shift the topic, the Emperor picked up a garment with somewhat coarse stitching and examined it closely. To her surprise, while not particularly exquisite, it was still quite commendable overall. At the very least, compared to her own craftsmanship, this outfit could be deemed a masterpiece. The fabric was soft, the size appropriate, and there were no odd smells. It could be worn, though care must be taken not to harm them while dressing. Otherwise, I shall take over. I possess some experience in caring for younglings. After all, I raised little Flame myself. Just look at how robust she has become. Draco, who had intended to relinquish control, immediately tightened his grip on the garment upon hearing this. He had heard little Flame recount the entire process of her upbringing, which was not to say it was unpleasant, but rather too intense. He certainly did not wish for his newly born siblings to encounter any unfriendly experiences. A misstep resulting in a broken arm or leg would cause him great distress. Let's forego that. In preparation for their arrival, I have been studying childcare for quite some time. Now is the moment to put that knowledge into practice. Trust me, I will take good care of them both. As he spoke, Draco adeptly dressed the two little bundles in the soft clothing. The Emperor glanced at the sleeping Lucius and his wife, then at Draco, whose heart and eyes were filled with love for the little ones, and suddenly felt that she and Severus were somewhat superfluous in this setting. Severus, it seems there is little need for our assistance here. In that case, let us return to school. On such a romantic day as Valentine's, I believe we ought to offer some special care to those energetic little ones from the professors. Hee hee. What a coincidence. The secret chamber found by old Voldemort has been renovated by me, and today it has been completed. We must go explore it. Just the sight of the mischievous smile on the Emperor's face led Severus to surmise that the cellar must be quite extraordinary. What piqued his curiosity, however, was what transformations had taken place to elicit such mirth from her. To satiate his curiosity as swiftly as possible, he decided to return to the school immediately. The renovations of the cellar were of little consequence. What mattered was that he could not allow his students to study potions during class. With exams approaching, he needed to return quickly to ensure they achieved commendable results to bring home. Having made his decision, he promptly retrieved a collection of potions beneficial for postnatal recovery. With the Emperor in tow, he stepped into the temporary teleportation circle. The speed was such that Draco had no time to plead for him to stay. As he vanished before his eyes, even if there was urgency to return to class, did it necessitate such haste? Moreover, had not today's lessons already concluded? Or was it that Professor Snape's fervor stemmed from a desire to see that cellar? Surely it could not be so. It must be said, Draco had discerned the truth. Upon returning to Hogwarts, although Severus said nothing, the Emperor sensed a hint of his uncharacteristic urgency through their soul bond. Such an occurrence was rare, and to tease him, she lazily stretched and then nonchalantly ascended the stairs. Severus, who was still waiting for her to guide him to the secret chamber, paused in confusion, seemingly unsure of her intent in going upstairs. This question was soon answered as he overheard the Emperor muttering to herself, "Oh dear, watching others give birth is rather exhausting. I shall first take a nap in the room of requirement. Severus, do attend to your matters. I shall be fine. I'm not busy. I understand. I comprehend entirely. Severus, you know I have always been an understanding girl. Work is paramount. I can wait until you finish. You need not set aside your duties for my sake. You must have pressing matters to attend to. I understand. Go on. Do not let me complicate your tasks. I shall see you in the office later. Bye." With a casual wave, the Emperor pranced up the stairs, leaving Severus alone, furrowing his brow in contemplation. How could she have perceived him as busy? Had he not been quite idle of late? Was it not agreed that upon returning, he would accompany her to view the renovations in the cellar? Why had she suddenly become so understanding? When had she ever associated herself with that term? If one were to bind her to a word, it would surely be unruly. Unable to fathom her reasoning, he resolved to cease his ruminations. As the rabbit had once said, there is no difficulty in the world if one is willing to relinquish it. For matters he could not grasp, letting go was the best solution. After all, overthinking served no purpose and was not worth expending excessive energy upon. Such self-inflicted emotional turmoil must not be permitted even the slightest foothold. Since he could glean nothing from the Emperor, it did not imply that he could not inquire with the others, particularly regarding activities involving cerebral engagement, where they would undoubtedly be more reliable. Having reached this conclusion, Severus shed his earlier gloom and strode purposefully towards the kitchen, his long legs carrying him swiftly. The newly acquired ingredients would surely be captivating the gluttonous one within, and the greedy few would undoubtedly be waiting eagerly for their first taste. As anticipated, upon entering the kitchen, he discovered 3 individuals encircled by a throng of house elves. However, the scene before him was somewhat grotesque. Chapter 357, The Lethality of a Local. The dwarf, who should have been in the infirmary, had now been divided into several portions. The sight of his unblinking, grotesque visage revealed just how humiliating his demise had been. After all, no one would expect that merely taking on a part-time job for pay would cost him his life. This predicament would certainly make anyone feel constrained, especially the unfortunate soul before us. He had clearly heard the little wizard mention being sent to the infirmary for treatment, yet, just as he regained a modicum of consciousness, his head was severed. The glutton was indifferent to the thoughts of his ingredients. After all, for one who indulges in gluttony to the extent of not sparing even himself, one could hardly find grounds for condemnation. After years of indulgence, Severus Snape's tolerance for certain peculiar ingredients had evolved significantly. In truth, as long as one does not overly scrutinize the essence of the ingredients, the dishes prepared by the glutton are indeed delectable. So much so that upon witnessing the dismembered dwarf, he merely furrowed his brow at the overly macabre scene. "Huh? Severus, what brings you here? Weren't you at Malfoy Manor? Back so soon? I had thought you two would at least wait until tomorrow morning to return. How is it? Did Narcissa give birth? Was it smooth? The chef's nourishing soup is nearly ready. I'll have Dobby deliver it later. By the way, are you hungry? Where's that flat-headed fellow? Did he not come with you? With too many questions from Phantom, Snape found himself at a loss as to which to answer first. Ultimately, it was Harry who, unable to bear the situation, chose the most pressing question for him. Severus, are Draco's younger siblings adorable? Indeed, they are quite charming. If you have the time, you should pay them a visit. However, do take care not to pinch their faces at will. Considering the soft, plump faces of those two, Snape felt compelled to emphasize this point. After all, if everyone were to pinch them, even with the gentlest of touches, the frequent handling might lead to injury. Rest assured, Severus, we have encountered our fair share of younglings. A mere child is hardly worthy of our excessive concern. You need not worry. That flat-headed fellow wouldn't he be staying at Malfoy Manor to look after the children? Would he? Such a pity, as my pot of braised meat is just about ready. The glutton lifted the pot lid, deftly stirring the contents, and an overwhelming, rich aroma immediately filled the kitchen. A few small food seekers who had stealthily entered were instantly surrounded by the glutton and his companions. Their eyes fixated on the pot of braised meat, drool glistening at the corners of their mouths. Some bolder children, eager for a taste, squeezed into the crowd and boldly offered the glutton a cigarette. Hey, brother, considering how often I've taken the blame for you, could I possibly have a taste of the meat in that pot? The glutton's hand, poised to eject the interloper, froze upon witnessing the adeptness with which the boy proffered the cigarette. The reason was simple. Such an effortless display of social grace was rare, save for those from Huaxia. From Huaxia? The sudden query startled Gudatsai, who had been drooling over the braised meat, and he instinctively nodded. Yes, indeed. The situation back home has been tumultuous these past few years, and I was brought here by my family patriarch. Before I knew it, I was accepted into Hogwarts. My grandfather believes that having multiple skills is advantageous, hence my arrival. Brother, can I have even a morsel of that meat? I've long craved this since coming here. Though the school cafeteria has served it, it pales in comparison to what you've prepared. Just from the aroma, I can tell you've included at least a dozen herbs in your braising sauce. It is simply divine. The glutton's eyes sparkled with surprise. Who would have thought he would encounter a kindred spirit in such a modest place? Impressive. You could discern the quantity of my seasonings merely by scent. You must be quite the connoisseur. For that, I shall provide you with as much of the braised meat as you desire today. Whatever I create in the future, I promise to reserve a portion for you. These words struck a chord with Guditsai, who immediately enveloped the glutton in a bear hug. Brother, no need for words. Let our actions speak for us henceforth. The two kindred spirits grew increasingly in tune with one another, on the verge of forming a brotherhood in the kitchen. Phantom, however, found this utterly exasperating and pulled Snape and Harry away from the kitchen, while the ever-curious rabbit remained behind to observe the spectacle. In his own words, the glutton and Gudatsai were now the protagonists of his little drama. He needed to gather ample material to later present to the corpulent Tuanzi at Ji Xiaoma's home, and perhaps even earn a bit of pocket money in the process. Have you informed Dumbledore about your little braised meat escapade? Phantom shook his head vehemently. Are you joking? Eating a dwarf is hardly a glorious affair. Why would I willingly walk into a trap? Severus Snape found this response unsurprising. What piqued his curiosity was how Dumbledore would react upon discovering that his beloved eldest son had updated his recipe. After all, it had not been long since the previous incident involving the Dementors. The glutton's fervent assurances seemed to still hang in the air, yet here the dwarf was already in the pot. Just imagining Dumbledore's expression upon learning of this would be quite revealing. Indeed, you may not disclose this matter voluntarily, but it does not mean it won't be leaked by others. Have you considered the ramifications? At this, Phantom belatedly recalled the ingredients that had fled ahead of time in that Farmer Lockhart. How could I have overlooked that? I've truly been living too comfortably, neglecting even the details of eliminating traces. No matter, he reassured himself, as long as I take Albus along for the ride, half the problem will be resolved. Did we not resolve the previous Dementor incident in a similar fashion? Not a significant issue. I shall deliver a bowl of heartfelt meat to my dear father. Chef, stop chatting and quickly ladle me out a bowl of meat. I'll take it to dear old dad for a taste. The glutton, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped his companion's intent. Merely serving the meat would not suffice. A small side dish should accompany it, along with a bowl of rice to complete the meal. By the way, when you go, could you also smooth over the matter with the peacock? Hurry back. We await your return of feast. Understood. You may count on my good news. I'll ensure the blame falls squarely on the peacock for this pot of meat. With a plan to shift the blame already forming in his mind, Phantom dashed out of the kitchen without delay. Watching Phantom's retreating figure, Snape felt a flicker of regret for having spoken out earlier, Otherwise, he might have already had some answers by now. Now, the only reliable person had also left. Fortunately, two individuals who were in the know remained behind, and this time, he was determined to uncover what the European king had truly done. Rabbit, are you aware of the renovations made to the Chamber of Secrets? The rabbit, still preoccupied with his video, casually replied, The chamber? You mean the one where old Voldemort mistreated the spicy strips? It has been renovated? I hadn't heard about that. You should ask Flathead about it. She was going on about it recently, but I was busy with other matters and didn't pay attention. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire with her upon his return? If you're truly curious, why not just go take a look yourself? Why go through such lengths to gather information? Is there a barrier preventing you from entering? Surely not. Is there some secret between you and Flathead? She hasn't developed feelings for someone else, has she? The rabbit, with an imagination as boundless as the sky, suddenly found herself furiously typing away 30,000 words in her mind. The domineering goddess found herself caught between two boats, inadvertently discovered by her insecure and sensitive little husband, who became aware of the third party concealed in a secret chamber. He loves her, she loves him, and their intricate love entanglement leads to a series of exhilarating climaxes. Just thinking about it is thrilling, although it is unclear what excites the rabbit so much. One glance into Severus Snape's sparkling eyes reveals that he is certainly not contemplating anything good. The Emperor claimed that the Valentine's Day gift was specially prepared for the students. However, I find it discourteous to participate in the game uninvited. While this statement holds some truth, the rabbit is not inclined to believe a single word. She prefers to think that Snape doubts the reliability of the Emperor's gift. Who knows what might transpire if he were to go alone? If it is indeed a gift for the students, what if that is merely a ruse to lure him in? Surely, concocting a love potion isn't beyond reach. Is it? Is that so? I can't shake the feeling that you are simply too afraid to go. Severus, you are not being honest. However, your concerns are understandable. After all, facing such a formidable rogue alone would daunt anyone. I comprehend that. Snape remained speechless. Fine. You merely wish to know how it has been transformed, do you not? I shall take you there. Let us go and behold it together. The Emperor, who had been lurking in the shadows, observing Snape, was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. She merely wanted to see Snape's adorable little expressions. Yet the rabbit was meddling unnecessarily, completely lacking in perception. Just wait, I shall make you pay for this. At the moment, the rabbit was blissfully unaware that her inadvertent act of kindness had unwittingly earned her a lifelong psychological shadow. Upon arriving at the secret chamber, the Emperor immediately summoned all the idle ghosts. Emperor, did you not say you would bring Professor Snape along? Why have you come alone? Has our plan changed? The prepared mischievous poltergeist, anxious that the prank might not proceed, inquired with great concern. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. No, it was merely a minor mishap. An unexpected interruption occurred. Poltergeist, you will lead the rabbit to another scene shortly and provide him with a good lesson. His greatest weakness is his fear of poverty. Approach him from that angle and ensure the plot is rich, understood? The poltergeist began to bounce with excitement. No problem, leave it to me, you can rest easy. To deliver a truly impoverished experience to the rabbit, the poltergeist rounded up several accomplices, determined to create a tailor-made little theater for her. The remaining spirits, under the Emperor's guidance, made slight enhancements to the existing scene. I refuse to believe that, even under these circumstances, I cannot win the heart of a beauty. As the rabbit and Snape landed, they immediately noticed the place had transformed entirely. The once foul-smelling pipes had now been impeccably cleaned, rendering the previously shabby corridor unrecognizable after renovations. It doesn't seem to have changed much. Severus, are you certain the Emperor hasn't deceived you? Snape scrutinized the surroundings for a long time and concluded that indeed, it looked quite similar to his last visit. If he had to find any differences, it would be the pristine cleanliness, which could now be described as immaculate. As for everything else, he saw no discernible alterations. Could it be that the Emperor merely spoke without intent? The two continued deeper into the chamber, glancing left and right, yet finding no discrepancies. Severus, you must have been tricked by that flat-headed fellow. Aside from being cleaner, there is hardly anything different here. Why not send that spicy strip ahead to scout? However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than he faced a vehement protest from a spicy strip. I won't go. I've spent enough time in this cursed place. I have no desire to revisit the past. You should go on your own. Master, I know this place better than anyone. There is nothing worth seeing. Let us just head back to the office. Snape gazed at the spicy strip, which was now writhing on his wrist, and sighed, tapping its head with his finger. Be quiet. If you keep squirming like that, you can crawl back on your own. The spicy strip immediately ceased its movements, obediently curling back into a bracelet. However, its chatter did not relent for a moment. I know. I just didn't want you to make a trip for nothing. The lady of the house spends most of her time in the potions classroom. She has no extra time for renovations. She must have said that just to tease you. Perhaps, as the rabbit suggested, she is simply harboring ulterior motives. Last time, I even saw her stealing your pink potion, which I hear is a love potion. Master, you should be cautious. I feel the lady's gaze upon you has been rather peculiar. The spicy strip's words garnered the rabbit's fervent agreement. Indeed, I find his words quite accurate. Renovations have always been my responsibility, yet this time I heard not a whisper of it, which implies it likely never happened. Let us return. If you remain particularly curious, I could accompany you a little further, since we've come this far. Snape's curiosity, quelled by the rabbit and the spicy strip's counsel, gradually subsided. It seemed that the renovations were merely a fabrication of the Emperor's imagination. Forget it. I have work to attend to in my office. Let us head back. As he spoke, Snape turned and began to walk away, stating, "The spirit fruit I recently cultivated is ripe. If you have the time, you may pick some a taste. The saplings have also been transplanted to the spirit spring on the black turtle's side. Next time you wish to eat them, you can go there directly to harvest. I also moved some of the herbs from there, and you." However, Snape, who had received no response, turned back only to find the rabbit had vanished. Did something urgent come up? Is it necessary to use a teleportation charm at such a short distance? Master, what urgent matter could he have? It's probably just the meat from the chef. He likely feels it's time to eat, the spicy strip suggested. Let's hurry back. The lady should be in the office by now. She promised to bring me a cow today, and I've been starving for an hour over it. Mention of food made the spicy strip salivate uncontrollably. Snape, in distaste, lifted it from his wrist and warned sternly, "You had better control your mouth. If you dare to drool on my clothes, you can forget about your beef tonight." The spicy strip's tail curled around its mouth several times, nodding like a maraca. I understand. Master, I promise I won't dirty your clothes at all. Trust me. I swear on all the food of my remaining life. You had better keep your word. With that, Snape placed the creature back into his pocket and strode out of the secret chamber. Meanwhile, the rabbit, firmly trapped by the Emperor, felt her eyes redden. Her mind was racing with thoughts. "You flat-headed fool, what are you doing?" Silence. "Rabbit, I've noticed you've been a bit too carefree lately. Have you forgotten my notorious temper due to a lack of reprimand? Why is it that you are everywhere? All I yearn for is a simple morsel of meat. Why must you meddle in my affairs, knowing full well my dubious intentions? Wouldn't it be more prudent for you to humbly scrounge a meal from the kitchen? Why must you derive such joy from assisting others? Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, illustrating the notion that good intentions may not yield favorable outcomes. Pai Gue, this fellow shall be entrusted to you. Does he not wish to see the extent of my renovations? Then let him behold it with his own eyes." Alas, the rabbit, severed from contact unilaterally, could only emit impotent whimpers of despair. Pai Gue eagerly seized the bound rabbit and floated away with a cheerful demeanor. The fortunate one cast a regretful glance at the corridor on his right, mumbling in disappointment, "Ah, what a pity for my little surprise. Never mind, perhaps next time. Let those little rascals test the waters first. That could work too." He chuckled to himself, pondering whether those little ones would appreciate his Valentine's Day special gift. Upon returning nonchalantly to the potion class office, the fortunate one seemed to have forgotten his earlier words at Malfoy Manor, not uttering a single mention of the Chamber of Secrets. Although Snape felt a flicker of curiosity, it was swiftly overshadowed by the emergence of a new flavor of wolfsbane potion, leading him to cast aside that fleeting inquisitiveness. With this latest flavor, he had now concocted 7 distinct tastes. It appeared his old friend would enjoy a novel potion every time for the foreseeable future. As for the potion that could potentially cure him entirely, Snape had no immediate intention of bestowing it upon another. After all, his large canine companion was due to emerge soon. For the sake of his friend, he would indeed be willing to make some sacrifices, wouldn't he? How I anticipate the scene when they gather together. I wonder how they will react when they too find themselves in a small circle of their own. Were you pondering, Severus? Why do you wear such a joyful grin? Have you concocted yet another new potion? The fortunate one casually lifted a vial of freshly prepared potion to his nose, inhaling its delightful floral scent. "Oh, is this perfume? It smells exquisite. Is it a Valentine's gift for me? Although I've never been one to wear perfume, I might make an exception if it comes from you." Seeing the fortunate one poised to apply the potion upon himself, Snape hastily intervened. "No, this is not perfume. It is wolfsbane potion. If you fancy perfume, I shall concoct a scent of your liking tomorrow. Shall I?" Disappointed that it was not the Valentine's gift she had hoped for, the fortunate one kicked the table lightly and muttered, Even my nemesis receives gifts. Why am I left empty-handed? Severus, have you found another to occupy your affections? Noticing the melancholic aura surrounding his young fiancée, Snape, his ears tinged with crimson, produced a green velvet box. This is a gift I prepared especially for you. Though modest in size, I promise to provide you with something grander in the future. Elated, the fortunate one accepted the small box and, upon opening it, discovered a ring adorned with a green life gem. The ancient band sparkled with an abundance of luminous spirit stones, while the crescent moon, setting securely, embraced the life gem. Under the light, the ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. The fortunate one held it in her hands, enamored, her smile stretching from ear to ear. As for Snape's remarks about its modest size, she paid them no heed. Even if it were merely an ordinary ring, she adored it nonetheless. Severus, is this a proposal? They say rings are only given during proposals. When confronted with this question, Snape hesitated before raising his left hand with a bemused expression. Oh, is it? Then how do you explain this? Gazing at the ring he had gifted, the fortunate one initially paused, then boldly climbed the rhetorical ladder. Explain what? What is there to explain? This is clearly destiny ordained by the heavens. You see, I had so many choices at the outset. Why did I choose to bestow a ring upon you? Is this not fate? Severus, we are undeniably a match made in heaven. You cannot escape it. Intending to witness the fortunate one's shyness, Snape found himself the unwitting target of her boldness. His persistent shyness often rendered him excessively passive in the presence of his beloved. He had made numerous attempts to reclaim the initiative, only to find himself thwarted each time. As the rabbit had remarked, in the realm of audacity, he could scarcely keep pace with them. The evidence was irrefutable. He was indeed lacking in talent in this regard. Dismissing the matter, Snape slid the ring onto the fortunate one's left hand. From now on, I shall present you with something better each year. Overwhelmed by this unexpected delight, the fortunate one enveloped Snape in a tight embrace before dashing out of the office in a whirlwind, leaving no words behind. Snape could easily surmise her destination. It was likely she would not return for some time. With a resigned smile, he began to organize the wolfsbane potions he had just brewed. Over the years, he had accumulated quite a collection, sufficient for his old friend's needs. Contemplating the events of the coming year, he felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of a new semester. It promised to be quite lively. He wondered how much special treatment that foolish dog would be able to procure for himself. After all, he was no longer the helpless little creature he once was. If he were to engage in any unfriendly pranks, the consequences would surely be most entertaining. After all, he too was now part of a small group, and the tactics of this group were far more ruthless than that of their quartet. As he pondered the forthcoming encounters with his old friends, Snape's mood lifted considerably. Meanwhile, the fortunate one hurriedly exited the office, her first instinct leading her to the headmaster's office to flaunt her Valentine's gift to her beloved Albus. As her knuckles rapped against the door, Grindelwald's apprehensive heart finally found solace. Bestowing a fervent kiss upon the one in his arms, he reluctantly released them. Albus, it appears our little daughter has received quite an extraordinary gift. The flushed Dumbledore, having pushed aside a somewhat unsatisfied man, adjusted his disheveled attire before waving his hand to open the door. Look, Albus, look at the Valentine's gift Severus bestowed upon me. Isn't it lovely? It's a ring with space. Though modest in size, it's more than sufficient for storing a few items. The petite ring refracted a dazzling light under the illumination, nearly blinding both present. Grindelwald scoffed, retorting with a hint of envy. It's rather mediocre, I suppose. The gem appears a tad small, the diamond lacks grandeur, and the craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. Overall, its spatial attributes are acceptable, but the rest is merely passable. The fortunate one's cheerful demeanor was swiftly diminished by his words. I see. My ring is indeed subpar. But dear father, what did you gift me, Albus? Grindelwald's expression hardened, clearly taken aback by her sudden inquiry. Sensing his discomfort, the fortunate one sported a mischievous grin. Oh, could it be that dear Father Gellert forgot to prepare a Valentine's gift? Oh, Merlin's woolen socks, Albus. Is Gellert growing weary? Oh, dear heavens. This is simply dreadful. Am I to become a child of a single-parent household? No wonder the rabbit remarked that men are generally not to be trusted. Emotions that are too easily obtained are often not held dear. The truth of this assertion has indeed been proven. Albus, you have forgiven him far too readily, which has led him to treat you with such indifference. He didn't even bother to prepare a gift for you on such a significant occasion as Valentine's Day. What does this signify? It indicates that he truly does not care for you. Is it so difficult to bring you a single rose? The fact that he cannot even muster this simple gesture of ritual speaks volumes. He must be utterly bored. Alas, It is my fault for desiring a home so desperately that I allowed him to take advantage. Albus, you should have given him a good scolding before considering forgiveness. I tell you, enough. Who says I haven't prepared a gift? Your Albus has only unwrapped half of it when you arrived. Oh, really? How can I possibly believe that? Grindelwald's expression darkened, his hand twitching as if to grasp his slipper. Then the Emperor continued. You don't mean to say your gift is yourself, do you? Casting a glance around at the meticulously hidden photographs and the empty sycamore tree. TSK, Albus. Perhaps you should consider switching rooms with the other heads? Keeping someone locked up all day is rather unkind. If all else fails, I could set up a protective array for you. Just place a spirit stone when needed. Mischievous children can indeed drive any parent to madness. This Valentine's Day has been entirely ruined by this little troublemaker. It seems there is simply not enough homework assigned, allowing her too much time to meddle. Grindelwald's last shred of patience finally evaporated just as the Emperor was poised to say something more. The moment the slipper was brought forth, the little cotton-padded troublemaker fell silent. Chapter 361. The Mischievous Child. Dumbledore watched quietly as the father and daughter exchanged banter, showing no inclination to intervene. He relished this relaxed, familial atmosphere. Even if his daughter's inappropriate remarks sometimes caused him a pang in his heart, it was nothing he couldn't endure as he had grown accustomed to it. Albus, are you still concerned about Gellert? He actually intends to hit me. Where shall I place my dignity? The Emperor shook Dumbledore's arm vigorously, her large eyes casting a defiant glance at Grindelwald, her impudent demeanor eliciting sympathy from anyone who witnessed it, making one wish for her a blissful childhood. Must you truly wait for his slipper to strike you before you behave? Were you not just boasting about the gift Severe sent? Can you not present it to me now for my careful appraisal? Mentioning this piqued the Emperor's interest, her left hand reaching eagerly towards Dumbledore, her face alight with anticipation for his praise. It is indeed quite beautiful. It seems Severus put considerable thought into it. Of course. Who do you think is like your man? He is so miserly, he can't even prepare a gift for Valentine's Day. Isn't that the very definition of a cad? Albus, if it truly comes to it, let us find another. Emperor, if you have the courage, do say that again. Angry father, now online to discipline his child. As the Emperor dodged Grindelwald's slipper, she threatened loudly, Hey, Gellert, you old child abuser. You're hitting me. I'll fetch a shovel. Go ahead. Whoever doesn't draw is a puppy. Chased and cornered, the Emperor took refuge behind Dumbledore, retorting loudly. What happened to your elegant demeanor? Gellert, your facade has crumbled. Which dark wizard behaves as childishly as you? Do you believe I won't record your current image and disseminate it throughout the wizarding world? Let them all see how this esteemed Lord Grindelwald truly behaves in private. At that moment, Grindelwald, holding one slipper in hand, wore a face of exasperation, completely devoid of the dignified, strategic aura he usually projected. Anyone with a mischievous child at home would surely empathize with his plight. That is of little importance. What matters is that today your bottom shall bloom. That is far more beautiful than roses. In a bid to preserve the remaining bond between father and daughter, the Emperor unilaterally decided to forgive her father this once. Albus, this man has violent tendencies. For your future happiness, we ought to find another. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. As the teleportation symbol glowed, the Emperor made sure to throw a final jab at her father before making her escape. Such filial piety is unmatched. Once the office fell silent, Grindelwald reluctantly returned the little rabbit's slipper to his personal space. Instantly transformed into a heartbroken pup, he clung to Dumbledore and began to whine. Ow, do not listen to that little troublemaker. You know all my wealth resides with you. I genuinely possess not a single canute to spare for an extravagant gift. However, I have learned to concoct candy alongside that wretched Severus. Though the flavor still needs a touch of refinement, I assure you, consuming it will definitely alleviate any toothache. Do you like my gift? Pushing away the increasingly close Grindelwald, Dumbledore attempted to maintain a serious expression. But the vibrant assortment of candies on the table was simply too enticing. He had no resistance whatsoever. Pretending to be indifferent, he picked up a piece and savored it. Alas, you must admit, it is quite delightful. It appears you have indeed practiced thoroughly. Chapter 362. A Scapegoat Born of a Dungball. Escaping the headmaster's office, the Emperor, as always, did not leave immediately but skillfully began to scale the wall corner. Let me see which impolite fellow dares to pry into the headmaster's office window. As he spoke, Grindelwald's little rabbit slipper successfully met the Emperor's head with a satisfying thwack. When the sound of it falling reached him, that unrepentant father revealed a particularly vindicated smile. Gellert, are you attempting to kill me and replace me with a new one? You would dare strike from such a height. Albus, did you see? He is truly a ruthless character. Quickly, rid yourself of him and find someone more obedient. Otherwise, you shall be next on the receiving end. In response, Grindelwald tossed a dung ball her way. Gellert, you. The window was firmly shut, leaving Grindelwald only able to see the Emperor's frustrated antics, without a sound to be heard. Strangely enough, this feeling was rather pleasant. The method that little Han Mimi taught him proved effective. The next time he encountered that little one, he must reward her with even more goodies. Gellert, did you hear the Emperor's voice? I feel as though I heard her calling for me. Lost in a world of candy, Dumbledore managed to ask. Grindelwald casually drew the curtains, then replied with utmost seriousness. Was there? I heard nothing. You must have misheard. That little wretch is probably off somewhere else, boasting about her ring. You know her disposition. Should she receive even a trinket from Severus, she would wish to inform the entire world. By now, she has likely reached Professor McGonagall's office. Ow, you have nearly unwrapped all of my Valentine's Day gift, so may I not also open mine? Familiar arms enveloped him once more, and before Dumbledore could swallow the candy in his mouth, it was easily replaced with Grindelwald's possessive kiss, sealing his lips entirely. The soft robe was shed, and the desk, intended for work, was forced to bear an undue burden. The temperature within the room gradually ascended, revealing a robust chest and sculpted abdomen, exuding strength. Feel free to imagine 1,000 words here. Amidst the enchanting atmosphere indoors, the European monarch was downstairs, vocally venting her frustrations, her profanities so raw that they would require censorship if spoken aloud. Due to certain unusual circumstances, Fantong, delayed in delivering meat, was drawn towards the irate shouts of the monarch from afar. After listening quietly for a moment, he hesitantly inquired, "Surely you aren't cursing our dear father, are you?" The European monarch, having just poured herself a cup of spiritual tea, affirmed, "Indeed, it is he. Who else could provoke my ire to such an extent without receiving a beating? What is the matter? Do you take issue with my curses?" Fantong vehemently waved his hands. No. I harbor not a shred of dissent. However, I just thought I might gently remind you. He is our father, and those curses you just uttered are rather inappropriate. You may curse his ancestors, but you must not condemn his descendants, for unless there are extraordinary circumstances at play, we are likely his only progeny. Thus, your tirade could very well be directed at us. A sharp intake of breath escaped the monarch, realization dawning upon her. How could she have forgotten this crucial detail? She had been hurling curses all this time, only to have them rebound upon herself. Cursed be her oversight. Enraged, she sought an outlet for her frustration. "Why aren't you wearing a hat?" She snapped at Fantong. "Are you out of your mind? If you wish to unleash your wrath, do not direct it at me. I warn you, should you dare lay a finger on me, I shall promptly report you to Severus." The sound of her fingers cracking echoed ominously as the monarch narrowed her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. "Oh, how I tremble in fear. Rest assured, I shall not touch a single finger of yours. I shall strike all 10. Listen, in light of our relationship, would you kindly repay your father's debts? What nonsense! I hereby sever my paternal ties with Gellert. If you wish to vent, go find the cook. He is also your brother." Fantong, tossing the remnants of his sunflower seeds, flung them at the monarch's face, his legs flailing so rapidly they nearly left a blur. "The cook is out of the question. He must prepare my meals. For now, you are the most suitable option. Obey, and I shall only strike you for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, shall we?" "Absolutely not. Are you insane? That pile of refuse wasn't tea thrown by me. Whoever did it, let them take the blame. Why should I suffer an unwarranted beating? I'm merely a delivery boy. Why should I be the target of your wrath?" The two circled the playground, drawing a crowd of oblivious young wizards who mistook their antics for a new game and began to imitate them. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall arrived that this farce reached a conclusion. "Can someone explain to me why there is a brawl occurring?" she demanded. "You first, European monarch." The monarch looked utterly perplexed. Wasn't she merely seeking a hapless soul to shoulder her grievances, venting her anger over being bombarded with dung? How had it escalated into a brawl? She was just as curious as anyone else. Professor McGonagall, might there be a misunderstanding? I was merely running laps with Lucas on the playground. How does this relate to a brawl? Do not frighten me. I haven't done anything. If you don't believe me, ask him." Equally bewildered, Fantong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Professor McGonagall, we were merely jogging. Nothing more." Professor McGonagall's keen gaze fell upon the group of small wizards sporting bruises and swollen faces, and she sternly questioned, "Fred, would you care to explain what transpired?" Suddenly called upon, Fred's demeanor shifted, and he replied evasively, "Apologies, Professor. I'm not entirely sure. George and I arrived and found it like this." "Yes, indeed. Professor McGonagall, this incident is not our doing. We were simply drawn here out of curiosity. We know nothing else. It was as if the evidence spoke for itself. Professor McGonagall needn't investigate further. The current situation bore the unmistakable fingerprints of the two troublemakers. As expected, moments later, someone stepped forward to incriminate the duo. Professor McGonagall. It was Weasley who said this was a selection process for the European Monarchs' new game. Only those who prevail may participate. What? A new game? I didn't say anything about organizing such an event. Fred, George, you two had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, well, you know I am not one to be trifled with. The two culprits exchanged knowing glances and attempted to distance themselves, only to be firmly halted by Professor McGonagall. Chapter 363. The European Monarch's Special Valentine's Gift for All Young Wizards. After the twins received a day of detention, the small wizards, previously embroiled in chaos on the playground, turned their attention to the European Monarch. Is there truly no new game? Have I won for nothing? Look at my handsome face. It's swollen beyond recognition. A Slytherin upperclassman lamented, gingerly touching his puffy eye. Indeed, I even teamed up with the person I dislike the most to secure a spot in this new game. If there truly is no new game, then my sacrifices have been far too great. A Gryffindor senior chimed in, casting a sidelong glance at the swollen-eyed upperclassman. Fantong immediately sensed that something was amiss between the two. The thrill of gossip surged within him, his eager hands itching to dig into the unfolding drama. The fervor of youth. A new game, now that was intriguing. However, it would commence only in the evening. Thus, everyone should utilize the remaining time to finish their assignments. After dinner, they were to gather in the Great Hall. The game would last 2 hours, and, as a special Valentine's Day event, participants should find companions to enhance their chances of victory. Upon hearing of the new game, the previously bickering young wizards instantly transformed, their earlier tension dissipating as excitement filled their faces. Some astute individuals had already begun to recruit academically gifted classmates for their teams. With a sharp slap, the European Monarch finally vented her pin-up frustration on Fantong. He rolled his eyes at her, unbothered by her antics. By the way, how is the renovation of your secret chamber coming along? Is it ready for use? Recalling the delightful chaos wrought by the rabbit, the Monarch's previously calmed emotions surged once more. It must be usable, I assure you. Every little one who visits today will surely carry a psychological scar. I mean, they will certainly have their mental fortitude tested. Alas, I'm only trying to benefit them. Otherwise, with such a vast space, what else could I possibly do, right? Fantong nodded. Indeed, you speak the truth. Our concern for the little one's development knows no bounds. Also, remember to have the rabbit stream live. I can sell the recorded video to the pudgy little one at G. Xiaoma's house. The number of dependents is ever increasing. I'm truly worried about our standard of living. Hey, you've been a bit lax in your duties lately. If it comes to it, go out and pick a few fights, gather some spiritual stones or treasures from the source of this world. We cannot afford to become complacent. Look at all we've given away. My old fear of insufficient wealth is resurfacing. The European Monarch gazed skyward, deftly twirling her shovel in hand. Realizing that her life had indeed become too stable of late, it seemed time for an outing. Yes, you're right. Summer break is just around the corner. I shall seize this opportunity to take a leisurely stroll. As for Severus, I entrust him to your care. You want to take him along? Fantong was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the revelation that Severus was absent from the European Emperor's plans. Why should I take him with me? I'm going to engage in a brawl, not embark on a vacation. Bringing him along would merely serve to reveal my vulnerabilities to everyone, wouldn't it? While such sentiments may sting a bit, the truth remains that Severus's prowess is not quite suited for a heist of my caliber. He still has much to practice. Fantong wholeheartedly concurred, though she was surprised to discover that the love-struck individual she presumed had some boundaries after all. Haha, you're right. We'll take care of Severus, so you need not worry. The two continued their conversation about summer plans as they made their way to the Great Hall, postponing the delivery of meat to Dumbledore. The reason was simple. The headmaster's office was surrounded by protective enchantments. Although he could easily break the barrier, there was no need for such exertion. After all, he was no fool, and such thankless tasks were best left undone. Oh dear, my hand seems to be acting up today. It keeps aching. Do you think it's because I was a tad too vigorous when I struck you earlier? Fantong glanced at her fingers, which had nearly poked her own eye, and felt an overwhelming urge to say, if you wanted me to praise your ring, there were countless ways to solicit admiration. Yet you chose such a foolish one. What? Really? I apologize for that. It's my stubbornness to blame. Therefore, it would be wise for you to exercise some control over your little hands in the future to avoid situations like this one. Fantong deliberately ignored the ring, clearly taking the European emperor by surprise. When her subtle hints proved ineffective, she opted for a more direct approach. Are you blind? How can you not see such a large ring right in front of you? Oh, I see it. And then? This thing is hardly rare. We have plenty of them in our safe. Is this merely an ordinary ring? This is the ring Severus gifted me, a spatial ring he personally crafted. Ignoring the European emperor's stunned reaction, Fantong merely replied, "Oh," and then? Thus, the little landmine was triggered once more, and the European emperor began to chase after Fantong, brandishing rabbit slippers akin to Grindelwald's, which she wielded with great fervor. After reveling in her antics, Fantong laughed heartily as she dashed away, her laughter resonating loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around them. As an external professor responsible for maintaining discipline, Filch had little choice but to turn a blind eye. Meow. Oh, Madame Loris, you are quite right. We should return. The two Weasley twins are still awaiting us for training. Meow meow. Ah, indeed. They have gone too far. Today, as physical training shall be extended by 2 hours. What? You want double the fish snacks? Oh, that one tea do. The Emperor has stated that you are currently a bit overweight and must control your diet. Meow 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 meow. All right, then you may have 2 extra treats. Yes, this shall remain our little secret. I promise not to divulge it to anyone. The duo, 1 person and 1 cat, swiftly vanished from the Great Hall, leaving all the young wizards who had witnessed their passage in disbelief. What? Filch left just like that? Shouldn't he have rounded up Lucas and the others for a physical training package? Hush, you must be new here. Who in Hogwarts doesn't he know? The second-year Emperor is always the exception to Filch's rules. It's merely a few laps around the Great Hall. Do you believe that even if she were caught out at night, Filch would personally fetch her with a lantern? A lantern? Come now, must you be so dramatic? How could that possibly happen? Oh, it is entirely possible, I assure you. Chapter 364. A terrifying Valentine's night and interrupted dates. The Great Hall was unusually lively that evening, with nearly everyone in attendance. The animated discussions among the students revealed their immense anticipation for the European Emperor's new game. After all, her annual Christmas snowball tournament had been immensely popular. In previous years, some had missed it due to family obligations, but this time, with a rare opportunity to participate in a new game, no one wished to let it slip by. Consequently, many formed impromptu teams. As for how many took this opportunity to make clandestine confessions of affection, that remained uncertain. The European Emperor had informed all the heads of houses well in advance about this game. Thus, they were not surprised by the current spectacle. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall even entertained thoughts of personally experiencing the new game. The European Emperor had no reason to refuse them. As the game's difficulty could always be adjusted, it was merely a matter of adding a few more spirit stones. As for the game's NPCs, that was easily managed. She had a whole host of creatures in her space that were eager for some action. Ever since Voldemort's departure, they had been growing increasingly restless, and this was a perfect opportunity to let them out. Once everything was prepared, the European Emperor led the group of teachers and students into an empty classroom. The original entrance to the secret chamber was simply too inconvenient for so many people to enter at once, so she had fashioned a separate portal for their use. This way, not only was entry and exit simplified, but it also allowed her to assess the students' abilities as they entered, ensuring they wouldn't be mismatched and frighten the children. Everything proceeded smoothly, with Fantong assigning students to various subquests based on their mental fortitude. As for the few professors who joined in for the fun, they were directly assigned to the territory of the Tianyan sect. How curious. The rabbit has been missing all day. It wouldn't have snuck out to play, would it? Fantong's musing finally reminded the European Emperor of the rabbit she had entrusted to Peeves. Oh, he should be emerging soon. I had Peeves take him to experience the new game. Upon hearing this explanation, Fantong felt no surprise. After all, it was not the first time he had done something like this. However, lacking a professional photographer raised her own workload considerably, especially with such a large number of participants in the game today. Very well, once I enter, I shall find him as well. With so many people going in, I can't manage it all alone without exhausting myself. No, you should bring out Xuanwu as well. And what about Xuanqi? She has been here long enough too. If I'm not providing meat, at least some cheap labor should be compensated. The landlord doesn't have any surplus crops. Why should I feed her for free? To this, the European Emperor wholeheartedly agreed, and the next moment, she summoned the 2 beasts from her space who had been cultivating their bond. Just by observing the spirit fruits and spirit tea in their hands, it was evident that they were living quite comfortably. Oh, it appears you two are doing well. So, when can we expect a little Xuanwu from you? Xuanqi's lovely face flushed, and she instinctively hid the spirit fruit behind her back. Well, I don't have time for your idle chatter right now. For now, you need to come in and work. We can discuss everything else later when we have time to spare. Ping 2, I'm taking them in first. As for you, don't think that I've forgotten about you. I've specifically prepared an exciting quest for you inside, so you can invite Severus to join you. Brother can only assist you this far. The rest is up to you. Fan Tong knocked twice on her chest, and then led Xuan Wu and his companion through the portal. Good brother, when I eventually marry, I'll be sure to give you a generous red envelope. What an exhilarating little venture this is. Severus, here I come. Unbeknownst to the potion master, who was diligently toiling away in the office, the Emperor of Europe was hastily making her way to him, harboring some clandestine intentions. However, this thrilling escapade was doomed to end in failure, for before the Emperor's arrival, Severus had already been whisked away by the personnel from St. Mungo's. As she gazed at the empty office, the Emperor cheerfully sensed Severus's current location. Upon discovering that he had departed from the school, her previously joyful expression swiftly transformed into one of discontent. Fortunately, she still had a communication stone at her disposal. What is the matter? There's a pressing issue at St. Mungo's that requires my attention, so I won't be joining you for supper tonight. Do remember not to indulge too much. When I return tomorrow, I shall bring you a gift. With those few words, she conveyed her whereabouts, leaving her both furious and slightly aggrieved. Just when she thought she would be celebrating Valentine's Day, she found herself alone. How utterly disappointing. Did that lot at St. Mungo's not have a single reliable potion master among them? It seemed they were merely preoccupied with exploiting the professors at the school. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, and an impulsive desire to dismantle the hospital surged within her. After a series of knocks, the gluttonous Tiao entered, bearing a grand platter of food. Severus, today is your lucky day. Do not be misled by the appearance of this dish. Its flavor is astonishingly delightful. Given the festive occasion, why not forego that cauldron of potion and enjoy a proper meal instead? Since Flathead is here as well, why not indulge in a candlelit dinner and embrace a touch of romance? Tiao prattled on for quite some time, without receiving a single reply from Severus. It was only then that he belatedly noticed the pallor on his companion's face. After scanning the surroundings and finding no sign of Severus, he inquired, "Where is Severus?" "Not the school." The Emperor turned back to her chair, nodding with evident displeasure. The spade in her hand swirled with fervor. "Ah, he has been taken by St. Mungo's. I doubt he will return tonight. Chef, how about we undertake something grand? Let us dismantle a hospital. I believe such an establishment holds no necessity for existence. Once we bring it down today, I shall invest in something far grander tomorrow. I refuse to believe that if I were to open a hospital, anyone would dare disrupt my peace in the dead of night." Upon hearing the suggestion of demolishing the hospital, Tiao's mischievous spirit stirred within him. Were it not for his unwavering resolve, he might have readily agreed. Yet, for the sake of his father's peaceful slumber, he resolved to counsel his companion. Chapter 365, A Brief Farewell. After savoring a cup of fragrant peach blossom wine, the Emperor was eager to drag Tiao along to dismantle the hospital. However, upon reaching the door, she noticed her companion had not moved an inch. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "What are you doing? Let's go. If we delay any longer, my date will be ruined." Tiao first stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth before laboriously attempting to persuade her. Why not reconsider? It's not that I don't want to join you, but think about the current Minister of Magic. With his incompetence, if he were to demolish the hospital, this mess would eventually fall upon our father to rectify. He is already overwhelmed, and, as children, while we may not be able to assist him, we can at least refrain from adding to his troubles. Though we can bully that unreliable Gellert, Albus has been decent to us. Can you truly bear to cause him distress? The Emperor tilted her head back at a 45-degree angle, contemplating for a full 2 minutes before begrudgingly placing the spade down. After downing an entire bottle of peach blossom wine in one go, she sighed and remarked, "Alas, who would have thought that I, the illustrious Lord of the Temple of Divine Judgment, would find a day to think of others? Fine, in light of his kindness toward me, I shall grant him this favor. It's merely Valentine's Day. Every day with Severus is a celebration of love." Upon mentioning this, the Emperor ostentatiously extended her hand toward Tiao, pouring him a glass of wine. Her intention to flaunt her ring was abundantly clear. Tiao, determined to feign ignorance, found it impossible to do so. To alleviate his companion's pent-up frustration, he showered her with emotional support. "Oh, that ring is quite beautiful. Where did you acquire it? Seeing you so happy, could it be a gift from Severus? No way. Could it be that he proposed to you?" Tiao's flattery struck precisely the right chord, leaving the Emperor beaming with delight. Just as she was about to revel further in her triumph, her cross-dimensional communication stone chimed. "Oh, why is Xiao Tian calling me? Is he feeling homesick?" With this thought, She promptly answered the stone, only to be met not with the anticipated soft tones of longing, but a barrage of furious exclamations. You bunch of bullies, dastardly scoundrels. How dare you rob me? Have you lost your minds? Do you not know who I am? Once my boss arrives, I'll ensure she has you all stewed. The Emperor and Tiao exchanged concerned glances. Wait, this guy's only been out for a few days. And while his strength hasn't increased much, his tongue has certainly sharpened. It seemed he had encountered a case of black-on-black theft and, unable to overpower his adversaries, resorted to calling for help. The Emperor nodded in agreement. I suspect that is precisely the case. Moreover, I can imagine him hiding in the defensive artifact I provided, biding his time while he draws attention to himself. Tiao listened closely to the sounds on the other end. You might just be right. Finally, the communication stone is connected. Sis, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you, the Emperor replied casually, while simultaneously adding a piece of meat to her bowl. Now, what is going on? From your earlier tirade, it sounds like you've gotten into a scuffle. Xiao Tian's previously commanding tone shifted to one of distress, his voice now tinged with tears. Sis, they're bullying me. I told them I'm the brother of the Temple of Divine Judgment Lord. But they not only disregarded it, but chased after me to rob me. After taking my things, they even attempted to drain me dry. If you don't come save me soon, I'm finished. Wah, how outrageous. How dare they, knowing he is under my protection, still attempt to plunder him? Do they take me for a fool? The Emperor's voice rose with indignation. Stop crying. Hold back those tears. I'm merely out for vacation. Do they think I've kicked the bucket? Just wait. I will make them pay dearly for this. With a fierce determination, she severed the connection and prepared to leave. However, upon remembering her family waiting at home, she silently returned to her seat. Not leaving? It seems Xiao Tian is in quite a predicament, Tiao asked, puzzled. Of course I'm going, but this time I shall go alone. You stay back and look after Severus. After all, I plan to take a trip during the summer, and this time I may be gone for an extended period. I worry that if I return late, that foolish dog will bully Severus. So, you three will watch over the house. Rest assured, I will bring back an abundance of ingredients when I return. Also, please remind the two of you to collect my notes on the mental enhancement class. When Severus returns, make sure to give him this letter. And don't forget to ask for leave from Albus. I'm off. See you later. Without allowing Tiao to voice any objections, the Emperor shoved the letter into his hands and promptly tore through the fabric of space to vanish, carelessly tossing aside the letter in his hand. The glutton was left amused by his own vexation. It was as if he were being drawn into a farce. Was I truly relishing this feast? Why must I accompany you on your escapades into the wilderness? Though he expressed such sentiments, the reality of parting ways for the first time stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Upon hastily returning from St. Mungo's, Severus Snape pushed open the door, only to be greeted not by the cheerful visage of his young fiancée, but by a glutton who appeared somewhat inebriated. Assuming that the fortunate one had also indulged too much and was now resting in his bedroom, Snape sighed and resigned himself to pouring a cup of tea for the intoxicated figure before him. Aries, I trust you haven't forgotten your current age. Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol, a fact you surely acknowledge. Half inebriation, the glutton belched and retorted. What minor? I long cease to be one. Severus, I must ask, why do you insist on being so obstinate? Had you simply acquiesced to our flat-headed friend, perhaps by now I would be cradling an infant. I've told you repeatedly, we are not ordinary children. Why do you refuse to heed my words? Enough. In any case, it is not I who is troubled. Here, this is a letter from Flathead. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my slumber. Farewell. Unceremoniously thrust a letter into Snape's hands. He remained unaware that the missive was far from the romantic correspondence he had envisioned. Upon reading it, the pleasant mood he had harbored throughout the day dissipated entirely. Having never been apart from the fortunate one, anxiety consumed him. Yet, in deference to the mark left upon him by the fortunate one, he felt compelled to suppress all his emotions. The romantic and exhilarating Valentine's Day rendezvous concluded with a brief separation, leaving an unsatisfactory conclusion. Chapter 366. The eve before the holiday, Lockhart's inevitable curse rebound. After enduring a night of harrowing terror, the young wizards had yet to recover from their fright when they were met with a sudden blow from Snape during potions class. When Ron was singled out for a reprimand, he felt utterly despondent. Why, on this day, was he being relentlessly pursued for a mistake he had made before? Confusion clouded his mind. He simply knew he had become the sole scapegoat. Making the same error once could be deemed an accident, twice could be explained as carelessness. Yet, to err a third or fourth time in the same regard could only be described as foolishness. Mr. Weasley, do I need to remind you? If it were not for your diligent desk, mate who promptly rectified your blunder. You would have become the sole fool in this class. 10 points from Gryffindor for your stupidity. And you all, I do not wish to witness such elementary mistakes again. If it occurs once more, you shall find yourselves confined in the ghostly chamber. A chorus of gasps arose from the young wizards, clearly aware that this punishment was far worse than any explosion in the Fortunate One's class. Upon returning to his seat, Ron patted his chest in anxiety. He leaned over to Harry and whispered, "Harry, what has gotten into your Severe's father? He seems particularly irritable today. Could it be that you raided his potions garden again?" "Impossible. This is the first time I've seen him this fierce." "Brother, do you know what is happening?" Fantong, glancing at him with weary eyes, replied lethargically, "No idea." "Don't ask me." The melancholic feeling of being left out as his companions ventured out without him left Fantong utterly drained. It wasn't he solely due to the Fortunate One not taking him along to skip class. He was primarily concerned about that notoriously unfortunate individual. Although she possessed considerable strength, luck was unpredictable. What if she encountered a formidable foe and, without him and the glutton to support her, found herself ensnared? After all, she was no stranger to treachery. Sighing, he realized it was too late for such thoughts. She had vanished without a trace. "Brother, is he all right? I feel as though he might be in dire straits. His current state is even less spirited than my studying machine. And what of my sister? Why hasn't she come today? Is she unwell? Otherwise, with her disposition, she would never miss Severe's father's class." The glutton, munching on a large apple concealed in his pocket, casually replied, "Oh, your sister has gone on a distant journey. She likely won't return anytime soon. As for the food waster, he probably feels gloomy about not skipping class with your sister. You needn't concern yourself with him. However, for you little ones, if you wish to avoid severest ire, it would be prudent to behave yourselves. Otherwise, I suspect all future detentions will be established in that very location." Upon hearing this ominous news, the eavesdropping youngsters stiffened, fearful of incurring Snape's wrath. The ensuing days grew markedly calmer, save for Lockhart, who remained in a state of turmoil. Snape had unleashed all his pent-up fury regarding the Fortunate One's departure upon Lockhart. In his mind, had it not been for Lockhart compelling him to venture to St. Mungo's to concoct potions, the Fortunate One would never have left alone. Ultimately, everything stemmed from Lockhart's actions. In the depths of his misfortunes, Lockhart, just before the summer holidays, inadvertently rendered himself utterly foolish. The incident unfolded in a rather absurd manner. Harry, having secured Voldemort's pen, found himself in various predicaments, ultimately leading to it falling into Lockhart's hands. This was no cause for alarm, but the real trouble arose when Peter Pettigrew, inadvertently released from Lockhart's office, sought to escape Hogwarts by leveraging Voldemort's power. As he transitioned back to human form in an attempt to steal the pen, he was promptly discovered by Lockhart. Perhaps due to the original text's self-repairing nature, or perhaps a result of Voldemort's curse, this unfortunate soul ultimately succumbed to his own most cherished memory charm. By the time Snape arrived, Lockhart sat there blankly, devoid of all recollection. As for the instigator of this chaos, Peter Pettigrew and the scheming Voldemort, they naturally could not escape. You would do well to keep yourself in check. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to introduce you to my freshly brewed poison. With a firm stomp, Snape crushed Pettigrew beneath his foot, grinding down with such force that Professor McGonagall distinctly heard the sound of skull fracturing. "Severus, if you press any harder, you may very well kill him." Disdainfully kicking aside the wailing wretch, Snape cast a cleaning charm upon himself, clearly indicating his deep aversion to Pettigrew. "I shall take this fellow with me. As for Lockhart, I trust you can deliver him to Dumbledore. I believe he is no longer fit to continue teaching. One can only hope that next year's defense against the Dark Arts professor will prove more reliable." With that, Snape nodded to Professor McGonagall and departed the defense against the Dark Arts office, with the lamenting Pettigrew in tow. Naturally, before leaving, he did not forget to render the noisemaker unconscious. Upon seeing Lockhart in his dazed state, Dumbledore was not particularly surprised. After all, he had already anticipated the unfolding events. What did catch him off guard was the manner in which this individual's tale concluded. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the summer holidays. "Very well, Minerva. I shall take care of this matter. You may return to your rest." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, but added, "Albus, do you truly not know where the Fortunate One is gone? The school seems eerily quiet without her presence. Even that mischievous group of little rascals seems to have undergone a transformation in character. I must admit, their newfound adherence to the rules is quite disconcerting. Speaking of which, Dumbledore cannot help but mention the escape room concocted by the illustrious Emperor. Out of curiosity, he personally visited it, and to his surprise, the spirits within truly broadened his horizons, startling him on several occasions. Had there not been a protective array against spirits, he might have inadvertently harmed a few NPCs. That is a question I find myself pondering as well. However, the Emperor merely stated that he had urgent matters to attend to and left it at that. As for the reason behind the students' newfound compliance, I can offer you a hint. During the special event on Valentine's night, those little ones have been diligently obeying the school rules to avoid confinement. Professor McGonagall, suddenly enlightened, reflected on her own experiences that night and began to understand the children better. Indeed, that ghastly place is one I would prefer to avoid revisiting. Dumbledore let out a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, after carelessly discarding Peter's spot on the array, he gazed at the desolate little desk and retrieved the communication stone once more. Yet, no matter how many times he called, he received no response, further dampening his spirits. Chapter 367. The Emperor's unexpected journey to the primordial age. The summer vacation had commenced, and Harry was staying at Malfoy Manor, leaving only Severus and 3 despondent companions behind. The 4 of them sighed in unison, their melancholy growing with each passing day as someone remained unreachable. Finally, on yet another uneventful morning, the long-dim communication stone flickered to life. Severus, without a moment's hesitation, connected the call. The Emperor's excited voice immediately resonated from within. "Hey, Severus, guess where I am right now? Ha ha ha, you won't believe it. I'm currently accompanying Tang Sung on a pilgrimage. I must say, there are quite a few formidable beings here. However, if I wish to return, it seems I will have to wait a while. The laws of this realm are rather challenging, and I must put in more effort. You wouldn't believe the exhilarating battles I've fought recently. They truly invigorated me. Have you sustained any injuries?" This question abruptly stifled the Emperor's subsequent reflections. "Injuries? Of course, I have. But can I admit that? Absolutely not. If I were to reveal that, Severus would undoubtedly worry excessively. If he insisted on coming, that would be quite troublesome. Absolutely not. I am unscathed. My strength is hardly remarkable. Those were merely a few minor creatures. Defeating them was a trivial matter. Rest assured, with my unparalleled prowess, it is no simple task for me to be injured." Severus held no belief in the Emperor's explanation. Years of companionship had made him intimately familiar with every subtle detail of her demeanor. Little did she realize that her tone would inadvertently become more assertive whenever she lied, revealing her inner unease. It was evident that her silence in responding to his messages was likely due to a serious injury, preventing her from replying promptly. A pang of concern gripped Severus, and he instinctively clenched his fists, yearning to teleport to her side immediately. Yet, he found himself powerless in the current situation. "Hold on. How on earth did you end up in the journey to the west? The spatial barriers there are no trifling matter. How did you even breach them?" Faced with this inquiry, the Emperor initially sighed in relief before recounting her experiences. It turned out that after decisively dealing with a group of oblivious individuals, she not only confiscated all their possessions, but also left them with nothing but a single pair of underpants. Although they were furious, they dared not voice their anger. As they were old acquaintances, and sparing their lives was already an act of mercy from the Emperor. Once they fled in disarray, the matter was effectively resolved. Just as she intended to continue her almsgiving with the little princess, her remarkable luck manifested once more. A rift in space-time swept her into the primordial age. Indeed, she had not journeyed to the west, but rather a much earlier era. Now, an array of powerful beings eagerly awaited her challenges, and the Emperor felt as if she had fallen into a barrel of rice. Each day was filled with endless battles, and she was living in sheer bliss. Fortunately, the flow of space on both sides differed. Otherwise, Severus would likely wait a lifetime without receiving any word from her. I didn't wish for this either. Who could have foreseen that such a formidable spatial barrier would allow me to cross over in the blink of an eye? I find myself quite speechless about it. Taudai found himself at a loss for words, as he could hardly refute the Emperor's misfortune. It was no mere exaggeration. The pressing concern now was how to bring her back. Fan Tong was well aware of the complexity of this situation, and he had been diligently attempting to contact his former superior, hoping for a chance to secure a crossing opportunity. "How are you faring now? Are you still able to eat?" The Emperor chuckled gleefully and replied, "Fear not, I am far from starving. I'm no longer the person I once was. After receiving the affection of 2 fathers, my first act upon arriving here was to find a golden thigh to cling to. The young lady I failed to become in the magical world is now a genuine lady here. Am I not impressive?" This unexpected development took Fan Tong and the others by surprise. The once single-minded fool had suddenly become clever. Who would not be astonished? The 3 of them engaged in lively conversation while Severus quietly listened, occasionally using the rabbit as a temporary translator, leaving him unable to interject a single word. What? You actually went to recognize Tong Tian as your godfather? What audacity do you possess to entertain such a notion? As Tao Hie's astonished exclamation echoed, Severus's gaze shifted inquisitively to the rabbit. With no other choice, the rabbit began recounting the tale from the beginning. From Pangu's creation of the world to the transformation of the three pure ones. Do I lack courage? A gamble here might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. You know, besides, when I arrived, he had yet to attain sainthood. Given my amiable nature, my cuteness, and my combat skills, wouldn't it be easy for me to gain acceptance? Fan Tong scoffed, his tone laced with skepticism, though his eyes betrayed a sense of agreement. Yes. You are the most formidable. By your reasoning, how long have you been there? Since the Fengshen era to the journey to the west, that's at least a millennium, right? And you've been fighting all this time without sending any news home. Have you forgotten that there is still a childhood husband waiting at home? Severus has nearly become a statue of longing. Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a twinge of guilt. Well, there was an unforeseen circumstance, you know. You are aware of my godfather, right? He can be quite easily persuaded. For the sake of my brothers and sisters, as a prophet, I must exert some effort. Mustn't I? Sustaining a few injuries along the way is quite normal, isn't it? Plus, due to the spatial barriers here, the communication stone is unable to connect, which is also quite normal, isn't it? So don't dwell on it. In any case, I am doing well and living quite comfortably. Just take good care of Severus at home, and I will find a way to return as soon as possible. All right. Everything you say is reasonable. Just remember to behave yourself. While the journey to the west may be somewhat safer, do not act recklessly. I will find a way to bring you back soon. Fan Tong furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to seek assistance from Ji Xiaoma, knowing that the latter's ability to traverse dimensions was indiscriminate. Understood. Severus, why have you remained silent? Are you upset? No, I am merely concerned for your well-being. Snape's mood was quite despondent. On one hand, he was worried about the situation of the Imperial Princess, and on the other, he was troubled by his own limitations. If only his abilities were a touch stronger, perhaps he could remain by her side. Chapter 368. The Remarkable Power of Homework. A week had elapsed since their last communication, during which the Imperial Princess diligently checked in daily to update him on her circumstances. Each time, Snape wore a smile as he listened to her vent about that fellow Tang, who had once again bullied Sun Wukong. Pigsy had pilfered her spiritual fruit, and under her relentless persuasion, Sandy had transformed into an unwittingly blunt and straightforward young man. Consequently, whenever she ventured out to seek a fight, it was Sandy who most often confronted Tang. This predicament nearly drove the compassionate Tang Song to breaking his vows. In short, ever since the Imperial Princess stubbornly insisted on joining their group, Master Tang had endured a relentless barrage of misfortune. You know, Severus, today that fool actually followed the fairy home again. When Sun Wukong and I went out for alms, we repeatedly warned him not to stray from the group. Yet he promptly turned around and left with the fairy. Can you believe it? This person must be out of his mind. He should be taught a lesson by a fairy or two. Perhaps then he'd learn to be cautious. Just hearing her voice allowed Snape to vividly imagine the Imperial Princess's exasperated expression. Indeed, such a person is emboldened by a false sense of security. If he had ever suffered a significant setback, he wouldn't be so naive. I inquired with the rabbit, he continued, and he informed me that Tang has formidable backing. Thus, even if someone were to confront him, he would not truly be in danger. This must be the reason behind his audacity. Meanwhile, the Imperial Princess, enjoying a leg of lamb with Sun Wukong, gave Snape a thumbs up after hearing his analysis. Exactly. I tell you, Tang has been spoiled. If it were me, I would have dealt him a few blows for disobedience, and then he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. It was clear that the Imperial Princess was still the same, quick to anger and unyielding. Yes, you are right. But you also know that he is merely an important NPC in the storyline, so do try to temper your temper. I'd rather not see you return home covered in wounds. The Imperial Princess nervously touched her short hair and replied weakly, Well, I won't return with any injuries, but, Severus, what do you think about me cutting my hair a bit shorter? Thinking of her long, flowing locks, Snape pondered seriously before responding. A slight trim should pose no issue. If you are alone out there and no one is there to tend to your hair, a shorter style would indeed be easier to manage. The Imperial Princess certainly noticed the subtle distinction between a little and a bit shorter, but could she express that? Certainly not. Wouldn't he know how much Severus and the others cherished her long hair? If they discovered that she had finally acquired the much-anticipated short hairstyle, it would surely send Fan Tong rushing to her side with hair growth potions. Imagining such a scene was rather thrilling, so it was best to keep the truth hidden. You're right. I also think shorter hair would be more manageable. Well, Severus, I have to set off now. I'll call you again tomorrow. Take care of yourself, and don't get too lost in potions. Remember to eat on time. Of course, take care of yourself as well. Lucas is already working on a way to bring you back. If you don't return soon, you won't finish this year's summer homework. The Imperial Princess felt her initial eagerness to return waned, and even the delicious lamb leg lost its appeal. All right, I understand. Let's leave it at that for today. Goodbye. Hastily ending the communication, Sun Wukong glanced quizzically at the Imperial Princess and asked, "What's wrong today? Did your fiancé upset you? You usually chat for much longer." The Imperial Princess gazed skyward and sighed. "Ah, you wouldn't understand. Even in a love-struck state, when confronted with homework, one must become a heartless sage." Though Sun Wukong didn't comprehend the nature of homework, the sight of the Imperial Princess's despondent demeanor was enough to signal that it was no trivial matter. After swiftly finishing their roasted lamb, they returned to the main group with a pot of vegetable porridge. Pigsy, oblivious to the porridge, made a beeline for Sun Wukong and the Imperial Princess. He inhaled deeply in their direction, much to the princess's annoyance, prompting her to swing her spatula at his rear. Clearly, this was not her first time retaliating, but Pigsy evaded her strike with ease, all the while taunting her. "Hey, missed me, didn't you? You think you could just swing that spatula around? Watch out. One day I might just chop off your filthy nose and serve it with my drinks." "What? Is this little one eyeing my nose? That one do. With such a handsome face, how could I return without it to see Chui Lawn? Handsome? You should take a look in the mirror first. I've seen many people, but you don't even rank among them." My mood has shifted from sunny to cloudy. You best not provoke me. If you're hungry, hurry and drink your porridge. If you delay, you might not even get a decent meal. Pigsy wished to refuse this suggestion, but faced with the porridge and the elusive meat, he resolutely chose the vegetable porridge. Tang Sung, having been deprived of food countless times, had already filled his bowl before Pigsy arrived. His familiar motions indicated he had experienced hunger more than once. With the Imperial Princess's addition, the journey was now more exhilarating than ever. All the demons along the way fell prey to her before Sun Wukong could intervene. The magical world, long stagnant, finally witnessed a resurgence of strength through her, and although she suffered injuries, each day was filled with joy. Such days, where one could engage in battles without needing to seek them out, were simply delightful. On the other hand, Snape, having completed his tasks, immediately devised a rigorous training regimen for himself. Yearning to catch up to the Imperial Princess, he requested Fan Tong and Tao Tai to guide him to various other worlds, diligently honing his skills while accumulating practical experience. Unbeknownst to the Imperial Princess, the three had already made their mark in various cultivation realms. The rabbit, observing the daily growth of their assets, could hardly contain his glee. His little treasury had finally broken free from the cycle of depletion. Indeed, to become wealthy, one must venture into the realm of risk. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon summer vacation came to an end. However, the Imperial Princess still had not discovered a way to return. With no news from Fan Tong's old superior, he reluctantly turned his thoughts towards Ji Xiaomo. Chapter 369, Lupin's Astonishment. When Ji Xiaomo received Fan Tong's request, she was busy plundering the Black Pearl alongside Captain Jack Sparrow in the Caribbean. Upon learning that her companion had ventured into the journey to the West World, she suddenly recalled a popular internet meme, suggesting that Zheng Ge merely sought immortality. Why not offer him a taste of Tang Sung's flesh, as he wasn't asking for stars from the heavens? Regarding this minor request, Ji Xiaomo felt that everyone was correct. It was merely a bite of meat, and it would satisfy him. After all, she herself was curious whether Tang Seng's flesh could grant immortality. Why not seize this opportunity to verify it? Therefore, without a second thought, she acquiesced to Fan Tong's request, although she had just managed to seize the Black Pearl and surely needed to enjoy it for a few more days. As for the European Emperor, she could visit later. After all, from what Fan Tong implied, she was living quite comfortably. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry, who had played the role of a summer babysitter, was engaged in a conversation with Hermione about the amusing antics of the twins while searching for an empty compartment. However, luck seemed to elude them this time, as most of the carriages were nearly filled to capacity. Ultimately, they reluctantly chose a relatively quiet one and stepped inside, observing the person already sprawled on the bench. Hermione whispered caution, "Shoo, Harry, keep your voice down. We mustn't wake him." Harry nodded and swiftly conjured a privacy barrier, effectively isolating the slumbering man from the outside world. "There, now we are both unaffected. Perfect." In response, Hermione gave him a thumbs up. A knock sounded at the door, and in an instant, Ron's red head popped in. Upon seeing there was space available, he sighed in relief and plopped down beside Harry. "Thank goodness there's room here," Otherwise, I'd have to join Draco. But who is this person? Hermione pointed to the man's suitcase. Remus Lupin. If I'm not mistaken, he should be our new defense against the dark arts professor. I overheard my sister discussing this with Professor Snape before the summer, so it must be him. By the way, he used to be a good friend of my father's. A good friend? Why have I never heard you mention this? Ron found this revelation astonishing. If they were indeed good friends, it was peculiar that this man had never reached out to Harry, not even once. It seemed odd, considering that even his parents sent Christmas gifts to that posh young Master Draco. Moreover, Harry's parents were supposed to be close friends with this man, yet not a single simple greeting had been exchanged. Surely that was rather strange? Well, perhaps it has something to do with me living at Professor Snape's? Ron's incredulity was palpable. Oh, you don't know yet, but my parents' little circle doesn't have the best relationship with Professor Snape. Explaining it would take quite a while. No problem. Hermione and I are just idly passing the time. You can start. Ron's snack trio, spiritual tea, sunflower seeds, and watermelon completely occupied the small table. Harry was at a loss for words. Ron, this is not the time for that. Even with the barrier in place, you can't entirely disregard the presence of others. If your curiosity is unbearable, wait until we return to school and find a free moment to delve into it all. Harry, what I'm really curious about is, hasn't the Emperor returned yet? Ron, who had felt a twinge of disappointment from being unable to snack, suddenly brightened at this question. Not yet, according to Bunny. She won't be back for at least a month. If things go slowly, she might not make it back this semester at all. So Ron, to avoid being tossed into the Chamber of Secrets, you'd best keep your potion grades up. Otherwise, you know the consequences. At the mention of the chamber, Ron and Hermione's faces paled noticeably, a clear indication of the turmoil they experienced during that fateful Valentine's night. As the trio exchanged gossip, Lupin finally stirred from his slumber. Upon noticing, Harry promptly dispelled the barrier and politely greeted the man. Good afternoon, sir. I hope we did not disturb your rest. Lupin, gazing at the boy before him, whose face mirrored that of his dear friend, found it difficult to distinguish between reality and dreams. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with life's demands, never once having the chance to meet this young lad. However, judging by his appearance, he seemed to be faring well. Though what was up with the school robe? Oh, it's quite all right, child. Your voices were so soft that I scarcely noticed the sound. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Remus Lupin, your defense against the dark arts professor this semester. You may call me Professor Lupin. Hello, Professor Lupin. I am Harry Potter. This is Hermione Granger. And he is Ron Weasley. Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you both. Just as the three exchanged friendly pleasantries, an unusual chill enveloped the air, and the glass of the train began to frost over at a visible rate. Shadows rushed toward the train with alarming speed. In an instant, Lupin recognized the approaching figures, gripping his wand tightly, prepared to strike a fatal blow to any adversary. However, when he attempted to reassure Harry and the others, he was taken aback to find that the trio had already assumed defensive stances. Their eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, they flickered with excitement and eagerness. As the Dementors surged into the compartment, Lupin barely had time to utter a spell before the trio summoned their patron muses. To his astonishment, Harry's Patronus took the form of a serpent. Was that correct? Before he could ponder this further, he saw Harry swiftly seize the fleeing Dementor, stuffing it into a bag in a matter of moments. Huh, finally caught one. Now, we have a treat, he exclaimed. If only there were more. We could have caught several. With so many around, surely a few missing wouldn't be noticed. Having tasted the deliciousness of the Dementor-filled dumplings, Ron and Hermione had no objections. Ecstatic, they followed Harry out of the carriage, and what followed was a one-sided massacre. Chapter 370. Severus, Remus is human. You cannot mislead Ares in this manner. In this one-sided battle, the most spoils belonged to Hufflepuff House. There was no other option. After all, they were the only ones who delighted in sneaking into the kitchen. Being polite and yielding as hospitable Easterners was perfectly normal, right? As time passed, those greedy little wizards were eager to sample a few savory bites. How could one refuse? Their curiosity led them to uncover the truth behind the peculiar ingredients. The little dumplings they crafted from various ingredients paled in comparison to the delicacies made from the rarest ingredients. After countless favors, they finally learned that the Dementors were indeed those bizarre raw materials. The group felt rather disheartened for several days, but when they finally spotted a batch of little dumplings, there was no way they would let this opportunity slip by. One by one, the Dementors were swiftly packed into special ingredient preservation bags. Lupin barely had the chance to intervene as the little Dementors were devoured completely. Professor Lupin, please come in and take a seat. There's no need for you to intervene personally. Huh? Oh, all right. Sitting back down in his seat, Lupin stifled his curiosity for a moment. but ultimately, he couldn't resist. Harry, if possible, could you share with me your current study progress? After eagerly pushing a cup of spiritual tea toward him, Harry replied earnestly, Study progress? Are you referring to the subject of defense against the dark arts? If that is indeed the case, I must confess it has been quite a challenge. In our first year, Professor Quirrell merely stuttered through the textbook, leaving us to rely on self-study for everything else. In our second year, Professor Lockhart spent his time leading us in frivolous games, imparting little of practical value. I cannot say there were no benefits at all. In terms of photography, his contributions were significant. As for everything else, there was truly little to gain. Professor Lupin, I sincerely hope that in the upcoming semester, you can teach us something of practical utility. This request should not be too arduous, should it? Professor Lupin's expression was a tapestry of complexity. He incredulously rubbed his ears, doubting the veracity of what he had just heard. How could Harry claim that they had learned nothing of worth for 2 consecutive years? What then could be said of the Patronus charm they had just demonstrated? If he was not mistaken, nearly everyone, save for the first years, had conjured remarkably proficient patron uses. Such spells are not easily mastered through clandestine self-study. Of course, I shall fulfill my duties as a professor. Yet, I am left with an insatiable curiosity. If the previous 2 professors were indeed lacking, who then instructed you in the Patronus charm you just performed? Harry had no intention of concealing the truth. After all, this was hardly a secret at Hogwarts. Well, that was all self-taught. If someone does not know, they simply ask someone who does. Generally, we refrain from burdening professors with what we can learn independently. Once you commence your position, you will understand. No amount of explanation now will suffice. Come, have some tea. It will grow cold if you delay. Professor Lupin felt as though he had attended a false Hogwarts. For every word uttered by this child was utterly astonishing. Advanced magic self-taught. However, upon recalling his good friend S. Animagus transformation, his astonishment gradually subsided. You have piqued my interest. It seems my alma mater has undergone quite a transformation in recent years. Indeed, many things have transpired. I believe you'll be quite astonished. By the way, there's a newly established special classroom at the school. If you're interested, you might take a look inside. As he spoke, Ron displayed a grin reminiscent of Fred and George, a testament to their shared mischief. One could indeed say they were brothers in every sense, particularly in their knack for pranks. Ron, this is no jest. Professor Lupin is untrained. If he carelessly ventures there, it could be perilous. In response to Hermione's warning, Lupin suddenly found himself slightly intrigued by this special classroom. What sort of place could provoke Hermione's concern for him? An accomplished wizard of age. As a train's whistle sounded, Hogwarts finally came into view. After reuniting with Fong and the others, Harry and his companions made their way to the castle. Following the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore formally introduced Professor Lupin, and then the evening feast commenced. Professor Lupin's emotions could no longer be described merely as astonishment. He had always assumed that Dumbledore's youthful appearance was a fleeting whim resulting from a rejuvenation potion, but upon seeing Professor McGonagall and the others, he realized his assumption was entirely erroneous. The once aimless ghosts now appeared almost indistinguishable from the living, and some even seemed to have taken on roles. The frail and aged Filch had transformed into a muscular figure, while his old friend Severus Snape appeared somewhat altered as well. The former insecurities and sensitivities seemingly vanished without a trace. In fact, he even managed a slight smile in response to the goodwill of a few students. And that child Harry, he had taken a seat at the Slytherin table. How could he possibly be a Slytherin? This was distinctly peculiar, exceedingly so. Snape accepted the small dumplings Fong had brought while casting a disdainful glance at Lupin nearby. Aries, you have yet to experience the taste of a werewolf, have you? Fong, having prepared to return to his own seat, promptly withdrew his foot and eagerly leaned closer to Snape, his large eyes fixated on him, brimming with anticipation for this new ingredient. What's the matter? Do you have some? We agreed. Remember, 3 to 7, I take 7 and you take 3. Although you may not have the advantage in quantity, you may choose the method of preparation. Frying, boiling, roasting, stewing. Choose as you will, and I guarantee your satisfaction. No need, it is all yours. Upon hearing this response, Fong could hardly believe his ears. He could actually consume it all. Severus was indeed his favorite son-in-law. The flat-topped fellow must be secured as his partner. No one else could take his place. How terribly embarrassing. Now, where is this ingredient? I shall go fetch it now. And we can enjoy a midnight snack tonight. Eagerly sharpening his knives, Fong awaited Snape's direction. However, Professor McGonagall suddenly interjected, Severus, Remus is a man. You cannot mislead Aries like this, or it could lead to real trouble. Fong took a moment to process McGonagall's words. eventually connecting the dots between Remus and the new Professor Lupin. Thereafter, he regarded Snape with a look of fondness and said, "Severus, I find it reassuring that you have such thoughts. It's no trouble. You merely wish to have a taste. I understand. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter, ensuring you have something warm to eat. He is merely a person. That matter is hardly significant. We can wait until after his transformation to consume him. I am quite familiar with this process. Severus, there is no need. He truly has no appetite for that." What was the sensation of potentially causing one's own downfall? Upon witnessing Snape's shifting expression, Professor McGonagall suddenly erupted in laughter. After all, opportunities to see him in a state of embarrassment were few and far between. "Ares, if you do not wish to be chased by Gellert with a slipper, I advise you to temper your appetite. Remus is your professor, not some strange ingredient. Though he may have a few minor ailments, that is no reason for you to covet his flesh. But our dear Severus wishes to have a taste. It is not as though he is asking for the stars from the sky. Why can he not be satisfied? Moreover, Professor Lupin has only lost a rather insignificant piece of flesh, whereas our Severus has lost a vital component of his dinner. You must understand, if he does not eat well at dinner, he will not sleep well, and poor sleep will lead to a foul mood, which can directly impact his mental health. Should he become depressed, or shall we seek recourse? Professor McGonagall, do you not agree that the consequences of this could be quite severe?" Nearby, Professor Flitwick, who had been eavesdropping, was rendered speechless by Fong's declarations. He had never witnessed anyone articulate such unreasonable logic so vehemently. "Ares, you're simply twisting concepts. This is nothing more than a fallacy." "A fallacy? Oh, no. Professor Flitwick, I have always been a proponent of reason. Just tell me, which of my statements was incorrect?" It was evident that Professor Flitwick had not been swayed by Fong's convoluted reasoning. "Indeed, you present a compelling argument, but that does not justify your desire to consume Remus. Ares, I shall keep a watchful eye on you. You would do well to exercise restraint. Otherwise, I shall report you to the headmaster." In the face of this minor threat, Fong dismissed it with a wave of his hand, responding nonchalantly, "Indeed, I shall exert every effort to manage myself, ensuring that I provide you with no opportunity to lodge a complaint. Is that acceptable? Yet, having spent such an extensive duration in the company of Severus Snape, how could he possibly be oblivious to the other's hidden intentions? It appears that his old friend may soon find himself in a predicament." Following the conclusion of the banquet, Dumbledore summoned Snape and the others to his office. The prolonged absence of the Emperor weighed heavily on his mind, despite the assurances from Tantalus and the others that he was currently safe. Nevertheless, his unease persisted, unabated even after having had a personal conversation with him. That gnawing anxiety showed no signs of abating. In the headmaster's office, Grindelwald, who had anticipated the arrival of his little daughter since the start of the term, found himself waiting anxiously. Yet the banquet concluded without a sight of his troublesome little girl. The two concerned fathers, having been enlightened by the rabbit regarding history, wore their worries openly on their faces. Dumbledore queried, "Lucas, have you not yet discovered a means to bring the Emperor back?" Tom shook his head, feeling equally helpless in this matter. His former employer had been unreachable lately, likely due to either a cooling of relations or a reluctance to become embroiled in this chaos. There was little to be done. The Emperor had a knack for getting into trouble, as evidenced by her recent unwarranted intrusion that inadvertently altered several storylines. Not to mention, through her inadvertent manipulation, the Heavenly Master had made significant alterations during the calamity of the gods. Though seemingly minor adjustments, the outcomes were drastically different. Had it not been for the Emperor's severe injuries, which necessitated an extended period of seclusion for healing, it was uncertain how the Heavenly Master would have further wreaked havoc upon the primordial world. At this moment, she was equally active within the realm of Journey to the West. To speak of it, the golden hoop that was meant to adorn Sun Wukong's head had not found its place upon the monkey's brows. Instead, it was directly placed upon Tang Seng's head. Had it not been for Guanine's intervention, the outcome of the torment might have been quite different. With her identity as the daughter of the Heavenly Master, she now traversed the journey to the West world with an air of undeniable authority. Meanwhile, those formidable beings plotting against the calamity of the journey to the West, under the condition of the Emperor's non-interference, were largely turning a blind eye, feigning ignorance. In such circumstances, it would be sheer folly for the Quick Transmigration Bureau's representative to voluntarily wade into these turbulent waters. A misstep could easily lead to his downfall. After all, even the landowner has no surplus grain. Having come to terms with all of this, Fan Tong could only place his hopes entirely upon Ji Xiaoma, wishing that her fortuitous luck would enable her to bring back the troublemaking Emperor in one piece. "Fear not, dear Albus, Ji Xiaoma has already set forth. I believe it will not be long before that fellow with the flat cap returns, having been overwhelmed by G. Xiaoma's fortunate streak. Grindelwald envisioned the path leading back home for his daughter. Ow, I believe it won't be long before our young lady returns. Before that occurs, however, perhaps we should focus more on the affairs within the school. I suspect that young Sirius has likely escaped by now. I wonder if this time he will successfully track down that little mouse. Severus, have you released that ugly creature? The mere thought of that wretched being, which he himself had maimed, filled Snape with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yes, everything is proceeding according to plan. I anticipate that the foolish dog will soon arrive at the school seeking someone. Oh, in that case, I should inform my old friends in the portraits. We must ensure that no former students are harmed. And regarding the great wards of Hogwarts, Lucas, you must oversee that as well. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for Sirius to gain entry. Not a problem. I can handle that with ease. Fantong signaled an okay with his hand. Now that we have addressed the pressing matters, let us discuss Professor Lupin. Ares, I've heard you have quite an appetite for the transformed Professor Lupin. Me? Absolutely not. Albus, you must have been misled. How could I possibly be so vicious? This is nothing short of slander. Chapter 372, Daddy, Severus. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, upon perusing the letter sent by the Ministry of Magic, rubbed his temples in frustration. Several dozen Dementors had mysteriously vanished from the Hogwarts Express, and the Ministry had unequivocally attributed sole responsibility to the school. Fudge had directed all blame towards the part-time staff within the institution, even linking this incident to the recent disappearance of Dementors from Azkaban. Though he was quite accurate in his assumptions, Dumbledore could hardly acknowledge such truths. Casting a glance at the small wontons on the table, the headmaster sighed deeply. This cohort of students was proving to be quite challenging. Their strength was formidable, and at times it was rather vexing. It seemed he would need to devise a strategy to place the blame squarely upon Voldemort. After all, it was a fact that Voldemort was alive. Releasing this information a year in advance should pose little issue. Having made his decision, Dumbledore lifted a wonton and savored a hearty bite. Indeed, the flavor of this delightful morsel remained as exquisite as ever. At that moment, Severus Snape, engrossed in class, remained unaware that his future father-in-law had unwittingly arranged an irresistible part-time position for him. Due to the prior minor punishment of an escape room, the young wizards, having undergone a baptism of sorts, were nearly unanimous in their diligence, ensuring that, aside from the first years, all students met Snape's passing standards. Consequently, his mood was quite pleasant before he had even encountered Lupin. Hello, Severus. Do you have time for chat? Initially disinclined to engage with this individual, a sudden interest ignited within Snape upon recalling the wolfsbane potions he possessed. Though he had little time to spare, he conceded to allocate a modicum of his precious minutes to entertain the man's idle chatter. As his black robes flew before Lupin, Snape paused for a moment, then offered a resigned smile. He still bore no warmth towards Lupin, or for that matter, any of them. Yet, the multitude of questions weighing upon him compelled him to seek answers directly from the source rather than through others. Upon stepping into the potions classroom, Lupin immediately sensed a shift in atmosphere. The once cold and damp environment now glowed with warm lighting, and the temperature was remarkably inviting. The desk was adorned with an array of flowers and plants, their delicate fragrances invigorating the senses. Most astonishingly, a smaller desk before the larger one was cluttered with various trinkets that would likely delight any young girl. Observing this, Lupin couldn't help but wonder if Severus had married and started a family. Otherwise, for whom would such a small desk be intended? Furthermore, the dining table against the wall seemed far too large for a single person unless it was prepared for a family gathering. As Lupin's mind wandered through these fanciful thoughts, Snape's impatient voice interrupted. Are you waiting for me to personally usher you in, Professor Lupin? If that is the case, you may as well leave now, for our relationship has not yet reached such amicable terms. Indeed, he thought, Severus is still very much the same Severus. Striding confidently into the office, he made a beeline for the Emperor's small chair, but before he could settle down, a transparent barrier abruptly halted him. Snape disdainfully transfigured an apple into a chair. Sit in this. It is best not to meddle with the possessions of others. Remus Lupin cast a glance at the large, carpet-clad chair of the Euro Emperor and then at the small stool conjured by Severus Snape for him. Truth be told, he felt a bit awkward at that moment. With a flick of his wand, the small stool transformed into a comfortable sofa, allowing him to settle in with ease. Snape, observing this, chose to ignore him and lazily returned to his own seat. So, what is it you wish to discuss? I presume there is little of merit for us to talk about, given that our relationship has never been particularly amicable, he remarked. Lupin found himself at a loss for words, yet the reality was undeniable. Amidst the discomfort, he steeled himself and spoke. I came to talk about Harry, that boy. Harry? What has he done now? Did he throw dung bombs in your class? If that is the case, I would consider granting him an extra point. Snape's response caught Lupin completely off guard. He had assumed that Harry would incur Snape's disdain due to his resemblance to James. Yet here was a hint of fondness in Snape's tone towards Harry. It must be an illusion. There's no way Snape could harbor any affection for Harry. Just as this thought surfaced, Harry burst through the door, calling out, Sev Dad! Sev Dad, hurry, eat while it's hot. If we wait too long, my brother and the others will come to snatch it away. Harry rushed in, entirely oblivious to the presence of another person in the office, his focus solely on the bowl of wontons in his hands. To monopolize them, he had cunningly incited a quarrel among his 3 companions over the division of spoils. He had to eat them now, or else he would miss out once they realized what was happening. You brought their share too? Of course. How else would we have enough to eat? Oh, Sev Dad, if you intend to lecture me, save it until after we've eaten. The priority is to fill our bellies first. I must tell you, today's wonton filling has phoenix meat added by Brother Aries. I've tasted it, and it's far more delicious than before. Quick, have a bowl first, and then we can chat. With that, he slid a heaping bowl of wontons across the table towards Snape. While Harry devoured half his bowl, Snape remained motionless. Sev Dad, eat up. Don't worry. I saved my sister's portion for her. When she returns, it will still be warm. Lupin could only watch in astonishment as Harry and Snape shared a meal in such a congenial atmosphere, during which Harry remained blissfully unaware of the outsider ensconced in the sofa, until, Harry, blimey, who is that? Harry was startled by the sudden call, causing the wonton in his mouth to spray out. Fortunately, Snape was prepared, blocking the unexpected assault. Otherwise, the ensuing chaos would have included him. Professor Lupin? Oh, my apologies. I was so engrossed in eating that I didn't notice the knock. You're looking for Professor Snape, I presume? I shall take my leave. Excuse me. Without waiting for Lupin to retain him, Harry dashed out. After all, why linger? Did he want to wait for a disaster to strike? It would be awkward for anyone to discover that they had been so engrossed in their meal while another professor was present. Chapter 373, Malice from Small Group. As Snape quietly savored the delicacies in his bowl, he regarded Lupin with a bemused expression, as if contemplating the unraveling of his worldview. For some reason, he found today's meal to be exceptionally delightful. Why does Harry call you Dad? What on earth has transpired over the years? Was he not always living with his aunt? Why do I perceive him to be quite familiar with you? I would have thought you would detest him for resembling James. Snape let out a scoff before leisurely setting down his soup bowl and placing the remaining wontons in a small compartment. It wouldn't be long before those 3 ruffians realized their folly. If they discovered an empty pot, that troublesome boy Harry wouldn't be sleeping soundly tonight. I raised him since childhood. Why would I harbor hatred for him? Although he bears a striking resemblance to that loathsome individual. He calls me Dad. Don't you find it amusing that he addresses me as such with that face? Lupin. Huh. Your dark sense of humor is indeed surprising. Severus. You seem to have changed considerably. The old you would never have made jokes. Though I do not know your motives for raising Harry, I must extend my gratitude. He has been well cared for, and I believe that if Lily and James were aware, they would feel a great sense of comfort. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply know that Harry is doing well now. As for the rest, you need not delve too deeply, just focus on your duties. And, at this juncture, Snape's expression turned intriguingly enigmatic. During those special days each month, it is best to take your potions on time. Do not allow certain individuals to unearth your little secret. Otherwise, the consequences may lead to you losing something of significance. Lupin's expression stiffened. His identity as a werewolf had always made him feel inferior and sensitive. Over the years, he had faced disdain because of this identity, and without occasional assistance, surviving would have been an arduous challenge. Now that he had finally secured a position, he was determined to protect his secret at all costs. I believe I will. Also, thank you for the potion. A knock echoed once more, heralding yet another uninvited intrusion. Lupin watched, wide-eyed, as 3 students stormed into the office, embroiled in a heated argument. Ignoring him completely, they made a beeline for Snape. Lupin braced himself, prepared to plead on behalf of the students, only to hear, Severus, has that unfortunate boy Harry come to see you? The rabbit slippers in the hands of one student were so tightly gripped that they had morphed in shape, a testament to his fury. Alongside him, the other 2 were equally incensed, with Fong carrying a slender bamboo stick instead of slippers this time. Snape could easily envision the consequences of that bamboo stick against one's backside. One cry, and the culprit would remain silent. Lucas, isn't that a bit excessive? He is still young. You cannot stop. Severus, spare us the rest of your lecture. In our household, there is no distinction of age. If he dares to act, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Fear not. We have no shortage of potions, and I assure you, even if he is left with only a breath, I will retrieve him. This little rascal has been spoiled rotten. How dare he incite conflict among us? It is utterly unacceptable. Even if Merlin himself were here, I would still give him a proper thrashing. He must understand why the flowers bloom so red. Having been thoroughly beaten by Fong and the rabbit, the fury within Fantong was palpable. Indeed, I've been exceptionally kind to that little brat. Yet when it came to sharing, he not only failed to leave me a portion, but also instigated a brawl with others. Is this right? Severus, he is destined to be punished today. Even if you plead on his behalf, we will not relent. Save your breath. Snape ceased to speak, instead directly pulling forth the pot of wontons that remained uneaten. The overpowering aroma wafted through the air, instantly calming three seething individuals. Their anger dissipated, replaced entirely by an insatiable yearning for delectable food. Hold on. Why is it that my pot of wontons has dwindled down to this? Severus, speak candidly. Has Harry slyly taken our wontons to appease his wife? Snape was momentarily taken aback. This question had not crossed his mind. However, considering Harry's penchant for pampering his spouse, it was not entirely implausible. Yet, could he voice such a thought? Certainly not, for that would invite a thorough beating. Given that he had delicious food on hand, he felt compelled to defend Harry's actions. No, he left a substantial portion for the Emperor. A simple rebuttal extinguished 90% of their ire, with the remaining fraction entirely of Harry's own making. Oh, if that's the case, then never mind. Alas, how long must we endure without our flat-headed friend? Meals have lost their allure in her absence. Upon hearing this from the glutton, Snape harbored doubts. The way he savored each wonton belied any lack of appetite. Who is there? You nearly startled me. The rabbit, eager to return to the dining table for more culinary delights, turned to see Lupin lounging on the sofa. Assuming he was the only one in the office, he was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Professor Lupin. You must be here to speak with Professor Snape, so I won't intrude. Until next time, goodbye. His rapid exit, reminiscent of Harry's hasty retreats, left Lupin somewhat dazed, as if he had glimpsed two Harrys. Unlike the rabbit's bashfulness, the remaining glutton and Fantong remained remarkably composed, showing no intention of greeting, and nearly came to blows over a bottle of chili oil. You two had better behave. Or if you ruin my homework, you know the consequences. The blatant threat proved remarkably effective, prompting the pair to settle quietly back into their seats, dutifully enjoying their meals. Professor Lupin, I trust you won't mind that these two children are being unruly. You know how young wizards can sometimes harbor unwarranted animosity towards certain individuals. Snape's words carried a hint of implication that resonated with Lupin. Yet what could he say? After all, he had once been part of a group that had unjustly targeted others. Though he never directly engaged in the bullying, his indifference was hardly any less culpable. Chapter 374. The Great Escape of Sirius. Lupin waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was not perturbed. Oh, of course, Severus. They are merely children, and it is natural for them to have their own preferences and aversions. I do not take offense. If possible, I would prefer to foster friendship with them after class. Upon hearing this suggestion, the two involved parties, engrossed in their wontons, immediately curled their lips in disdain, rolling their eyes so far back that their pupils were hidden. Friendship? We shall never be good friends in this lifetime. It is a shame. Our family has but one redeeming quality. We are fiercely protective. We are well aware of how you bullied our Severus back in the day. For now, maintaining this teacher-student relationship is sufficient. We can discuss the future later. But I sincerely hope you do not try to get involved, or I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson in manners. The glutton's words left no room for politeness. Yet to Snape's ears, they sounded oddly pleasing. One could only say, the camaraderie of a small group is rather delightful. Chef, how can you be so rude in front of the professor? Professor Lupin, Ares is still young and naive. Please be understanding. However, do take to heart what he is trying to convey, for if our little group were to turn serious, we could indeed be rather heavy-handed. Clearly, Fantong and the glutton's unabashed remarks plunged Lupin into an awkward predicament he had never anticipated. The sofa beneath him suddenly felt painfully uncomfortable, and even the air around them grew dense with tension. He regretted ever coming to see Snape, thoughts of retreating growing stronger. Severus, I think I should take my leave. Thank you for your care of Harry over the years. I'm truly grateful. Snape offered no response, merely tossing a collection of wolfsbane potions in Lupin's direction. Here, this is for you. I hope you remember my words. Do take your medicine on time, or beware of your health. The final statement carried a weighty implication. Misinterpreting it as concern, Lupin replied gratefully, "I will, thank you." After bidding Lupin farewell, the glutton swallowed the last of his wontons before seizing the opportunity to admonish Snape. "Severus, you must never show weakness towards your enemies, you understand? The potions he just took were worth no less than 100 galleons. Did you truly just let him walk away with them? Not to mention the cost of the raw materials. He didn't even mention your compensation for brewing them. What is this? Am I being taken for a fool? No, we must reclaim that money. With that amount, we could toss it into the Black Lake and still hear a splash. Why should we give it to our enemy for free? The chef speaks true, Severus. Your kindness is excessive. Back when we roamed the cultivation world, we never hesitated to eradicate our enemies. How is it that you find yourself engaged in casual conversation and willingly dispensing potions? Is this appropriate? Our usual lessons on conduct seem to have been brewed alongside your potions." Snape offered no extensive explanation, simply stating a fact. "The potions were personally requested by your dear Albus, and without overtime pay, mind you. Do you think I could refuse his request? The only thing I could do was make slight modifications in flavor, such as ensuring the potions taste exceptionally foul. However, that is of little importance. What truly matters is, based on my understanding of him, whether he will even remember to take them on time. What if one day he forgets and suddenly transforms into a wolf during the full moon?" The rest of the thought was unnecessary for Snape to articulate. The glutton could already surmise the outcome. If such a dangerous creature were to appear at the school, it would be the students' duty to neutralize it immediately. Otherwise, what would the younger students do in the face of peril? For the sake of the school and the future of the wizarding world, that aberrant little monster would be left to me. Severus, do not forget to award house points when the time comes. Of course. Snape's face bore a particularly bright smile as he said this, suddenly looking forward to the arrival of that foolish dog. In a shrieking shack on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, Sirius was currently in a pitiful state, gnawing on a piece of somewhat moldy bread. This was, in fact, the only meal he had salvaged from trash bin. His sole dinner for the day. Ever since that encounter with Snape at Azkaban, he had been devising ways to escape that place. Yet the damned barrier had continually obstructed him, only to vanish unexpectedly not long ago. The moment he regained his freedom, he rushed to Privet Drive, but found no trace of Harry there. Fortunately, the school year was fast approaching. He had evaded capture and at long last returned to this familiar territory. Yet, it seemed that things had changed somewhat. The bread, slightly past its prime, lay in Sirius's mouth as he sat slumped on the dust-laden floor. Gazing up at the dilapidated ceiling, his mind flooded with memories of joyous moments spent with dear friends in this very place. However, the mere thought of Wormtail ignited a fierce wrath in his eyes. How could he betray James and Lily in such a manner? He must find him, and then end his life. Overwhelmed by tumultuous emotions, he let out an uncontrollable wail. The twins, Fred and George, who had sneaked out for a midnight adventure, paused at the sound, their minds involuntarily replaying snippets of past events in the chamber. Fred shivered, then, feigning composure, turned to George and said, "I think Professor McGonagall is right. It's best to avoid nocturnal escapades at our age. We should be resting to grow stronger. Don't you agree, brother?" George, equally unsettled, dared not voice a dissenting opinion. Hadn't they already heard scratching noises at the end of the corridor? If they didn't, flee soon. Who knew what might crawl out from the shadows? What if it was a disheveled fellow with a penchant for theatrics? Ugh! They couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. Any further contemplation might unleash their own ghostly wails. "Oh, brother, I wholeheartedly concur. For the sake of our promising future, let us retreat." Having reached a consensus, the twins hastily retraced their steps, tossing glutinous rice, charms, and peachwood wands behind them as they ran. Chapter 375. You. Recently, Harry had an unsettling feeling that someone was lurking in the shadows, stealthily observing his every move. This notion filled him with both distress and a tinge of curiosity. Consequently, as he increased his nocturnal ventures, he also adorned himself with an array of defensive artifacts. Hermione, exasperated, watched Harry as he donned earrings for the third time, finally intervening to halt his actions. "Harry, honestly, have you encountered something truly terrifying? If so, you can share it with us. We can devise a solution together. You needn't adorn yourself like a Christmas tree." Feeling somewhat guilty, Harry lowered the earrings in his hands, awkwardly responding, "Do I really appear that obvious?" "You do," came the simultaneous reply from Ron and Draco, the latter's tone dripping with disdain. The reason was simple. The defensive artifacts Draco had painstakingly crafted for his siblings were now being flaunted by Harry, who had shamelessly squeezed his feet into the tiny socks. Could he blame the quality of his materials? That damned elasticity if it had been just a tad less. It would have ended up on someone else's feet. Harry Potter, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you know I have a knack for persuasion. I've heard Ares is craving dragon meat again. I wouldn't mind using that as leverage to hire him for a no-holds-barred tussle. Just having been reprimanded. Harry shivered at the thought. Without hesitation, he slipped off his shoes, but before he could remove the pilfered socks, a sharp thud struck his head. Hermione's voice rang out, unyielding. Harry Potter, don't tell me you intend to return that worn item to Draco. Rubbing the sore spot on his head, Harry awkwardly tapped his shoes, attempting a feeble explanation. No, Hermione, you've misunderstood. I just felt my shoes were pinching and wanted to check for stones inside. You'd better be telling the truth. Hermione didn't buy it. Knowing Harry, he likely intended to return those foul socks to Draco while throwing in a few snide remarks, perfectly in line with his character. Draco, having enjoyed the entertainment of the moment, felt his mood lighten slightly despite losing his socks. Ron, munching on a chicken leg, attempted to steer the conversation back to the main issue. Shouldn't we be addressing Harry's recent strange behavior? Why is all the focus on 2 pairs of socks? Can I get a reasonable explanation? With Ron's reminder, all eyes turned back to Harry. Don't stare at me like that. I can't explain it either. I've just felt like someone has been watching me these past few days, but I haven't noticed anything unusual. Do you think it could be Voldemort stirring up trouble again? Has he sneaked back into Hogwarts? At the mention of Voldemort, Harry's expression grew animated. He had already collected one of the 7 Horcruxes. Acquiring another would bring him one step closer to his goal. Hey, what are you thinking? Why the creepy expression? You're not still fixated on gathering those 7 pieces of trash, are you? Draco always felt a wave of annoyance whenever Harry's little obsession came to mind. He couldn't fathom what purpose those items could serve besides being disgusting. Harry dismissed Draco's teasing. Their perspectives were worlds apart, and explaining further would be futile. However, the pair of eyes covertly monitoring him needed to be identified. I feel like someone is watching me. Over the following moments, Harry recounted his recent suspicions to his friends. Ultimately, they all agreed to unmask the lurking pervert during their visit to Hogsmeade. Meanwhile, the so-called pervert, Sirius, was covertly hiding in one of Hogwarts' secret passages, attempting to acquire the Marauder's map. Grasping his injured leg, he muttered incredulously, "How has that old creep, Filch, become so formidable? And that wretched cat, does it possess some tracking magic? How can I always find my hiding spots?" Cursing his severe injuries, he realized he needed to seek out Snavella's for a few potions. Additionally, with James's invisibility cloak, his chances of being discovered would significantly decrease. It seemed he first needed to visit Gryffindor's boys' dormitory to retrieve the cloak from Harry before making any decisions. Wincing as he reattached his injured leg, he resumed chewing on the stale bread. One could say that this item had become a rarity in the current Hogwarts. Typically, such fare was prepared by house elves for feeding chickens. Sirius had certainly exerted considerable effort to acquire a whole piece, as snatching food from the beak of a hen was no simple task. It was Snape's turn to patrol the grounds, holding a communication stone while listening to a certain royal ranting at Tang's son. Not to lie, it felt rather satisfying. Come on, compare to my wit. You're still far behind. Day in and day out, what else can you do besides eating? The one carrying the burdens is the monk, and the one providing emotional support is Pigsy. Even walking, you have the Dragon Prince as your steed. What do you have to complain about? Despite your supposed compassion, I never saw you exhibit much of it during your time in the Kingdom of Women. That poor Pigsy was in agony, merely seeking a midwife with a gentle touch. And what did you do? You preached equality and compassion, but your first thought was to suggest an abortion. Don't you know that is a grave sin? Do not think that merely because you are a revered monk, you are exempt from the consequences of your actions. Even ordinary individuals face the fires of hell for the act of abortion. Are you unaware of this principle? Day by day, you incessantly criticize our dear Monkey King for his unruly nature and indiscriminate violence. Yet it is you who epitomizes double standards. Acknowledging your own mortal limitations should compel you to exhibit a modicum of understanding, rather than incessantly labeling others as murderers. I fail to comprehend how, after being apprehended so many times, you seem to retain no lessons from your past. Are you, perchance, lacking in intellect? Even a child who wets the bed learns from their mistakes after a few unfortunate experiences, while others gain wisdom from adversity. You seem to require a multitude of missteps to solidify your lessons. If you choose to persist in this manner, that is your prerogative. Just do not drag others down with you. I extend my good intentions to warn you of the pitfalls ahead. You not only disregard my counsel, but also retaliate against me. This is simply unacceptable. It is only due to my Monkey King's benevolence that you are spared. Had it been me in his stead, I would have acted differently. As Neza so aptly put it, within 3 seconds if you do not bring me to my demise. I shall ensure your downfall. In chapter 376, the thief of the magic potion encounters the rightful owner. Tang Sung, caught off guard by the retort, nearly gasped for breath in disbelief. His feeble attempt to feint, clutching his chest, was nothing short of another opportunity for mockery in the eyes of the European monarch. Oh dear, let everyone behold our venerable Tang master, who has dedicated his journey to save sentient beings. Surely he is on the verge of death. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is truly pathetic. Monkey King, I must say, given his delicate and tender appearance, without the protection of you few, he would likely not even survive the journey back to the Tang dynasty. I fail to grasp the source of his misplaced superiority. What gives him the confidence that you will always safeguard him? If that golden circlet were not affixed to your head, we could simply abandon this venture. I could take you on a delightful excursion to my realm, where every meal would be a feast of fine delicacies. As for this bald fellow, let him respect the fate of others. Sun Wukong was tempted to nod in agreement, but upon glancing at the about-to-faint Tang Sung, his heart softened. After enduring such prolonged depression, it was this mortal monk who had rescued him from suffering. This journey to the west would serve as a means to repay that karmic debt. Forget it, my dear sister. Without our protection, he would likely be captured and devoured at the next mountain peak. I have never owed anyone in my life. Let this be my way of repaying the debt he owes me for saving my life. Once we accompany him to the Spirit Mountain to procure the true scriptures, I shall visit your world and ensure everything is in order, including meeting that genius fiancé of yours. Upon hearing this, Snape anxiously adjusted his robes, fearing he might leave a poor impression. The European monarch promptly raised the communication stone before Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "Is it not easy to meet him? Monkey King, why not refine this once more and transform it into something visible?" To this request, Sun Wukong expressed his inability to assist. "I am not adept in the art of weapon crafting. However, you may call upon me during your next battle." The European monarch, slightly disheartened, lamented that had she known she would suddenly be transported to such a world, she would have brought along the advanced technology gifted by Fan Tong. At least then, during her inability to return, she could have video called everyone. Alas, she was now left to merely hear their voices to alleviate her longing. When in a foul mood, she craved delightful food. Fortunately, she had not missed the opportunity to gather resources along the way, resulting in her ring being filled with exquisite meats. Nonchalantly, she extracted a bear paw, intending to prepare it in a pot. Yet before she could lower the paw into the pot, a remarkably familiar voice rang out. "Leave the paw for the pot." In the next moment, Ji Xiaoma appeared beside the European cook, riding a tiger. Before she could utter a word, the culinary prodigy, the chubby and clever Ji Xiaowan, snatched the bear paw from her grasp. "My goodness, such a fine delicacy, and you intended to boil it directly? What a waste." Sun Wukong watched in disbelief as the very girl who had nearly caused Tang Sung to faint moments ago leapt high in excitement, quickly retreating behind him. "Is she an enemy? Fear not. I shall vanquish them and prepare a feast for you." The usually taciturn Monkey King brandished his golden staff, ready to strike the chubby girl. Fortunately, the European monarch reacted swiftly, grabbing hold of his tiger skin skirt. Wait, Monkey King, do not. I know her. She is that girl who has a peculiar aura about her. It would be wise to keep your distance." Upon hearing this description, Ji Xiaomo rolled her eyes. Her dear European monarch was indeed inconsistent. Every time she held him close, he would blissfully expose his little belly. "Is this how you introduce me to others? Yet when you're nestled in my arms, your demeanor is quite different." In a bid to prevent Ji Xiaomo from revealing too much, the European monarch boldly approached her and swiftly muted her. "Ah, yes, I was wrong. Is that satisfactory? It's merely a bear paw. If the chubby one desires it, let him have it. By the way, did you not go to witness the sacrificial offering of his wife? How come you have time to be here?" As soon as this was mentioned, Ji Xiaoma's gaze fixated on Tang Sung, who appeared rather ill. TSK. If this were to be consumed by Zheng Ge, would he not be poisoned? What? Who is Zheng Ge? Who do you intend to observe? May I join you? I have a rumor I have yet to verify, and now that you are here, let us confirm it together. Upon hearing there was gossip to uncover, Ji Xiaoma's initial desire to discuss flesh was immediately overshadowed. Whose gossip? Pray tell. It pertains to the matters between Taishang Laojun and Princess Ironfan. Haven't you heard? It involves the Red Boy and his mastery of the 3 mystical fires. Elaborate, please. I truly know nothing of this. Ji Xiaoma began to prepare seeds, her eyes ablaze with a fiery curiosity, rivaling that of the Flaming Mountain, causing even Snape who was patrolling the night, to unconsciously slow his pace. The other indigenous individuals present were equally intrigued, and even Tang Sung, a monk, perked up his ears, fearful of missing any captivating moments. Ji Xiaoma generously distributed 5 spice melon seeds to everyone except Tang Sung. Come, do not be shy, enjoy. If you need more, I have plenty. Zhu Beiji, ever the sociable one, eagerly joined this little gathering, extending all his goodwill towards Ji Xiaoma. Thank you, dear benefactor. Yet I am uncertain if— Hush, Brother Pig. Please focus on the gossip. We shall discuss matters later. For now, it is imperative we ascertain the parentage of the Red Boy. Zhu Beiji gleefully awaited his turn, his mind filled with the sound of Ji Xiaoma affectionately calling him Brother Pig. The European monarch began to narrate the sweet gossip she had overheard, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Meanwhile, Tang Sung, who found himself excluded from this little circle, was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Even the white dragon horse was able to join in on the gossip, so why was he the only one cast aside? This felt like a cruel betrayal, a grave injustice against the honest. What had he done wrong? Was it merely his high expectations of his disciples? Surely that could not be a fault. As the gossip from the journey to the west reached its most thrilling point, Snape encountered Sirius Black, who had stealthily infiltrated with the intention of stealing potions for healing. Chapter 377. The Confrontation, Sirius' Utter Defeat. Dragging a broken leg, Sirius Black struggled to reach Severus Snape's office. No sooner had he approached than he encountered the very individual he had been dreading, returning from the previous night. The scene was undeniably awkward, particularly from Sirius's perspective. The once contemptible wretch now stood before him, resplendent and looking down upon him with palpable disdain, igniting within him an intense wave of humiliation that made him wish to flee the place immediately. However, his attempts to escape were thwarted as Snape ensnared him with a binding spell. Well, let me see who we have here. It is our illustrious heir of the noble house of Black. Yet, you appear rather disheveled at this moment. Snape continued with a mocking tone. Oh, right. You just escaped from prison. Tell me, should I notify the Ministry of Magic? I dare say, if I were to hand you over, I might reap considerable benefits. Not that I care for the reward. My concern lies with allowing a murderous criminal like you to roam freely, endangering innocent lives. This is something I cannot abide. Therefore, Mr. Black, for the sake of the Wizarding World's peace, might I kindly request you return to Azkaban? Sirius's complexion darkened considerably, especially upon hearing Snape label him a murderer. His anger flared more intensely. How dare you snot-nosed wretch? Have you forgotten who was truly responsible for Lily and James's deaths? How can you have the audacity to call me a murderer, you shameless scoundrel? Suddenly, a ghostly figure materialized before Sirius, the formidable creature known as Tantalus, who wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap to him. Subsequently, he turned to Snape, imparting a lesson. Severus, how many times must I remind you? If you can act, refrain from prattling. If you spent less time talking, the matter would have been resolved by now. Honestly, how can you still be so soft-hearted? If this were to happen to someone like Flathead, he wouldn't have the chance to utter a word before meeting his end. Recalling his fiery fiancée, Tantalus mused that it was indeed a possibility. This was merely a nostalgic exchange among old friends. Besides, he couldn't afford for anything to happen to Sirius. Tantalus nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, this is hardly a dilemma. Have you forgotten? Our specialty is rescuing people. Otherwise, the breeding grounds would have been depleted long ago. Next time you encounter such a situation, do not hesitate. Unleash your fury first, then consider the rescue. Rest assured, as long as there is breath left, even a mere glutton can be saved. I am quite adept at that." With the conversation reaching such a point, Snape could no longer remain silent. When Tantalus's foot connected with Sirius, the latter was taken aback, never having anticipated that Snape would resort to such physical confrontation. The pain from the blows soon rendered his weakened body numb. Tantalus kicked the unconscious Sirius disdainfully, exclaiming, "Pathetic! How did he muster the courage to intrude upon Hogwarts? Were it not for leniency, he wouldn't have even made it through the front gate." Indeed, Hogwarts was no place for just anyone to infiltrate. The protective enchantments established by Fantong were exceptional, having been painstakingly acquired from others. Given Sirius's present frailty, even at his peak, he would have been unable to breach the threshold. Currently, he lacked the strength to confront even the portraits hanging upon the walls. Forget it. Let's just medicate him and find a place to stow him away. He still has a role to play in the coming events. Anticipating the unfolding narrative, Snape found himself unexpectedly eager, though he wondered if the royal would return in time. Observing Snape's expression, Tantalus could easily surmise that the man was missing his beloved. The little cabbage, the scent of romance. He quipped, "Leave this to me. You should return and rest. And remember, no overtime. If you exhaust yourself brewing potions. And Flathead returns to reprimand me. I shall certainly use your favorite cauldron to concoct spicy hot pot. This threat resonated with Snape, leading him to promptly assure that he would indeed rest early and avoid burning the midnight oil. Without waiting for Tantalus to continue his admonishments, he hurried into his office. He anticipated that he would soon be compelled to apply a facial mask. Gazing at the closed door, Tantalus seized Sirius by the leg, grumbling as he searched for an unoccupied classroom. Damn it, I merely wished to sneak a taste of werewolf flesh. Why did I have to encounter such an oblivious fool? What were you doing wandering around aimlessly at this hour? If you must roam, at least keep your distance from Severus. Even if you are unfortunate enough to run into him, could you not sweeten your word a bit? Must you be so brutally honest and stab him in the heart? Our little cabbage has gone to great lengths to care for the sunlit pigs. Is he someone you can bully at will? You deserve to be punished. After a lengthy monologue, Tantalus finally located an empty classroom, unhesitatingly tossing Sirius inside before returning to his prior task, sneaking a glance at Lupin to see if he had transformed into a wolf. Meanwhile, back in his quarters, Snape instinctively sought to brew a new potion. Severus, do not tell me you are planning to brew potions right now. Did you not heed the chef's words? The voice of the royal suddenly echoed from the communication stone, jolting Snape into the realization that the connection had not been severed. It is nothing. You know I have just returned. I merely wish to clean the cauldron. I shall rest shortly. And you? Have you dined? Yes, I am currently enjoying a hearty meat skewer. The culinary skills of the plump one from the G family are exceptional, rivaling that of the chef. Severus, just wait for me. I shall return shortly. Very well. I shall await your return. Rest assured, Professor Snape, as long as I am here, little O will encounter no danger. I will only stay for a week at most before bringing her back to you. With G. Mo's assurance, Snape's anxieties, which had lingered for days, were finally alleviated. Chapter 378. Harry's first encounter with Sirius. With G. Mo's promise, Snape's mood visibly improved in the days that followed. This newfound, cheerful atmosphere in the classroom quickly caught the attention of the timid young wizards. The news spread like wildfire through Hogwarts, even reaching Sirius, who was hiding in the Shrieking Shack. Snavelus's wife? He actually got married? And he has a daughter. After violently overturning a table, Sirius roared in fury, his face contorted in rage. How dare he live so comfortably with a wife and child? This shameless, filthy insect. Has he forgotten the sins he committed? I should have bitten him to death last night. Lily James, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I will kill them all. Wormtail, you wretched creature. I will hunt you down. His screams echoed far through the secret passage. A shiver ran through the group of young adventurers who had come together for this expedition. Draco was the first to step forward, declaring that he had yet to finish knitting his hat and intended to return to the dormitory to continue his crafting endeavors. Ron, too, expressed a desire to retrace his steps, offering to join Draco in winding their yarn. As for Hermione and the twins, although their faces remained pale, they showed no inclination to retreat. The reasons were simple. The twins were driven by insatiable curiosity to catch a glimpse of the legendary beast, while Hermione's sense of duty compelled her to investigate for the sake of everyone's safety. She felt an obligation to ascertain the truth of the matter. Her experiences in the alternate realm had significantly bolstered her confidence, and with a plethora of protective artifacts gifted by Harry, she felt overwhelmed by a sense of security that warranted an experimental venture. Ron, Draco, enough of this. We had a clear agreement. How can you two abandon that now? Hermione admonished. You know how hard we train. We cannot afford to shy away from this rare opportunity to test our skills. Haven't you forgotten what Huang taught us? To row against the current is to advance. Stagnation is akin to retreat. Since last summer, we have not engaged in a proper battle. Are you not curious about your current abilities? Only through continuous combat can we truly recognize our shortcomings. We cannot always rely on Huang to orchestrate our affairs. Matters such as this can certainly be resolved by ourselves. Do you lack even the courage to confront this minor challenge? If so, you may as well return. And I assure you, I will not impede your departure. Having said this, even if Draco and Ron wished to leave, they felt compelled to remain. The consequences of departing would be dire indeed, as word would surely spread, and they would be ridiculed. Though moral coercion is a cliché, it proves effective with such principled children as these two, who were evidently susceptible to it. What is the big deal about visiting the Screaming Shack? I can go too. Granger, must you make us appear cowardly? Resorting to moral coercion? Really? Who taught you that? Just then, Harry approached with the recording stone in hand. Harry Potter, what on earth are you recording? Draco thought, his frustration mounting at Harry's apparent frivolity amidst the gravity of the situation. Surely, He could not be oblivious to the mournful howls echoing around them. Oh, but that is of little consequence. The important thing is that if we dawdle any longer, dawn will break. Since we have made up our minds, what is there to hesitate about? My wand is itching for action. Upon hearing that vexing name, Draco felt the urge to voice his annoyance once more. It baffled him that such a beautifully crafted sword bore such an irritating name. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Ron unsheathed his own sword. Indeed, my sword is equally eager for this battle. More voices joined in the banter. Wait, Weasley. I can understand Harry's sword being named after wealth, but naming your sword of the coming is rather inappropriate, considering it's merely a knife. What were you thinking when you named it? Ron shot him a scornful glance, as if to say, you know nothing. At that moment, Draco's fears, stirred by Sirius, began to dissipate. He brandished his sword, aptly named Earl, and charged at Ron with fervor. The twins, ever the instigators, cheered them on with enthusiasm, treating the looming confrontation with Sirius as a mere game. They soon reached the end of the passageway, where Sirius, thoroughly inebriated, had transformed into a large black dog and was sprawled across his bed, snoring loudly. The sudden appearance of the young adventurers startled him, and just as he prepared to scare them away, he recognized Harry at the forefront. For a moment, he was convinced that his friend had come to his aid. Oh, it's just a big dog? Fred and George, who were busy organizing their collected talismans and Peach with swords, exclaimed in unison, We're certain. Then how curious. Sirius mused, for this dog hardly seems formidable. In fact, it appears rather thin. It would require some nourishment before I could consider a meal. Sirius, momentarily dazed, pondered the implications of that statement. Was this child suggesting he would be consumed? The offspring of James, surely, must be well fed at school. Perhaps he was being targeted by that wretched Snavelis? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and before he knew it, he transformed back into his human form. However, before he could utter a word of explanation, he was met with a swift strike from Hermione's hammer. A close encounter that, fortunately, did not result in fatality. Otherwise, Sirius would have met his end that day. Though he had not been outright killed, his situation was hardly enviable, as his nose had been broken in the process. The mere thought of it was painful enough. Draco discreetly inched away from Ron, determined to keep his distance from this violent young woman, wary of the day she might unleash her wrath upon him. Ron, disapproving, shifted slightly, his eyes filled with disdain for his companion. Apologies, I may have been a tad too anxious. Harry, he should still be alive, right? Harry, momentarily entranced by Hermione's impressive display, finally glanced at the unconscious man on the floor. Oh, yes, fine, still alive. I'll give him a revival potion, and he'll be back to his lively self in no time. No need to worry, it's all under control. Chapter 379, The Return of the Royal One. When Sirius awoke once more, he was horrified to discover that he was imprisoned. Surely, I have not fallen prey to that wretched Snavelis again. This time, I will make him pay. Such thoughts consumed Sirius, who failed to associate his captivity with Harry. Instead, his mind was solely occupied with devising a plan to deal with Snape. Mr. Black, do you require sustenance? Harry instructed Dobby, saying, once he awakens, provide him with food and water. Sirius, having frequented Malfoy Manor due to Narcissa's influence, was not unfamiliar with Dobby. Thus, he felt little trepidation towards the house elf. If possible, I would appreciate a few mugs of butterbeer. Under such dismal circumstances, requesting butterbeer should not be too much to ask. Dobby, with a respectful bow, snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a lavish feast was laid out before Sirius. Please enjoy. Harry informed him that he would return after school the following day. Once you've eaten, you may rest. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Sirius, ravenously devouring the meal, barely had time to lift his head, simply waving a hand to indicate his understanding. It was his first taste of such exquisite Chinese cuisine, and he longed to have multiple heads to savor it all. After all, the culinary skills of a chef trained by a voracious gourmand could not be underestimated. Even a prisoner accustomed to years of hard labor would be enchanted by this delightful spread. After the winds had swept away the remnants of the clouds, Sirius Black reclined backward with little regard for his appearance, soon followed by a symphony of snores. Upon witnessing Harry, the tension in his heart finally eased, and as he relaxed, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. After Harry escorted Hermione back to the dormitory, he intended to check on this peculiar man, only to find that he had already succumbed to slumber. With no other option, he resigned himself to return and get some much-needed rest. Oh, children, fear not, for this is Buckbeak. He is quite gentle. If you communicate with him as I have instructed, you shall find a perfect synergy, Hagrid assured. Just imagine the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies upon his back. It would be simply splendid. Draco took several steps back in disdain. And had Hermione not been standing nearby, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of invectives. Nevertheless, he could not resist throwing a few barbs at Hagrid. Has this lunatic lost his mind? How can he possibly put us, mere children, in such perilous situations? These aren't even contracted beasts. If one were to unleash their primal instincts and injure a few classmates, his freshly acquired position would surely be jeopardized. At that point, he would be crying to us for sympathy. Let it be known, I am quite busy lately, so do not expect me to comfort the giant. I shall absolutely not attend. Understood, understood. We certainly want to call you along. Now how about you show a little support for Hagrid? Especially considering he gifted you a lovely blanket made of unicorn hair, Harry remarked, already striding toward the winged creature known as Buckbeak. If you truly wish to abstain, then let it be. We shall attribute Hagrid's misjudgment to his error in selecting the right person. Our illustrious Malfoy, heir, should not stoop so low as to serve as an example for others. Ron's sardonic commentary proved effective, prompting Draco to stride over to a random winged beast and mount it with an air of elegance that was indeed pleasing to the eye. While Harry continued his communication with Buckbeak, Draco was already soaring through the air. With their trio leading the charge, Hagrid's subsequent endeavors became markedly more manageable. The scene in which Draco had previously met his own demise in the original narrative was deftly avoided. After class, the young wizard surprisingly rated Hagrid's lesson quite favorably. In light of this, he was overjoyed, offering an array of his homemade confections and even gifting Draco some animal pelts. Judging by their texture, it was clear that these pelts were of exceptional value. After awkwardly expressing his gratitude, Draco promptly sent the items back home, accompanied by a letter to his father, reiterating Hagrid's thoughtful gifts. Before long, Hagrid received a dragon egg along with a special dragon-keeping license. The moment he received this gift, the giant was moved to tears. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore observed the disheveled Sirius Black with a complex mixture of emotions concerning the once exemplary graduate. Following the events of the past, he found it peculiar. Regardless of whether Sirius was indeed a Death Eater, the bond he shared with James would never lead him to betrayal. Yet back then, he had offered no rebuttal, accepting all blame without protest. After perusing the ensuing narrative, Dumbledore could only conclude that the young man was somewhat foolish. Severus, what is your purpose in bringing him here? Snape, arms crossed and lazily leaning against a nearby bookshelf, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, perhaps to save his life. That insufferable brat Harry has taken to treating him as a reserve, and if I don't bring him to you, it'll be quite a hassle when he finds himself in the clutches of a rabbit farm." Dumbledore conceded, acknowledging that ever since the arrival of the so-called European monarchs, Hogwarts' culinary offerings had become increasingly eccentric. Thus far, he had sampled an array of bizarre creatures, and he had grown accustomed to their peculiar cravings. Harry, having been raised amidst rabbits and gorgers, indulging in a feast hardly seemed out of character. Yet this time, the individual he wished to sample was none other than his bona fide godfather, and he was genuinely curious about his reaction upon discovering the situation. With this thought in mind, he resolved to summon the man forth for an impromptu reunion. However, before he could implement this idea, Snape's communication stone began to emit sound. Severus, I'm on my way back. That rascal G. Xiaomao has procured the meat from the bald-headed man. We're heading to Daqin, and then we can return home. I'll bring you a gift, all right? I want to be in touch for the next few days, as the signal here is quite poor. Until we meet again." As the conversation concluded, Snape was enveloped in a bubble of happiness at the news of the European monarch's impending return. He had no time to concern himself with irrelevant matters. His priority was to craft delightful treats for his beloved. "I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," he stated. Dumbledore watched in astonishment as Snape's robes vanished from sight, unable to muster a single word of protest. In Chapter 380, The Legendary Godfather, Harry's first thought upon receiving the summons to the headmaster's office was to mentally review the mischief he had recently orchestrated, fearful that some loose end might lead to his exposure before the headmaster. After all, any one of his escapades could easily exceed Professor McGonagall's capacity to handle. He had been skirting the wildest edges of Hogwarts regulations, and any stern headmaster would surely expel him. Knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed, and the grand door to the headmaster's office swung open. Harry, filled with trepidation, stepped inside to find Sirius lounging on the sofa, sipping tea. "Blimey," he gasped, his pupils dilating in shock. Clearly, he had never anticipated encountering his reserve here. He must not acknowledge that he knew this escaped convict. With this thought in mind, Harry quickly averted his gaze from Sirius. "Headmaster, you summoned me for a reason?" Dumbledore merely smiled enigmatically, savoring his tea in silence. He relished the sight of the children's guilty expressions. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. It seems Severus has apprehended a fugitive hiding in the kitchen. According to his account, was captured by you last night. Don't you have something to share with me? Indeed, I do. Headmaster Dumbledore. This individual appears to be the escaped convict the Ministry has been pursuing. I caught him during training yesterday and intended to deliver him to you this morning. I didn't expect Professor Snape to have already brought him to you. Harry's confident assertions might easily mislead someone unaware of the circumstances. However, Dumbledore, being a seasoned parent to 3 mischievous children, would never be taken in by such a flimsy lie, even without prior warning from Snape. Children raised amidst mischief could hardly be considered trustworthy. Given the self-serving nature of the European monarchs, they would never nurture Sirius unless some benefit were to be gained. Even upon encountering him, they would likely feign ignorance and might even resort to kicking him out of their way if he obstructed their path. Alas, he could no longer afford to dwell on his thoughts, for it made it difficult for him to sleep. Let us refrain from discussing such matters for now. Harry, do you know this man? Harry cast a glance at the disheveled fellow fixated on him from the sofa, and with a hint of disdain, he nodded slightly. He had only vaguely heard Hermione murmur about him a few times, an escaped convict pursued by Dementors, but beyond that, he was unclear. Thus, when Dumbledore posed this question, Harry felt a flicker of curiosity within him. Oh, I only know he seems to be an escaped convict. Beyond that, I am not informed. Should I know him? At that moment, Sirius could no longer contain the paternal affection swelling within him. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to embrace his godson. However, in the next instant, not only did he fail to secure the hug, but he was also sent flying by a brutal kick. Had it not been for Dumbledore's swift reaction, Sirius would have found himself bettered in the hospital wing for at least 2 months. Professor Dumbledore, you saw that. He attacked me first. My actions were merely self-defense. The rabbit said that boys must learn to protect themselves, and this scruffy fellow is clearly not a good person. He must have intended to abduct me, and then have you devise a way to exonerate him. It must be so, Professor. We should take him to the Ministry of Magic at once. He is far too dangerous. Sirius, who had just clambered to his feet, incredulously asked, You want to send me back to the Ministry? Why not? If he gets discovered, he's certainly one tea be able to eat. And we can't keep him without some form of compensation. Had I known he would be found, I wouldn't have fed him so well last night. I've lost everything. Dumbledore could easily surmise that the wheels in Sirius's mind were turning rapidly. Harry, he is your godfather, Sirius Black. Your father's closest friend. Those simple words struck Harry like a thunderbolt. Memories from his childhood began to assault his mind. Yes, apart from Peter Pettigrew and Remus Lupin, there was indeed a large black dog. However, the Sirius of his father's recollections was strikingly handsome and imposing, a stark contrast to the man before him. Godfather? Harry inquired. Yes, I am your godfather. The only one, Sirius replied, tears streaming down his face. Oh, Harry, you look just like your father. I cannot express how thrilled I am to see you. Yet, Harry did not appear particularly elated. With utmost seriousness, he retorted, No, you're not my only godfather. What? Harry, what do you mean by that? I'm not your only godfather. Is there someone else besides me? Of course. My Severus is the godfather I respect the most. Mr. Black, you may very well be the godfather chosen by my parents, but I must assert that Severus Snape is the only one I recognize as my true father. Sirius was momentarily taken aback by Harry's declaration. Then an unparalleled rage surged within him. Having long been tormented by Dementors, his mental state was already precarious, and Harry's words ignited an explosion of pent-up negativity. A surge of magical energy erupted. Dumbledore expertly waved his wand, swiftly neutralizing the emotional outburst. Harry, you could have approached this more gradually, I know, but why should I suffer my Severus for the sake of a stranger? Their past relationship was not amicable. If I were to disregard my Severus for someone I have met only a few times, how hurt would he be? My sister said that the heart is naturally biased. I simply care more for Severus. When I endured torment at Aunt Petunia's, only Severus extended his hand to me. Professor Dumbledore, do you understand? He is my salvation. Dumbledore was left speechless. Indeed, the solitary light piercing through the darkness could not be casually replaced by another. Chapter 381. The father I respect the most is you. After leaving the headmaster's office, Harry made his way directly to the potions classroom. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to see his Severus. For reasons unbeknownst to him, anxiety gripped his heart. This sudden appearance of a godfather conjured unsettling memories. The dim, confined cupboard, Dudley the chubby boy pinning him down while riding him like a horse, suddenly came into sharp focus. Those days of despair were memories he wished to banish from his mind. With a loud bang, the door was thrust open, and before Snape could even reprimand him, Harry enveloped him in a tight embrace. Severus, you won't come to dislike me because of someone else, will you? Someone else? Do you mean your sister? If I had to choose Harry Potter, I believe you have grown up and should have your own life. Move out of the cupboard, Severus, if you dare finish that sentence. I will immediately inform my sister about your late-night potion research. Very well, that threat is quite effective, Snape remarked, swiftly sealing his lips. He then unceremoniously ejected the snotty child who had used his robe as a tissue from his office. Severus, you cannot treat me this way. Open the door. I still have more to say. With a series of loud knocks, Harry's insistence caused Snape to frown repeatedly. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he yanked the boy back inside. Speak. What has upset you? Did that godfather of yours say something to you? Did he tell you to stay away from me? Or does he wish for you to transfer houses? Or perhaps he wants you to move in with him? Harry shook his head. None of that. He didn't even get a chance to say anything before my magic erupted from the stress, and then Dumbledore knocked me unconscious. Upon hearing this, Snape's eyes lit up. You were actually so upset that your magic erupted. What on earth did that child say? But those details were unimportant. What mattered was that he needed to celebrate. After some deliberation, a mango-flavored cake was placed before Harry. Here, eat it. This is your reward. Next time you encounter that foolish dog, do keep it up. Harry said nothing, taking a large bite of the cake, only to scrunch his face in distaste. Severus, this cake you gave me can't possibly be a failure, can it? Otherwise, why is this mango sour? Surprisingly, Snape did not refute him. Instead, he replied with a bemused smile, Ah yes. Why is this mango sour? I personally tasted it the night before picking it, and it was delicious, which is precisely why I intended to use it for the mango cake. What do you think could have caused it to sour once it became a cake? Harry suddenly realized the implications of his earlier actions. Well, it is sour, as I did indeed paint it myself. Well, Severus, you must have misheard me. I meant to say that this mango cake is simply exquisite. I believe I could eat 20 more. Oh, is that so? How fortunate, for I happen to have plenty left for you. Harry paused his chewing. The earlier melancholic mood instantly transformed into bright enthusiasm. He thought to himself that at 13, seeking comfort from his father after feeling wronged was somewhat childish. Perhaps it was better to simply leave. In truth, it was also acceptable to occasionally vent with his older brothers. Once he had made up his mind, Harry rose without a moment's hesitation and departed, showing no inclination to engage in heartfelt conversation. However, would Severus allow him to have his way? This mischievous child, who frequently wreaked havoc in his potions garden, certainly needed to learn a lesson today. After the door was firmly shut, Harry wore a forlorn expression, his emerald eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Sadly, this paternal affection failed to awaken the desired response within him. Under duress, Harry was compelled to consume 10 sour mango pastries. Naturally, for the sake of his health, Severus had thoughtfully prepared a potion to aid digestion. Yet, this very potion had inadvertently been concocted to taste sour, and one could only imagine how intensely Harry would feel after indulging in those sugary treats. Burp Severus, I truly can't eat another bite. Even if you were to strike me with a stick, I couldn't possibly manage another morsel. Burp, your current behavior borders on abuse. I shall report this to my sister. Oh, you wish to lodge a complaint, do you? Tell me, what do you think will happen if she learns that you casually gave away the lotus she painstakingly nurtured for me to your little girlfriend? Oh dear, how could he have forgotten that? It was all the fault of the flower being so splendid. After all, he was a devoted husband. Severus, you wouldn't want to see me suffer, would you? I am your beloved little treasure. You will help me, won't you? Severus observed Harry, who was now clinging to his leg in a playful manner, and sighed in exasperation. This version of Harry was worlds apart from the one he had encountered in the original narrative. Indeed, the environment in which one raises a child is paramount. He could never entrust his future offspring to those 3 unreliable caretakers. If they were to produce another Harry, his potions garden would likely become barren. Very well, considering your commendable behavior today, I shall keep the matter of the lotus a secret. Now, let us discuss your godfather. Is he still alive? Upon this mention, Harry promptly returned to his chair, exclaiming, Of course, he is alive. Professor Dumbledore is still here. How could such a thing possibly occur? Severus, must you revel in such misfortune? Severus waved his hand in disappointment and began to sort through his potion ingredients. What a pity. But I am curious. What exactly did you do to provoke his magical outburst? In response to this, Harry was less than forthcoming. Oh, I merely informed him that he is not my only godfather. You are my most esteemed father. With a resounding crack, the ingredients in Severus' hand were crushed, clearly indicating that his mood was not as serene as he pretended. Having read all the original texts, he understood how significant Sirius was to Harry. Now, to hear the boy declare that his most revered figure was none other than himself filled Severus with a warm, uplifting feeling that threatened to bring a smile to his lips. Chapter 382. The Truth Unveiled. Discarding the shattered remnants of the ingredients, Severus feigned indifference, saying, "I am merely fulfilling the responsibilities of a godfather. It is hardly a matter of great significance, is it? Am I to stand idly by and watch you endure mistreatment in that dreadful place? As your godfather, I believe nothing is more important than your physical and mental well-being." Such words were tantamount to trampling over Sirius. After all, he was the irresponsible godfather, knowing full well the child was still young, as Harry's closest confidant outside of his parents, had failed to consider how to nurture him, instead opting to resign himself to imprisonment. This reckless decision was truly unfathomable. How could he be so certain that others would diligently raise someone else's child? For many years, this point had been a source of ridicule among their circle, resulting in no one holding him in high regard. Harry harbored no significant fondness for this unseen godfather. Indeed, for a child not lacking in love, he found himself somewhat disliking Sirius for certain past actions against Severus. As Euro Emperor had rightly pointed out, the human heart is inherently biased. The meticulous guidance Severus had provided over the years was not in vain. If things continued this way, when Harry finally met Sirius, he would likely be inclined to avoid him entirely. Fortunately, this little fellow was not the proverbial ungrateful child. "Severus, we are indeed family. I am well aware of this. Even if my parents were to return, they could never replace your place in my heart. You will always be my favorite father." Harry's words deeply moved Severus, nearly bringing him to tears. The sudden emotional display from this mischievous child was quite heartwarming. "Very well, I understand. If there is nothing else, you may leave. I still have unfinished work to attend to. If you truly wish to converse, seek out Rabbit, for he is currently the most unoccupied. Also, you may take half of the spirit fruits from the garden. Now off you go." In an instant, Harry's mouth opened to respond, but he was unceremoniously ejected from the potions classroom. Gazing at the closed door, he muttered softly, "I never said I wanted to leave. Was this not a father-son tea party? I was just about to delve into my feelings when I was tossed out." "Severus, this is quite inappropriate. Continue to complain, and the spirit fruits will be out of your reach." This threat proved effective. Harry resolved to collect the spirit fruits before seeking solace from his girlfriend. When Sirius regained consciousness, the first figure he beheld was his old friend Remus. "Awake? Have some tea." After draining a cup of black tea, Sirius lay back down, staring blankly at the ceiling, devoid of any anger. Gone was the spirited demeanor he once possessed. Remus sighed softly, feeling a twinge of conflict regarding his old friend. After all, he had betrayed James, leading to serious imprisonment in Azkaban. If not for his actions, why would Sirius willingly have gone to that dreadful place and remained there for so many years? Harry, why would he say that the slimy git is his godfather? What on earth has transpired over these years? In truth, Remus' curiosity about this matter was no less than serious. However, he had been unable to uncover any answers. Everyone was remarkably tight-lipped. The only information available was that Harry had been raised by Severus. Dumbledore informed me that Harry was brought back by Severus when he was 5 or 6 years old. He was quite frail, and I heard he did not have a good life at his aunt's. A heavy silence fell as Sirius trembled slightly upon hearing of Harry's unfortunate circumstances. Remus then continued, "Severus has cared for him well over the years. He excels in nearly all subjects and is well-liked, apparently having even found a particularly clever girlfriend." Remus shared all the information he had gathered with Sirius, and after half an hour, Sirius exclaimed, "How can Harry call that slimy git father? Does he not realize that the very person who caused his parents' demise is the one he refers to as Severus? That wretched bastard must have concealed this from Harry. I must confront him. Calm down, you big oaf. Do you wish to provoke another magical outburst? Your current state is far too fragile. You need to recuperate properly. As for everything else, let us wait until you have fully recovered before making any plans." With a complex expression, Lupin poured him a cup of tea and then quietly returned to his chair. The two sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts for a considerable time. That child referred to the creature as his most respected godfather. Lemmy, should I have entrusted him to someone else? Lupin was at a loss as to how to respond. After all, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Was James's death truly something you supported? And what a wormtail. Did you really kill him with your own hands? Lupin had awaited the answer to this question for many years, and today he finally found the opportunity to voice it. Sirius's emotions surged once more. He sprang to his feet, pacing frantically around the room. Wormtail, Wormtail. That scoundrel. I should have seen it coming. He is so cowardly and timid. How could he possibly keep a secret? I should not have been so conceited. It is my fault that James and Lily perished. That filthy rat. I must personally ensure his demise. The Marauders map. Once I acquire it, I will certainly be able to find him. Lupin, you must assist me. He is hiding within this very school. Together, we shall capture him, and I will personally deliver him to Merlin. Are you implying that Wormtail is still alive? What do you mean by saying you're responsible for James and Lily's deaths? Could it be that you are indeed the traitor? Lupin's mind felt muddled. He was stunned by the revelations that Sirius had unleashed. It seemed he had stumbled upon a most significant secret. Of course, Wormtail had not perished that fateful night. After slaughtering those muggles, he transformed into a rat and scurried into the sewers. He had since been hiding in the Weasley household as a pet. As the child near the creature had informed him, he was fully aware of the heinous deeds that scoundrel had committed, yet continued to keep him close. Lupin, that Snape fellow must harbor some unspeakable secret to be so close to Harry. We must reveal to him the true circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. I absolutely will not allow him to associate with such a scoundrel. Chapter 383. The Return of the Lucky Emperor. Sirius, consumed by his fervor, was utterly impervious to any counsel Lupin offered. In exasperation, Lupin accompanied him to Snape's office. Unfortunately, Snape was not present at the school. He had been whisked away to Hogsmeade early that morning by the rabbits, who claimed that this was a rare opportunity for a legitimate outing and that they could not afford to miss it. After procuring sweets, prank items, and a myriad of other trinkets, the group also stopped by Aberforth's pub for a brief respite. Thanks to the presence of the dogwood, the Hog's Head had been transformed into a rather upscale establishment, styled according to the little one's vision, bearing a distinctly Eastern charm. Surprisingly, the ambience, with its antiquated allure, was quite pleasant. Coupled with the fruit wines and pastries sent by the glutton, the place had become quite popular among witches. To attract more patrons, Mia often worked part-time here, and her delectable Chinese cuisine quickly captured the taste buds of the wizards. As a result, the inn was bustling with customers daily, often requiring reservations for entry. Consequently, Aberforth had to hire a few assistants to help manage the business. Although the dogwood offered to assist, Aberforth consistently declined, citing his youth as a reason, which led to a few days of sulking on the dog's part. Nevertheless, his life was quite satisfactory overall. After arriving with gifts, the group huddled together for a lengthy, whispering session, punctuated by occasional bursts of mischievous laughter. After handing a cup of wine to Snape, Aberforth casually inquired, "How has the princess been lately? It has been ages since I last saw her. What has she been up to?" After taking a sip of his drink, Snape replied nonchalantly, "Oh, she was taken to Nurmengard by Grindelwald. She is expected to return in a couple of days. I will bring her to see you then." Upon hearing Grindelwald's name, Aberforth's previously joyful demeanor became overshadowed with gloom. As a father, does he not comprehend what is truly important for a child? That little one, accompanying him to such a place as Nurmengard. What can she possibly do there? I have long advised Albus that man is no good, but he refuses to listen. Just look at what he has done now. For the next half hour, Snape remained silent, quietly listening as Aberforth criticized his future father-in-law from head to toe. Additionally, he gleaned several unexpected insights, such as a little secret that had inadvertently been discovered between two young fellows during a summer in Godric's Hollow. In short, a drunken Aberforth's mouth rivaled Hagrid's in verbosity. Snape was indeed privy to quite a scandal, adhering to the admirable virtue of sharing secrets. He kept his memory stone continuously activated. Ultimately, the inebriated Aberforth was hoisted upstairs by the glutton. After bidding farewell to the dogwood, the four meandered back to the castle. As they passed the Black Lake, the glutton suddenly craved fish and dragged Snape to the lakeside, swiftly setting up a fishing rod. "Severus, hurry, while the flathead isn't here. Let's catch something big today. Let's reel in a few more and enjoy them later." Snape, exasperated, replied, "Ares, you are aware that I possess no interest in such a tedious pastime." "Ah, yes, you have no interest in anything apart from flathead and potions. Ultimately, we are unworthy of your company. Very well, leave. Once you depart, do not return. Let us pretend we were never family." Snape gazed at the glutton in utter disbelief. He half-heartedly wiped his face as if to feign tears. He could hardly muster the energy to pretend. If only he had a mere onion to induce some semblance of authenticity to his plight. Alas, chef, enough of this. Were we but mere baggage brought along by Flathead, it is entirely reasonable that he does not hold us in high regard. We can only blame ourselves for overestimating our worth, thinking we were all family. Ultimately, we have overreached. Here comes another one. Yet, it was commendable that the glutton had brought an onion this time. At least the tears flowing appeared much more genuine. With both the dragon and phoenix accounted for, the last little green tea would certainly not be overlooked. Just as the rabbits were concocting little golden beans, Snape obediently settled by the lakeside, casting his fishing line into the water. Severus, honestly, do you harbor some grievance against me? Otherwise, why have you attentively listened to their performances while disregarding mine? This is most unfair. I have prepared my tears, yet you capitulated. What am I to make of that? Consider yourself fortunate to arrive late. Next time, please come earlier. With that, a single line successfully breached the rabbit's defenses. The carrot in hand flew towards Snape as if it were free. Unfortunately, not a single one struck its target, instead being repelled by magic. How the carrot was thrown out was precisely how it was returned. Of course, a few inadvertently injured bystanders was quite normal in such a chaotic exchange. As the glutton and the rabbit were pelted unexpectedly, they quickly comprehended the situation. Without hesitation, they picked up the falling carrots and retaliated. Just as the group was engrossed in their playful skirmish, the brooding Sirius arrived, accompanied by Lupin. The previously jubilant atmosphere instantly fell into a hush. Ah, it seems that after Lily's demise, your life has become rather more comfortable, my old friend, Severus. Oh no, I should now refer to you as Professor Snape. Well. It truly is hard to believe that a former Death Eater has transformed into a professor at Hogwarts. Severus Snape, you must be feeling quite proud of yourself. When you observe the children, whose families have been shattered by your actions, trailing behind you and calling you Daddy Snape, what thoughts flit through your mind? Oh, let me take a wild guess. Are you secretly reveling in it? Perhaps when you gaze into Harry's eyes, you fantasize about him being your own progeny. You despicable wretch. With a resounding thud, Sirius's unfinished words were abruptly silenced by a clump of excrement hurled by the rabbit. The foul stench nearly caused this recently awakened patient to faint once more. Remus had barely raised his wand, not yet having the chance to clean his friend's face of the filth, when his companion shot like a meteor straight into the Black Lake. Following this, a crisp voice rang out. What dares to speak nonsense before our dear Severus? Chapter 384, A Bloodbath Triggered by a Flat Top. When the Emperor, sporting a buzz cut, suddenly appeared before everyone, a silence ensued for a full 5 seconds. Remus, preoccupied with diving into the Black Lake to rescue someone, remained silent. But the other four were utterly astounded by the Emperor's new hairstyle. The first to vocalize their shock was Phantom, who had long aspired to transform the Emperor into a noble little princess. Next was the Glutton, who treated the Emperor like an electronic pet, followed by the Rabbit, who secretly nurtured the Emperor as if she were a daughter. They had sacrificed so much for her long hair. Little did they expect that, after only a few days, their precious little cabbage's locks had been shorn to the scalp. Who could possibly endure that? Buzzcut, what on earth have you done to your head? Where is your hair? I have nurtured it for so long. Don't tell me you did this yourself. Otherwise, I shall surely rip your head off and use it as a ball. Faced with the inquiries from Fantong and the others, the Emperor sheepishly turned her head and then resolutely denied. How could I possibly have cut my hair? I was ambushed during a scuffle. You know how some deranged individuals cannot stand to see others looking good. I encountered just such a person. Jealous of my lovely locks, she attacked me. And, as you can see, I had no choice but to return with this head. No matter, it will grow back soon enough. It's merely a hair growth elixir. It works quickly. But now is not the time for this discussion. Let us first resolve the matter at hand. Those two are about to reach the shore. With a swift motion, the rabbit produced a long bamboo pole, and in the next instant, just as Remus managed to bring someone close to the shore, he was poked back into the water. This isn't crucial. We can discuss it later. Right now, we want to know what you have been up to with this head of yours. When the Emperor began recounting her adventures during the primordial chaos, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She pulled out a small stool and began narrating her grand achievements. From subtly brainwashing the Celestial Master to gradually unveiling the true natures of his two brothers and the hidden motives of Hongjun Laozu, and then to the later calamities of the Fengshan era. Essentially, with her little butterfly flapping its wings, the story's conclusion had undergone significant alterations. Had she not been gravely injured later on, the events surrounding the Fengshan might have unfolded very differently. In any case, the mess she had stirred up was no small matter. Merely surviving it was a miracle. After listening to her tale, everyone present wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Alas, my godfather, had it not been for his desire to protect my life, he would not have been so easily imprisoned by that old man. I still could not change his fate. I can only blame my own weakness. With a chuckle, the trio of rabbits responded in unison. And what awaited her was the sight of 3 slippers raised high. Oh dear, have the three of you lost your minds? How dare you lay hands on me? If you continue, I shall fetch a shovel. The three remained silent, merely swinging their slippers, clearly incensed. Severus considered intervening, but after the rabbit's enlightening discourse, he understood the perilous nature of that place. To impart a lesson, this beating was not unwarranted. Each of the emperor's cries of pain tightened his heart, and when he finally observed the two floating in the lake, he discreetly summoned a bit of water, allowing them to finally clamber out. As anticipated, Sirius did not disappoint, launching an assault on him. The roar of the beast instantly caught the attention of the emperor and her companions. Goodness, it seems I was too gentle with my kick earlier. How dare he lay a paw on my Severus? He must be courting death. Enraged, the emperor teleported beside Sirius and delivered a hefty kick. Fortunately, Remus reacted swiftly, casting a protective charm just in time, but under the sheer force. His spell ultimately could not withstand the emperor's full might. Poor Sirius was once again sent crashing into the infirmary. Seeing her poised for further action, Severus hurriedly restrained her. Enough, my dear. You've only just returned. Let us not create trouble for old Albus right away. Would you like to have some little cakes? I made plenty, all with freshly ripened fruits. They taste delightful. Would you care to try? But he just tried to bite your head off. I want to kill him, but can I at least maim him? I cannot swallow this indignation. Remus could scarcely believe his ears. Who on earth was this woman? How did she manage to flit about Hogwarts so effortlessly? How dared she commit murder within school? Albus? Could she be the daughter of Albus Dumbledore? This was utterly shocking. When had Dumbledore fathered such a formidable child? Moreover, the apparent closeness between her and Severus seemed excessively intimate. Could she be Severus's wife? So many questions flooded Remus's mind, yet the foremost priority was to get Sirius treated. Delays could cost him his life. My lady, I apologize. Sirius is merely experiencing some issues that have rendered his mental state unstable, hence his impulsive behavior. Oh, so his unstable mental state grants him license to bite at will? Knowing he is mentally unwell, he should have been locked away securely. Since you chose to release him and failed to keep a watchful eye, allowing him the opportunity to harm others, do not blame them for acting in self-defense. Even if he were to be killed, that would be his own doing. The emperor's words left Remus speechless. In the end, he could only escort the barely conscious Sirius back to the castle. Treating our Severus as if he were some pitiful creature from the past, thinking he can bully him. What a cheek. Severus, if you encounter such a situation again, simply retaliate. It doesn't matter if someone dies, as long as their soul does not disperse, I can always bring them back. We must not endure such indignities as we did today. Understand? Observing the emperor's furious demeanor, Severus could not resist. He gently pinched her cheek. To his surprise, her skin felt as delightful as ever. Still in her youthful phase, the emperor interpreted this as an invitation, pulling him close and planting a soft kiss on his lips. Upon witnessing this scene, the three proverbial light bulbs collectively rolled their eyes heavenward, simultaneously cursing under their breath. Damn rogue. Chapter 385. The true culprit of their demise is you. When the illustrious Professor O made his grand entrance at Hogwarts, it undeniably stirred a ripple of commotion. The reason was rather simple. The notorious Professor O had chosen to appear during daylight hours, sending an icy chill down the spines of the beleaguered young wizards. There was an overwhelming sense that the next moment might herald disaster. Furthermore, the sweet interactions between her and Professor Snape had led the little ones to confirm a long-held suspicion regarding Anne's true identity. Harry, Professor Snape is your godfather. You must be well aware of his affairs. Please, enlighten us. Doesn't it truly belong to both Professor O and Professor Snape? Have they already tied the knot? Married? Anne? Harry glanced towards the staff dining table, where Professor O was indulging in sumptuous treats, and then contemplated Anne's true form. Finally, he nodded in a conflicted manner. Well, if you put it that way, it is indeed true that Anne is their child. However, as for marriage, well, I can only say they are engaged at present. Actual marriage may still be a few years off. My sister, Professor O, has been rather busy lately, which has delayed the wedding plans. But rest assured, she won't forget to invite you all when the time comes, even if it's just for the sake of the wedding gifts. So, my dear classmates, strive hard in your potion-making endeavors to earn some extra money, lest you present a meager gift and incur the ire of Professor O. You know how she can be. She holds grudges easily. The group of young wizards nodded solemnly in agreement. It is worth noting the intricacies of social etiquette surrounding celebratory feasts. Ever since Professor O and her companions arrived at Hogwarts, they have upheld the Easter tradition of reciprocity, thus enriching the banquet experience. Since then, they have never missed a single joyous occasion, and naturally, the custom of gift-giving has not been exempted. Therefore, these young wizards harbored no aversion to the notion. Rather, they were somewhat looking forward to the delectable dishes that would grace the tables. Rest assured, we understand the importance of respecting our teachers. We will ensure that ample gifts are prepared for both professors. Indeed, if my parents were to learn of Professor O's marriage, they would likely part with half their fortune as a wedding gift. Sigh, without Professor O's potions class, our family would never have achieved our current standard of living. We are eternally grateful to her. Absolutely. If it weren't for the potions class, I would still be stuck with a second-hand wand. Now, I can buy things for myself and even set aside some money to improve my family's living conditions. As more individuals joined in expressing gratitude, Harry quietly withdrew from the conversation. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts about his sister's long hair and what misfortunes it had endured to end up in its current state, as well as how she had suddenly returned in the guise of Professor O. After the banquet, in Dumbledore's office, Professor O was compelled to revert to her younger form, simultaneously basking in her father's affection while relishing the small cakes fed to her by Snape. She was utterly at ease. In stark contrast was Sirius Black, who had been rescued yet again, his countenance dark and foreboding. His mouth opened and closed several times, but ultimately, under Professor O's piercing gaze, he forced it shut. TCH. Coward. All right, princess. Next time, before he could finish, he was met with Professor O's fierce, admonishing eyes, which clearly conveyed the message. Utter one word of nonsense, and I will turn against you. Fully aware of his daughter's fiery temper, Dumbledore swiftly redirected the conversation toward Sirius. Sirius, for the sake of your own safety, it would be wise to show some respect to Severus from now on. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I understand that you harbor animosity towards Severus due to past events, but the past cannot be altered, and he has already paid a price for it. What price? What has he sacrificed? James and Lily are dead, and he is to blame for that. Now he has a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter, but what of Harry? He has lost his parents' love. The one responsible for this tragedy is him, that now happy scoundrel. Why? Why was it not him who perished? An apple came crashing down upon the still screaming Sirius. Professor O stood up, ready to charge at him, but was firmly restrained. Calm down, princess. This is the headmaster's office. Snape's expression was somber. Despite the passage of time, whenever this matter arose, he still felt a pang of guilt. Calm down. Did you not hear what he said? Why should we bear the brunt of his accusations? Severus, stand tall and look me in the eye. Tell me, what are you afraid of? What are you trying to escape? Guilt? It was merely a choice made under differing circumstances. What fault lies with you? If we are to assign blame, does not Mr. Black bear a greater responsibility? His arrogant, self-righteous decision to change the secret keeper. If he had not acted so foolishly, the Potters would not have perished. Do you not comprehend? You are merely a scapegoat. I told you, your kindness is your downfall, yet you refuse to believe it. Do not shoulder all the blame. Remember, the fault lies always with others. If only you possessed a little more audacity, you would not find yourself so easily bullied. Listen to how he shifts blame. It's all because of you that Lily and James met their tragic end. How absurd. As if my Severus's silence would have spared them from Voldemort's wrath. Do not forget, you are all sworn enemies. Even without my Severus's involvement, he would not have spared you. In the end, the true architect of their demise is you, with your self-righteousness. My father Albus clearly stated that he would take on the role of secret keeper. It was James who trusted you, allowing you to assume that role. You accepted it without hesitation, and in the end, you made the ill-fated decision to switch. I am utterly astounded. You had so many options, yet you chose a coward. And what happened? He turned around and betrayed you. I truly scoff at the audacity of blaming my Severus for their deaths. What has Severus done? Merely conveyed a prophecy to his former superior. Is there a problem with that? Not to mention, he sought help from my father afterward. Even without that, he committed no wrongdoing. It is entirely natural for someone positioned in opposing factions to wish for your downfall. Furthermore, if he erred, I would be there to shield him. Would you? Professor O's words were like sharp daggers, piercing deeply into Sirius's heart, reigniting the tempest of emotions he had struggled to quell. As the spectators relished the unfolding drama, a surge of magical pressure quelled Sirius's burgeoning fury. Remus attempted to interject several times, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he suddenly realized the truth in Professor O's assertions. At that time, amidst their conflicting allegiances, Severus had committed no wrong. The true fault lay with the deceased, who happened to be someone he cherished. Had it been another, Severus would have remained indifferent. Conversely, had Sirius not hastily changed the secret keeper, James and the others might have survived. Once this idea took root, He found himself utterly incapable of justifying his actions to his friends. Chapter 386. Aries, could you escort me there? Ever since Harry entered the headmaster's office, he had remained quietly seated at the side, only lifting his head after hearing the words of the Fortunate One. So, everything my sister said is true? You changed the secret keeper at the last moment, which is why old Voldemort discovered my parents. Why did you refuse Headmaster Dumbledore's offer to be the secret keeper? Did not Voldemort always fear him? If he had been the secret keeper, will my parents still be alive? Sirius was rendered speechless at that moment. He couldn't even bear to look into the child's eyes. I'm sorry, Harry, I never anticipated things would unfold this way. It's all my fault. But that bastard Snape isn't a good person either, child. How could you choose him as your godfather? He is a Death Eater. Although I bear some responsibility for your parents' deaths, the primary blame lies with him for betraying them to Voldemort. Had it not been for that, he wouldn't have sought out your parents at all. Snape's body trembled slightly, his grip on the Fortunate One's hand tightening unconsciously, even his long stagnant emotions trembling. After taking several deep breaths, the Fortunate One gently patted his head. Severus, look into my eyes. Do you remember what I promised you? I said I would retrieve Lily from the clutches of death for you. I believe today is a fortuitous day. Wait for me. I shall return with her. You mustn't. Before he could finish his sentence, the Fortunate One tore through the fabric of space and vanished. The spoon that Fantong had been using to eat fell onto the table with a clatter. Wow, she just left like that. She truly acts on a whim without considering where she just came from. Can her body handle it? No. I must follow her. If something goes awry, it would be disastrous. With that thought, he attempted to pursue her, only to be stopped by Tao-Tai as he got to his feet. What are you worrying about? This little dilapidated underworld poses no danger. If we go together, we would become the target. What if we disturb someone we shouldn't? Though he didn't need to be explicit, Fantong understood whom he referred to. Well, you do have a point. Sigh. I hope she acts responsibly this time and doesn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, we will certainly have our hands full. As he spoke, the trio's gazes converged on Snape. Simultaneously, their small group resumed their conversation, this time deliberately excluding Snape. Rabbit, oh dear, if that person finds out and the flat-headed one goes to snatch souls on his territory, won't that lead to a confrontation? Tao-Tai, a confrontation is a minor matter. After all, it will be in the underworld. If he doesn't want it to be destroyed, he certainly won't use his full strength. What I fear is if he becomes clingy. If he is discovered, our precious cabbages will be in trouble. What do you think will happen then? Fantong, yikes, then it would certainly be entertaining to watch. I need to prepare some defensive artifacts for Severus. If he gets hurt, the flat-headed one will explode. Exchanging glances, the three found his suggestion quite sensible and promptly decided to go together. Albus, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Dumbledore made no attempt to retain them, but just as the trio stepped out of the headmaster's office, Tao-Tai promptly returned. Facing the inquisitive gaze of his father, he cheerfully explained, since the flat-headed one isn't present, I must stay to protect Severus. If someone tries to bully him, I will have to intervene. The others present, apart from the confused Lupin and Sirius, understood the implication of his words. Don't get too cocky. If you provoke him, he might not act like a human. Brother Aries, rest assured, I will not allow anyone to bully Father Severus. No one at all. Tao-Tai expressed his satisfaction with Harry's attitude. Well done, you little rascal. It seems our affection for Severus was not in vain. You're no ingrate. Of course not. I'm not heartless. How could I not know who treats me well? Brother, worry not. Even if my biological parents were here, I would still say this. Severus Snape is the father I respect most in my life, bar none. My biological father would have to take a step back. Harry's heartfelt declaration brought tears to Snape's eyes, and he bowed his head to conceal the redness in his eyes, overwhelmed by the realization that this child held him in such high regard. However, while he felt joy, Sirius was filled with discomfort. Why was it that he, Harry's only godfather, felt overshadowed by this greasy git? Harry, how can you utter such words? Do you even know what he has done? I know. When he took me back to Hogwarts, I learned all about your past, including the conflicts during your school days and his identity as a Death Eater. But so what? All I know is that when I was most helpless and needed rescuing, he was the one who brought me out of that hell. He provided me with unconditional love. With him, I never had to worry about being bullied, never had to constantly watch others' expressions, never had to carefully appease anyone. I could wipe my nose on his robes when I was sad, pick fruit from his potion garden anytime, and even cook hot pot in his cauldron. Although I would get punished afterward, that is the fatherly love I desire. Perhaps he may not seem like a good person in your eyes, but to me, he will always be the most competent father. Sirius was taken aback by Harry's words and astonished at how well Snape had raised him. Yet, he believed he could do just as well, if not better. I could do that too. Harry, you simply haven't encountered someone better than me. Yes, you could. But the issue is that you chose not to. Did you not decide to go to prison? His words elicited laughter from Taudai. Ha ha, Harry. Did you spread some salt on your tongue this morning? That was a rather painful jab. Look how you're agitating your old godfather. If he gets riled up, his magic might go haywire. Madame Pomfrey is quite busy, so please don't add to her troubles. Your tongue isn't exactly pristine either. We're equally matched. So there's no need to mock each other. The two instinctively began to bicker, but it was clear that now was not the time. Snape, anxious due to the Fortunate One's departure, was sweating profusely. Aries, do you think she might be in danger? Can you take me there? Chapter 387. The Fortunate One's Journey in the Underworld. Upon hearing Snape's request, Taudai immediately rejected it. No way. Did you not see that none of us are going along? You, the most at risk, should not even consider it. If someone discovers your presence, our good days will be over. However, since the topic had arisen, Severus, if you have time to chat, you might as well prepare a puppet. If Lily is brought back, it would be more convenient to have a body, right? What do you mean? What do you mean by Lily being brought back? Isn't she already dead? Before Snape could respond, Sirius's question was the first to surface. Taudai, initially unwilling to engage with him, changed his mind upon recalling Sirius's recent poor attitude towards Snape. Oh, it's nothing. Aren't you the one who constantly uses the deaths of Lily and her husband to criticize our Severus? My little bok choy is unwilling to listen. So I ventured into the underworld to retrieve someone. I expect they will return shortly. Unlike certain inept individuals who merely chatter aimlessly, we take action. It is evident that this answer caught Sirius and Remus off guard, for in their understanding, the dead cannot be resurrected, with the exception of Voldemort's peculiar circumstances. But now, what is that child saying? Can Lily truly be brought back from the underworld? Does that mean, what about James? Can James also be returned? Sirius grasped Tantalus's hand with such force that it caused him to frown repeatedly. Mr. Black, I shall grant you but 3 seconds to remove your claws from my hand. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to sever them and taste their saltiness. Startled, Sirius released his grip, and in his nervousness began to rub his hands over his clothing uncontrollably, applying such pressure that Tantalus feared his tattered garments might be torn apart. Forgive me, I'm merely struggling to believe this. So, is everything you say true? Can that girl really bring Lily back? In response to this inquiry, Tantalus merely smirked and replied, yes. He then took Snape and Harry by the arm and departed from the headmaster's office. It was clear that he had no intention of providing clarity, and his words served only to torment Sirius. Dumbledore, upon hearing this response, felt no surprise. Rather, it was as he had anticipated. After all, from the outset, these children harbored no fondness for James and his companions. In the absence of physical confrontation, such a light-hearted prank was already a considerable act of mercy on their part. Dumbledore, was what they just said true? Can Lily really be brought back? And what of James? Can he also return? Calm yourself, Sirius. I believe you would benefit more from a cup of calming tea. If you wish to know the details, then please sit quietly. I would prefer not to send you to the hospital wing again, if you would. Faced with Dumbledore's firm demeanor, Sirius eventually yielded to Remus's gentle tug and slowly returned to his seat. After a sip of the calming tea, his emotions began to settle. Dumbledore, seeing this, sighed before recounting the identities and backgrounds of the extraordinary individuals to the two of them. Of course, he only mentioned their formidable powers, omitting any reference to their origins from another world. Can she truly bring the deceased back from the underworld? Will I really see James again? Leaning against the sofa, Sirius gazed at the ceiling, tears streaming from his eyes as a tumult of emotions was unleashed within him. Remus said nothing, merely standing by his friend's side, gently patting his trembling shoulder. Lost in their own emotions, the two failed to notice that Dumbledore's hand, which held the teacup, was also trembling. Ariana, the underworld. At that moment, the extraordinary girl was merely traversing a dimly lit path. Along the way, she encountered numerous malevolent spirits attempting to consume her. Yet she effortlessly trapped them in her little bag. While busy collecting, she hummed a disjointed tune and occasionally conversed with herself. Oh, this place is quite delightful. So many malevolent spirits. How many dumplings could I make with this bounty? Had I known this place offered such an abundance of souls, I would have come sooner. What is this? Huh, alive? How delightful. This one can be braised, that one can be fried, and this one can be steamed. Oh my, this is truly a paradise. After a considerable time of scavenging, she suddenly recalled her purpose for being there. Blast it. I was so busy stocking up that I nearly forgot the main task. I still need to find that Lily. But this wretched place seems vast. I'll need navigation. Otherwise, I could search forever. She abruptly seized a strikingly handsome young man. Hey, young lad, Do you know where the ghosts of the magical world reside? The bewildered Regulus, caught off guard, nodded dazedly. Yes, I know. Are you new here? Do you need me to show you the way? Yes, if it's not too much trouble. Not at all. I need to return myself. Regulus had not anticipated that merely grabbing a guide would lead him to a native of the magical world. This was indeed fortuitous. As they walked and chatted, they swiftly arrived at the small domain of the magical world. Here is our little underworld, belonging to the magical realm. The area over there is quite dangerous. You're unfamiliar with it, so don't wander off again. When you arrived, didn't any family come to meet you at the station? Typically, someone would come to escort you. Oh, I'm alive, not dead yet. I suppose my family here hasn't received any word, so no one came for me. With this light-hearted remark, Regulus was utterly flabbergasted. What had she just said? Alive? How had a living person arrived in the underworld? Had she used some forbidden magic? Suddenly anxious, he pondered whether Voldemort had conjured yet another bizarre curse. Was this girl actually a sacrificial offering? The more he thought, the graver his expression became. Sensing his distress, the girl could not help but extend her mischievous little hand and give him a playful smack on the head. Hey, young lad, what are you overthinking? Your soul is beginning to mutate. You're not going to turn into a malevolent spirit, are you? If that happens, we need to agree that if you mutate and try to attack me, I'll take you home to make dumplings, and that would be self-defense. The sharp pain on his head swiftly quelled Regulus's anger. Apologies, I was simply a bit irate. Did someone use forbidden magic on you to bring you here? Is it dark magic conjured by Voldemort? The girl looked utterly perplexed, but thankfully her rusty mind finally functioned correctly for once. No, I came to find someone. A Lily and a James. Oh, they're a couple with the last name Potter. And there's also my aunt, named Ariana Dumbledore. Oh, and another. What was it again? Regulus Black. Oh dear, it's not important. Just take me to the Black family's ancestral grave, and I'll ask for Sirius's brother. In astonishment at hearing his name from her lips, Regulus hesitantly inquired, Regulus Black? Are you certain he is the one you seek? The girl smacked her forehead, cheerfully affirming. Yes, it's him, Regulus. Do you know him? If you do, could you also take me to find him? Regulus furrowed his brow, sifting through his memories for any recollection of this girl, but regrettably, he could not find any trace of her. Who exactly was she? Where did she learn about him? And what was her purpose in seeking him? With too many questions swirling in his mind, he decided to remain cautious. I know him well, but I wonder what you want with him. Perhaps you could share your intentions, and I might be able to assist you, saving you the trouble of searching for him. Attempting to subtly glean information, Regulus was taken aback when the girl completely disregarded his inquiry. With her mind solely focused on retrieving someone for a grand feast, she outright rejected his offer. Oh, it's nothing significant. You merely need to guide me, and you cannot assist further. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you please move a little faster and take me to find Lily? Rest assured, your reward will be substantial. I understand the intricacies of human relationships, he said, producing a vial of low-grade soul-stabilizing elixir and reluctantly pressing it into Regulus's hand with an expression of genuine regret. No need to be so courteous. I'm merely guiding you, and I require no compensation. As Regulus noticed the intention to return the vial, the royal enthusiast took a decisive step back, creating distance between them. No, you must accept it, my young friend. Take this, and we shall be even. I'm a person who never leaves debts unpaid. If you truly dislike it, feel free to gift it to another or discard it, but do not return it to me. You assist me, and I compensate you. This exchange is vital. Do you understand? With such clarity, Regulus, not a fool, comprehended the message. To avoid causing further discomfort, he ultimately placed the vial into his pocket. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you for your gift. The place where Lily and the others reside is not far from here. Allow me to take you there. Finally, addressing the matter at hand, the royal enthusiast sighed in relief. Otherwise, she would miss her evening meal if they continued to delay. The journey proceeded smoothly, and upon locating Lily, she was engaged in lawn trimming with James. At some point, James must have said something amusing, as Lily erupted into hearty laughter. Clearly, the two were enjoying a blissful life together. However, this sight filled the royal enthusiast with discomfort. Thoughts of her brother, Sirius, and the suffering he endured due to Lily's demise stirred a sense of imbalance within her. A strong desire to shatter this facade of happiness gripped her. Perhaps it would be best to simply take Lily back, leaving James to endure solitude. The more she contemplated, the more appealing this notion became, nearly prompting her to sever their bond. Yet, the image of Harry's tear-stained face suddenly surfaced in her mind. Never mind, after all. He was a child she had watched grow up. He desired the presence of both parents. What could she do? Accommodate him, perhaps. If necessary, she could discreetly create obstacles for the couple later on. This was a skill at which she excelled, and she would leave it to herself to manage. Having made her decision, the royal enthusiast waved her hand, and the affectionate couple was swiftly transported into a small realm. Regulus stared in bewilderment for a long moment before stammering, "Where have you taken them?" "You. Show, my young friend. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Knowing too much can lead to an early demise. Do you understand? Just know that they are safe. As for the rest, do not concern yourself. Now let us search for my aunt. Do you know her residence?" Uncertain of her ultimate intentions, Regulus hesitated to lead her. Yet, this small act of rebellion was no challenge for the royal enthusiast. With a simple truth-seeking spell, she extracted the locations of Ariana and Regulus. "Ah, how unexpected. You are indeed Regulus himself. TSK, I must admit, you are rather handsome. Quite curious, considering you are brothers, yet that foolish dog is so unappealing. Nevertheless, such matters were trivial. Now, my young friend, go and spend some time with Lily and James. I must go fetch my aunt. Farewell." Having efficiently sent them into the small space, the royal enthusiast hurried to Ariana's location. The process was still rather forceful. Ariana merely nodded before being thrust into the small realm, where she encountered 3 equally bewildered pairs of eyes. Done. Now she could return and still enjoy a late-night snack. This trip was not in vain. As she fondled her storage bag containing the malevolent spirits, the royal enthusiast beamed with delight. Just as she planned to tear through the space to return home, an unexpected figure caught her eye. "Wait, that face looks so familiar. It resembles someone from my uncle's photographs. Never mind, it would be convenient to take him along." Thus, the bewildered quartet gained an additional member. Satisfied, the royal enthusiast had scarcely departed the underworld when a striking man clad in white appeared at her previous location. "Long time no see, my dear girl. It seems it is time for us to meet." Yummings, who yearned for a sweet and innocent romance with the royal enthusiast, remained blissfully unaware that the object of his affections was already claimed by another. "My lord, someone has breached the underworld, killing numerous malevolent spirits and abducting several souls." "Yes, I'm aware. I shall personally investigate this matter. I will be absent for a time. You will assume my responsibilities in the underworld. Unless there is a matter of utmost importance, refrain from disturbing me. Understood?" "Yes, my lord." The cloaked figure bowed respectfully before Yummings, reverence evident in his gaze. "Very well. You may leave. Have you come to see me?" "Understood." The obedient figure wasted no time, vanishing into the ether as a black mist. 10 minutes later, a person bearing a striking resemblance to the royal enthusiast appeared before Yummings. "What do you want?" "I'm busy. If there's something to say, speak quickly." The girl's expression was one of unmistakable displeasure, her eyes brimming with disdain for Yummings. Yet paradoxically, this very expression appeared endearing to him. Chapter 389. Do not fear. We stand behind you. As soon as the royal enthusiast materialized, she was met with numerous pairs of eager, yet apprehensive eyes, particularly from Sirius, whose gaze was particularly intense. "Are you all right? Were you injured? Did you encounter any danger?" Snape pulled her close, inspecting her from head to toe several times before finally exhaling in relief. The royal enthusiast smiled sweetly, patting her chest, and reassured him, "Fear not. I am quite capable of handling myself. Even if danger arose, it would be others who should worry. Sirius, I have brought Lily back for you. Would you like to see her now?" Upon hearing this, Snape froze momentarily, then erupted in joy, only to be quickly followed by trepidation. He feared that his former friend might blame him or harbor resentment. In contrast, Sirius was desperate to know whether his friend James had been returned as well. Shoving past Snape, he locked eyes with the royal enthusiast. His own gaze filled with barely contained fury. Before he could voice his question, the perceptive Lupin swiftly pulled him back, discreetly casting a petrification spell on him. Observing the scene, the royal enthusiast scoffed. "Ah, you are wise to recognize your place. Keep a close watch on your dog. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to assist in his passage." Lupin opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, yet ultimately refrained. He understood that provoking her would cost them their right to remain in the office. Desperate to learn the outcome, he could only swallow his frustration. At this moment, Dumbledore's hands trembled with excitement, despite his efforts to remain composed. His watery gaze betrayed his eagerness. Recognizing her duty as a niece, the royal enthusiast generously released her aunt's spirit from the small realm. A bewildered Ariana, who had just been chatting with Lily, suddenly found herself in the embrace of her long-lost brother. Without hesitation, she leaped into Dumbledore's arms, exclaiming, "Brother, I've missed you so much. Please don't argue anymore. I'm scared." Her words brought tears to the eyes of the greatest white wizard in the magical world. Ariana, with words unspoken, emotions that had festered for years erupted forth, and at that moment, Dumbledore wept like a child. Ariana, clearly unaccustomed to witnessing her elder brother in such a disheveled state, attempted to pry herself free from his tight embrace several times. Ultimately, she resigned herself to reciprocate his hold, softly murmuring, "Brother, could you please refrain from crying for now? What about our second brother? You two are not quarreling anymore, are you?" Dumbledore, his face a mess of tears and snot, first wiped his nose and then, with a series of sobs, replied, No, we are no longer fighting. He's currently in Hogsmeade, running a tavern and doing quite well. Would you like to see him? Is that all right?" Naturally, Dumbledore eagerly acquiesced to Ariana's request and promptly resolved to take his younger sister to find Aberforth. However, just as he grasped her hand, the other side of his robe was seized by a bewildered Credence, who suddenly materialized before them. "Albus, do you know this fellow? I believe I've seen him in a photograph of my Uncle S. house, so I just brought him along. If you recognize him, why not take him with us to see Uncle? It would spare me an extra trip. And if he doesn't tea like this chap, do remember to bring him back for me. I might need him as a backup snack someday." The mere thought of the exquisite culinary skills of the beast made Credence's mouth water. Dumbledore scrutinized the man before him, swiftly merging his appearance with that of a child from his memories. "Credence, I never anticipated you would be brought back as well. In that case, come with me to see Aberforth. He has missed you dearly. You're Dumbledore? Albus Dumbledore?" Credence was taken aback at the sight of such a youthful uncle, not expecting to be inexplicably yanked back into the wizarding world in such a manner. Anyone in his position would be left utterly perplexed. Noticing the two seemed intent on a deeper conversation, Credence swiftly interjected, "Hold on. While I can mentally grasp your desire to reminisce, I cannot support it in action. Albus, do consider the current situation. Is this truly the moment for familial banter? Since you'll need to converse in detail once we reach my Uncle S. It would be more efficient to proceed together now rather than retell the same stories later. What do you think?" In a bid to expedite their departure, Credence kindly tore open a rift in space, his wide eyes sparkling with eagerness as he glanced at the trio, exuding an urgency for them to depart. Dumbledore chuckled softly and affectionately tousled Ariana's hair, which was rather prickly to the touch. "Very well, I shall heed your words. I will bring your aunt back later. Okay, goodbye." After bidding farewell to the group, Credence let out a sigh of relief, having successfully dispatched the considerable burden from atop his head. Now, it was time for her performance to commence. Though only Dumbledore was absent, Credence felt the space around him suddenly expand considerably. Settling comfortably back into his chair, he redirected his gaze towards Snape. "Now that the disruptive presence has departed, let us discuss Lily. Severus, are you prepared to meet her?" Snape hesitated for a brief moment before solemnly nodding. He had awaited this day for far too long. He needed to personally convey his apology to her. Meanwhile, Harry, seated beside the beast and watching the unfolding drama, anxiously clutched Snape's hand. "Relax, little Harry. They are your biological parents, not some ravenous, malevolent creatures. Why are you so tense? Rest assured, if they disapprove of your mischievous antics, we shall continue to care for you. After all, we have nurtured you for many years. Extending that care for a few more years is hardly a burden. Do not fear. Even if you misbehave, we will be your steadfast support. Boldly step forward and allow your parents to see how truly remarkable their son has become." The beast's heartfelt words had a profound effect, at the very least. Harry no longer trembled, though he began to sweat nervously. "Brother, you're my real brother. From now on, any stolen magical fruits will have your share." "Absolutely unnecessary." The beast leaped back, wary of Harry stuffing the contraband into his arms at any moment. "Do notiest. Severus's potion garden is not so easily plundered. If you get caught, it matters not, but do not implicate me in any of it. I have done nothing wrong, and I refuse to bear the blame." Chapter 390, Harry's Duality. The small exchange between the beast and Harry did not escape the notice of Sirius and Remus, who observed from a distance. Yet, neither could have anticipated that the seemingly aggressive child in the headmaster's office would reveal such a delightful smile in the presence of others. "Could it truly be my fault, Remus? If I had not gone to Azkaban and stayed to raise him, would I be the one facing this smiling visage now?" Remus sighed in resignation. "Sirius, you must understand. In this world there are no what-ifs. However, you can strive from this moment forward. Harry is a kind-hearted child, and I believe that in time, he will come to appreciate you." "Really?" Hope began to glimmer in Sirius's eyes. Yet, upon witnessing Harry's affectionate demeanor towards Snape, he murmured uncertainly, perhaps deep down, he knew that regardless of how well his relationship with Harry developed, it could never overshadow the bond he shared with the man who had raised him, Severus. "Harry, you must behave yourself. You are about to meet your mother. Shouldn't you present yourself in a more agreeable manner?" Do not allow her to question our parenting skills upon seeing you in this state. After receiving a light smack on the head from Credence, Harry immediately assumed a more composed demeanor. You know, he does possess a certain resemblance to Draco in his faux seriousness. Clearly, those frequent visits to Malfoy Manor for dessert have left an impression. Where else would he have learned such impeccable manners? He saved a bit of coin there, feeling quite pleased. Sister, do you think Mother will like me? Will she be upset that I left Aunt Petunia's home without permission? Will she be angry about that? And what if she finds out about all the mischief I've caused? Will she hate me? Having experienced a complete childhood, Credence confidently patted Harry's shoulder, imparting sagely advice. Listen, little brother, one must never acknowledge their dark past. The blame always lies with others. You left your aunt's house because she could not afford to care for you. You merely aimed to ease her burden. Although you were often treated poorly, they did provide you with food, did they not? Even if it was not enough to fill you, at least it kept you from starving. Moreover, in this materialistic world, you managed to have a room solely for yourself. How luxurious. Even if it was merely a small cupboard beneath the stairs, it was undeniably yours. And all those clothes and supplies you used were provided by your aunt, albeit second-hand and worn. Nevertheless, they ensured you were never left without. You must express this gratitude when you see your mother. And most importantly, do not forget that you are the child for whom I sacrificed a fortune to bring into this world. Thus, should she, as a mother, wish to exercise her maternal rights in the future, it would be prudent for her to first repay those debts before making any claims. Otherwise, well, I never suffer losses. Just as the words of the fortunate one were uttered, Harry, with tear-filled eyes, longed to leap into her embrace, to weep and express the warmth that stirred within him. However, midway through, he was abruptly pulled aside by Snape, preventing him from even brushing against the hem of her garment. Lily is not the kind of person to strike a child. She is not like Grindelwald. Indeed, she is not like Grindelwald. I must have been rather petty in my assumptions. A twinge of sourness began to spread, and Snape, with a resigned sigh, ruffled her short, somewhat prickly hair. No, it was I who misspoke. I understand that you are merely concerned about Harry being bullied by others. Do not think that your apology will absolve you. Let me make it clear. If she dares to pick on my child for trivial matters, I shall not hold back. In any case, the debt of nurturing far outweighs that of giving birth. My child, whom I have raised, shall not be bullied by anyone. But then again, if that child were to turn out to be an ungrateful wretch, that would be a different story. The pressure then shifted to the tearful Harry, who protested. I have not. Do not assume. Sister, I shall forever be your most loyal scapegoat. In saying this, he thumped his chest resolutely to convey his unwavering commitment. Well, at least you recognize your place, the fortunate one replied, raising her small head, brimming with satisfaction. As if to say, no wonder he is my child, so well attuned to the situation. Sirius stood silently to the side, quietly observing the small exchange between the two, his heart a tumult of emotions, yearning to voice his thoughts, yet finding no opportunity to do so. Excuse me, may I ask, Miss Royal? Could you tell me whether James was brought back along with Lily? As soon as the words left his lips, the fortunate one promptly sealed her mouth and retorted, Guess. All right, that single utterance nearly sent Sirius into a frenzy. Were it not for Remus pulling him back, his hands would have been on someone's shoulders. Calm down, Sirius. Do you wish to be thrown out of Hogwarts? Despite Remus attempting to counsel Sirius in the softest of tones, how many present were ordinary folk? Thus, his hushed murmurs resonated clearly in the ears of the fortunate ones, yet they were indifferent. Chapter 391. The frustration of being voiceless. Ignoring the brooding figure beside him, the fortunate one redirected her focus to Snape. Severus, are you prepared? I am about to release her. If you're not mentally ready, we can always postpone our meeting. With a faint smile, Snape pulled the eagerly waiting Harry to his side. We are all ready. I have awaited this day for far too long. Some matters must be faced eventually, do they not? Very well then. But never mind, it is not important. The fortunate one nodded thoughtfully, though she verbally complied. Her inner calculations never ceased. She had resolved that regardless of who it was, anyone who dared to bully Snape would not receive her favor. With this thought in mind, she waved her hand and released Lily from the confines of space, leaving James alone to share a silent gaze with Regulus. As soon as Lily regained her senses, she found herself face to face with Snape and Harry. Severus? That call was one Snape had not heard in what felt like an eternity. It was as if the previous moment he had held her in his arms, and now the one he thought lost had suddenly appeared before him. The intensity of the moment ignited a torrent of emotions within him. Guilt, regret, sorrow, despair, and the joy of reunion. Lily, before he could finish a single coherent thought, His voice broke, the overwhelming tide of repressed emotions flooding him, and he could no longer contain his tears. Seeing her friend in such distress, Lily instinctively moved to embrace him, only to find herself empty-handed as the fortunate one, with a scowl upon her face, had already pulled him into her own embrace. "Hey, is he your man? You can hold him. I'll tell you, reminiscing is fine, but nothing else. He belongs to me." Lily was taken aback, then uncertainly inquired, "Severus, is this your wife?" While Snape had yet to process the question, the fortunate one was elated by Lily's words. Wife. Just moments ago, she had appeared ready for a confrontation, and now her demeanor had shifted entirely. The trio, quietly observing, couldn't help but sigh in unison, thinking, this child must not be kept. She is in the late stages of love brain, and there is no cure. Don't think that just because you said that. I will yield. In any case, Severus is mine now. You maintain your distance. Turning back to her old friend, Lily wore a teasing smile. She had not anticipated that her somewhat sensitive and solitary friend would marry such an adorable girl. Clearly, he had been thriving over the years, which brought her some relief. All right, I understand. I will be mindful to keep my distance from him. You better. We are truly just very good friends due to this little interlude. Snape's emotions had settled. When he looked at Lily again, the previously tumultuous feelings had calmed. Lily, welcome back. There is something I have long needed to say to you. I am sorry for the cruel words I once used to address you. I sincerely apologize. Moreover, regarding the prophecy, I was the one who informed Voldemort. I truly regret it. I had no idea the child in the prophecy would be Harry. As those words left his lips, Snape felt an immense weight lift from him. The burden that had pressed heavily upon him for years finally alleviated. Regardless of whether Lily chose to forgive him, it no longer mattered. He had paid for his mistakes and resolved all lingering concerns perfectly. The dead had been resurrected, and the living child was thriving. Surely, this would suffice to atone for his transgressions. A pair of soft little hands tightly grasped his somewhat clammy one. Severus, do not be afraid. Stantat. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Never perceive yourself as in the wrong. We are never at fault. It is always others who are. Even if you are at fault, the blame must fall on another. In my opinion, that situation back then was not your fault at all. You were merely before the fortunate one could finish her thought. Harry swiftly covered her mouth. No one knew better than he what was to come next. He had just reunited with the mother he had longed for, and he could not allow anything to derail this moment. After all, there was a godfather nearby whose temper could ignite at any moment. If his sister were to utter a shocking statement, it would surely ruin his long-awaited reunion. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Absolutely not. Sister, my dear sister, for the sake of your loyal scapegoat, could you please grant me this favor today? I have not yet reunited with my mother. Initially, the Euro Emperor intended to strike the person directly, but upon seeing Harry's pitiful little face, she felt a twinge of compassion and nodded slightly. After all, he was her own offspring, and a modicum of consideration was warranted. Perhaps, for Harry's sake, she would indulge in understanding just this once. Having made her decision, she reluctantly nodded, indicating that she would grant this favor. Thank you, sister. I'll share the hidden spirit fruits with you later, Harry said. The moment those words left his lips, the Euro Emperor could no longer contain herself and delivered a hefty smack to his head, the force of which elicited gasps from everyone present. Perhaps it was a maternal instinct, as Lily swiftly approached Harry, gently stroking his head while reproaching Severus. Severus, your wife's behavior is truly violent. He is merely a child. How can you strike him so forcefully? This will leave a profound psychological scar. You of all people should understand that feeling of helplessness. Why didn't you intervene? Suddenly defended by his mother, Harry gazed at her with admiration, oblivious to everyone else. Consequently, he missed this singular opportunity to prevent the Euro Emperor's outburst. Indeed, the next moment, he heard her exclaim, I am educating my own child. It's none of your concern. You clearly do not comprehend the principle of withholding judgment without understanding the full story. What do you mean Severus understands best? He knows nothing. Just because you've been friends for a few days, you think you can casually reopen old wounds? My Severus has only just managed to forget those painful memories, and you dare to evoke them with your mere words? Let me tell you, Severus quickly stopped her from continuing. My dear, those are matters of the past. I do not mind. Please calm down. Do not upset Harry, all right? He has been looking forward to today for quite some time. The Euro Emperor felt a sense of frustration, yet she had to suppress her anger. This sensation was far more distressing than losing money. The three bystanders, quietly spectating, shared the same sentiment, as they had always been self-centered and had never yielded to anyone. Such a scenario was indeed a rare occurrence. Chapter 392. Insights on friendship from the quartet immersed in maternal love. Harry soon regained his composure and vehemently disagreed with his mother's decision to unearth Severus's past wounds. He was acutely aware of all that Severus had endured. The painful memories were suffocating even to an observer like him, let alone to the one who experienced them firsthand. In the early years at Hogwarts, perhaps due to his appearance, Severus endured countless nightmares about his unfortunate childhood, domestic abuse, social ostracism, bullying from classmates, and betrayal by his closest friend. Most significantly, that sole friend was none other than Harry's own mother. Harry had witnessed firsthand how his mother had come to be with his father and how their relationship ultimately fractured. If he were to discard his identity as Harry Potter, he would undoubtedly find himself opposing his parents. He had been indoctrinated with the belief that a friend of an enemy could not remain a friend. Once one party allied with an adversary, the friendship was rendered obsolete. Betrayers were unworthy of his loyalty. Yet, ironically, his mother not only befriended his father's enemy, but also participated in condemning her former friend for certain transgressions. In Harry's eyes, this was utterly unforgivable, especially considering she had ultimately married the very man she once denounced. Frankly, if he were to encounter Severus in a similar predicament now, he would not hesitate to confront him directly, rather than merely reporting him out of ignorance. The rabbit once proclaimed that betrayers deserve no mercy, and under no circumstances should such actions be forgiven. It must be noted that young Harry's worldview had been thoroughly skewed by the Euro Emperor and her companions. The only reason he had not evolved into the Third Dark Lord was his comparatively lower combat prowess. Had he possessed sufficient strength, he would have ventured forth to carve out his own domain. Sister, please calm down. Leave the rest to me, all right? Rest assured, we are not ungrateful. Just give me an opportunity to prove myself, Harry humbly requested. The Euro Emperor decided to grant him the chance to choose his allegiance, lifting her proud little head as she led Severus to a corner where the three were spectating. I've brought him back, and my apologies have been expressed. Severus, from this day forth, you owe them nothing. Should anyone provoke you again, do not hesitate. Unleash your fury without fear of repercussions. If the sky falls, I have 2 fathers to shield you. Should they prove inadequate, I will cover for you. The underlying principle is simple. While life can be extinguished, one must never tolerate humiliation. Do you understand? Precisely. Just like the situation we just faced, you know how stifling it was for us. We have navigated the realms of cultivation for so long. When have we ever been subjected to such indignities? Severus, I must say, your friendship with Lily pales in comparison to my own bond with the provisions I have at home. You simply haven't encountered enough good people, where you and hold such a notion as your sole truth. Had you first met my friend Flattop, none of this chaos would have ensued. Every time they thought of Severus, that poor soul who encountered such a duplicitous character at the tender age of innocence, the group felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Indeed, Severus, your relentless self-deprecation stemming from a mere spark of kindness that led you to become a pawn for someone else's gain is infuriating. They married your arch-nemesis, and yet you still long for their affection? How foolish! Phantom glared at Severus in exasperation. The spoon he had been using to scoop out watermelon flesh snapping in his grip, a testament to his frustration. The rabbit, while appearing composed, spoke words that were no less harsh. Severus, have you ever considered that they never regarded you as a true friend? Let us not even mention others. Take us as an example. Ask Fantong and the cook if they would ever want to befriend that loathsome creature from the divine realm. At the time, he used both threats and temptations to win them over. Yet look at the outcome. Did they agree? A true friend would never consort with your enemies, let alone join them in accusing you. Do not think that merely scolding her once was a transgression. Even if you had physically confronted her, the fault would not have been yours. Do you believe that if a similar situation were to arise among us, Flattop wouldn't make us pay for our misdeeds? You are simply too naive, allowing yourself to be led astray by others. They never considered you a close companion. One after another, they succeeded in prompting Severus to reflect on his friendship with Lily. Meanwhile, Harry solemnly introduced himself, after which Lily, initially taken aback, enveloped him in a warm embrace. Harry, my child, I can't believe you've grown so much. I'm sorry, dear. I cannot be there to watch you grow up. Please do not blame your mother. Mother, I have never held any resentment towards you or father. On the contrary, I am immensely grateful for your sacrifice. Without your magic, I doubt I would be alive today. As Harry gently caressed his mother's back, attempting to soothe her emotional turmoil, Lily yearned to continue expressing her feelings. However, the restless Sirius could no longer contain himself and forcefully pushed aside the ever-blocking Remus, urgently inquiring, Lily, where is James? Has he been brought back with you? The still crying Lily, upon hearing James's name, belatedly remembered her husband, who had been separated from her. She, Lily could not comprehend why. Whenever she attempted to utter the whereabouts of James, she would be ensnared by an inexplicable force. After trying various methods, she ultimately relinquished her struggle and shook her head at Sirius. It was evident that she wished to convey her inability to provide an answer, yet to Sirius's eyes, it transformed into a signal that James had not been returned. Upon receiving this disheartening news, Sirius, whose emotions had been quite unstable, erupted once more. He seized Lily's frail shoulders and, in a fit of hysteria, demanded, Why? Why did you not bring him back with you? Startled, Lily leaned back, attempting to distance herself from this crazed man. Yet her efforts proved futile. She could not wriggle free from the grip of this furious giant. In a critical moment, she called out the name, Severus, help me. Chapter 393. Conflicting worldviews of mother and son. Lily's cry for help ultimately did not elicit a response from Severus. On one hand, he was tightly bound by the influence of the Emperor, and on the other, Harry had acted first. After retracting his kicking foot, Harry wore a smile of expectation for praise, only to be met with his mother's reproachful voice. Oh, Harry, how could you be so rude? He's your godfather. Sirius, are you all right? Do you need to see Madame Pomfrey? Harry, are you blaming me for needing saving? He incredulously asked, his eyes reflecting his bewilderment at Lily's reaction. After all, she was the one who had called for help just moments ago. Was it wrong for him to assist in clearing the danger? What did it mean that his actions were too coarse? If he had not been a bit rough, who knew what that man might have done in his magical frenzy? She, relying on another's magic to temporarily solidify her soul, could easily be lost if something went awry. Clearly, the overly compassionate Lily was unaware of her own precarious state. She was now sitting back on the sofa with Remus, supporting the once again injured Sirius. Harry, your behavior just now was quite impolite. I will gradually teach you about manners. But for now, you need to apologize to Sirius. He was merely overly concerned for your father, which led to some extreme actions. But that does not justify you hitting him. Huh. It was the first time Harry had encountered such a peculiar demand. His mind nearly short-circuited. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel that his mother was somewhat out of touch. To utter a most rebellious thought, he believed his mother's current demeanor resembled that of a severely misguided individual. Concurrently, he felt immensely relieved that it was he who had intervened. For had it been his father Severus, his mother would have likely perished once more before she had even fully returned to life. See, Severus, had you been the one to act just now, you would be the one being chastised for rudeness. Huh. I can see now that your little childhood friend is not to be trifled with. For the sake of our future peaceful days, you best maintain your distance, understood? Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences. The veiled threat received unanimous agreement from all present. Indeed, Severus, she has been returned to you. Soon you shall have her entire being, and the ties between you will be fully established. Henceforth, you best keep your distance from her. I possess a strong sense of possessiveness and cannot tolerate your closeness with other women. Should you dare rekindle any past affections, I assure you that I will be the first to stew you in a pot. What I cannot have, even if devoured, shall not be given to another. Do you understand? Due to Severus's recent instinctive actions, the Emperor's mood was far from pleasant, and his tone was laden with both threat and grievance. All right, do not be angry. I was wrong. It was merely an instinctive reaction. From now on, I shall heed your wishes. I will maintain my distance and refrain from meddling. Is that acceptable? You better mean it. Severus found the Emperor's sulky demeanor amusing, and with the weight lifted from his heart, he felt considerably lighter. From this day forth, there would be no place for others in his world. He would begin to relish a life that belonged solely to him. Gulme, let us return to my office. I have prepared a plethora of delightful treats for you. Today, in celebration, you may indulge in a little fruit wine. Not going to catch up with your little childhood friend? I am far more inclined to reminisce with you. Excellent. Severus's response delighted several of them. Fantong was the first to gather his belongings, followed closely by the Emperor and Rabbit, who swiftly organized their things and departed from the headmaster's office, leaving Harry alone to contend with his somewhat deranged mother. The body Lily temporarily occupied had initially been prepared by Severus, but due to her actions, the Emperor and others found themselves quite displeased, ultimately leading to a last-minute switch to experimental bodies crafted by a few students. Externally, there appeared to be no difference, yet the internal materials were worlds apart. Harry harbored no complaints, for after several days of interaction, he realized that he and his mother possessed utterly incompatible worldviews. On this day, as Severus awaited the arrival of his fiancée by the Black Lake, engrossed in a book on dark magic, Lily strolled over with Remus and Sirius. Upon spotting Severus, she approached him amiably. Hey, Severus, what brings you here at this hour? Shouldn't you be preparing lessons? Without lifting his gaze from his book, Severus replied, Oh, I made plans with the Emperor to fish here. She went back to fetch a pot, and should be returning shortly. For some inexplicable reason, hearing Severus mention another woman made Lily feel suddenly uneasy. She could not fathom why the man who once saw only her could now be drawn to someone else. After all, Severus's only friend had been her. Oh, is that so? Would you mind if a few more joined us? Sirius and the others are quite eager to participate as well. We are all friends. Surely you wouldn't mind. Upon hearing this suggestion, Severus finally shifted his gaze from his book to regard the unexpected guests. I am afraid you don't mind. If you wish to fish, you are welcome to go elsewhere. Taken aback by the rejection, Lily felt a lump rise in her throat. Just as she was about to retort, Sirius spoke up from behind her. What? Is this place yours? We are set on fishing here. What can you do about it, Professor Severus? Ha! You wouldn't dare deduct our house points for this. Would you? I'm so scared. The response he received was a shoo. From a distance, the Emperor overheard Sirius's taunting remarks and, seething with anger, promptly removed her short boot. The next moment, a pained cry echoed from the recipient of her wrath. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the pathetic dog. What's wrong? Found Peter yet? You seem to have time to bother your betrothed with that lunatic. You must be quite idle. If you're so free, go scrub some toilets instead of stirring up trouble, having been reprimanded too many times. Sirius wisely chose to remain silent this time. However, his discretion did not guarantee that others would be equally prudent. Lily, a woman who had scarcely endured the harsh realities of society, resolutely fought for her own opportunity to attend a practical social class. Chapter 394 confronted Lily. Miss, your current behavior strikes me as remarkably impolite. You ought to apologize to Sirius. The audacity of Lily's demand left even the fortunate one exasperated and amused. I'm truly at a loss for words regarding your bizarre request. So, you haven't absorbed a single word of his earlier provocation, have you? What? Is it permissible for him to bully my Severus, but I am not allowed to retaliate? And you? Were you always this biased? It's only because my Severus is so naive that he continues to regard you as his savior. Frankly, among all these individuals, you are the most despicable. Step aside. You are obstructing my path. Pushing past the pale-faced Lily, the fortunate one angrily directed a kick towards Sirius. There is one thing you're correct about. This place is indeed not mine. However, from today onward it can be. Call our father, regardless of the cost or sacrifice from this day forth. Hogwarts and the surrounding land will bear the name of Snape. Severus Snape's domain. Very well, consider it done. Upon receiving the command, Fantong promptly extracted a communication stone and dialed Grindelwald. As for Dumbledore, the news had already reached him through Tao Tai, and he was likely on his way back to witness this grand endeavor. Oblivious to the extent of the fortunate one's wealth, Lily dismissed his lofty proclamations as mere nonsense, believing that Hogwarts could never be bought. Yet, she was unaware that when sufficient interests were involved, not even the Ministry of Magic was beyond reach. Severus, faced with Lily's plea for assistance, merely cast her a fleeting glance before redirecting his focus entirely upon the irate fortunate one. Influenced by the relentless persuasion of Fantong and his companions, Severus had long cast aside any lingering guilt towards Lily. He believed that they were right. The only grievance he owed her stemmed from the derogatory term he once used and the subsequent prophecy incident. Beyond that, he felt no obligation towards her. Since they had been brought back from the underworld, there had been no debts between them. Moving forward, maintaining a friendship would be the extent of their relationship. As for the recent events, Severus only regarded himself as a fool for having once been ensnared in that circle. Looking back at past occurrences, he realized that Lily had always been the one showing favoritism. Perhaps she initially stood by his side, but as time passed, she transformed, becoming like others, perceiving herself as an outcast. Lily, I do not believe my fiancée has erred in her actions. On the contrary, I find her response entirely justified. First, I was here first, and second, I did not invite you to join my game. It was your provocations that initiated this, was it not? So, what is wrong with him receiving a beating? Or do you think that my being mocked is a trivial matter that should not be taken to heart? Lily opened her mouth to counter, but swallowed her words. She indeed held that view. Sirius had merely uttered a few words, and there was no need for such a harsh reaction. The ever-quiet Remus gently patted Lily's shoulder and shook his head. After spending time together, he understood all too well how protective Fantong and his friends were. Should Lily continue to confront them, she would undoubtedly face their furious retaliation. I apologize, Severus. I speak on behalf of Sirius in this matter. We shall leave at once and not intrude upon your meeting. While speaking, he swiftly lifted Sirius and intended to escort Lily away. However, the fortunate one interjected, Professor Lupin, since you wish to be a mere bystander from the outset. It would be prudent to maintain that role. I possess no inclination for such thankless nobility. You should remember who is providing your wolfsbane potion free of charge." Lupin paused, the color draining from his face, only to be replaced by a flush of embarrassment. "I understand. My apologies." After sending off the trio of troublemakers, the fortunate one finally settled into a small fishing chair on the shore, seething with frustration. "I don't understand. She has come back to life. Wouldn't it be better for her to spend more time with Harry? Why does she come here to wander aimlessly? What, do you hope to rekindle old feelings with her? To continue playing the knight in shining armor behind her?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and with a fierce grip, he crushed the spirit fruit he intended to use for fishing into a pulp. "Otherwise, shall we wrap her up like a dumpling to avoid the irritation of seeing her? Do not be upset. You know I only care for you. She is merely an ordinary friend to me now. If you disapprove, I can easily forsake this friendship." Wiping the sticky residue from his hands, the fortunate one returned the spirit fruit to her. "Do not let the presence of unrelated individuals dampen your spirits. It is hardly worth it. Here, weren't you going fishing? My newly concocted fish bait will surely yield a bountiful catch today. Would you care to try it?" Before the fortunate one could reach out, Tao-Tai eagerly snatched the bottle of fish bait. What is there to try? With her luck, providing her with anything is a waste of resources. Fishing is best left to me and the fortunate one. You two would be better off exploring the forbidden forest instead. I've heard from the rabbit that the dark girl has already carved out a vast territory for you. Don't you wish to see it? Let us go. Let us go. While the opportunity still presents itself, you understand what I mean. The implication was rather blatant, causing Severus, who was somewhat bashful, to redden. Observing the fortunate one, the light in his eyes nearly blinded those around him. Indeed, I believe the chef is correct. Severus, let us depart immediately. We are unsure if their territorial disputes have encroached upon our herb garden. This excuse seemed rather flimsy. If anyone could trample upon the herb garden, the rabbit, who provided the formation, would have no face left to live. Ah, yes, let us check on the herb garden. Hurry up. Your presence here is genuinely affecting my fishing luck. Do not return too late. Gellert will likely be back for dinner, and there is a grand feast awaiting us. Chapter 395, Family Gathering. Upon hearing that his daughter wished to purchase Hogwarts, Grindelwald exhibited no significant emotional upheaval. He merely inquired about the reason, and, upon learning it was due to someone bullying Severus, he pondered for a moment before delegating the task. His daughter merely desired a school, not the entire world. Purchase it. The formidable father envisioned the delightful smile his daughter would wear upon acquiring the school's ownership. However, before he could revel in his joy, Fantong informed him of Ariana's retrieval. The news eradicated the calm demeanor Grindelwald had held during the discussion of purchasing the school. A complex array of emotions swirled within him, and ultimately, he resolved to return personally to apologize to the innocent girl for the tragic incident from years past. Meanwhile, in a bedroom of the Pig's Head Tavern, Aberforth clutched his long-lost sister, weeping like a child. Ariana, somewhat at a loss, patted his back gently, attempting to offer him solace. "Brother, please do not cry. I am well. In fact, during my time in the afterlife, I was accompanied by our parents, and I lived quite happily. The wizards and muggles there reside in different realms, but I thrived and made many wonderful friends." Truly, father and mother were with you? Yes, indeed. The world there is much like this one. Before passing on, everyone coexists. So, dear brother, do not be sorrowful. I am faring much better than you might imagine. With Ariana's repeated reassurances, Aberforth's emotions gradually calmed. The three siblings engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere remaining harmonious until Dumbledore received a message from the beast, marking the end of their joyful interlude. "She wants to buy Hogwarts. Albus, are you certain she is not jesting?" Dumbledore pressed his forehead in exasperation. "I wish she were jesting. Unfortunately, she is quite serious. Because of a single remark from Sirius, my overprotective daughter intends to lavish her resources on purchasing the entirety of Hogwarts. Can you believe it?" Upon hearing this, Aberforth first froze, then erupted into gleeful laughter. "Ha ha, typical of her. It sounds just like something she would do. Do you think she will succeed? For what I gather, it does not seem an easy task." Dumbledore felt a headache coming on at the thought of the contents of the beast's communication stone. Who can say? You know, she possesses a veritable bank of her own. It appears I must return and assess the situation. Ariana, would you like to accompany me back to Hogwarts? In truth, besides the girl you've met, I have 2 sons. Would you like to meet them? Brother, are you married now? But you weren't. Though Ariana did not finish her sentence, everyone present understood the implication. I am not married, But those children are indeed my and Gellert's flesh and blood. Ariana's eyes widened in shock, as if they had doubled in size. You children? Yours by blood? How is that possible? Aberforth's unrestrained laughter echoed once more, relishing the rare opportunity to witness his elder brother's embarrassment. Dumbledore's handsome visage flushed slightly. Aberforth, I would appreciate it if your laughter could be a touch more subdued. In response, a chorus of even greater laughter erupted. That evening, atop Hogwarts, the Beast had prepared a grand round table well in advance, and, subsequently, Dobby, accompanied by a troop of impeccably dressed house elves, began to arrange exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. At that moment, Grindelwald, somewhat anxious, leaned close to Dumbledore, cautiously observing Ariana, fearful of any sign of her distaste. Mr. Grindelwald, are you now with my brother? I have heard you have 3 children together. Though it may be somewhat impolite to ask, I am curious how you came to have babies together. Noticing that Ariana exhibited no sign of aversion, Grindelwald's tense heart was finally set at ease. Oh, it is merely a small bit of magic. The process is rather intricate. If you wish to know, I can provide you with comprehensive details later. You have met those children, have you not? Though they could be a bit mischievous, they are fundamentally remarkable. Upon hearing this assessment, Aberforth could not contain his laughter once more. He was all too familiar with the mischief of those children. It was nothing short of a calamity. Annoyed by Aberforth's schadenfreude, Grindelwald interjected, I heard from Al that Credence has also been brought back. Why isn't he here for dinner? Does he not enjoy such lively gatherings? Speaking of which, we worked together once. I have missed that child. The smiles continued, though they shifted. Aberforth felt a sense of frustration. His son, whom he had just seen, was currently sequestering himself in his room to reflect. And this only intensified his irritation towards the bothersome fellow beside him. In a bid for retaliation, he pulled his dear brother into the space between himself and Ariana. I don't have time for you, you cunning rascal. Anna, disregard him. Let me introduce you to Albus's children. This is my elder brother, Ares. He enjoys crafting delectable dishes, so feel free to seek him out whenever you desire something to eat. He can make anything, and it will undoubtedly be delicious. This is my second brother, Lucas. He possesses an exceptionally sharp mind and knows many things that others do not. Should you find yourself perplexed, he is the one to consult. Lastly, this lovely little one is my sister, Huang. Her greatest passion is fighting, so if anyone dares to bully you, just call on her. She will gladly retaliate. Indeed, Aunt, for any brawling needs, you can count on me. My prowess is undeniably formidable. Do not let my small stature fool you. I can certainly handle a few of Father Gellert's challenges. The proud little girl pounded her chest with a resounding thump, her adorable demeanor utterly melting Ariana's heart. As the gathering progressed, Ariana quickly adapted to this newfound family, and Grindelwald's apology, amidst his anxious disposition, ultimately garnered acceptance from the party concerned. Although Aberforth still harbored considerable reservations about him, he chose to temporarily overlook the bothersome individual given the pleasant atmosphere. After the meal, Huang gifted Ariana with a body of remarkably high resilience. Not only that, but in nearly every aspect, it bore no distinction from that of a normal person. Aunt, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? If so, you must speak up. I can make adjustments. Do not endure any discomfort out of shyness. Facing Huang's thoughtful inquiry, Ariana, having just integrated with her new body, carefully assessed her sensations and discovered that this vessel not only felt entirely comfortable, but also continually enhanced her soul's energy. It was as if she were enveloped in a maternal embrace. No, I do not feel any discomfort. Oh, Merlin, I can scarcely believe how perfectly this body aligns with mine. Huang, you're a genius. Suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace by Huang, she initially froze, then returned the embrace with vigor, cherishing her delicate aunt. She had heard Aberforth recount tales of the hardships Ariana faced. Had she not been bullied, her magical powers would not have spiraled out of control, leading to a series of tragedies. Aunt, do not fear. I will protect you, and I promise no one will dare to bully you again. Next time I go out to play, I will take you with me, so you can witness true strength. The thought of the activities Huang engaged in caused both of her older brothers to instinctively react to prevent her. The reasoning was quite simple. She believed that the only fun to be had was through fighting. Their soft-hearted sister must not be led astray. Huang, perhaps we can forego that. Your aunt prefers tranquility. It would be best for her to continue tending to flowers and plants with Professor Sprout. What? Tending to flowers? Planting grass? Albus, have you lost your senses? How can our girl lead such an unambitious life? It was precisely because you all coddled her that she became a target for bullying. Had I encountered those rascals back then, I would have ensured they understood the meaning of true malevolence. Aunt, Do not heed their words. It is paramount for a girl to learn to be strong. As long as you possess strength, no one will dare to raise their voice against you. I speak from experience. Hold on. Let's not dwell on the past. By the time you finish reminiscing, this meal will have turned cold. Dear Aunt, heeding the Emperor's advice is wise. There is nothing wrong with a girl learning to fight. Let Lucas find you some martial arts manuals to practice. Our family has the means to ensure you undergo a remarkable transformation within a month. As Tao Tai spoke, he did not pause, serving a bowl of nourishing soup specially prepared for Ariana right in front of her. No worries, I will handle this matter. Aunt, rest assured that with us around, enhancing your strength is a simple task. As long as you are willing to endure hardship, you will soon be able to hold your own against Father Gellert. Such words caused Ariana's eyes to widen in disbelief. Can I truly surpass Brother Gellert? Absolutely. The trio's response was strikingly unanimous. The rabbit merely smiled, remaining silent, but had already prepared the magical plants to be sent to the Emperor's potion room. Albus's attempts to counsel Ariana were all dismissed by her. No one can hinder a budding girl from growing strong. After the banquet concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes, leaving only Snape to intercept the Emperor, who was heading back to the dormitory for some rest. Severus, do you have something to discuss? Yes, please accompany me to my office. The other three instantly perked up, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Ahem, Severus, though I feel a bit shy saying this. I must remind you, do you need the black tortoise soup? I'm concerned about your current physique. Tao Ye's remaining words were effectively silenced. Professor Snape, blushing profusely, truly wished to cast these individuals into the Forbidden Forest. What nonsense are you all imagining? I merely wish to take her for treatment regarding her hair issues. The previous hair growth potion did yield some results, and I've made some improvements. Upon hearing this explanation, a certain excited little creature immediately deflated, her hopeful expression fading. I thought you finally had an epiphany. What was I even hoping for? By the way, Severus, have you considered marriage? My body has fully integrated. I could be a large adult now, an adult. Indeed, Severus, I find what she says quite reasonable. She is now a grown-up baby and could marry and have children. Fantong chimed in, eager to support. In response, Snape remained silent, pulling the Emperor toward his office. The three light bulbs exchanged glances, quickly realizing there was no hope. Tao Tai remarked, considering Severus' thick skin, if our dear Emperor doesn't take the initiative, I believe he would suffocate himself rather than confess. Who can argue with that? It's just our cabbage who lacks modesty. Upon encountering someone she likes, she would rush to drag them into her nest. If the roles were reversed, I suspect they would remain in secret admiration until the very end. The thought of such a scenario made Fantong chuckle. If it were to unfold that way, it would indeed be quite amusing. We would undoubtedly find ourselves enjoying a good show. I can already envision it. I must return and weave this plot into my little story. A self-effacing, sensitive professor versus a lively, cheerful sunbeam who keeps her mouth shut. What sparks will fly between two individuals who secretly adore each other but refuse to speak first? Inspiration struck, and she declared, I must take my leave now, farewell. As they watched the rabbit dash away, Tao Tai suddenly inquired, have you read those tales of his? I believe I heard Ji Xiaomo mention one where the male protagonist is me. You? How could someone like you be the male lead? What kind of mediocre story is that? Has the bar for character creation been set so low? Fantong's remark earned her a swift reprimand from a hefty foot. Chapter 397, The Wedding Dress. In Snape's office, the Emperor, feeling somewhat guilty, was stroking her short hair. Simultaneously, she was internally lamenting, why is this appearance not sufficient? It makes washing my hair so much easier. I can wash my face and hair simultaneously. Why does everyone prefer long hair? Managing it can be quite troublesome. Perhaps I should take another hair growth potion? A bald head is not entirely unacceptable. Have you been secretly consuming other potions that inhibit hair growth? The sudden question startled the Emperor, making her shiver, fearing she had inadvertently revealed her thoughts. What? That's impossible. No, absolutely not. Just by observing the guilty look on the other's face, Snape was convinced she was lying. With a resigned sigh, he placed the hair growth potion he had picked up back down. Very well, since you do not wish to grow your hair long, then do not. You actually look quite beautiful in your current state, exuding a refreshing and spirited charm. Indeed, I feel the same way. This hairstyle is so refreshing and easy to manage. And let me tell you, during fights, it's incredibly convenient. I no longer need to worry about others pulling my hair. Severus, would you consider cutting your hair as well? It might be a good opportunity to try a new style. You could even have a stroke of luck. That is a good idea. I believe I can give it a try. Then, Miss Grindelwald, would you care to be my personal hairstylist? The proposal was initially made in jest, and the Emperor did not expect Snape to accept it. Only when scissors were placed in her hands did she realize he was not joking. All right, do your best. I'm quite skilled at this. I guarantee it will look just like my own head. The small scissors danced in her hands, and within moments, the professor's long hair was neatly trimmed. Unlike the Emperor's own short hair, Snape's strands were slightly longer, exuding a more refined aura. I must admit, my skills are truly exceptional. Severus, this hairstyle makes you appear like a bright, sunny young man. Quick, take a look. Do you like the new design I created for you? Gazing into the mirror, Snape could not deny that this new hairstyle indeed made him look much more spirited. His entire demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. Where he once exuded a brooding presence, he now radiated a chill and defiance. Very nice. I am quite satisfied. It seems Miss Grindelwald could open a salon in the future. Indeed, I knew I had a talent for this. Ruffling the slightly prickly head of the Emperor, Snape waved his hand, tidying up the hair clippings scattered on the floor. Well then, since you no longer need to take the hair growth potion, hurry back to rest. Remember to come to my office for breakfast tomorrow morning. What? You're sending me away just like that? Severus, I have spent thousands of years in the primordial world, and now that I finally see you, you wish to shoo me away? Don't you miss me at all? As her footsteps drew closer, Snape, this time, did not reject the Emperor's approach, but instead held her tightly in his embrace. The surprise arrived so swiftly that it left someone momentarily speechless for a couple of seconds. With a gentle grip, she embraced the other person tightly, the smile on the face of her lucky Emperor stretching almost to the back of his ears. Then she heard her bashful professor whisper softly in her ear, I miss you, terribly. Each time I open my eyes, I hope to see you before me. But what can I do? Every morning, you are absent. I even begin to doubt whether you are merely a figment of my imagination. My dearest, next time you go anywhere, please take me with you, won't you? Without you, I live in constant fear that you may never return, fear that you might be drawn to someone else, fear that you would abandon me. No longer able to suppress the negative emotions he had harbored, the Emperor nearly stumbled in shock. Oh dear, Severus, though I acknowledge that this may disrupt the atmosphere, I must voice my concern. Could you refrain from deliberately stifling your emotions? This sudden release has caught me off guard. Severus, very well, in my somber moments, I shall transform them into mere wisps before you. I will take heed next time. All right, when I venture out again, I shall certainly bring you along. Your little insecurity is rather difficult to mend. What if we hasten the process and get married? Then you need not worry about my affection straying. Our vows in the realm of cultivation are quite serious. Betrayal leads to utter ruin of the soul. Such assurance is undoubtedly ironclad. Would you consider it? We could wed as soon as tomorrow. As the conversation veered once more into this territory, Severus had to gently guide her toward the teleportation circle. We shall discuss this again another time. Now, it's time for you to return and rest. Good night. Ignoring the little pout on the Emperor's lips, he gave her a gentle push, and she vanished from his sight. Upon returning to his desk, Severus waved his hand, and an unfinished wedding gown appeared atop the table. Gazing at the incomplete embroidery, he envisioned the Emperor adorned in that very garment. It was not that he was unwilling to marry. He simply wished for the girl in his heart to don the gown he had meticulously crafted for her. Just a little longer, and I shall have it completed. The following day, the Emperor, now donning her smooth golden locks, made her entrance into the potions classroom, inciting quite a stir. The cause was that upon seeing Severus with his newly cropped hair, the trio of gluttons felt utterly despondent. They never anticipated that the Emperor's alternate persona would still possess long hair. This revelation was a delightful surprise for them all. Didn't you prefer short hair? Why have you consumed a hair-growing potion? Severus inquired, puzzled. Alas, I did not wish to. However, if both the Emperor and Professor were to have the same hairstyle, wouldn't that be a tad too coincidental? I have no intention of revealing my alternate identity just yet, so let it be for now. Besides, it's evident that the three of them do not want me to cut my hair. To spare myself from their long faces, I can endure this small sacrifice. Short-haired one, you truly do care for us, Fan Tong exclaimed, wrapping his arms around the Emperor's shoulders, just as Severus swiftly pulled him aside. Chapter 398. Oh, the arrival of Yumingza. The Emperor's return was met with enthusiastic cheers from her companions, primarily because Professor Severus's good spirits had finally returned. After just one class, they no longer felt targeted. The long-missed, joyous atmosphere of the classroom nearly brought the little wizards to tears. Consequently, after class, the Emperor's desk was piled high with snacks. My dear Emperor, unless there's a special circumstance, please refrain from taking leave. A potions class without you is nothing short of a nightmare. Indeed. You cannot imagine how Severus has been since your absence. He has been utterly deranged. All right, classmate, Your unfiltered remarks have earned you a silence token. Aha! That was not intentional. Emperor, I will go back and teach him what it means to respect a teacher. Please do not be angry. The chattering group finally quieted down. All right, disperse. You all know what to say and what not to say. Should this occur again, the consequence will not merely be a silence token. Once the noisy bunch was sent away, the Emperor cheerfully packed up the snacks from her desk. Little Harry, do you need something from me? Speak plainly. Don't be shy. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're growing fur. Feeling embarrassed at being exposed, Harry rubbed the back of his head and spoke hesitantly. Sister, I wanted to ask, did you bring my father back with you? At the mention of this, the Emperor finally recalled the individual stored in her space. Initially, she had intended to make Sirius suffer a bit, but in her joy, she had forgotten him entirely. This simply would not do. The environment in her space was far too pleasant to let him benefit without consequence. Harry, how could you even ask that? Since I promised you, I would never go back on my word. I assured you of a complete family, and that is precisely what you shall have. Your father is right here in my space. I will bring him out after school today, so you can all reunite properly. Upon hearing that his father would indeed be brought out, Harry's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Sister, thank you. I knew you cared for me the most. Fantong playfully grabbed Harry by the collar, adding with a light-hearted tone, no physical affection between the genders. If I cannot embrace him, you certainly shall not. Brother. I am my sister's brother, her own brother. What is wrong with a hug? Oh, and what if I am being petty about it? Regardless, you may not embrace him. The two nearly twisted into a knot, while the glutton seized the opportunity to sidle up to the Emperor, curiously asking, short-haired one, tell me the truth. When you visited the underworld, did you encounter anyone? Anyone? Who? Do you have acquaintances there? Speaking of which, your question reminds me of something significant. Hey. Chef, guess what else I brought back besides those few individuals? What? What else could exist there besides souls? Don't tell me you plunder the underworld. The Emperor shot him a disdainful look, leaning away in irritation. If you could manage to refrain from drooling while speaking, I would regard you as a meticulous saint. Enough. Do we not know each other as natures? Just admit you're craving something and stop pretending. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, the glutton eagerly inquired. From your words, does that mean you truly did take something from there? How much? Is it enough to eat? Not much, just a bagful or so. It should be enough to feed our entire family for half a month. Let me tell you, there are indeed many malevolent spirits there. I couldn't capture all of them. Once we finish this batch, we can return to gather more, contributing to the underworld in the process. Oh, is that so? As the ruler of the underworld, I must express my gratitude to you, little Wuyo. The unexpected statement instantly put the Emperor and her companions on high alert, even drawing Xiao Chan, who had been cultivating within the space, back to his original form. Harry was promptly affixed with a teleportation symbol by Fantong. Yu Mingza, how did you come to be here? Upon seeing the unwelcome figure, the Emperor's expression of disdain was almost palpable. Yet, Yu Mingza appeared oblivious, seemingly reveling in the situation. Well, are you not here specifically because I am present? Huh? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that my arrival in this place is solely due to you? The Emperor of Luck could scarcely believe his ears. What led this peculiar individual to conclude that her journey to the magical realm was for him? Goodness, it seems his delusions have intensified yet again. Well, I'm aware of that. Hence, I came to see you, did I not? Once more, this incomprehensible creature, with his abnormal thought processes, has come to vex her again. The sound of the engineering shovel in his hands emitted a low hum as Xiao Chan tightened his fists, eagerly asserting, Master, let us engage and eliminate him. Each time he encountered this mentally unstable individual, he could not suppress the urge to strike him. The Emperor of Luck soothingly patted the handle of his shovel. Calm down, we are in school. If things go awry, Hogwarts could be lost. This school now belongs to me. If it were to vanish, I would incur great losses. Moreover, there are so many children here. I cannot simply watch them perish. Can I? Why can't you amend this impulsive little flaw of yours? All that teaching has gone to waste, it seems. Huh, Master, did you not teach me to be decisive and swift? When encountering an unpleasant individual, one should not hesitate to act. When did the rules change? You never mentioned it. The Emperor of Luck swallowed hard. Fine, it was her fault, but she would not admit it. What nonsense you speak. In any case, the rules have changed. You ought to learn from this. Hearing their bickering, the gluttonous creature almost succumbed to laughter. I must say, you two have had enough. Do you not see the current situation? Even if you wish to converse, you must first drive that fellow away. Outside the door, a group of young wizards were gathered, munching on snacks, and Fantong could only think that these individuals had learned nothing worthwhile. Was this truly a time for idle spectators? Did they not see the Emperor of Luck brandishing his shovel? Any individual with a modicum of sense would have fled 2 miles away by now. Yet, this group of youngsters was enthusiastically engaging in discussion. Chapter 399, Aerial Battle. When Snape hurried over, the potion classroom was already packed to the brim. Faced with this scene, he felt exasperated, but more so, helpless. Ever since the Emperor of Luck and his companions arrived at Hogwarts, the culture of onlookers had been firmly established. Professor Snape, there's a strange man in the classroom confronting the Emperor and the others. It appears a confrontation is imminent. Indeed, I overheard that man claim that the Emperor came here for him. However, I do not believe that to be the case. Xiao intends to take action. Exactly. That man is certainly spouting nonsense. Do you not see the Emperor brandishing his shovel? I believe. Silence. Do you not have classes? Do you really have time to stand here watching? Do you expect Professor McGonagall to personally come and escort you to class? The chattering noise was suddenly muted, and the gaggle of gossiping young wizards scurried away. Disregarding the few stragglers, Snape stepped through the classroom door. With a mere glance, he recognized the ethereal man at the lectern. It is him, the one for whom the Emperor personally skinned his fur and presented it to him. What was he doing here? Fearing he had come to provoke, Snape hastily approached the Emperor's side. Are you all right? Has he done anything to you? Meeting Snape's anxious gaze, the Emperor of Luck first pulled him behind himself before casually replying, "What could possibly happen to me? You, on the other hand, when the fight breaks out, remember to keep your distance. That scoundrel is not to be trifled with. Do not let him catch you unawares. And take those who are hiding and watching along with you. I cannot fathom how they can remain so indifferent. Do they not realize the gravity of the situation? Indeed, Severus, if a fight truly erupts, you must prioritize your safety. If it comes to worst, take those individuals and hide within me. As long as I remain unscathed, you should be safe. If, heaven forbid, I fall, you will merely accompany me as my sacrifices in the afterlife." Fantong rolled his eyes, utterly perplexed by this individual's ability to make such morbid jokes in this dire predicament. "Are you truly intending to continue this conversation? Little Wio, this is hardly a courteous way to host a guest." Fantong's unfinished words were snubbed by the displeased Yumingza. "Huh, as if you were specially invited by us." His icy gaze pierced like a cold blade, directed at the chattering Fantong. The aura of hostility began to envelop the air as Yumingza looked down upon the individual before him, coldly stating, "A beast's pet should recognize its place. How dare you, a mere animal, speak so brazenly to a friend of your master? Should there be a next time? I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of little Wuyo." The moment Yumingza finished, he was met with the Emperor's engineering shovel and the united assault from Snape, the gluttonous creature, and the rabbit. The classroom's contents were instantly reduced to rubble. The protective enchantment activated automatically, and the group was promptly expelled from Hogwarts. The commotion was so great that Dumbledore and several on-duty professors were roused. At that moment, 10 kilometers above the castle, the Emperor of Luck and his companions were embroiled in fierce combat with Yumingza. Under the immense energy fluctuations, the entire magical world began to unravel. As a native, Snape was directly affected, his complexion paling as he nearly plummeted from the sky. Thankfully, the rabbit reacted swiftly, grabbing his arm. "Severus, are you all right?" "I am fine. Do not concern yourselves with me." Gazing at the fissures appearing in the sky, the rabbit promptly cautioned, "Stop fighting. If this continues, the world will be doomed." While the Emperor of Luck was still fiercely battling, upon hearing this, his fervor was doused with a bucket of cold water. The gluttonous creature and Fantong kicked Yumingza far away before they took a moment to observe the sky, now riddled with cracks, and began to gradually reign in their amassed power. "Indeed, we cannot continue. If this goes on, that fellow will surely perish. I see that Severus is already being affected. Yes, I understand. Keep an eye on that lunatic and do not let him cause trouble. I must first mend these rifts, otherwise we will face grave consequences." Without exchanging further words, the gluttonous creature and Fantong gave her an okay gesture. They then brandished their weapons, positioning themselves protectively behind her. A soft golden light enveloped the entire magical realm, and the cracks in the sky began to slowly mend. Snape's complexion also gradually returned to normal during this process. Meanwhile, Yumingza did not intervene, but focused all his attention on Snape. Indeed, it is that man, the destined one for little Wuyo. But how could this be? How could their fated bond be intertwined? He has merely arrived a year late. How did things evolve to this point? Under the influence of his anger, Yumingza directed a murderous intent towards Snape. With a flash of his blade, the gluttonous creature and Fantong, who stood before him, were instantly sent sprawling far away. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the cracks that the Emperor had painstakingly repaired to threaten to shatter once more. "Yumingza, I curse your grandmother. The tangy sweetness of blood trickled from the corner of the lips as the Emperor of Lux swallowed the surge of blood within, striving to maintain the output of divine power. Chef, you and the glutton take my position. Today, I shall ensure that this scoundrel meets his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, the two gluttons replaced her, yet in that fleeting instant, Yu Mingzi had already reached Severus Snape's side. His neck was grasped tightly, leaving Snape with little room for resistance. Deprived of oxygen, his complexion turned a deep crimson. Yu Mingzi's grip tightened as he ominously inquired, I've spent millennia acquiring this opportunity, merely delayed by a few days. Yet how is it that her red thread has become entwined with you? What audacity allowed you to seize this chance? You, who were marked as mine from the very first glance. How dare you so effortlessly claim her affections? With each passing moment, the pressure in his hand intensified, leaving Snape feeling like a powerless muggle, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Just as the golden divine script upon his forehead began to glow, the Emperor of Luck appeared behind Yu Mingzi, wielding a military shovel. Chapter 400. Yu Mingzi, classmate. In the Emperor's hands, the shovel transformed into a pickaxe, aimed forcefully at Yu Mingzi's handsome head. Xiao Wuyo, are you truly prepared to strike at me, for such a man? Evading the attack, Yu Mingzi gazed at the Emperor with disbelief in his eyes. It seemed to him that he had always been an unexpected twist in the Emperor's story. Indeed, this was true, for he was perceived as a mere anomaly, one that elicited disdain whenever mentioned. Huh, what a rare question. Since when do I need a reason to strike you? Furthermore, how is it that the man I have cherished for so many years becomes merely that kind of man in your words? Pray, enlighten me on what kind of man he truly is. While speaking, the Emperor did not cease his assault on Yu Mingzi. However, given Snape's precarious situation, each attack was executed with caution, fearful of causing collateral damage. Snape observed this exchange, unwilling to become a burden, and summoned his wand with all his might at the moment Yu Mingzi's composure faltered. In a flash of silver light, he teleported to the Emperor's side. Rubbing his sore neck, Snape glared at Yu Mingzi, his eyes filled with lethal intent. This man not only sought his life, but also aimed to usurp his beloved. Long ago, during the time of the Emperor's memories, he had sensed this man's ulterior motives, yet he had not anticipated such swift action. Severus, are you all right? Did he lay a hand on you? The Emperor's divine sense swept over him, and upon discovering only a slight bruise on his neck, she finally relaxed. Yet, an inexhaustible fury surged within her. The shovel was raised once more, this time devoid of any caution. Snape, too, was unrelenting, his wand transformed into a second form. The gleaming silver tip aimed directly at Yu Mingzi's throat. How foolishly arrogant. A mere mortal dares to contend with a deity. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity of our realms. Once you are dead, Xiao Wuyo will belong solely to me. Consumed by jealousy, Yu Mingzi found himself fending off the Emperor's restrained attacks while simultaneously thrusting his sword at the now liberated Snape. However, to his astonishment, the once insignificant insect had proven to be formidable upon breaking free. Especially when he witnessed the wand morphing into a lance, he was momentarily taken aback. After all, in his memories, the natives of this magical realm wielded nothing more than simple sticks. Yet, the weapon in this man's hands was a fierce and deadly spear. This was not right. However, the current predicament was hardly the time for contemplation. The coordinated assaults from the Emperor and Snape were seamless, indicating they had likely trained together frequently. A raging jealousy began to swell within Yu Mingzi once more. The light-hearted mood of toying with them had been entirely discarded, replaced only by an overwhelming desire to kill Snape. The reckless consequences of his actions threatened to unravel the world once again. Snape, caught in the crossfire, exerted all his strength to stabilize his faltering body, quietly reassuring the Emperor, "Do not worry about me. I'm fine. If anything occurs, prioritize your safety above all else. Do not concern yourself with anything else, understand?" The implication was clear. He urged her not to hesitate. Yet how could she? Here stood her esteemed mentor, her beloved family, and a group of children she had watched grow. These were her irreplaceable vulnerabilities. At that moment, the Emperor had to concede a harsh truth. With vulnerabilities, she could no longer charge forth as she once had. Yet simultaneously, a new emotion named protection had awakened within her. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you think I am? I am the illustrious master of the Temple of God-slaying. You are but a mere fish in a vast sea, hardly worth my concern. Severus, your only task now is to safeguard yourself. Everything else is for me to handle. Trust me, I have never shied away from a fight. With a forceful push, she sent Snape plummeting from the air, a strand of divine power safely guiding him to Dumbledore's side. The only response he received was the Emperor's nonchalant wave. immediately followed by her charging toward the world-destroying Yu Mingze with her shovel. Xiao Wuyo, do you truly intend to oppose me for him? Otherwise, the man I have cherished and pampered for so many years, how dare you lay a hand on him? Yu Mingze, you had best not push me. If you force me into a corner, neither of us shall survive. Should anything happen to him, I will take you down with me. You know I am more than capable of such a feat. It is but a matter of retrieving a few souls from your underworld. Must you pursue me so relentlessly? Yu Mingze felt a pang of frustration. Had his intentions been so glaringly obvious, yet she assumed he was merely vexed over a few inconsequential souls. Sometimes, he wished to pry open her mind to discern what thoughts resided within. Did his affections not shine through clearly enough? Why did she consistently misinterpret his gestures of goodwill? However, given the current circumstances, being misunderstood was not entirely a disadvantage. At least, before any casualties occurred, there was still room for reconciliation. With this thought, Yu Mingze begrudgingly accepted this rationale, while other plans would have to be devised gradually. A few souls? Xiao Wuyo, do you truly believe it is merely a handful? He instinctively touched the storage pouch at his waist. The Emperor retorted defiantly, what else could it be? Do not attempt to shift the blame for your soul's misplacement onto me. As for the souls I retrieved, I can easily purchase them. However, for the damages your reckless actions have inflicted upon the magical realm, you shall compensate. After settling the reparations, return to your underworld. As the Lord of the Underworld, I implore you to maintain some sense of boundaries. After all, no one wishes to awaken to the visage of the Grim Reaper. But you may not be aware, I too am a student of your caliber. During that busy period of my life, I merely opted for a leave of absence from school. Now that my affairs are settled, dear Zhu, I have returned to join you as a classmate. Surprised, perhaps? The news struck the luckiest of us like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 401. Division Misunderstanding? Disdain. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore gazed at the admissions book, where the name Yu Mingze was inscribed, enveloped in profound silence. He was utterly certain that this name had not graced the pages 2 years prior, nor had there been any mention of Yu Mingze among the students who initially enrolled. Yet, the name now resided there, unequivocally recorded. If this could be rationalized as a mere coincidence, then the leave of absence application, which he had personally reviewed, seemed far too contrived. Dumbledore was adamant that he had never signed such a document, but with reality laid bare before him, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Alas, the individual in question possessed such formidable power that until his daughter was located and the world spared from potential ruin, the only course of action left to them was to observe the unfolding events with bated breath. Could it truly be? This little rascal? Could it be you who orchestrated this? One could not help but acknowledge the truth in the matter. However, the person involved clearly had no intention of admitting it. Casually brushing off the dust from his attire, he arrogantly retorted, is this truly of any significance? In any case, from this day forth, I'm a student of this institution. To the figure standing over there, the headmaster, I expect you to promptly assign me to Zhaoyu's class. I shall attend lessons alongside her from now on. Perceiving that her father was being treated like a servant, the luckiest among us wasted no time in hurling a durian shell at Yu Mingze's head. Do not inquire why it was not a whole durian. The truth is, that item is rather costly, and I am reluctant to part with it. The shell could be sold to the chubby little one at Ji Xiaoma's household for quite a few delightful treasures. Naturally, the remnants of the durian shell were to be retained as a weapon. See, it has already come into play. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tao Tai and Fan Tong did not remain idle either. Their speed in launching projectiles surpassed that of the luckiest among us. As for the little rabbit, it dutifully supplied ammunition to the trio. Just as Yu Mingze deflected the onslaught of durian shells, he was met with a veritable rain of them. When had he ever endured such indignities? He immediately contemplated drawing his sword. However, just as his divine power began to manifest, he noticed the luckiest among us producing a peculiar teleportation talisman. Yu Mingze, you would do well to temper your temper. Otherwise, should I banish you from this realm, I would be inclined to engage you in a proper duel. A faint golden light flickered, and the shells hurled by Tao Tai and Fan Tong were effortlessly warded off before him. To protect his own clandestine secrets, the proud lord of the underworld decided to momentarily spare those two from his wrath. Boo, it has been years, yet you remain as delightful as ever. Fear not, I merely wish to relish the simple experience of attending school among mortals. There is no intent to bring about the world's demise. You need not worry about that. TCH, who was it that nearly obliterated the entire realm just moments ago? With each failure to maintain decorum, Yu Mingze's expression grew increasingly grim. Ironically, The luckiest among us nodded in agreement. Dumbledore, observing the brewing conflict, felt compelled to intervene and diffuse the atmosphere. This, student, since you have decided to enroll, let us proceed with the customary division into houses. Regarding your amicable interactions with the Emperor, let us address that once all is settled, shall we? If possible, I would appreciate it if you could exercise some restraint with your powers. Our world, it seems, is not particularly resilient. What do you think? Yu Mingzi instinctively raised his chin, only to catch the warning glare from the luckiest among us. Sighing, he conceded, since Xiaoyu favored this headmaster, he would begrudgingly comply. With this thought, he nodded in a reserved manner, agreeing to abide by the headmaster's arrangements. When the sorting hat was brought forth, Yu Mingzi's brow furrowed deeply. Every fiber of his being resisted the notion of this filthy object being placed upon his head. Must he truly wear this unsightly thing? Could he not simply be sorted directly into Xiaoyu's house? Alas, this was a long-standing tradition at Hogwarts. Any student wishing to enroll must undergo the sorting process. To Yu Mingzi, the smile on Dumbledore's face appeared to be one of malicious glee. TCH, such pretentiousness. What? Everyone else wears it, yet you cannot? When you deem it unclean, perhaps they find you bothersome as well. So, will you wear it or not? If not, you may as well return to your realm. And do not forget to leave the repair cost behind. Infuriated, yet, for the sake of his affection, he could not voice his displeasure. In that moment, Yu Mingzi felt akin to the tortured male protagonist in a tragic tale. Sooner or later, Xiaoyu would lament her actions today, and at that time, he would ensure she pursued him to the ends of the earth. Though the luckiest among us was oblivious to his thoughts, merely observing the way his expression shifted, one could surmise it was anything but wholesome. Very well, I shall wear it. The sudden outburst startled the luckiest among us, nearly causing her to swing the shovel in her hand. What the devil? You can wear it. Why shout? You nearly gave me a fright. Your Highness, it seems you have exceeded your quota of foul language today. Snape's comment instantly transformed the irate luckiest into a picture of elegance and grace. Ah, well, Severus. You know I typically refrain from such language. It was simply his provocation. She chuckled. You understand, do you not? Refrain from foul language? Snape nearly wished to present her with those secretly recorded videos as evidence. Indeed, I understand. Gently tousling the luckiest hair, the tenderness in Snape's eyes was scarcely concealed. Very well, Headmaster, I believe we may commence our ceremony. With a wave of his hand, Yu Mingzi purified the sorting hat, transforming the once dingy accessory into something presentable. Before it could voice its objections, he placed it upon his head. However, the sorting process was far from smooth. The sorting hat barely skimmed his memories before attempting to assign him to Slytherin. Yet, under the enchanting influence of the luckiest among us, Yu Mingzi insisted on being placed in Gryffindor. Ultimately, under duress and persuasion, the sorting hat conceded to his request and allocated him to Gryffindor. Oh, it appears Professor McGonagall's house has gained an exceptionally talented student. Watching the commotion unfold, Professor McGonagall did not feel a sense of pride. Rather, she foresaw the multiplied troubles she would soon have to address. Chapter 402. The Lord of the Underworld with a Missing String. Despite her inner grievances, Professor McGonagall graciously accepted Yu Mingzi, who seemed destined to be a source of trouble. Observing this spectacle, the professors from the other two houses breathed a collective sigh of relief. While Professor Flitwick admired Yu Mingzi's prowess, his proclivity for world destruction was undeniably worrisome. Coupled with the intense hostility he displayed towards Severus, one could easily surmise he would soon become a target for the Emperor and his companions. Sighing at the thought, Professor Flitwick glanced at Professor McGonagall, his eyes filled with sympathy that threatened to overflow. Professor Sprout said nothing, merely tightening her grip on her hand. This silent yet profound gesture pierced Professor McGonagall's heart even more. Oh, Pomona, for Merlin's sake, please refrain from looking at me with such eyes, if you would. If it is within your power, I would prefer you to keep a closer watch on those children. You know how disastrous it can be when they start causing mischief. Reflecting on the antics of that group, with their conjured charms, potions, and advanced elixirs, the other professors present furrowed their brows in unison. Severus, to prevent a recurrence of today's incident in the potions classroom, I implore you to rein in those overly energetic little ones, if you please. Professor McGonagall's words were as pointed as a direct confrontation. She might as well have stated outright not to trouble the new students. Very well. I shall do my utmost to keep them in check, but only if no one provokes them, Severus replied, his tone laced with resignation. It seemed that despite her lengthy admonitions, Professor McGonagall had ultimately said little of consequence. What could she possibly say? Should she demand that the group sacrifice their interests to appease others? Absolutely not. Let us take it one step at a time, she thought at worst. I shall contend with this lord of the underworld. After all, at my age, it is the time for bold ventures. Who among us lacks a bit of youthful fervor? Strangely enough, the thought of facing a deity head-on stirred a flicker of excitement within her. Dumbledore observed his Gryffindor headmaster, whose expression had transformed from anguish to exhilaration in mere minutes. Although he could not fathom her thoughts, his intuition suggested it was something monumental. Minerva, you Albus, it is getting late. I believe we should return. Miss Mingza, please accompany me. I shall first lead you to the common room to familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Additionally, I will arrange for a prefect to guide you around Hogwarts. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to visit my office. Lastly, I hope you can temper your powers during your time here. I do not wish to witness another cataclysmic event like the last one, understood? As she spoke, Professor McGonagall gripped her wand tightly, ever prepared for battle. The slight squint of her eyes revealed her combative spirit beginning to awaken. Unfortunately, all of Yuming's attention was focused on the deity, leaving him oblivious to Professor McGonagall's words, which he merely acknowledged with a perfunctory nod. It wasn't until they exited the headmaster's office and prepared to part ways that he realized their paths diverged entirely. Little Weo, where are you going? Did you not say you would return to the common room? Why are you going downstairs? Is there a male and female common room? Huh? Do you even listen to what you were saying? As a Slytherin, of course, I must return to my own common room. This is the 8th floor, while my abode is in the dungeons at level -1. Surely, you did not think we were in the same house. How unfortunate for you, as I have been sorted into Slytherin. Oh, and let me warn you one last time. Do not call me Little Weo again. Next time, I will ensure you regret it. This time, Yumings was struck dumb. He had never expected that the virtuous and kind-hearted girl he saw as a beacon of justice would end up in Slytherin. Had he known, he would have never allowed the Sorting Hat to change houses. Frustration began to seep into his demeanor, and Professor McGonagall, who had been observing his every move, suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Yumings made an unreasonable demand. Professor, I wish to change houses. I want to go to Slytherin. His tone was bold and assertive, almost as if he were the headmaster of the school. Ah, that is rather inappropriate. At least Dumbledore never considered violating this rule. I am sorry, but I cannot grant that request. The Sorting Hat has placed you in Gryffindor for a reason, indicating you are well suited to be there. If anyone could freely change their house, what purpose would the Sorting Hat serve? How can mere mortals be compared to me? It is already a privilege for you to have me here. Is switching houses such a challenge? Before Professor McGonagall could respond, the deity interjected. How absurd. The gentle Professor McGonagall would never raise her voice, yet this insolent child dares to act so superior. If you wish to stay, then stay. If you do not, then leave. No one here is inclined to tolerate your entitled temperament. Professor McGonagall, do not pay him any heed. You have already given him too much face. Come, follow me to Severus's office, lest you remain here and endure the unpleasantness of certain individuals who lack respect for their teachers. The deific eye roll from the lady was like a hammer, nearly crushing Yuming's heart into a pulp. Little Weo, before he could finish, he caught sight of the deity wielding a trowel, prompting him to quickly amend his words. That little rat? With a burst of laughter, save for Snape and Professor McGonagall, the remaining trio was in stitches, their uproarious laughter threatening to lift the roof off the building. Ha ha ho, rat! Great lord of the underworld. Are you certain you are not jesting at a hellish level? Or is your purpose here to challenge our dear Flattop? One must admit, you have managed to provoke me in a manner I've never encountered before. I must commend you. I wish I had thought of such a tactic during my own skirmishes. Fantong wiped away tears of laughter and patted his companion on the shoulder. Brother, count me in. Next time we encounter those shameless fellows, we shall seek out a quarrel in this fashion. Rabbit remained silent, yet his pen was ceaselessly scribbling, convinced that if he recorded this incident in his notebook, it would surely evoke laughter from many. Chapter 403. His mind must be muddled. The deity was so furious that she nearly lost her temper. At times, she truly questioned the intelligence of the individual opposite her. Was his intellect struck down by a lightning bolt? How else could he utter such nonsensical words? To call her a little rat was nothing short of a blatant provocation. What normal person would relish being referred to as a rat? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, her face darkening to the point where it seemed she could wring water from it. For the sake of world peace, I am willing to grant you a chance to rephrase. What do you call me? Little rat, of course. Did you not enjoy that title before? Why do you now appear somewhat resistant? The laughter from the trio grew louder. Even Snape's gaze towards Yumings was tinged with disbelief. He suspected that the individual before him was not merely foolish, but had perhaps filled his mind with nothing but mush. So sticky that it could not possibly yield coherent thoughts. Did he truly come here because he admired the deity? Surely, he could not be seeking a quarrel. He held deep reservations about this. Alas, it seems I can no longer use trolls as a descriptor for foolish wizards, for this fellow appears more fitting. Am I, in fact, fond of her? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't defeat you back then, you would have long been digested by me and expelled as waste. And you dare to call me a rat? You are the rat. Your entire family is a family of rats. Severus, do not hold me back. I am determined to crush him today, no matter who intervenes. The irritable emperor, wishing to leave the magical realm with this foolish one using a teleportation symbol, appeared ready to unleash chaos. It seemed that if no one stopped her, she would self-destruct just to unleash her fury upon him. Calm down, your majesty. Let us ignore him and proceed to the office for some snacks, shall we? As for everything else, let's focus on your recovery first, shall we? No, I cannot calm down in the slightest, Severus. This fellow is undoubtedly here to provoke me. Otherwise, in such an expansive underworld, losing a few souls is hardly a matter of significance. He has no reason to come here personally. Just think, he went to great lengths to torment me before. Now that he finally has an opportunity to retaliate, can he truly resist? We are destined to fight sooner or later, so why not now? Let go of me. I shall be quick about it. Seeing that the Emperor showed no signs of compromise, Snape had no choice but to employ his trump card. In truth, I am the one in pain. I've sensed that something is amiss with my soul since earlier. Before he could finish his sentence, the Emperor's shovel was returned to its place, and before he could react, he was pulled into a spatial rift. Oh dear, could you not at least announce your departure? The joyous laughter abruptly ceased as the glutton glanced awkwardly at Yumingza. To avoid being targeted, he quickly whisked his companions away, disappearing in an instant. At that moment, only Professor McGonagall remained, utterly powerless in front of Yumingza. Of course, her powerlessness was only in comparison to him. Any native from this world would regard her as an elite. Nervously gripping her wand, Professor McGonagall endeavored to maintain her air of authority as the head of Gryffindor. Now, Mr. Mingza, please tell me your choice. Will you return to the underworld, or will you remain at Hogwarts? If you choose to stay, then I ask you to accept this set of school rules and to adhere to them earnestly. You must have noticed that despite the Emperor's formidable strength, she too diligently follows the rules. I trust you understand my meaning, correct? Yumingza did not immediately accept the handbook, but instead pondered silently for a considerable time before slowly taking it from her. Very well, Professor McGonagall. I shall study this diligently upon my return. I appreciate your guidance in advance. Upon hearing this response, Professor McGonagall secretly sighed in relief. Meanwhile, after returning to the potions classroom office with Snape, the Emperor meticulously examined him from head to toe. His body had indeed sustained some injuries, yet his soul seemed to display no apparent issues. Concerned that she might have missed something, the Emperor conducted several thorough checks, but the results remained consistent. Severus, are you certain it is your soul that feels unwell? How is it that after so many examinations, I have found nothing amiss? Please describe it to me in detail. If necessary, I can summon a professional to take a look. After seating her firmly, Snape placed a small cake in front of her before explaining, I'm fine. If I had not said such a thing earlier, would you have returned? Huh, so, you relied me just now? Severus Snape, is this truly a matter for jest? Do you have any idea how anxious I was? Angrily turning away, the Emperor resolved to unilaterally sever ties with him for the day. Half a day, 3 hours, 1 hour, or perhaps just 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I apologize, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. Please do not be angry, all right? Snape crouched down, gazing up at her with utmost sincerity. Yet this time, he did not receive the Emperor's forgiveness. As he was left staring at her turned back, he could only stand up helplessly, rubbing his bruised neck and gently clearing his throat. Ahem! Hearing the sound, the Emperor subtly shifted her body, trying to cast a sidelong glance. The clear bruising marked her hand, revealing just how much force Yumingza had exerted. The small flame that had just been extinguished suddenly reignited with a desire to flare up again, furiously pulling out a bottle of ointment. The Emperor maintained a calm demeanor as she silently pressed him back into his seat. Her hands, though seemingly forceful, delicately applied the ointment evenly across Snape's neck. This time, without the cover of his long hair, the Emperor clearly saw the gradual reddening of his ears. This discovery ignited her playful spirit. Severus, I adore you. The soft sensation on his ears caught Snape off guard. This time, it was not just his ears that turned crimson, but his cheeks began to flush as well. Your Majesty. What is it, Severus? Why has your face suddenly turned red? Are you feeling shy? That simply will not do. You must acclimate to this beforehand. Otherwise, what will you do after we are wed? Chapter 404. Substitute Literature, Little Yu. After surveying the dormitory from top to bottom, Yu Mingze disdainfully kicked the sofa by his feet. How on earth did little Yu manage to live in such an environment? It is evident that low-tier realms possess nothing of value. While muttering to himself, he summoned a ghostly servant. "My lord, how may I serve you?" The graceful ghost girl, with a pale visage, inquired respectfully. "Replace everything here with the items I typically use, and also investigate what has transpired during little Yu's time living here." "Understood." The ghost girl responded promptly and began energetically tidying up the dormitory. Likely accustomed to such tasks, she worked with incredible efficiency. In the blink of an eye, the entire room underwent a remarkable transformation. All bedding was replaced with cloud-pattern fabric, and the carpet was changed to a single large tiger skin, its size suggesting the immense stature of the tiger before its demise. The desk by the window was neatly arranged with writing instruments and tea sets. Overall, it seemed suitable for temporary residence. "My lord, the tea has been prepared for you. If there is nothing else, I shall proceed to gather information." "Very well, go ahead." After dismissing the ghost girl, Yu Mingze sipped the spiritual tea in his hand, reflecting on all that transpired with the emperor that day. Yet the more he thought, the more his brows furrowed. The childhood sweetheart narrative he desired seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. What exactly did Severus do? Regardless of his actions, little Yu will always belong to me. The word death leaped vividly to life upon the page, the murderous aura seemingly transforming into blades, sending chills down his spine. Little Yu. At the sound of his call, a girl dressed in black, with silver hair tied high, resembling the emperor exactly, suddenly appeared before him. "What do you want? You better have a reason. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to give you a few shovels." As she spoke, a shovel appeared in her hand. Yu Mingze did not respond, but merely stared at her in silence. The intensity of his gaze made little Yu feel as though he might snap at any moment. It was utterly terrifying. Surely he wouldn't want me to engage in another role play, would he? The anxious little Yo-Yo had already mentally cursed the ancestry of Yu Mingze countless times before he uttered, "I want you to steal that dog of a man named Severus away from Xiao Wuyo." "Huh? Who? Steal whom? Why on earth would I snatch a man from someone else's bowl? The wise do not fall into the throes of love. I certainly shan't be thieving another's man. Your current behavior is nothing short of moral decay. Here we have a lovely couple, and you presume to insert yourself? There are so many women in the world. Why must you fixate on someone else's spouse? Let me tell you, little Yo-Yo, have you forgotten your own identity? What I wish to do is beyond your jurisdiction." All right, she indeed had no such authority. Gently chastising her own uncontrollable mouth, Yo-Yo immediately resumed her haughty demeanor. Yes, of course you're right. It is about seducing Severus. I assent it. Fine, I'll go. Is that not acceptable? Every day is filled with such trivial matters. You don't wish to cultivate, but I certainly do. With a swift dash from the dormitory, Yo-Yo soon found herself in an unfamiliar place. No wonder I sensed something amiss. This fellow had dashed off to frolic in someone else's world. I wonder how my true form is faring. She wouldn't outright slay me, would she? Muttering to herself, Yo-Yo quickly wandered into the common lounge, where Harry was seated by the fireplace alongside Lily and Sirius, chatting with Ron and Hermione. An inadvertent glance upwards led to her locking eyes with Harry. "Sister? Oh, sister. What brings you to Gryffindor's common room? Are you here to find me?" Yo-Yo glanced around, realizing that Harry's gaze was fixed upon her. And only then did she comprehend that the sister he referred to was indeed herself. Oh, this is a bit inaccurate. To be precise, he had mistaken her for her true form. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed she could only choose to walk over and let the situation unfold naturally. At worst, she could weave a benign lie. Harboring such a hopeful thought, Yo-Yo enthusiastically returned Harry's greeting, only to discover that her impersonation had been exposed merely through casual pleasantries. Ha, you're all here. I just wanted to ask if you knew where Severus has gone." "Severus? Sister, did you have a quarrel with Severus?" Harry inquired, perplexed. No, not at all. Why do you ask?" Yo-Yo responded, bewildered. Harry's brow furrowed momentarily as he scrutinized her from head to toe. "Why have you reverted to your larger form?" Yo-Yo, somewhat dazed, clearly did not grasp the meaning of such terms. Just as she was at a loss, Ron chimed in with his own question. "Yes, your highness, your sudden appearance here can cause quite the panic, you know. Just the other day, a batch of little ones you sent to the chamber are still sniffling, with that face of yours parading about. Be cautious lest someone hurl dung at you." The notion that those who had been her companions all along were, in fact, The very professor that haunted Hogwarts filled Ron with a sense of regret for the years he had invested. Had he known, all those delightful treats and games would have been bestowed upon that detestable Draco instead of the Emperor. All right, Ron, she must have something of great importance to attend to. Don't forget that mysterious individual from the East visited Gryffindor today. I heard from the upperclassmen that she was personally invited by Professor Dumbledore as an exchange student. An exchange student? Really? Your Highness, you were present at the time. Surely you know many insider details. Quickly, tell me what this exchange student is all about. Faced with Ron's enthusiastic inquiries, Yo-Yo's sole thought was, the wind is fierce. I must take heed. If this conversation continued, her cover would surely be blown. Had they not noticed that Harry had already begun to draw his wand? Chapter 405. Mom and Dad, your dearest little cotton-padded jacket is here. In the potions office. The Emperor circled around the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, sniffing for quite some time before arriving at a startling conclusion. This creature seemed to belong to the same brood as her. Are your parents still alive? Although she was the one who had been cast off, a part of the Emperor still harbored unresolved feelings towards those parents. It was hard to describe how much emotion was involved, perhaps mostly a sense of defiance. She longed for them to witness her current accomplishments and wondered if they regretted their past decisions. Huh, my parents? Yo-Yo cautiously glanced at the Emperor, responding somewhat ambiguously. Well, they seem to be doing all right. Oh, they're still alive? I assumed they had long since exhausted their lifespans and passed away. However, if they have managed to live so long, it appears they encountered considerable fortune after abandoning me. Huh? If that's the case, perhaps I truly am a harbinger of disaster. As soon as she uttered this self-deprecating remark, the Emperor felt Severus grasp her small hand. But we all consider you a lucky star. Had we not encountered you, Dumbledore would not have reconciled with Grindelwald. Harry would not have enjoyed a blissful childhood. And he would never have had the chance to meet his parents again. Not to mention Filch, the ghosts of the castle, the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest, and myself. We all began to break free from our predetermined fates after meeting you. To us, you have always been a figure of redemption, not a disaster. Severus' words moved the Emperor to tears, and she instinctively wanted to leap into his embrace, seeking comfort. However, at that moment, Yo-Yo forcefully pulled Severus behind her, executing a maneuver that nearly dazzled the onlookers. Goodness, goodness, goodness. What did I just witness? That suddenly appeared doppelganger actually snatched the meat from the Emperor's mouth. She can't possibly be here to commit suicide, can she? So astonished was Fantong that he crushed the sunflower seeds in his hand to dust. The others were equally taken aback. Harry, caught unaware, ended up with watermelon rind lodged in his mouth. But doesn't anyone find this situation rather odd? This sudden doppelganger bears an identical scent to our Emperor. It's not something mere siblings can achieve. I suspect they are twins. Fantong was willing to bet his culinary expertise that his nose had not deceived him. The figure before him was surely the Emperor's twin sister. Harry, however, shook his head with clarity, firmly stating, No, you're all mistaken. This individual is definitely not the Emperor's twin sister. I am more inclined to believe she is an undercover agent sent by that Eastern exchange student. Don't forget, her initial appearance was right in the Gryffindor common room. This revelation struck a chord, and the others began to see the credibility in Harry's theory. It seemed they would need to remain vigilant not only regarding Yumingzia's antics, but also in monitoring the newcomer before them. Meanwhile, the Emperor, gazing at her empty palm and then at the individual greedily clutching her prize cabbage, felt her anger escalate exponentially. Remove your filthy hands from my robe, you scoundrel. Yo-Yo, glancing at the corner of her garment, hastily let go, only to audaciously cling to the body of the Emperor of Fortune, one long leg wrapped tightly around her waist, while her little head nestled against her shoulder. Almost immediately, she began to sob and berate Yumingza. Oh my goodness, I finally found you. From now on, I too shall be a cherished child. You have no idea what wretched days I've endured these past years. That despicable Yumingza is no human at all. Oh wait, he never was. Let me rephrase that. He is nothing short of a beast. Woe is me, mother. You cannot comprehend the depths of his madness. Stop. Just wait a moment. What I truly want to know is, why do you call me mother? Severus interjected. Don't listen to her nonsense. I've been a bachelor for years and have never entangled myself with any male cultivator. The kitchen staff can attest to this. Therefore, this sudden apparition cannot possibly be my daughter. She must be lying. Oh, I see. She is undoubtedly a pawn sent by that despicable Yumingza to sow discord between us. I ought to beat her senseless, and then you can interrogate her, all right? At that moment, the Emperor of Fortune had but one thought, to rid herself of this rambling lunatic. Yet despite her efforts to pry the girl off, she remained firmly attached, her long leg tightening its grip. "Mother, please don't pull away. I speak nothing but the truth. I am indeed your daughter. One glance at our appearances reveals this, does it not? You guessed correctly. I was indeed sent by that lunatic Yu Mingzi, but I have always been on your side. If it weren't for my inability to overpower him, I would have fled ages ago, rather than waiting until now." As the grip around her neck tightened, the Emperor of Fortune suspected that this creature intended to suffocate her and had evidence to prove it. Just as a sharp point pressed against her back, Yo-Yo's excitement began to wane. Before she could offer further justification, the Emperor of Fortune forcefully tossed her aside. "How are you? Are you all right?" Severus frowned, examining the Emperor's neck closely. Having recently experienced the agony of near asphyxiation, he was all too familiar with the pain. "I'm Hinny. With her feeble strength, it would be a miracle if she could harm me. Nevertheless, I must thank you for your heroic rescue. Severus, you were truly impressive just now." Yo-Yo, cradling her sore bottom, gazed at the tender scene before her, feeling no sorrow for her own plight, but rather relishing in the misfortune of that lunatic Yu Mingzi. "Huh. With such a foundation of affection, I must be mad to consider being a third party. Instead of wasting time, I could be clinging to a powerful ally. Being a daughter is far better than returning to that substitute role. Given the current situation, if I manage to win them over, wouldn't a prosperous future be in store for me? Parents, your most beloved daughter has arrived." Chapter 406. Don't call me mother, just call me sister. "So, you mean to say that you are the skin I once shed, and then that wretched Yu Mingzi refined into a soul?" The Emperor of Fortune could scarcely believe her ears. She knew Yu Mingzi was unhinged, but not to this extent. "Yes, mother. You have no idea just how twisted that lunatic is. He forces me to watch your memory stone every day and requires me to replicate every single move you make. His demands are unbearably stringent, and should I ever speak out of turn, he resorts to underhanded tactics. Woe is me, my dear mother. As a piece of your flesh, will you not take me in? Please, do not send me back to that wretched creature. I promise to be obedient. I swear I won't cause you or father any trouble. Please, please, stand still and stop squirming." The Emperor of Fortune, rarely flustered, rubbed her forehead. For the first time, she felt a sense of empathy towards Dumbledore and his spouse. Dealing with unruly children is indeed a daunting task. Having known this child for merely an hour, she could already envision the endless troubles awaiting her. "Severus, I suddenly feel that not having children might not be such a bad idea. If they all turn out like her, we will be better off without any." Severus observed the Emperor of Fortune's exasperated expression and couldn't help but smile. It seemed she was aware of her own penchant for trouble. The humor in witnessing her comeuppance was oddly gratifying. "However, what to do? I rather look forward to one day having a daughter who resembles you so closely. I believe that would be immensely entertaining, would it not?" "Huh? Are you serious?" The Emperor of Fortune was nearly driven mad by this hypothetical. Just the thought of dealing with endless troubles in the future made her head spin. Though she enjoyed a good brawl, it was on her own terms. Being provoked was another matter entirely. When hobbies and work blurred into one another, what joy remained? "Oh no, I cannot dwell on this any longer. I might as well consider taking drastic measures. No, 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 Severus. Let us not entertain the idea of having children in the future. As for this child, you shall address me as sister from now on. To the outside world, you're my twin sister. As for that scoundrel, if you do not wish to return, you may stay here. We do not lack for provisions. Of course, I must lay down some ground rules. To prevent you from being a spy, you must sign this contract. It is voluntary. If you wish to stay, sign it. If not, leave gracefully. However, from this point onward, if we meet again, we shall be adversaries. Do you understand?" Yo-Yo paused for a moment before gladly signing the contract. What a joke. Who in their right mind would want to return to that cursed place? From this day forth, her days of living behind a mask were finally over, and she longed to celebrate with a grand festivity. After resolving Yo-Yo's predicament, Harry was the first to voice his concerns. Upon learning of Yu Mingzi's intentions, he first expressed gratitude to the Emperor of Fortune and then thumped his chest, assuring her that he would strive to cultivate his skills in hopes of contributing when the time came for confrontation, though they did not expect much from the young lad. The Emperor of Fortune and her companions felt a sense of comfort. After dealing with Yo-Yo's troubles, the Emperor of Fortune and Severus proceeded to the headmaster's office. The moment Grindelwald learned of Yu Mingzi's arrival at the school, he hurried back without respite. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he sent a message for the Emperor of Fortune to come to his office. Severus, of course, was simply along for the ride. "Hey there, girl. I've got a question for you. Is that scoundrel Yu Mingzi really as unhinged as you say? If so, could you recount his antics in detail? We would certainly take heed." Faced with the rabbit's incessant queries, Yo-Yo, who was never one to keep secrets, promptly recounted the many outrageous deeds Yu Mingze had committed while in the Heavenly Realm. To their astonishment, they had no idea that the rogue had engaged in such shameless acts. From this moment forth, the gossip group welcomed a formidable new member. Meanwhile, on another front, the diligent Miss Ghost Slave had already returned from her reconnaissance mission. Yet another individual was still conspicuously absent. Yu Mingze waited patiently, but ultimately received only one piece of news. Professor O's twin sister had traveled a great distance to visit her. In Chapter 407, James's debt of 300,000 was brought to light. Yu Mingze felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding Yu Yu's successful infiltration of the enemy's ranks. After all, in his eyes, anyone could betray him, but Yu Yu, born of him, would never do so. However, he had never contemplated the notion that one connected by blood to the O royal lineage would be anything less than formidable. On the other hand, Grindelwald, who had hurried back, was surprisingly serious and did not engage in his usual affectionate banter with Dumbledore. Upon hearing Dumbledore's recounting, his first thought was how to enhance his own power to the greatest extent possible. Even if he could not assist the O royal, he at least did not wish to become a burden. Regrettably, despite their exceptional talents, it was clear that they would not be able to rival Yu Mingze in the near future. When the O royal entered, she was greeted by the sight of her father, whose handsome face was marred by an expression of great frustration. "Oh, have you two had a quarrel?" she inquired. "Albus, I must say, Gellert is a man of considerable ambition. You cannot always expect him to return and accompany you." Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly. Normally, he would have retorted playfully, perhaps even thrown in a subtle jab. However, given the current circumstances, he had no inclination for such banter and chose to ignore the topic altogether. Clearly, now is not the time for such discussions. What I'm more interested in is the purpose of that Easter Man-esque visit. Does he pose any threat to you or to the school? Grindelwald's expression was grave, his eyes brimming with concern for the O royal. Is it truly that serious? I doubt it is anything of great consequence. He likely came here merely to confront me because of the souls I collected in the underworld, feeling a sense of shame. She replied nonchalantly. The other three present exchanged exasperated glances, each wishing to pry open her head to see what thoughts lay within. Severus Snape's incredulity was particularly pronounced. He distinctly recalled the man's bitterness when he had grabbed him, filled with resentment over the O royal's abduction. Yet it seemed that his fiancée had cast a protective charm over those memories, for she appeared to have absorbed none of that information. You do realize that Yu Mingze harbors inappropriate intentions towards you, correct? Snape queried. Huh? Inappropriate intentions? Severus, have you lost your mind? How could he possibly have feelings for me? Even if he did, it would be a fight to the death. When I fell into his clutches, I was tormented beyond measure. Just look at Yu Yu. She is nearly driven to madness. Who would treat someone they liked so cruelly? You must be mistaken. He is simply here to cause trouble. Nonetheless, your concerns are understandable. That lunatic could very well commit some morally reprehensible act. I will discuss this further with the commander upon my return to see if we can upgrade our defensive array. Perhaps I can also procure a protective shell for the little one, so that when he goes mad next time, I won't have to divert some of my strength to maintain the barriers of this world while battling him. Thinking of this made the O royal feel quite frustrated. After traversing the realms of cultivation for so many years, she should not have to worry about such matters during a fight. With that thought in mind, she began to scan her spatial treasures using her spiritual sense. To her delight, she discovered several suitable artifacts, gifted to her by Tong Tian during her time in the primordial era. With these treasures, safeguarding a small world should be feasible. Absorbed in her thoughts, she failed to notice Snape and the others' inquiries until Grindelwald tapped her on the head, bringing her back to reality. Ah, Gilles, are you now striking me without needing a reason? Albus, are you going to intervene or not? Look, my forehead is swollen. Dumbledore, who had previously been indifferent, shot Grindelwald a disapproving glance upon hearing her complaint. You could have been more gentle with your blows. The child is still so young. What if you injure her? Grindelwald replied, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. Well, I will be more careful next time, he conceded, ignoring the couple's playful exchange. Snape frowned as he scrutinized the O royal's forehead. Fortunately, it was not as severe as she had described. I am fine. There is no need for concern. You know my defensive capabilities, she reassured him with a mischievous smile, dispelling his worries. In the aftermath of battle, she had become his primary focus for protection. In the ensuing time, the O royal meticulously outlined her plans to her two fathers, also mentioning matters concerning Yu Yu. Despite Grindelwald's myriad concerns, Dumbledore ultimately insisted he return to his duties. After bidding farewell to the three, the Royal suddenly remembered James, who had been consuming resources in her space. Having promised Harry to reunite their family, there was no longer a need to support him. Resolute, she took Snape along to the potions classroom, sending a message to Harry en route. 100 soul grasses at 1,000 galleons each equates to a debt of 100,000 galleons. Additionally, that fellow has consumed a fair amount of my spiritual fruits. Considering Harry's circumstances, let's charge him 10 galleons each for those. All told, I will settle for a simple 30,000. Severus, make sure to keep track of this. They must repay it. We cannot afford to let our resources slip away. You know, it's already generous enough to pull him out. He should not be merely consuming others' goods. If only he were like Regulus, helping the Xuanwu with tasks when he had the chance, I wouldn't be so strict. In any case, his freeloading is unacceptable, and I will not relent in pursuing accountability, regardless of the excuses. Do you understand? Snape nodded without hesitation, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of retrieving a sum from an old friend. As for Lily, he regrettably noted that no one could replace the Royal in his heart, not even someone he had once fancied. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Why should I side with him? We have already expended countless galleons merely raising Harry. We cannot allow his father's debts to fall upon us. If they insist on avoiding repayment, they can have Potter call me father just like Harry does. The moment this suggestion was made, the Royal's gaze towards Snape transformed entirely. In Chapter 408, titled Old Friends, Unencountered, James felt a twinge of disappointment as he was pulled from his small space. After all, his time in that mysterious realm had significantly enhanced his spiritual strength. He was convinced that if he remained there longer, he would undoubtedly become the ghost cultivator spoken of by Xuanwu. Alas, just as his promising journey began, it was abruptly curtailed. As he surveyed his surroundings, James noticed the conspicuous absence of Regulus. Strange, where could Regulus be? Did he get transported elsewhere? Moreover, why does this place evoke such a strong resemblance to Hogwarts? Because you're indeed a Hogwarts, ever lurking in the shadows. It was all to give him a fright, the mischievous emperor. Upon witnessing his genuine shock, a cunning smile immediately adorned his face. Severus Snape, too, found amusement in the other's reaction. Although his smile was subtle, anyone familiar with him could discern his current good spirits. James was initially taken aback, but then greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. Hello there. I must admit, your prank was quite successful. If the opportunity arises, we could exchange ideas on such matters. Perhaps you're unaware, but during my time at school, I also orchestrated my fair share of similar jests. With a nonchalant toss of his head, James winked playfully at the Emperor. Observing this, Snape promptly pulled him behind himself, casting a warning glance at his old friend. Ah, after all these years, you remain as insufferable as ever, even having faced death once. You have not shed your self-important attitude. James, who had been flipping his hair, was rendered speechless by Snape's overt hostility. Sir, I believe there is no animosity between us, and you seem to have no justification for harboring such intense hostility towards me. You do not recognize me? Snape inquired, somewhat surprised. Of course. Have we met before? James scrutinized Snape from head to toe, and to his astonishment, he found him vaguely familiar. The more intently he observed, the more uneasy he felt. For reasons unknown, he could not shake the impression that this man resembled his old rival. Yet how could that be? Had Snape ever been so affluent or so impeccably groomed? Moreover, the short hair he sported bore no resemblance to the greasy locks he remembered. Thus, he could only conclude that this man was certainly not the Severus he knew. Ironically, the very person he had so easily dismissed was indeed the most improbable of identities. Snape did not expose James' self-deception. Instead, he deftly conjured a Patronus, instructing it to bring Harry and Lily along. As for Sirius, he was entirely outside the scope of his invitation. Upon witnessing Snape's Patronus, James resolutely rejected the notion that he could be that insufferable oaf, for his Patronus was a stag, identical to Lily's. This little secret was something Lily had inadvertently let slip on one occasion. Regrettably, he remained unaware that a Patronus could indeed change. Chapter 409. A family reunion. Upon receiving the news, Harry quickly appeared before James, accompanied by Lily. The long-separated couple embraced fervently, creating a scene that was undeniably touching. Harry said nothing, merely observing the two with a mix of joy at their reunion and a hint of concern for the future. Since Lily's return, he had been compelled to endure conversations that clashed with his worldview, and in those moments, he felt a pang of regret. Regret for his insistence on desiring a complete family when he had already had a semblance of one even without his parents. Throughout the years, all the lessons he had received had contradicted his mother's expectations. Influenced by the Emperor and others, he harbored an innate fascination with formidable power. Yet in his mother's eyes, this yearning was tantamount to moral decay. The study of dark magic was forbidden, and mastery of potent spells was discouraged. In their view, any magic that did not align with their ideals was deemed malicious. In light of this, Harry truly wished he could dismiss their views with a smirk. "James, look, this is our child, Harry. Surprised, are you? He has grown so much," Lily called out, drawing Harry back from his thoughts. At his mother's beckoning, he instantly donned a smile and politely greeted James. "Father, it's been a long time." With a chuckle, the Emperor could not help but laugh. My apologies. I assure you, I am professionally trained to maintain composure and rarely laugh out of turn. That was truly an unexpected incident. Ahem, please continue. We merely wish to bask in the warmth of your familial affection. You wouldn't object to that, would you?" Confronted with such an absurd request for the first time, James instinctively felt compelled to dismiss him. However, having encountered the Emperor multiple times, Lily swiftly restrained her husband, exasperatedly explaining, "Enough, James. During our absence, they have been caring for Harry. You cannot be rude to them. Moreover, if it weren't for Professor Emperor, we wouldn't have returned to this world." The message was clear. Yet James, akin to someone whose mind had been gnawed upon by zombies, displayed no inclination to defuse the situation. Instead, a hint of disdain crept onto his face. It was evident that, having faced little adversity, he still operated under the belief that he was the captain of a marauding crew. Little did he realize that the once partial Dumbledore would no longer tilt the scales of justice in his favor. After his derogatory remarks, it was no surprise that the Emperor sent him flying 3 meters away. The only consolation was that the force used was entirely physical. Had even a hint of magic been employed, he would have likely met a far worse fate. Cough, cough. How dare you kill someone at Hogwarts? What a double standard of a man. The Emperor disdainfully scoffed, his gaze towards Harry laden with a myriad of emotions, most notably sympathy. Ignoring the impotent fury of his father, Harry promptly retrieved a mirror, gazing into it for a moment of self-comfort. At that instant, he realized that having a father was sufficient, and whether or not they shared blood ties was inconsequential. After all, his Severus father had never been so disheveled. In this moment, Harry had to concede that he indeed possessed a penchant for the powerful. Chapter 4:10. James's world crumbles. Lily anxiously helped James rise from the ground, meticulously checking him over several times before finally exhaling in relief. Fortunately, he appeared unscathed. Thus, it was time to seek justice for him. Glancing once more at the Emperor, who had previously exhibited the demeanor of a devoted wife and mother, her face was now marred with displeasure and a hint of hostility. "Severus, can you simply stand by and watch your student subject a defenseless soul to such unjust treatment?" James nearly faced dire consequences. As her headmaster, do you not bear any responsibility? This tactic of shifting blame momentarily caught the Emperor off guard. After all, in similar situations in the past, the first course of action was typically to contact the parents. Excuse me, Ms. Lily, are you certain you haven't mistaken a grave? I am the one who struck him. What purpose does it serve to complain to a professor? Trust me, the most prudent course of action now is to seek out my parents. Because, aside from them, no one else can hold me accountable. You've been here long enough. I'm sure you've heard plenty of stories about my exploits, so you should understand that within the confines of Hogwarts, I reign as the unacknowledged monarch. Lily, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, acknowledged the undeniable truth before her. Indeed, her worldview had been reshaped countless times over the past few days, compelling her to accept that everything about this school had undergone a radical transformation. From every conceivable angle, it had been irrevocably altered. Nowadays, any infractions committed by students within the school premises would be promptly reported to their parents. The frequent parent-teacher meetings had been meticulously arranged to address these troublesome matters. These measures were inspired by Dumbledore, who gleaned them from the plethora of films provided by Fenton, making Fenton as the catalyst for this upheaval, a target of resentment among all his classmates. Following the inaugural parent-teacher meeting, Fenton faced considerable backlash, leaving him both frustrated and somewhat wronged. Who would have imagined that a seemingly innocuous romantic school drama could reveal so many overlooked intricacies to Dumbledore? Had he known this would transpire, he would have resolutely refused to show him any domestic productions. Upon witnessing his wife's predicament, James clutched his chest in pained disbelief and placed himself protectively before Lily. Do not bully Lily. Your headmaster is right here. Why should I seek out your parents? As the headmaster, you ought to be accountable for your actions. And Lily, did you just refer to him as Severus? He is Severus. Severus Snape, that snot-nosed brat. No sooner had he spoken than a rotten egg, hurled by a mischievous student, struck him squarely on the head. In an instant, a foul stench enveloped him, and having regained her composure, Lily was nearly overwhelmed by the odor. Harry attempted several times to assist his father, but the pungent aroma proved too potent for him to muster the courage to approach. Fortunately, his proficiency with cleaning charms allowed him to dissipate the noxious scent after a few incantations. Father, as an aspiring gentleman, your recent conduct was exceedingly rude. You ought to apologize to Severus. Chapter 411. This family is completely ruined. James could scarcely believe his ears. He even questioned whether the foul egg had caused him to mishear. How could he possibly have heard his own son refer to the most detested individual in his life as Severus' dad? This was far more horrifying than awakening to find Voldemort was his wife. In disbelief, he vigorously rubbed his ears and asked uncertainly, Harry, what did you just call him? I couldn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Oh, I meant to say, you shouldn't use such derogatory terms to refer to my Severus dad. That is truly impolite. Having learned from Sirius's prior experiences, Harry was well prepared this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he deftly sidestepped James's grasp. How can you call him Dad? Do you even know who he is? In that moment, Harry felt as if he had been transported back to the day he first met Sirius. His father's reaction mirrored that of his irresponsible godfather, a testament to their close friendship. The two shared an uncanny resemblance in tone, action, and expression. To prevent his father from uttering any further impolite remarks that might result in a severe reprimand, our devoted son Harry promptly interrupted him. Yes, I'm fully aware. From your enrollment to your graduation, and even your subsequent employment, I know everything. But what does that matter? All I know is that he is the godfather I recognize. Throughout the years, he was the only one who, in my darkest moments, guided me out of that oppressive and painful place, showering me with love in the years that followed. Why shouldn't I refer to him as Dad? At that moment, James felt his entire being tremble with emotion, unable to absorb Harry's words as his mind fixated solely on Severus' dad. Oh, Merlin, what have I just heard? My son dares to call that snot-nosed brat Dad. Lily, how could he treat our son in such a manner while we were absent? I can scarcely believe the despicable methods he must have employed to earn Harry's respect. Oh, I understand now. It must be the Imperius curse. That shameless scoundrel must have used the curse on our poor son. Yes, that must be it. Lily, we must rush to Dumbledore. Only he can rescue our unfortunate son. In response, the only reply was another rotten egg, this time accompanied by an even more repugnant mixture of foul fish waste. Now, aside from Harry, the devoted son, even Lily, whose bond with James was as strong as steel, recoiled in disgust and fled to a distance. Meanwhile, James was left utterly dazed. At that moment, Snape was furrowing his brow, vigorously rubbing the right hand of the mischievous student. Such filth should be reserved for Eris and his ilk. A few rotten eggs would suffice. Ah, Severus, you're being too rough. You're going to rub my hand raw. I didn't even touch that thing when I threw it. It was all done with magic. Have you not noticed that my hand bears no trace of the foulness? Snape paused, glancing at the slightly reddened hand before sheepishly averting his gaze. Well, as long as you didn't come into contact with it. Harry, now that your family is finally reunited, I'll take my leave as the unwelcome guest. Little did he know, the very Harry who had just professed his affection for Severus' dad was now unrelentingly grasping Snape's robe, pointing at his somewhat frothy father, and lamenting. Severus' dad, are you really leaving? What will happen to my biological father? You can't possibly think I, a mere underage wizard, can face such a terrifying scene alone. You know full well how formidable my sister is. If I dare take him to Madame Pomfrey, she would undoubtedly chase me down for it. With that stench, it will take at least half a month to dissipate. In short, this mess was caused by my sister, and you must take responsibility for wrapping things up. Otherwise, I shall weep for you. Why should we clean up after you? Little Harry, are you attempting to morally blackmail us? Ha, you little ingrate. I knew you would twist your elbow outward. If not for your sake, I would have unleashed a thunderbolt in response to your father's arrogance. Don't be so greedy. It's just a foul smell. It won't kill you, so stop being so melodramatic. If you truly cared, you would have stepped in earlier. Want to cry? Then cry to your heart's content. We have no time for your antics. With a vigorous shove, Harry was sent away as the mischievous student dragged Snape along, rolling his eyes dramatically. Surprisingly, Harry, instead of persisting, turned towards Lily with a resigned expression, saying, Mother, you see, I did my best. Aside from the overwhelming odor, he poses no real danger. So, please endure for just half a month. A crow suddenly flew over Lily's head, and sheer exasperation was etched across her face. Gazing at her husband, who was still sputtering on the ground, she had never felt so helpless. Not even when she faced Voldemort's wand alone had she felt such terror. The stench was unbearable. She simply could not cope. Just then, a large black dog lunged at the unconscious James. In a flash, the shadow morphed into human form. Sirius enveloped his disheveled friend in a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. The four onlookers could only observe in astonishment. Severus, speak the truth to me. Did those two ever engage in an affair? Judging by my years of experience in observing the gossip, I am convinced that they are not innocent. Have you not noticed that true love often refrains from such overt displays? He is practically on the verge of performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation for her. To claim their innocence is utterly implausible. The peculiar logic of our friend, the luckiest of them all, has not ensnared Snape, but has certainly aroused Lily's suspicions. Reflecting upon their previous interactions, Harry felt a slight headache, clearly aware of his mother's expression. Alas, his sister is admirable in every way, save for her incessant tendency to speak foolishly. Sigh. If this continues, it seems the family will soon be torn apart. Indeed, I find your conjecture highly plausible. During their school days, they were inseparable. Even after that fool wed, his foolish dog would frequently visit him. If such behavior can be attributed to their friendship, then the choice made by that fool after his demise becomes rather intriguing. In such circumstances, should not the immediate thought be to raise the child of a dear friend? Yet look at what he did. He exiled himself. This clearly indicates that, in his heart, the child is of no consequence. He merely wishes to follow his beloved into the afterlife. Upon hearing this explanation, Lily's gaze transformed entirely, and Harry could only think one thing. This family is irreparably broken. Chapter 412. The Consequences of Nonsense. James slowly opened his eyes amidst the weeping of Sirius. A potent stench enveloped him once more, nearly causing him to faint again. Oh, my brother, oh, if possible, could you assist me in removing this repulsive matter from my person? This is sheer torment. Oh, certainly, I can indeed help. Sirius, overly agitated, nearly fumbled his wand. However, they underestimated the rabbit's aptitude for studying such matters. Those odors are not easily vanquished. Sure enough, the next moment, James's anguished cries erupted. Nose Goblin, this was your doing, wasn't it? You are just as insufferable as ever. You wretched creature. Having endured the trials of life, Sirius, for the sake of his friend's safety, resolutely silenced him. Furthermore, while firmly holding James, he forced a strained smile towards the luckiest of them all. Apologies, James has just awakened and is not quite coherent. I will teach him the meaning of courtesy. Sirius, are you aware of what you are doing? Why should I show him any courtesy? Did you not witness how utterly disheveled I was just moments ago? That nose goblin deserves a beating. Do you know he even made Harry call him daddy? How dare he? With a swift gesture, James was rendered speechless. Ignoring his friend's hysteria, Sirius promptly hoisted him up and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from everyone's sight. The luckiest among them did not intervene this time. Rather, he thoughtfully remarked to Snape, it seems they indeed share a connection. Just look at how anxious he is, as though he fears I might inadvertently harm his precious heart. Just days prior, when he was nearly struck down by me, he did not display such cowardice. His current demeanor indicates a burdened soul, perhaps enduring humiliation for the sake of others. TSK, the world is indeed declining. His wife and children are nearby, and he remains oblivious to the presence of others. Harry, Lily, you are right. Thankfully, our Harry did not grow up alongside him, otherwise with that face. The sentence trailed off, but Harry, who had been tainted by the nonsensical feuds of the noble houses since childhood, understood instantly. His head was now filled with even more dark thoughts. Yet, before he could voice his objections to these unreliable guardians, his mother could no longer tolerate such baseless speculation and immediately countered, Impossible. You must be mistaken. James has always loved me. Severus, you know this. You cannot so casually trample upon the love shared between James and me. Sirius has merely been our good friend. Your speculations are utterly unfounded. The luckiest among them, while cracking open a sunflower seed, replied dismissively, Ah, yes, you are correct. That foolish dog has not been persistently clinging to your husband. Their bond is purely that of brotherhood. Upon hearing this, Harry watched in astonishment as his elegant mother transformed in an instant. Her wand glowed ominously in her hand, and the next moment, a large crater was blasted into the grass beside the luckiest of them all. One can only imagine the devastation such a strike would wreak upon a person. Snape's gaze sharpened, and in the next second, his wand morphed into a spear. Aimed directly at Lily. Do you wish to die? This question stunned not only Lily, but also the luckiest of them all, who was snacking on seeds, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a vigorous reaction from Snape. After all, In her memory, Severus had always been the pure-hearted warrior. He used to be the kind of person who would love everything about someone simply because they shared Lily's unique eyes. How could he now resort to violence? Severus, do you truly wish to kill me? Lily gazed at Snape in disbelief, her eyes filled with sorrow from the betrayal of someone she had trusted most. If you harbor any hostility towards her, I would not hesitate to send you back to the underworld. Lily was startled by the ferocity in Snape's gaze. Stumbling back several steps, had Harry not steadied her, she might have fallen. Everything that transpired today left Harry feeling utterly surreal. Between his loving parents, it appeared there was a third party, and the Severus, who had been secretly adored by his mother, was now aiming a weapon at her former love. He was even uttering threats to send her back to the underworld. To him, this seemed nothing short of a fantastical nightmare. If someone had told him a day prior that his Severus would threaten his mother for another woman, he would have deemed it a cruel jest. But now, all he wished was to mimic his godfather and carry his mother away. With this thought, he acted upon it, and the luckiest among them, preoccupied with other matters, did not hinder him. Instead, he playfully patted Snape on the forehead. Potato, potato, I am the sweet potato, please respond. Sweet potato, I am the potato. All right, I have not been possessed. Have you not? Then how did you just aim a gun at Lily? Severus, are you unwell? Do you need me to fetch you some potions? We can treat any ailment. Do not despair. Snape, pulling away the hand that was on his forehead, wore an expression of utter exasperation. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Your Majesty, do you truly believe I would be so fickle? In this world, no one is more important to me than you. Even if that person was once my dearest friend, if she wishes to do you harm, I would unhesitatingly stand by your side. You once said that the human heart is inherently biased. I merely did what I deemed necessary. Upon hearing this, the luckiest among them gazed at him with eyes sparkling like stars. Severus, your words will only encourage me to push my advantage. Ah, that is my privilege. The pink bubble that formed between the two nearly blinded the two concerned fathers. Grindelwald averted his gaze with evident disdain, launching into a tirade of complaints directed at Dumbledore. What manner of creatures are those Lily and James? How dare they treat our little sweetheart with such insolence? And that Severus, he was openly insulted, and yet he did nothing in his defense. It's utterly disgraceful that it fell upon our dear lady to take matters into her own hands and cast out such detestable filth. What if she inadvertently comes into contact with it? The thought alone is enough to make one shudder. Chapter 413, Biological Weapon. Dumbledore found himself in complete agreement with Grindelwald's grievances. His bias was evident. When faced with a choice between his former students and his own daughter, he unhesitatingly chose his beloved child. Indeed, they have overstepped their bounds. Royalty risked their very lives to bring them back from the underworld. With thoughts of Yu Mingzi, currently assigned to Gryffindor, Dumbledore's dissatisfaction began to multiply exponentially. It seemed that the time had come to expel them from Hogwarts. Gellert, please expedite your current affairs. I foresee that you shall be needed here for an extended period. Very well. I entrust the care of you and the others to you. Al, I shall return as swiftly as I can. Take care of yourself. And if, should it come to an irretrievable point, remember to prioritize your own well-being and that of the child, will you? Grindelwald's candid remarks momentarily rendered Dumbledore speechless. Gellert, you know I cannot allow such a fate to transpire. Enough, I understand completely. Oh, you're truly impossible. Your kindness only serves to make you more enchanting. Yet, if you wish to safeguard this world, I shall accompany you. However, if possible, we must find a way to send those children away. Though achieving this was fraught with difficulty, they were willing to endeavor. As two concerned fathers fretted over future matters, unbeknownst to them, Yu Mingzi had already devised a plan to win the heart of his beloved. The amber liquid in his slender hands glimmered enticingly, refracting a mesmerizing hue. This was a potion capable of making one forget their beloved. To avert the current predicament, Mingzi had prepared it well in advance. Initially reluctant to utilize it, he lamented, "Why must you force my hand, Xiao Wuyo? I have treated you with such kindness. How could you possibly fall for another? Fear not, for I believe that once you forget that man, you shall surely rekindle your affection for me, correct?" The ghostly servant listened quietly as Yu Mingzi indulged in his soliloquy, eventually grasping his intentions. In that moment, her expression betrayed her disdain. She had heard tales of the new lord of the underworld's lack of discernment, but witnessing it firsthand revealed him to be a romantic fool, with a mindset distinctly unlike others. She had long assumed Xiao Yuyu was his beloved, only to discover she was merely a stand-in. How absurd it was to maintain a substitute while shamelessly attempting to disrupt the relationship of an actual couple. Was this not madness? The notion of rekindling feelings, as if they had ever existed, was utterly laughable. Oh, why was I summoned here? I should have refrained from my gluttony that day. Had I left just a moment sooner, this unfortunate fellow would have been someone else's burden. You. Bring Xiaoyu back. Understood. Finally freed from her current location, the ghostly servant appeared considerably lighter in spirit. She floated to the first floor, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, before she could seek out Yu, she found herself face to face with Sirius, who was hoisting the biological weapon known as James. The foul stench emanating from him nearly drove her, a formidable ghostly practitioner, into a frenzy. Do you country bumpkins not understand the concept of bathing? Is that odor not reminiscent of a corpse rotting for 3 days? Chapter 414. The conflict begins. The ghostly servant's words successfully provided an outlet for Sirius and Tom, who had just endured a torrent of frustration from the Euro Emperor, though they were unaware of this newly appeared specter's identity. It did little to deter their desire for venting. With a forceful motion, James freed himself from Sirius's shoulder and retaliated with a punch aimed at the ghostly servant. Completely unprepared for the assault, the ghostly servant relied on her years of combat instinct and effortlessly evaded the surprise attack. Her vexation only deepened, compounded by the irritation of having been forcibly conscripted for extra duties. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her right leg and delivered a powerful kick aimed at James's sensitive area, the consequences of which were all too predictable. The onlooking young wizards instinctively tightened their legs in anticipation. Goodness, this woman is ruthless. Poor Harry's hopes for a little brother or sister may be dashed. The glutton, peeking through her nose, nudged her companion Fan Tong, who was similarly pinching his nostrils. They were both drawn by the stench emanating from James, eager to uncover who the unfortunate recipient of this olfactory assault would be. It came as no surprise, after all. The very purpose for which this concoction had been developed was to bestow upon these two, let alone siblings. It seemed unlikely he would ever rise again. Oh, by the way, should he wish for a puppet body, that will incur additional costs. Moreover, Harry will only receive one free offer. The puppet is a courtesy extended due to Severus. As for the others, not only will they not be included on the free list, but they will also incur additional charges, especially this fellow here, double the price. Otherwise, it's a non-starter. Additionally, our ghostly practitioner's techniques will also be subject to fees. Rabbit, this daunting task has been entrusted to you. For the sake of our family's treasury, you must steadfastly adhere to your principles and resist any urge to show mercy. Understand? The beads of the abacus in Rabbit's hands clicked incessantly, his eyes filled with an insatiable hunger for wealth. Mercy? Such a concept held no place in his world. You two know nothing of my frugality. Had I not been unable to contend with you, you would never have had the opportunity to enter my sanctuary. I have only myself to blame for being young and naive, allowing you to deceive me. Otherwise, who would waste their time on you, impoverished fools? Having been burned once in a losing venture, he would not allow anyone to pluck a single feather from his plumage again. In response to Rabbit's impassioned declarations, the glutton merely whispered, "And what of Severus? Well, my two fathers? What those little rascals you often indulge?" Rabbit, silence. If you wish to retain your access to my domain, you would do well to temper your tongue. Fantong couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. While on another front, the battlefield was undergoing its own transformations. Watching his friend, recently resurrected, being so ruthlessly incapacitated before his eyes, it was clear how furious Sirius had become. With a flourish of his wand, he directed a barrage of spells toward the ghostly servant. Chapter 415. The War of Words. Regrettably, this skirmish did not endure for long. Professor McGonagall, alerted to the commotion, promptly arrived on the scene. The surrounding young wizards eagerly parted to create a pathway for her, animatedly recounting all the details they had gleaned about the unfolding drama. Professor McGonagall was unperturbed by the chaos. Her sole desire was to expel the trio currently wreaking havoc in the Great Hall. With a deft flick of her wand, the battle cats summoned forth, and before the three brawlers could comprehend the unfolding events, they were unceremoniously ejected from the hall. The ghostly figure, Ginyu, furrowed her brow as she observed her own form being cast out, lingering in a state of bewilderment before finally grasping her predicament. Oh, how intriguing! Is this what magic entails? It appears it is not entirely devoid of merit. I am pleased to receive your commendation. However, I am curious. Might you enlighten me as to why you chose to engage in such a brawl in hall? Professor McGonagall harbored a profound wariness towards Ginyu. The troubles instigated by Yumings had only just been resolved, and now this sudden apparition had caused yet another disturbance. What was her true intention? Or rather, whose orders was she following? In response to this inquiry, Ginyu exhibited no animosity. Instead, she calmly replied, if we are to speak candidly, I'm the actual victim here. The circumstances were as follows. I was minding my own business in that corner when I noticed that disheveled individual approaching me, carrying another equally filthy being on his back. The stench was unbearable, nearly causing me to faint, so I merely inquired why he was carrying a corpse. And then they both attacked me. Sister, under such circumstances, could I possibly refrain from retaliating? Such a straightforward explanation rendered Professor McGonagall, who had prepared an extensive rebuttal, utterly speechless. Ultimately, she managed to utter a single question. What on earth is going on between you two? Sirius and James, who were eager to join Professor McGonagall in reprimanding the mysterious ghost, interjected. It was her fault. She was impolite first. We merely sought to teach her a minor lesson. A minor lesson? You nearly demolished the school. Noticing the gathering crowd of young witches and wizards, Professor McGonagall promptly resolved to pass this proverbial hot potato directly to Dumbledore. As the headmaster, his negligence in allowing an escaped convict to roam the school was already outrageous enough. But to discover that she possessed a wand was a grave matter indeed, playing with the lives of students. At that moment, Dumbledore, engrossed in his research with Grindelwald regarding Yummings, suddenly sneezed. You two, head to the headmaster's office immediately. James wished to protest, but upon catching sight of Professor McGonagall's grim expression, he swiftly sealed his lips. For reasons unknown, he felt that if he dared utter another word, the youthful Professor McGonagall would unleash a cruciatus curse upon him. The pressure was overwhelming, prompting him to follow Sirius meekly to the headmaster's office. As for Ginyu, she had already seized the opportunity to make her escape. After all, she was on a mission, and lingering any longer might provoke her unpredictable boss. The remaining onlookers, having lost interest in the commotion, brushed the remnants of their snacks from their hands and intended to return to the potions classroom. However, just as they turned, they heard Professor McGonagall's voice calling out, Lucas. Not hearing their name, Tautai and Rabbit exchanged glances and immediately took flight without a moment's hesitation. When Ginyu found Yo, she was lazily sprawled on a luxurious chair, leisurely perusing a book. The table beside her was laden with an array of spiritual fruits, seeds, snacks, and even a large bucket of soda. Ginyu's heart sank at the sight. Oh, Yo, it seems you are living quite the indulgent life. Who? Upon recognizing Ginyu, Yo exhaled in relief. Oh my, you nearly scared me to death. Don't you know how to knock? Wait, no, it's not right. You have restrictions on your door. How did you get in? Ginyu casually tossed a jade pendant before her and unhesitatingly took a bite of a spiritual fruit. You know how depraved that dog is. This kind of trivial artifact is nothing to our subordinates. Each of them has at least a dozen of these on them. Oh, but you don't have any? Yo chuckled. Huh, that's because he uses these to deal with you. Mentioning this caused Yo's expression to sour, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. The sweetness of the candy in her mouth faded instantly. Always laughing, aren't you? Are we still not comrades in hardship? Speak, what brings you here? Ginyu carelessly discarded the fruit pit onto the ground, only to be met with Yo's disapproving glare as she pointed at the pit. If you value your life, pick that up. Otherwise, when a master returns, I fear you one tea last until nightfall before becoming dumpling filling. Ginyu froze. Is she really that ruthless? Is a master this particular about hygiene? But you, hey, why do you always compare me to her? She's she, and I am I. Besides, I'm a tidy girl. I was forced into chaos by that dog. I had no choice, you understand. Ginyu shook her head vigorously. No, I don't understand. All I know is that your room is as messy as a pigsty. The only difference is you don't defecate in there. Suddenly, laughter erupted, startling both the ghost and the girl. They turned to find two individuals standing behind them, having approached unnoticed. Tautai, clutching her belly from laughter, inquired earnestly, Is your room really that messy? Do you fall out of bed when you sleep? Do you talk in your sleep? Do you fight in your sleep? Yes. No. Their responses were different, yet equally resolute, prompting Tao Ia's laughter to crescendo. Ginyu stealthily crept next to Yo, cautiously asking, Be honest with me. Does this guy have the same quirks as that dog? How would I know? I just latched onto a big shot and am not familiar with them. Also, keep your mouth shut. Don't blurt out everything. I don't want my secrets exposed. If you cared about your reputation, you and T live so sloppily. Do you know that the messy rooms you left behind were all tidied up by me? Without overtime pay, mind you, purely out of goodwill. As Ginyu and Yo's little secrets continued to unravel, it soon evolved into a mutual unveiling of their pasts, leaving Rabbit and Tautai astonished. By the time they processed the situation, the number of people in the room had doubled from 2 to 4. Hey, why the silence? I haven't heard enough yet. What happened to that goddess Yummings afterward? The abrupt cessation of gossip left Oyo feeling anxious, nearly resorting to coercion. Upon meeting the legendary master of the extermination hall, Ginyu felt a twinge of nervousness, as her boss had painted this individual as rather temperamental. No, nothing happened. She was just thoroughly reprimanded and then tossed back to the divine realm. That's it. I expected at least a few days of punishment. At the very least. Shouldn't that dead fish have encountered some form of obstruction? What? That goddess didn't have any temper? After being bullied by that guy, she didn't even dare to make a peep? Was her divinity obtained through backdoor channels? Genu offered an awkward smile. That master is indeed wise. She genuinely attained her divine status through family connections. Her father governs numerous lesser worlds, you see? A sheltered brat. She deserves to be bullied. The envy and resentment of the fortunate one seemed almost tangible. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Snape expertly began to smooth her ruffled feathers. Do not be upset. Do you not have your own backing now? At least in this realm, you can dominate the entire magical world. Should the sky fall, you have two fathers to support you. Reflecting on her dual identity as a lady of both the light and the dark, the fortunate one felt her earlier displeasure dissipate like mist. Severus, you truly understand me better than anyone else. Once my father, Gellert, unifies the magical world, I shall insist he hosts a grand banquet to announce my status as a lady. Just thinking about that scene fills me with joy. The specter's servant nearly dropped her jaw upon witnessing this exchange. Was it merely her imagination? Or did the way the Lord of the Hall gazed at that man mirror the adoration a goddess might have for her beloved? Good heavens! Has she truly fallen so deeply in love? What becomes of her foolish boss then? No wonder he planned to drug her. He must have known he stood no chance. Opting instead for underhanded tactics. Cursing her decision to linger a little longer, she lamented that this burdensome task should not have fallen upon her. Just as the specter's servant sank deeper into self-reproach, she felt a light tap on her head. The force was gentle, yet sufficient to pull her from her spiraling thoughts. Hey, little May, are you here for a nostalgic chat, or has that dead fish sent you to fetch her? Glancing around and finding no one else present, she cautiously pointed to herself and asked, Are you speaking to me? Who else could it be? Is there anyone else here? However, I'm not called Little May. You may refer to me as Spectre Servant or simply Number 8. Do you find the name Little May unappealing? But I think you are so lovely. Why bear such an unattractive name? You're not a mere puppet from an assembly line. If Little May does not suit you, how about Little Beauty? Or shall I think of an even more melodious name for you? The fortunate one's musings were met with disdain from the crowd. The glutton nearly choked on laughter at her suggestion. Are you out of your mind? That name only suits you. A beautiful girl like you should not have such a name. If only you had chosen something like Zihan, Zetone, or Hinny, I wouldn't regard you with such contempt. Unexpectedly, before the fortunate one could respond, the specter's servant interjected. Actually, I would quite like to change my name. How about you give me Zetone instead? Would that be acceptable? Before the glutton could voice his opinion on the matter, the fortunate one readily agreed. No problem. There is no issue with that. Even if you hadn't requested it today, I would have named you something new in a few days. Let's be honest with that face of yours. You definitely do not suit that name. Listen to me, dear sister. That name Yo-Yo does not align with your essence. Never use it again. It brings misfortune. Understood. I shall heed your advice. I have long disliked that name. If not for my inability to confront that scoundrel, I would never have borne such a cursed name for so many years. From now on, anyone can call me what they wish. I shall no longer respond to it. Once she embraced her newfound identity, now Zetone, the little one stood tall, no longer burdened by thoughts of returning. The fortunate one patted her shoulder reassuringly, solemnly promising, You may rest easy here. As long as your heart remains true to me, you need not worry about that wretched fish. I shall handle him. Zetone's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, and before she could contain herself, she reverted to her original form, wrapping the fortunate one in her former skin like a dumpling. The scene was both startling and absurd. After a struggle to separate them, Snape skillfully redirected the conversation back to its original focus. Sometimes, he truly admired these individuals. Regardless of the situation, they effortlessly shifted topics, never allowing matters to reach their essence. In certain respects, this too could be considered talent. All right, everyone, I believe we can pause our discussion about names for the moment. Let us return to the matter at hand and discuss the purpose of our guest, the Spectre Lady. I suspect she is not merely here for a social call. With the conversation finally back on track, the Spectre servant seized the opportunity to articulate her purpose. I am here on the orders of the Dog Emperor, tasked with bringing Yutong back. There seems to be something he wishes her to attend to. Upon hearing the word return, Zetong immediately shivered, unwelcome memories flooding her mind. No, dear sister, given our once close relationship, I implore you, hide me. I cannot bear to return to that ghastly place. That scoundrel may spare my life, but he delights in tormenting me. Let others play their roles. I shall never go back. Zedong's reaction ignited curiosity among the onlookers. To satisfy their intrigue, she began recounting the long tale of her forced servitude after her transformation, captivating her audience with her harrowing story. Even the Spectre's servant, who served beside the Dog Emperor, learned many secrets she had been unaware of. In that moment, she felt that perhaps being a lowly Spectre servant wasn't so bad after all. At least she wasn't subjected to the daily mental torment endured by her friend. So, dear sister, you must not hand me over. I have finally escaped the depths of suffering. You would not be so cruel, would you? The fortunate one found it difficult to meet her counterpart's gaze, especially given the wince-inducing expression she wore. Enough, enough, please rise. If you do not wish to return, then do not. Why wear such a face as if your life hangs in the balance? You must understand. Seeing my own face twisted in such a manner makes me quite murderous. Upon hearing this, Zedong adopted an icy demeanor, her smooth transformation indicating she was no stranger to such changes. While she felt reassured, the Spectre's servant was not as comfortable, especially knowing that a madman awaited her return in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. That Lord of the Hall, if I cannot bring Zedong back, I fear I shall have difficulty explaining myself to the Dog Emperor. You understand his temperament. Though she left her statement unfinished, those who had dealt with the Dog Emperor understood the unspoken implications. Zedong, who had just escaped a tormenting existence, initially wished to ignore this line of conversation. But recalling the Emperor's erratic temperament, she bravely stepped forward, declaring, "All right, fine, I shall return with you. Let us see what mischief he plans to concoct this time. Sister, you must protect me. If I do not return by nightfall, you must come to rescue me. I am counting on you." Completely unprepared for a former rival's willingness to risk herself for her return, the Spectre's servant nearly succumbed to tears. "Oh dear, I never anticipated you would go so far for me. I am genuinely moved. I swear, I will never conspire against you with others again. From this day forward, you are my sister, though we share different fathers." As her head was pressed against the broad chest of the fortunate one, Zedong nearly suffocated, but her strength prevailed, allowing her to survive the moment. "You are hastily dismantling the bridge after crossing it, aren't you? I was nearly suffocated by your antics. Haha, my apologies, my apologies. It seems my excitement got the better of me. You can understand, can't you?" As the two of us began our verbal sparring, the four from EU Emperor's side had already formed a circle, strategizing their next moves. I firmly believe that insignificant character, Yu Mingze, intends to exploit Tong Tong to undermine the bond between myself and Severus. You all heard it. It was Tong Tong who admitted it herself. If I knew it. That old bachelor must be envious now that I have found love. He seeks to introduce a third party to meddle. Tao Tai, Rabbit, and Snape were all left speechless. It was as if she had inscribed her feelings for me on her face. How could she manage to remain oblivious to such an extent? Ping 2, tell me honestly, can you truly not see that he has taken a liking to you and is targeting Severus because of it? Tao Tai's blunt inquiry left the EU Emperor momentarily stunned, followed by an uproarious laughter. "Ha ha, chef, that is undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke I have heard this year. He likes me? Are you out of your mind? From any angle, that is simply impossible. The sovereign has stated that a mutual love should resemble mine and Severus's. Those who seek to carve out your heart, kidneys, and ponder over your eyes and other organs are nothing but perverts. Just because he wants to flame me alive, you say he fancies me? Is this some kind of joke? Are you insane? Look at Tong Tong. She has been so mistreated. This hardly resembles affection. Well, if her view on love is considered normal, it only serves to highlight Yu Mingze's perversion. Yet, amidst the current situation, it is indeed difficult to ascertain. Severus, however, pondered more deeply. His primary concern was what Yu Mingze might do next. He sensed that Yu Mingze's insistence on sending Tong Tong back concealed some nefarious secret. Your Highness, during the upcoming days, aside from attending classes, you absolutely must not leave my sight. I have a nagging feeling that man is plotting something monumental. Haven't I always done just that, Severus? If you're too worried, perhaps I should simply skip classes altogether. After all, I have already studied those subjects. I could just sit for the exams. I am confident I could achieve all O's. What do you think? Severus was considering this proposal earnestly, a testament to the immense pressure Yu Mingze exerted upon him. Rabbit, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "I believe the most pressing issue at hand is the security of the world barrier. If another grand battle were to occur, we cannot afford to remain so passive. Should we resolve this dilemma, Yu Mingze's tactics would be utterly inconsequential to us. Any schemes and plots would crumble beneath the weight of absolute strength." This sentiment resonated deeply with the EU Emperor, who had always traversed a path of straightforwardness. Now that she possessed a vulnerability, the objective was to transform that weakness into a sharp weapon aimed outward. Indeed, I have already formulated a plan for this. The defensive array at Xiaotian should have commenced its operation. Next time we encounter such a situation, all you need to do is toss those students into the teleportation array. I will handle the rest. I guarantee to drive him to despair. Oh, I didn't see that you had even prepared a backup plan. Commendable indeed. Now we shall see what kind of trouble he wishes to stir up. Severus, the issue concerning Ping 2 is not particularly grave, but you are currently the most endangered. You must be cautious of that fellow trying to trip you up. As Tao Tai spoke, he rummaged through his little treasury, eventually producing a tortoise shell. Just from the aura emanating from it, one could tell it was no ordinary item. Here, take this. This is the shell of the primordial Xuanwu. Its defensive capabilities are unparalleled. With this, not even Yu Mingzi, nor 10 others like him, could breach this defense. Severus instinctively wished to decline, but Rabbit thrust it into his hands. Oh, no need for formalities. We are all family. Given that look of yours, it must be a valuable item. With this, in future skirmishes, Ping 2 will no longer need to be distracted. Recalling how the EU Emperor had been grievously injured while protecting herself, Severus gripped the tortoise shell tightly and expressed his gratitude to Tao Tai with a heartfelt thank you. In response, he received a dramatic eye roll. What thanks? We are family. If you truly wish to show gratitude, perhaps you could ease off during classes. Chapter 4:18, Forgetting Emotions. With her worries alleviated, Tong Tong proceeded as planned, returning to Yu Mingzi's dormitory alongside Xiaomei. Every student they encountered along the way greeted Tong Tong warmly as Professor O, which left her, who had never engaged with others, feeling quite intrigued. Consequently, her smile towards the young wizards was notably sweeter than usual. However, her smile had an unintended effect, causing the young ones to turn pale, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Wait, are these little rascals unwell? I merely smiled. Yet they appear as though they have seen a ghost. Could it be that I frightened them? She attempted to deflect the blame, but Xiaomei was unimpressed. Immediately, she shared the information she had gathered. My goodness, is it truly that ruthless? No wonder those kids were so terrified. Say, if I were to actually take my sister's place and teach them, do you think they would believe I had been possessed? Tong Tong mused. Switching personalities every few days would certainly be amusing. Xiaomei shot her a disapproving look and retorted, Act like a person, will you? If this continues, those little ones will eventually be driven to madness by your antics. Moreover, you should be focusing on how to deal with your dog, not indulging in such frivolities. I caught a glimpse of what he was holding. It appeared to be forgetfulness. If that were to be ingested, the thought of potentially becoming the unwitting instrument of poisoning filled Tong Tong with despair. Surely, I can't be that unlucky. Xiaomei said nothing, merely casting her a look that conveyed a wish for her luck. The two anxiously returned to the Gryffindor common room, and upon encountering Yu Mingzi, Tong Tong realized Xiaomei's ominous prediction had indeed come true. It seems you were treated rather well there. Your next task is to find an opportunity to slip this into the little girl's food. As Tong Tong took the vial from him, she mentally cursed Yu Mingzi's ancestors, yet maintained a defiant expression. Habitually, she retorted, Oh, are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? The response was a warning glare from him. Remember your place. Little Wuyo has returned. You no longer need to mimic her every move. This may be harsh for you to accept, but you must understand that some individuals are beyond your reach. Considering your years of companionship, once I marry little Wuyo, I shall permit you to remain by my side as a servant. The tone of his words was laced with a condescending air of benevolence towards Tong Tong, as if this servant role was a grand title. Even the bystander Xiaomei, who was secretly enjoying the spectacle, could not help but mentally curse. What a shameless scoundrel. Tong Tong, well aware of Yu Mingzi's temperament, did not grant him any time to assert himself. Swiftly securing the vial of potion, she made a hasty exit under the pretense of completing her task. Unfortunately for Xiaomei, she was left to endure the entire pursuit plan and the convoluted mental processes of the perverted Yu Mingzi. Meanwhile, Sirius and the others, led by Professor McGonagall to the headmaster's office, found themselves face-to-face with the two most formidable figures in the wizarding world. Grindelwald had witnessed firsthand how James bullied his daughter as husband, and confronting the architect of the chaos, his expression was far from pleasant. Moreover, he was accompanied by Sirius, who was equally displeasing to him. Albus, I believe I require an explanation, Grindelwald stated. Mr. Black, why are you present at Hogwarts? Don't dare claim ignorance. I wouldn't believe a word of it. As Dumbledore cast a containment charm around the odoriferous James, he replied, Oh, Minerva, calm down. This is not as grave as it seems, is it? You can see their friendship remains as close as ever. Thus, I assure you, Sirius could not possibly be responsible for that incident. He deserves an opportunity for explanation, does he not? Professor McGonagall, though somewhat reassured, was still incensed by the ruckus those two had caused in the Great Hall. The thought of the damaged furniture, tiles, walls, and those exquisite lights ignited an uncontrollable flame of fury within her. After all, those items had been lavishly refurbished at great expense by the previous owner, and even a minor mishap would be a source of deep sorrow. The more she pondered, the more her gaze toward Dumbledore brimmed with resentment. Ultimately, the cost of repairs would undoubtedly fall upon the two of them. Furthermore, regarding Mr. Black's identity, I hope you can resolve this swiftly. I would prefer not to see tomorrow's Daily Prophet headline reading. Azkaban prisoner appears at Hogwarts, engages in friendly meeting with Headmaster Dumbledore. A burst of laughter escaped Fantong upon envisioning the scene, described by Professor McGonagall. Forgive me, I just recalled something amusing. Please, continue, he urged. Amusing? James interjected abruptly, causing the jovial atmosphere in the room to evaporate instantly. Grindelwald, already irritated with him, retorted, What? Are you not amusing enough? Should I assist you in that regard? Given your history with Albus, I would ensure you become even more entertaining. Having never encountered the youthful Grindelwald before, James's temper flared. After enduring a series of provocations over the past few hours, he was teetering on the edge of an explosion. Grindelwald had merely ignited a spark, and James erupted. Yet, his meager magical prowess paled in comparison to the formidable Grindelwald, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. It was only the hurried arrival of Harry that halted his reckless descent into chaos. Father, if you wish to avoid a direct confrontation, I advise you to exercise kindness. Some words are better left unspoken. If they're essay next time, I cannot guarantee your safety. James gazed incredulously at his son, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, seemingly surprised to find himself on opposing sides. Harry, feeling drained yet curious about his impulsive father, pondered how such a disposition could be nurtured in a person. Impulsive, irritable, and heedless of consequences, James had indeed cultivated an air of superiority. After only a brief interaction, Harry's idealized view of his father had dissipated entirely. If pressed to choose a guardian between his biological father and Severus, he would choose Severus without hesitation. As for his biological father, he merely wished for him to coexist peacefully with his mother. Everything else was of little consequence. Having never lacked love, Harry was not consumed by an overwhelming desire for familial warmth as depicted in the original narrative. Consequently, his attitude towards Lily and James was marked by a certain rationality, thus avoiding any dramatic conflict in defense of his parents. Grindelwald, relieved and secretly admiring how well his daughter had raised this impudent boy, shared a mutual sentiment with Fantong, who looked at Harry with a gentle warmth, almost as if he were his own son. Spitting out the seed husk from his snack, Fantong patted Harry on the shoulder, saying, Well done, lad. If you didn't have your wits about you, we would have wasted our efforts on you. Cutting to the chase, he stated directly, Harry, your mother's body was gifted to you by your sister out of respect for Severus. However, regarding your father, well, you know he and Severus have never had a pleasant relationship, especially since he was recently rescued and has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Therefore, you understand, the price is non-negotiable and must be doubled from the original amount. Some additional services are billed separately and are not included in the initial package. Being a minor, Harry was oblivious to certain technicalities and thus paid little mind to the added costs, only reserving a puppet body for himself, while other considerations were beyond his purview. Don't worry, brother. My vault is at your disposal. I trust you completely. As for my father's scent, please do me a favor and help him out just this once. After waiting so long for a family reunion, you wouldn't want me to endure such a foul environment, would you? Oh, my strongest, handsomest, and most capable second brother. Please grant me this one favor. Despite feeling as if his body might disintegrate under the pressure, Fantong ultimately succumbed to Harry's relentless pleading. All right, but stop shaking me. If you keep this up, I'll become a top. However, I must forewarn you, once your parents acquire their bodies, they should leave Hogwarts immediately. If they do not provoke us, we shall exist in harmony. But if they insist on courting disaster, you know our family never suffers losses. Harry nodded earnestly, indicating his understanding. Without further ado, he hastily led his parents, still lost in their own worlds, out of the headmaster's office. Are you simply letting them walk away? What about the damages in the Great Hall? Grindelwald's reminder prompted Fantong to realize why Harry had rushed out so quickly. Truly, he was their child. Anyone willing to take the blame would ensure they did not suffer any losses. Consequently, the responsibility for today's incident fell squarely on Sirius, who remained present. There's still one left, right? Grindelwald, we must broaden our horizons. He is a brother with whom one shares their very life. After all, It's merely a matter of compensating with an additional galleon, which should be manageable for the lone sapling of the Black family. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Black? Upon realizing that the conversation had unexpectedly shifted to him, Sirius paused for a mere moment before promptly attributing that exorbitant fine to himself. As long as you refrain from troubling James, I shall take responsibility for the damaged items. Having obtained the answer he sought, Fantong wasted no time, bidding farewell before departing with a sense of satisfaction. There is a twin at home that needs his attention. He must return to investigate and ascertain the situation. Otherwise, those dim-witted fellows might well be sold off, blissfully counting their profits. The only one with a functioning intellect, Severus, is also likely to be dragged down by the whims of love. Alas, with him absent from home to maintain order, it seems inevitable that someone will exploit the situation. Acutely aware of the weight upon his shoulders, Fantong's footsteps echoed with a heaviness that was markedly greater than usual. After receiving a promise regarding the repair of the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall departed with grace. Left alone, Sirius was summoned for a direct conversation with Dumbledore. Sirius, I trust you have not forgotten the precarious state in which you currently find yourself. I do not wish to witness another spectacle such as today's. You must understand that had it not been for certain unforeseen circumstances, the area surrounding Hogwarts would likely be patrolled by a swarm of Dementors. Rather than lingering between Harry and Lily, I would prefer you to seek that which could exonerate you. What say you? You speak true, sir. My foremost priority now is to uncover that treacherous rat. I must personally avenge myself. Observing the telltale signs of his magic flaring, Dumbledore cast a spell. Oh, child, before you proceed, I would prefer you to learn how to control your emotions. Yes, sir. I shall be more mindful next time. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Once the last guest had departed, Grindelwald seized the opportunity to indulge in a moment of affection with his beloved wife. However, the unexpected emergence of Ewings had left Dumbledore feeling rather anxious. Thus, when faced with his partner's invitation, he chose to ignore it, fervently pulling out a meticulously detailed plan filled with forthcoming strategies, all aimed at hastening the enhancement of his own powers to avoid being a burden to the children. Chapter 420, Sweet Nothings. Upon returning to the potions office, Fantong opened the door to find several troublesome individuals gathered around a table with the twin, all lost in a reverie. Driven by curiosity, he unconsciously approached them, skillfully maneuvering past the gluttonous creature and pushing aside the rabbit. He finally discerned the object on the table, a transparent vial containing an amber liquid that shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Is it merely a somewhat attractive bottle that has captivated your attention so? Could it possibly contain an exceedingly rare elixir? Yet even if it were, surely it does not warrant such a spectacle. One might think you all have been enchanted by a love potion. Without hesitation, Fantong seized the vial and uncorked it, instantly filling the room with an enchanting aroma. This startled the two individuals caught in a romantic entanglement. Oi, you reckless fool! Seal it up quickly. Fantong, initially ready to retort, tightened the cap upon seeing their furious expressions. Yet, he could not help but mutter, why the urgency? It's not as though I've consumed the entire contents. Why the hostility? Severus, I understand your desire to present gifts, but must it always be potions? Even if you insist on potions, can't you provide each of us with our own vial? This gathering around one bottle seems rather inappropriate. I suggest you, enough. You need not offer your thoughts. Do you even comprehend what this is? You dare to meddle with it, as if it were some trivial trinket? This is a renowned potion from the divine realm, famed as the elixir of regret, the legendary remedy for heartbreak, capable of erasing past affections with but a sip. Many deities have emerged from failed romances thanks to this. Had it not been for certain individuals depleting the supply of the key ingredient, this potion would be immensely popular. Yet, I never expected that wretched fish to possess such a large quantity. Dear Flathead, he intends for you to completely forget Severus. The playful jab earned a sharp flick on the head, the sound echoing sharply in the air. Need I even mention that the very individuals who depleting that ingredient are among us? Was it not you who claimed the herb had a particularly unique fragrance, leading us to inadvertently consume the entire supply? After all these years, you still have not forgotten that we were hunted for a millennium because of it. Well, that is somewhat familiar, but such matters are trivial now. I am more interested in knowing whether you intend to drink that potion or not. Perhaps you should give it a try? Don't even think about it. I have no desire to taste it. Fantong retorted with a dismissive glance. What if it truly works? It could erase all memories of my first romance with Severus. I refused to let anything go awry. Meanwhile, Severus exhibited considerable interest in the potion. May I conduct some small experiments with this? Wait, Severus, you can't be considering tasting it, can you? I must warn you, the effects are said to be quite potent. You cannot entertain such alarming thoughts. I have only just managed to win you over. What if you were to forget me entirely? Then, you would only have eyes for Lily, and who would I turn to in my despair? At that moment, Phantom gazed disdainfully at the vial, her eyes filled with contempt. The mere thought of her lovingly nurtured Rose possibly becoming another's possession due to this potion filled her with discontent. A familiar hand ruffled her hair, followed by Severus's gentle voice. Calm down. I only wish to study its effects. I have no intention of tasting it myself. With so many other methods to explore, why would you presume I would resort to such a foolish one? Moreover, while you worry about my potential interest in others, have you considered that I am, in fact, the one who fears losing you the most? Your brilliance is overwhelming, and if given another chance, I am uncertain whether you would still choose me. After all, I consider myself rather dull and unremarkable. Before he could finish, a light tap on his forehead from the illustrious one interrupted him. Ah, the familiar force. This is your first warning, and should there be a next time, you know I could be rather heavy-handed, Severus. You are anything but dull. You are exceptional. So exceptional that you could overshadow anyone. Even if I were to forget you one day, you must believe that I would fall in love with you countless times across different moments and places. Their gazes intertwined, and a myriad of pink bubbles began to descend, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. However, this warm and ambiguous atmosphere was swiftly punctuated by a synchronized chorus of a hymn. Hey, you two, do you not consider us outsiders at all? Such a flavor of dog food surely deserves to be shared in private. The playful jibe from Phantom instantly sparked laughter among the group. After securing her recording stone, the rabbit chimed in with a mischievous grin. As for the chef, let us just say they are currently in the bliss of sweet love. Speaking of which, the illustrious one suddenly recalled the calamity that was Han Mimi. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten that harbinger of misfortune? Chef, since you persist in denying any affection for her, why not take this medicine yourself? It would provide Severus an opportunity to study its effects. Waste not. Why not? What do you think? The glutton, who had been reveling in the spectacle, instantly lost his smile upon hearing this suggestion. Chapter 421. Adding Trouble to Sirius. The arrival of the new student, Yu Mingza, with his handsome visage and cool demeanor, undeniably captured the attention of numerous young ladies. Some bold upper-classwomen even went so far as to send him love letters. This left the typically aloof and disdainful Yu Mingza both annoyed and somewhat intrigued by the illustrious one's potential reaction. Yet, to his surprise, the illustrious one had neither the time nor inclination to acknowledge him, not even sparing a glance. Watching his beloved fawn over another man instilled in him an overwhelming sense of jealousy, akin to being enveloped in a lemony embrace, igniting within him an urge to obliterate the world. Just as despair began to set in, he unexpectedly noticed the hostility displayed by James and Sirius towards Snape. Adhering to the adage that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, he promptly resolved to offer these two a chance to pledge their loyalty to him. The trio quickly found common ground and united. To showcase his prowess, Yu Mingza humbled himself by presenting the elusive Peter Pettigrew to Sirius. Following this, matters progressed smoothly, as Dumbledore swiftly dispatched the culprit to Azkaban. At long last, Sirius was exonerated, enabling him to walk freely within the Wizarding World. Upon learning this news, the illustrious one discreetly summoned Dobby to share some confidential matters. When Snape witnessed her radiant smile, he couldn't help but think of Regulus. Are you planning to have that fool from the Black family return to contend with that silly dog over the family inheritance? The illustrious one, her thoughts laid bare, responded with an expression of, "You truly understand me," and gave Snape a thumbs up. Bingo! You guessed it, Severus, how astute of you. Indeed, that foolish dog has always derided his family. If that is the case, what right does he have to inherit? He cannot simultaneously disparage his family's ideals while enjoying the resources it provides. Such hypocrisy must be nipped in the bud. From now on, let him remain a pauper. Not a single canute of the Black family fortune shall be his. I find your proposal splendid. I have never thought highly of his woeful demeanor, as if the entire world has wronged him. He has enjoyed all the benefits of his family, yet when times grew tough, he shifted all the burdens onto his younger brother. His behavior is consistently deplorable. As Snape contemplated the boy named Regulus, his tone was filled with regret. Exactly. I share your sentiments. While I, along with the chef and others, may not have been paragons of virtue, we have never engaged in the treachery of betraying our kin like that foolish dog. That is one of the few lines we refuse to cross. Snape, bemused yet somewhat amused by the illustrious one's self-awareness, found her delightful. While awaiting Dobby's return, they engaged in light conversation, sorting through potion ingredients. creating an atmosphere that was both harmonious and slightly tender, reminiscent of an elderly couple's daily interactions. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by a knock at the door. Lily, who had not been seen in some time, now sat anxiously on a nearby sofa. The illustrious one, ever the attentive one, placed a cup of red tea before her and cast a warning glance at Snape to maintain his distance. He then quietly shifted his chair closer to her. Snape was quite pleased by this possessive gesture from the illustrious one. After gently ruffling her hair, he retrieved some snacks from his drawer. Here, try these new flavored chips. I've also made some spicy strips you mentioned last time. Sample them, and if there are any adjustments needed, jot them down, and I will prepare a fresh batch after I finish chatting with Lily. Sound good? Not immediately engaging with Lily brought a pang of jealousy to the illustrious one, transforming that initial bit of lemon juice into a full cup of lemon tea. It must be delicious. You two converse. I shall remain inconspicuous. I'm not so petty. Snape glanced at the robe she tightly clutched. Indeed, Lily, observing the small interactions between the two, felt inexplicably superfluous, accompanied by a wave of discomfort. It was as if a discarded toy she once scoffed at had been picked up and meticulously cherished by another. What was once easily within her grasp now wholly belonged to someone else. For reasons unknown, a surge of betrayed anger welled within her. Severus, may we speak? I mean, just the two of us. Before Snape could respond, the illustrious one interjected, How presumptuous! What do you mean, just the two of you? Are you disregarding me? The legitimate fiancé? What could possibly be between you two that I, as his fiancé, should not know? Or has seeing Severus transformed into a confident and formidable man sparked some ulterior motives within you? Let me assure you, that is impossible. Do not even think about it. Severus is mine. No one shall take him away. The mere mention of taking a man caused Lily's eyes to well with tears. Ever since the last debacle involving James, who had just returned from the netherworld, he had been inseparable from Sirius. The two individuals often found solace in each other's company, sharing secrets unknown to her, which, unbeknownst to her, kindled a sense of doubt deep within her heart, transforming her initial skepticism. Thus, her visit today was born. What began as a mere intention to vent to an old friend unexpectedly evolved into the current scene. Very well, Your Majesty. I believe you have misconstrued Lily's intentions. Her bond with Potter has always been quite strong. Your concerns are unfounded. A person as mundane as myself could only ever be of interest to you. That merely reflects their lack of discernment. The conceited royal turned her head away, the crunching of her chips echoing in the air. Oh, you mustn't say that. These bitter melon-flavored chips possess an undeniably unique flavor. Next time, we should try the cilantro variety. That should be even more enthralling. Chapter 422. Oh dear. How could it be my parents? Due to the royal's lack of subtlety, the atmosphere in the potions classroom office grew palpably awkward. Lily had intended to unburden her heart to Snape, but as soon as she broached the subject, the chip-munching royal interjected with pointed remarks, diverting Lily's focus from her woes. When she departed the potions office, the initially sorrowful expression had vanished, replaced by one resembling a woman ready to confront an unfaithful partner. The singular thought occupying her mind was a vehement desire for the other woman to meet her demise. Her dear friend, Sirius, had been transformed into a homewrecker in her eyes through the royal's reckless musings. Coupled with James's recent aloofness and his daily merriment with Sirius, the seeds of suspicion, aided by the royal's unintentional encouragement, had taken root. Throughout the conversation, Snape, the quiet listener, scarcely managed to utter a complete sentence. As his former friend was led astray by his beloved, observing her storm out in anger, he mused that Potter and that foolish dog would likely face dire consequences. As he envisioned the ensuing drama, his curiosity stirred restlessly. Before he could fully process the moment, the communication stone chimed with a query from Rabbit. Severus, what is it? Are you out of potion ingredients? I shall be delayed in retrieving them. I must accompany Professor Sprout to inspect the newly cultivated ghost grass. Forgetting his own busy schedule, he anticipated that it would be quite late, suggesting that if he were in a hurry, he ought to have Flathead accompany him. There's a juicy gossip. Upon uttering Snape's name, Rabbit instantly fell silent, and 3 seconds later, a voice responded, Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. The ghost grass and its cultivation were promptly forgotten. The royal could scarcely believe her ears. Had she misheard? Her Severus was actually inviting someone to witness the spectacle surrounding his beloved. Severus, do you truly understand what you are doing? That is Lily, the girl you've cherished since childhood. How can you invite someone to witness her humiliation? Professor Snape, your reputation is crumbling. Are you aware? Reputation? What reputation? I am oblivious to any such notion. Miss Grindelwald, from the moment you stepped into my presence, my reputation has already been rewritten. Furthermore, refrain from referring to her as my beloved. The ties between Lily and me were severed the moment you brought her back. A man's finest dowry is unwavering devotion. I believe that is the reputation I wish to uphold. What do you think? The royal feigned shyness, playfully tapping Snape's chest, and responded theatrically, "Oh dear," in broad daylight. Why would you say such things? How embarrassing. Just then, Rabbit and the others entered the room. Wait, Severus, the juicy gossip you mentioned, could it be this? Rabbit regretted returning, realizing this was merely Snape's ruse to summon him for labor. Upon seeing the situation, the others feared being conscripted and attempted to flee. But as they lifted their feet, Snape casually remarked, "Lily just left my office," visibly enraged. She will likely seek confrontation. Their feet froze in place, and Tautau quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "This is a matter of concern, Severus. After all, Lily was once your childhood sweetheart. She is now alone, vulnerable. As her family, how can you allow her to confront those scoundrels alone? She is so delicate. What if something were to happen? What will become of Harry? That poor child?" Indeed, the chef speaks wisely. Severus, as your family, we feel it is imperative to accompany you to assess the situation. As for the royal, I believe she would not mind. After all, we all possess a soft heart. As Fan Tong spoke, he theatrically wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, leading one to believe he was genuinely concerned, while in truth, the glimmer of gossip burned brightly in his eyes. Rabbit, ever the impatient one, had already sprinted quite a distance. Seeing them dawdling, he exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? If you take any longer, the opportunity will be lost." "Oh dear, you were just here. What did you run off? Wait for us. Did you bring the recording stone?" Fan Tong was the first to dash outside, closely followed by Tautau, and then Snape and the royal. The group followed a cluster of witches and wizards gathered around, quickly locating the focal point of their concern. By the edge of the Black Lake, Lily was furiously pointing at Sirius, her face etched with despair as she shouted at James, "So, what the royal said is true. There is something between you? Lily, let me explain. Things are not as they seem. There is nothing between Sirius and me. Do not heed that woman's provocations. Can't you remember? We were the best of friends." James, desperate to clarify the situation, found it challenging to pacify a woman consumed by rage. Newly influenced by the royal, Lily was even more difficult to soothe. Her son's distance, her husband's insensitivity, and the betrayal of a once dear friend left her feeling utterly desolate. It was as though she had lost everything overnight. This stark contrast sent her emotions spiraling, and combined with the royal's manipulations, her simmering feelings erupted into a tempest. Thus, upon hearing James and Sirius discussing potions, oblivion, and amnesia, she did not hesitate to apply those terms to her own situation. This moment was akin to prodding a hornet's nest. Lily's transformation was complete. She stood before James, impervious to his explanations. "I refuse to listen. I refuse. James, you have disappointed me deeply. I never imagined that the one who once loved me so dearly would one day inflict pain for another. If you have always loved him, then why did you pursue me in the first place?" "I did not. I never did, Lily. Please listen to me." The rhythmic crunching of sunflower seeds filled the air. "This scene feels oddly familiar," Rabbit mused, rifling through memories of dramas he had seen with Fan Tong, and indeed, a few came to mind. Harry had barely had the opportunity to share his grievances with his friends when he noticed his parents pushing through the crowd. "Oh dear, Rabbit, why didn't you call me to join in on the gossip? How inconsiderate." Rabbit, along with the gluttonous Tiao and Fan Tong, had intended to invite him. But oh my, it's my parents. Chapter 4:23. Unexpected Gains. Harry watched in disbelief as his mother and father enacted a scene worthy of a dramatic soap opera right before his eyes. The absurdity of the situation was beyond comprehension. Had he not known of their steadfast affection for one another, he might have questioned the veracity of his sister's wild claims. "Sister, what exactly did you tell Mother? Why do I feel as though my recently reunited family is on the brink of disintegration?" Faced with Harry's woeful expression, the fortunate one casually responded while munching on sunflower seeds. "Huh, it's nothing much. Just a few home truths, really. Don't fret, dear. If your parents do decide to part ways, your sister will take care of you. After all, I've been raising you for so many years. A few more 1T make a difference. Besides, your father has already set aside a fortune for your future wife. What's there to worry about? As for your troublesome parents, just regard them as mascots. With me around, I dare say there will be some entertainment ahead." Harry felt a tinge of social anxiety from his sister's self-assuredness and sought refuge in the figure of his godfather, who was diligently shelling sunflower seeds nearby. "Severus." "Oh, Severus." Snape was startled by the convoluted address. "This is non-negotiable. You know your sister's tolerance for those unfriendly towards me is usually zero. If you hope to maintain a complete family, My final piece of advice is to hasten your parents and that foolish dog out of the school. Otherwise, you might frequently find yourself witnessing scenes like today. As he observed his bickering parents, Harry suddenly felt as if he had prematurely stepped into the role of a father. The quarrel persisted, with Lily digging up old grievances, drawing an even larger crowd. A few daring souls, disregarding the rules, began to mount their flying brooms. Rabbit, brimming with excitement, started jumping around, capturing the moment with a recording stone, a frenzy echoed by the mischievous Weasley twins. The three kindred spirits soon managed to sell a substantial number of recording stones. Watching this unfold, Fan Tong stroked his chin thoughtfully, conjuring an ingenious little scheme. Naturally, Tiao seized this lucrative opportunity, setting up a barbecue stall and selling skewers in no time. The sound of galleons jingling in his pocket was simply delightful. However, this revelry did not last long, not because his skewers had sold out, but rather due to the arrival of Professor McGonagall, drawn by the gathering of young wizards. Before she could utter a word, a significant portion of the students, fearing a loss of house points, hastily fled the scene, with the remaining few likely dispersing to avoid trouble. Ultimately, only a handful of familiar faces remained, including the fortunate one. Severus, what on earth is happening here? Why are there so many students gathered? Before Snape could respond, Lily brandished her wand, aiming it directly at Sirius. Well, there is no need for explanations now, thought McGonagall, realizing she likely wouldn't have time to listen. Faced with yet another reprimand from their former headmistress, the trio of Gryffindors remained compliant. Sirius, could it be that what Lily said is true? Do you truly have feelings for James? Professor McGonagall, I assure you, my relationship with James is strictly platonic. What Lily claimed is entirely unfounded. It's all that brat-ass mischief. Just as he finished speaking, a worn-out slipper was hurled at his head. Listen here. I advise you to behave. If there essay next time, it won't just be a slipper I throw. The fortunate one stood with one leg crossed, hands on her hips, her chin lifted defiantly, her eyes sparkling with provocation. The sight ignited a burning desire in Sirius to retaliate. Yet he lacked the strength to do so, ultimately choosing to ignore her. Coward, she taunted. This was the last straw for Sirius. Just as he readied himself to transform into a dog, someone seized his right hand firmly. Calm down, Sirius. This isn't the time for a confrontation. But no buts. Don't forget, our good days are about to end. James' veiled suggestion quickly quelled Sirius' anger. The two huddled together, conspiratorially whispering for a while before parting ways. However, when they finally turned their attention back, they were met with Professor McGonagall's incredulous expression. She pointed at their still intertwined hands, her eyes widening in realization. You two couldn't possibly be involved, as Lily suggested, could you? This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 424, A Package for G. Xiaoma. Startled by Professor McGonagall, the two immediately distanced themselves, with James quickly recalling his wife. However, to his surprise, Lily was nowhere in sight. After scanning the area, he finally spotted her next to Harry. Lily, let me explain. It's all right, James. I think we need some time apart to reflect on our relationship. I'll be staying with Harry for now, so please don't seek me out. With that, she took Harry's hand and walked away. James, unwilling to accept this, attempted to pursue her, but Sirius blocked his path with a firm grip on his collar. Sirius, let go. I need to explain things to Lily. Can't you see she is in tears? James, calm down. We have more pressing matters at hand. We can explain ourselves to Lily later. Trust me, as long as that girl doesn't stir up trouble, she will understand us. Ultimately, James chose to stay, placing his trust in his good friend. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, having listened intently to their conversation but grasping none of it. Her instincts told her these two troublemakers were up to no good. Just as she was about to interrogate them further, Yu Mingzi, who had been observing the commotion for a while, made his grand entrance, adorned with his unique aura. He felt compelled to intervene, sensing that allowing them to continue their questioning would likely expose his own little schemes. To protect his interests, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Professor McGonagall, I have some inquiries regarding Transfiguration that I would like to discuss with you, if you have a moment. Given Yu Mingzi's distinctive status as a student, Professor McGonagall approached him with a degree of caution. Although she was uncertain why he sought her guidance, she recognized that there must be a reason behind his request. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier conversation between James and Sirius, leading to an enlightening realization. Indeed, there exists an array of clandestine secrets between them. Otherwise, how could this exalted lord of the underworld suddenly express an interest in the art of transformation? He is, after all, an expert in this domain. Upon grasping this conundrum, Professor McGonagall promptly resolved to descend the staircase of discourse offered by the other party. As for the remaining truths, their revelation would hinge upon the demeanor of those nearby. Of course, we may proceed to my office. I trust you will not decline a cup of red tea accompanied by a platter of delicacies? Certainly. My apologies for the interruption. Yummings maintained his lofty, untouchable demeanor, provoking a twitch at the corners of the mouths of the nearby wizards. Their desire to critique simmered beneath the surface. However, in order to continue witnessing the flirtatious exchanges between James and Sirius, they stifled their urge to speak out. It was only after Professor McGonagall and her companions vanished from sight that Tautai spat disdainfully, "Ugh, how ostentatious. Does he fear that others might not recognize his uniqueness? That blinding golden aura nearly blinded my titanium alloy eyes. This is hardly a new occurrence for him. Why has it not become customary by now? In our divine realm, who is unaware of his flamboyant nature? He is merely fortunate to possess considerable strength. Had he been even slightly weaker, he would have long since met his demise. At times, I find myself genuinely admiring his audacity. If he possessed a modicum of modesty and a more introverted disposition, he could never undertake such antics. No wonder he consistently ranks second. Indeed, that position is well-deserved. Fantong, while polishing his sunglasses, chimed in with a critical remark. The rabbit nodded in enthusiastic agreement, suddenly exclaiming, "Hey, what if we were to package this ostentatious fish, Yummings, and sell him to Ji Xiaoma? With that face and his grand entrance, he must surely be worth a pretty penny. If he were to catch the eye of some wealthy lady with peculiar tastes, we would be set for life." Clearly, this suggestion marked the first stroke of brilliance to arise among them in many years. The Emperor slapped the rabbit's head, then affectionately ruffled his hair. "You speak wisely, rabbit. Let us exploit this opportunity. Once I capture him, we shall proceed as you suggest." Overcome by a fear of financial insufficiency, the Emperor was eager to package Yummings and sell him directly to Ji Xiaoma. Snape, wary of these unreliable companions, swiftly grasped the Emperor's arm. Such impulsive actions were not beyond their previous behaviors. Thus, upon hearing Fantong's desire to package someone, he was already prepared to intervene. "Do not tell me you plan to act immediately." "Of course not. Severus, do we appear foolish? There are so many students present. Should anything go awry, we would be in dire straits. We shall not allow such madness to unfold before our eyes. Rest assured, without absolute certainty, we will not make a move against him." Fantong added, "Pintail is correct, Severus. Please extend us a measure of trust." Observing the letter Fantong was composing, Snape felt an overwhelming urge to declare, "Not a word you utter instills any confidence in me." As James's words escaped his lips, they collided with the Emperor's piercing gaze. Having learned from prior reprimands, he had finally grasped the importance of decorum. "Severus, do not presume that by sowing discord between Lily and me, you will gain her affections. I assure you, a vile and despicable wretch like you is forever unworthy of love. You are fit only to lurk in the shadows, enviously coveting the happiness of others." James's words flowed freely, aided by Snape's efforts to restrain the others. Otherwise, he would have surely found himself submerged in the Black Lake. "Severus, release me. I swear I will not harm him." The Emperor clung to Snape's shoulder, and the intensity of her struggles revealed the depth of her fury. The other three fared no better, having been immobilized by Snape's binding spell. "Allow me to handle this matter, will you? Please, remain calm." "But there are no buts. Trust me, I can retaliate." "Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. Remember, aside from our wits, our greatest asset lies in our legs." Chapter 425, A Beating. After soothing the Emperor, Snape shifted his focus to his somewhat disheveled old friend. "Well, it appears that Mr. Potter, recently resurrected, remains blissfully unaware. During your absence, I not only acquired an exceptionally talented fiancé, but also achieved considerable success in my career. The wealth in my vault has multiplied several-fold. I deeply regret to inform you that the image you conjured of me living in poverty and scorn has never been my reality. Oh, and how could I forget the most crucial detail? I am no longer the lonely recluse you could toy with at will. So, should you contemplate playing your little pranks on me in the future, do consider your own capabilities. Else, should you suffer the consequences, you have only yourself to blame. After all, this time, Dumbledore will not be standing in your corner." Snape's remarks successfully instilled a sense of frustration within James. He had never imagined that someone could genuinely find favor with Snape, that disheveled, shadowy figure. "You used a love potion on that poor girl, did you not?" "Oh, I knew it. It had to be the case. You are indeed the master of such manipulations, are you not? Beyond that, I can conceive of no other reason for a girl to harbor affections for such a greasy old bat as yourself. Severus, you remain as repugnant as ever." With a resounding crack, James earned himself a resounding slap. The freed Emperor, without a moment's hesitation, raised her worn slipper and delivered a series of forceful blows to that loathsome mouth. With each strike, James's essence became increasingly translucent, until he was on the brink of dissolution before she finally ceased her assault. With a flick of her long hair, the Emperor pointed at James's face, unleashing a tirade. You truly overestimate your worth. I initially refrained from acting out of consideration for Harry, but your incessant bullying of Severus has crossed the line. Do you truly believe we are mere shadows? Those we cherish are not to be trifled with. Do not assume that because you have returned from the underworld, you are invincible. I could just as easily send you back, should the need arise. So now, tell me, do you wish to meet your end? James, battered and breathless, weakly shook his head. It was evident that he had been thoroughly subdued. For a long time to come, he would likely avoid Snape altogether. Sirius, witnessing this scene, pallidly assisted James to his feet. Though a storm of fury raged within him, he dared not betray a single emotion on the surface. The multiple beatings he had endured had taught him the wisdom of recognizing the tides of circumstance. James, we should depart. I will take you to Madame Pomfrey. At the mere mention of Madame Pomfrey, the three habitual troublemakers shuddered, recalling the warnings she had issued. The rabbit swiftly produced a low-grade, soul-stabilizing pill and shoved it into James's mouth. Chapter 426, The Death of Boggart and Snape. After dealing with the two troublesome individuals, the group of fortunate ones leisurely returned to the castle. The subsequent days grew somewhat monotonous, a tranquility that left Rabbit and the others feeling uneasy. The behavior of Yu Mingzi had become exceedingly compliant, to the point where one might mistake him for a virtuous individual. This aberrant conduct instantly raised alarms for Fantong. During that day's defense against the dark arts class, Lupin brought forth a wardrobe, and upon sight of it, those familiar with the storyline immediately perked up. Finally, something interesting was on the horizon. One couldn't help but wonder, what would be the most feared scenario for the buzzcut fellow? It hardly required speculation. I could guess with my toes that it would undoubtedly be a breakup with Severus. What else could it possibly be? Fantong's response came without hesitation, rolling his eyes at the glutton for presenting such a trivial question. Indeed, one might ponder, what could that foul fish, Yu Mingzi, fear the most? I wager it would be witnessing our beloved Cabbage's wedding. The glutton spoke this with a gleeful malice directed at Yu Mingzi. However, his gaze was met with disdain from the very person he was observing. TCH, with that attitude, he dares to pursue our cabbage? He might as well dream on. Even if our vegetable were to rot in the field, we wouldn't let that scoundrel have the advantage. He deserves to remain a lifelong bachelor with such a lack of perception. If he were to find a wife, it would indeed be a miracle. Fantong, however, held a differing opinion. It shouldn't be that dire. After all, his status certainly affords him some ease in finding a partner. Do you think every family is like ours? Our situation is quite exceptional. If he were in another's shoes, he would already be surrounded by grandchildren. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, what exactly does he see in our buzzcut? Though our little cabbage is decent looking, honestly, in that realm, is there anyone who isn't as beautiful as a celestial being? If it were merely about looks, he shouldn't be interested in our cabbage. Could he perhaps be a hidden masochist, drawn to the violent temperament of our royal? His thinking along those lines, it does seem plausible. Chef, it appears we have caught the attention of a pervert. The glutton, stroking his chin in contemplation, nodded in agreement, then swiftly tossed a small paper note, which accurately struck Yu Mingzi, who was whispering with Harry. Yu Mingzi, struck on the back of her head, instinctively felt the urge to retaliate. Fortunately, Harry reacted swiftly, grabbing the hem of her clothing. Sister, we're in class. Please don't get too worked up. Today's lesson is quite intriguing. Don't let a small matter derail you. Don't you want to see someone else's psychological scars? How fascinating. Well, that reasoning proved effective. In pursuit of a legitimate excuse to pry into others' privacy, Yu Mingzi decided to temporarily spare the glutton from a wrath, intending to settle the score after class. However, it appeared the glutton was oblivious to this understanding, as a second paper note soon followed by a third and a fourth. The successive blows to the back of her head ignited Yu Mingzi's temper, and in a flash, she turned and hurled a durian with astonishing speed. The force was such that even the glutton, left with a bleeding head, could ascertain the severity of the throw. The room fell silent as Lupin's introduction of the boggart was abruptly interrupted. Are you all right, Ares? If possible, Lupin wished to feign ignorance of the scene before him. Since becoming a professor, he could no longer empathize with his former self and his friends from student days. To be honest, encountering such exceedingly mischievous students was truly exhausting. Comparing these mischievous ones to his own little group back in the day, they seemed like masters of mischief. Poor Professor McGonagall must have had quite the headache back then. It's all right. My apologies, Professor Lupin. I disrupted your class. I merely made an inadvertent mistake. You needn't concern yourself with me. Please continue your lesson. I assure you I won't interrupt again. Swiftly removing the durian from his head, the glutton nonchalantly wiped the blood from his face. After casually popping a rejuvenation potion into his mouth, the wound on his head healed in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Lupin decided not to dwell on the matter further, primarily because he had encountered such scenes before. Today, not losing his wand was already a favor to himself as a professor. With a resigned wave of his hand, Lupin resumed the lesson. Today, we will learn how to defeat a boggart. Now, does anyone know about the habits of this creature? No sooner had the question left his lips than Hermione eagerly raised her hand. Unsurprisingly, she seized the opportunity to score points. After receiving a nod from Lupin, Hermione began her articulate explanation. A boggart is a shapeshifter that dwells in dark, confined spaces, transforming into whatever frightens those who encounter it. No one knows its true form, as no one has ever seen it in its original state. Additionally, it seems that the boggart's purpose in frightening people is solely to feed on human fear, rather than to use its ability for self-defense. Hence, it is classified as a dark magical creature. Hermione's outstanding response earned Gryffindor 2 points. Subsequently, Lupin meticulously taught the incantation to defeat the creature, leading to a practical demonstration. Sister, what do you think you would fear the most? As Harry inquired of Yumingza, he too pondered his own vulnerabilities. With my exceptional prowess, how could I possibly fear anything? This creature surely has no effect on me. But how about you? What are you afraid of? Harry shook his head, uncertain. I excel academically, my girlfriend is exceptional, and any regrets in my life have been addressed by you. I am essentially a winner in life. What could I possibly fear? This creature should pose no threat to me either. Their unwavering confidence, however, was soon to be challenged. Yumingza stood before the wardrobe, eagerly observing the boggart, waiting for it to stir, believing she had successfully passed without injury. Just as she was about to gloat, it moved. In an instant, Severus appeared, impaled by a sword, lifeless before her. In that moment, a murderous aura emanated from Yumingza, enveloping the entire classroom. The boggart evaporated into smoke. This is a lie. It's all a fabrication. Snap out of it. The glutton's large hand struck Yumingza's head. Harry winced at the sight, suspecting that Ares was exacting revenge for the earlier durian incident, and he had evidence. Chapter 427. The appearance of Lily in the potions classroom office. Under the intense pain, Yumingza quickly regained her composure. Upon recognizing the scene before her, she decisively chose to feign ignorance, deftly shifting the blame onto Lupin. Oh dear, what on earth is happening? Professor Lupin, is this boggart you found suffering from some affliction? How else could it suddenly malfunction? I must offer you a small piece of advice. Since it is a teaching tool for the students, shouldn't you inspect it beforehand? Just look at the chaos it has caused. How dangerous. It's fortunate it encountered me. What if someone else had been unfortunate enough to face it? TSK, TSK, TSK. The consequences would be dire. Of course, her intent wasn't to seek any kind of reward. But if he insisted on expressing his gratitude, she would accept a few house points, no less than 100, and no more than 1. Remus Lupin truly yearned to peel away the facade of the individual before him, to unveil the depths of her audacity. In comparison to her, he felt that his former circle of friends paled in insignificance. It was perplexing how a white wizard of such esteemed virtue as Dumbledore could have spawned such a formidable demon. She possessed not a single quality of a white wizard, not even a hint. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Lupin, with a pallid visage, gritted his teeth and awarded her a point. Of course, I shall certainly reward you. Miss Grindelwald has commendably neutralized a potential threat. Hence, Slytherin receives a point. Furthermore, to avert the recurrence of today's unforeseen incident, Miss Grindelwald, would you be so kind as to procure for me a healthy boggart before our next class? As you have observed, many of our classmates have yet to engage in practical exercises. I trust that as a benevolent peer, you would not decline this task. Rest assured, Professor Lupin, I shall present you with a healthy boggart before the next class, she replied, her response evidently surprising Lupin, who had anticipated a different outcome. He had even prepared a retort, which he ultimately found unnecessary. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. It seemed he had grown accustomed to the intellectual sparring with those young rascals. I appreciate your assistance. Now, children, since our teaching aids have been dismissed, let us proceed to the next lesson. The young wizards, though somewhat disheartened, were swiftly captivated by the enthralling content Lupin was presenting. Chef, upon your return, ensure that all our defensive artifacts are properly installed for Severus. I refuse to believe that with such an array of protective charms, he can still be harmed by anyone. The mere recollection of recent events sent waves of anxiety through her. At such moments, she invariably cast a venomous glare at Yumingza. All the troubles stemmed from him. Otherwise, why would she be in such a tumultuous state? It was undoubtedly the psychological scars from their last confrontation that haunted her. Why did this peculiar individual insist on antagonizing her? Had she known better, she would have resorted to more nefarious means to eliminate him. It would have spared her from his incessant pestering like a relentless leech. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, to the point where she twisted her pen into a grotesque shape. Ink smeared across her hands, marring her homework in the process. What happened? Did that wretched fish provoke you again? Surely, it cannot be that dire. I just saw your assignment, now stained with ink, is for transfiguration. Are you planning to rewrite it? Fan Tong's words cut deep, intensifying the venomous glare she cast at Yumingza. Rewrite? What nonsense! I can perform magic. A little ink should not be an issue. This is hardly the time for such discussions. Do you have anything over there that can counter that guy? Living in a constant state of defense against his antics is utterly suffocating. Think of a way to eliminate him. At the very least, devise a plan to lure him out of the small world. Once we are out of the magical realm, I will ensure he meets his end without a chance of escape. Do you think I haven't considered that? The problem is he never falls for it. With his cunning nature, if we had even half his wits, he would not have survived this long. The mention of this left Fan Tong feeling frustrated. They had come close to resolving the issue on several occasions, only for unforeseen complications to arise each time. Consequently, that individual had begun to believe that her challenges were merely tests of his worthiness. Heaven knows how despairing it was for the rest of them upon hearing such delusions. At one point, she even suspected that she had been cursed, for how else could she be ensnared by someone as unhinged as Yumingza? Despite the internal grievances, she had to confront the reality that with vulnerabilities now exposed, they could no longer maintain their former nonchalance. In stark contrast to the gloomy spirits of Fan Tong and his companions, Yumingza felt as though he had sipped a refreshing beverage on a sweltering summer day. The glare she had directed at him felt to him like a flirtation rather than hostility. While he outwardly maintained an air of aloofness, internally, he was in a state of euphoric turmoil. Little Wio glanced at me. She must be thinking of me, which is why she looked at me that way. Indeed, she has surely noticed my recent sincerity and is moved by it. I am certain that once she forgets that wild man, she will fall in love with me anew. Lost in his romantic fantasies, Yumingza was oblivious to reality. The moment the class bell rang, the young wizard made a swift exit from the classroom, heading determinedly towards the potions classroom. However, he was taken aback to find no sign of Snape in the office. Instead, there was Lily, an unexpected guest, leisurely sipping tea. The scene was so shocking that Yumingza briefly wondered if he had entered the wrong room. How did you get in here? Lily paused for a moment, then smiled and stood up, responding with an implication. Why? I simply walked in. You should know that without the owner's consent, others cannot enter. Yumingza was well aware of this, hence his inquiry. However, he had not anticipated her response to be so nonchalant. A surge of discomfort washed over him. A sense of territorial violation spurred him to consider ousting her from his domain. In that moment, she acted first. The tea, which was somewhat cool, splashed across Yumingza's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Without hesitation, she seized the instigator of the incident and unceremoniously hurled her out of the potions classroom. Given her usual temperament, one might have expected Lily to be reduced to mere pulp, but the bond with Harry held her back from giving in to her temper. How the mighty have fallen, to be splashed with tea by such a trivial being. If the chef and the others found out, they would surely laugh themselves silly. I have underestimated the situation. It seems I have grown too complacent recently. Otherwise, such an incident would not have transpired. Is this how you compel me to fight? Harry's little brat had better rein in his mother. If this happens again, I shall not hold back. As she vigorously wiped the water from her face, oblivious to the fact that the tea had an unfamiliar yet oddly familiar fragrance, she suddenly felt lightheaded and collapsed onto the plush carpet. When Snape returned, he found his fiancée sprawled on the floor, snoring softly. With a mix of exasperation and tenderness, he picked her up, noting that she showed no signs of waking, and stepped into the portal. Her bedroom remained a chaotic sight, littered with discarded clothing, shoes, and an array of books and snacks. The only tidy spot appeared to be beside the cauldron in the corner, likely organized to prevent any unnecessary mishaps. After begrudgingly tidying up the room, Snape tucked her in before departing. Due to Regulus's unexpected resurrection, he needed to accompany Dumbledore to 12 Grimmauld Place to address subsequent matters. He had intended to inform his fiancée in person, but given the current circumstances, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. In order to prevent her from feeling lost upon awakening, Severus Snape diligently left her a note detailing his whereabouts and the time of his return. What he did not anticipate, however, was that upon hastily returning, his fiancée would seem to have transformed entirely. After being unceremoniously ejected from the potions classroom, Lily trembled as she entered her room, only to be enveloped in an embrace by James, who urgently inquired, "How did it go, Lily? Were you successful?" With a stiff nod, Lily replied, "James, are you truly certain that the Empress has been enchanted by Severus?" James's body tensed at the question. "Of course. Do you even need to ask? Lily, you know how unlikable Severus is. Who could possibly have feelings for him? He must have used some potion to make that girl willingly fall in love with him. You saw it yourself. The Empress is betrothed to a remarkable suitor. If she were not under some form of control, how could she possibly abandon such an exceptional fiancé for that despicable Death Eater? Enough, James. Although Severus has strayed in the past, he has since reformed. You cannot continue to view him through such a biased lens. He raised Harry and educated him splendidly. You cannot take that for granted." Lily, anguished, pushed James away. The realization of her recent actions caused her complexion to pale, no matter how much she tried to escape it. She could not alter the fact that a significant portion of her motivation for that deed stemmed from her inability to accept that Severus had bestowed his affections upon another girl, a sentiment that had once been solely directed at her. Why had he shifted his affections? "Oh, Lily, you know there's a bit of friction between Severus and me. But do not worry. I will make an effort to coexist peacefully with him, all right? Seeing you like this shatters my heart. I promise that once that girl's enchantment is confirmed to be broken, we will return home, shall we?" Feeling the warmth emanating from James, Lily's anxious heart began to settle. She thought that after tonight, everything would revert to normal. Meanwhile, upon learning of Lily's successful potion, Yumingza happily consumed several jugs of wine, chattering animatedly to himself about the amusing anecdotes shared between him and the Empress. Beside him, the overworked May nearly called the authorities, incredulous at the absurdity of his tales. "All your friend's life's trials and tribulations stem from your meddling," she thought, grateful that she was not tasked with handling everything alone. "All right, for now, this will suffice. When you return, go to my quarters and bring the god-slaying sword. I wish to present it to the Empress. Remember to package it beautifully." Finally free from a madness, May dashed from Gryffindor's common room straight to the Empress's dormitory. "Hey, Ling Lang, haven't you been hanging around that dead fish? Taking a day off?" Gnawing on a chicken leg, the voracious Tiao encountered the girl who had been nicknamed May. "Taking a day off? You have the leisure to munch on chicken legs? Where's the Empress? Do you know she is in trouble?" "Trouble? What trouble could she be in? Did Severus break up with her? I must go see for myself. Such excitement is rare." Realizing Tiao was still joking, Ling Lang understood he was unaware of the gravity of what Lily had done. "You still have the nerve to joke? Do you not realize that you dog's love-stricken state has been transferred onto the Empress?" "What?" Tiao spluttered, nearly choking on his chicken leg, unable to comprehend the revelation. "But that's impossible. We locked that potion away in the safe. How could Lily have gotten to it? Who told you there was only one vial?" Ling Lang's words sent Tiao's chicken leg tumbling from his grasp, as the implications of the potion's effects crashed down upon him like a falling sky. Chapter 429. The Empress After Amnesia. When the Empress opened her eyes, her mind was shrouded in a dense fog, taking some time to regain clarity. Rubbing her aching temples, she muttered to herself, "Oh dear, drinking has led to calamity. That scoundrel Han Mimi dared to be deceitful. I knew her invitation for drinks would bring no good. Could it be she took advantage of my inebriation to strike me from behind? No wonder my head aches so. Chef, bring me a cup of tea." After waiting a significant time without response, the Empress finally opened her bleary eyes, only to be met with an unfamiliar environment that caused her to snap her mouth shut in alarm. "Am I being kidnapped?" Her keen senses began to scan the surroundings, quickly locating Tiao and the others. In her haste to comprehend her current predicament, she dashed out of her room without even putting on her shoes. As she passed numerous classmates who greeted her, she ignored them all. It was not that she was aloof. Rather, she simply could not understand them. Indeed, she could not comprehend a single word. The effects of the forgetfulness potion were so potent that they had erased all memories of Severus, along with everything pertaining to the magical world. Tiao, still fuming, immediately recognized that the Empress had no recollection of anything upon sensing her presence. This is a disaster. Things are about to get interesting. That madman better pray that the forgetfulness has no antidote. Otherwise, when she remembers everything, he will be in for a reckoning. Ling Lang expressed her anticipation for the unfolding drama. "All right, I've delivered the message. The rest is up to you. I must return to the underworld for work." Farewell. Although she wished to stay and witness the spectacle, Ling Lang had tasks entrusted to her by Yu Mingze that required immediate attention lest that madman unleash further chaos. As Ling Lang departed, the Empress arrived, her expression far from pleasant. Chef, where have you brought me? Why can't I comprehend a single word these people are saying? Is it possible to forget such a thing? Not wanting to attract unwanted attention from the gathering crowd, Tiao pulled the Empress upstairs, all the while notifying Fantong and Rabbit to head to the wish-granting room. Are you saying that this desolate place is where I brought you? Impossible. My mind isn't-addled. Why would I abandon so many high-level worlds to come to this wretched spot? I just examined the area, and there isn't a single capable individual here. I refuse to believe I came here willingly. Chef, do you dare speak the truth to me? Are you here once again, enticed by something delectable? Huh, I knew it. You truly lack the ingenuity to concoct a plausible excuse. But fear not, for I, in my magnanimity, shall not harbor any grievances against you. Let us consider this a fleeting excursion. How has your collection of ingredients fared? If you have gathered everything, we shall return, for I have a multitude of rascals at home awaiting my attention, all lined up for my intervention. I'm quite occupied, you see. Upon uttering these words, the European Emperor was startled by 3 pairs of piercing eyes, causing him to feel a flicker of anxiety. What are you all staring at me for? Is there something amiss with my appearance? He retrieved his customary small mirror, intending to scrutinize his visage. However, what he beheld was an unfamiliar countenance. What in the world? Who was this person in the mirror? You, eunuch, have you given me a bewitched mirror? Fantong picked up the innocent mirror, letting out a resigned sigh. Despite all precautions, he had not anticipated that the scoundrel, Yu Mingze, possessed a vial of forgetfulness. This was indeed a significant predicament. Who could blame me? My current concern is what shall transpire once Severus returns. You are aware of how heavily that fellow relies on the European Emperor. Merely a brief absence, and he returns to find his beloved has vanished. Anyone would be driven to despair in such a scenario. The sound of fingers drumming on the table abruptly redirected the attention of the 2 wayward souls back to the European Emperor. Am I truly so inconspicuous now? Do you all perceive me as mere air? Have you 2 enjoyed such comfort lately that you wish for me to tighten the reins? Such familiar words, such a familiar spatula, such an unyielding demeanor. I must admit, they harbor a touch of nostalgia. Nay, how could we dare disregard you? We merely needed to organize our thoughts first, lest you misunderstand our intentions. Indeed, Fantong chimed in. This matter is rather lengthy. We ought to begin from the very start and slowly elucidate it to you. Tao Dai concurred. Yet, the European Emperor possessed little patience at this moment. She yearned solely to comprehend why her appearance had altered. Why had she suddenly found herself in this diminutive world? And why was her memory so elusive? The sensation of being the only one in the dark while others were informed was truly unbearable. Then be succinct. I wish to hear only the conclusion. The details are of no consequence. If that is the case, then listen closely. It begins with you reading a book, which led you to empathize with a man. And thereafter, you brought us here. Subsequently, you sought out a paternal figure for yourself and us, and eventually, you became enamored with the man who had evoked your empathy. Ultimately, that lunatic, Yu Mingze, intervened and drugged you. After a brief slumber, you completely forgot about your fiancée. Such is the essence of the matter. Upon hearing Tao Ye's recounting, the European Emperor was left agape. She even found herself questioning whether she had unwittingly wandered into a mirage. Otherwise, how could she hear the chef proclaiming that she had a fiancé? This is impossible. I, the esteemed master of the Temple of God Slayers, could never traverse the grave of love. I intend to remain a solitary ruler for all eternity. Love is a pursuit I would never entertain. Men merely hinder my culinary prowess. Chef, this jest is far from amusing. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Tao Tai produced a memory stone, which vividly documented how the European Emperor had, while intoxicated, coerced Severus into marriage. After viewing it, the European Emperor felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. The infatuated woman depicted was, without a doubt, herself. Chapter 430, The Solitary Ruler's Self-Cultivation. I shall absolutely never engage in romance. After perusing all the images recorded by the rabbit, the European Emperor's countenance shifted repeatedly, ultimately leading her to a singular conclusion. The contents of the memory stone were fabricated. Her companions were mere figments, and this wretched little world she inhabited was also an illusion. Surely, she was trapped within a mirage. Otherwise, how could she possibly witness such absurdity? As the master of the Temple of God Slayers, with endless battles awaiting her, it was inconceivable that she would venture to such a desolate place for the sake of a man. The thought of the treasure she had relinquished caused her heart to ache. Those were all items she had pilfered from others, treasure she had yet to cherish enough. How could she bestow them upon anyone else? Damn this illusion. Just wait and see how I shall break free from it. Only moments ago, while barbecuing in the secret realm with an Xiao Chan felt a twinge of anxiety when summoned to work. He feared that Yu Mingze, that scoundrel, had concocted yet another scheme to infuriate their master. What did he behold? His master intended to topple the entire world. Such a calamity, a single misstep, and his beloved wife could vanish. Sister, please show some restraint. If you proceed with this, the entire world shall crumble. Your Severus will be utterly lost. The European emperor regarded Xiao Chan, who had blocked her path, her brow furrowed, seemingly questioning the authenticity of this individual before her. After all, in her recollections, Xiao Chan was still wandering outside. Wait, are you seriously contemplating world destruction over a mere moment of distraction? Considering the European emperor's previous reckless temperament, Tao Dai promptly stifled any reproach he had intended to voice. Forget I said anything. Still, your reaction seems somewhat excessive. Is it truly worth annihilating the world over a mere loss of memory? False. You are all false. Once I shatter this illusion, you will all vanish. Upon hearing this assertion, the individuals present felt overwhelmed. Yet, to avert the apocalypse, they had no choice but to patiently elucidate the reality to her. For the next few hours, the four engaged in a relentless effort to convince her of the truth. But the obstinate European emperor refused to believe a single word until Severus's Patronus materialized, breaking the deadlock. My lady, I have returned, bringing your favorite ice cream. Would you care for some? I await you in my office. The European emperor pointed at the disappearing honey badger, astonished as she inquired. Is this the magic of which you speak? The four nodded in unison. Severus has returned. Do you wish to meet him? The rabbit's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of witnessing a grand spectacle. This will provide ample material. I must document every bit of it. In the future, this will serve as a perfect transition. With such thoughts, he began to assess the memory stone in his possession, fearing it might not suffice. Why not go? He possesses half of my fortune. Should I not meet him in person? Since you all assert this is the real world, I find it even more imperative to take a glance. Additionally, I shall reclaim all my treasures, and then we can return home. This wretched place makes me feel suffocated with each passing second. Ah, indeed, you speak the truth. After we gather our belongings, we shall promptly return to the divine realm. Come, my esteemed master, please follow the steps of your humble servant to the potions classroom. Fan Tong gestured with exaggerated politeness before stepping into the teleportation array nestled in the corner. After resolving the matter with Regulus, Severus had made a special trip to Diagon Alley, acquiring not only an array of the European emperor's favorite snacks, but also a selection of mischievous trinkets. However, when he pushed open the grand door of the office, he was unexpectedly met with an empty space. Not even a trace of disturbance marred the note resting upon the desk. After the communication stone remained unresponsive, he let out a sigh and sent his guardian to deliver a message. Severus Snape, who had thought that the emperor had merely been sulking, had no inkling that during his brief absence, his little fiancée had completely forgotten him. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, the first thing the emperor noticed was the luminous pearl adorning the ceiling, the magical plant gracing the desk, the plush carpet underfoot, and his cherished multifunctional chair. Mine, all mine. Goodness, how much splendid treasure have I unearthed. This is downright extravagant. While the emperor lamented over his apparent extravagance, Snape was already presenting an ice cream cone to her. The amnesiac emperor finally had a close encounter with the legendary fiancée she had forgotten. Here, enjoy. Your favorite. Durian flavor. I'll keep the other flavors for you. You can ask for them when you wish. But remember, just one per day. Although she had no intention of accepting it, her body seemed to have a mind of its own, accepting the offering and indulging in the sweet treat. Surprisingly, the flavor was rather delightful. But who could explain why all the defensive artifacts from her little vault were now adorning this man before her? After he gently wiped the corner of her mouth, the emperor instinctively recoiled, raising the construction shovel in her hand as if to strike. W, what are you doing? My mouth is not for your casual touch. Are you seeking death? The plate in Snape's hand clattered to the ground in shock. Only then did he realize that the look in the emperor's eyes was completely foreign to him. What has happened to you, your majesty? My little one. To prevent this living ancestor from uttering something irretrievable, Fantong opted for a manual mute. After years of practice, he had become quite adept at this. Sure, calm down. Severus. That's your precious Severus. After all, you'd best control your temper, or when your memory returns, you'll find no place to lament your regrets. Let go of me. The emperor struggled against her constraints, while the glutton had already divulged the matter of her amnesia to Snape. Upon receiving this news, Snape's complexion turned ashen, an overwhelming wave of anxiety and fear flooding his heart, causing the mark on his forehead to surface. Just as the Emperor had freed herself from her bonds, her fist poised to strike Fan Tong, she was suddenly engulfed by those unexpected emotional disturbances, leaving her in disarray. Chapter 4:31. Amnesia, yet still experiencing heartache. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was circling around his rebellious daughter, his face devoid of concern for her memory loss, instead radiating anticipation for the unfolding drama. Among the current circumstances, none were as pleased as Grindelwald, the doting father, who had long harbored thoughts of his daughter marrying right after graduation. Now, he no longer had to worry, as the Emperor's desire to remain a lifelong singleton was perfectly aligned with his wishes. As for the abrupt end of Snape's relationship, Grindelwald expressed his inability to assist, leaving it entirely to Snape's own capabilities. Previously, it had been his daughter chasing after Snape. Now, the tables had turned. Severus, I believe the Emperor's amnesia is not as grave as it seems. Since you were able to come together once, this is merely a matter of retracing your steps. You need not bear such pressure. I have faith in the bond you share. Perhaps it won't be long before she clings to you once more. For the time being, consider a holiday for yourself. Without her presence, you will undoubtedly find yourself with far fewer burdens. Snape did not respond. His mind was consumed by the hostility the Emperor had just directed at him. This blow was monumental, leaving him yearning for solitude away from prying eyes. Hey, have you finished your observation? Am I some rare species of monkey, worthy of your scrutiny? The Emperor, feeling dizzy from Dumbledore's incessant circling, longed to shove him aside with her shovel, yet a voice deep within her cautioned against such actions. This internal tug-of-war led her to briefly question whether she had been possessed. Most vexing was that man named Severus. For some reason, every time she saw his impassive face, her heart ached. This uncontrollable feeling drove her to the brink of madness. Oh, no, no, no. My dearest, you must understand that you have always been our beloved little girl. How could we ever regard you as a mere monkey? That would be far too generous to monkeys, as you are undoubtedly far more beautiful. If you cannot speak, then kindly close your mouth. Pushing past Dumbledore, the Emperor resolved to return home, regarding her relinquished possessions as a parting gift. After all, according to the cooks, she had been a perfect innocent, coerced into a relationship only after her forceful advances. It was only reasonable to offer him some benefits. With her mind made up, she issued commands to the glutton and others. Cooks, since we have no further business here, let us return to the divine realm. With a loud crack, not only was Snape startled, but her two fathers were equally taken aback. Particularly Grindelwald, who was usually closer to the Emperor, had not anticipated that his daughter would contemplate leaving. No, I mean, weren't you always clamoring to be the lady of both the light and dark? I am on the verge of conquering the magical realm. Are you truly considering leaving at this moment? What about the investments you have made? Will they just go to waste? And your enterprises here? Are you really willing to abandon them? Most importantly, can you truly bear to leave Severus alone, awaiting a grim fate? Grindelwald's earlier arguments fell on deaf ears. But upon hearing that Severus might die, her heartbeat faltered. An idea began to resonate within her mind. She absolutely could not abandon that man. Father Gellert is right. My dear, how deeply you love Severus is clear to us all. If you choose to leave today, how will you face Severus when your memories return? Knowing you have caused him pain? Faced with the glutton's pleas, the Emperor furrowed her brow, but surprisingly refrained from uttering any words of refusal. There was no way Severus could be left behind, as she sensed that a single rebuttal from her would cause him to break down in tears. Do you truly intend to leave? If this is your choice, then I respect your decision. After uttering this difficult statement, Snape hastily exited the headmaster's office. His desolate figure evoked a sense of sorrow in all present. Hey, do you truly have no memory of Severus at all? Fan Tong inquired, not ready to give up. Yet, he received the same resolute response from the Emperor. I do not remember. It's all right. If you do not recall, take your time to remember. I firmly believe that one day, you will recall everything. My dear child, why not take this time to grant yourself a brief respite and indulge in our world for a few more days? There are still numerous delightful and intriguing experiences awaiting you here. Oh, and let us not forget your favorite desserts. These are truly a specialty. Do you not wish to sample them? The fortunate one accepted the candy offered by Dumbledore and attempted to savor a piece. To her surprise, the flavor was remarkably suited to her palate, sweet yet not cloying, with a subtle hint of fragrance. Thank you, dear father. This is quite delectable. Do you have more? In light of your paternal status, I shall refrain from resorting to forceful means. Perhaps you might offer some voluntarily? How amusing that his daughter Voldemort's previous domineering nature had been somewhat tempered. Dumbledore found that the candy in his mouth suddenly seemed less sweet. Alas, I have none left. In fact, this was pilfered from you. If you desire more, I suggest you seek out Severus. I believe he has prepared an ample supply for you. After this rejection, the fortunate one realized with a start that she felt no anger, nor did she harbor any desire to seize the candy. Instead, an impulse to tease her father emerged. However, just as she raised her hand halfway, she withdrew it in a flurry and exited the headmaster's office in silence. Upon witnessing this, her companions intended to follow, but were promptly rebuffed. I wish to be alone for a while. Do not accompany me. Very well, no objections. There is a black lake outside the castle, and the scenery there is quite lovely. You might consider spending some time there. I shall excuse you from your classes with the professor. Additionally, I have reactivated your voice package. However, regarding your spoken language skills, I encourage you to practice diligently. With enough effort, you should be able to communicate with everyone soon. At that moment, the fortunate one's longing to return to the celestial realm intensified exponentially. Chapter 432, TSK, the Heartbreaker. After shedding all her followers, the fortunate one found herself by the Black Lake. She casually selected a sunny spot and retrieved her chaise longue, reclining upon it with a sense of contentment. Indeed, basking lazily in the sun significantly lightened her spirits. Yet, after a brief respite, restlessness set in. Who, upon encountering such a vast lake, could resist the urge to cast a line? As for others, she could not say, but she herself could not hold back. Expertly casting her first line, she fixated on the bobber floating upon the surface, while her mind involuntarily drifted to Snape's despondent visage as he exited the headmaster's office. Tinged with a hint of despair, an unfamiliar emotion surged within her heart, compelling her to delve deeper into his thoughts. Ugh, pitying a man will only lead to misfortune. I absolutely refuse to engage in romantic entanglements. Never. No one shall be the exception, not even Severus. She resolved to become a dominant force in the celestial realm, utterly unencumbered by matters of the heart. Tomorrow, at the crack of dawn, I shall return to the celestial realm. Yet, why did images of Taudai, recounting Snape's grim fate persist in her mind? Ugh, how irritating. Why should I care so deeply about the fate of a mere human? Is this not sheer madness? Determined to flee, she hastily gathered her belongings and sprinted back to her dormitory. While packing, she sent a message to her companions. Chef, hurry and pack your things. This place does not suit me. We must depart immediately. Taudai, unfazed, responded, no problem. We shall follow your lead. Just say the word, and we can set off at once. With this assurance, the fortunate one's packing speed increased dramatically. However, upon seeing the vibrant assortment of candies, colorful hair ties, a wardrobe filled with lovely skirts, and a drawer brimming with sparkling gems concealing photographs, a blush crept on her face. Did I truly take these? How utterly bizarre. Yet, on the other hand, she mused, what a splendid figure I possess. This waist, these legs, this abdomen, how delightful it would be to touch them. Realizing the nature of her thoughts, the fortunate one felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself, yet she could not bring herself to do it. Oh well, who among us lacks a past? I shall simply be more cautious in the future. Despite her words, not a single photograph remained. All had been tucked away in her little vault. Once everything was in order, her gaze returned to the teleportation array in her room. She considered her cherished chair and ultimately found herself unable to part with it. After all, it had been custom-made for her by Fan Tong and held years of memories. In the potions classroom, Snape had amassed a considerable collection of items, including some homemade snacks and a batch of healing potions. As the fortunate one stepped out of the teleportation array, he was lost in thought, staring at the ring in his hand with a heavy heart. The sound of footsteps broke his reverie, and he looked up to see his beloved had taken her usual chair into her little space. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Snape approached her slowly. Are you leaving? Yes, it seems I have been here quite a while. It is time for me to return. Although I do not remember the past, I still owe you an apology. I never intended to be a heartbreaker, but I understand it is of no consequence. Before she could finish her sentence, Snape interrupted her. This is the ring you once gifted me. I'm unable to remove it myself. Now, you may reclaim it. Upon seeing the ring on Snape's hand, the fortunate one nearly choked on her own disbelief. I actually gave you this. Staring in disbelief, she seized his hand to examine it closely, ultimately conceding that it was indeed the key to her vault. To Snape's surprise, the fortunate one not only refrained from removing the ring, but also, deep in thought, retrieved her cherished chair once more. She then plopped down upon it, silently gazing at him as she drifted into her thoughts. This state of contemplation persisted until the arrival of Tao Tai and the others, bringing it to a close. What are you two doing, staring at each other? Staring? Nonsense. Chef, tell me the truth. Did I truly give away the key to my vault while I was in my right mind? What was I thinking at that time? Tao Tai nearly burst into laughter at this question. Clearly, without the initial empathy and subsequent daily interactions, their little cabbage had little interest in romance. Oh, you mean that? I can indeed shed light on that. You barely knew Severus before you insisted he wear your ring. To prevent him from removing it and losing it, you resorted to some rather underhanded tactics. Alas, who would have guessed that you would turn out to be a heartbreaker? After expending so much effort to win him over, you failed to cherish him. Just because you accidentally ingested a love potion, you intended to abandon him and flee. Ugh, heartbreaker. Chapter 433, The Second Ring. Tao Tai's taunts went unheeded by the fortunate one, who remained deeply engrossed in her thoughts. Love potion? That term seems familiar. I recall hearing it from that wretched Han Mimi. It seems she even forced it upon others. It appears that this time, I have been coerced by others. Well, that matter can be set aside for the moment. The most pressing concern remains Severus. I must have held him in high regard back then, as evidenced by the plethora of gifts I bestowed upon him. Otherwise, given my miserly disposition, I doubt I would have even allowed someone to use a roll of toilet paper without compensation, let alone the keys to my vault. As for the few memory stones related to the rabbit, while scant in number, they distinctly reveal the fervor with which I pursued marriage, leaving no doubt that I was earnest in my intentions to bring him home. If that is the case, then should I depart now? Would I not be fulfilling the wishes of the unseen puppeteer? Daring to scheme against me. Upon realizing this, she suddenly found herself reluctant to leave. Chef, Commander, Rabbit, we shall depart. As her words fell, the lucky one tore through the rift in space and leaped without hesitation. Severus, we are leaving. Remember to take care of yourself. After leaving a storage bag behind, the rabbit also jumped in, though the glutton and Fantong did not utter any farewells. They too left a storage bag behind. When the office was left with only Snape, he slumped back into his chair, striving to control the surging tide of negative emotions threatening to erupt, lest the lucky one be affected and depart feeling uneasy. Ultimately, he lost his light. Despite leaving in good spirits yesterday, why was it that after only a brief outing, his beloved no longer wanted him? Wasn't it agreed that they would be together forever? Wasn't it promised that even if she forgot his existence, she would still love him? Yet why, when she truly forgot him, did she choose to leave? As tears cascaded down, Snape had to confront the painful truth. He had permanently lost his beloved. Meanwhile, as the glutton and the others emerged, they soon realized they had not departed from the magical world. To be more precise, they had not even left Hogwarts. They were still in the lucky one's disheveled dormitory. Kicking aside the scattered books beneath his feet, Phantom plopped down onto the adjacent sofa, muttering complaints. Don't you ever clean up? With all these obstacles, how do you manage not to trip? The glutton shoved him aside with force. Is this really the time for that? If you can't stand it, why don't you all clean up? It's not like this is her first day being this way. What else with all the nagging? Hey, Baldy, let us ignore him. I'm actually curious as to why you brought us here. Are you reluctant to return to the divine realm? Upon hearing this, the rabbit perked up, clearly not wanting to leave. With his large, watery eyes, he fixed his gaze on the lucky one, terrified of missing a single word. That's not important. What I want to know is, where did that amnesia come from? Who administered the potion to me? Damn it, I've always been the one to drug others. How could I have been schemed against this time? Don't let me find out who did this, or I swear I'll stew them. As he spoke, the lucky one clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously, igniting a fervor in the others. I know, it was that insignificant Yu Mingzi. He has already started planning your wedding, intending to deceive you into marrying him while you're memory impaired. Baldy, let me tell you straight, that old fool doesn't hold a candle to even a toe of our Severus. Have you seen this disheveled dorm? He comes by regularly to tidy it up, and as for your daily needs, he is the one who takes care of everything. How many men do you know who are that attentive? Those candies you've been eating? He made them by hand, even growing the ingredients himself. Sigh, a man like that is a rare find. Let him slip away, and you might never find another. The lucky one paid no heed to his words, her thoughts consumed by Yu Mingzi and the wedding preparations. What is wrong with that guy? When did I ever say I marry him? Or is this yet another one of his disgusting ploys? Doesn't everyone know how much I loathe him? Where does he get the audacity to think I marry him? You've known for a while that his brain isn't wired correctly. If he could understand human language, he wouldn't have chased you all the way here. But putting that aside, lucky one, when you see Severus, do you feel nothing at all? The lucky one averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. What feeling? Do I feel heartache? Thinking of all the things I gave away makes my heart ache terribly. Those were all hard-won treasures I reclaimed, only to see them squandered on another. How could I not feel sorrow? Indeed, you should feel sorrow. So, I took everything back, including the key to our vault. Who would have thought that upon hearing this? Instead of feeling joy, the lucky one's first reaction was to wonder if Snape would be heartbroken? Who told you to take them back? Didn't T.I. say those should be considered as parting gift? What about my pride? Fantong casually tossed a rustic ring onto the nearby coffee table. The lucky one's pupils dilated. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, she had but one thought. She must return that ring to the man's finger. With a flicker of her form, she vanished before her companion's eyes, ring in hand. Observing this, Fantong raised his chin, basking in the admiring glances of his companions, and disdainfully remarked, "Is that all? You still wish to pretend you don't care? I can break down your defenses in no time." The glutton and the rabbit both gave him a thumbs up in agreement. Back in the potions classroom office, Snape was lost in thought, gazing at a photo of the lucky one, when he suddenly saw her reappear before him. Without granting him a chance to speak, she slipped the ring onto his right hand, declaring, "Since this was given to you, it belongs to you now. There's no need to return it. But, there's no but. In any case, I want to take it back." As her words faded, the lucky one slipped away, leaving Snape staring at the new ring on his right hand, murmuring in a state of melancholic reflection, "But you didn't take that ring away." Chapter 434. The first choice in pursuing a wife. One must cast aside their pride. The next day, when Snape encountered the lucky one in potions class, a barely perceptible flicker of joy sparkled in his eyes. He had contemplated much the previous night, ultimately arriving at one conclusion. He simply could not let her go. Since she had forgotten their past, he would create a future for her with his own hands. Once, she had boldly intruded into his world. Now, he could likewise enter her life. It was merely a matter of living in another realm, and he held no aversion to it. After all, it was inevitable. He did not mind hastening the timeline. Unlike his buoyant spirits, the lucky one was far from pleased. She never imagined that at her age, she would still have to attend classes alongside a group of children. Coupled with the language barrier, she felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What troubled her the most was hearing Fantong mention that her English had once been quite fluent, but due to her amnesia, she had regressed to a state reminiscent of her early days. It made her seethe with rage. Just then, the culprit, Yu Mingza, pranced right up to her. Severus Snape, witnessing this, furrowed his brow, eager to speak, yet was halted by the gluttonous onlookers beside him. "Calm yourself, Severus. You must have a bit of confidence in yourself. Trust me, even if he approaches, he shall surely receive nothing but disdain. You need only to remain a quiet spectator. I shall leave the rest to the Emperor." In their small group, as soon as the glutton's words fell, Fantong chimed in, "Severus, have you received another ring? Are you not elated?" Accompanied by a mischievous grin. Snape offered no verbal reply, merely sending a smiling emoji in response. "I knew it, even if that fellow has forgotten you. His instincts cannot alter the undeniable fact that she cannot be without you. Were she truly intent on leaving for the celestial realm, she would have done so the moment she awakened, rather than dawdling for so long. Severus, with my years of romantic experience, let me give you a piece of advice. When pursuing a beloved, the foremost principle is to cast aside your pride. Gellert has mastered this art. If you find the time, learn from him. Believe me, once you muster the audacity, winning the heart of the flat-headed girl will be but a matter of moments. Indeed, Severus, we solely acknowledge you as our brother-in-law. Others must stand aside. For the sake of our family's completeness, you must win her over." With the support of his companions, Snape's determination to pursue his beloved strengthened. "I shall. But now, shouldn't you all focus on the lesson?" It was a rather clumsy attempt to shift the topic. Yet as their attention turned to the Emperor, they finally grasped his intentions. Yu Mingzi sat beside the Emperor, feigning arrogance while uttering nonsensical remarks. "Little Wuyo, even throwing a tantrum has its limits. You know I have never been fond of overly assertive girls. Your past antics may have been acceptable, but I hope you can temper your temper in the future." The Emperor could not help but react, smacking him for the absurdity of his words. Even the nearby onlookers felt a strange itch in their teeth at the sight. "Pray, Mingza, did you not consider the possibility of receiving a beating when you made such remarks? As a gentleman, I find your sentiments utterly misguided. I dare say, any normal girl would never entertain a relationship with you. Indeed, I cannot speak for others, but I, for certain, would never be involved with someone like you. Oh, Merlin, you are precisely the sort of foolish, tyrannical character one reads about in novels." As more students joined the discourse, Mingzhen nearly succumbed to the collective enthusiasm of the eager onlookers. Just a second before his anger erupted, Snape commenced his lesson, and the group of youngsters, seasoned by the trials of life, immediately focused intently on the class. This nearly suffocated the ire within Yu Mingze. He wished to unleash his wrath, but upon seeing the emperor's impassive expression, he bit back his anger. He resolved to find a reason to settle scores with that swarm of pests. In stark contrast to Mingze's internal turmoil, the emperor merely sought an escape from the classroom. Chapter 435. Unpleasant Memories. Snape scrutinized the potion in his hands. His brow furrowed as if he could crush a fly with it. Were it not for witnessing the emperor concoct this potion himself, he would suspect that it was mere refuse discarded into his classroom. The murky hue, the settled impurities, and the faintly pungent odor wafting from the vial all screamed a harsh reality. This concoction could hardly be deemed a potion. A more fitting label would be dog feces. It barely qualified as refuse. One can only imagine Snape's turmoil at that moment. Miss Grindelwald, due to the exceptional nature of your potion, you shall forfeit your joyful freedom during breaks from today onward. Please report to my office promptly at 6 each afternoon. Oh dear, confined. The impact of this announcement was akin to Voldemort's assault on Hogwarts. A cluster of eager young wizards gleamed with excitement, nearly causing the emperor, who possessed an exceptionally thick skin, to blush. She had no intention of acquiescing to Snape's demand. The very fact that she remained here was already a considerable concession. To suggest further study? Absolutely out of the question. She was resolute in rejecting such an unreasonable request. However, before she could voice her grievances, Yu Mingze interjected. She has other commitments after school. She cannot attend your office. Even if she had the time, I would not permit it. This bold proclamation prompted all the young wizards to synchronously produce their snacks, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they observed the unfolding scene. They internally mused that this lesson was truly worthwhile, for not only had they acquired new knowledge, but they had also unexpectedly witnessed the legendary battleground of romance. The professor who cherished the emperor the most, Severus Snape, versus the mysterious Eastern boy, rumored to be pursuing her. One could only wonder what sparks might fly between them. How thrilling. Mind your own business. Mingze, are you not overstepping your bounds? When did my affairs become subject to your meddling? And your disapproval? Were you even? You're not in a position to deny me. I look forward to it. It was absurdly amusing, and yet his words struck a nerve. If you have too much time on your hands, perhaps you should clean the toilets? Do not waste my time daily flaunting your presence before me. Frankly, it is quite bothersome. Professor Snape, I shall certainly arrive on time tonight. Receiving a satisfactory response, Snape did not linger, but swiftly announced the end of the class. With his years of understanding the emperor, he knew that maintaining this social distance would more easily allow her to lower her guard. He intended to use this time to prepare her some delightful dishes. In the pursuit of love, the first step to capturing her heart was to win over her palate. Once she fell in love with his culinary skills again, she would never wish to leave him behind. With this resolute goal in mind, his steps back to the office were considerably lighter. Yet, the atmosphere in the classroom had plummeted to an icy silence. Once again humiliated by the emperor, Yu Mingze donned an expression of satisfaction from the verbal lashing, then reached for the emperor's neck with his right hand. The spectators, munching on their snacks, were on the verge of excitement. However, much to their disappointment, the anticipated forced affection did not transpire, for the emperor swiftly kicked him away, and without hesitation, placed her foot squarely on his chest, grinding it down with disdain. Mingze, who granted you the audacity to lay hands on me? Do not presume I am unaware of your actions. Yet knowing the effects of that potion, how dare you harbor such unrealistic fantasies? While I had vulnerabilities before my amnesia, I possess none now. It is merely a small world. If it is ruined, so be it. Do you think I would care? At worst, I would eliminate you and utilize your entire inheritance to barter with the powers that be here. I believe they could manage a simple request to restore a shattered world. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Ming's expression momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by the unexpected thoughts of the European monarch. Had she not always regarded him differently? It was merely her lack of awareness regarding her own feelings for him that led her to behave this way. Yes, it must be so. Once that wild man named Snape disappears, she will certainly recognize him. His long-standing obsession had long since clouded Yu Ming's rationality. At this moment, his heart and mind were consumed by an unrequited passion for the European monarch. You treat me this way, and one day you will surely regret it. Little Wio, do you truly not remember any of our beautiful past together? The European monarch's demeanor momentarily drifted, her thoughts pulled back to a time long past. Ever since being abandoned by her biological parents, she had been a fledgling demon unable to even ensure her own safety. Had it not been for her racial gifts endowing her with a modicum of formidable combat prowess, she likely would have been devoured by others long ago. After toiling diligently for an extended period, she had finally begun to enjoy some semblance of a good life, only to be unfortunate enough to encounter this living nightmare. Although her initial intention in approaching him was merely to savor a fresh fish, it did not negate the fact that she had saved his life. But lo and behold, what transpired afterward? To satisfy his perverse notions, he meticulously ensnared her in his web of deceit, leading her from a carefree little demon to a path strewn with thorns. The torment endured at Qingyun's sect over the course of a century was nothing short of a nightmare. If her fortune was to be exchanged for such harrowing experiences, she would rather forego it entirely. Yet, in this world there are no ifs. After the battle at Qingyun's sect, she was branded a traitor to her masters and a destroyer of her ancestral line. She had once aspired to be a kind-hearted fairy, but this man had denied her that opportunity. Endless pursuits, calculated approaches, and his self-righteous assistance. These were all etched in the European monarch's heart. She had no like-minded friends, no confidants to share her thoughts with, only a profound sense of malice. It was only with the arrival of Fantong that she finally found a home. As her thoughts returned, the European monarch unceremoniously delivered a forceful kick to Yuming's handsome visage. What a beautiful farce! I'm overwhelmed with nothing but malevolence. To have encountered you must surely be the consequence of my past life, digging up too many graves. Chapter 436. The Grievance of the Fisherman After Being Thoroughly Reprimanded. Yuming's returned to his dormitory, his expression dark and brooding. Soon, the sound of clattering and banging echoed from within. Ling Lang, who had hurried back from the underworld, was about to enter, but immediately withdrew her foot and headed instead towards the common lounge. She needed to check on the European monarch. She now had reason to suspect that Yuming's medication had expired. Otherwise, given his ostentatious nature, he would have rushed to her side, showering her with affection, rather than smashing things in his own room. If he were to destroy anything, it should have been in Severus's office. Clearly, something particularly amusing had occurred, and she needed to seize the moment to partake in the fresh happenings. The loud banging on the door jolted Severus, who was immersed in his culinary pursuits. After leisurely finishing his work, he finally opened the door. "Hello, Severus. I'm looking for the European monarch. She's here, right?" As she attempted to enter, Severus blocked her path. "I'm afraid she is not available. If it is urgent, you may use a communication stone or a Patronus. Should you be unable to do either, I will be willing to assist you this once." Having finally found an excuse to invite the European monarch to his quarters, Severus gazed at Ling Lang with anticipation, waiting for her request. However, she responded, "Oh, I see. No need, I can find her myself. Thank you, Severus. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Goodbye." Ling Lang's hasty approach and departure dashed Severus's hopes. Reluctantly, he returned to his little kitchen to continue his pursuit of love. Meanwhile, Ling Lang, after inquiring with several students, pinpointed her destination to the Black Lake. Upon her arrival, she found the European monarch in a fit of rage, tossing items into the lake. Amidst her actions, Ling Lang could hear her muttering to herself, "Eat, eat, eat. I command you to eat. Why should a bunch of blind fools only consume others' bait? Is my fish food not enticing enough? One day, I will make you line up to bite my hook. Mark my words." Upon hearing this, Ling Lang understood immediately. It was undoubtedly the low buff at play. She had heard Yuming's mention that this was meant to make the European monarch realize her importance by stripping her of a modicum of luck. However, looking at the current situation, that modicum seemed rather excessive. She had never witnessed anyone fail to catch anything with such fine equipment. It was a disgrace to waste such fish food. If it had been given to her, she could have cleaned out the entire Black Lake. No, no, no. Don't throw it away. You don't want it, but give it to me. Only I can maximize its value." In a rush, Ling Lang managed to reclaim 4 bags of fish food from the European monarch. "Who are you? Coming up and snatching my things? Are you trying to court death?" As the shovel was drawn, Ling Lang realized that this individual had lost her memory. Reluctantly, she turned her pleading gaze to Tao Tai. "Hey, don't just stand there. Come over and help me explain. You know I meant no harm." Chapter 437. Delusions After Tao Ye's introduction. The European monarch finally set down her shovel. Yet, her fish food remained firmly in her grasp, safely tucked away in her little space. Ling Lang felt only a slight twinge of disappointment. "Oh, in the midst of our trivial chatter, I almost forgot the main point. So, monarch, have you truly lost your memory? Do you have any special feelings for Yumings?" "Huh? Special feelings? Wanting to kill him. Does that count? The kind that involves chopping him into pieces?" This response seemed to be far from what Ling Lang had anticipated. After all, Yumings had spoken of the European monarch with deep affection, claiming that her feelings for him were as profound as the ocean and stronger than gold. Yet now, it appeared that his words were laden with an unusual amount of embellishment. "You've never liked him at all? That can't be right. This is entirely different from what I had heard. Considering how he makes Tong Tong do those things for him, I thought you shared a love rooted in torment. It turns out it was all his delusion. How could he have the audacity to ask me to prepare a wedding? Ling Lang mused. Is he planning to stage a forced? Ugh, I warned him to watch less of those mundane dramas, but he wouldn't listen. Now, he could just wait to be smacked by reality. Monarch, given our close relationship, could you please compel him to relinquish the position of Underworld Lord before you take his life? I'm quite eager for promotion. Regarding this modest request, the European monarch naturally declined. That would be appropriate. You know, as the Lord of the Temple of Divine Execution, my primary duty is to maintain peace across the three realms. How could I engage in such backdoor dealings? It would be wiser for you to remain grounded. Though she said this, her mind was already contemplating who would be most suitable for the next position of Underworld Lord. As a jest, one cannot overlook the fact that this is a throne belonging to the Lord of the Underworld, even in her feline form. She is acutely aware of the lucrative nature of the position. How could it possibly be relinquished to an outsider without cause? Considering her current family members, there are at least a dozen. Any of them could be chosen, rendering outsiders irrelevant. With this thought, she began mentally tallying her relatives, almost ready to compile a list summarizing their strengths and weaknesses. Surprisingly unperturbed by the rejection, Ling Lang deftly shifted the topic. I merely mentioned it for your amusement. A weak spirit servant like me would surely perish within 3 days if placed in that position. Henceforth, I only wish to cling to your coattails. Suddenly enveloped in an embrace, the aloof European monarch, who detests close contact with others, instinctively flung the person away. Fortunately, Tao Tai had anticipated such an eventuality and was ready to catch Ling Lang, sparing her from a clumsy fall into the Black Lake. Goodness, you must tread carefully, my blunt friend. Your recklessness may one day lead to dire consequences and a deduction of academy points. Let them be deducted. It was not intentional, she replied. I must apologize, Ling Lang. I am somewhat sensitive to others' proximity. It would be best if you could restrain your actions in the future. Otherwise, although the European monarch did not finish her sentence, years of torment from Yu Mingzi had taught her to understand quickly. No burrillas, y compren. The one who should apologize is me. I lacked a sense of boundaries. I shall improve henceforth. Accepting Ling Lang's sincere apology, the European monarch decided to graciously forgive the pitiful young lady before her. In the ensuing hours, the European monarch bore witness to what it truly meant to be favored by the Lord of Fish. Ling Lang, with remarkable prowess, caught fish after fish, her speed nearly yanking the rod from her grasp. Chapter 438, The Sea's Fortune. After yet another time reeling in the rod, the fish that had previously taken the bait slipped free once more, prompting her to angrily discard the rod and dive headlong into the Black Lake. Moments later, she resurfaced, clutching the escaped fish, and proceeded to administer a series of stinging slaps. The sight was so severe that those watching from the shore silently shed tears for the unfortunate creature. Has her luck always been this abysmal? It seems her resentment now surpasses that of the vengeful spirits I encountered in the underworld. Tao Tai, deftly tending to the fish in hand, replied, "Oh, it's tolerable." In her most unfortunate years, she was followed by a throng of treasure seekers. Fan Tong is well acquainted with this. He could recount it in detail. That is certainly true. Had she not encountered me, she might not have even had a proper meal. I have never met anyone as unfortunate as she. Take, for example, her attempts to mine spiritual stones. She toiled in a spiritual stone mine for over a decade without so much as unearthing a single low-grade stone. Ironically, the moment she abandoned hope, the next individual to arrive merely dug a shovel of dirt and unearthed a premium spiritual stone mine. Is that not infuriating? Such occurrences befell her time and again. Ultimately, the countless individuals who followed her during those years to seize the spoils were innumerable. Consequently, she unwittingly cultivated a habit of robbing others, which, regrettably, only led to her own starvation. Had she not encountered me, her life would have been far more tragic. Upon hearing this, Ling Lang inwardly vowed to reduce Yu Mingzi to ashes. That wretched dog of a man not only stole her fortune, but also shamelessly appeared afterward, attempting to play the hero. How shameless. He deserves to remain single for life. Indeed, that is quite unfortunate. But have you ever wondered why her luck has been so consistently poor? At this, Tao Tai paused in his task of scaling the fish and tentatively inquired, is it not because she overindulged in koi and thereby incurred the disdain of the heavenly path, resulting in a curse? Surely there is more to this tale? Ling Lang was evidently taken aback to hear such a ludicrous explanation. Are your brains merely decorative? A mere little demon should understand this better than you ancient beasts. Just a few koi. How could that possibly warrant divine punishment? It's akin to suggesting you've never savored dragon meat. True dragons suffer no curses, and a fish that merely encounters a bit of luck cannot overshadow the original. Indeed, why have we never considered this? Fantong and Tao Tai spoke in unison. Because you're fools. What else could it be? Ling Lang sighed wearily, stretching her arms as she pondered how these individuals had ascended to the throne of the temple of God-slayers. It seemed they had traded their intellect for brute strength. Ah, I knew something was amiss. So, my dear friend has been schemed against. Only now do you realize? Ling Lang rolled her eyes dramatically, her disdain palpable. What is it? What are you all discussing? Upon returning with a cheerful demeanor after tossing the fish back into the Black Lake, the European monarch was eager to hear some amusing gossip. Ling Lang, ever the instigator, wasted no time in divulging Yu Ming's misdeeds, sparing no detail, even recounting his dream ramblings. One can only imagine the depths of her suffering over the years. After downing a generous cup of tea, she succinctly summarized the essence of her grievances. Thus, that bastard Yu is nothing but a twisted pervert. I was thriving as a ghost cultivator, living my life to the fullest. And then you wouldn't believe it, merely engaging in a bit of playful flirtation with some young lords, and he, without a second thought, killed one of them and forcibly dragged me to his side as his so-called servant. I mean, really, I was doing just fine as the Ghost King, who in their right mind wishes to serve him. Yet his mind is as muddled as if it were smeared with filth. He simply refuses to understand my words, no matter how many times I explain. Sigh, I digress. If I continue, I might just shed a tear. In truth, compared to you, my situation is still bearable. At least I haven't been subjected to his machinations. Of the myriad troubles you've faced, 90% were orchestrated by that wretched man. And even your arrival in this little world was his doing. Though the unexpected turn of events that led you to encounter your destined partner early is a fortunate occurrence. I must admit, it's delightful to envision you's distraught expression. The only regret is that you were ensnared and consumed the forgetting elixir. Otherwise, merely observing your romance with Severus would have driven him mad. The European monarch silently crushed the teacup in her grasp, saying nothing, her expression stoic as she retrieved her entrenching tool. When Xiao Chan was forcibly summoned once more, she immediately assumed a battle-ready stance. Master, who are we confronting this time? The European monarch articulated with deliberate emphasis. Yu Mingza, today, I shall ensure his demise. While Xiao Chan remained unfazed, Fantong and Tao Tai swiftly intervened to restrain her. Wait, your majesty, think of your father, your brother, and consider Severus, whom you have cherished for over a decade. If you mishandle this situation, this little world may very well collapse. Even if you cannot remember them, for the sake of that foolish admirer, Xiao Tian, you must tread carefully. He has ventured into the world alone solely for you. Can you bear to witness his despair because of your actions? He is still but a child. Fantong, with great emotion, wiped the corners of his eyes, and one could easily mistake him for having wept bitterly. Tao Tai similarly produced a handkerchief. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was seized by the Euro Emperor. Enough. I know what you wish to say. You mean to imply that we cannot act here, correct? I understand. How tedious. But I cannot swallow this anger. Even if I cannot end him, I will make him suffer. With that, both individuals chose to pursue the latter option, with Tao Tai promptly retrieving his most treasured talismans. He then excitedly described the effects of each talisman, and with every word, the Euro Emperor's eyes sparkled brighter. She could already envision the delightful chaos these talismans would unleash upon Yu Mingza. It would surely be entertaining, wouldn't it? Sharing the same sentiment was Ling Lang, who was busily stuffing talismans into her pockets. She planned to procure extra to slyly use on Yu Mingza and assess the outcomes. Unbeknownst to the group engaged in their boisterous discussion, 3 uninvited guests had quietly departed. Back in the principal's office, Grindelwald was the first to stride towards Dumbledore's desk, unceremoniously appropriating all the prank talismans within. These had been confiscated from the Euro Emperor and her companions, and now they were finally of use. Gellert, are you suggesting Dumbledore began, but Grindelwald interrupted him. Albus, this matter is non-negotiable. I know this will put you in a difficult position, but as the father of the heiress, I cannot remain indifferent. Our dear young lady, so charming, does not deserve such torment. Every time I recall the abuse she suffers at the Qingxin sect, my heart aches with despair. Why must she endure such treatment? Although my current strength is insufficient to defeat him, I can still administer some minor punishments. Grindelwald's emotions were evidently stirred, clearly provoked by Ling Lang's earlier words. Gellert, let me finish. Why are you so sure I would thwart you? What I wish to convey is, when you go, please take me along. I believe it will be an exceedingly amusing prank. Grindelwald paused for a moment. Then both shared a knowing smile, recognizing the mischief in each other's eyes. Snape silently exited the office, but not before discreetly pocketing a special talisman, an improved version of the succulent talisman. This unique talisman was inspired by Tao-Dai's fiery hot pot, and now he finally had the opportunity to test it on someone, and he felt a flicker of anticipation. No other talismans, such as those for ingrown toenails or flatulence, could compare to this succulent one in terms of potential chaos. He mused that he likely wouldn't have to face that detestable face for quite some time. Thus commenced a battle devoid of gunpowder. Chapter 440, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. In the disheveled dormitory, Yu Mingzi sat brooding, consuming strong liquor, his mind clouded with thoughts of the Euro Emperor's disdain. He could not comprehend how the girl who had once risked her life to gather spirit herbs for his healing could utter such hurtful words. If she truly harbored no affection for him, how could she have devoted herself to his care for so long? Hadn't they shared a lengthy period of bliss? She would prepare soup for him with her own hands and defend him against others when they spoke ill of him, even shielding him from thunderous wrath. Had she truly forgotten all that? If the Euro Emperor were to hear his thoughts, she would undoubtedly spit in his face and then kick him hard. While recounting the events from her perspective, the reason she healed him was that he fortuitously woke from his stupor just as she contemplated devouring his corpse. As a young fairy unable to fully transform, what choice did she have but to lie to survive? Should she brazenly declare, "I thought you were dead, so I didn't want to waste you," and plan a burial? The process was rather tedious, requiring him to first enter her belly for processing before returning to nature. Who would dare question whose return in nature was at stake? As for the spirit herbs she had gifted, that was sheer nonsense. They were merely items she had plucked without thought, and she had not anticipated their miraculous efficacy. Had she known they could save a life, she would have hidden them away herself rather than foolishly giving them away. The notion of cooking soup was even more absurd. That was tantamount to blatant murder. Thank goodness for his luck. Otherwise, that chaotic concoction would have poisoned him long ago. Yet, Yu Mingzi emerged unscathed and even recovered remarkably well. His luck was unparalleled. And as for the fight she engaged in on his behalf, the Euro Emperor could only think that overactive imagination was a malady. On one hand, it stemmed from her intrinsic combative nature, and on the other, it reflected her desire to use others as pawns. But fate did not grant her that opportunity. Yu Mingzi's fortune was simply extraordinary. Not only did he escape harm from others, but he also unexpectedly gained numerous opportunities. With those benefits, he broke free from his constraints and successfully transformed into a dragon. Each time she recalled this, the Euro Emperor would pound her chest in frustration, lamenting that during this period, she had gained nothing, and thereafter, she had not experienced a single day of peace. Perhaps it was her good fortune, for otherwise, the myriad of trouble she encountered later could have easily cost her life. Unfortunately, Yu Mingzi remained oblivious, or perhaps he refused to comprehend the Euro Emperor's disdain for him. After all, in his imagination, their relationship had always been harmonious. When Ling Lang returned to the dormitory, the sounds of destruction had ceased. The joy she had felt from obtaining talisman paper at a bargain from Tao-Dai evaporated almost entirely at the thought of facing Yu Mingzi's haughty, disdainful countenance. But under the eaves, one must bow their head. What right did she, a beleaguered worker, have to refuse? Sighing, she summoned her courage and pushed open the imposing door. The disarray that greeted her instilled a sense of grim confirmation, yet she had no time to ponder further. Years of servitude had taught her that she had to move quickly. If she delayed, she would likely be stuck working overtime. Thus, she kicked aside the obstructing furniture and swiftly delivered the meticulously prepared wedding itinerary to Yu Mingzi. "Master, I have completed the tasks you assigned. The underworld has been beautifully adorned, awaiting the grand ceremony with the Underworld Empress. We have prepared 10 bridal gowns for her selection. As for anything else, I am uncertain. Do you, Lord of the Underworld, have any further instructions?" Yu Mingzi, slightly inebriated, appeared somewhat dazed. Chapter 441, Ling Lang is hit. Casting aside the empty bottle, Yu Mingzi unleashed his pent-up fury upon Ling Lang, delivering an unreasonable tirade of reprimands. Initially, she merely sought to evade overtime by voluntarily presenting herself, intending to undertake a minor task and thus fulfill her obligations with minimal effort. However, unprepared and unsuspecting, Ling Lang was abruptly met with a resounding slap that nearly rendered her senseless. "And master," she stammered, bewildered by what misstep had provoked such fury from him. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than an overwhelming pressure descended upon her like a mountain, nearly crushing her spirit. A flicker of green light flashed, and the oppressive force exerted by Yu Mingze was abruptly countered, affording Ling Lang a moment of respite. How is it that you possess a defensive artifact from Little Wuyo? It appears you may have some utility after all, he mused. Rise, inform them regarding the wedding arrangements, and allow them to continue their preparations. I have far more pressing matters that require your attention. Given that Little Wuyo has entrusted you with a defensive artifact, it seems prudent for you to remain by her side. You are aware of your responsibilities, are you not? Additionally, remind Little Yu to remain cognizant of her identity. My patience is finite, and she must not forget the task assigned to her. Ling Lang, her chest constricted with a surge of resentment, swore that had she not been forcefully bound by Yu's contract, she would have fought back with all her might. Damn it. This deranged fool deserves to remain single for eternity. Understood, she replied, though blood trickled from her lips. Observing Ling Lang in such a state, Yu Mingze felt no stirrings of sympathy. Rather, a wave of disdain washed over him. Depart. Have someone tidy my room, unless a matter of great importance arises. Your presence is no longer required. Let Yi Feng assume your position. Yes. Ling Lang stumbled out of the dormitory, unable to restrain herself any longer, and coughed up the blood that had been accumulating in her throat. This alarming scene shocked several young wizards, yet under the oppressive authority of Yu Mingze, they stifled their screams and managed to escort her to the medical wing. Oh, Merlin, my poor child. You must have inadvertently consumed the mischievous candies of those twin brothers. Is that not so? She lamented. I must have a serious discussion with Professor McGonagall regarding the troublesome Weasley twins. This is simply intolerable. Madame Pomfrey wasted no time in placing the blame squarely on Fred and George the moment she laid eyes on Ling Lang. Presuming that Ling Lang had suffered the consequences of their pranks, she was taken aback when the diagnostic spell revealed the truth. This was no mere prank. It was an act of violence. Furious, Madame Pomfrey bypassed Professor McGonagall and immediately informed Dumbledore of the incident. Of course, she did not forget about Severus Snape, the potions master. By the time they both hurried to the scene, Ling Lang was already in a deep, unconscious state. Fortunately, Snape had come prepared, administering a potion that began to restore color to her pallid face. Albus, you witnessed today as events. The Weasley twins have truly crossed a line. This girl nearly lost her life, he stated gravely. Dumbledore did not respond immediately to Madame Pomfrey's concerns, but rather scrutinized Ling Lang's condition. Having experienced the Weasley twins' trick candies firsthand, he quickly deduced that this girl had not ingested something harmful, but had been violently assaulted. As they exchanged solemn glances, both understood the gravity of the situation. They needed to devise a strategy to mitigate the threat posed by the aggressor. Otherwise, who knew what harm he might inflict upon the students for any minor provocation? Oh, Pomfrey, I assure you that the unfortunate incident befalling this young lady was not instigated by the Weasley twins. I can guarantee that. I have already identified the perpetrator. I will take care of this issue, and you may tend to the girl. Severus will deliver a new potion shortly. Madame Pomfrey harbored doubts about Dumbledore's intentions, suspecting he might be downplaying the severity of the incident, as he had done in the past. However, her skepticism waned significantly when even Snape showed no signs of dissent regarding Dumbledore's words. The reasoning was simple. He would never forfeit an opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor. If the twins were indeed responsible, he would ensure they faced severe repercussions. With this understanding, Madame Pomfrey finally breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that Ling Lang's injuries were not the result of a prank on her eye. Albus, I hope this matter can be resolved swiftly. As you can see, this child was on the brink of meeting Merlin. Hogwarts cannot tolerate the presence of such malevolence. It will be a nightmare for the young wizards. Dumbledore embraced Madame Pomfrey reassuringly and vowed, Pomfrey, trust me, I will resolve this matter. Unaccustomed to such displays of emotion, Snape frowned as he conducted a thorough examination of Ling Lang's injuries before reluctantly administering a soul-restoring potion. Albus, her injuries are severe. I must return to adjust her potion formula. I will send a new concoction later. As for the potion to suppress the aggressor's abilities, you will need to wait some time. During this interval, I hope you can restrain the more restless of the trolls. I do not wish to waste my time concocting potions for their reckless antics. Of course, I will see to it. You have my gratitude, Severus. Nodding curtly, Snape swept out of the medical wing. Meanwhile, the lucky one found herself being dragged to the potions classroom by Qiao Qiao and Fan Tong, ostensibly to help her recover her lost memories. But their true intent was to facilitate more interaction with Snape. This caused both Qiao Qiao and Fan Tong to feel somewhat conflicted. Initially, they were reluctant to see their beloved sister being pursued by another. Yet when the opportunity arose for her to reclaim her independence, they found themselves hesitating. Having invested so much in their imagined pairing, the prospect of a rival emerging was disconcerting. After nurturing Snape from a sensitive, paranoid, and insecure individual into a confident, charming, and devoted partner, they were not about to let anyone tear them apart. The thought of separation was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 443, The Beginning of Everything. Lounging languidly in her chair, the lucky one felt a pang of regret each time her gaze fell upon the furnishings around her. Wishing to reclaim the spoil she had fought so hard to obtain. Yet curiously, she found herself taking no action, as though her inner self resisted such a notion. Sighing, she pondered her past sentiments. Was it true that those in love inevitably succumbed to a romantic fixation? The shadow that had tormented her for years began to clarify in her memory. Hiss, I can't think about it any longer. If I do, nightmares will ensue. Speak truthfully, my dear Flattop. Have you truly not recalled anything at all recently? Taotai produced a special confection created by Snape and directly placed a piece into the mouth of the European emperor, attempting to coax her lost memories back to life with this delicacy. However, the effort seemed to yield no response. Instead, the candies in his hand were visibly diminishing. Oh, this is truly absent. Yet, the flavor of this candy is delightful. Do you have any more? If you do, please share, for I'm enamored with this taste. None left. Even if there were, I wouldn't share. This is my portion, and you've already devoured yours. If you desire more, seek out Severus. He concocted this for you bit by bit. You want tea, find it elsewhere. Snatching the few remaining candies from the table, Taotai unhesitatingly tossed them back into his little treasury, casting several pained glances at the emperor. Did you consume them too quickly? Our tea party has barely begun, and you've already devoured most of my candies. You wretched Flattop, are you pretending to have amnesia just to deceive me into giving you treats? Mark my words, if you truly do this, I shall certainly inform Severus, and he will cut off your rations. As a familiar hand struck the back of his head, Taotai immediately swallowed all his suspicions. The force, the unreasonable attitude, and the propensity for violence at the slightest disagreement were qualities that only the former European emperor possessed with such finesse. Enough of this incessant chatter. I've told you I don't remember. I don't remember. Why can't you believe me? Must I swear an oath to prove it? I am utterly exasperated. It's merely a fragment of memory. If forgotten, then so be it. It doesn't hinder my brawling. What is your obsession with this? To ensure that I do not regret it once my memories return, perhaps? The disdain in Fantong's rolling eyes was palpable, indicating just how much he loathed the European emperor at that moment. Hey, my little temper, are you implying that you are now dissatisfied with me? Do you wish to spar with me? Just then, a crisp knock echoed, followed by Severus' deep, cello-like voice. Apologies for the interruption. May I inquire if you are planning to engage in a brawl in my office? Upon seeing Severus, the emperor instinctively clasped his hands behind his back, his mouth uncontrollably retorting, No, absolutely not. We are merely conversing. Oh, is that so? Yet, I observe that Ares and the others do not seem to share your sentiment. The emperor's menacing gaze immediately fixed upon the two companions contemplating betrayal. In the gossiping circle, the emperor remarked, You understand what should and shouldn't be said, correct? Taotai responded, What is it that we shouldn't discuss? There are numerous matters. Which one do you refer to? The part about memory being unimportant? Fantong speculated. It likely isn't that, but rather her reluctance to reclaim what she has given away, feeling embarrassed to take it back. The emperor snapped. Have you both gone mad recently? If you wish to die, just say so. I'll grant you that. As the trio engaged in a heated argument, Severus interjected, Apologies. I will tidy up the items shortly and have them delivered to the rabbit later. Thank you for your company during this time. Should you wish to leave, I will respect your choice. The emperor gasped. Why you? How could you be in our little group? The sudden presence of Severus sent shivers down her spine. Oh dear, did we forget to mention this to you? When you first met Severus, you generously offered him half of your soul, so he can directly participate in our little circle. After Fantong's cheeky explanation, he swiftly retreated behind Severus, fearing retaliation from an enraged companion. Half of my soul? I voluntarily gave that. That's impossible. Why would I give away half of my soul? Are you certain I was in my right mind at the time? Taotai, munching on seeds, mischievously chimed in. Whether your mind was clear or not, you were certainly willing. We can all attest to that. Moreover, the crucial point is that Severus initially refused, but you insisted, leaving us unable to stop you. With a resounding slap, the emperor struck her own face in disbelief. Then, under Severus' astonished and pained gaze, she rushed to stand before him. This shouldn't be. If my mind were functioning normally, I would never have acted so foolishly. Is there some secret about you that I am unaware of? Yet, I fail to see anything particularly special about you. Severus remained quietly still, allowing the Emperor to circle around him. In truth, he too was quite curious about the answer. Fantong discreetly retrieved the very book that had sparked this entire saga. How about you read this first, eagerly grasping the complete works of Harry Potter? The Emperor was about to dive in when a sudden knock interrupted her viewing. Severus, are you there? May I enter? The unexpected visitor disrupted the Emperor's experience. Wishing for a more immersive encounter, she decided to return to her dormitory to savor it slowly. Enter. After receiving Severus's permission, Lily pushed open the door, only to be astounded to find the European Emperor, who was supposed to be suffering from amnesia. After all, upon receiving that potion, the man had stated that drinking it would ensure she would leave Severus. So why had she not yet departed? Chapter 444. I could be quite domineering. So can you only care for me? Having planned to return to her dormitory to read, the Emperor instinctively retracted her foot upon seeing Lily. Uncertain of the reason, she simply did not wish to leave this woman alone with Severus. Fantong and the others, noticing her subtle gesture, exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the mischievous intent reflected in each other's eyes. Severus, if there is nothing pressing, we shall not intrude. Emperor, let us depart. Speaking this, Fantong tugged at the Emperor, heading for the door. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. He could not pull her away and nearly tumbled as a result. Leave? Why should I leave? If anyone should go, it should be you. My confinement period hasn't ended yet. I cannot leave. Impressed by the Emperor's small mind, Fantong noted her ability to remember the punishment of confinement at such a moment. Today's confinement period has concluded, Miss Grindelwald. You may now leave my office with your companions. Severus's unexpected reaction nearly caused Taudai to believe he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Yet, recalling the earlier conversation in their group, he found some relief, surmising that Severus had surely been hurt by his little cabbage. If that were the case, the pursuit of a husband through fire and ash might indeed be exhilarating. Sharing a similar sentiment, Fantong, with a mere glance, understood his companion's intentions. Thus, he was more than willing to assist in achieving this goal. In that case, Emperor, you should accompany us. You have also observed that Lily's initiative to seek out Severus here undoubtedly signifies that she has something of great importance to discuss. Remaining here any longer would be rather impolite. Impolite? Huh, how amusing. When has politeness ever graced my lexicon? Why should I be compelled to leave simply because she has arrived? I refuse to budge. I shall remain right here. What do you do about it? If you disagree, then let us engage in battle. As Lily stood beside Snape, a flicker of envy ignited within Oh Huang, a flame that was impossible to suppress. Although she could not fully comprehend the nature of this emotion, her instincts urged her to displace the woman named Lily from Snape's side. Thus, she acted upon her thoughts. Upon forcefully pushing Lily aside, she concocted a rather feeble excuse for her actions. I simply dislike having others touch my belongings. What? Your belongings? Both Taudai and Fantong chorused, their teasing tones causing Oh Huang to blush in an unusual manner. What do you mean by that? She retorted, I was referring to the carpet, the carpet. We never disputed that it wasn't the carpet, did we? Why are you so flustered? Taoyi's flippant tone made it evident that he was insincere. The look of amusement on his face was unmistakable. As Oh Huang seemed poised to retaliate, Snape instinctively intervened. His large hand brushed against her head, but he soon remembered the painful reality of her amnesia. Forgive me. Reluctant to withdraw his hand, Snape quickly scrutinized Oh Huang's expression. Indeed, she appeared quite displeased. The bitterness spreading within his heart prompted him to clench his fists. Yet, the reason for Oh Huang's grim countenance was not the touch upon her head. Rather, it was the abrupt withdrawal of that very hand during her moment of enjoyment. This irked her immensely, prompting a surprising action. She seized Snape's hand and placed it back atop her head. Taotai, witnessing this scene, nearly choked on the sunflower seeds he had been munching. What the hell? Is she regaining her memory? Regaining memory? If that were the case, would she be gazing at Severus with such an expression? Fantong interjected. I am inclined to believe this is merely her muscle memory at play. It must be noted that Fantong's deduction was remarkably astute. Though Oh Huang's mind had erased all memories of Snape, her body remained in profound love with him. Each touch brought her a sense of joy and comfort, which explained her urge to reclaim his hand. The warmth resting atop her head caused Oh Huang to close her eyes in bliss. How delightful. You know, having a human companion by my side might not be such a bad idea. With this thought, Oh Huang casually remarked, so, Severus, if you don't mind, may I take care of you? Gazing into Oh Huang's sparkling eyes, Snape smiled faintly and replied, caring for me could be quite costly. Are you certain? Oh Huang glanced around the room, insinuating Is what I provide not sufficient? A man should not be too greedy. Having not encountered this playful banter for quite some time, Snape found it difficult to suppress a laugh, ultimately covering his mouth with his hand as he tentatively asked, I tend to be rather possessive. So would you be able to care for just me? Without a moment's hesitation, Oh Huang responded, Of course. I do not have the luxury to care for others. Given that you are somewhat pleasing to my eye, I shall only care for you from now on. Strangely, after uttering those words, her lips seemed to have a mind of their own, curling into a smile. The sweet exchange between the two was akin to an earthquake for Lily, leaving her utterly bewildered. Who could explain the scene unfolding before her? Wasn't he the plan to depart? Why did it feel as though she was on the verge of witnessing a wedding? Was the potion that man provided truly still effective? Chapter 445, The Culprit Behind the Drugging. Unable to accept the futility of her efforts, Lily could no longer contain herself and interrupted their interaction. Severus, if possible, could you spare me a moment? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. She emphasized the word privately, making her intentions unmistakably clear. She wanted Oh Huang to leave. However, the newly determined Oh Huang, who had just resolved to care for Snape, was not about to acquiesce to such an outrageous request. To her, Snape had become hers the moment he agreed to her care. This clueless woman had the audacity to make such a bold demand in her presence, which was nothing short of a provocation. Thus, she retorted without reservation. What do you mean by a private conversation? Did you not consider whether I would agree to such an unreasonable request? Unfortunately for you, I do not consent. As you heard, Severus is now under my care, so I suggest you refrain from lingering around him unnecessarily. I'm not fond of it, do you understand? As she spoke, she took care to firmly guide Snape behind her, as though guarding him from Lily's impending claim. This protective behavior caused Snape's lips to curve upward. The unsettling rhythm of his heartbeat found solace in Oh Huang's display, granting him a newfound sense of security. At least for the time being, it seemed she was possessive of him. This was promising. He felt confident about winning her back. Indeed, Oh Huang is correct. Lily, if you have something to say, please do. I will assist you if I can, but as you can see, my fiancée is quite invested in this matter, and I have no desire to upset her. Snape did not finish his sentence, yet anyone with a modicum of intelligence could decipher his meaning. Lily was no exception. Her incredulous expression betrayed her astonishment at receiving such a response. Apologies, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As she fled in haste, Oh Huang held her head high like a triumphant general and smugly declared, Ha, is that all? You wish to compete with me for him? What utter folly! Ah, indeed. Who could possibly compete with you? After all, you are the master of the God-slaying hall, having conquered an entire realm. Yet, Severus, do you not find it peculiar? Given our dear flat-headed friend's capabilities, it should not have been easy for her to drug Lily. So who administered that oblivion potion? You mentioned that when you encountered her, she was already unconscious, meaning this was the original crime scene. So, the question arises, aside from us few, who else could access your office freely? Upon hearing that someone had drugged her, Oh Huang was about to unleash a tirade of curses, but Fantong's eager curiosity interrupted her. A large cake promptly diverted her attention. In response, Snape quickly prepared a pot of fruit tea for her, along with several plates of her favorite snacks and some comics. The wards outside my office permit only you few and Harry to enter freely, but he would never resort to drugging you. You all know how he has always admired you as his sister. While that was indeed true, the question remained, who else could it be? Wait, there is someone else who can enter. Severus, do you not recall? Harry possesses a jade token that can unlock the wards. Fantong's words instantly evoked a wave of nostalgia among the group. Indeed, there existed a jade token, one that Harry had specifically requested for Hermione, allowing her to brew potions here at any time. On one hand, the presence of the artifact spirit ensured her safety while concocting more challenging potions. On the other hand, the abundance of ingredients made it far more convenient for her. In retrospect, it was indeed advantageous, not only for Hermione, but for others as well. It seemed the true culprit was finally surfacing. As Tao Tai spoke, the communication stone in his hand began to emit a faint glow. The lucky one, Quang Quang Xianfan, observing the silence enveloping the group, quietly remarked, Aren't you all going to have some? This snack is simply exquisite and perfectly aligns with my taste. He continued, That's Severus, right? I've heard whispers that we once shared a connection. I think I'm beginning to understand my former self a bit better. Not to mention, with your culinary skills, I'd be tempted to take you back. My judgment, as always, remains impeccable. I am honored, Snape replied, inclining his head slightly, offering a faint smile. Feeling his heart racing inexplicably, Quang Quang Xianfan bewilderedly retrieved a bottle of rejuvenation elixir and promptly consumed a generous amount. Observing this, Snape anxiously approached her side, raising his hand to check her pulse, only to grasp at air. What are you doing? It's inappropriate for men and women to engage so closely. Although you are under my care now, that does not grant you the liberty to hold hands without reservation. As soon as she finished her statement, she was met with incredulous glares from her companions. Ha! Do you wish to hear your own words? Is it that you conveniently choose to ignore your earlier drunken proposal? I wouldn't dare say who it was that stashed away a trove of photographs in the drawer, she retorted, recalling the hidden images she had secreted away. With a swift motion, Kwang Xian Fan silenced herself, effectively stifling Fan Tong's subsequent words. Ahem. Don't pay any heed to his nonsense. There's nothing in my drawer. If you don't believe me, feel free to look for yourself. Her transparent attempts to conceal the truth appeared utterly charming to Snape. Contemplating her collection, he felt a mischievous urge to tease her. Oh really? In truth, I must inform you that I possess many such photographs. What photographs? I have no interest in that. However, if you insist on showing them to me, I could reluctantly oblige for a glance. But let us be clear, it is not out of my own desire. You are the one extending the invitation, and I merely find it hard to refuse. After all, I have always been a considerate young lady. Suppressing a chuckle, Snape retrieved a thick stack of photographs from his drawer. Yet, when Kwang Xian Fan turned her gaze towards them, she discovered they were not images of Snape emerging from the bath, but rather, she herself clad in a flamboyant northeastern coat, exhaling clouds of smoke. Chapter 446, Severus. What do you intend to do? Harry entered with surprising haste, interrupting the moment before Kwang Xian Fan could fully examine the photographs in her hands. Brother, why the urgency in summoning me? Has something occurred? Tao Dai gestured for him to sit, then casually replied, Oh, it's nothing major. Your sister has lost her memory, so I thought it prudent to help her reacquaint herself with the surroundings in hopes of triggering some recollection. Fan Tong and I have been preoccupied with other matters lately. You've been rather idle. Haven to you? Why not take your little girlfriend along with Draco and the others, to show her around? Upon hearing this proposal, Harry did not hesitate to agree. Ever since James and Lily had returned, his life had devolved into chaos, filled with his parents' incessant advice and his pesky godfather's brainwashing. From being told to keep his distance from Papa Severus to being chastised for researching dark magic, he had never felt such constraints on his freedom. The prospect of a legitimate reason to escape was too enticing to decline. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I can't guarantee she'll regain her memory, but I can certainly ensure she enjoys herself. I have faith in your abilities. However, there is one condition. Keep her away from the new arrival. I fear that one misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Harry gave an okay signal, affirming his commitment. Once their discussion concluded, he was eager to whisk Kwang Xian Fan away for some fun, but at that moment, Fan Tong casually inquired, By the way, Harry, could I borrow the jade token from your office? I need to upgrade my permissions. I'll return it once I've finished. Oh, sure, Harry replied as he rummaged through his storage ring, only to find nothing after a prolonged search. It suddenly dawned on him that he had lent the jade token to his mother not long ago, and she had yet to return it. Brother, I'll bring it back to you later. Mom borrowed it a few days ago. She said she was curious about Easter magic and wanted to study it. I suspect she has done her research by now, and I'll retrieve it when I return. All right? With his anxiety finally alleviated, it seemed the true culprit was indeed Lily. Fan Tong chose not to expose this revelation and instead urged Harry to take Kwang Xian Fan out. The ensuing conversation was not suitable for the volatile little bombshell to overhear. Severus, what are your thoughts on this matter? Snape's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that the person behind it all would be Lily. In that moment, a wave of regret washed over him for the choices he had made. Had Lily not returned, would his Kwang Xian Fan have been spared such tribulations? Humans are inherently selfish creatures, and at this juncture, he could not deny his remorse. No one should harm her, not even if that person were Lily. Tao Tai and Fan Tong expressed their satisfaction with this answer. Yet, they were equally aware of the unique bond between Snape and Lily, hence they had no intentions of involving him in any retribution. Well, your words suffice. Severus, during this period, we hope you can remain quite busy. Aside from your time with the flat-headed one, you must refrain from attending to anyone else. Can you manage that? Exchanging a glance with Tao Tai, Snape swiftly deduced their intentions and nodded in compliance. Very well. I will attempt to decipher that potion to see if I can create an antidote. The rest is in your hands. With their agreement reached, Fan Tong and Tao Tai departed from the potions classroom. As they reflected on their years of adventure, they couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of being drugged by someone else. Such news would surely provoke laughter from many. Thankfully, it was merely a more potent variant of a forgetfulness potion. Had it been something else, damn, How did that flat-headed fool fall for that little girl? It seems she has lived too comfortably, allowing her guard to drop completely. Let us see if she dares to be so oblivious in the future. Chapter 447. The angry father on a dark and windy night. Tao Tai and Fan Tong stealthily made their way to the Gryffindor common room, only to unexpectedly encounter two individuals who ought not to be there. Professor Albus? Shouldn't you be in the headmaster's office at this hour, sharing heartfelt conversations with Professor Grindelwald? What brings you here? Surely, ISNT to ambush us? You're aware, are you not, that our dear little Bai Kai has been subjected to bullying? If we fail to take any action, it would indeed be rather unacceptable, wouldn't it? We merely wish to impart a minor lesson upon them, with no intention of causing any grievous harm. Perhaps you might consider turning a blind eye to our endeavors? Before Talfit could finish his thought, the impatient Grindelwald whisked him aside and promptly uttered the correct incantation before the portrait of the fat lady. As an elder brother, your reasoning is utterly deficient. Knowing that your sister has been wronged, there is no need for mercy in your response. Should we not eradicate the roots of such mischief? Are we to grant them a second opportunity to harm your family? After exchanging bewildered glances, Tony and Fontaine simultaneously tugged at their ears, fearful of having misheard. Cautiously, Fontaine repeated, Father Gellert, do you imply that our actions were somewhat lenient? What else could it be? Did you not notice that both Al and I came in person? The eye-rolling of Grindelwald has become quite proficient, indicative of the countless times he has been rendered speechless over the years. In the tranquil Gryffindor common room, Dumbledore reclined leisurely on a sofa before the fireplace, deftly employing magic to pour himself a steaming cup of fruit tea. His demeanor bore no resemblance to that of the killer. Rather, he appeared akin to a friendly visitor. Children, he began, while Gellert's suggestion is commendable, considering our current capabilities, it would be prudent to deliberate on this matter further. I propose we first create a few minor inconveniences to vent our frustrations, and once we have bolstered our strength, we can seek an opportunity to send him back to the underworld. What are your thoughts? You say we lack strength? Surely you jest. They are but a handful of mere alami. Would it not be simple to eliminate them? It is only due to our concerns for that pesky Harry that we have held back. Otherwise, I could dispatch those three fellows in no time. This left Dumbledore momentarily taken aback, as they discussed how had the conversation veered toward James and his companions. Are the troublemakers not the underworld lord? Certainly not. So you two are intent on troubling that wretched fish? But if it is him, we must indeed tread carefully. Had I known we would reach such a juncture, I would not have been so lax during my training. Otherwise, he would have no grounds to act so brazenly before us. Upon recalling this, Fontaine shot an exasperated glance at Tuffet. Just look at you, an ancient beast, yet your prowess is so lacking. Have you spent all these years merely thinking of food? Had you exerted even half the effort of you wouldn't be so easily subdued now. The sudden blame nearly caused Taltir to throw his back out. Oh, come now. We are both equally matched. Let's not mock one another. With your boundless resources for training, even if you had only applied yourself a fraction, you could have easily kept that wretched fish beneath your heel. At the very least, you could have supported her with a protective barrier, rather than having to worry about this little world, fearing that a single misstep could lead to its demise. I was merely... Fontaine attempted to defend himself, but Dumbledore cut him off. All right, children, let's keep it down. Remember, we are in someone else's domain, not our spacious living room. If you continue to make such a racket, the little wizards who enjoy a good spectacle will awaken from their sweet dreams. With Dumbledore's intervention, the two momentarily ceased their banter, redirecting their attention back to Subsequently, Fontaine recounted his suspicion that Lily had administered a potion to the Emperor, detailing his thoughts comprehensively. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two fathers turned grim, particularly Grindelwald, who, despite frequently being ensnared by the Emperor's tricks, held a deep affection for this little girl. Although there may be some flaws, she has also shown her thoughtfulness. How could such an adorable creature be subjected to such bullying? If that potion were not merely a love potion, but a more sinister poison, would he not lose that cherished, tattered coat? The more he contemplated, the angrier Grindelwald became, seizing Taltit and departing. Ares, let us treat the Emperor to a lavish meal tonight. Such an ungrateful wretch truly deserves to be turned into dumpling filling. Chapter 448, The Prank in Progress. As Grindelwald's fury escalated, Dumbledore, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Though he too was incensed, a sliver of reason remained. It was easy to contemplate killing, but with Harry as their link, they had to tread carefully. However, to do nothing was equally impossible. In light of this, a small warning must be imparted to make it clear that not everyone has the right to bully their beloved young lady. Gellert, For Harry's sake. Please do not kill him. Leave him with at least a breath. We cannot allow that child to lose his parents again. That would be too cruel. Initially irritated at being interrupted, Grindelwald's mood brightened upon hearing these words. Of course, Al. You know I will never refuse your request. Wait for me. I shall return momentarily. Taltit and Fontaine watched in astonishment as their two fathers embraced each other, with Grindelwald performing an impromptu scene reminiscent of a domineering CO stealing a kiss from a delicate flower. Goodness, they thought. The sight of two handsome gentlemen together is quite beautiful. With a click, Fontain's camera captured the enchanting moment perfectly. Oh ho! Another stroke of fortune. Such high-definition hidden gems shall not be sold for less than 20 million. Everyone shall share in the spoils. Do not forget to procure additional ingredients for me. That rascal Jishowo is always wandering about. She must encounter many intriguing treasures. Have her find something unique for me to sample. Recalling the zombie he had previously received from her, Katia grimaced. That foul creature had been repugnant, and despite attempting various recipes, he had failed to make it palatable, leaving him quite disappointed. It must have been his cooking method that was amiss. Perhaps he should try deep frying it next time, following the method for stinky tofu, and see if that yields a better result. To prevent forgetting, he took out paper and pencil to jot down this peculiar idea. The two fathers, observing that their mischievous offspring were veering off course, felt compelled to interject. Children, I must remind you, next time you consider selling someone else's belongings, please show a modicum of respect for the involved parties, will you? In stark contrast to Dumbledore's gentle admonition, Grindelwald had already produced his little rabbit slippers, now vigorously swatting at the two miscreants behind. Dumbledore. Well, it seems none of these three are reliable in their endeavors. 2 minutes later, the three individuals with red envelopes atop their heads sat obediently on the sofa by the fireplace. Now let us discuss the upcoming tasks. Gellert, accompany these two youngsters to visit James and the others, while I shall meet with our new classmate. Regardless of the outcome, we shall reconvene here in 15 minutes. Any objections? Grindelwald opened his mouth to refuse, uneasy about Dumbledore facing that pervert alone, but Dumbledore did not grant him the opportunity to decline. Gellert, trust me, I will not be in any danger. Moreover, should I embark on this venture alone, my target would be more diminutive. Rest assured, I have thoroughly gathered intelligence. He is currently in a state of unguardedness. If I were to strike, he would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Chapter 449, A Heartless Murder. In a state of clandestine sorrow, Yu Mingzi was presently partaking in solitary libations beneath the moonlight, his thoughts consumed by the myriad expressions of his beloved Ohuan. The moments they shared in harmonious coexistence seemed so blissful, yet, in a single night, it had devolved into his unilateral obsession. He could not fathom the cause. It must surely be that wild man-esque influence that led his little girl to renounce everything they once cherished. If only he could eliminate that man. Then his cherished Wio would surely rekindle her affection for him. Yes, it must be so. Wio had now completely forgotten any memories of that man, and with just a subtle application of influence, she would return to his side. It was inevitable. As he drained his bitter drink, outside the door, Dumbledore stealthily slipped a modified charm through the crack of Yu Mingzi's chamber. A glimmer of gold flickered, and the charm vanished into thin air. Lowering his hand, Dumbledore's handsome visage broke into a mischievous grin. The portrait, witnessing this entire scene, opened and closed its mouth several times, yet could not utter a word. It did, however, observe Dumbledore, signaling a shushing gesture. Very well, you are the headmaster. Your word is law. To avoid the risk of being silenced, the portrait's nobleman decided to pay a visit elsewhere, opting not to return that night. Meanwhile, Grindelwald, his face aglow with delight, was brazenly administering a potion of forgetfulness into James's mouth. He had thoughtfully ensured that Lily was present to witness the event. To prevent her from misunderstanding the Chinese label on the vial, he had even taken the time to elucidate the potion's effects. Thus, the gluttonous onlookers were treated to a vivid display of what it meant to experience separation and loss. No, sir, you cannot do this. This is utterly cruel. Cruel? You dare speak of cruelty? Did you not feel the weight of your own actions when you poisoned my daughter? I am merely replicating what you inflicted upon her. What grievance do you hold? Casting aside the now unconscious James, Grindelwald boldly seated himself upon the sofa, his gaze towards Lily brimming with malice. The mere thought that his little daughter had forgotten even her own father was enough to incite a desire for destruction within him. Yet, this woman, after committing such acts, had the audacity to defend herself. This is different. James and I share a genuine love. What that girl has with Severus is merely the influence of a potion. The one she loves should be the lord of the underworld, is it not? I am merely facilitating her return to her rightful place. What fault lies within me? As Lily finished her retort, Grindelwald raised his foot, only to be halted mid-motion by the glutton. He believed that physical pain was trivial. True retribution lay in psychological torment. Ah, yes, indeed, you are blameless. You have done nothing wrong, and I commend your actions. Thus, are we not here to assist you? Truth be told, you may be unaware that the man you cherish has never truly loved you. His affection has always been reserved for your close companion, Sirius Black. This is impossible. They are merely good friends. I have never perceived any relationship beyond friendship between them. Though Lily vehemently countered, her mind could not suppress the recollection of Oh Huang's nonsensical remarks on the playground. Chapter 450, A Heartless Murder, Part 2. Lily's breakdown amused Grindelwald and his companions, alleviating their frustrations stemming from Oh Huang's amnesia. Sirius, several times, attempted to console Lily, only to be met with a warning glare from Phantom. Having learned from countless past misfortunes, he finally grasped the wisdom of discretion. No, that cannot be. James loves me, always has. His bond with Sirius is not of that nature. We are deeply in love. And we have Harry. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for one another. He would never love another. Desperate to grasp something tangible, Lily incessantly reiterated these words, while tightly clutching the unconscious James, her anxious demeanor betraying a fear of losing him. The glutton observed this with satisfaction, yet felt the need for a final touch. Oh, poor woman, have you not heard the saying? Heterosexual relations are merely for procreation. It is same-sex love that embodies true affection. Your James is with you solely to produce an heir for the Potter lineage. In truth, his heart has always belonged to Sirius. After all, why would a pure blood of such ancient lineage choose a muggle-born witch like you? He had far superior options, did he not? It is merely because you're the easiest to manipulate. Even if he were to be discovered with Sirius, what could you do? Reflect upon their companionship. Have they not always been inseparable? Consider, after your demise, he could have remained by Harry's side, watching him mature. Why then did he choose imprisonment? It was simply because he could not bear the sudden loss of his beloved and opted for self-exile. Ah, I dare say, you did not anticipate that upon seeing Harry for the first time, he mistook him for James. Numerous times he gazed upon my little one, calling out your husband's name. Do I need to elaborate further? Silly woman, ponder this well. Though riddled with flaws, the glutton's manipulation ensnared Lily, who now regarded Sirius with a gaze that spoke of betrayal from the very world itself. The sorrow in her eyes was palpable. Lily, do not heed his fabrications. There exists no relationship beyond friendship between James and me. You know, I supported him during his pursuit of you. Sirius, striving to defend himself, received not a single glance from Lily, who was now enveloped in her grief, cradling James like a soulless doll, her stillness exuding a tragic aura. Grindelwald, observing this scene, felt a sense of satisfaction. The heart-wrenching approach had proven far more effective than mere physical confrontation. Yet, some form of punishment was still warranted, lest their efforts be in vain. Exchanging glances, the trio rose in unison and delivered a vigorous kick to the still defensive Sirius, a gratifying release of tension. 10 minutes later, they emerged from the dormitory, content, and reunited with Dumbledore, who had been waiting by the fireplace. Chapter 451, The Little Potato in the Back Garden Has Sprouted. Yumingza gently caressed his aching forehead from the hangover, his brow furrowing in discomfort. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt an inkling of some trivial ailment afflicting him today. It is worth noting that he had not experienced such physical unease for quite some time. As divine energy coursed through him, he quickly identified the source of his disquiet. Something remarkable seemed to have sprouted in his back garden. The sensation of the ground fracturing beneath him sent waves of panic coursing through his heart. As his awareness sharpened, the pain intensified. Despite having been a deity for many years, he could not withstand the torment inflicted by the sprouting potato. Swallowing a vial of exquisite elixir, he found that the promised relief was nowhere to be felt. Instead, the tiny potato sprout, resembling a burgeoning weed, grew at an alarming rate. This transformation caused the previously aloof lord of the underworld to instantaneously alter his demeanor. Beads of sweat the size of beans swiftly covered his handsome visage. What in the world is happening? How could my body be in such a state? Where has the problem arisen? Cradling his noun posterior, Yumingza cautiously descended from the bed. Shadow, was there anything amiss last night? A dark figure materialized before Yumingza and respectfully replied, "None, my lord. Nothing unusual transpired. I remained by your side the entire time and did not observe any suspicious individuals." Upon hearing the Shadow's response, Yumingza harbored no doubts. After all, in his worldview, none of his subordinates would ever betray him. What he was unaware of, however, was that all of Dumbledore's actions from the previous night had been witnessed by the Shadow, who simply chose not to disclose the truth. With Linglong's misfortune as a cautionary tale, Yumingza had long since lost the loyalty of his followers. Or perhaps a more fitting expression would be that he had never possessed a subordinate devoted solely to him. His arrogance and pride had blinded him to the worth of others. Many of those who had once followed him into the fray had gradually distanced themselves after receiving nothing but his entitled demeanor. Linglong's fate had extinguished the last remnants of loyalty within the Shadow towards this ungrateful master. Now, his singular desire was to muddle through each day, treating it as just another job, as if one could avoid the mundane, rather than thwarting Dumbledore's prank. The Shadow had surreptitiously assisted him by making slight alterations to the formation. Otherwise, with his limited skills, it would have been improbable for him to successfully cast that talisman. Fortunately, with the Shadow's assistance, the talisman's effects had indeed taken hold, yet the exact nature of its power remained a mystery, piquing his curiosity. Return to the underworld at once and fetch Old Medic for me. Be swift. With my token, you may traverse the nether path directly. I wish to see him within the span of a tea's brewing time. If not, you shall bear the consequences. Understood. The Shadow wasted no breath, grasping the token before stepping into the nether path. However, he did not heed the command to find the person and hurry back immediately. Had they not agreed on a time frame of half a tea session, he could easily time his return to the last moment. Although he was still uncertain about the talisman's effect, it appeared to be quite effective, as his lofty master's countenance was far from pleasant. To prolong this delightful sensation, he resolved to be a master of time management. He would not step foot into that chamber until the very last second. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across the Shadow's face. Meanwhile, Yumingza was horrified to find that the small potato in his garden seemed to have grown even larger. What in the world is going on? How could a dignified deity like myself be afflicted with such an embarrassing ailment? Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed, and in the next moment, Dumbledore's gentle voice drifted in from outside the door. Mingza, a ghost was brought to the medical wing yesterday. From what the students say, she appears to be the maid who has been by your side. I wonder if you would like to accompany me to check on her condition? Chapter 452. The chaos caused by a single slap. Still mired in excruciating pain, Yumingza furrowed his brow at Dumbledore's invitation. As if he could crush a fly with his expression, he intended to refuse outright, but before he could articulate his denial, he heard the voice of the Euro Emperor. Oh, Albus, it's sufficient for just the two of us to visit little May. Why are you involving him? I can assure you he won't go. We should leave. With that time spent inviting him, we could have already taken care of our business. The Euro Emperor had come specifically to assist his father in this charade, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. To add credibility to his words, he tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve, attempting to make their exit. However, the young lady's injuries are quite serious. We must inform her guardian. I believe Mingza would understand. But he doesn't wish to go, does he? Creak. The door swung open, revealing Yumingza, his usually ethereal visage now drenched in sweat and pale to the point of being alarming. The father and daughter exchanged swift glances and set off a flurry of fireworks in their minds. The Euro Emperor chuckled. Oh, look at him. It's clear he's been thoroughly ravaged. That talisman's effect is remarkably potent. Dumbledore concurred. Indeed, but I wonder if he can handle the surprises that await him. I find myself rather eager. Imagining the scene that would soon unfold, the duo wore mischievous smiles. Good morning, Lord of the Underworld. You heard my father's words, I trust? After all, little May has served you for quite some time. Is it too much to expect you to visit her after she has been sent to the medical wing? Or do you truly not care about her well-being? Ah, look at that. I told you he is a heartless wretch. Albus, let us just leave. There is no need to trouble him further. Just moments ago, Yumingza had basked in the warmth of being addressed as the Lord of the Underworld, reveling in the attention. Now, he felt utterly belittled by the Euro Emperor's words. Resolute in his vision of a brighter future, he stepped out of the room. Enduring the pain in his body, he feigned indifference and responded, Ling Lang was injured while fulfilling a task I entrusted her with. As her superior, it is my duty to extend my condolences. I also appreciate the headmaster for making this trip. Yumingza, with his polite demeanor, still retained an air of elegance. However, this facade crumbled almost immediately as the special guest performers arrived. Hey bro, good morning. The slap from Taudai aimed at a certain individual's backside was nothing short of brutal. Despite being a god, Yumingza found it unbearable. The agony of the potato sprout nearly being crushed was overwhelming. A cry that was barely human echoed throughout the Gryffindor common room, startling a group of eager young wizards who gathered, eager for the unfolding drama. What are you shouting for? Do you really think this is your underworld? Chapter 453, My Chopsticks Are Ready. Yu Mingze, pale as a ghost, lost all restraint in the face of such excruciating pain. In a moment of unbridled fury, he retaliated with a merciless slap aimed at Tao Tai. Fortunately, the Euro Emperor had anticipated the move and swiftly shielded that small area. This did not result in any catastrophic consequences. As for the beaten beast, it suffered not a single injury. Not only was it unscathed, but at the very moment someone raised a hand to strike it, it inadvertently spilled a bowl of spicy tofu, putting all over the assailant. Oh dear, how has it come to blows? Yu Mingze, I must express my disappointment here. Despite our long acquaintance, this morning I kindly brought you breakfast. And even if you do not appreciate it, there was no need to retaliate so harshly. My bowl of tofu pudding has been entirely wasted. What shame to squander all those fine ingredients. However, speaking of which, your complexion seems rather off. Could it be that you are unwell? Oh dear, if you find the local cuisine unpalatable, do let me know sooner. I would not wish for you to go hungry. With such a pale face, are you suffering from low blood sugar? No matter, I have food. You may eat something for now, and I shall prepare some medicinal dishes for you later, ensuring you are well fed. By the way, Flathead, why are you still standing there? Do you not see our old friend in such a weakened state? Fetch a chair for him, quickly. Look at that little pale face. TSK, TSK, TSK. All right. The lucky one readily agreed, and soon procured a grand chair from Yu Mingze's dormitory. Just hearing the sound of the chair's legs meeting the floor hinted at its formidable material. I won't use it. In a desperate attempt to prevent his backside from touching the chair, Yu Mingze ultimately succumbed with a cry, completely losing consciousness. The beast stole a glance and could not help but notice the scattered bloodstains, causing him to clench. Well, you know, his Severus's improved spell seems to be overly effective. This cannot be allowed to circulate. I genuinely fear that one day I might be buried alive under the howls of those little brats' parents. Meanwhile, the lucky one, happily documenting the scene with a recording stone, took the opportunity to raise his hand towards the beast. Give me a few to play with. I've never seen anything so amusing. None left. I wish to seek Severus. He has many other intriguing things besides this. I assure you he will not refuse. With the beast's assurance, the lucky one did not hesitate and scampered off to the potions classroom. As for the remaining Dumbledore, he had already used a levitation charm to carry the unconscious Yu Mingze. All right, now I need to take Mr. Mingze to Poppy. Poor child, how could he fall ill so soon after arriving? Oh, Merlin's woolen socks. I hope his health can be restored swiftly. Observing his father's innocent demeanor, the beast truly wished to roll his eyes. Who was it that personally slipped that spell under the door yesterday? The show must go on after all. There are even more bizarre spells waiting for the unfortunate Yu Mingze. That scene will surely be entertaining. May Merlin bless, student, you will surely recover. The two, oblivious to their surroundings, swaggered out of the Gryffindor common room with Yu Mingze, attracting many curious glances along the way. Soon, the tale of a new transfer student who fell ill due to the unfamiliar environment spread throughout Hogwarts. Inside the infirmary, just regaining consciousness, Ling Lang had barely swallowed her medicine when she saw Yu Mingze being brought in by Dumbledore, resembling a lifeless dog. This scene was quite a shock, nearly causing her to choke on her own saliva. Cough, cough, are you all saying that you didn't kill him, did you? The thought of her considerable burden being lifted made Ling Lang's smile even more radiant. However, the beast did not allow her to bask in joy for long. You think too highly of him. He is not so easily dispatched. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Ling Lang's smile vanished in an instant, the speed of which made the beast wonder if he had just imagined it. Oh, he is not dead. What a pity. I have my chopsticks ready. It seems I'll have to wait for another time. Chapter 454, The Deceived Madame Pomfrey. After examining Yu Mingze, Madame Pomfrey's expression grew exceedingly complex. She could hardly fathom what extraordinary substance he must have consumed to cause such a severe deterioration in his condition. Typically, those young wizards who overindulge in spicy hot pot may encounter minor ailments, but none have been as grave as this young man has. Given the current situation, it seems he will be in pain for quite some time. Albus, I believe we need to discuss the school's menu. Upon hearing the mention of the menu, Dumbledore did not even have a chance to respond before the beast interjected. Menu issues? Madame Pomfrey, discussing this with Albus is futile. The kitchen is not under his jurisdiction. Any concerns should be directed to me. I can take full responsibility. Madame Pomfrey turned her gaze to Dumbledore, and upon receiving his nod of approval, she immediately began discussing the usual menu with the beast. Ling Lang, weakly rising, delivered a few slaps to the unconscious Yu Mingze. The force was such that Dumbledore winced just by watching. Cough, cough. May I ask what this peculiar behavior signifies? Is it some special awakening ritual? His words successfully halted Ling Lang, who had intended to give Yu Mingze a little smack. Damn it, I was so focused on venting my frustration that I forgot there were witnesses. After surreptitiously giving her own hand a few slaps, Ling Lang replied with a forced smile. Ahem, it's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. I was trying to see if I could wake him up. Unfortunately, I may have exerted a bit too much force. Look at the mess this has caused. I hope it hasn't TMU'd you too much. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, but Dumbledore quickly diffused the tension. Oh, do not be anxious, my dear. I'll let you in on a little secret. You could have exerted a bit more force, given his condition, if all goes well. He won't awaken until tomorrow at the earliest. Huh, is that so? Does that mean? Upon contemplating her forthcoming actions, Ling Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. That Dumbledore, I see that our master is in no immediate danger, and to avoid occupying medical resources, I shall take him back to my dormitory. That would make caring for him much easier, wouldn't it? But your injuries. My injuries? Oh, look at me, I'm perfectly fine. I'm brimming with energy right now. Surely you're aware of Professor Snape's potion effects? So what do you say? Can I take him back? Desperate to secure her advantage, Ling Lang nearly swore an oath. The sound of her chest thumping echoed loudly, causing Dumbledore to worry that she might inadvertently aggravate an old injury. To avoid such a blunder, he waved his hand in agreement. All right. If you keep hitting yourself, you may find yourself needing care instead. So, I will trouble you to look after Mr. Mingze. Receiving a satisfactory reply, Ling Lang hoisted the unconscious Yu Mingze onto her shoulder. Madame Pomfrey, still engaged in discussing the menu with the beast, barely had time to intervene before Ling Lang disappeared through the infirmary doors with her burden. What just happened? Albus, why did you not stop them? That child cannot be discharged yet. He must remain here until he recovers. Tao Tai swiftly grasped the arm of Madame Pomfrey, who was eager to retrieve her charges, and hurriedly reassured her, Madame Pomfrey, please remain calm. Allow me to elucidate the situation for you. Their departure is for the purpose of receiving treatment. As you are aware, the medical practices in the East differ significantly from our magical methods. Their haste to leave indicates that they have discovered a superior solution, and it is prudent for us to respect their decision, is it not? Upon receiving Madame Pomfrey's questioning gaze, Dumbledore nodded without hesitation. Bobby, I would never jest with the safety of my students. With Dumbledore's assurance, Madame Pomfrey immediately felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, unbeknownst to her, a glance exchanged between the father and son revealed a glimmer of schadenfreude, as well as an eagerness to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 455, The Whip Dipped in Iodine, Striking While Disinfecting. The unconscious Yu Mingze was carelessly thrown onto the floor of his dormitory, and without even closing the door, Ling Lang excitedly raised her slipper and, without hesitation, delivered several hard blows to the handsome face before her. The instant swelling of his cheeks indicated that she was exerting all her strength. The father and son, arriving just a moment too late, quietly found a corner to settle into as they savored the spectacle before them. Wow, this lady really has a vicious streak. I've never seen anyone with such a hard rubber sole on their slippers. Thank goodness that wretched fish is a deity. Had it been an ordinary person, the first strike would have likely splattered their brains. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. You are correct. While he may not suffer a cranial rupture from such blows, he could very well awaken. That cannot be allowed. His current condition would render waking a painful ordeal. As his headmaster, it is my duty to provide him with a potion. What? What on earth? Provide a potion? No, father, you could have simply refrained from joining in. But why are you suddenly turning into a saint? Before Tao Tai could finish his protest, Dumbledore had already produced a potion and extended it toward Ling Lang. He then earnestly advised, My dear young lady, I believe you might find this quite necessary at the moment. Without even glancing at the potion offered by Dumbledore, Ling Lang outright refused, stating, No, I do not require it. Mr. Headmaster, you may not be aware, but my current treatment method is far more suitable for the constitution of Eastern children. Perhaps you should reserve the potion for someone who truly needs it. In response to Ling Lang's rejection, Dumbledore offered no further explanation, merely stating, I believe it is quite essential to prevent Mingze from awakening abruptly during such distress. The old adage, a whip dipped in iodine, striking while disinfecting, holds considerable wisdom. Would you not agree, my dear young lady? Observing the cunning glint in Dumbledore's eyes, Ling Lang had an epiphany. Of course, as the biological father of the Emperor, this headmaster would not possess a soft heart. It was, in fact, a means of providing her with an advantage. I like that. Joyfully accepting the potion from Dumbledore, Ling Lang promptly administered it to Yu Mingze without hesitation. Witnessing the scene, Tao Tai said nothing but silently extended his rusted dagger toward her, adding a reminder, ahem, to be cautious while using that. Try not to accidentally cut anything that ought not to be cut. Upon receiving the weathered dagger, Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right then, I promise not to poke around blindly. What followed was somewhat gruesome. Fortunately, Snape's improved potion was remarkably effective, healing minor injuries almost instantaneously. As the father and son observed the unfolding drama, they occasionally provided Ling Lang with various treatment tools, ranging from a spike club to a delicate embroidery needle, ensuring that she thoroughly enjoyed herself. When the shadow returned with the doctor, his jaw dropped in astonishment at the scene before him. You've gone mad. Oh, you're back. Would you like to have a go? The hound has been drugged and will not awaken until tomorrow. Care to take a few swings? Despite Linglong's enthusiastic invitation, the shadow protested with a no, yet his little feet were anything but idle, striking with such force that even Tao Tai winced at the sight.